In college, you bought a girlfriend. When she was with you, all expenses were covered by you, and as long as you had needs, she would unconditionally obey. The girl followed you unconditionally for 4 years. Later, when your family went bankrupt, she was very indifferent during the breakup, not saying a word to keep you. After that, you were serving plates in a hotel to pay off debts, while she became the female CEO of a listed company, with a celebrity boyfriend by her side. One day, while you were arranging the tables in the banquet hall, you unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Xia Yusen appearing at the entrance of the hall. After so long since graduation, you didn't expect to reunite with her in such a humiliating way. When greeting guests, you quickly lowered your head, afraid of being recognized by her. The next second, Director Zhang Wenqing called out, "Xiao Chen, hurry over and help move the wine into the banquet hall." Hearing this, you breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to the trunk to grab the Maotai, forgetting even the basic etiquette. Just as you quickened your pace, her gaze fell on your back, seemingly caught in some complex emotion for a moment, even missing what Zhang Wenqing was chatting about beside her. Xia Yusen stared blankly at the hotel entrance, finally deliberately slowing her pace, hoping you would return after delivering the wine. However, until she walked into the banquet hall, she still couldn't see you again. She casually asked the person in charge next to her, "Where did that employee who brought in the wine just now go?" Sun Ming was taken aback and asked, "Are you talking about Xiao Chen?" Xia Yusen's voice trembled slightly upon hearing his voice, and she asked, "What is his name?" Sun Ming casually replied, "His name is Chen Ping'an. He should still be inside." Upon hearing the name Chen Ping'an, her expression instantly lost control, as if recalling something that stirred her emotions. After a moment of calm, Xia Yusen said softly, "Please ask him not to rush to get off work. I need to find him after the banquet." Sun Ming frowned and couldn't help but probe, "Do you know him?" He really couldn't connect you. An ordinary-looking employee, with the billion-dollar beauty CEO in front of him. Xia Yusen turned her back to him and smiled calmly. "He seems quite efficient in his work. I want him to help me buy something." Hearing this, Sun Ming didn't ask further and immediately picked up the intercom, shouting, "Chen Ping'an, you have special arrangements today. Wait for the notice before getting off work." You, who were hiding in the restroom, heard this over the intercom and felt a sudden heaviness in your heart. You said, "Manager, it's too late today, I won't be going back." Sun Ming interrupted directly, "Don't joke around. If you leave early, don't come in tomorrow. A distinguished guest specifically requested you, and this is something no one can offend." You swallowed your dissatisfaction, knowing that payday was just around the corner and you were waiting for money to buy medicine for your mother, so you could only grit your teeth and ask, "Why? Who requested me?" Unexpectedly, Sun Ming showed impatience. "I'm busy. Don't waste time. Wait for my notice after I'm done." You splashed some water on your face, feeling immense pressure, thinking about who this distinguished guest could be, and the anxiety about the unknown made it hard for you to stay calm. You waited at the hotel entrance until around 11 p.m., but you still didn't see Xia Yusen. You only saw Zhang Wenqing and others stumbling out of the elevator. Just when you were about to give up, the intercom suddenly rang, startling you. It turned out Sun Ming was looking for you. After you rushed back to the lobby, he casually handed you a task: hurry to the convenience store across the street and buy 2 packs of Zuan cigarettes, and also grab a lighter to send to the business room. The moment you took the keys to the Land Rover, your heart sank completely. It seems that Xia Yusen recognized you, otherwise, why would she specifically ask you to deliver something? You quietly tried to say to Sun Ming, "Manager, can we change to someone else?" But before you could finish, Sun Ming interrupted you roughly, "Change someone? If it were possible, would I still need to send you? If you offend her, the boss will be the first to fire you, and I won't be able to protect you either. Do you still want this job?" Hearing his cold tone, you chose to remain silent, feeling heavy in your heart. At this moment, Xia Yusen stood in front of the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, holding a glass of red wine, tipsily gazing at the neon lights of the early morning night. This is the tallest building in the city, with a view so expansive that it makes one forget their worries, yet she still cannot see the direction of home. But that is no longer her home. A year ago, she personally sent her father to prison and without hesitation handed over her mother and younger brother, who came to the company to cause trouble for money, to the police. Since that time, she has had no contact with this blood-related family, and her heart has not even stirred, as if the whole world had become tranquil. Since childhood, Xia Yusen wanted to escape that home, a place that only made her feel suffocated, especially after the only person who loved her, her grandmother, passed away. When she was 7, she returned home from school, clumsily washed clothes for the whole family, and nervously prepared a meal, thinking her parents would praise her. However, her mother took a bite and complained that the rice was undercooked, directly dragging her father and brother out to eat elsewhere, leaving her alone at home. By middle school, her brother received a weekly allowance of 30 yuan, while she could only get a maximum of 5 yuan, and she couldn't even afford the school meals, having to buy a bag of dry steamed buns from outside to fill her stomach. Later, in high school, her tuition had to be supported by her grandmother, who picked up garbage every day to help her pay it off. After her grandmother passed away, she was even more isolated and helpless, and she almost couldn't attend university. Those family members not only showed no concern but also caused a scene at the school gate, making it known to the entire school. That night, feeling utterly hopeless, she went up to the rooftop of the dormitory, just thinking that she couldn't cause trouble for the school, and at the last moment, she didn't jump down. The day she truly wanted to end her life was when she saw no future and planned to go to the reservoir to seek death. You, the well-known playboy, appeared before her. In her heart, you never needed to use money to pry open her heart. She had already noticed your passionate gaze and had thought about getting close to you, this boy who sparkled all over. However, she felt unqualified to talk about love, and even basic sustenance was a challenge. The stack of cash you handed over, she ultimately accepted, not for her family, nor for extravagance, but because your promise at that moment made her feel warm. Yet, the sincerity of these 3 years was met with treatment as if she were a commodity. When you fall in love with someone and coldly tell her it's not necessary, she thinks she can endure the pain no matter how much it hurts. But she knelt down and spread all the money she had saved on the table, tearfully saying, "I don't want money, I just want you to stay." Yet you only left her with a cold rejection in your eyes, even unwilling to look at her again. At that moment, all her persistence was less than dust. After the breakup, she buried the past, but always remembered one thing, that you, who once made her endlessly grateful and then pushed her into the abyss, were the most detestable existence in her life. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of knocking. The moment the door opened, you stood there holding a bag of things, looking anxious, and the next second your eyes met her cold gaze, as if time had frozen at that moment. Her face, slightly flushed from the alcohol, revealed a complex and hard-to-explain emotion. The calmness in Xia Yusen's eyes made you feel uneasy, and you quickly averted your gaze, not daring to look at her for even a second longer. You asked, "Where should I put these things?" She turned to the side and coldly tossed out, "Just put them anywhere. Make sure to put them away." Her words conveyed no discernible emotion. You nodded, placed the luggage at the head of the bed, and neatly arranged the cigarette box and lighter, preparing to turn and leave. But just as your hand touched the doorknob, her cool yet slightly lazy voice suddenly came. "Help me get some hot water. I want to soak my feet." Hearing this, you were momentarily stunned because there was no foot basin in the hotel room, and in the end, you had no choice but to go to the massage shop outside, awkwardly borrowing a foot basin and specially putting on a disposable cover to avoid making a mess. After filling it with warm water, you carefully brought it to the front of the sofa and respectfully set it down. At this moment, Xia Yusen calmly turned around, casually yet with a hint of arrogance crossed her legs and sat on the sofa, her posture relaxed, like a queen surveying you. She lifted her bright eyes and glanced at you, saying, "You're too tall and blocking my view. Could you crouch down a bit?" Her voice was devoid of warmth but sent a jolt through your heart. You wanted to say something but ultimately said nothing. Considering your current status, you could only silently crouch down, bending your waist lower. Her gaze casually scanned you, from your Adam's apple down to that cheap white shirt. At this moment, you are no longer the confident and spirited person you were in college. That self-assured pride has long vanished, replaced by a sense of humility and exhaustion. Xia Yusen lightly clicked her tongue, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "It seems that young Master Chen has not been doing well these past few years. What happened? Did your family go bankrupt?" She casually shifted her slightly dazed gaze due to the alcohol, sneering as she spoke, her tone piercing to the core. You swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before replying softly, "My dad ran into some problems with his business. Fortunately, he had legally divorced my mom beforehand, otherwise, we might not even have a place to live." Xia Yusen listened, her expression still indifferent, as if she were hearing a story about a stranger. She had always had a very one-sided understanding of your family, only remembering that you were once the most glamorous young master in college, with a bank account balance in the 7 figures, never blinking when buying things, and having a monthly allowance of over 1 million, while now your monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan. She couldn't help but mock. 7,000 yuan isn't even enough for the tip you used to give on a single night out at the club. The sarcasm in her words made you feel like you were sitting on pins and needles, but you had no way to refute it and could only silently lower your head. Xia Yusen gently raised her eyebrows, and sarcastic words flowed slowly from her lips. "So what are you going to do with the 7,000 yuan now? A service based on customer needs? Is it something that can be done anyway?" Her tone was both relaxed and teasing, clearly testing you. You paused for a moment, raised your head, and simply and firmly replied, "I can help you with anything." This made the corners of her mouth lift, and the smile in her eyes was almost cold, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Does that include washing feet?" Her pressing question left you silent for a moment, and you finally whispered, After hearing this, Xia Yusen laughed to the point of almost crying, expressing her disbelief at how the once high and mighty young Master Chen had actually fallen to the level of washing her feet. She stared at your seriously lowered face with a complex and scrutinizing gaze, and said lightly, "Since you can, then what are you waiting for?" You bit your teeth, took a deep breath, gently lifted her feet, and placed them in the warm water, the temperature you had specifically tested to be just right. Xia Yusen leaned slightly against the sofa and leisurely closed her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly stretched out a foot and gently kicked your shoulder. "The water is too hot." Zhou Ye's legs were already a little numb, caught off guard, suddenly sat on the carpet. His shirt was also stained with water, sticking to his shoulders, and his face and chest were also splashed with water. Totally insulting move. Shuno's 5 fingers shrank the moment they touched the carpet. Quickly, calm down. She had washed his feet countless times and owed. Zhou Yi was the last person to be indebted, but he felt indebted to her. He took his sleeve and wiped the water from his face. "Try it again. It shouldn't be hot." Fong Nan put her feet back into the massage water basin, and watched him look serious with his head back down, and her fingers couldn't help but curl up. She was angry for no reason, more so than just now. "I see you're having a hard time getting down on one knee. Would both knees be more comfortable?" Zhou Yi didn't raise his head. "No hard feelings. That's right. $7,000 really isn't worth having someone on their knees serving. I'll give you a raise." She took the bag in her negative hand and pinched out a thick pile of cash, $10,000 or so. Raising his hand, he slammed it into Choya's face, money floating around. Some were on the ground and some fell into the pot. Zhou Yi was silent, still lowering his head and just helping her wash her feet. Look at him not talking. Fong Nan also took out credit cards and bank cards from her bag, and threw them towards Zhou Yi. "Too little, say a number." Chono shook his hands off and wiped them clean, picked up all the money, cards, that she had dropped and turned around and put them on the coffee table. Fuanan's chest rose and fell, and slowly subsided as well. "You're not him anymore." Zhou Yi cupped her feet, wrapped them in a towel, and carefully moved them onto the couch. "People always change. Are you still you?" Fong Nan hugged her knees and answered, "Married yet?" Zhou Yi added some water to her ashtray, extinguishing the smoke that had been burning. "Love is good. Marriage is difficult, especially in this city. Willing not to bride price car house to accompany the woman to spend their lives together. It is not easy to come across. Where's your girlfriend?" Zhou Yi thought for a moment before reacting to the fact that she was referring to the one he had fictionalized by breaking up with her. "She doesn't exist. She just wants to break up with you now. Made it up. Any regrets?" "Zhou Yi, the thing I regret the most is that I could clearly see that my dad wasn't in the right state, but I didn't take it seriously, and he jumped out of the window that night." Fong Nan didn't hear what she wanted to hear, but still said, "My dad, that lousy gambler, is sparing his life and living well. Why is he?" The company's finances were already in trouble, and he also made a desperate attempt to invest in the project of Forest Park New Town. A whole lot of loans were taken out, a lot of money from relatives and friends was scraped together, and the company was mortgaged. Later you should have seen from the news that there was a major safety accident in Forest Park, and my dad was about to be taken away a few days before he jumped off the building. Then my mom lumped together the property in his name, leaving only a small 100 square foot house, and gave the rest back to relatives and friends. Is it done yet? It's my mom who deals with that kind of stuff. She doesn't let her heart go. Fong Nan had a hard time calming her emotions. I'm surprised to hear that. I'm quite happy that you'll have your day too. Zhou Yi was rather like telling a side story. I'm also very happy for you now. It's late. You should rest, and I should get off work. Zhou Yi said, getting up and standing straight. Just as he was about to leave, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Zhou Yi was about to avoid her, only to hear Fong Nan casually say, "Pick it up right here." Unquestioning tone. Zhou Yi hesitated, but still pressed the answer button. With that, an exasperated female voice resonated throughout the room. Chapter 5: The Bottom Line and the Bottom Line. Surname Shou. What do you mean? Even if you can't accept the terms of the marriage, can't you continue to negotiate? I've been with you for a few months at least, pulling the plug at the drop of a hat. Do you have any manners? Zhou Yi could never have imagined that it would be Dai Jiawei. There are no feelings of people. Words are not convenient to say, for fear of losing her face on the spot. Pull the black has been the most subtle refusal. She even changed the number to call. And what do you mean? A couple months with him? From the time he met her to the time he talked about marriage, it was all rules and regulations, holding hands at most. Dai Jiawei vented and calmed down a bit. If the bride price is too high for you, you can talk about it. My bottom line is that I don't live with my elders. Other than that, it's all good. Zhou Yi didn't want to dwell on it. Coincidentally, my bottom line is that I have to live with my elders. I can consider anything else. Dai Jiawei thought of his face and resisted the urge to raise the bar. let's not meet again to make things clear. You come to the bar next to Hawaiian Banquet. I'm drinking with a few girlfriends here. They all have boyfriends, but I don't have one. Joey, I'm in a bit of a hurry here. Talk to you later. He hung up without a word, editing a text message over and pulling the plug once again. Dai Jiawei is a person with a strong character, taking advantage and showing off. If it's for marriage purposes, Chono is happy to spend money on her. Didn't want to get married. The name Dai Jiawei was all trouble for him. Besides, he'd thought it through. Filial piety doesn't have to be foolish. There's no need to marry a woman who has no urge to kiss because of her parents. A snicker rang out, coming from Fuanan. All this virtue, there is still time to talk about love? Zhou Yi, this point of yours is really unchanged. When you are tired of playing, you will decisively kick, saying that you are lifting you up. Zhou Yi, she's someone I met on a blind date. Didn't touch her. You're lying to children? Chouno lifted his wrist. Really need to go. Fang Nan reached him in her disposable slippers and reached out to tug on Chou Ye's tie, making him lower his head a bit. You'll go when I tell you to go. And don't let me hear the word go again. My co-workers know I'm here with you, and it's not a good influence on you. Fan Nan, my parents have been sent to the station by me. Do you think I still care about these so-called influences? She let go of her hand and picked Chou Ye's chin. Accompany me for one night. How much is the right amount of money for you? Breath tangled and entangled. Chou Ye's eyes changed slightly. Fang Nan back then or now. He never had the slightest resistance to her. Even if he was out playing recklessly, he still wanted to go back to their place at a certain time. He loved to sleep with his arms around her, sleeping soundly and peacefully. He was obsessed with her body and enjoyed the feeling of her curling up in his arms like a cat. The red lips were at hand, and the eyelashes quivered. The knot in Chou Ye's throat couldn't help but move. He's talked about it for the past 3 years. Dated. Been on a blind date. Just never shared a bed with anyone. The other man was happy to maintain a pretentious reserve, and he was happy to play the unintelligent nerd. It was as if he had lost his passionate impulses on the male and female side, and until this moment he was certain that it was the wrong person he had come across. The right person. The slightest breath sweetened his chest like it was about to explode. Fang Nan came closer. His lips were almost stained. His voice was like a murmur. Say, how much is it a night? Chuno's brain rusted and instinctively wanted to kiss her. Fang Nan, however, tilted her head back slightly and asked with a smile, how many people have you kissed? Before she could finish her sentence, her waistline tightened. A flash of disorientation passed through Fang Nan's eyes. Just a moment later, she said in a flirtatious manner, don't be too proactive, so my experience will be bad. Also, brush your teeth first, more than once. I'm afraid you'll get dirty. Zhou Yi is like being poured a pot of cold water in winter. His enthusiasm faded. How could Fang Nan still like her? Maybe, sensing the man's fading emotions, Fang Nan frowned darkly. Go take a shower. I'll wait for you on the bed. Zhou Yi was like a puppet at this point, without the ability to think independently. She told him to take a shower and he went to the bathroom. The water misted like a dream, and by the time he finished his shower and walked into the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel, Fang Nan had also changed into her pajamas and got under the covers. Eyes closed, snow-white wrists dangling to the side. Unsure if she was asleep or not, Chono stood in front of the bed, surveying her peacefully, and only then did he find in her a shadow of the clear and foolish girl. Zhou Yi, there seems to be someone at the door of the room. Can you come back earlier? I'll meet you in front of the bar. Oh, and drink less. I made you food. Go warm it up for you. There are rats in the house. All the money you gave me is here. I'll give it back to you. Will you please not leave me? Zhou Yi accidentally realized that the exhortations and concerns he resented the most back then were actually expensive. This preciousness, on the other hand, was reversed in Fang Nan's heart. He doesn't even bother to answer her on the phone sometimes. Didn't bother to reply to the tweets. She was both stupid and jealous at that stage of his mind. Every day when I went back a little later, I persevered and sent him various chat messages. Rats? Never had a mouse in the house. She was happy to wait in front of the bar, and Chono had let her sleep alone in the car for who knows how many nights. She's afraid to say what she has to say. Hypocrisy. She's facetious and has no self-respect. False. Sensitive and pretending to be strong. Sympathetic. No temper. No ego. Chono shifted and saw the tattoo marks on her wrist. What a beautiful special tattoo. A circle around the entire wrist from the pulse and the puffiness is coming out. No, it's a real protrusion. The tattoo is more like a cover-up for something. Zhou Yi suddenly remembered that she had said that he was all she had. If he dared to not want her, he was asking her to die. Countless thoughts came flooding in. The head seemed to ache violently because it couldn't take it. Zhou Yi's body was as if his strength had been drained. Fang Nan opened his eyes at some point. Washed up yet? Chono, what happened to your wrist? There was a vague hatred in Fang Nan's eyes, which she easily covered up. I had another boyfriend after you, and he was even less of a person than you are. And this scar was made during a fight with him. Get lost. It's easy to get sick of seeing you. The sudden annoyance made Fong Nan temporarily lose his interest in teasing. Chouno took repeated deep breaths and exited the room in a daze. Chapter 6, True Love Has No Words. Fong Nan listened to the sound of footsteps walking away and couldn't sleep between tossing and turning. Physical abnormalities. Psychological abnormalities. She had the sweetest, most passionate phase with Zhou Yi. She hadn't been in a relationship since the separation, because instinctively she had begun to resist and distrust the opposite sex. But having just been hugged by him, she simply couldn't ignore her heart beating at the proximity. No, there was no way she still liked him. Fong Nan hypnotized herself to drive away all the good memories, and only gradually did that Zhou Yi face in her mind begin to become repulsive. She decided it was time to build a branch factory in a city that wasn't a good fit for a clothing business. Having no interest in doing business, she picked up an interest in Chouno instead. It was also the moment when she became clearly aware of the feelings that had caused her so much pain that they seemed to fade away, but were only temporarily hidden. Without doubling the pain back to Chouno, she might not be happy and relieved for the rest of her life. Fuanan read the decision and took his cell phone to make a few work calls before calling the driver who lived diagonally across the hall from his room again. Go talk to the manager and have that employee named Zhou Yi help me as a guide for a few days. I haven't been back to Forest City for a few years, and I need a familiar local around to help with some chores. The driver, Django, is 30 years old exactly, and is in the hallway at this time. He was a bit puzzled. Does Mr. Fong know him? Fong Nan was impatient. You just need to do what I say without so many questions. Django smiled and didn't dare to say more. Hanging up, he walked quickly to the other elevator entrance. Yango was a professional athlete before, and after retiring, he was introduced by a friend to be Fong Nan's driver and bodyguard. The more time you spend together, the more some of your unrealistic fantasies grow. Even though Fong Nan had never looked at him differently, Django knew very well that she didn't look at other members of the opposite sex differently either. After a long time of companionship, there is always the hope and possibility of furthering the relationship. The appearance of that hotel greeter made this luxury of his begin to waver. Too unsteady. Fong Nan didn't smoke much and deliberately asked the other person to go and help buy cigarettes. He hadn't seen her let any member of the opposite sex into her place, and the greeter had been in her room for almost half an hour. What happened in the room? What kind of person is the other party? Fong Nan. Zhou Yi left the hotel in an uncontrollable mental trance and nearly rear-ended the car while driving away. When he returned to the neighborhood he lived in, he saw that his old mother was not at home. He sighed helplessly, turned around and locked the door again and headed downstairs. She must have gone to the night market street to set up a stall. His mom, Natalie Yu, is 55 years old, and although she retired early, she still has about $10,000 a month on a fixed income. Other people with her condition would have long ago started to travel the mountains and travel around. She doesn't travel, and what little free time she has is spent trying to find ways to make money. Tutoring teachers, paid volunteers, night stalls, and other trades have all been touched. Zhou Yi did not interfere much with her before, fearing that she would be lonely, thinking that people would have fewer worries if they were busy. As a result, the busier he got, the more excessive he became, and every day he thought about how to make that little bit of money, neglecting his already bad health. Once when I set up a stall, I accidentally fainted in the stall. If it wasn't for a good Samaritan contacting 120, I don't know how serious it would have been. After being discharged from the hospital and being reprimanded by Zhou Yi subsided for a while, in recent days there are obviously the beginnings of busy again. Night market is not far from home, the neighborhood's most lively place at night, especially in summer. All kinds of barbecue stalls are overcrowded. Zhou Yi parked his car and soon after walking into the street he saw a woman with a very unusual shape. Looked like 40, like 50, and like 70. Her hair gray, was meticulously combed neatly, tied up. Skin condition looked relatively young. Wearing nearsighted glasses, smiled kind and gentle. Smiling, even the fine lines in the corners of her eyes added some softness to her. Thin, well-dressed and simple. Sitting on a small mat with some toys in front of him. Glitter headdress. The business is not bad. There are couples. There are children. Several people in front of the stall to pick and choose to buy. Quite lively. Zhou Yi paused in his footsteps, and seeing that she didn't notice him, he waited aside for the time being to watch her busy. Her mom looked like a young woman in her 20s or 30s on the outside 3 years ago and didn't look old at all. In 3 short years, my hair has turned gray, my temper has changed, and my memory has deteriorated to the point where I can't even tutor today. Zhou Yi sometimes quite hate Dad Zhou Changjiang, dry and simple to jump down. I'll walk away. Of course, the purpose is certainly to better protect him and Mom. Want to use their own death to make those debtors. Those who are afraid of being implicated can be calmsome. To be able to take up the responsibility of a force to take down, well thought out and painfully chosen. Zhou Yi cannot accept. He himself does not accept. On behalf of the old mom does not accept. Because even if Dad, as the legal entity, is directly responsible for the person even if he is put in jail for life? I would like to see at least still be able to see. Now where to see go? Auntie, you're so pretty and graceful. Can I take some pictures of you? A girl bought a headdress and looked it up and down in surprise, asking for advice. Nico smiled and politely declined. I'm old. I'm not filming. The girl sniffed and stood politely and regularly looking for a chance to strike up a conversation. I'm a self-media blogger. I do road photography to collect material. I take good pictures. You cooperate with me to shoot an interview video. I pay, okay? Nico was quite impressed with the little girl, showy and polite, but she was ready to close up. My son was about to leave for work, and if he found out that he had sneaked out to set up a stall, he would be reprimanded again. Just about to refuse again, he turned around and saw Joey standing not far away. The mother and son's eyes met, and Nico stood up quickly and sheepishly like a schoolboy caught doing something wrong. Oh no, getting off work so early today. Joey didn't reply and walked over to help sell a piece by her side. Perhaps it was the fact that both mother and son were more appealing in appearance, or perhaps this would be the peak of the crowd. Within 20 minutes or so, the few toy headdresses on the stand were almost sold out. The girl's attention was on Joey again, looking at a few eyes and turning her head, and then a few seconds later, biting her lip and secretly looking again. Due to her profession, she was always prone to observe and discover some special people in her life. Being so dryly handsome also belonged to a special group. The stance, the front face, the side face, the mannerisms, the teeth, the voice, are 360 degrees of hard handsome. The girl had just been able to make a cheeky conversation with Nico, but now she was a bit more deliberative and tongue-tied when she wanted to say something. Chapter 7 Same world, different people. Natalie had noticed the girl's perversity since, with her son present, she was suddenly in no hurry to get home and climbed into conversation with the girl, intentionally or not. How old are you, girl? Auntie, I'm 23 years old. That's the age of a recent college graduate. Aha. Where did you go to college? The local Lynchburg University. Journalism. 985 colleges and universities. Great. My son also studied in this school. It's just too much nonsense. Are close to graduation non-messy to drop out? Can't stop. Why? Nico covered the negative energy, said with a light smile. There is a little situation at home. Worried about me and his father. Not guarded by the side of the uneasy. She paused, retrieved her thoughts and turned away from the topic. Is your job now mainly to shoot videos? Figure it's free. It's in the figuring out stage. There are only 70,000 to 80,000 short video followers. The girl said, turning her eyes and glancing at Joey, who was busy cleaning up the stall at the side. Her favorability was all the way to the top for a moment. As a mom, she is reasonable and has a noble, elegant and warm demeanor. As a son, he is filial and impeccable in every aspect. Joey didn't really listen to the two chatting. After cleaning up to see the mother chat, sex is strong, not to urge. Sitting on her portable horse zipper brush workgroup, she can't see the girl with the eyes. Do not like to take the initiative to find people to talk about the character. See this type of total cheeky to get close. After the set of clothes plus microblogging, when the matchmaker, a dragon, business skillful. Seeing her chatting and starting to accompany someone to make a video, Joey couldn't help but roll his eyes. It is both heartbreaking and crying. Hugging the blanket and stuffing the few remaining unsold toys into the car. He waited a while longer for Natalie to get into the car with a smile on her face. With a thud, the car door closed. Nico fastened his seatbelt and said, Son, do you feel that girl is looking at you differently? This one has a chance. Simple, understanding, not like too much importance of material. WeChat I want to give you. Name is also good. Called Diyu Zhang. Joey started the car before obediently adding the business card she pushed over. Nico inquired, is it true that you and Jiawei only talked it over because of money? Actually, a dowry of over 300,000 isn't high in our area. It's just on the upper end of average. Chono, she wants the house in her name. Natalie, as long as it's a real life, whose name is written, is rather secondary. Joey, you are how afraid I cannot marry a daughter-in-law. What conditions you can consider? He did not go on to say that others are not willing to live with her, for fear of hurting her glass heart that looks strong. The car weaves through the night. Joey swept a glance at her while looking in the rear mirror. MS. Nico, I say, can you not always do something like throwing watermelons and picking up sesame seeds? Did you earn 20,000 yuan in the last 2 months? During the day to give people as a tutor. At noon to take the time to send out flyers. Night stalls. Tired of a hospital. I managed to save 30,000 yuan is gone. You should look at your own body, okay? Asthma, low blood sugar, anemia, poor immunity. Nico argued. I just bought some small toys to sell online. No different from shopping for fun. Son, you have a good brain. Help mom calculate how much she earned today. Zhou Yi heard her start to report the number and casually responded. Make about 306. Nico, that girl came to me for a video and had to give me 200. It was worth it to come out tonight and make more than I do in a day's retirement pay. Zhou Yi asked. How much money does our family still owe? Nico, you don't have to worry about that. I use my retirement pay to pay back part of it every month. Even if it's only $100 or $200, there will always be a day when it's paid off. As for the debt to the bank, owed his business partner's mom do not dare to think about the matter of return. Can only do to let him go after the relatives and friends. Do not scold him behind his back. Do not mention him to come to anger. In the future there is a chance to run into him. I am not finished with him. Put my son aggrieved. Zhou Yi reached over and handed over a piece of Kleenex. What's the point of talking about this? Nico wiped his eyes. Barely calmed down. He can't actually use the money of the people around him. They all look at him as rich, good character, and take the initiative to send for the interest. This family $1,800,000. That family hundreds of thousands of dollars. He does not see in the eyes. It's not possible to wipe out the face of others to send in here. Accept it as it is. An accident I first raised for him to pay back a part of the rest or also do not want. But people don't want. Can't not give. Don't give is not equal to bully good people. Son, it's totally unnecessary for you to be afraid to get married because you're worried about money. Your sister Xining took the initiative to call me many times to ask about your father's debts, and is prepared to help pay them all at once. I know this child. A character that does what she says. Hearing her mention Pei Xining, Zhou Yi's memory coincidentally appeared a woman who almost shouldn't appear in the mundane world. Pei Xining is 5 years older than him. Zhou Yi hadn't seen anyone more beautiful and attractive than her since he had aesthetics. Pei Xining parents because often have to travel. His mom more time. Look at the relationship between the two families, coupled with the heartache of the child, has been quite helpful to take care of. Pei's family has a nanny, more than one, but Pei Xining as a child preferred to come to his home to dine and write homework. Over time, the bond just slowly built. Zhou Yi was not afraid of the sky and the earth when he was a child, but only afraid of Pei Xining, afraid and fond of it. She hit him as really hit. Mom is not worried that she gave him a bad, like him is also really like. Pei Xining in front of him. The mantra is, who want to dare to bully you in school with sister said, the best and carefree times, as Pei Xining went abroad to pursue her studies, as her father made the business bigger and bigger development to the provinces. Slowly contact is less. The relationship since also faded. Now Zhou Yi can still often see Pei Xining on his cell phone as well. She became an actress. The company was owned by her parents, and she was the only one signed up. An average of 1 drama per year. Style low-key, in addition to acting almost do not show up. However, her face value and character do not allow her to keep a low profile. Too beautiful, so beautiful that no one can reach. There are too many fans, so many that every appearance must occupy a long time of hot search. Zhou Yi had dreamed of marrying her as a wife, and had even innocently confessed his love for her. Just remember that she laughed at the expression of covering the stomach. Laughing at the end of the eyes also looked at him quite seriously, said that let him first go to seek advice from his mom. Zhou Yi also really went to ask mom. Several adults who were chatting in the living room were bent over with laughter. This ignorant fondness stayed with him for many years. So much so that his girlfriend Faze was subconsciously looking for someone with similarities to her. Thoughts are far away. Faint regrets and despondency are close. The price of growing up has bred strangeness out of thin air and how good relationships are, and made people who were in the same world out of reach no matter how much they raised their hands. Chapter 8, Zhou Yi. Don't run. Back at home, Zhou Yi habitually changed his clothes and started working out. The residence has a total of 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. He lived in the largest bedroom, set up with some simple gym equipment, a used treadmill, a bar, a vertical sound deadening sandbag. After the death of his father, Zhou Yi into sleepless nights. Life and family changes have made him mental or on the verge of collapse. Working out becomes the most effective way to get relief. By doing everything you can to overdraw before bedtime, all sorts of negativity is left without the ability to squeeze into your brain. Slowly, self-discipline poured in. As for his career and future, he didn't have the energy to think about it. His biggest task now was to be there for his mom, to stay by her side until she had completely moved on from his dad's death. Practice until you are off your feet and sweating like a pig. Zhou Yi lay in the cold water of the bathtub and picked up his cell phone that was still ringing incessantly even at almost midnight. Not really wanting to take a call from leader Sun Ming, fearing that something would require him to make another trip to the hotel. He was too tired to move, only to see him keep hitting. Zhou Yi still pretended to have just woken up. Manager, you're looking for me. Sun Ming's tone was rather perverse. You kid is really lucky to be seen by a big shot. Mr. Fong lacks a driver and wants you to follow her for a few days. Shouno hadn't expected him to call in the middle of the night to talk about this. Driving for Fong Nan must be a dream come true for countless people. But as soon as Zhou Yi remembered that state she was in with herself, he had creepy feelings of hatred. Teasing, contempt, disgust, and a few contradictions that he couldn't describe. He wanted to refuse, knowing full well that Fanon's purpose was him. The two were now in a heavenly and underground status, and there was no room for him to refuse when it was offered. Sun Ning, be sure to come to the hotel before 8 tomorrow. Remember to never offend her in a piece. This is what the boss told me to pass on to you. If you coax her well, your salary will be doubled this month. If you don't, you know what happens when our boss gets angry. Chono agreed, taking a cigarette aside and lighting one. The fog was so thick that he was so lazy that he didn't want to move a muscle as he lay in the cold water. By the looks of things, Fuanan should be looking to make an investment here. Zhou Yi gradually felt annoyed. His eyes froze looking at the bathroom partition in a daze. Blame him for being too young and reckless. How can I think of any better than Fong Nan? He got her after the two-personality conflict. Fong Nan tends to be twisted, an angry and immobile face to him. That look of being clearly angry, but only daring to have a light expression and pretend not to care. Zhou Yi could still remember it especially clearly. If she's angry, let her be angry. Look upset, turn around and call your friends to go out and play. He's too proud. Dad's hand logistics company just listed. Several site projects. Contact circle is also Lin Cheng upper class. Own appearance is also outstanding enough. The mayor's son is polite when he sees him. And she, the daughter of a man who has been infected with all three poisons, tries to control him. If he hadn't been so enamored with her body, he would have definitely dumped someone a long time ago then. Light-hearted and proud. Spontaneous and spontaneous. It's him. Look at your old self again after you've fallen to the bottom. Reflecting more on myself, I understand more about Fuanan. That's why his breakup can be decidedly light. So even if he doesn't see Fong Nan from time to time, he remembers this person with guilt, timidity, and heartache. The next day, Zhou Yi woke up early, ate breakfast downstairs and brought a copy to the mom put in the microwave. He took the car and drove out of the neighborhood. I just went out and saw a familiar BMW 3 Series. A man and a woman were sitting in it in the shadow of the front windshield. Couldn't see too well. Just felt that the woman was good looking and the man was big. Just as Zhou Yi noticed the other car, the 3 Series drove over in a flash and stopped his Buick in advance. Zhou Yi saw Dai Jiawei with a height of 1 meter 9, weighing at least 200 pounds of young men over a piece of time. Unimaginable to the extreme. The man is Dai Wei, Dai Jiawei's own brother. Met him once, didn't know him well. Listening to Dai Jiawei said it seems to have been a martial arts instructor of a martial arts school, and after being expelled from the school, he has not been able to find a job. She said implicitly. Zhou Yi probably guessed that Dai Wei belongs to the type of hobo. Of course, what Dai Wei is doing has nothing to do with him. What does matter is that Dai Jiawei, this woman has a pit in her brain. All have been singled out to break up, the phone to pick up a black one, looking for his cell door squatting him to come. As for that, he didn't do much to her either. Intermittent contact 3 months, held hands. Zhou Yi sighed also because she spent 1 or 2 million to eat, drink and play. Zhou Yi is also more than 1 meter 8, and face to face with Dai Wei still looks thin. He swept the gold chain that looked like half a pound around the other's neck, and his gaze turned to Dai Jiawei. What do you mean? Chono asked. Dai Jiawei shed her disguise, with a sneer at the corner of her eye. Talk about it. Do you want to talk about it here or in the car? Zhou Yi, don't beat around the bush. I'm working quite urgently. I don't have time to spend with you. Dai Jiawei, you've been playing me for 3 months, and I've missed out on a great date during my time with you. You say it's over and it's over? Who's going to take care of my losses? Zhou Yi was provoked by her nonsense words. His heart fire suddenly rose. He was not so no restraint. It was these two who found their home. Dai Jiawei also knows where he lives. If you can't solve it this time, will it find its way to the house next time? His mom, being such a good-natured, nice person, didn't want her exposed to this kind of crap. Zhou Yi suppressed the mood. In the spirit of peace and quiet, the idea of taking a step back. How much damage do you want me to pay you? Dai Jiawei, for the sake of knowing each other, I don't ask for much. You give me 100,000 and we'll be clear. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking a loudspeaker to publicize you as a scum in the neighborhood every day. Zhou Yi had felt that Dai Jiawei was good looking, and people were bright when they got along. The skin is slightly worse, and the skin quality is above average. Looking at her again, Chuno's stomach flipped. It's $100,000 to hold hands and break up. If this is going to bed, Dai Jiawei must be worth $1,000 or $8 million. What are you laughing at? $100,000 is cheap enough for you. Dai Wei looked upset at Zhou Yi and raised his hand to push. Zhou Yi retreated half a step and only stared at Dai Jiawei. 2,000. If you want it, hurry up and get me the money and get out. Dai Wei's eyes widened. Fierce as a tiger. Who are you telling to roll? Zhou Yi, I told you to get lost. Is there a problem? Dai Wei went forward, reached out to grab Zhou Yi's collar. Mouth not dry, *******. He didn't finish his mantra. only to feel a buzzing in his head. Davy let go and wiped his nose, his hands full of blood. It wasn't what he thought it would be. Shouldn't this kid be so scared that he begged for forgiveness? How dare he make the first move? He was only prepared to scare the other party. Dai Wei was dumbfounded by the beating, and the pain only spurred him forward like a tank. I'll get you killed. Choano avoids it easily and draws cold with another punch. Seeing his opponent stumble and fall trying to get up, he leaned over and threw several punches in quick succession, one heavier than the other. The 6'9" Dai Wei is simply incapable of trying to counterattack at the moment. Train after train passed through the brain. Dai Jiawei wanted to help, but Zhou Yi backhanded the man with a slap that sent him sitting on the floor. Some residents of the same neighborhood and the security guards were not sure of the situation and were pointing and talking from a distance. Even so, Zhou Yi still didn't stop. After giving another slap to Dai Jiawei, who wanted to come over to help, he crouched down on one knee and slapped Dai Wei, whose face was covered in blood. The sound of the slap was crisp, and Dai Wei, who had lost his ability to resist, shrunk his head in fear. Behind, Dai Jiawei yelling stopped at the moment. Also very strange to look at Zhou Yi squatting down the back. The man has always had the best temper. She was pulled black heart angry. Thinking to give him a lesson, Zhou Yi certainly do not dare to put a fart. By the way, blackmail some money. There is a brother in the matter, will certainly be successful. 100,000 cannot be. 20,000 is also earned. As a result, this is what happened. Dai Jiawei shivered and called the police. Zhou Yi, don't run if you have the guts. Chapter 9, is it a frame-up? Chouno neither knows how to run nor has anywhere to run. He is much more mature and stable though. However, when faced with such obvious scoundrels as Dai Jiawei and Dai Wei, he knew that the more he retreated, the more trouble he would be in. He had experience with people like that. Either he got himself on his knees or he got the person on his knees. Seeing that Dai Jiawei had already dialed the police, Zhou Yi saved the recording that he had turned on before getting off the bus and similarly made a call. He was afraid that his mom would easily get anxious and worried if she didn't know the truth. The call was to cousin Umo, cousin's uncle's kid. Zhou Yi himself has an awkward relationship with Umo, but there are serious matters that the other party is the most reliable. You come to my house. I have something to go to the police station. Umo agreed, and was a bit worried. It's not a big problem, is it? These two are extortionists, and I am justified in fighting back. Do you need me to call the office? Zhou Yi, okay. He swept his eyes at Dai Wei, who was lying on the ground and not getting up, and while waiting for the police, he saw Umo's coupe come into view. Umo was just a few months older than him and was currently taking over a sizable remodeling company in his family. They're cousins, and they're usually treated like brothers. The reason why the relationship has become as delicate as it is today is because at first Umo's marriage partner looked at Zhou Yi. The red face is a scourge. She calls Zhou Yi to complain whenever she has a problem with Umo. Once or twice Zhou Yi did not take it seriously. The other party contacted him a number of times. Zhou Yi pulled the woman black. Later on, she was supposed to be the one who stirred things up in the middle. The cousins are estranged by this. The face is not so much. Then Umo and the woman did not make it, and slowly less contact with him. Zhou Yi laughed bitterly. He and Umo grew up together. Who went to whose home do not want to leave the relationship. They had a lot of fights, and they had a lot of trouble. Zhou Yi did not even have half a heart for his girlfriend at first, but that's how fate works. Yummer stopped the car and walked down. He was also 5'8", with a stretched posture and a suit. 26 years old. His temperament was already very mellow. Short hair, Danfang eyes bright. Not particularly handsome type, but quite eye-catching. Umo approached with big strides, specifically asked a few more questions and said, I've confessed what I should confess. The police shouldn't detain anyone. Don't worry about my aunt's side. I'll make it clear to her. He didn't hold back from looking at Dai Jiawei more as he finished. Not picky about food to this extent? Zhou Yi look at the police car also arrived. Did not explain, just said, have time to drink. How long did not sit a piece? Umo, it's not my reason. Every time I ask you out I can't get a date. Zhou Yi smiled and didn't say anything more. Yuma also turned to enter the cell. His parents were ordinary working people back then, and then his father followed Zhou Yi's father before he slowly began to grow bigger and make money. Zhou Yi family now also owes his family more than 6 million. His parents and Zhou Yi father after the accident said do not want aunt or monthly fixed to his mother's card to play a few $100s. Has not been broken. The ritzy hotel. Sun Ming was on the verge of cursing in his anxiety. Tell Chow Ye to be here by 8. It's almost 9 now. Stealing a glance at the back of the manly to the core sitting on the lounge couch not far away, Sun Ming was about to call Zhou Yi again when the 110 number came into his cell phone first. It's from the police station. They say Zhou Yi got into a fight with someone and is cooperating with the investigation. Sun Ming understood a bit and walked to Fong Nan's side with slight uneasiness. He socializes a great deal and has met all kinds of people, still don't dare to take a square look at Fong Nan's pretty face that is as white as grease, afraid of dizzy eyes, dim brain, lose their sense of proportion. Fan Nan raised his head. Which police station? Sun Ming, the one in Huainan district. I'll call and coordinate. Fan Nan, why the fight? The comrade said Zhou Yi object to find his neighborhood to ask for a breakup fee. He did not give. A conflict. Specific to not I ask again. Fong Nan associated it with the phone call that Zhou Yi answered in her room last night. At the time, Chuno's explanation was that he had talked about it and hadn't touched it. Fong Nan half a word do not believe. Zhou Yi has always been a lying scum. In the bar lied to her that in the hotel. Go to KTV lied to her that did not call the accompanying singing. Playing around the disappearance lied to her that rested home. She stood up slowly. No need to coordinate. Sun Ming instinctively understood that Zhou Yi's tardiness had angered this Lin City's #1 business card, and his head spun fast, weighing and pondering her meaning. Fong Nan picked up her handbag and greeted her driver, Yang Gu, and said to Sun Ming as she left, I lost a full diamond wristwatch, worth more than $9 million. From yesterday to now only Zhou Yi has entered my room. Let the police comrades by the way to help me check. My identity is not convenient to call the police. You give a greeting to let ask. It's not necessarily that he took it. Django's heart was in a dark place as he listened. He just saw Zhou Yi looked at the other party uncomfortable. Guessed a lot. And now it seems to be all nonsense. Going out, he opened the umbrella to help shade the sun and sent Fong Nan into the back before going to the driver's seat. After starting the car, Yang Go asked intentionally or unintentionally, that welcome guest looks like a human model. I did not think it is a thief. Fuanan usually thought the driver was okay. Hard-working, eye-catching and well-spoken. There was a sudden aversion to hearing his voice today. She looked out the window, observing the buildings, pedestrians, and traffic that flashed by on the street. Fan Nan is a local. I realized that I had no sense of intimacy with the city, and my thoughts flowed with the pain, suffering, agony, and eagerness to get rid of it. She worked hard for years, worked so hard that even her childhood no longer exists. After running into Zhou Yi, she learned to fail her classes, race her car, and travel around on vacation with him. He opened the door to a new world for her. That's how red wine was originally tasted. Spending money turns out to be so spendable. Understanding things can come from another unexpected angle. Inside the city, how high and mighty characters see her man. Either intimate call Xiao Zhou, or respect and equal communication. Fanam admits that she owes a lot to Zhou Yi for getting where she is today. He opened up her thinking. In addition to the fixed 20,000 per month, usually give her money 100,000,800,000 eyes. She also loves to ask him for money, with the intention of helping him save up. Whatever reason she used to ask for it, he gave it if he had it, and he was sure he could still borrow it for her if she said it was more serious. He was the guy in school that a lot of girls dreamed of falling in love with. Generous, atmospheric, spontaneous and intelligent, equally playful. He was different from the malice-filled males. He would respect and know how to respect others, except her. Fong Nan pressed his heart and breathed slowly, looking down to edit the message. Get me a contract. I'll send you his identity information later. Add some harsh and legal clauses as appropriate. I'll go over and get it later. Chapter 10, My dad is Zhou Chengjiang. Police stations. Chouno is making a normal statement. He doesn't think it's a big problem. The other guy extorted first, pushed and shoved first, in front of his neighborhood. If you are serious, it is not a matter of whether the two siblings let him go or not. It is a matter of whether Zhou Yi lets Dai Jiawei and his siblings go or not. In the usual style of doing things, the police will probably work on both sides and settlements will come first. All the detailed possibilities Zhou Yi had considered. I just didn't realize that there were several police officers in the node room who were so close to being able to have freedom, especially the one at the head who looked to be the director, with powerful steps, serious expression, and eyes all glowing with cold light. Chouno was surprised. Is Dai Jiawei so well connected? For this kind of, the chief himself is here. Doubtful and confused after hearing the other's question, Fan Nan lost a wristwatch and someone reported it for her, naming him as the prime suspect. In this day and age, whether it's the police or the ZF, when it comes to big-ticket celebrities, things will always be scaled back and cautious. Not to mention that Fong Nan is not only a celebrity with over 10 million followers, but also the spokesperson and founder of Warren Clothing. Warren was established 2 years ago, is a new clothing brand, popularity even many ordinary people have heard of, mainly due high-end down. Assault clothing these, in the domestic industry at least can be among the top 10. The main channel of sales is e-commerce. Is some big e-commerce platform star business? Most importantly, Fong Nan was invited by the city leaders to invest in Linchang. On her behalf, the police, the director Lu Xinwei personally come over to handle is not surprising. It was Kino's intuition that started to go wrong. The watch, which he didn't know was real or fake, might not be able to be relied on. But the fight that had just been fought was likely to be overinterpreted because of Fanon's lost watch going to make people overinterpret it and leave him here. He can never be detained. Do not feel at ease at home. MS. Nico's body. She has to eat several types of medicine every day. Some are cures, some are Joey bought for her to enhance immunity. These he did not buy. Do not dictate. She is absolutely cannot remember to eat. Has always been on her own body quite confident. Sure enough, Lu Xinwei repeated inquiries could not get the desired answer. His face became ugly. Young man, that watch is said to be worth more than 9 million. Do you know what the consequences of stealing to reach this amount will be? Joey couldn't figure out Fong Nan's intentions, and his heart had begun to float. He locked eyes with Lu Xinwei. She's my ex-girlfriend, and there was a grudge before. The wristwatch thing was most likely a deliberate prank on her part. Look at how squarely Zoe is talking. Not only Lu Xinwei some taught, accompanied by the questioning of the police also all laughed out loud. A hotel greeter, a white moon entrepreneur, celebrity, a cop laughed. Were you drinking last night and you're still awake? Director, I wonder if he's mentally ill. Should we get an appraisal? No time to waste with you here. If you don't think twice about what to say. Joey looked at a few people and interrupted. I and her college alma mater are both Linchang University. My father's name is Zhou Changjiang. Is the Zhou Changjiang who was rumored to be afraid of committing suicide after the accident in the Lin Yuan project? As he spoke, he clearly observed that two of the policemen did not have the right expression on their faces. Zhou Yi secretly laughed to himself. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Even after his death, his dad's name is still valid in Linchang. Your boss Chao's son? Lu Xinwei asked confirmatively. Zhou Yi, my uncle is Yuku, the one who is the main body of earthworks. The neighbor is Pei Xining, the same Pei Xining you know. I'm poor because I'm incapable myself. Not so poor that I can't borrow money and need to steal a watch from my ex-girlfriend. Lu Xinwei had a strange expression. If Joya's father was indeed Zhou Changjiang, then it wasn't unusual for him to know how big of a character he was, because Zhou Changjiang had been the richest man in Linchang more than 10 years ago. Then it seems to have touched real estate before things went wrong. The skinny camel is still a camel. Do not talk about money. This kind of people's interpersonal relationship is too complicated, and Zhou Changjiang and the local reputation is still very good. The construction industry must have heard of this name, belonging to the peers set off by the good. He occasionally accompanied the leadership dinner, can also listen to others talk about Zhou Changjiang, mostly with regret. Praise the tone. Many deeds familiar. It doesn't matter whose son you are. I have work to do here. Lu Xinwei's tone eased a bit. Zhou Yi, I'll admit it if there's evidence. And you don't have any, so you come to me when you hear empty words from people. Lu Xinwei couldn't do anything about Zhou Yi and could only end the questioning for the time being. I was having a headache about what to do about this when I came face to face with a woman in a mask walking with a well-built man. The woman couldn't see her face, but her eyebrows were like a crescent moon. The man, who looked to be a bodyguard or driver, trailed a few steps behind, carrying a paper bag in his hand. He was puzzled to observe between Fong Nan arrived close. His voice bland with some friendly, comrade hello, I am Fong Nan. Let someone report the police for me. Lu Xinwei wanted to shake hands, see that she did not mean it, stretched out half of the hand and retracted without trace. Fong Nan continued, that watch is very important to me, and I came here because I wanted to meet in person to ask about it. Lu Xinwei is not a rigid person who does not know how to change. Rules or no rules, he just knew the woman in front of him couldn't be offended. A little thing that shouldn't be denied. He busily and enthusiastically agreed, quietly observing Fan Nan as he secretly pondered. A drop table says Chono is the biggest suspect. A deadbeat says that Fan Nan is his ex-girlfriend and purposely harmed him. Is the case? Lu Xinwei clearly tasted some young flirting, gambling and sulking flavor. If it really doesn't matter, what kind of owner would come here to look for someone in person? They should go to the police. Wanted to follow in and listen to some gossip, and was stopped at the door by Fong Nan's warm and gentle words. He couldn't get into the room, so he had to go back to his office and have the surveillance turned on. This kind of thing has to be in the eye of the beholder, no matter who it is. A 1 in a billion chance of something going wrong is a big deal and should not be neglected. Chapter 11, to sign or not to sign. Fong Nan took the briefcase handed by Django and told him to wait at the door as well. Open the door, close the door. She met Shuno's puzzled and surprised gaze and walked over. He seemed to be wondering what she was doing here. The room was quiet, so quiet that even the sound of walking was clear. To look at. See his gaze first convergence low moved away. Fong Nan sat across from him. Because someone else looking for you to break up the fee to start disputes come in? Unlike Lu Xinwei's communicative voice, her vocal line at the moment was cool even through the mask. Zhou Yi didn't bother to deny it, knowing it was useless to explain. She was self-righteous enough as far as he was concerned. What is determined is fact. Fan Nan was definitely good to him back then. Gentle, attentive, submissive, and considerate. He was willing to soften and coax her a few times, no matter how much he went overboard. Once he did. Only people are weird. The more coaxing she did, the more conflicts she had instead, and the more extreme her personality became. Might as well have never coaxed. How did you even look at her when you couldn't even look at some of the minor celebrities and internet celebrities in the first place? Fuanan asked. Zhou Yi, it's not strange to look at anyone. It's not like I'm marrying for love. Just want a child to give my mom more fun and hope in life. He paused. About your wristwatch. Fong Nan didn't wait for him to finish and admitted frankly and forthrightly. What about deliberately framing you? Zhou Yi, do you think that if I let someone put the watch in your change room drawer in the hotel, the evidence of guilt will be solidified? You should know all about this. The evidence against you as long as it exists. With the difference in status between the two of us, you're bound to sit on the theft, the crime. Chono, so you're planning to do this? Thinking about it. Zhou Yi, I definitely can't go to jail. I have to take care of my mom. Nan, call me by my full name. Fuanan reminded. Zhou Yi adjusted. You are not the same as in the past. Want to deal with me like a game? There is no need is not. We are together with the stage I although bad, but in front of friends from not let you have no step. Money did not lack you. You also count maintenance. Yes, as a boyfriend I'm not competent, but also can't talk about how much scum how bad. Fuanan stared at his face, the face she had been most enamored with. The first time she saw Zhou Yi was when she saw him from afar talking and laughing with his friends. Under the sunlight, that smile was indescribably nice. Laughing now just doesn't feel like it used to. Very subtle decent professionalism. I guess it hasn't been a good 3 years. Her heart stabbed uncontrollably and she hid it by handing over the contract bag. Let's see if we can sign it. What? Zhou Yi suspiciously took it over and flipped through it. It's a contract similar to a contract of sale, and I'm afraid it's more stringent than the kind of contract many anchors sign. It's extremely detailed, including non-compete agreements, large damages, performance obligations, and more. It means that if he signs and takes her money, he will have to be controlled by her for 3 years with no freedom of self, and the contract is going to be drawn up in his name. Fong Nan patiently waited for him to finish reading before saying, You are numb enough to talk about marriage with that kind of woman. Signing this must not be difficult. You gave me a total of more than $8 million back then, and I can give you a one-time $10 million for the signing fee. Chono is short of money, lacking to the point where the money doesn't reach a certain number. The heart doesn't even fluctuate much, because if money is the most important thing, Dad helped him and Mom pay for an insurance policy that would last a lifetime, and there was a villa and 3 large houses in Mom's in his name. There's only a moral element in not offering to pay back the money, and the law can't do anything about it. His mom's words are these are other people's blood and sweat. The house is not solid. The money spent is not solid, and it all goes back to the people who really need the money urgently. Chono agrees with her and supports her. Fong Nan threw the pen from the document bag into his hand. Sign it and you'll be out of here in no time. If you don't, I don't guarantee that watch will show up in your drawer anytime soon. Zhou Yi, you are this status. Risking with me this small role to knock this kind of thing. The only loss will be you. Besides, the city's incumbent leaders, including those who have been transferred, owe my father a favor. You so set me up. May not work. Fong Nan, people leave tea. We'll see. She threw the cigarette case in front of Zhou Yi. I'll give you a cigarette to think about it. Chono clutched the lighter. Why? To give you a taste of how much pain I was in the beginning. Zhou Yi gently exhaled. If you want to retaliate I'll give you my life alright, but right now I can't. My mom's hair started turning white a week after my dad died, and I don't dare to have another accident. I don't dare to leave this city. Fong Nan, I can't sign this and I don't want to turn against you. Let me go. Let yourself go, will you? Fong Nan's thumb gently rubbed the tattoo on his wrist. His smile under the mask was a bit sickly. All the motivation for my success is to make you scum regret it. How do you let me off the hook? I'm not afraid of turning against you. I'm not afraid of those backgrounds of your father. And I'm even less worried about my reputation going down the drain. As long as you don't sign, I'll consume you. Consume you to the point where your life is worse than death. Zhou Yi, do you know how much I hate you? More than I hate my family. When I liked you I could willingly die for you. But you really want to watch me die. More than 8 million. I have saved for 3 years, fantasizing that one day when you are particularly short of money you will praise me and be touched. Fong Nan's nails pierced her palm, and her voice was unsteady. Why do you want to provoke me if you don't love me? Just because I'm pretty? Just to satisfy your morbid possessiveness? Getting me will make you look good. Chono didn't say anything for a long time, waiting for her to calm down a bit before she said, I can follow you, drive for you, do anything, but I can't really afford to work in another city. Fan Nan, I'll add this request for you. Go on. Anything that conflicts with my mom's business, she takes precedence. Fong Nan's taut heart slowly loosened. You are willing to sign on the line. The contract is a template. Plus a few articles minus a few articles for my company's legal services is very simple. Zhou Yi complexly looked at her face covered by the mask, wanted to say something, but finally did not continue. Chapter 12, What class are you? Fong Nan watched him compromise, confirmed some details with him, and handed the contract over to Yang Gu to get legal revisions. Since she's here, she has to get Zhou Yi to sign and fingerprint it. Don't leave without cooperating. Sitting opposite each other, Zhou Yi did not speak, and she did not speak either. A special atmosphere pervades the pin drop environment. Lu Xinwei, who was observing the surveillance, was almost speechless. Can't figure out what young people think these days. He's using his interrogation room as a dating spot? He had been completely convinced that these two had talked before, believing that Zhou Yi was Zhou Changzhong's son. Have a subordinate come over and keep an eye on the sculpted man and woman in the video for himself. With a headache, he started answering the phone again. A wristwatch, still unsure if the woman directed it, somehow got around. He was approached by people in the district, in the city, everywhere, asking questions, urging, afraid that he might not handle it well enough to offend Fong Nan. Lu Xinwei now just wants those two sculptures to move, break the ice, and a piece of them to leave the police station in a hurry. Room. Zhou Yi spoke up first to break the continued silence, and he tried to negotiate. Can I make a call on your cell phone? Fong Nan raised his eyesight in cold talk. I can't. Zhou Yi, I'm mainly afraid that my mom will be worried, and I want to report that I'm safe. After all, I don't know how long I'll be here yet. Fong Nan, you can leave anytime after signing the deed of sale. Not only can you leave, I can also have someone help you build a case on the side to teach the brother and sister who blackmailed you a lesson. Of course, the premise of the case is that, as you said, it didn't touch her. Zhou Yi heard her mention his conflict with Dai Jiawei for the second time, and looked at her doubtfully. It's all at this point. Is there a need to lie about whether or not you've touched me? Really just held hands, not an emotional dispute. Fong Nan resisted the urge to hurt someone with his mouth and said, You've been in dozens of relationships. How could you have progressed to the marriage stage with someone who wanted to blackmail you? How could you have progressed to the stage of marriage with someone who wanted to blackmail you? So degraded that you can't even understand people? Or did you deliberately close your eyes in order to reproduce? Chono, when have I talked about dozens of games? Chasing me before, after, and the last 3 years combined. Dozens, I should say less. Chono had no way to explain. The young and frivolous things cannot be involved. After the love does not take her seriously is the fact that the 3 years did match a lot of girls, whether it is introduced by the mother or the mother of the introduction of the people. Fong Nan saw that he did not squeak, then said, In fact, after breaking up with you I have also talked about a few. Every one of them will regret that they were blind before, and treat you as all, because after really opening my heart, I realized that you are the lowest grade of all the men I met. Zhou Yi listened to the boredom. Fong Nan, we have what deep hatred. Even if I didn't treat you with care, dumped you, or ignored you in more detail, but even if you just look at me to have saved your life, it's hard to turn a page? Fong Nan obviously touched the anger in his words. He was angry. She in turn not angry, almost forgot that you saved me. To say the least, it is not you on the road coincidentally stopped me. Take the money to hit me. I am ready to find a quiet lake reservoir forever asleep. So I came to repay the favor now. There are too many people who want to be my side assistant. I chose you. A salary of $10 million for 3 years is many times higher than your monthly salary, isn't it? And I also allow you to participate in the contract preparation. Waste work time to accompany you here to talk to relieve boredom. Right. If this $10 million is averaged out to a monthly salary, I need to pay you around $300,000 per month. 15 times what you gave me in the first place. I'm doing this for you to even consider the pass up, fearing that you'll suffer a loss. The circumference of the field was silent. He couldn't see through the man now. I don't know her exact purpose. In case you get her angry or pissed off, you can't fight and you're asking for trouble. He's got a mountain of debt on him that he can't pay off for the rest of his life if he wanted to, and those high liquidated damages she's contractually bound to are just one more debt to add to the list. It's expedient to have to go along and take one step at a time. He listened in silence, looking for an opportunity to interject and interrupt. Talk about your classy boyfriends. Fong Nan touched her wrist tattoo. Every time she tried not to hate him, she touched it and hated it. Instead of having the ability to make up a story right away, she simply said, What class are you? Worthy of hearing my stories with them. Zhou Yi was stabbed by her words one after another. It is difficult to endure. He agreed, yes, you have a high grade. I have talked about all the girlfriends you have the highest grade, especially the character. People in the sludge, the heart is as pure as a white lotus. Fong Nan, what I admire most is the toughness of your body, like weeds by the wind and rain, determined to grow and bloom. More admire your ruthlessness. Lack of money to the point of preferring to sink the lake. Do not respond to the pursuit of those rich second generation. Fuanan rose from his chair, his gaze fixed. Joey tilted his head back to look at me without hiding. You were a loser back then, but now you think you're good, don't you? After disappearing for 3 years, you think you are qualified to come back and step on me? First, you want me to kneel down to wash your feet, and then you mess up your job for me, and then you take the deed of sale and slam it in front of me, and insult me with all your sarcasm. I don't just have a relationship with you, the breakup fee is also given. The moment we meet, you are bitter and hateful, like digging up your family's ancestral graves. Fong Nan's chest rose and fell slowly. Are you done? Not finished. Go on then. It's pretty boring to stay here. I have to warn you though, you'd better finish pouring out your words before I get angry. When I do get angry, the wristwatch will be in your drawer in the next second and it'll really be about you and me. Joya's chest that breath was blocked by her taking the words cannot come out, cannot swallow. A punch hits the air with no ripples. Once again, he realizes that the situation is not as good as it could be and that getting high is not going to help. Chapter 13 Dismissal and Opening of Cases. Fong Nan had never seen Joey being dumb, restrained, and holding back in front of her. The scumbag never even put his foot down when he was chasing her. The expression is direct as if you are negotiating the price with the girl who sits at the table. Do you want to get married or not? Help you pay off your bills and give you another $20,000 a month. She had been chased by other rich kids before Joey, and they at least knew how to put on airs and postures low enough. When Joey opened his mouth it made people just want to slap him. The slap didn't bother to swing out, because she's had a crush on him for a long time and has only been able to observe from afar. Didn't have the chance to get close, didn't dare to get close. It's even harder to say during a relationship. The breakup was decisive and left nothing to chance. The two of them are together, sulking, and she is always the one who suffers. Leave unwillingly, the first man in life who wanted to give his life, but also her first man. Do not leave the heart more and more heaps more and more. He is more and more excessive. Fan Nan had wondered if she had a place in his heart and tried. The results were there, including now for sure. She asked him to wash her feet. No matter how sarcastic and insulting, he was in a smooth state. She purposely irritated him by saying that she had many boyfriends after him, easily picking up his temper. The police officer at the police station knocked on the door at this time and delivered 2 boxed lunches. Water. Fong Nan turned her head to thank her gently, and when the police left, she said, "You have to thank me. If I hadn't been here, the lunch wouldn't have been so scrumptious. 4 dishes and 1 soup. It still looks like it was packed specially for a big restaurant." One by one, she opened the lunch boxes, and the scent filled the room. Seeing that Shouno didn't respond, Fong Nan glanced at him, ignored him, and took disposable chopsticks for herself to leisurely and elegantly use her meal. In between meals, she asked, "How much does your dad owe?" "Enough to buy both your companies." Fong Nan raised his eyebrows. "So proud of owing so much?" Joey does not want to talk more. "These scars dig out once, pain once. I do not know how long it will hurt." He lowered his head slightly and went back for his cigarettes. "Fong Nan, stop smoking and come over for dinner." "Not hungry. Eat yourself," Fan Nan emphasized. "I told you to come over for dinner." Chono looked to the face from which she had taken off her mask. The university's Fong Nan is pretty enough. The reality has seen those actresses are far from her. The skin base is naturally good. The face is like a powder, and the quality of beauty is heavenly. Nowadays, Fong Nan's skin was better, and her temperament had faded from youthfulness. Red lips like dye, so beautiful that the aggressiveness is pouncing from a few meters away. Chuno's aesthetics have never been a problem. He saw her as beautiful and she became a woman sought after by many online. He kind of regretted breaking up with her so hastily at the time, when she could have been just his, could have been his forever. Fong Nan waited for him to sit over, threw the chopsticks over and said, "You will be both my work assistant and my life assistant from now on. You need to have some eyesight. Prepare the chopsticks for me, and remember what I like to eat, drink, coffee, hobbies, etc. I won't take it out on you this time. I won't bother with you this time. I haven't signed the contract yet." Joey had a hard time swallowing as he listened. Fong Nan, also, don't try to raise your voice with me. Do what you're told, and learn how to help your boss provide for your emotions. You make me dissatisfied once. I'll deduct $10,000 from your paycheck. After the deduction, then find a way to make you desperate. Joey put down his chopsticks. Fan Nan, you can express your opinion normally, before signing the contract. Chono asked, "Is that funny?" Fong Nan, you cannot sign. Do not sign, cannot go. Signed, you have to admit. Don't think I'll be soft on you. My own father was sent in for extortion. More than 10 years in prison. My mother and my brother also because of the trouble in my company. I was sent to the police a piece of tea, and after that did not dare to harass me, denigrate me. I'm letting you sign the contract purely as a favor. And while it's easy to get tired with me, there aren't many wage earners in the world who can get this $10,000 a day salary. You're a college student without a diploma. You need to have the awareness of winning the lottery. Zhou Yi, can you let someone else win this lottery? Fang Nan said softly, others are not as eye-catching as you. Your character is disgusting. Looking at least does not affect the mood. Don't look at me with too many surprised eyes. The people who harm people are always harmed. Zhou Yi, you later and have to boil it. Chono didn't have much energy to talk to her anymore. You can't be in a relationship for too long. The girls in those 10 or 20-day relationship cycles probably don't remember him. Just talk about this one for a long time. 3 years left and 3 more. Still staring at him and having fun with him. There's not much goodwill, malice, and bad taste all over the place. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fang Nan took the revised contract from Django. The moment the Netflix Circle Overlord contract, which was tailored specifically for Zhou Yi, went into effect, he had already begun to breach the contract. In other words, after signing the papers, she can take the law into her own hands whenever she wants to fix him. In all aspects of the law and even in life, there is no way out for him. Originally, I wanted to sign for 10 years and 20 years, considering Zhou Ye's temperament, fearing that he would rebel. He only set the term at 3 years. He insulted her for 3 years, and she was generous enough to let him pay back only 3 years without interest. Seeing as he's been reading the terms of the contract since he got it and grinding away at it without signing the paper. With her back to the camera, Fan Nan pressed in from behind and tenderly took his wrist. 10,000 a day. Oh, don't hesitate. The fragrant wind wrapped around his ears, and Zhou Ye's brain buzzed with confusion. Fang Nan eyes to see his ears are a little turned red. The voice line is more like a breeze. In passing to help him hold the signing pen, it's almost dark. Your cell phone has also been collected. Auntie must be very anxious about your safety and security. Witnessing him sign all his names, Fang Nan took his finger and pressed it down on the ceiling clay again. When the last handprint was pressed, she stood up straight, and her smiling face lost the slightest bit of temperature in an instant. Zhou Yi was a bit disheveled when he saw her put the contract away in her bag. Can I go now? Where are you going? We agreed. My mom comes first in everything on my end, so of course I'm going to see her. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Fang Nan didn't play any more tricks and left the room first. She's going to drop the case and make a case. The case of the missing wristwatch was dropped, and the extortion case of the brother and sister was opened. Chapter 14, Past. Dismissing a case and filing a case is all very simple. The wristwatch was in her bag. She could say she lost it or she could say she found it. The facts about that brother and sister extortion are clear. After she had communicated with Lu Xinwei, she observed Dai Jiawei through the surveillance again. It's a beautiful woman with a nice body. Only this genre was so far from the ones Zhou Yi had come into contact with before. Fang Nan was already convinced that Zhou Yi hadn't touched each other when she saw Dai Jiawei. Chouino is quite a picky eater. The only people she really came into contact with before falling in love with her were the big, well-known girls of the school, the girls who stood out in every way in the Forest City Circle. He and a group of fox and dog friends nightclub, drag racing, partying. Fang Nan also only worried that he was out of the mess. The actual no conclusive evidence. Considered purely logically, 9 out of 10 people around him are bad, and I don't believe he's the clean one. Retrieving Zhou Ye's cell phone, Fang Nan was about to deliver it to him when he noticed 2 quite conspicuous people in the hall of the police station. She had seen the young man in one of the suits, looking quite dignified. Umo, Zhou Ye's cousin. It's a brother. Used to be similar to a little brother in front of Zhou Yi, centering on Zhou Yi in every way. Zhou Yi is also good for him. Umo regardless of any trouble. Zhou Yi can help to help, cannot help to find ways to help. Having not seen him for a few years, Fang Nan didn't pay much attention to him, but only focused on the middle-aged woman with gray hair beside him. Age is not visible. The temperament was the best she had ever seen in reality. One eye was still bright, on the thin side, with the grace of youth still evident in his features. Fang Nan had seen her once on Zhou Ye's cell phone. At the time, I thought it was Chuno's sister. So young, gentle, beautiful. Say 20 or 30 years old are believed. It's only been a few years and my hair is gray. Natalie raised her head at some feeling. The girl in sight couldn't hide that overall superiority despite the mask. Umo didn't quite dare to recognize him for a moment and tentatively greeted. Fang Nan? Fang Nan smiled and removed the mask and walked over. Auntie, I'm Zhou Ye's college classmate. She introduced herself after the identity, where she came from, before she then added, you don't worry about it. He's fine. He'll be able to get out of here in a while. He's talking about sending him a cell phone to go. Natalie looked at her again, and the more she looked, the more she realized that the girl was pretty and well-spoken. I saw Fuanan politely excusing himself and saying he was going to bring someone. It was only then that Nico withdrew his gaze. Xiao Mo, you guys know each other? Umo nodded. She's Zhou Ye's ex-girlfriend, quite famous on the internet. Have you heard of Hualuan Clothing? She is the founder. I'd say I thought I looked familiar as soon as I met her, so I must have had no intention of swiping her in my phone. Natalie was slightly more than a little thoughtful between thoughts. She knew her son better than anyone else. The family was a philandering, thin-skinned little before it happened. Natalie has not missed the opportunity to answer some girl's phone because of him, either crying pearly whistles on the call or asking where he is. Things were always within the framework of what you wanted, and Nico didn't interfere too much. Today my son has completely shed his frivolity and grown up. Nico can appreciate how painful this growth really is. It's not true that she wants a grandchild, but it's her son who is more heartbroken. She wanted him to start a family early, but also wanted him to get into a different rhythm in his life and let the new life wash over everything. Fong Nan was undoubtedly excellent. So excellent that the entire Lin City probably couldn't find such a girl. The main thing is that it's been 3 years since we broke up, so how come we got it back? She was the one who called the police to trap people and she was the one who saved them. The oddity of it made Nico frown slightly. Even if Fan Nan didn't have any malice, she would definitely bring malice to her son. How can an ordinary person get too close to someone who is in the limelight so much? In her concern, she saw Fong Nan walking over with her son's arm. She curbed her distractions and smiled as she raised her steps to meet them. Nico learned that her son was indeed fine, and that Fong Nan had played a lot of roles in it. After casually trying to chat a few sentences, she smiled and drove Zhou Yi to have dinner with Fong Nan. She waited for the two to leave before sitting in the passenger side of her nephew's vehicle. Umo was a little envious of Zhou Yi and said with a smile, "Little auntie, it looks like Fong Nan still has feelings for Zhou Yi." Natalie returned, "Do you think someone who can do such a big business is a simple character? That is certainly not simple. Fong Nan is particularly famous in school." Listen to Zhou Yi said. Her junior high and high school are carrying buns to school. In addition to thrift, also occasionally help their peers to make up classes. Tuition is basically earned. 25 or less than the ability to be one thing. The first bucket of gold is also very important. I estimate that her first bucket of gold is the Zhou Yi to her. It could be that he still likes Zhou Yi, or it could be gratitude for repaying a favor. Alas, after a few years of bad luck, I think it's time for my cousin to turn his luck around. Natalie pushed down some not so good thoughts in her mind. I hope so. Auntie, you should be able to make his years better. It wouldn't be hard to run a business or find a good job. Nico's eyes burned slightly. In the past, when I had a backer, I didn't have to go through things. Now that he doesn't have a backer, he has to go through things on his own. I can help him find something to do. Do well? His previous character with his father, the King of Heaven, and the old man also do not look in the eyes. Without the ups and downs will not understand things. I don't want him to aggravate useless. Others want to Sooner or later he has to get out of his parents' wings. Umo, can you stop paying back the money? I'm tired for you. Nico, it's even more tiring not to pay back. Your aunt's man can't sleep if he owes anyone. Just do your best. Pay back your relatives and friends, and Zayano's heart will also be clean. So if something comes up and you need money, Nico, you won't even let me pay back the money. Aren't you willing to lend it to me again? It's too far-fetched to think about that. Besides, Zayano and I are not as pitiful as you see us. I want to help your aunt settle the score, but I can't leave Zayano no way out. Provincial City also has a villa in my name. Money I also give him enough to save in advance. Don't worry about it. Then again, many people around are also good. You see, owed so much money, who also did not find me and show ye trouble. At most, it is to rush a little, really desperate before overreaching some. Umo, I remember my aunt has a sister that I haven't seen in years. Nico, we've severed our relationship. Where can we see each other? We haven't even talked on the phone in 4 or 5 years. Why? Nico, no one can say anything about family matters. And the more you care about the hatred, the easier it is to go deeper. It has something to do with me. The two of us aren't dealing with each other very well. She was perfunctory and didn't talk much. The past is the past. Cannot tell the younger generation that brother and sister have no blood relationship. The younger sister-in-law jealous of sister-in-law. 30-something is not married. Something to run to the brother's home. More specific, Nico is actually not very clear. Only guessed that her husband may want to completely cut off her thoughts. The words are very poisonous, very heavy, or else the relationship will not be stalemated to this point. Chapter 15, Brain Circuits. On the other hand, Fong Nan didn't listen to Zhou Yi to go to dinner first. Have the driver stop before a large shopping mall. Zhou Yi was unsure and looked at her wearing a mask and sunglasses. What are you doing here? Fong Nan, help you buy a few lines. Follow me dressed like this. People will think how petty I am as a boss. No, I have plenty of clothes at home. Zhou Yi had just rebuffed. When he saw that the next moment Fong Nan turned her head to look at him, even through the sunglasses, it seemed like knives were flying outward. Chouno shut up immediately and went side by side with her to the clothing section of the mall. The deed of sale was signed. The boss wanted to help him buy clothes, and was in no position to refuse. Clothes aren't cheap here. Thousands, tens of thousands, more expensive. Zhou Yi dresses himself not too much about brands. Buy for mom. Basically here, She has been dressing exquisitely for half a lifetime. And even though she is now living in poverty, Zhou Yi can't let her go to those stalls. Fang Nan casually picked up a high-grade suit and told Zhou Yi to go ahead and change into it. While waiting, there are memories that come unbidden to the surface. The first day she became Zhou Ye's girlfriend, he was the one who brought her to this mall. Forced to buy her 2 dresses that she only dares to look at from afar every time. A sweatshirt, and pairs of jeans, shoes. Buy until she gets tired of trying on clothes. Fang Nan gently touched the detailed floating tattoos on her wrists, abandoning these deliberate attempts to forget. She had forgotten about Chono many times. Only every time I remember an ordinary moment, touched by pain is always doubled. Hear the commotion. Fang Nan looked towards Zhou Yi, who was holding the changed clothes in his hand. He was already a closet hanger with a passion for fitness and combat. The black suit seemed to shine on him more than the customized model. White shirt, short hair. As he walked, Fang Nan noticed that even the guide beside him was a bit unable to move his gaze. Your boyfriend is so handsome. The guide was heartily complimented. Fuanan wore sunglasses and looked reckless. Whether it was his facial features and skin color or his stature and height, he was outstanding. The temperament of his body is reserved and elegant, and it is the kind that is difficult to be raised after birth. Usually there is a cover-up, a slight change of clothes. People are more advanced than just met many times. Fang Nan's heartbeat became faster uncontrollably. This scumbag, finally, is in her hands. Run, as long as she doesn't let go. Let's see where she can run this time. 3-year probationary period. Fire if you want, renew for life if you don't. Fang Nan waited for Zhou Yi to return to his side and said to the guide, same model, same size, and take 2 more sets of each of the other 2 colors. She resisted taking his arm and headed for the lounge area. In just half an hour, Zhou Ye's hand is full of carrying, and it is almost impossible to hold it. Only then did Fang Nan lose some of her desire to shop, and when she swiped her card to leave the mall, she picked up another box of high-end consumables. Zhou Ye's heart started to beat at this point. What are you buying this for? Do you want to sell your body to be her assistant? Faint discomfort welled up. He was afraid she'd bought it for someone else's use, and he thought about it with all 5 flavors. The heart slowly settled in a jumble of speculation. She paid the bill and slipped the box into his pants pocket. Zhou now heart a little settled. Gradually feel the point Fang Nan idea. The mall, the shopping, even buying this box scene is deja vu. It means, what he did to her back then, she did to him. What do you want to eat? Fuanan asked. Chono, look at you. I can do anything. Watching her get into the car, Zhou Yi stuffed the clothes he was carrying into the back row, and with that, sat next to her. Fan Nan, is that seafood restaurant still open? Chono instinctively wanted to ask which one she was talking about. The words were swallowed. He had come into contact with quite a few girls, and there must be a deeper meaning to Fang Nan's question. A wrong answer could potentially give him less points. Chuno's brain looped around. It's open. You know where I'm talking about? Is it where we had dinner on our first date? No? Driver, go to the Fresh Flavor House on Taiyuan Road. Yang Ge listened to the way the two spoke like riddles and basically saw that Zhou Yi was Fang Nan's ex-boyfriend. His heart clogged with a massive depression. Low indescribable. Here Zhou Yi account. Off the mouth resisted reprimanded, the boss did not say where to go it. You can make the decision? Fang Nan raised her eyes to Yang Ji's back. Just go to Fresh Flavor Residence. Okay, Mr. Fang. Promising. Django raised his hand to set the navigation. Fang Nan looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky, and added, later, we will send us both to the place. The car stays, you go to the hotel to meet up with the staff. Follow them to finalize the factory site first. I'll contact you if anything happens. Django froze. And your safety? Fang Nan, Zhou Yi is also good with his hands. Django gulped the air, not knowing what to say more. He an athlete comes from a long line of athletes, and Fan Nan sends him to work with those specializing in legal affairs. Django is not stupid. On the contrary, extremely smart. Fang Nan letting Zhou Yi stay with her is a complete conflict in duties. Plus she's never had this kind of work arrangement for him. Is she forcing him to resign? Just because he just accidentally disliked Zhou Yi? Django had a death grip on the steering wheel with both hands. He'd been with Fan Nan for a year or two and had helped her out of several crises. This Zhou Yi who appeared out of nowhere made him a joke and a clown when he appeared. In front of the restaurant door, Zhou Yi took the car keys handed by Django and noticed the other party's gloomy eyes. He didn't avoid the sight. There is a disease to be cured. At best, I've met them a couple times and haven't even spoken a few words. Took him for a hater. Seeing that the other party had already called an internet car to leave, Zhou Yi followed half a step behind Fang Nan. This person's heart is not too right. Fang Nan gave a sideways glance. Are those who talk behind people's backs very righteous in their hearts? I'm concerned about you and kindly reminded. Having seen too many people, the narrow-minded ones can tell, and I'm afraid you'll unknowingly offend such people. Fang Nan, I won't even see you again face to face, so I'm still afraid of what to offend. You fired him? How insensitive to open. Let him simmer on his own. If he can't simmer down, he's out of here. Fong Nan still wants to say, secretly feel wrong. Too much nonsense with an employee who has signed a contract of sale is demeaning. She exhaled quietly and walked quickly into the restaurant booth. Zhou Yi was a bit grossed out by her nervous appearance, chatting normally 1 second and throwing her face off the next. No money. Fong Nan and Zhou Yi are a little afraid of her. Easily do not provoke her anxious. Not to mention the rich and powerful Fong Nan nowadays. Tough. College Ruthless is ready to go jump in the lake. Now ruthless enough to send the whole family in for tea. Chouno carefully recalled if there was any one thing that hurt her the most. Other than breaking up with him with a bad attitude, everything else seems to be okay. No beating, only careless scolding, and not too much trampling on her, compared to the attitude of a circle of fox friends towards his girlfriend. Zhou Yi slightly found some confidence. Those guys don't treat people like human beings. They're capable of anything. He is okay. My mom often pulling ears, ear to ear, has always counted on the bottom line. Chapter 16: The Past and the Future. Box. Fong Nan wore a mask and blandly watched Zhou Yi order food and drinks. She was slightly surprised. It was amazing that he remembered what she loved to eat and drink. Hairy crabs, pipefish, shrimp and all that. That said, the two have diametrically opposed preferences for food. She loves the shelled ones, which are a bit trickier to consume, loves to eat it, and loves to peel it for him, enjoying that satisfaction of feeding it. Chouno hates most food that you can't eat in your mouth with just chopsticks. Wait for him to order it. After Fong Nan explained that the waiter had stopped by to get the wine, he looked at Zhou Yi and said, although you just started a few hours ago, I'll still give you 10,000 according to a day. 10,000 is transferred to your WeChat. Zhou Yi took out his cell phone, only to see that the note on the transfer was a company transfer on behalf of the company. He nodded his collection. I'm afraid I don't deserve this salary you're offering. Fong Nan, originally, I wanted to give you $10 million at once, worrying that you would roll up the money and run away. The settlement cycle is better to lengthen some. Chouno is contractually tied to have a fetching, ingratiating mentality. He observed the box and asked with a smile, remember when I took you to the bar after we ate here? The school's well-known school flower, the goddess, was hooked up with me and the first thing I did was take you to show off in front of your friends. Fong Nan's expression under the mask was faint. Only the corners of his lips could not help but raise slightly. She more than remembers. It was the trip to the bar that had taken all the apprehension out of her mind about Chouno. How? She initially positioned herself as a plaything and it didn't matter. As a result, a friend of his flippantly taunted her as a plaything a few times in front of him, and he flipped out on the spot. The man had been drinking a bit, and the snobbery wasn't bad. Zhou Yi let UMO protect her and beat up 6 of the opponents by himself and got his head smashed in. The first night of the counting date, he was in the hospital. Fuanan sometimes thinks about the past and has the realization that she's kinda too. She had started out just wanting to go out with him for a little while, to cap off the tail end of her youth, not asking for anything more. The better he was, the more she coveted. When he normally treats her as his girlfriend, his whole heart will be filled with him, and his sense of proportion and openness will be gone. She slipped into her memories, which came to an abrupt end at the same time. Fuanan scratched his leg, his gaze resuming its coolness. He did it on purpose, deliberately bringing up something that he had only a few times as a human being. Zhou Yi perceived the words and changed the topic. Talk about your business startup. A short time to make the business so big. Certainly did not pay less. Fuanan, be quiet. Chouno, shut up. It's always easier to be quiet than to chatter. The waiter came in at that moment with a hairy crab and a sobering red wine, and the flow started to introduce the crabs here, boasting about them. Zhou Yi said to the waiter, who was talking incessantly, be quiet. Don't talk too much. I know your crabs. They are raised in Far East Lake in the suburbs. There is no need to brag about cold chain and air transportation here. Your boss, I know. The waiter shut up, smiled and bent over to close the door to the box. Zhou Yi waited for the people to leave, first pouring the wine, then handing the chopsticks, then peeling the crabs. It's a skillful way to serve people. Often help my mom at home with cooking. The eye candy is there too. The job requires observing shapes and colors. Patience is also enough. Mom often take her own body does not take seriously. To help her buy some healthcare products for the body. Medicine is also used to forget to eat. Zhou Yi every time to tolerate and tolerate before not to her temper. To close people are tolerated. More tolerated to outsiders. Fong Nan, you're the only son your parents have, and they spoil you. Why didn't they set you up before they went bankrupt? Why didn't they arrange for you before they went bankrupt? You need to go to a hotel to be a welcome guest? Chouno pushed the peeled crab in front of her, pretending not to hear it. Fong Nan's fingers moved, associating her words with what she had just told him to be quiet. She picked up the red wine and took a sip. Drink with me. Chuino, what about driving? Would calling a valet be? Drink. Fuanan interrupts. Zhou Yi sniffed and poured himself a glass, drinking the whole thing in one go. He hadn't had a drink in a long time. Co-worker get-togethers are not involved. Former friends' treats do not want to go. Often also need part-time chauffeur cannot touch this. Once the wine was in his belly, Chouno followed with a refill. With over a pound of his white wine, this red wine was really nothing. However, after a few minutes of not drinking for a long time, the head became slightly dizzy. Fong Nan asked the waiter who passed out the food to prepare another bottle, and also poured himself a drink, each drinking his own. Zhou Yi took another drink, forgetting about helping her peel the crab, holding his fist on the side of his face. His gaze fell slightly scattered on her pretty face. I asked you about your business venture because I wanted to know more about your company. You pay me to be an assistant. I have to be able to hustle and understand when it comes to business. Fong Nan's head also sank a bit and his face smoked slightly. It's not for you to be an assistant. It's to be a lackey. By trashing your ex, you're not also trashing your past. Fong Nan, do I have a past? When I was 10 years old, I was thinking about survival and schooling. My family's resources were limited, barely enough to pay for my brother's schooling. My grandmother picked up rags, and I accompanied her when I was free. My parents in the way of my grandmother's pressure. Junior high school will give me $3 or $5 a week, regardless of tuition. All I have is the future, and it's with hopes, wishes for the future that I keep gritting my teeth and staying alive. Chouno, what do you wish for? There are really a few of them. Get into the law department of Lin Chang University and become a lawyer in the future. Earn big money early so that my grandmother can live a good life. Can be like other girls, have confidence, and go to love normally and equally with the boys they like. You weren't born to your parents treating you so badly. It has something to do with the temperament. Since I was a child, I have not much dependence on them. Get along naturally, not as close as my brother with them. Plus I'm a girl. Sooner or later in their eyes to splash out the water. Wishes seem to be accomplished. It is always not so. The law faculty examined. Was you bring bias? Failing. The early end of the study. Money earned. My grandmother is gone. Got into a relationship. Never normal equality. Fong Nan leaned his back against the seat. His gaze shifted upwards. You don't need to be afraid with me. I don't have much malice towards you. Just a little bit. As for entrepreneurship is considered lucky. Just started doing e-commerce on a single burst. Later, I met my current partner, girlfriend. Her family business is clothing this. We will partner to invest money to do out of Warren. We have our own division of labor. She management, I marketing. She is looking for business. I am responsible for external development, negotiation. Bring a while live room. Bring fire and then hand it over to the staff. The main sales are relying on e-commerce with the traffic of short video platforms. Is there a brick and mortar store yet? Chouno asked. Fong Nan, there are only processing plants and offices. Few hot items to have any brick and mortar stores. Zhou Yi, I thought you more cattle it. A return to Lin City as the boss of the investment promotion bureau bowed down and stooped to pick up the. Is not 10 million for you is also quite a lot of money. A moment cannot get out? Fong Nan, I've been drinking. I won't bother with you about the following words. Besides, isn't it bullish? In less than 3 years, total sales have reached more than $6 billion. Isn't business about profit? Fong Nan, I have a personal short video account. Randomly send an advertisement are tens of millions. Putting aside the company, you a monthly salary of more than 7,000. Look down on me? Word to the wise, just curious about the profits in your line of work. The profits are okay, confidential, and $10 million really isn't chump change for me anyway. Chouno moved to her side and poured the wine. Being able to talk normally makes it possible to cheer someone up. When she's happy and sexual, she might just break the contract to him. His Nan used to be most unsexed, happy when she got drunk, and obedient to him. Chapter 17, Getting By. Fong Nan could see a bit of his intentions and was secretly sarcastic. Exposure to a wide range of people, a wide range of eyes. She could tell a lot from a single look in the other person's eyes, and was especially good at reading the opposite sex. Zhou Yi is close to her, talking about old times, pouring wine, catering to her to make her happy. It was nothing more than trying to get her to soften up and let him go. But also because of the thought of this, Fong Nan had an indescribable anger. Other members of the opposite sex were desperately trying to get to her. He tried to hide. Hiding from what? You've gotten into this mess and you're still hiding. Shouldn't you be on your knees in front of her begging to be lifted up? Begging to share the wealth? He's changed. Become tempered and willing to go to hard work. He hasn't changed either. Money is far less attractive to him than it is to the average person. Nan. He changed his address. Fong Nanru couldn't understand that he was deliberately testing her. Turning her head to touch his eyes that were still clean after the wine, she said, "It's only the two of us, you can call me that. There are other people in to be called General Manager Fong." Chouno nodded and raised his glass. Fong Nan coped by raising her hand, her red lips pressed against the rim of the cup. She's always been a restrained drinker, She doesn't even get drunk and defensive when she's with her girlfriends. No taboos today. Her self-control will obviously deteriorate in front of Zhou Yi, so hard to insist on hard work and school are ruined because of him. Give up. Peel me another crab, Fuanan said. Yeah. Zhou Yi wore gloves and took scissors. While busy, does physiology still hurt that much? Fuanan frowned. Deadly scum, a random word will tickle her and make her soften her heart. Every time she was in college during her physiological period, her stomach hurt extraordinarily, and she tossed and turned in pain. Her body was like rust. Once plus upset, catching a cold, high fever in the middle of the night, quite scary. He carried her into the hospital. Do not feel comfortable to put her down, holding running back and forth to do procedures. The next day, once her fever subsided, he looked for a relationship to help her open a prescription to adjust the body, and the next half a month to her are particularly good. She lacked love and always felt the simplest love especially deeply. Zhou Yi, I learned to cook from you. I have never been in the kitchen before I met you. Since childhood, in addition to my parents, who cannot control me, annoyed with the black pole disconnect, you can control, no matter how happy to play. Once you hear you call to say waiting for me at the door, I'll look at the message you sent to play not happy. I'm a person on the playful point, not willing to be lonely, money burning idle, unlike what you suspect, not moving to go to a room with someone. Fong Nan, are you thinking I have a low IQ? Are you okay with Guan Yao? Nothing with Su Li? Staying in the same hotel with those escorts and chatting? Zhou Yi, with Guan Yao is certainly nothing. I have said she is UMO girlfriend. Long as the heavenly fairy I cannot do to go to dig their own cousin corner. Su Li is always chasing me. Do not take care of her. She will play tactics to bully you, stimulate you. Her family background is powerful. Not only cannot turn the face but also have to give her face, is to let you because she suffered a lot of aggression. As for those who accompanied the singing girl, remember to explain to you. Do not rest assured that the safety of friends before a piece to send into the hotel. Live are not in a room. You do not believe. I will not bother to say more. As you think. I do not lack of women like. You are the first woman I have been with for so long. I have to be how boring. Will give up the mountain treasures and seafood to eat rough tea? This is the simplest logic. Guan Yao. Su Li, which is not better than those who want money. I have not even ambiguous with them. Besides, if really with Guan Yao involved in a piece, and UMO relationship cannot still be so trust each other. Fanan, it's not that hard to speak clearly, always like to be dumb. They're PUA your psychology, want to be YouTube, and do not want you excessive tube me. Half explain not explain, as long as you cannot get the evidence. Did not personally bumped into, any suspicion I identified as unreasonable. Separated from you these 3 years I have no new romance. Dai Jiawei is one of the most I interacted with the opposite sex, plus a piece of scene so 5 or 6 times. You think the talk of marriage is due to the blind date has so long time. The form has to talk about the main thing, give both parents a step. No matter how to talk will talk collapse. The main reason for getting married was to have a lot of fun around me and to distract my mom a little bit. My mom and my dad grew up together, went to the same college and got married together. She was already in poor health, and it got even worse when she had me. She couldn't handle the shock of my dad's death, and if it hadn't been for hanging on to me, she probably would have collapsed completely. Fong Nan could hear the half-truth of his words. False on women, true on family. She took another half-drink and asked, why did you break up with me? Zhou Yi drank a cup. Do not want to delay you. Want you to get money to go to a better life. Find a better person. I'm worthy of you when I'm in the highlight. I'm not worthy of you when I'm not in the light. Speak human. Zhou Yi was silent. You can't imagine the kind of fall from grace once a person who has been in the limelight since he can remember falls into the dust. And at first he doesn't even dare to meet his acquaintances. I have too many bad things about you. Relying on the power of money. Think you too utilitarian. Don't want to wait for you to open your mouth to say separate first. Simply put, it's self-esteem rupture leading to self-righteousness. Fannan, I just don't like it that much. Chono didn't know how he was going to answer. Liked it for sure. And the reunions all still have strong feelings. Surely his face is making him not do it to ask for the savings that Fannan took out. And he really has the mindset of letting her take the money to live well and make up for it. The wine was empty and Shoya poured it on. Do you know how much he owes? Too much. So much that it is frightening. Making me think that whoever is close to me is unlucky. In any case, there are all sorts of factors that go into separating from you. Selfishness, kindness, dignity, and liking blah blah blah. Has the debt been sorted out yet? Can still not pay? Only some closer relatives and friends will occasionally come to our mother and father to call my father's debt. Can still conscience? Cannot still because my father before the bankruptcy of a long time with my mom divorced? Divorce did not leave home. I was once confused to more than a year cannot come out. Because of my mom's concern to temporarily find a job. Get by. Chapter 18, Love hurts the most. Since it's a matter of getting by, following me doesn't condemn you. Fong Nan's eyes had some drunkenness in them. Zhou Yi went to wash a hand, sat back beside her and said, "There is nothing to complain about. Give more money. You are still beautiful and outstanding only. Just like a dream. One moment in order to earn a few $dozen more to get up early in the morning and work hard. The next moment to run into you to start picking up money." Fong Nan seemed to laugh and mock. "You're afraid? Afraid of my revenge? That's really rare. In addition, you so repeatedly mentioned the benefits you once had for me. Do you want me to also mention what bad things you have?" She gazed at Joya's somewhat uncomfortable face. "Suli sent pictures of you with her. In the same bed. You were sleeping and she was taking pictures. She wanted me to leave on my own. I ignored her and didn't question you for it." "Chono, picture?" Fong Nan said to herself, "Your birthday. I started to busy at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. My hands are cut to bear the pain to do a table full of your favorite food. At 6 o'clock you let me wait until 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock you let me wait until 12 o'clock, and finally found the door of the bar. You then let me wait in the car. It was hard to wait for you to come out of the bar, and you wrapped your arms around one on the left and right side to show me on purpose. Zhou Yi, I'm with you in a piece of a lot of people privately talk about me as want to climb up want a crazy Cinderella. You may also think so. You may think so too. You didn't care about everything I did for you with all my heart. You drunk after I into the night to guard you dare not sleep, take care of you, be regarded as if you don't see. You are people as a little cute, the same coaxing to play. A car of more than $500,000 he wants you 2 million. Was I poked and prodded on the spot with the other side got into an argument. You let me roll, smacked me to give you a disgrace." Her eyes turned red, not sure if it was the thought of the past or the red wine. Choano avoids a confrontation, tried to reach for the glass, but the wine was empty. Fong Nan fogged by the world, "I have a feeling when I interact with you. It's as if you're deliberately trampling on me as a person, dragging me from the world of self-pride to the bottom of your world. You don't like me. You just like the envy people throw at you because of me. Look, this little cutie, chased by so many people without being moved, tamed by me so much that I can't even kick it away. Chono, don't say that. It's too paranoid." Fong Nan took a long breath. "It's quite radical. This is originally a matter between two people. There is no wishful thinking, unless one party has no room for resistance at all. That's why I forced you to sign the contract, so that you are powerless to resist. I have to say that people raised in an upbringing like yours do have awesome communication and can be intolerant of you if they're not careful. I admit that together you have no unforgivable mistakes, but you tell me, what did I do wrong? I just want to love someone with all my might, even if no one hurts me, I still want to hurt him." Chono picked up the cigarettes on the table. Being young is very near and very far. He didn't know that one small, insignificant thing after another could pile up and cause so much damage. Fuanan's wrist was close at hand, the Snow White was impeccable, and the tattoos were exquisite, akin to perfect accents. He tried to reach for her wrist and was shrugged off. Joya's lips moved slightly, the words reached his lips, and he lowered his head to smoke. "Fannan, I couldn't get over it until I met Auntie, but when I met her, I realized what your father meant to your family." Zhou Yi dusted cigarette ash. "He is jumping off the building. With the debt has something to do with, mainly for fear that others because of him and bring threats and trouble to the family. His heart is especially big. The debt is impossible to crush him. With him, I am not afraid of anything. My mom is not afraid. Do not dare to think of how he spent that night, leaving a few call records, a suicide note. Those phone calls are also accounted for his trusted friends. Let the help wait for him to go more care to take care of me and my mom." Fong Nan's heart pumped as she listened. Zhou Yi was an only son and she could hear his feelings for his parents even from the occasional calls. She envied his family and wanted to have parents like him, even if it's penniless. Whether he had an ulterior motive for what he said today, or whether he really meant it, she released some of it. People are just diverse. It's not how she thinks it should be that the other person will be. "Still drinking?" "Chono, not drinking." He slowed down and watched her get up, following to the checkout first. Zhou Yi was 3 times drunk, and Fong Nan was 7 times drunk. There weren't as many people on the streets anymore. The street lights were ghostly, the roads were empty, and there was occasional traffic. Fong Nan, no more moving cars, there's a hotel nearby remember. Walk. Zhou Yi was more familiar with the neighborhood, and the hotel she was talking about was a couple's hotel. It's so late and there's only 2 of them. The box she bought at the mall was for him. As he thought more about it, Fong Nan's cold, indistinct voice came to his ears. Hold me. Chono bent down and picked the man up. Fong Nan hooked his neck and buried her head in his chest, listening to the heartbeat. No words. Inexplicably well-behaved people. It overlapped with Chuno's memories of her. She had been drinking, and sure enough, she even had fewer thorns in her side. Fong Nan opened her eyes at this time and looked at his extraordinarily shapely chin. "You didn't do a good job as a boyfriend. If you don't do a good job as an employee again, I'll completely ruin you. Big deal. I'll die with you. Joey felt her wrist tattoo marks on the neck if the touch, after me really talked about several? Yeah, 6, 8. Unlike. Fong Nan, if you question the boss's words again, I'll have to teach you a long lesson later. Chono saw the flash of anger that passed between her words, and his eyes froze on the pretty face in his arms. Her complexion was so clear it was as if even her eyes could hurt. Want to kiss me? Fuanan asked. Chono nodded his head busily. Fong Nan raised her head and took the initiative to imprint on his lips with a shallow taste. Only I'm allowed to kiss you. Chuno's throat twitched, wanting to fight back a good comeback, and lacked the courage to do so at the look of her gaze. He sensed that Fong Nan was a bit dangerous this time when they met. Anything you do or say can go wrong. Listen to what you're told. Waiting to do some more research and make contact. It's better to judge her when you know. Chapter 19, The Way of the Other. To the hotel room. Zhou Ye's heart was pounding. He hasn't touched the opposite sex in 3 years. Family changes have caused his heart to die for over a year, and the process of assimilating into reality and exhausting workouts have left him with little to think about the opposite sex other than coping. The hotels that couples stay in are different from normal hotels. The lighting is all different. Zhou Yi even thought of her to the marrow of his bones. Still no initiative. Listening to her first, he went and took a shower and waited quietly and buoyantly for her to come out. The quiet is the environment. Floating is inside. He gave the most change in her before the breakup and thought about her the most after. The phone has a WeChat alert. It was Mom who asked him if he was still coming home to stay. Chono responded briefly first and was about to explain exactly why. Nico then texted. It doesn't matter where you live. You're not a kid. Mom is just asking around. Knowing that you don't come home and not getting hung up on it. By the way, son, the girl who helped me with the video contacted me last night and said that the feedback from the netizens was very good and that the video traffic was much higher than usual. She also wants me to film it for her for an additional fee. Chono instinctively wanted to object. Once she figured out that making videos wasn't tiring, just cooperating with people to do street interviews and the like, it was undoubtedly much easier than working as a tutor in her stall. A new industry that might even inspire her to fun. Just be careful not to get ripped off, and do whatever you want. Nico sent a voiceover this time. Do you remember your little aunt? Zhou Yi was unfamiliar with the title and turned to react to who she was talking about. Dad's non-family sister. Zhou Yi grandparents early years out of goodwill in the orphanage adopted. Called Zhou Chengyu, age now should be about 45. It's been a number of years since we've seen each other. Zhou Yi High School Zhou Chengyu due to contradictions with his parents. A gas no trace. When I was young, Zhou Yi was quite close to her, and Zhou Chengyu was also good to him. Unreservedly good. More either don't remember or don't know the inside story. Hearing his mom mention her out of the blue, Zhou Yi didn't react very well. Natalie, a WeChat added me today. Like her. Chono, where has she been all these years? Who knows? She's not related to our family in the first place. Your father and I took care of her for your grandparents for so many years. We didn't pay much attention to her. She should be doing well. Graduated from a prestigious university, and her business acumen is no worse than your father's. Chono was distracted by this. He was quite naughty in his teenage years. The elders are interested in controlling his spending and discipline. Whether Zhou Yi is short of money or feels that he should be beaten, he contacts Zhou Chengyu in advance as a shield. I still remember Zhou Chengyu's mantra to protect him is, if mom and dad are alive, whoever dares to touch their grandson. Often a few words squeezed his parents out of it. Chono missed her some years ago. After his parents treated Zhou Chengyu as a stranger, he couldn't help but be affected in many ways. With time, the man grew indistinct and vague in him. There are shadows in front of my eyes and a fragrant breeze at the end of my nose. Chono lifted his eyes. His head buzzed, and all that was left in front of him was the slender figure in front of him wearing only a bath towel. The most familiar girl. The moment was beautiful to the point of steeply pulling away. There is no such thing as curdled fat, and the lead is washed away as if it were immortal. For a few years, she completely blossomed away from her youthfulness. Chono froze, watching her turn off the lights as she came. Click. It's lights and other sounds. It took a moment for Chono to come to his senses and struggle. The hand was trapped without realizing it, and could not be broken free at all. 9/10 of his extravagance went in an instant. Fong Nan, brother Zhou Yi, I'm here. In the shadows, she transforms from a fairy to a spirit hidden in the darkness of the night. Zhou Yi smiled extremely reluctantly. What do you mean? Let go of me. Fong Nan, such a good taste. You let me experience it. Of course I have to let you experience it. Don't be in a hurry. The night has just begun. Fong Nan, you. Early morning sunlight lit up the room through the curtains. Fong Nan woke up first. She patted her coupled arms and looked at the man who had gotten free and was still sleeping peacefully. The clear, etched side of her face made her look away for a long time. Tried to get back at him properly last night with a drink. Ultimately, it was not as hard as his heart. Halfway through the day, he let the man go. In comparison, It's still a better experience to be retaliated against. Gently lifting the covers, she went to wash up, and fished out the pile of cash she hadn't given out from her bag and threw it in front of Zhou Yi, who had just opened his eyes. Good performance. Extra bonus for you. Zhou Yi's eyes were like they were about to spit fire, and when he met with her light as water line of sight, the fire went out. He's mad as hell. It's just a small thing to give money and people and be humiliated and shamed to make her find balance. Think of it this way and you've made a great deal. Look at her obviously with a weariness that cannot be hidden. Walking or floating. Zhou Yi did not tear her down. Sat up and began to dress. When you are a boss, you can be soft anywhere, but your mouth can never be soft. In order to make her heart comfortable, Zhou Yi similarly pretended to be very tired. Although, he is not tired at all, but also refreshing. Combat fitness, these hobbies intermittently maintained for so many years, is not practiced for nothing. Fong Nan followed him out a few steps. You can go back to see your mom after you drop me off at the temporary workplace. Just keep your phone open and be on call. Chouno promised. Fong Nan was about to speak when the crisp and pleasant cell phone rang. It was hers. Chapter 20, Partners. The caller was Yen Ximin, a partner at Fannin's firm. Fong Nan began to do e-commerce when they met, because often take goods from the Yen family sales. Familiar with the meeting after a few meals, cooperation is pleasant. Get along with each other. The two will make the present Huaran clothing together. Initially, the shares were evenly distributed, and then for the sake of Yen Ximin's more convenient business management and other trivial factors, Fong Nan gratuitously gave the other party another 5%. Fong Nan walked to the window and ruffled the pleated window sheet. Sister Min, what's wrong? Calling so early? Yen Ximin said. I saw something negative about you online. Fuanan observed the car people outside the window and listened to her. Negative? Referring to the fact that someone took pictures and videos of her with a man. It's normal to be secretly photographed in this day and age, but Fannan doesn't think she's that high profile yet to be recognized by attention everywhere she goes. Here are the implications. Fannan said bluntly. Did Django say something to you? Yen Ximin paused. He said that you got close to a staff member of the hotel and signed the other party for the company's live broadcast. A $10 million signing fee, right? It's just a loan of the main body of the company, and I'll pay for it personally. Yen Ximin, this is not something to joke about. You are the signboard, the face of Warren. Once you are exposed to be in love, the company's business will most likely suffer a big impact. Nan. It's especially not easy for the two of us to get to this point with so many twists and turns. I hope you can be more sensible and think about the bigger picture. Fong Nan, is Sister Min treating me as a company anchor as well? Even getting along with the opposite sex needs to be worried and restricted in every way. That's not what I meant. It's that I don't think there's any need to take men too seriously. You yourself have said that love does not exist. It is just a pile of garbage under the cover of good. If you want to play words clubs, business K, to what kind of men have? All sweet-talking obedient. Money is the most important. The money first to earn enough is the most important, right? The company's popularity today is the result of both of us working together. I'll keep the rear solid, and you'll attract traffic, attention, and expand your influence at the front. I'm sure that in 2 more years, we'll be able to get Warren listed. At this juncture, love is nothing. Why were you injured back then? If you were rich and powerful enough, the initiative would be skewed immediately. Yen Ximin said a lot in one breath. A little calm, Lin Chang would not have been suitable for us to build a factory. You have the idea of cooperation with the local. I am not surprised. Invest in your hometown, return to your hometown people's common sense. I don't think so now. He is the ex-boyfriend who abandoned you back then, right? You also want to stay in Lin Chang for him? Fannan, I know it in my heart. Yen Ximin was both angry and helpless. No one can save the relationship brain. And she can't. In her opinion, today's Fong Nan could casually find countless young talents here in Tianhe City if she really wanted to fall in love. The energy of the other half would at least be able to cover up the negative effects. Tried introductions. Fannan coped with none of them. Yen Ximin has seen her ex-boyfriend's photo from Fong Nan's cell phone, and he is an extremely outstanding boy. He hurt her so badly that she didn't bother to delete a single photo. Think about the stakes. Yen Ximin said one last thing and ended the call. Fong Nan's arm holding the cell phone hung down, her heart slightly confused. She would be affected by these words from Yen Ximin, and she was well aware that if she was exposed as having a fling or a relationship with a member of the opposite sex, many male fans would break their defenses and female fans would be disappointed. Relying on a persona for dividends can easily backfire on the persona. There were footsteps. It was a washed-up Zhou Yi walking towards her. Nan, what do you want for breakfast? Fuanan wanted to be colder. Couldn't do it. Drinking and talking and sharing a bed last night had made her wrist hurt less. It's all just poor people when pain and suffering are close together. Only she didn't dare to get too close to him either. She couldn't possibly look at him as if he was her life anymore and put him first in everything. Fong Nan adjusted to regain her composure and went with him to the dining area on the middle floor of the hotel. After eating, Chono sighed softly in relief as he dropped the man off at his place back at his car. He instinctively wanted to be with the current Fan Nan, and there were always all sorts of intangible pressures. It has to do with Fong Nan's uncertainty and change of attitude at any time. It also has to do with the gap between the two men's social status and the strange stares of the onlookers. For example, last night before going to bed she was still good, hiding in his arms to sleep solidly, voice are flooded with new tender attachment. The morning on the refusal of people outside, what he said to her to get the response is very perfunctory, and then for example just sent her to the work point. All the employees of her company look at his eyes are extraordinarily solid people. Zhou Yi can read from it contempt, despise, jealousy, playfulness, etc. They seem to know the specific relationship between him and Fong Nan. How do they know? Zhou Yi mulled it over randomly, and when he got home he all sat in the car for a while to straighten out his mood. What a cumbersome mental condition to not want to bring home. Exiting the elevator, Zhou Yi was just about to open the combination lock to go home. A strange phone call came in. Chuno's fingers hung in the air, connecting themselves first. It was someone who knew and did not know. Fong Nan's driver Yang Gu. Without waiting for Zhou Yi to speak, Yang Gu said a bunch of things even threatening and luring. I didn't say it explicitly, but the hidden meaning is that Warren's big boss is very powerful in Tianhe City, and he wants to pinch a person as if he were an ant. As long as he no longer meets with Fong Nan, where to hide, never appear again. The other party will help to cancel the contract, and will also compensate him a large sum of money. Zhou Yi was not scared, but nowadays he hated and feared trouble the most. He waited for Django to finish and then hung up without any indication, blacking out the number. If Zhou Yi was really an ordinary person, he would definitely be moved by the conditions offered by Yang Gu. He wasn't. He had been surrounded by too many human beings since he was a child. Believing in pie in the sky is as close to death as you can get. He believed that Fan Nan was compelled to believe, dared to sign, wanted to sign, and had to sign. As for that big boss behind Django and Warren, 90% of Zhou Yi concluded that he would soon be taken away by the police while running to Tianhe City to meet the other side to negotiate terms. He mechanically pressed the door lock code, thoughts crashing back and forth in his head. I knew there would be trouble if I got involved with Sangnam, but I didn't think the trouble would be so quick. No wonder often urge him to get married. Try to be a matchmaker's mom. Encountered so excellent Fong Nan enthusiasm perverse not much. Did not ask him for more details. Chapter 21. It's hard to meet old friends again. Opening the lock on the door, Zhou Yi found that the home was not only mom herself. There was another girl in her 20s sitting on the couch. Jeans, ponytail, little white tee, sweet and showy looking. It's that Yu Zhang, the self-published blogger we met at the night market. Zhou Yi had WeChat with her and didn't talk much after greeting each other. I heard from my mom last night that video the two of them co-created is getting a lot of traffic, so I guess they're talking about the video. Yu Zhang heard the movement, and when he turned his head, his heartbeat missed a few beats again. The first time I met Zhou Yi only felt that the other party was very handsome. This time there was a difference from the first impression. Wearing obviously similar clothes, the difference in outlook was heavenly. As he appeared, it was as if there was a flawless noble gentleman slowly approaching. Natalie couldn't help but observe her son more. This suit must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Did his classmate Fong Nan buy it for him? Without asking too many questions, when he went into the bedroom, Nico temporarily curbed his speculations and discussed the content of the video with Yu Zhang. Only with her eye for people, she clearly noticed that with her son's presence, the girl was starting to become restrained. The thoughts, the chatter, none of it is as good as it just was. Nico joked. Is my son handsome? Yu Zhang's face slightly reddened. Of course Senior is very handsome. Even more colorful than those male celebrities I've seen online. Look, Nico said in a flirtatious manner. I also think my son is good looking. The strange thing is that every time he goes on a blind date, it's the woman who can't see him. Listening to her chatting easily, Yu Zhang also gradually relaxed. Senior should be a particularly qualified person? Perhaps he did not look at them, and deliberately said so to give others some face. Nico, do you think in this trend nowadays, is it more important for young people to get married in terms of feelings or material things? Yu Zhang, this is definitely different from person to person. I favor the feeling. Only for the next generation of face value considerations, but also cannot be bent on only money. Not poor enough to lack of money to starve to death it. Auntie, what is the senior's major? Nico, literature. Just one into the university who cannot control him. Did not learn much. Small waist A. Academic qualifications cannot. The ability to ability also cannot. I want to make sure that I didn't hold the wrong baby in the hospital. I doubt if it's my own life. Ha ha, you're so funny. Nico, where were we? Yu Zhang, the matter of making money from videos? Either shoot one and I'll raise it to $1,000 for you. Either we create it together and split the profits equally. Nico waved her hand. It's more than hard work to make a number of followers to tens of thousands. Auntie can't earn you this cheap. It's easy to shoot. Just say a few words. In this way, I am idle. Right as a favor to you. Free to help you shoot. When you really earn money, symbolically show it casually. Yu Zheng hesitated. How inappropriate. Nico gestured in the direction of the bedroom. I'm not in good health, so if I over-concentrate on anything, he'll easily get in a hurry with me. Auntie's biggest stumbling block on the way to starting her own business is him. The tutoring workshop has been ruined for me. The stall won't let me set up, and I won't be allowed to stay up all night. So do you think he'll be able to support me in keeping busy with you every day? It's unfair to the other party if you can't commit to a partnership, so let's do what I say. Although Yu Zheng heard her spit on Zhou Yi everywhere, he could hear that every word in her words was not away from Zhou Yi. It's not true that you spit on your son. It's true that you love him, Auntie. Then I'll contact you if I need anything. Yes. Natalie sent the little girl away, went over and knocked on the bedroom door and opened it. Seeing him in his computer chair looking at his cell phone, Nicole walked over to him. Zhou Yi looked behind her. Yu Zheng is gone? Aha. Zhou Yi retracted his eyes. Then can you go too? I'll check some information. Nico saw the screen was full of details about the content of the clothing business, although he did not want to interfere too much with his son's privacy. Some cannot help it. Clothes Fong Nan bought for you? Zhou Yi had thought of the rhetoric. She is not ready to build a factory in Linchang around the lack of an assistant. Smacked me wearing too shabby to lose her people. Besides, I also helped her buy a lot of clothes. Nico wondered, is there any hope of marriage with her? Zhou Yi frankly back, these years is certainly no hope. Her visibility swing it. Get married to talk about the object are too much influence on her. Natalie, an ex-girlfriend willing to turn around in a brocade suit is either returning the favor or taking revenge. Which do you think she is? It must be payback. Nico, paying back a favor by sending the benefactor to the police station first? You think I'm not well informed? I was told the first time she called the police on you. It's not like it doesn't do anything to me. You're hiding something, aren't you? Of course, Zhou Yi has something to hide from her. Signing the contract of sale is too complicated. There is no need to say. The relationship with Fong Nan is not clear, so it's hard to say. Nico saw that he had reservations and didn't bother to ask. Rubbing his hair, he got up and poured a glass of water and handed it over. Actually, Mom can tell that you're not willing to just find someone to marry. I was in the way and had to force myself to deal with it. Zhou Yi, it depends on fate. Like Dai Jiawei, her requirements are fortunately high. If there is no requirement to be willing to talk to me, maybe I will really become a brain dizziness. After the marriage, she will have to bully you every day. Nico was amused by him. What's the point of bullying me? I'm not messing with her. Son, let me tell you that WeChat that added me is really your little aunt. Zhou Yi did not have many feelings. Dad died did not contact on Chengyu. Originally, there is no affinity. How much you want to be close to the heart as before. Nico, she said she wanted to come back to visit and pay her respects to your grandparents. Not knowing about your father's death yet, I didn't feel comfortable saying it outright. She doesn't know about news that big? Nico, it's normal to live abroad for a long time and be completely disconnected from this side of the world. Zhou Yi asked, when will you be back? Listen to me recently, maybe tonight, maybe a couple of months, may not return. 40-something people, from the text voice, the temperament has not changed much. Proud as if the initiative to add me, like to give me how big a step face. No more. Study your profile. Mom went to buy food to help you prepare lunch, Natalie said, helping to cover the bedroom door. Zhou Yi bored to read some of the knowledge of clothing, followed by a search of the enterprise of Warren Clothing, business philosophy and other aspects, coldly wandering off. I couldn't help but remember last night. Both drank wine, and she was even more drunk. After waking up, Fong Nan must have had embarrassment. Otherwise she wouldn't have acted so uncomfortable and dismissed him early to drive him away. Zhou Yi's blood heated slightly, and with it, he began to glow. Chapter 22, The Same Smile. After having lunch, Zhou Yi felt that Fong Nan should contact him in the afternoon. He's got her car. At the stage when the factory was just about to be built, it was impossible for Fong Nan to stay at the temporary worksite all the time. He needed to go out to choose the site, visit the site, and even respond to the favors. She's not in touch. Chono was in a slightly off mood. Even he hadn't realized that he had gone from avoiding her to wanting to see her as soon as possible. Her appearance brought a different kind of interest to his 3 years of dull to uninteresting life. The most diabolical contractual constraints are not a big problem when you think about it. Get the people right and the rest is trivial. The uncontrollable thoughts made him leave even those threats from Django behind. Under the annoyance, Chono went to the bedroom to work out. The full force of the limb always wipes away that protruding affliction. In the evening, Fan Nan called and asked to pick her up. Zhou Yi in advance due to fitness bath changed clothes, hung up and walked out. Nico followed him to the door. Drive slowly on your way. Got it. Natalie watched the others enter the elevator and stood in place for a moment, sighing softly. Being a mom, there's still a sum of money left in her hand to help her son. A villa. The consideration is for him to live peacefully and happily, get married and have children, and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Fuanan made a difference. I don't know if it's a good change or a bad one. It was useless to think too much, so Unique contacted Diu Zhang and asked her to drive to pick her up. I'm also going to help her with another set of road trip videos tonight as a sequel to the last one. Zhou Yi waited for about 5 minutes or so after arriving at the office, and Feng Nan walked out of the building. There was a slight breeze at the nodes where the streetlights were just coming on. She was wearing a light gray lady's suit, no handbag, and her shoulder-length hair moved in the wind. It wasn't cooler, only her pretty face looked cooler. Western pants slightly stained body, high heels added, legs more and more appear flexible and slender. Walking with confidence, the temperament is not like the ordinary, with a strong aggressive, the occasional scratchy kitten 3 years ago, the tigress 3 years later. Zhou Yi got out of the car and helped her pull open the passenger door, waiting for her to get in before returning to the main car. Even the scent of the car was a little stronger because of the extra person. It smelled like lavender, the scent of the laundry detergent she'd loved to use during her school years. Zhou Yi was just about to speak when he heard Feng Nan coldly say first, "Who told you to wear casual? Which assistant or driver do you see dressed like this? I'll pay attention next time." Fuanan gave him another look. Practically any of his clothes looked good and decent. Simply trying to find fault and knock. "Zhou Yi, have you finished your work yet? I'm not as busy as you think I am, and docking with the city will not require too much effort on my part." Chouno sidled his gaze. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Feng Nan didn't respond and asked, "Is there any upscale neighborhood in Linchang? How much area is needed? 200 square feet or more." Zhou Yi thought for a moment. The city outskirts near the Lake Mission Hills Buena Vista seems to have idle in the sale. Small 2-story, less than 300. The terrace is a gift. Fan Nan, how much? It's about $38,000 per square foot. I'll call and ask for you. Feng Nan, just tell me the approximate total price and cut the crap. Zhou Yi listened to her words penetrate the dislike of his impatience, was stabbed out of order and said, "You count yourself." Fan Nan, is that how you treat your boss? Employees are people too, and they're like ice cubes when you meet them. Wear thin and freeze. Feng Nan pursed her lips and slanted her sight at him. Is $10 million enough to add decoration? Enough, I don't know. Feng Nan, do you want me to sue you for breach of contract? Give me the card number. I'll give you $10 million tomorrow. You help me buy and decorate the house. Let me remind you first, don't think of making money out of the middle. If you let me know, you'll have to go to jail. Zhou Yi was silent, driving steadily and no longer initiating conversation. He's been having a dream all day. The dream woke up almost as soon as we met. I don't want to see it. I want to avoid it when I see it. Regrets not so much. Regrets quite a bit. If he didn't cherish it when he had the chance to cherish it, it seemed that he would never have the chance to cherish Feng Nan at that stage again. The carriage was quiet for a moment. Feng Nan took the initiative and said, let's find a random place to eat first, and after eating, I have to go to the Wandering City Bar. I haven't been back for a few years, and some of my friends have heard that I'm in Lin City and are looking for me to get together. Wandering City Bar, the largest bar in Forest City, used to be Zhou Ye's most frequented place. Zhou Yi intuited that something wasn't right. Feng Nan's entire social circle with him is centered on him, and she knows a lot of people, but has no friends. Before they fell in love, she was equally friendless. Get together. With whom? Feng Nan seemed to see his doubts, and said carelessly, Jiangsu contacted me first, and pulled me into the group chat, and quite a few people will be going to the party tonight. Chouno, do you know him well? The world of favor in the future to do business in Lin City, these local more powerful, solid relationship is not a bad thing. He wants me to go and help his bar to raise its popularity, so what if I do him a favor? It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Chouno, who else but him? Feng Nan, you know them all. Guan Yao, Su Li, Umo, Tong Jingji. Anyway, all of them are in the group, and all of them are acquaintances. Chouno is recognizing all of them. Some of these people played along with him before the family went bankrupt. Some were friends, some had conflicts, and some were the subject of gossip. After the bankruptcy, Chouno shunned everyone. At best, I've run into them occasionally during the course of my work. Feng Nan saw that his face didn't look right and asked with a smile, you don't want to go with me? Then you can wait for me in the car. Not forcing you. Chouno, you did that on purpose? Feng Nan, it's not like you're a child. How could you think like that? Business is all about people and human interaction. You'll understand when you're in business. Chouno turned his gaze. She was smiling all the time she was talking, smiling so naturally and beautifully. The same smile, different from anything he remembered. Chapter 23, To Youth. 8 p.m. Comic City Bar. Linchang was not a small city, neighboring a first-tier provincial city and economically between the first and second tiers. The entertainment venues here are also very popular, especially Manga City. The car lot is already full of imported cars of all kinds, basically from the bar staff. This is not the peak of business. After 12 o'clock in Manga City will come to life one after another. Shuno's favorite place to come during college. Splurge and enjoy the bragging rights of others who follow them. What a beautiful girl. Which one to look at? At your fingertips. Come here again. No more feeling. If Fong Nan hadn't been coming, he wouldn't have even been interested in passing by. Fong Nan pointed to the roadside in one direction. In those years, the business here was especially good, and the car park simply could not park cars. Every time I came here to look for you, I didn't dare to go in without your permission, so I parked my car on the side of the road and waited all night. I've run into drunks lying in front of my window harassing me. I've run into scavengers, and I've run into many times when you've come out with your arm around another woman. Joey, wasn't it you who was willing to wait? I never told you, Fong Nan, come wait for me in front of the bar. Yeah, I'm guilty of falling in love with someone who doesn't come home. Chono was annoyed by the sight of some familiar vehicles outside the car. The past is the past. Fan Nan, you're angry that I brought you here? Joey, right, the people I've been hiding from for a few years. You call me all at once. Find a cover to say it's a favor. What kind of favor do you have? Fong Nan laughed. Poor is all that's left, isn't it? Chono inclined his head to look at the stars outside the window. He was all that was left of a mouth that could speak. Some character suppressed to the point of being almost non-existent. If it wasn't for Mom, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay in the city, be a valet and get recognized now and then. It's also easy to be recognized by customers as a conversation piece when you're working an odd job. Even working at the hotel, there were acquaintances who seemed to be on good terms before who turned their heads and threw down some strange looks after they were done being polite. Joey asked himself not to be a bad person. One side found him, and he would help if he could. With him, never let the second person to check out. Looking for someone to do something to spend 10,000 or 20,000. He has 3 or 5 million to give. Nothing more than a high profile and a few more relationships. Really down and out. In addition to UMO and a few other people. Feel more than human warmth. Why don't you say something? Fuanan asked. Joey exhaled. My mom told me that people who have been separated for so long will still turn back, either to repay kindness or to take revenge. Revenge, you're too euphemistic, and repaying favors isn't like that either. Fannan, can't we just pretend you're a large toy? You won't have to dwell on it when you get tired of playing with it. For the time being, I quite like toys like you. It's good for the body and mind. Joey, you are also quite fun. Not fun, I will not be almost 3 years still not tired of playing. Fong Nan's gaze plummeted cold. Joey looked at it as if it were not there and opened the door to get out of the car, because Yuma's car arrived. Umo was quite happy to see Joey. Went up and handed a cigarette. I didn't expect you to come. Tonight we have to have a good drink. It's really half a year since we've been together. Noticed Fuanan, who then approached. Beautiful enough to give people a distance. Umo politely hitched a hand out of politeness, and the three entered the bar piece by piece. This will be the bar. There are not many guests. Is relatively quiet, only a very large card table in advance. There are 7 or 8 men and women. Everyone stood up upon seeing Fong Nan and warmly got close. The era when the Netflix effect replaced the star effect. Fong Nan had created a company that was so famous that not many people in all of Lin City could ignore it. Between catching up, Suli, who was wearing a high luxury dress, smiled and hugged Shernan. Still you have face? How many people can't invite young Master Zhou, who was invited by you? Fong Nan also laughed. He was good to me back then. It doesn't look like he's broke. It's tougher to make money, so for the time being, I'll let him help me as a driver. As the host, Jiang's eyes swept across Joey's face, picking up the accent and said, Joey can get more than $7,000 a month in Lydian International, catching up with whoever is generous to give a tip. The salary is broken 10,000. What's the per capita GDP of Lin City? Joey, this is far above average. The crowd laughed and took their seats one by one. Joey found the least conspicuous position and was uncomfortable. Umo poured him a beer and whispered, leave early later, let's find a place to drink alone. Joey pursed his cold drink. I didn't hear Fong Nan say I'm his driver. The boss is in. Where does the driver go? Yuma, I thought she was looking for you to renew a previous relationship. It didn't look right. Joey raised his glass. Drink up, don't mull it over. As they were exchanging low voices, they only saw all eyes turn to Fong Nan. It was someone who approached her for a toast. Fong Nan poured a drink and got up. Don't be offended. I don't touch alcohol. I came here purely because I haven't seen you all for a long time and wanted to catch up. In this case, Joey is my driver. Let him drink for me. Following his words, attention instantly reached Joey. Originally, some people were in Fong Nan's way to more or less save face for Joey. Hearing this, each thinks, Jiangsu first said. Since Mr. Fong said so, then I have to toast Zhou Yi 3 cups first. This first cup is not to fight, just met soon because of a misunderstanding fought. The second cup is to thank you for your support. Zhou Yi and my spending 5 million is definitely more than. The third cup to honor the friendship. You say Zhou Yi are mixed into this, but also do not forget to come over to support the scene. How much sincerity. He finished a glass with each sentence. 3 in a row. Zhou Yi noticed Fong Nan's sideways expression of nothing much and followed the drink. It's beer, not just any beer. The bar's custom-produced stout, one of Wanderlust's signatures, isn't sold anywhere else but here. In the sound of coaxing, Tong Jingji poured wine and stood up. I also have to toast my wild brother 3 cups. My father's business encountered a financial crisis. Wild brother to find connections to get the money. Although the interest rate is higher than the market, but it does help a lot. Some years ago has been spending wild brother's money. Today in any case to give me a treat. Finally, thanks to wild brother to their own cannot see the girl introduced to the brother me. A half joke, half serious remark. Tong Jingji drank a can in one gulp and poured and lifted the empty can. Zhou Yi lifted his eyes to see the other party's red face and drank a can with him. Tong Jingji is now following Jiangsu to mix. Zhou Yi, this can of wine to drink is the absolute friendship wine. To the youth of some people encountered to draw a period. Zhou Yi mood also did not have a big fluctuation. He is not ashamed of the person of Tong Jingji, but also no longer feel. Tong's father that year. The funding gap of more than 40 million. Black households. The old man. No one to get money for him. Zhou Yi righteousness in the middle of the guarantee. Some people are willing to increase the interest rate lending. Tong Jingji remembered the interest. That year, Tong Jingji in order to follow him behind the mixed food and drink, as his own father to see, almost shouting father. Zhou Yi rushed this heart, eat, drink and play all inclusive, to introduce him to the girl. Those girls are to see the face of Zhou Yi, enduring nausea with a face full of potholes, horse face with the snake. Zhou Yi had long since learned about the strangeness of human nature. Odd to the point of a brain fart. It's just weird. Chapter 24, The Rules of Drinking. The party continued, and every now and then someone came to Zhou Yi to clink drinks. Zhou Yi gave face to all and came to the rescue. He can drink. I've been drinking with my dad since I was born. He's young and in good health. The bar is still quiet. DJ noise is minimal. Of course, this card table, even if it's fully booked with guests, can still go about communicating normally without being affected much by the noise. Shouno drank another can and took the time to go to the restroom. He held the basin to look at the mirror, face unchanged. Eyes have changed people. Fixed eyes for a long time. Have a feeling you'll be dunked, flirted with, and taunted. Fan Nan is a nobleman in the middle, naming him to drink for him. Jiangsu father has always been a celebrity in the city. The bar is owned by his family, and the entire hotel building next to it is also owned by his family. Many of the people here have to look at his face and take him as a weather vane. Coming here, Fong Nan stood by and Jiangsu targeted, doomed to the situation at hand. Zhou Yi does not hide, is always holding a breath in his chest. Outsiders insulting him, not recognizing him, can be tolerated. These people who had more or less taken advantage of him and had been favored by him speared him, and he wanted to see if they would actually zap up or not. There was a tap on the shoulder. It was Umo who had arrived behind him at some point. Are you stupid or not? How much alcohol can you carry so many people to pour wine? Chono, forgot my one drink a night battle? Umo clenched his fist slightly. I figured out why you want to stay away from this circle. Zhou Yi, the richer you are, the more realistic you are. So realistic that you won't want to waste more time with worthless people except to take them for fun. Then you still have to be the fun guy. Don't you think there's a good crowd today? They all used to play together back in the day. We haven't gotten together like this in a few years. So let's just have fun. Fong Nan is happy. And everyone is happy. Back to the card table. Suli, who never drank alcohol, picked up the can and her wonderful eyes looked straight at Zhou Yi's face. If others can honor it, I can honor it, right? Shono, you can drink. I'm not going to work tomorrow. Suli continued. This jar of wine honors you for not marrying me in the first place. Otherwise I can't imagine how to live with you in one piece. Suli drank most of it and coughed. And thanks to your dad, if it wasn't for his jump, my dad wouldn't have gotten a promotion. No insult to uncle. From the bottom of my heart, I'm grateful to him for my dad. The can in Zhou Yi's hand was slightly deformed. This is not necessary to thank. And it is not your turn to thank. If you really want to say thank you, let your dad go to heaven to thank my dad in order to show sincerity. Suri, you're still as bad as before. You can't understand good or bad words. Zhou Yi, you are also. How lofty profession did not make your quality less worrisome. Suli, it's not your fault for not being liked. It's the figure. You will always be a little bit attractive even if you are not so dried out. Oh no. Suli stared dead in the face. Zhou Yi no longer cares about her. Anyone else want to make a toast yet? He emptied the bottle in his hand and opened it. As a courtesy, I'll toast everyone. Those who have wine drink. Those who don't have wine use drinks instead of wine. Mistake of speech. Years have not sat so neatly, one by one to toast to have sincerity. He left his seat and walked towards Fong Nan first. I have to toast my boss first, to thank her for offering $10,000 a day and bringing me to such a high-profile high-class party. I'll finish my drink. Feel free. Fuanan's hands trembled. The Zhou Yi she knew either had a big temper, as before, either the most tolerant, as now. He was much drunk. His vision was still clear. His smile and voice were emotionless, and neither were his eyes. Fong Nan raised her hand and tugged on his arm. Don't drink. Zhou Yi shrugged it off and walked towards Tong Jingji first. Here, have a can. Tong Jingji was about to speak when Zhou Yi laughed. You look for me to drink. I give you face. I look for you to drink. I don't give you face. Wild. I'm drunk here. You don't have much. Tong Jingji angrily to stand up. Do you still think you are the Zhou of the year? The man stood halfway and was heavily yanked back by Zhou Yi by his hair. Tong Jingji was on his back, and Zhou Yi took a beer and poured it on his face. Noticing his opponent struggling, he knelt on one knee at his legs, keeping the man firmly in control. After one can was poured, Zhou Yi poured 2 more cans in a row. Tong Jingji was ghostly and coughing, his head and body full of wine. None of the bystanders dared to stop them when they saw this. The Zhou Yi at this time was extremely familiar. It's the same Chao Ye who was all over the place a few years ago, who messed with whoever he wanted. After pouring wine, Zhou Yi looked at the eyes of Tong Jingji, that pair of dense with resentment. Small children. Not me, you have long been broken. Recognize it? I've spent at least $3 million on you. Brother from the dormitory. Do you recognize me? You had a drag race clash with someone and messed with the wrong person. Being beaten like a dead dog. No one dares to care. I helped you to set things right. Admit it or not? Zhou Yi laughed lightly. I didn't ask you for any favors. Anything at all. I haven't seen you in a few years. And you came to pour me wine and stomp on me first. Wild. Misunderstanding. Tong Jingji clenched his fists, wanting to fight back, dare not, trembling and wiping his face to pull a smile. Then it's a misunderstanding that I dunked you, too. Revealed. Zhou Yi let go of his hair and walked towards his other friend Su Yan. Su Yan no longer had the slightest bit of frivolity he had just shown, and was busy standing up first. Zhou Yi, don't drink. I'll drink. Shono guffawed. Then you can't pick and choose. What's the point of picking? How many years of brotherhood? Zhou Yi crossed over to him and opened the wine and handed it to Guan Yao, who hadn't made a toast or said anything from the beginning to the end. Looking at each other, Guan Yaorun was a bit stunned and whispered, don't make a scene. You can't afford to mess with them. Zhou Yi, you can't afford to mess with me, but you didn't mess with me many times, causing me and UMO to almost flip out. Guan Yao lowered her eyes and took the wine and drank it. Zhou Yi accompanied her to drink one, and his gaze turned to Su Li, who was preparing to go to the restroom. You don't have to hide, and you don't deserve it without a toast. Su Li's expression twisted a bit. Do you want to die? Zhou Yi stuck her chin. By your father? Some people are better off alive than dead, and some people are more honorable without them than alive. Want to try? Call your dad and ask him if he wants to try. Suri, you're nuts. She walked around Chono and left, not to go to the restroom, but to head out of the bar. Chapter 25. The red color is a scourge. The scene froze. Everyone could see that the stiffness was sudden, but only UMO knew that the real trigger was the words that Su Li said in a flirtatious manner through a toast. Su Li's father, Su Shuren, was still just a district leader at that time, and Zhou Yi's father was not even a level of people. Zhou Yi's father made a big jump to minimize the number of people involved and indirectly helped a lot of people. Su Shan was promoted to her current position due to a job vacancy, no problem not appreciating it, and to poke words into people's wounds. UMO vaguely noticed that as Zhou Yi clashed with Tong Jingji, some bar security was frequently observing this side. Jiang Su's territory. When Zhou Yi was still Zhou's youngest master, Jiang Su had taken the opportunity to make trouble. Not to mention today, moving Tong Jingji, the loyal dog here, was a slap in Jiang Su's face. After Fong Nan tried to dissuade Zhou Yi from drinking and was shrugged off, the man was already a bit disorganized. She pondered why she had brought someone who had once shown and was now down and out to a group of old friends. She thought she would enjoy seeing others disparage Zhou Yi, seeing him force a smile, seeing him fall back on contempt by some who had treated him sincerely. Didn't really like it and have come to regret it. She had lost control of Chouno, and she had lost control of the situation at hand. Jiang Su switched seats to Fong Nan's side. He smiled with normal ease. Does he often play drunk? Waiting for Fong Nan to turn his eyes away, he picked up his wine glass. Let's not be idle. As the host, I'll toast you. Back then, all of those light words were intentional. Intentionally going in the opposite direction to attract your attention. It's a pity that you only have Zhou Yi in your eyes and refuse to give a chance to pursue. Fong Nan picked up the drink and took a perfunctory sip. The bar was dark. Just the right amount of dark. Jiang Su reluctantly averted his gaze from her beautiful side face, holding back his heart that was restless from over-appreciation of the opposite sex. Can your driver be changed? Zhou Yi is making it especially difficult for me with this look. Fong Nan heard the strings. This person was testing her attitude towards Zhou Yi so that he could decide what to do next. Doing what? Fong Nan's fingers couldn't help but curl up. Give me face. Don't bother with him. Jiang Su laughed. If it wasn't for your face, my group of employees would have already come over. I have a particularly large number of troublemakers here every year, and they have experience in dealing with these. If it's a person, treat it as a person. If it's a dog, just beat it to death. Fong Nan listened uncomfortably as she asked Jiang Su, who are you calling a dog? Talking about yourself or talking about Tong Jingji? Jiang Su's expression stiffened for a moment. Don't misunderstand, nothing else. Fong Nan was impatient to play dumb with him and only said, whether or not you mean something else is none of my business. I only care about what you do to Zhou Yi. If you dare to find trouble with him, I'll make you famous. Make your bar famous. Jiang Su didn't back down. That's quite good. Originally I was worried that business has become a bit poor lately. Having you to assist is more than I could ask for. Fong Nan locked eyes with him, his fists slightly clenched. Soon, it looked again at Zhou Yi who walked back. After he finished his round of wine toasts, only Jiang Su was left. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, didn't bother to look at Fong Nan and picked up a can of wine and handed it to Jiang Su. Boss Jiang just toasted me 3 times and said a lot of toasts. I'm too dumb to say extra words, so I'll just drink. Jiang Su doesn't take the wine. Chuno's arm, which was handing over the wine, was forced to hang in the air. Zhou Yi is not embarrassed, put down his arm and also laughed. It seems that not to say a toast. Jiang Boss is not satisfied. Then I say a few words. Jiang Boss himself have helped me count. I spent more than 5 million in you, VIP and P type of customer. This aspect I do not owe you. You do not lose me. The fight was coordinated by my father, and we shook hands a long time ago, or I wouldn't have come to drink with you afterward. I don't know what you think, but this has long been in my past. Not only in the past, but also helped you pull a lot of big customers. Every time you play inevitably in your consumption. Take you as a friend at Zhou Yi people drunk. Words but clear, summed up is, you open the door to do business. I'm a customer when the place where you did not wrong, should also be considered a particularly good customer. So Jiang Su, I especially can't understand what I have offended you. Let you from just meet me full of hostility. Jiang Su, when an ant is trampled to death, does it have a chance to ask itself why it died? Little boy didn't get to finish his sentence, so I'll say it for him. Do you think you're still the same Zhou Yi who had a good father? Yes, your mom is only in her 50s and still has her charm, so maybe there is a real chance to help you find another father. Bang! A leg kick checked by Choano. A kick in the pants for all you're worth. After Jiang Su Man fell on the sofa, the residual force brought the seat all the way back. Zhou Yi also took half a step backward with his body due to his unsteady standing. Retreating slightly, he did his best to strike towards Jiang Su's face. Not for a few moments. Jiang Su's face was as blurry as it could be, stained with blood. Fong Nan was the closest and wanted to stop for fear that something would happen. Chono backhanded the man and threw him down on the seat. There is no one else in his eyes, only Jiang Su. Full concentration on the fight. A punch is a punch. Accidentally killed this person. He must not die. Earned. Jiang Su didn't even have time to scream miserably. The person has gone into shock. Quick. Things are so fast that they catch people off guard. Zhou Yi is also so ruthless that it is intimidating. The sound of his hand bones making contact with his face bones was creepy with every punch he threw. Look out! Yuma's sharp reminder sounded, and the wind was heady. Chono inclined his head and the bottle smashed into his shoulder. Tong Jingji sneak attack. Unable to feel the pain, Chono turned around, grabbed his hair, and slammed his face down hard on the table. Yuma had a hunch that something was wrong long ago. Fear of what will come. Seeing the security guards like wolves and tigers gathered towards this side, the clamor and noise caused people's scalp to begin to numb. Umo couldn't think fast enough and stepped forward to block Zhou Yi, isolating him from a direct clash with the security guard. Have a ing clue. The cops will be here in a minute. Anyone who wants to go to jail will try it. The security guards are just a group of workers. The boss Jiang Su is unconscious. Plus all no UMO. Sniffing the sound are guilty of muttering. It's good to have someone to back you up and dare you to do it. Without the boss's word, even the manager doesn't dare to move lightly. This is UMO. Yuka's son. Chapter 26. Undercurrents. Between confrontations, the crowd of guests began to grow, gathering together, discussing and starting to pull out their cell phones to take pictures and videos. The people at the table were each guilty of muttering. Testifying would inevitably offend one of the parties. It's really not possible not to testify, and I'm afraid to leave. Waiting in torment for the police to come with the hospital. Zhouya's hands were full of blood. His right hand still stung, and his brain was much clearer. It's useless to regret hitting someone without regretting it. For 3 long years, he'd struggled to hold on to the psychological imbalance of losing his family, in an attempt to show his old mom that he'd long since stepped out of the shadows, wanted to take care of her for Dad. He also used all his strength, listened to her, in order to help her to adjust the body to avoid disease, self-study, familiar with all kinds of related medical books, sharing household chores, no matter how much aggression, never complain around her. He couldn't bear the thought of someone else insulting her to his face. Joe-yi looked at Yumo's back. If there was something Yumo was still used to blocking in front of him first, he took his hand and patted Yumo's shoulder. Take care of your aunt for me. I'll repay you when I have the chance. Yumo whispered. Do you want to hide for a while? Joe-yi, the prison is clean, so why bother to go far away? Yumo, it's not as serious as you think. Joe-yi glanced at Jiang-soo, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. You fight it yourself. You know it in your heart. There are few teeth left in the mouth. Ribs are definitely broken, and there may be cranial problems. To die or not to die is Jiang-soo's luck and his own luck. Yumo's throat moved as the hot blood faded and a thick pressure surged in. Jiang-soo was the only son of Jiang Tianyun. Jiang Tianyun is the person Joye's father had to maintain a certain degree of politeness even during his lifetime, and the nightclub business has been operating for decades while standing still. Yumo prayed that the police would get here before Jiang Tianyun and prepared to call home on his cell phone. Choono stopped him from dialing. His uncle Yuku is a delicate person, careful and cautious. Neither can offend Jiang Tianyun, may not dare to offend Joe-yi even more, do not want to bring him into it. Fong Nan at his side listened to the two exchange, anxious and annoyed to the extreme. She was also the first to stand with Joe-yi, ready to take the visibility to deter those security who might be impulsive at any time. Think back just now, as if in a dream. Joe-yi went from starting to move Tong Jingji, to having an argument with Su Li, to beating up Jiang-su. She tried to snuff out the seed the whole time and couldn't interfere the whole time. She also saw in the process that Joe-yi was the same Joe-yi as before, no matter how deep the disguise. Fong Nan bit her red lips. Don't worry too much about anything, I'll take care of it for you. Auntie, I can take care of it for you for now. Choono, thanks then. Fong Nan breathed hard as she listened to his extraordinarily flat tone. I didn't mean to. Joe-yi, you don't need to apologize. I should apologize to you. Mr. Fong, I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. I was drunk and impulsive. You're a big man, so stay out of my business and mind your own. With so much popularity and so many people taping and taking pictures, you should probably be on the hot seat tomorrow. Fong Nan, when he couldn't hear him yin and yang, looked around and tried to whisper to his ear. See Joe-yi along with her clothes and dodge. Out of shape, a hand grabbed Joe-yi ears will be yanked raw low. You give me to remember. He first hands hit you. Right fist. I saw. I am away from your nearest. She let out a breath as her excited expression droned on. Fong Nan let go of his hand, trying to adjust himself, tiredly said, It's my fault. I bad taste to bring you here to see you laugh, to let you experience the suffocating pain I once. Joe-yi interrupted. I repeat, your pain has nothing to do with me. I never forced you to stay by my side, didn't tie you down. There is no subjective desire to make you suffer and suffocate, even though it exists objectively. Fong Nan did not bar, just said, remember what I just explained to you. Remember clearly. I and Umo will be your witness. I've observed. The surveillance can't shine here. This matter as long as each side of the argument, destined to not be clear, so there will be room to maneuver. Among these people, is there anyone else you can trust? Choono, don't be a smart ass. Out of the corner of her eye, Fong Nan had seen the police, and doctors in white coats. She concluded, I'm not going to let you go to jail. I'm not going to let the contract I just signed lapse due to force majeure, and you're not going to get rid of me for the rest of your life. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Fong Nan and Umo recorded their testimonies and rushed out together. The car whistled between the lines and was silent in the compartment. Fong Nan majored in law and flunked out again and knows a lot about this. She broke the silence first and asked, Can you meet with Jiangsu's family for me to talk about compensation? As long as the other party agrees to settle, I'll personally pay whatever amount. Umo has preconceived notions about her, and she was the one who had the brainwave to bring Joe-yi over to meet with a group of people who were jealous of Joe-yi back then and were going crazy with jealousy. Just another way to find out that she's really trying her best to work things out. First of all, to do testimony on the dare to righteously dare to go to stand Joye's position, to provide a favorable statement. The police could never have ignored Fannin's testimony. He suppressed the thought of lighting a cigarette and said, You're from Lin Chang, haven't you heard of Jiang Tianyun? My aunt had to give him some face when he was still alive. Jiangsu was beaten up like this. Can money solve it? Fong Nan, is Jiangsu's life in danger? I asked my friends in the hospital. For the time being, the situation is still unknown. I guess it will not be a big deal. The problem injury is certainly not light. Was carried away when the face is almost leveled. Like a dead man. Fong Nan was stunned. Umo, where are you going? I'll take you there first. Fan Nan asked rhetorically. Where are you going? Go to my aunt's house. Zhou Yi is in such a big trouble. Don't worry about her. I'll come with you for a piece. There would have been no place to stay here. And take care of her for a few days for Chono. Umo, what is the situation between you and Zhou Yi? He has been arguing with people only a few times in the past 2 to 3 years. And he is living his life in a down-to-earth manner. But when it comes to you, he just got out of the police station yesterday and went in again today. Fong Nan's face turned red. What did yesterday have to do with me? Then my friend told me that a big shot has his eye on Zhou Yi and won't let him go. Fannin's mood sank for a long time. Tell me about him. These 3 years. Umo, he has been out of touch for a few years. We do not have a lot of contact. Only know that my aunt's matter is a big blow to him. The two of them have a good relationship, with the same as buddies. Nothing can be in a piece of drinking and rowing, the old weak small weak to call each other. I never in front of him to talk more about my aunt, he also do not like to talk about it. First of all, Suli is not clean flirting insulting my aunt, and then Jiang Su insulted my little aunt. This group is waiting to see Zhou Yi joke, which pain to wear to tie, and you this accomplice to push the wave. However, no one expected Zhou Yi to dare to fight back, and even caught the most powerful Jiang Su to death. It's also fortunate that he was crippled, otherwise with Jiang Su's character, Zhou Yi is afraid that he won't even be able to walk out of the bar. His group of security guards, as long as someone gives the orders, they dare to do anything and do it, Umo said, still lit the cigarette. No matter what purpose you approach Zhou Yi in the end, I will help him to ask for a favor. He is already deep in the mud, by the fate of the pressure to lift his head. You again as a victimizer, can you afford the 3 years between you? Fong Nan smiled bitterly and laughed to himself. How could I possibly want to harm him? Chapter 27, Fong Nan and Unique. At home. Natalie you hadn't rested yet because a tweet asking if her son was coming home tonight had gone unanswered. She doesn't interfere with the child's freedom. Just ask around. It's enough to know he's safe. He'd say one day that he was having dinner and drinks with people, playing, and coming home late. Natalie would still be happy and want him to make more friends and have more fun. Tweets to him today paradoxically went unanswered and phone calls were not working. Natalie was already in a bit of a hurry. In the living room, dressed for home, she was about to dial his coworker when she heard the doorbell. Natalie was happy first, thinking it was her son. Then her eyebrows locked. Her son didn't need to ring the doorbell. He knew the code. Took an early look through the surveillance. Nico's heart thumped. It's Umo with the girl named Fong Nan. It was so late, and the two had come to her house perversely. Natalie was in a terrible panic and opened the door with a barely composed voice. Little aunt. Auntie. As Nico listened to the two greetings, he forgot to move aside to let the two enter the room and simply asked, Where's Ono? Did something happen to Ono? The woman in front of her clearly looked very kind, and Fong Nan was strangely nervous. She organized her wording. It's like this, auntie. Tonight I accompanied a few classmates with Zhou Yi for dinner. He got into a fight with someone. Zhou Yi people are fine, temporarily taken away by the police to investigate. He didn't suffer any injuries at all. Nico listened to his son just in the police station. Safe and sound. Relief under the strength are not much. Pale face gradually regained blood color. Fong Nan's eyes soured suddenly. How could she not see that Zhou Yi was the life of Nico Yu? The slightest breeze could kill Nico. That's the kind of mother Fan Nan grew up wanting and fantasizing about. Not the one who was snobbish, light on women, and who made her feel completely unloved. Natalie got water for the two men, listened, understood the full story and then said, dialing the number on her cell phone. The matter of the son is obviously not going to be resolved anytime soon, and the other party to the conflict has too many identities and backgrounds. It took her a few consecutive phone calls to get her mind off it for a while. Xiao Mo, you and Fong Nan both go back. Since the incident has happened, it won't help if you don't wait for the results of the appraisal of the injured to come out and then be in a hurry. Yuma, should I look for my dad and see if he has any ideas? Nico, when he was young, when he saw Zhang Tianyun, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, afraid of being offended. If there was a mistake, he had to find your aunt to make peace with him and treat him to a banquet, and he had to completely untangle his relationship with Zhang Tianyun before he could sleep, fearing that someone else would lay a hand on him. This age guts will only get smaller. Don't let him follow the annoyance. Umo smiled sarcastically and dryly. Then don't worry excessively. Well, you keep an eye on the injured side, and inform me as soon as you have any news. Fong Nan was slightly stunned. Natalie was much calmer on this than herself and Yuma, as if it wasn't much of a big deal. Seeing Umo promise to prepare to leave, Fong Nan said, Auntie, I just came over here and still don't have a place to stay. Can I stay with you tonight? Natalie looked at her more. One pair of eyes were red, obviously having cried. Her appearance had the appearance of a city, and her temperament was on the cold side, yet she could tell at once that she was not as strong and cold as she appeared to be on the outside. Natalie had the idea of observing her more and agreed. there are only 2 bedrooms in the house, so if you don't mind, you can take Ono's room, Fong Nan busily said. It's not too much. Nico saw how naturally she behaved, and her suspicions became a little more certain. People who look like they have a cleanliness fetish don't mind staying in their son's bedroom and are offering to stay here. That relationship with my son was talked about as if it was more than just going through the motions, and the concern didn't seem to be faked. There was no need to fake it. Then there is the reason for the fight UMO and Fong Nan, although the words are vague and ambiguous. Nico could guess it was probably because of Fan Nan. The better the girl, the more likely she is to be the trigger between the young men. If a man is not capable enough, the opposite sex often becomes a scourge, inviting resentment and laying the groundwork for disaster. Nico had something to talk about and closed the door toward the couch after sending Yuma away. How old are you this year? Fong Nan was initially constrained and awkward, and only felt relaxed after hearing her gentle voice. 25 years old. That's even a year younger than Ono. Natalie paused. Auntie, thank you for testifying on his behalf. Normal people really don't have the guts to do that, and you're sensitive enough in your profession. Fan Nan, I'm the one who took him there. He didn't want to go. Natalie, this is not the time for self-examination. It's most important to work together to take care of this. What do you think? Fong Nan, the police will not be too arbitrary due to the influence. I want to find a good relationship with Jiang Tianyun, talk about a price, and a private settlement is good for both sides. Nico, you don't know Jiang Tianyun. Age-bred arrogance. A private settlement is impossible. Plus with the death of Ono's father, he has nothing to fear. Fong Nan was anxious. What then? It's definitely not good for Zhou Yi to keep pestering him. Nico didn't respond and changed the subject. Why did you guys break up in the first place? Fong Nan tangled for a while, his voice like a mosquito fly. He wants to split the... That would be the stage when his dad died. Yes. Nico's thoughts were slightly complicated. In addition to being playful, Xiaoyou is not a bad person, and he is also particularly kind in nature. A few years ago, his personality would be so jumpy, it was completely drowned out by his family. Your uncle and I are only children, married at the age of 23, my body conditioning for 5 or 6 years, 29 years old before he was conceived. On both sides of the 4 old people, and his very small child was anxious to grab to help to bring. In fact, do not need them, afraid of the elderly, lonely, sympathetic to the elderly, like the kind of mood. Every month Sayano on Grandpa and Grandpa's home to take turns to live a week, the remaining 2 weeks with me and his father to live. His grandpa and grandpa both have some skills and big tempers. Even your uncle and I can't intervene in the child's affairs and don't dare to force our hand. Nico pushed the fruit platter in front of Fong Nan. The most painful thing about being a mom is seeing your child go from having people to rely on everywhere to having to rely on himself and everything. The changes he's seen in the past few years are what I want to see, and what I don't want to see. Nan, if he has bullied you, now it is karma. Fate has given him the biggest lesson on your behalf. Fong Nan, don't misunderstand me, I really have no ill will towards him. I did when I didn't meet him, but I didn't when I did. I'm close because I want to help him, not because I want to destroy him. I saw your photo on Joya's cell phone, and I thought you were the most beautiful person in the whole world. Only a few years. Your hair is gray. Can imagine what you have gone through? Nico had intended to persuade her to leave her son. Talking about it is impossible to exit. It's up to you to think about it more, and there's no reason to say things that make it too stressful. Chapter 28, Heart-to-Heart Talks. Fong Nan was also attracted by Nico's talkativeness. She loves Chouno. Even after 3 years apart, this man's influence on her was still great enough to make her easily lose her temper and lose control. She didn't even want to retaliate against him, just want to teach him a small lesson. Let him learn from his mistakes and take the lead in getting along. The result of this fight and the consequences are still so serious. Her popularity influence wasn't so great that she could run rampant in Forest City. If you use these to apply pressure, the account may not even be saved. The self-perceived strength gradually collapses in front of Nico. Doomed to sleep, she spoke of herself. From remembering to bumping into Chouno to being mercilessly abandoned. Emotions are spoken in shallow terms, fearing that Nico will know that she was belittled and looked at differently for breaking up and self-harming. Her deep love was about as sick and abnormal as it could be in the eyes of others. Nico stroked her hair. It's not easy. Fong Nan from Joyi accident mood fluctuations are too large. Touching a trace of warmth, tears are like rain. Choking, speechless, she took the Kleenex handed to her by Natalie and said in a calm voice, some parents don't deserve to be parents. And without a comparison, I might think that all parents in the world are just like them. Auntie, I am very prejudiced against Zhou Yi, but I am especially grateful to him. The 3 years with him are the most special 3 years of my life. Despite all the unpleasantness, it's just not the same. You must have your own way of doing things. Anyway, no matter how much money is needed, even if it makes me lose my family's money, as long as both sides can be reconciled, I'm willing. Nico, different ways are needed to deal with different people. The other party definitely won't want the money, and if they do, We can't afford it. We can't back out. The more we back out, the worse it will get. Before your uncle passed away, he left me a few phone numbers that he wouldn't let me contact easily. This kind of relationship can only trouble others once in a lifetime, and there's no chance of using it, and I don't know if others are willing to help or not. You did a good job and were brave enough to react quickly. It would have been really serious if it had been sitting on the fact that Ono unilaterally assaulted someone. There's not much hope for a probation sentence if you're being watched. Fong Nan, I took the Lin Cheng Law faculty, when I was in good character. Zhou Yi dragged me to flunk out. Nico, this kid has this trait. Whoever gets involved with him is Buddhist. He can't be controlled. And he can't be angry. In the past, a neighbor's sister was also a good student and had strong self-control. 5 years older than him, froze by him to completely biased, learning that stage straight down. Yes, do you know her? Called Pei Si Ning. Then of course I know. She is well known throughout the country and even the whole continent is top stream. The country is even children know her. Nico, being neighbors for many years, Xining pretty much grew up in my house. Later, her father shifted his business center of gravity and moved his household. In this world, even the best of relationships become distant. Fong Nan, slightly astringent, Zhou Yi told me, said that his ideal type is Pei Si Ning, the white moonlight, the neighboring sister. Nico was full of sorrow. How can he be of such low quality? Saying this in front of his girlfriend. Don't like it enough. Nico didn't know what to round up. If her husband dared to say to his face that whoever is his ideal type, she must be done with him. It's okay to say something about someone who is far away, when it's a joke, but it's still about the people around you who actually have a relationship. You can imagine how aggravated Fong Nan Na would be. Such a beautiful and understanding girl. Love is too late. How can I let the aggrieved? No wonder she came back after 3 years. What do you have tattooed on your wrist? Fuanan tensed and hid, shrinking. Nico, I'm not an old-fashioned person. Auntie is very avant-garde in her thinking. Young people should pursue their freedom and hobbies to the fullest extent within the framework, and live a free and wonderful life. Good girls and bad girls have nothing to do with tattoos. I just want to try to look good, but your uncle won't let me. Uncle must love you especially. Nico, what love or not love? Just my body is weak. He more tolerance to take care of me some. I've known him since I was a child, and I've played with him since I was a child, and I've been in love since I was a child, and I've been married since I was a child, and I've been married since I was a child. Just with him and a piece of too awkward, for fear of being common knowledge of those who laugh. Twisted also refused him. Later I looked around him, a lot of people, scared, immediately agreed to get engaged. He started out doing logistics express these, relying on the relationship of the grandfather of Ono has always gone relatively smooth. After the listing, the default city's richest man is not satisfied, floating, heavy investment in real estate, make money, certainly earn faster, people know more, also more involved. The old man in, someone to help him point the way, helm, bottom, rarely go through a detour. The old man is gone, coupled with the economic market, all kinds of factors. The person counted completely set in, broken loans and that unexpected major accident, completely beat his heart out of. Xiano character in addition to the heart of some fine, and he is almost exactly the same. You see this fight with people, also do not think about the consequences, hands on to the serious, simply even the brain is not moving, more disdain to play dirty tricks. Fong Nan, mainly he drank, plus those people spoke out against you and uncle. What's the point of getting a few scoldings? It's easy to break if you're too strong, easy to bend if you're too soft, and there's no such thing as fastidiousness. This is not called brave, called reckless. There you are. Who will be more or less scrupulous? Some tolerate, can eat how much loss, endure for a while, back to free up their hands without a trace of 10 times 100 times to retaliate back, is not more appropriate. Open door business. There are ways to make people suffer losses. Eat all suspect not the originator. Nico talked about this, smile a little melancholy and warm. I have planted in the hands of his father and mother in my life, and I can't stop worrying about them. In the first half of my life, I worried about his father, and in the second half of my life, I worried about him. How blunt the hand, put people to death, God cannot save him. Alas. Nico lamented a few times and jokingly asked, have you done a paternity test yet? With a family like the one you mentioned, the odds are that a girl as good as you won't come out. Many people don't recognize genes. It's a fact of life. Aunt Ono is an adopted daughter. A normal person knows gratitude. Her mentality is definitely weaker. She doesn't. She still wants to clamor for parental favor with Ono's dad before she can compete with Ono. Nico stopped the next words to fight with herself, walked away and said, the type that is so strong that you can't even get along with it. Oh, crumbs of disliking the sky and the earth and the air all day long. All of her reasoning, but also particularly sensitive. But Choono told me that her aunt loves him the most. It's one thing to hurt and another to fight, Natalie said, yawning first, seeing as she wasn't in the best of spirits. Are you sleepy, Auntie? Natalie, get an early night. We have to go see if we can meet the little bastard tomorrow and get more specifics. Chapter 29, Smashing the Door. Each went back to their bedrooms. Natalie's face no longer had the same ease it had when she was chatting. She knew Jiang Tianyun, and she still knew him extremely well. 30 years ago the other party had been a very special person in Forest City, have encountered many crises and have landed smoothly. It is said that there is a relative in Xanadu City who is very powerful, and how big leaders are inconvenient to bet on the depth of Jiang Tianyun's relationship with the other party. In the long run, as it develops, relationships are more intricate. Nico thought about contacting Jiang Tianyun directly and talking about it. She still had his phone number. When I thought of what my husband had said about the man, I had to put out the thought. This is a man who can be friends with anyone and turn his back on anyone. Natalie pulled back the curtains and looked away in the direction of the city hall. Rationally, my son is safer inside than outside for the time being. It's just impossible to be rational. All rationality is feigned. The more you care, the more confused you get. The phone vibrated. Natalie hurriedly flipped it open and read it. It wasn't the call she'd made that had been returned. It was the WeChat messages. Sister-in-law, is Ono married yet? Nico was in no mood to deal with her. From establishing a connection and using these types of questions as a pickup line every time. But think of the loving attachment of the in-laws to Jo Ching-yu. And think of those only hang-ups in her husband's suicide note. Nico then patiently returned. Not yet. A question and an answer. Chat is paused. Jo Ching-yu took a while before sending another message. Are you and my brother in good health? Nico's slim hands were soundlessly clear of bone. I've never been in good health myself, and my husband will never be in bad health. Tick. The screen is stained with tears. It skips. Natalie wiped it clean and said, come back and visit if you want to. How's my brother's business doing now? Nico stopped replying. If you really want to even casually follow, or come by. It's not a case of asking questions here via WeChat when you haven't been in touch for a few years. The night is deeper. Natalie turned back to the bed and sat down to pick up the photos that were lying around. It's a wedding picture of her and her husband. He would have been younger than his current son, and had the mature boyishness that characterized that era. Suit pants, leather shoes, reserved and handsome. Natalie thumbed the face in the photo in belated silence. Fuanan couldn't sleep either, curiously checking out everything in the Chawano bedroom. He was impatient. So impatient that the checkout did not have the patience to wait for people to finish counting. Often go one step ahead and turn back to put a piece together to check out. People are lazy. Buy a pack of cigarettes next to someone to let others run errands. No one if dozens of steps away. Have to drive over. At home, she tends to act like a grandpa and make her work in a row. Fan Nan had gotten into the habit of staying with him. Toothpaste for him to squeeze good. Bath water put good. Do not want to take a bath if the foot wash water poured well to bring. Mostly also help him wash. She washes his clothes, she takes care of his hygiene, and she helps him choose what to wear. Coming into this bedroom, Fong Nan could see that he had really changed in his habits. The environment is clean, the air carries a light bamboo scent, and a variety of simple fitness equipment looks like it's in regular use. Removable bars, treadmills and more. There are homemade simple bookcases above the bed. Most of them are Chinese and Western medical writings. Finding a random book, dense notes, flip marks. Fong Nan collapsed on the bed and buried her small face into the bed, sniffing deeply. She liked the way he smelled. That had been carefully nurtured by her once. The body wash, shampoo, and laundry, detergent were all chosen by her for him. Fong Nan closed her eyes slightly. The night after the reunion playing over and over in her mind. Knock. It's sinking in. There was a violent slamming of the door. It's the living room door. Fong Nan quickly returned to her senses and walked out of the bedroom in shock, touching eyes with Natalie Yu, who walked out. Unsure. Knock knock. The sound resumed in front of the door. Louder. There were also men yelling for the door to be opened. The combined movement in the night was particularly harsh. Natalie opened her cell phone monitor, and Fong Nan went over to watch it piece by piece. There was a drunken, bald, middle-aged man at the door who was continually kicking and slapping. The bald head seemed to notice the surveillance presence, turning back around and bending over for who knows what. He knocked out the image in a few strokes. Neither Nico nor Fong Nan had ever encountered this situation before, and both associated it with Jiang Si's beating. Threats? Wrong door? Or mental illness? The very good quality door swung open as it was vandalized. Natalie put away her cell phone and went to the kitchen to get a knife. Call the police. Fuanan searched for a handy tool while he was on the phone. It's impossible for the door to open. There's a chance it could be slammed open. Her first call was to Django, the intentionally dismissed driver, who would come faster than the police. Before the second was made, make the call at the same time. The sound of the slamming door disappeared. 30 seconds or so later, the other man appeared to fetch fire equipment or something more destructive, accompanied by a man's growl. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door for me. Fang Nan's heart was a bit confused by this unusual state of affairs. The only thing that could be seen was a quiet sigh of relief as the obviously skinny eunuch was expressionless, staring intently at the destruction of the door. Tormenting long minutes, the door was broken over and over again. It wasn't until Fan Nan got the call that Django had arrived at the door, and it wasn't until the police had arrived at the door as well, that Nico went over and opened the door. Chapter 30, I'll pick you up. The man who broke down the door was already under control by the police who arrived. A long way away, the smell of alcohol could still be smelled, and the hallway was full of it. I don't know if it's loaded or not. Lying on the ground at the moment, he was whimpering. Nico wanted to know who the other person was and what they came for, but there was no way to do it at the moment. You can only explain the situation and let the police carry the person away. Fan Nan rushes out at this point to explain that Django is staying at a hotel near the neighborhood and closes the badly vandalized door. Auntie, do you have any suspects? Nick, a minion, don't bother thinking about who he is. Fang Nan's heart palpitated. Let's stay somewhere else tomorrow. Nicole laughed as she led her by the wrist toward the bedroom. Let's get a stronger door first. Fuanan peeked at her. Nico's appearance was not powerful, but there was an intangible, soothing power in his speech and demeanor. It's like the sky is falling and it's not that big of a deal. Natalie closed the door for her and stood in place for a moment before heading back to her room. It's late and the neighborhood isn't for everyone. With a raw human face, the probability of slamming the wrong door is almost non-existent. In the early years, Jiang Tianyun was accustomed to using this kind of tactic, mentally, in all aspects to drag people down, like stalking, threats, and other gray tricks. Natalie intuited that it wasn't him again. Look at Jiang Tianyun in recent years in charity, but also loved the reputation of the show. Do you still do this kind of things that are not on the stage? What's the point? She was more inclined to be the other person her son beat up, or a relative of the blind date. Natalie sighed at the thought. It's hard to get down to earth for 2 or 3 years. Saying trouble is just one thing after another. The next day, Nico, who basically stayed up all night, heard a commotion inside the kitchen at dawn, like someone's cooking. Natalie opened the door and met Fan Nan in the kitchen, who was busy with breakfast, wearing an apron and the same clothes as last night. Vegetarian face, scattered hair slightly messy, side face. How to pick the introduction of good-looking. Natalie begins to stereotype Fang Nan by worrying that she is harming her son. It's hard to suppress a good feeling after a short contact, not to mention that Fang Nan was the founder of a company and had more than 10 million followers on her video number. There weren't many ordinary girls who could skillfully cook. Communication is thorough and polite. People are hardworking, and descriptions of superiority are still extremely rare. Natalie really couldn't think of anything else that her son would be worth counting on from such a wonderful girl other than liking her. Auntie, take a break. Breakfast will be ready later. Nico walked over. What kind of person let a guest cook? I'll do it. I didn't consider myself a guest. Nico teased. As a daughter-in-law? How did Fang Nan expect her to suddenly come up with such a sentence? Her face rose up red and she didn't squeak. 3 years ago her greatest wish was to marry Zhou Yi. Now, I don't want to get married. There's a contract in place and there's no rush. Let's get over the addiction of being the master and the boss first. After breakfast, Natalie didn't bother to clean up after her. The back-and-forth courtesy of fighting to do chores backfired, and counting the hours. Someone should be at work. I've been trying to get in touch since last night. Afraid it's too late to be polite. The call was answered quickly. Nico was afraid of wasting other people's time, and after a short self-introduction, he gave a rough account of what happened. The other party murmured for 2 seconds, his voice subtle and low. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so polite. Nico, I am thinking that things are stalemated here is not a solution. You see, can be convenient to find Jiang Tianyun. Apologize or compensation are no problem. I'll have the driver keep an eye on this and call you back later. Thank you so much. Nico heard that the other party did not want to talk and listen more on the phone and looked for words to hang up voluntarily. After hanging up, the heaviness in his heart was moved away slightly. It's never a good time to ask for help. She had hardly begged outsiders in the last 50 years either. The call was made out of trust in my husband and his ability to read people. Auntie, are you going to see Zhou Yi now? I'll have the driver come and pick us up. Fan Nan, who had packed up the dishes at the door, asked. Nick, okay, I'll change. She closed her laptop and locked it away. She was about to walk to the closet when the avatar she had just talked to last night in WeChat sent another message. I'm connecting to a flight and will probably be at Forest City South Airport in about 2 hours or so. Natalie frowned. It's really a little nerve-wracking. I haven't been back to Forest City in 7 or 8 years, and last night's chat didn't make it clear that I was coming back. Said he'd be back at the airport soon. Is this something you want yourself to pick up, or not? Nico consistently doesn't bother with these people who think too much and are too tired. She simply returned, I'll pick you up. Chapter 31. Zhou Qingyu. The two of them went downstairs. where Django's car was already waiting in place. Fong Nan heard Unique say she was getting ready to go to the airport and gave her a puzzled look before getting in the car. "Nico, that brat won't be able to come out for a while. There is no hurry to see him. More airing out will also let him learn a lesson. I'll go to pick up someone first. Besides, you don't have to keep me company to delay things. Let your driver take you to work. Fuanan really has a job." But thinking about all the fishy things that happened last night, how dare he separate from Nico? Promised Zhou Yi that he would do what he said when he said he would help him take care of Unico. Nico saw that he couldn't drive the people away, so he had to listen and get in the car first. Fong Nan accompanied her to sit in the back and said to Django, "Going to the Southern District Airport." Strapping on her seatbelt, she then looked at Nico. "Auntie, who is it that you're picking up?" "Ono's aunt, Zhou Qingyu." Fong Nan had a preliminary impression of this person from the words she had chatted with, and was a bit curious. Has she always settled abroad? "Nico, 5 years ago abroad. I haven't known it for the past few years, and WeChat was all just re-added in the past few days." Talking about these, Unico's gaze turned to the window. "I have never seen a more proud person than her. The whole school test to second place are not convinced. Have to test first. Think they have the ability to get the first." How low was the acceptance rate of Xanadu University in those days? She was guaranteed admission to the finance department of Xanadu University. "Fannan, I can feel how proud she is just by hearing you say it." "Nico, people have both strengths and weaknesses. The strengths are obvious and so are the weaknesses." She paused. "You see, when I mention her, it's easy for me to talk too much and judge like a long-winded woman." Fong Nan smiled. "How is your relationship?" "Basically not talking, secretly competing." "Then you must be finished." "Natalie, it's not like there's much need to look back. I'm 10 years older than her, and I've done everything I can to take advantage of her character flaws and bully her. But even if I go back in time, I'd still be like this. If I say she has a conscience, she does. She knows she's close to her family, and she's more protective of Ono than I am. If you say she doesn't have a conscience, she doesn't either. I am watching her grow up. Leisure for my mother-in-law to take care of her. Tutoring, homework. I do not know how much energy spent on her. Always cannot cover the heat of her that heart. When I am an outsider, the enemy, what can I say? I still miss her after all these years." Fong Nan didn't quite understand such complex emotions. There are contradictions in Mrs. Conscientious and unconscientious. It's family and no contact with each other. South Side Airport. A woman in the shape of 30 or so, wearing sunglasses, was standing on the curb at the airport exit. Black ladies suit, black shirt, black sunglasses. Sunglasses cover half of the face, slightly light makeup was set off more and more white. The face was square and beautiful, and stood by the side of the road, attracting near all attention. When she moved, a sense of indifference and detachment came over her. "One is here, not like here." Zhou Qingyu lifted his wrist. "The time is 10 o'clock in the morning. She had been waiting here for 17 minutes. That stupid woman, going around and around, can't find where she is. Sharing is on, still can't find it." Said it was his first time at this airport and he wasn't familiar with it. Zhou Qingyu no longer waited, and no longer cared about whether the person who was going to pick her up could do so. Faith wandered down the road observing. Behind him, personal assistant Night June dragged 2 suitcases, keeping a distance of about a meter behind him. Li Jun is Special Forces retired. Originally cannot retire so early. The leadership said that early and late retirement are all retirement, and arranged such a job for him. When you say assistant, you drive a car, carry a bag, and do a miscellaneous job. From the bottom of his heart, Li Jun appreciated the leadership. $3 million a year, working or not, as usual. He has been following Zhou Qingyu for 4.5 years so far, wanting to strike up a conversation with his boss. Night June had the good sense to hold back. This seems to be the hometown. The owner seems to be a little touchy-feely and should not be disturbed. Zhou Qingyu walked and remembered many things that he had forgotten. Memories turn out to be really hidden and not gone. She remembered the first time she had met her foster parents, and the dean had recommended her highly to the couple who had come to adopt the child out of the kindness of their hearts. Her adoptive father had looked at her at the same time she had looked up at him, and had offered him a nod of silent greeting. The foster mom was amused on the spot and went over and took her hand. The two men were so well established that they were even able to make up the paperwork and bring her into the big house that day that she had only seen on TV. I remember meeting my brother for the first time on a weekend evening. He was 15 or 16 and in high school, wearing a school uniform, better looking than anyone she'd ever seen, and extremely friendly to her, like he was pleasantly surprised to have an extra member of the family. I remember my adoptive father was bright and generous, often holding her to go for walks and walks. Adoptive mother is gentle and gentle, more gas or warm and soft to talk to people. Remembering how her brother hung his head in shame when he was ordered by her foster parents to take her only to go out on the weekends. I also remember the way my brother introduced Natalie as her future sister-in-law, and the other woman's red-faced glare. More remember the 30-something years when he really cannot hold back to say something that should not be said. To drink crazy completely offended him, was called shameless, wide-eyed wolves, so that she never come back to disturb his life. Contradictions don't happen overnight, they've been around for a long time. Cho Chang-yu was not bothering that home anymore. Far away. Started to focus on the career that started long ago and enjoy it. But it's still easy to get homesick. Stages were thought of. And with each one, the thoughts doubled. The sunglasses fogged up. And Zhou Qingyu lowered his head slightly. Looking up again I saw a Mercedes E. The car stopped on the opposite side of the road and someone opened the door and stepped out. Zhou Qingyu's vision was obscured by the fog and could not see clearly, only to hear her call her Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu, when he couldn't hear, turned around and took down his sunglasses. First took his fingers and wiped his eyes before turning around as if he were himself. Chapter 32, Bankruptcy. The moment he saw Nico clearly, Zhou Qingyu was stunned. This is the biggest enemy in her life. Stealing her mom, brother, nephew. He is a good person and loves to pretend to be a good person. A typical White Lotus. On the surface, he never lets people pick faults. And in private, he is the best at provoking. Nico was nice to her. She admitted. It wasn't good enough to take away the grudge, the resentment, or even the jealousy in her heart. It was just that those feelings magically dissipated at the sight of her. Nico is too much of a beauty lover, fearing that her brother will think she is old and yellow, and the effort she spends on maintenance is considered to be the fighting type among women. Zhou Qingyu remembers that she is almost 50 years old, but still beautiful and natural, almost no traces of age, but she almost didn't recognize her at the first sight of her. Plain dress and gray hair, except for the skin, which still has some glow to it. It's pretty close to old age. Nico was likewise observing Zhou Qingyu, whom he had not seen for many years. The angularity of his temperament was more pronounced, the change in appearance not so much, still tugging for her to see at a glance. Meeting his eyes, Nico moved his eyes to look at the man behind her carrying 2 suitcases and smiled. Your boyfriend? Ha! The corner of Zhou Qingyu's mouth pulled. Knight's army is nothing but a body of work, loyalty, and guts. The appearance can only be described as presentable, and the skin can only be described as class non-existent. She asked if he was her boyfriend. Is she blind or does she think she is? Without waiting for her to speak, Li Jun first softened his legs in fear and busily said, Don't misunderstand me, I'm just Mr. Zhou's driver. Nico retracted her gaze and said to Zhou Qingyu, This airport road is really too complicated, and the driver is not local, so there was a bit of a delay. Zhou Qingyu always looked at her. My brother went bankrupt and couldn't afford to support you? So wretched. Earlier in the year, Nico was interested in disliking her, but now, she is only very light-hearted. Old age is old age. Natural old age is also another kind of decency. Come on, get in the car. Zhou Qingyu followed over. Looks like it's really broke. The S has changed to E. Yeah, broken in debt, Natalie replied. Seeing her looking at Fong Nan, she introduced. Her name is Fong Nan, Xiaoya's friend, quite a famous blogger on short videos, and the founder of Hualuan Clothing. Zhou Qingyu nodded to Fong Nan, looked at the space in the car and turned to Li Jun. Don't get in the car. When I get to the place I'll send you the location. Fong Nan sniffed and also got out of the car to sit in the passenger seat, leaving the back row for the two. At the same time there was something strange in his mind. Zhou Qingyu didn't seem to recognize her, and his eyes didn't even look a little abnormal when he saw her. She peered vaguely through the front mirror, secretly marveling a bit. Chao Yes relatives are all too nice. His parents, the grandparents and the photo of the grandparents. Even the bloodless Zhou Qingyu temperament can hide the appearance, although the appearance of the look is also very good. Car line. Unico see Zhou Qingyu has been looking out the window, took the initiative to say, First go to my house to put down your luggage, then I still have some things to do, and then I'll properly set up a banquet for you in the evening, okay? Zhou Qingyu had something he wanted to ask, but didn't, acquiescing to Nico's arrangements. Only when the car entered an ordinary residential building did he look at Nico in surprise. Live here? Nico, I told you, the family is broken in debt. You think you're kidding. Your brother touched real estate at the most inopportune point. Zhou Qingyu, it turns out I'm just better than him. Dad saw it right. What kind of work is he doing after the bankruptcy? Natalie's throat moved. Zhou Qingyu, asked you. Nick, do a news search and type in your brother's name. There should still be traces. Zhou Qingyu, my cell phone assistant is holding it. Don't sell it. Nico, do you know what I hate most about you? Going around in circles. One sentence is simple to understand, but you can go around in countless circles. Natalie lowered her gaze. He passed away. Zhou Qingyu's heart trembled. Angry, off the mouth. Is it because he went bankrupt, or cheating? You two divorced. Not to it you. More than 50 years of love. You curse him to death. The crystals in Nico's eyes shook. Zhou Qingyu also no longer sends out a voice. Her face is white. Several times open her mouth without expression. Nico never opened this kind of joke. Her quality makes it impossible for her to open this kind of joke. The car traveled, and the silence of the compartment was nothing but breath. Wait for the car to stop. Nico took Zhou Qingyu towards his home. Zhou Qingyu was dazed and disoriented the entire time, and as she neared the opening of the elevator doors, she grabbed Natalie's arm sharply. Sister-in-law, don't tease me. What exactly is my brother up to? I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so rude. Don't scare me like that on purpose. Where's my brother? Talk to me. Where the hell did my brother go? Tears seized Natalie's eyes and she wordlessly clasped Zhou Qingyu's hand back. Chapter 33, Buried Memories. Behind her, Fong Nan saw the two ignoring her and quietly retreated without following. Few observations, short hearings. The word affection is felt in dripping colors. Just met Zhou Qingyu for Nico. Hostility is obvious. Proud. End of the talk is not polite. The taunts in the car. The mockery. The fear of breaking down before entering the house. Fong Nan tangibly touched the changes in Zhou Qingyu's psyche. The stigma between her and Zhouya's father must be very, very deep. So deep that she didn't return to Forest City for 8 years and lost contact. But her feelings with Zhouya's father must also be very, very deep. So deep that looking at the cold and self-possessed people turned to fear. Tear ducts out of control. Fuanan sat back in the car and looked upstairs through the window. She remembered the casual banter with Nico Yu. Natalie Yu says that jeans are the most amazing. Those words kept Fuanan's thoughts flowing. It seems that as a child she was maliciously teased by her neighbors about looking too pretty and not resembling her parents at all. She's a little kid with memories of this. Wouldn't her parents have heard the rumors? The parents had suspicions, and their attitude towards her was only traceable. Fong Nan grew up with her grandmother a lot, went to school and boarded, and didn't spend much time with her family. She even thought of the way some of her fathers looked at her. I couldn't read it at the time, and looking back on it icily is frightening. Fan Nan rejected him and was afraid of him. Well, he was afraid of his grandmother. She wasn't close to her mother either, a woman who showed her all the negative aspects of her life. She was even more disgusted with her brother, the quality-less bear of a child, who grew up a bear and grew up to be pretty much a scoundrel. You're a hugger yourself? Fong Nan vaguely actually felt happy. On second thought, it is not possible. How would a family like that ever hold a child? They can't afford it themselves. Speculation rises like a torrent breaking through a gate. An uncontrollable urge surged up, and when she remembered that Zhou Qingyu had brought an assistant with him, she turned her head to Yang Gu and said, "Go and do something for me." Django was so affected by her bashful attitude that he didn't quite dare to look at her fussy, flawless cheeks. "You said." Fuanan hesitated, but still blurted out the name. The heir of the family of 3 she was trying to imprison. Yang Gu promised, but when he got off the car to leave, he wanted to say something. "Fong, Mr. Fong, the video of you in the bar has been uploaded to the internet. The good thing is that the recording is not clear. It can't be sure that it's you. Mr. Yan's side has also interfered with this. The impact is not very big." Fong Nan, what are you trying to say? Or has Mr. Yan explained something to you? Django stammered. You, don't misunderstand. Fong Nan, I won't misunderstand you, and you don't have the need to make me misunderstand you. Django's blood was hot, his face was hot, and his heart was also a little hot by the extraordinarily floating fragrance in the carriage. He didn't dare to show it and said sullenly, "He doesn't deserve you, Mr. Fong. I have investigated him. His father still carries a criminal record on his body, and he himself often hooks up in hotels, maybe taking money to sleep with the kind of." "Get out." Fuanan straightened, driving away Yang Gu. Fong Nan called the legal affairs. "I don't want to continue to see this person in the company. You take care of it. Also help me recruit another driver, no older than 35. Character is most important." Legal, Django seems to be Mr. Yan's cousin. Fan Nan, can't you understand a word? Legal quickly said, "Okay, I'll have personnel come through right away." Home. Even if Nico made it clear and understandable, Zhou Qingyu still doesn't believe that his brother is gone. How is that possible? He's so cheerful and brash. He'd kill himself? Zhou Qingyu sat on the sofa for a long time and heavily pushed open the door to Nico Yu's bedroom. Above the bed is a striking photo of my brother and sister-in-law. On the diagonal of the bed is an uncolored, enlarged solo photo. The black and white photo was not at all monotonous and eerie, and the person in the photo smiled so familiarly. Zhou Qingyu dropped to the ground. A wave of excess emotion burrowed into her head and she pressed against it in agony. Wanted to cry. Couldn't. She felt the soothing palm on her shoulder and lifted her head. "Sister-in-law, I have no family." Natalie's tears resumed and she hugged her. "There, what a silly thing to say. No, my parents and brother are gone, and so is my home." Nico could no longer comfort her. "Just hugging, being there, losing my voice." She has also been strong for years. Don't dare not be strong. She was a mother, and her son wasn't old enough for her to show him that she was weak and vulnerable. As much as she cried at night, as fierce as she was, She had to laugh and smile during the day at a life that was thorny and empty. Bills have to be paid, and every month hundreds are subtracted from the ledger one by one. The son has to be managed. He has to be acclimatized to normal life later on. Knight's army, who had come to deliver the luggage, didn't dare disturb the two men, leaving it in the living room and retreating to the hallway outside the door. He probably guessed what was going on, but it was still a surprise. He has never seen Jo Ching-yu cry. She is recognized as the Iron Lady in the industry, leading countless investment banking elites, reigning supreme. Time passes silently. The two then went back to the cemetery. Jo Ching-yu saw his brother's tombstone next to his parents. All of her most precious memories were buried without a trace, like a few small boxes under a tombstone. Jo Ching-yu recited that he was sorry, over and over again. She's sorry for her adoptive parents, and even more so for her brother who jumped out of a window in despair. Money. My brother, who never lacked money in his life, died because of it. Nico wiped her eyes and also helped Jo Ching-yu wipe her eyes that had long since lost their tears. She understood her, despite having the most hookups. Your brother didn't jump for the money. It was too big a deal and someone had to be in charge. He's been taken in and there's almost no chance he'll get out in this lifetime. And you know him, he jumped for me and Ono, so that people would owe him, so that no one would create a threat to us because they were afraid of him. Without thinking much about it, his suicide note specifically regretted cursing you and hurting you so much back then, and regretted not getting a chance to see you again. Jo Ching-yu knelt and listened. The sun was right in the middle of the day, to gradually setting, and she was still fuming. Natalie couldn't persuade her, so she saw there was a phone call and was busy connecting it. Secretary Chin. It was the same call she had made this morning, and the person returned it. The voice on the other side was still polite and introspective. Sister-in-law, I've had the driver contact Jung Tianyun to understand the situation. It's not a big deal. You don't need to worry too much. If Lin Cheng can't handle it, I'll let the provincial capital take over. Try to still unnecessary to this point. First let Jung Tianyun slow down for a while. The child is hurt so badly. Angry. Nico was greatly reassured. Thank you. Thank you. Jo Ching-yu's voice was hoarse, and when she finished hanging up, he asked, did Xiaoyi get into a fight with someone? Nico took the opportunity to help the unsteady Jo Ching-yu up with great effort. A small matter. There was a breeze, and Jo Ching-yu sneezed and stood and slowed down for a long time before he could walk. Where are the little savages? She asked. Natalie was afraid that she would sink into her emotions and not be able to get out, so she told her the whole story between walks. Chapter 34. Back in the car. Jo Ching-yu people empty, brain empty. But eventually, some sanity is slowly coming. She looked at Fan Nan, who was sitting in the front row, and went over the specifics of the situation one more time before she said to Nick, can't people get out? There is no characterization, and the results of the identification of the injured are not yet available. The city council does not dare to release the person immediately. Have you contacted Jian Tianyun himself? Natalie shook her head slowly. I don't think it's a good time. Jo Ching-yu said coldly, there's no need to contact them. Pick them up first. Nico explained. The city does not dare to loosen up, for fear of enraging Jiang Tianyun, further worsening the impact on the news all. Jo Ching-yu wanted to call, resisted the impulse, then your son. In the end, how do you plan? Nico, Chin's secretary have opened to let wait a moment. Do not be impatient. Just wait for the appraisal results to see what Jiang Tianyun's side of the meaning. You believe in people like that? I believe in your brother. He told me to call this number when I encounter things. Besides, he's in charge. Not to mention how much effort he's willing to put in. It's always inappropriate to go over his head and find someone else before reaching a conclusion. And it's easy to offend people without reason. Jo Ching-yu was impatient to listen further. She had always been tired of communicating with Nico, with different ideas and different personalities. Jo Ching-yu's way of resolving things is simple and straightforward. Nico is overly delicate and thoughtful in all aspects of human affairs. Jo Ching-yu, will Ono be targeted inside? Suffer? Nico, this is a sensitive matter. There is a hint of awareness or afraid to mess around. Can reach the top are not so stupid. Besides, a little aggravation does not have to be a bad thing. Always worried about his character. Jo Ching-yu interrupted. Why do you have to be aggrieved? Aggrieved is a good thing in your eyes. Also, what's wrong with his character? Like you are as delicate. Everything is good to hide in the heart. Can't you fight back when you're being bullied? What's the point of beating him to death if he's not a human being? The body and the mind are always in jail. And it's better to have the body in jail than the mind. Nico's heart rose and fell. Exasperated by these words of hers, she adjusted quietly, secretly saying that this was her son's aunt. More family was definitely more of a fallback, and always more genuine and trustworthy than strangers. Nick, what time did you return? I went back to my country a long time ago, and I went abroad to further my education, to learn, and to gain experience. What? You think I emigrated? Fong Nan had a headache listening to the two chatting. So gentle and humble. Auntie Unique was disliked for interrupting back and forth and changing the subject. She also thus thoroughly saw that Unique was really good-tempered. Listening to those words of Zhou Qingyu came to anger. Not to mention the disliked parties. Nico, married yet. Zhou Qingyu, not interested in marriage. How's the career? Not bad. Still in the investment business. Ha, Zhou Qingyu, learning is this. No accident this life will not change professions. She eased her tone. Can you dye your hair? Pretend to be an artist. Also, my brother has how much foreign debt has not been paid? Nico didn't want to hide it from her. Pei Xining said to help pay off the debt. After all, it was an outsider. Zhou Qingyu wants to return it. It's her turn to return it. In-laws at the beginning of Zhou Qingyu business did not help her. Her husband likewise did not help her. The family said that the capital behind her is not too much. Oh, relatives, friends and acquaintances plus a piece of more than $80 million. The other do not have to care. What should be auctioned have been auctioned. What should be collected have been collected. What should be memorized have been memorized. Zhou Qingyu interrupted. How much is needed in total? $86 million or so, and after paying it back your brother will be upright and blameless. That's all that's owed? Nick, I can sell pretty much everything. Is still left these. Zhou Qingyu gas and is not hit a place. Really have you? In order to pay back the money to let their own son suffered poverty. This money is rich to go to should also. Dumping the family still you put my brother's life before the good intentions put where to go. Nico was helpless. How old are you? You still talk like a hedgehog. How can we live here if we don't pay back what we should pay back? When will we be able to live a normal life? Do you believe that some people are so impatient that they dare to dig up your brother's grave? Chang Yu, I know you have preconceived notions about me, but how can you suspect that I'm not good for Xiao Yu? I'm his own mother. I wouldn't even hesitate if he wanted me dead. I'm already trying very hard to find the balance of it. What else can I do and what can I do? Zhou Qingyu, give me a bank account number. I'll have someone call you. Nico saw her asking for the account number without blinking, as if over $80 million was just $100 or $80 to her so casually. Her eyes grew strange. There are quite a few people with over $80 million in assets. Those who could take out more than $80 million in cash at once were rare even in the entire forest city. Zhou Qingyu is not a swollen face character. That is, the money is really quite arbitrary for Zhou Qingyu. Nico took his cell phone and sent the account number over, casually asking, which city are you developing in? The company is getting big. Zhou Qingyu, no comment. Nico didn't bother to care what she said. It would be nice to help clear the debt. At least you and your son don't have to live with the debt. And you don't have to live with it. She's tired. And her son is dutiful and follows. Nico mood changed a little. Raised his hand and pinched Zhou Qingyu face. Skin maintenance is really good. I'm 45 years old that will not be as young as you show. Zhou Qingyu dodged. Don't be so realistic, right? As soon as you give money, you can talk nicely. Where is Xiano locked up? I'll go and take a look. Fong Nan sniffed and helped the driving Li Jun to show the way. Auntie, I spoke to that side in advance and was able to meet. Zhou Qingyu only then noticed the little existence. Sitting in the passenger side of the quiet eavesdropping girl, what is your relationship with Xiano? Fong Nan did not expect her to turn the topic to herself, and busily said, is it a friend, or is it an alumnus? Zhou Qingyu, he is proud. So low, it is unlikely that he will go to that kind of party. Not to mention the face of a group of underdogs who fall into the well. Xiano is not stupid. Not a, how did he go? Who invited him? Fong Nan was dumbfounded and speechless. The heart was tense to the core. Zhou Qingyu hadn't seen Zhou Yi for 7 or 8 years. How could she know him so well? What Nico hadn't even asked was asked by Zhou Qingyu. Chapter 35. Look at Fong Nan squeaking and answering poorly. Zhou Qingyu looked at her fixedly through the front mirror. Nico rounded off the conversation by saying, Ono's matter is thanks to Nan Nan. She's from the law faculty and knows a bit about the law. If she hadn't been a witness, this would have been even more troublesome. Zhou Qingyu no longer asked more questions. Natalie's defense showed her something. There was something like she was treating Fong Nan as her daughter-in-law. The car quickly arrived at the city hall. Zhou Qingyu didn't get out of the car right away, but let Nico Yu and Fong Nan go over first. Want to see someone simple? What's the point of seeing it? Zhou Qingyu took the cell phone from Li Jun. The first call was made to a subordinate of the foundation, who gave him the account number to call the money. The second call went to the biggest leader in Forest City. She had the other party's contact information and remembered that she had just transferred to Forest City not long ago. The other person has been reaching out to her every year and keeping in touch as well. The call went through, and a couple of pleasantries were exchanged. Zhou Qingyu then told the matter directly. I've really heard people talk about this. I didn't realize there was a relationship with Mr. Zhou. This one that was arrested is my nephew. My own nephew. No different from my son. Mr. Zhou, the provincial capital is now paying attention. Zhou Qingyu smiled. You do not misunderstand what I mean. Making this call is not for you to bend the law, is to think that you can oversee the public affairs. The other party was injured. My nephew was also smashed with a bottle. The body has not been properly checked. There's more to this? This is nonsense. I'll have him taken to the hospital right away. Zhou Qingyu, then I'm going to do the formalities. People are fine, first take him home to recuperate. At any time to cooperate with the police summons. Yes. In the interrogation room, another questioning had just recently ended. Su Li didn't leave, waiting for everyone to leave. With her arms wrapped around her, she half leaned on the table and surveyed Zhou Yi across from her. She had been chasing after Chouno for a whole year and a half. Only once were they drunk, and only once did the two of them sort of share a room, and nothing had happened yet. It's not that she doesn't want to, it's that when a man doesn't have an active mind, it doesn't matter if she wants to or not. I didn't touch it when I was drunk, and I didn't touch it when I was sober. After that time, Su Li stopped chasing after him and made a debt to him in her heart. Together with last night's verbal conflict, the account is even more one. Suri simply wanted to laugh after coincidentally seeing him get caught in. Your mom's here at the station and wants to see you. Quite urgently. Zhou Yi, you sidetracked everyone just to show off in front of me? Childish or not? Suri, beg me. I'll help you get through. Zhou Yi, you don't want me to beg you. You want to see me put my dignity in front of you to let you trample on the woeful appearance. Being so vocal, why do you need to meet alone and still sneak around, afraid that someone will see? Su Li, it seems that you simply do not realize the seriousness of the matter. Together 9 people, 4 out to testify against you. Jiangsu is still in the intensive care unit, did not come out. If it is a serious injury, you Zhou big young master, this life is considered completely finished. Speak responsibly. How things really are. I've taken 2 statements. Do I have to make something out of nothing? Su Li was irritated by his calm and coldness. You're not afraid? Chouno lowered his gaze and paid no more attention. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? It's the fact that fear doesn't solve problems. It makes them bigger. Su Li clenched her small fists. I didn't testify for Jiangsu, and remained neutral. And then what? Su Li's white and clean pretty face more self-deprecating. I'm also not the kind of person you think. Last night is just a long time, have not had a drink. Drunk and talk, no sense of proportion. What's the point of bringing that up? Su Li, you're really in big trouble. The Jiang family is clearly not going to let you off the hook. Facts are facts. And it's not like Fong Nan can change anything just because he's being smart. He's at least a minor injury. On the basis of more than 10 years of friendship, I advise you to take the initiative to cooperate is the best way. Because once the case is characterized, Fong Nan will all be implicated by you. Jiang Tianyun is more powerful than you think. Chouno, that's a false statement. You hate her the most, and in turn you look out for her. I'm trying not to see you end up too badly. She's a celebrity. Getting involved will only make the case harder, and it'll be bad for you. Chouno, want to be quiet for a while. Suri's lips moved. Why have you talked to so many girls that just won't talk to me? Chouno was honest. Some people who talk have to think about getting engaged. Some don't have to. You're the former. I don't want to get engaged too soon. Simple as that. Suri, you're quite noble. Chouno, my parents asked me to. Footsteps interrupted the 2 men's communication. Su Li looked toward the door. Dad Su Shi and accompanied 2 women walked in together. Su Shan didn't expect his daughter to be there and froze. What are you doing here? Suri, casual conversation. Su Shan ignored her and changed his face to smile. Xiao Zhou, where are you? Not feeling well? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He turned his head and rushed to the door. Police officer. Xiao's son, Xiao Lei. Send the person to the hospital for a good checkup. Fuanan was a bit confused. She wanted to see Chou Yi because she was uneasy about his situation here and had to see him in person. First, Su Shiren accompanied over. Then he said that he would send Zhou Yi to the hospital. Nico fell back on Zhou Qingyu's body. She was the one who said she was coming to see her nephew, and she was the one who didn't come in when she got to the city hall door. Su Li, on the other hand, couldn't leave or stay. She had just been teasing Zhou Yi in a big way, condescending and speaking of the advantages and disadvantages. She wanted to tease him, to watch the show, to see him in a state of distress and fear, and to flatter and please her as if she were a lifesaver, to give him hope, and then make him despair, turning his face as if he had been slapped several times. This is a way for someone who she didn't think was going to get out at all in the short term to get out? Chapter 36, Point Capital. Zhou Yi was equally puzzled. He did it with the true intention of daring to go to jail. The people who played were not average either. I guess that my mom would help him with the maneuvering, and the fact is that even before my dad died, he couldn't help Jiang Tianyun, let alone now. Retrieving his cell phone, he looked at Fong Nan after chatting with his mom while walking outside with the police. When he reached the door, an unintentional glance fixed his eyes on the woman standing in front of a Mercedes. Black suit pants, black fashionable and decent shirt, attractive appearance. Thinking that he had misread it, Zhou Yi earnestly went to observe it again. It's Cho Changyu. She hadn't changed much in person from 7 or 8 years ago. except for a difference in temperament. Pup, Zhou Qingyu called out first on his way toward him. Shouno couldn't react. He probably wouldn't have even reacted much if he had seen her at home. At this sight and hearing the name of a very long time ago, his vision quickly became a little harder to see. Pup is his baby name. His grandparents called him that first, and then his aunt called him that. Zhou Yi usually does not have many mood swings when he thinks of Zhou Qingyu as a person, but this one casual address pulled his thoughts back far, far away. Growing up, he gets into trouble, she helps him out. He gets beat up, she protects. When he was asked to be a parent, he dared not speak to anyone but Zhou Qingyu and asked her to step in. Zhou Yi was extremely favored as a child, but also only in the Zhou Qingyu with the front of the request, because the parents will consider will not spoil him. Grandparents will be worried about subject to his parents complain. Good are so restrained. He lived in his grandparents' house. When he did not want to go to class, Zhou Qingyu will all help him to hide the elders on this side, and on the other side to the school as a parent to take a leave of absence to go out to play for a day, and go home with a backpack and then be made up by her to make up for the lessons. And it is seamless, and it never reveals anything. Growing up, school was intense and we saw less of each other, but she was just so special in his heart. So special that emotions thought to be faint came in sudden tidal waves after the meeting. Auntie, when did you get back? Zhou Qingyu helped him wipe his eyes. Why are you crying? Is it because someone is bullying you inside? Nope. Zhou Qingyu restrained his mood, hugged him and smiled. Go and cooperate with the police comrades to check your body. Aunt will pick you up later to go home for dinner. Zhou Yi nodded his head and also nodded to his mom and Fong Nan and got into the police car. Zhou Qingyu waited for the car to drive away before withdrawing his gaze. All she wanted to do all these years was to forget about the Zhou family, because of her unattached parents, because of the conflict with her brother, and the disconnect with her sister-in-law. It had nothing to do with the baby, and she'd almost forgotten him altogether. If it wasn't for this whim and the extra desire to come back for a visit, she wouldn't have known that the Zhou family, which had flourished when she left, was now all but gone. Even on his favorite nephew, he was worn out of intentionality and fearlessness. Natalie patted her arm. Go home. I'll go back to cooking. Zhou Qingyu turned around and wordlessly got into the car. Li Jun, send MS. Fong back to her place first. City Hospital. Jiang Tianyun suddenly slammed his cell phone down in the hallway after receiving a call. A slightly cross-faced face twitched, and a pair of triple white eyes were appalling in their ferocity. Several years of cultivation and passion for charitable fame. After hearing that Zhou Yi, who assaulted his son, was fished away for medical treatment, he completely broke his defenses. The ICU observation room was not far away, and inside was my son with his head completely wrapped up. 11 teeth were lost, lips were torn, nasal bones were crushed, and the skull was damaged. The injury is so serious that even a serious injury appraisal result is delayed. Jiang Tianyun has been suppressing himself since his son's accident. Repressed to even the afternoon of the provincial capital, Qin secretary's driver called over to say peace. He could not give face. Repressed to the point that he gave a stern word to Su Xian to keep an eye on people. As a result, Su Shirin just said on the phone that the city leaders gave a death order to let Zhou Yi go to the hospital to see a doctor, and after seeing home to recuperate and wait for a summons. Jiang Tianyun has not suffered this kind of loss in the past 30 years, and he is so angry that he beams his hands. It was all about him treating others in this way. How had he ever been treated like this? The bias is legally unbiased, advancing slowly and completely undisturbed. The son was beaten. The main sticking point is that people beat up two of them by themselves, still in their son's store. There was even a well-known figure who testified that the son started the fight and was verbally abusive. This tangent goes on, and it's not even clear where the case is headed. Jiang Tianyun, face unknown, trying to hold back the questioning, took out another cell phone and dialed. Secretary Zhang Ah, listen to the old Su said it is you who let the release of people. Yes. Are there procedural irregularities? My son is hurt so badly. How can you release him now? The other guy was hurt too. Someone has to be seen. The law is fair. Old Su handled this. Ask him for details. Jiang Tianyun's 5 fingers exerted force, veins protruding from the corners of his forehead. What's the other guy's origin? Secretary Zhang spoke with a slight pause. Who are you referring to? The aunt of that assailant? Her name is Zhou Qingyu. She is the chairman of the board of directors of Point Gold Capital, and she seems to be a local as well. I'm having dinner with someone here. If you have any doubts, you contact Old Su for confirmation. The words fell out, and the phone was hung up unilaterally. Point Capital, Shanyu Zhou. Jiang Tianyun has been in business for decades. Even if he is ignorant, he has heard of this company. It is a company that has suddenly risen to the surface within the last few years. New energy, catering, shopping malls, e-commerce and other headline industries that have grown in recent years. None of them are the largest shareholders, and their shareholdings are necessarily in the top 3. Zhou Qingyu, Zhou Changjiang, are they brother and sister? How come I haven't heard that Zhou Changjiang also has a sister so powerful? Jiang Tianyun's heart was exhausted, and it was hard to hide the old age and fatigue on his face. Chapter 37, Career. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yi, who was checked and unharmed, waited at the entrance of the hospital for Zhou Qingyu, who had come to pick him up, drove an Audi, supposedly a temporary loaner car from somewhere. When Zhou Yi got into the car, the front driver then started up. Zhou Qingyu raised his hand to help him straighten out the folds of his clothes, scrutinizing for a moment. I left that you still wear high school wearing a school uniform. This blink of an eye, really fast. Zhou Yi just saw her, mood due to not think too much. Goodbye. Slightly constrained. She was too polished and intimidating. He'd been fighting again and hadn't had a good night's rest, so he didn't need to look at him to know that he was quite a mess. Zhou Chengyu noticed it, her wonderful eyes watching without blinking. Straight look at the Zhou Yi side dodge before puffing out a laugh. The years are really ruthless. That lawless little bastard in our family are destroyed, no shy and afraid of people. Chono was infected by her laughter, and a sense of familiarity and intimacy grew. Auntie, where have you been all these years? Zhou Qingyu has been in Tianhe City, during which there was to study and work abroad for a period of time, engaged in the same industry as before. Chono, you're the one who got me out of the city hall? How can I do that? Your mom's credit. She called all the way to the province. Will there be trouble to follow? Zhou Qingyu, trouble at most on the jail. Auntie want to find a way to let you sit comfortably, help you take good care of your mom, so that you have nothing to worry about and can stay in jail. Chono took her words at face value. Zhou Qingyu loved to tease him, going to the amusement park, pretending to have lost her wallet and cell phone, and making a show of borrowing someone else's phone to call the police. Can't get in touch with the driver. No money, can't go home. Zhou Yi was encouraged by her to find a way to borrow money, so he caught people on the wriggle to borrow. Some people see him as a small liar. Some people kindly really gave him money. Stupid and unattainable childhood. It did not occur to Zhou Qingyu have the ability to call the police, will not have the ability to contact the driver. Zhou Yi bath does not like someone beside. Our self-wash. Zhou Qingyu has a key. Each time while he was bathing during the pretend unintentional push open the door, scared him repeatedly, lost his mind. Once or twice when she did not intend to. Time long Zhou Yi and then bath door behind the door have to plug with something to prevent someone to break in. Send him to the school to take the test. Said that the book bag forgot to bring. Seeing that it is too late to go back again. It is too late to let someone send it. And the angry Zhou Yi wants to flip the actual book bag in the trunk with her. Junior high school she began to put the focus on work. The number of times to see each other became less. From time to time she will still go to the school gate to pick him up, to eat, to drink, to play. Chono likes to be with her. There are surprises, scares and fun, both an aunt and a friend. She had been childish enough in his mind at one point to get along with the 7 or 8-year-old like a friend. Zhou Qingyu glanced sideways at his nephew's face that was 5 or 6 points similar to his brother's. Your mom said you've been working at the hotel for more than a year. Yeah, you can't get too good a job without a degree. Hotels pay relatively well and have free time. Never thought about a career? Chono shook his head. It took an unknown amount of effort to undo the internal friction, but he also had to take care of his old mom and face a cascading debt. Work was the first step in summoning the courage to reconnect with himself, without the slightest extra energy to think about a career. Zhou Qingyu asked, if you start a business, what industry are you going to do? Chono, real estate. Your father fell on his sword on this, and you want to do it again? Zhou Yi said, it's not that I'm interested in the industry. I just want to take over all those properties he's rotting in. Zhou Qingyu froze slightly and followed with approval. Good boy. No matter what you want to do, Auntie will support you. Zhou Yi is a little embarrassed. I'm talking big words. Several lots in Lin Yuan New City. There are dozens of rotten buildings in the first phase. The reputation also sucks. It's impossible to revitalize. That's something your mom didn't go into detail with me. Zhou Yi, the design of the matter. One of the hotel had a serious accident. The other residential buildings and commercial are compliant and no problem. Being blackmailed, the project of Lin Yuan New Town thus became a dangerous building in the public perception. It's no use clarifying. I'm sure they'd rather believe it. Zhou Chengyu guessed the whole thing largely by his insights and understanding of his brother's character. He's really out of his depth, daring to go and trust those bone-eaters in this kind of project. She held her tongue and interrupted to ask, what's your relationship with that little girl? Pretty enough. Got brains and guts to go with the intent. Chono, I'm her assistant. You know about costumes? It's not learning. Talking about Fuanan. Zhou Yi was suddenly confused. The place of the unknown, causing him to conflict with people cannot be annoyed. The most tangled. School that will just think she is beautiful want to get close to. Goodbye to find that she is fast evolving into a fairy. The more you look at the more good looking, seductive, passive and not wanting to be passive. Choono was afraid that she was purely here to get back at him. What if he was so in love with Fong Nan that she followed his example and dumped him in the first place? Chapter 38, Uninvited Guests. Back at the house, Choono finds the vandalized door and camera. Nico, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the commotion and turned her head and smiled. Xiao Yi, go to the storage room and get a bottle of red wine. I'll drink some with your aunt later. Instead of listening to her, Choono walked over to the open kitchen door. Mom, what's with the door? There was a drunken troublemaker last night who was arrested by the police. Find out if it's clear. Nico handed Zhou Yi the finished dishes. Just a shrewish scoundrel, insisting that he went to the wrong building. He's from this neighborhood, a resident of another building. Right, you call Nan Nan and ask her to come over for dinner. She was scared to stay with me all night last night. It's a big night to keep her from running back and forth. You're not going to pick her up. Zhou Yi had something on his mind, so he didn't answer and put the dishes on the table. Zhou Qingyu on the sofa raised his sight, afraid it's not safe to live here? It just so happens that your mom has money in her hand. Let her take it and buy you a bigger house. Choono, where did she get the money? Zhou Qingyu, trust auntie. She must have some private money for you to save for a daughter-in-law. I know her. Coincidentally, Nico, you walked out with the last of the soup, sniffed and glared at Zhou Qingyu, and said to Zhou Yi, your aunt gave me more than 80 million today to pay off the bills, so in the future, our mother and I will be completely debt-free. I do have some in my hand, to you for fear of being squandered by you. Pay back the debt in fear that you cannot marry a daughter-in-law. Tomorrow hit you on the card. You look at the use, buy a house to do business can be. Choono froze. He's been scrimping and saving for his mom's monthly healthcare medicine checkups and such for the past year or two. It was distorted to hear in the cold that she had so much money. Mom said she'd give him money to buy a house. How much is this hidden? Nico laughed at his look, and with it, his heart ached and ached. The money she keeps is for her son's emergencies. A little bit of hard life is not an emergency. With the emergence of Zhou Qingyu and the transformation of his son in the past few years, there was no need for the money to stay with him. Gently tugging Zhou Ye's ear, Nico smiled and brought him to sit on the sofa, verbally greeting Li Jun, who was hiding in the storage room pretending to read a book to eat. Zhou Qingyu said, no need to call him, he won't be on the table. Nico didn't insist and brought over a bottle of white wine and red wine respectively. Which one? White. Nico unscrewed. It's been more than 10 years since I drank white wine, so I'll make an exception today and drink some. This bottle should be enough for the three of us. Zhou Qingyu, your son's own estimation is not enough. Then let him drink less. Zhou Qingyu moved his chopsticks and first gave Zhou Yi a dish before he tasted it himself. You still haven't grown in this craft. A home-cooked meal, eating a homey flavor, is better than a mountain of food. Zhou Qingyu rarely recognized her. Right. The words fell out of her mouth, and without looking for anyone to touch them, she took a sip of half her glass. Nico put down the bottle of wine and accompanied some of them. Changyu, if you don't get married, you should always have an object, right? Your nephew is about to have an object. Zhou Qingyu, you just love to focus on this. Nico heard some double entendre, smiled, and curbed his sadness. Her early years to persuade her to find a partner is selfish, for fear that she has been thinking of her own husband, for fear that she is always adding to the chaos in the family. The passage of time has erased all the irrelevance. Zhou Qingyu glanced at her. Tomorrow take you to dye your hair. Dress yourself up properly. Your image is affecting the cubs to get married. Nico, if I dress up, you say I'm pretentious. If I don't dress up, you dislike me. Zhou Qingyu, a woman's love of beauty has nothing to do with her age. If she doesn't even care about beauty, she's only alive. Sister-in-law, who do you live so tiredly for? Except for the cubs, who else can see it? Nico, don't think that because you have a little bit of money, I have to give in to you in every way. Zhou Qingyu, you like self-touching the most. Even if you hate me, you will hold back from showing it. Because, I love cubs. Nico guffawed. I have been a daughter-in-law, wife, and mother for so many years. The deepest realization is that the people my husband, my son, my in-laws care about, I don't like and I can't hate. Who really hate can't pretend. The aura around them must be negative. Zhou Qingyu letter. The tone is also much more amiable. Want to work not? Remember your university is teaching finance related. Help me work to go well. More help cubs earn some money. My company useful to your place. What if I can't leave my son? That's the reason? You'd better talk to my son. If he thinks his mom is incompetent and wants me to help her make money, I can only listen to him. Zhou Yi, when I'm fine here, it's good for you and your aunt to go to Tianhe City for a break. It's better to be able to work. And it's not easy to meet a boss who doesn't mind your age. Zhou Qingyu saw Nico's dismay and was happy. I told you he disliked you. Auntie, don't pick a fight. Okay. I mainly want my mom to change her mood. Staying in this small house every day cooking and reminiscing. It's too tiring. Zhou Qingyu, you really don't want to bring your daughter-in-law home to live and think she's in the way? Zhou Yi pursed his wine and didn't answer. He would be distracted by the inconclusive case that was wrapped around him, but he would also be relaxed and comforted by the rapport and intimacy of the two women's conversation. Quite a rare meal, the rarest in years. He drank 4 taels, poured almost 4 taels for his aunt, and only let his old mom drink 2 taels. His mom cannot drink, the body does not allow. Is so many years rare want to drink once? Joey do not want to spoil her mood. A bottle of wine finished, he made a pot of tea for the two, stayed by his side and listened to the conversation, occasionally interjecting and pouring water. There's always a lot of talk between women, especially 2 women who are 100 years old combined. Some past events, chicken scratch, chatting about it. He also listened with great interest, seeing that it was getting late, and that his aunt was going to stay at home. Joey was ready to go and tidy up the storage room. Jo Ching-yu said, I'll just share a room with my sister-in-law. You should take a rest and let Lee Jun stay on the living room sofa. Jo Yi agreed, clearing the table piece by piece with Night Jun, who came over. At that moment, there was a sudden movement outside the door. The already broken door was kicked in hard. A drunken voice, shrill and piercing. You steal people, I'll cut you. Sideways, kicking and slamming, the door to the room swung open. Jo Ching-yu woke up most of the wine, and smoothly stopped Jo Yi, who wanted to open the door to check the situation, and his eyes looked over coldly. 2 days in a row. Can it still be a coincidence? Chapter 39, Thunder and Lightning. There was another loud bang. The already broken door was kicked in. In the doorway stood a drunken, bald man, holding in his right hand a sharp object he had improbably picked up from somewhere. Over 6'8" with an athletic build. Various tattoos were densely covered under the tight t-shirt. It's enough to make people diabolical to walk down the street like that, let alone stand here menacingly. The bald man's drunken eyes cleared for a moment as he kicked the door open. There would be so many people in the unexpected room. So, staring at each other, it was eerily quiet for a second. It was only quiet for a second. In the next second, Lee Jun walked forward and kicked the bald man, who weighed 200 pounds, out. At the same time, the door was closed again, separating Lee Jun and the bald man. The door was closed and the screams could be heard. About 3 minutes later, the movement came to an abrupt halt as Knight's army re-entered the room. Seems to be afraid that he was smacked dirty because of his close contact with the bald head. Lee Jun took 3 steps away and said, Mr. Zhou, the other party was instructed to deliberately come here to make trouble, knowing that the homeowner lives alone, was accounted for to come over to intimidate every night, looking for trouble. Zhou Yi hadn't heard Lee Jun mention the employer's name, but he was basically sure. Child respect. It was that roommate, Tong Jingji, who had followed Zhou Yi as a junior for a few years. Jo Ching-yu waved his hand for Lee Jun to go out and wait for the police, and asked Zhou Yi, do you recognize it? I beat up a total of 2 people at the party. I'm not sure if it was his personal behavior or if it had something to do with Zhang Tianyun as well. Jo Ching-yu heard. Expression as usual, so many years friends, you are still his benefactor. Help him a lot. Because of a fight, he took advantage of you being shut down to take revenge on your mom? This kind of friend is good. For us to fight the scourge of family kind. Letting Joey go back to his room with you Nick first to rest. Jo Ching-yu stood on the living room balcony for a while. A starry night sky. She looked up as if she could see her past home. Even with the addition of Nico Yu as an eyesore in the house, it was still cozy in a way it had never felt before. Later she moved out to live alone with Natalie because she was constantly fighting with Natalie, and her brother took Natalie out to live alone. It would be thinking that her brother didn't want her for his wife. Now, all that remains is a bitter laugh at the ignorance of those days. Being an adopted daughter herself, if she really didn't want her, she would have just broken off the adoption and kicked her out as well, instead of her brother needing to move out of that shared home. Mr. Zhou, the police came to take the man away. There was a knock on the glass partition door behind him, pulling it open some cracks. Jo Ching-yu didn't turn around and only asked him, even the Jiang family's little henchman dared to bully my sister-in-law and nephew like this. Do you think there will be more trouble in the future? People are in the dark. I'm in the light. It's not a good idea to be on guard all the time, right? Lee Jun didn't answer, waiting for her to continue. Jo Ching-yu, you contact Secretary Zhang's driver for me tomorrow. Dig out all the people. I'll give you the contact information later. After explaining Lee Jun, Jo Ching-yu turned over the hands of the private cell phone dialing. I have a leaky net for many years of big fish. Has been at large. She thought about it. There should be some relatives with Lu Jianming. As for more relatives, can't say. Across the room was a very thick middle-aged male voice. What's gotten into you? My family has been single for generations, and he wants to cut my parents off. The man took a moment to think. Provide some clues so I can do something on my end. Lu Jianming, is this person trouble? A broken umbrella. It's a struggle to keep yourself out of the wind and rain. Jo Ching-yu, as soon as possible on my side, and as soon as possible for you. The man simply agreed. Jo Ching-yu put down his phone and looked at the police car that was slowly moving away downstairs. and all the rumors about Jung Tianyun's early years surfaced. Half-truths passed around by others. Zhou Chengyu being in this circle and Lin Chang is exactly know a lot of things. There was one murder that made the news. It was more or less directly related to Jung Tianyun. In addition to the early years of the Tianyun Group KTV incident, the bar contraband circulation incident, the leisure center of some of the truth. People make days to see if the time is early or late. Now is the time to lift the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Yi did not sleep well all night in the city council, and the pressure is heavy in all aspects of the spirit. I slept well at home with some wine and slept until noon. It was only when I opened my cell phone to check the time that I noticed that my bank card had received 2 transfers. One was transferred by mom, $25 million. One transfer from Fannan, $10 million in full. It's all for him to buy a bigger house. Zhou Yi slapped his head. It's not a dream. $35 million balance on the card, counted several times. Not surprisingly, mom transferred money and said last night that she was going to give him money for the house. Fannan's transfer of the money was likewise preceded by an indication, and it seems unsurprising that it was suddenly transferred. The main thing is to take mom's money is not a burden. To take the heart of Fong Nan is always not so strong. What is this? $10 million a collection. He signed that contract is not the legal terms completely become ironclad. Returned are useless. The entry record already exists. There was a message from Fan Nan on WeChat. For the sake of his case and the need to spend time with his family, he's been given a temporary vacation, so that he can work again after he's finished pulling his head out of his ass. Zhou Yi washed his face and walked out of the bedroom, and the house was quiet as hell. No one. My aunt took my mom out, running errands, shopping for hair coloring, plus probably visiting friends and relatives and such, and she may not be back before dark. Zhou Yi's sofa will sit on the sofa, go back to change clothes to go to Mission Hills to see the house. I had just gotten dressed when a number called on my cell phone. Chapter 40, you're right. Zhou Yi's cell phone has not been changed for several years, and he has not lost any of the numbers he saved. Tong Jingji called. It's the same Tong Jingji who tried to hit him with a bottle at the party and passed out when Zhou Yi dragged him by his hair and slammed him on the table. The family is in the construction materials business, and it's quite a big business. Tong Jingji followed him to play that his father's company annual water flow are several hundred million. In Lin Chang belongs to the role of a bit of connections. Considering for a moment, Zhou Yi turned on the recording to answer. Immediately after that, Tong Jingji's urgent voice with a sobbing tone came from the receiver. Brother Wild, I was wrong. Chono was not touched in the slightest as he listened to him cry bitterly on his cell phone, apologizing and saying that he could withdraw his testimony against him. Tong Jingji a few years ago was the little brother who followed him to play. He protected and helped in every way. Tong father business lack of money. Zhou Yi dare not find mom and dad to ask for, relying on the Zhou family reputation to give him a personal guarantee. Tong Jingji was looked down upon. Zhou Yi helped him out, not to mention the mindset out of which it was motivated at the time. Who else in the position of Tong Jingji, not to say thankful, bite the benefactor at the time of more or less will be under the mouth a little lighter. The child's respect is not. The first time they met after 3 years, in order to perform in front of Jiangsu, breaking down the stage, treating Grace like hatred, sarcastic scorn, thinking that with the change of status aid Zhou Yi, there are a lot of realistic people, and fewer wolfish ones, and Tong Jingji belongs to the latter. Zhou Yi cried along with Tong Jingji and completely heard the reason. His father was arrested this morning by a tax check. Tong Jingji for instructing others to come to Zhou Yi's home to cause trouble, scared to hide, hiding in nowhere to give him this call. Tong's mother, because of her arrogant habits, clashed with the people of the tax bureau, and was taken away together on the spot. Tong Jingji had inquired somewhere and thought that it was all related to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi does not admit or deny. You come to my house. We face to face to make things clear. The phone is not convenient. Tong Jingji apprehensive, wild brother. I am dim. Just want to scare auntie. Did not want to hurt her. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't dabble in your house at school that time. Auntie is so good to me. It's impossible for me to. Shono interrupted. Coming or not? Tong Jinji thought of his parents and his voice moved. You send me the location. Chao Ya hangs, add him on WeChat, send the location. He waited at the house for about half an hour. Tong Jingji carefully pushed open the door of the room and entered from outside. Wild. Tong Jingji still had injuries on his face and was smiling as hard as he could. Zhou Yi sat on the sofa without moving, watching him approach and then said, Your parents were really caught in one piece? Tong Jingji, brother Wild. I'll kneel down for you. You let me off the hook and let my parents off the hook for once. It's all my fault. He said the kneeling fruit was really kneeling. It's just like getting in trouble back in the day. The knees were never worth it. Zhou Yi did not help. Walked to the kneeling Tong Jingji in front of a single-footed squatting across from him. Your dad 3 years ago should be finished. Was I help a hand? Adhere to the present. Mixed so that you are qualified to look at me. Your mom that retarded. If not rich, have your father's support, but also early I do not know how many slaps to the people, how many times the education. As for you, you should have been living in the dark mud all your life, and should not have drilled out. Tong Jingji, when I think of all the things I've helped you do and put right over those years, I want to slap myself a few times. Zhou Yi, you're not trying to apologize. You're really seeing that you're on the verge of becoming a lost cause. You also know how unclean your family is. You can't afford to be checked. Chao no. Tong Jingji's voice volume drew up and raised his bloodshot eyes. You he. Chou no grabbed him by the hair and rose to turn the profanity the other man was about to take out of his mouth into a howl. He dragged and pulled the man toward the door for fear of dirtying his home. The police are looking for Tong Jingji. Zhou Yi is doing a good deed in cooperating with his police comrades to get the person arrested. As soon as he realized that Tong Jingji was going to resist, he just slapped up. 7 or 8 consecutive slaps hit Tong Jingji's breath like a swimmer. No longer struggling, Zhou Yi had called the police ahead of time, and when the police arrived, he thought he needed to follow them over to make a statement. Who wanted to get the word out on the spot, didn't even have to make the trip, and got a verbal commendation from the police, because Tong Jingji hired a murderer to carry a murder weapon into the house. There are too many suspected crimes. The police side started looking for someone last night. Chouno scratched his hair as he watched the police lead the men away. Tong Jingji must know something, or else he wouldn't dare to take the chance of coming over to him to beg for forgiveness. Who is it? Auntie is the owner of a small investment company. Surely she's not that competent. Is it possible that it's mom? Zhou Yi, who received a transfer of $25 million, immediately began to wonder how many other things his mother was hiding from him. Day after day stalls, tutoring, volunteers, ignoring the body busy. How to look at the family is so poor that almost cannot open the pot of the mother all of a sudden came up with 25 million. Fan Nan is also a possibility. The girl doesn't show off, flaunts things, and goes through scares with her mom. Chapter 41 Ocean View Room. Can't even think about it. The crisis hanging overhead seems to have become less dire. He set his mind to contact the agent, and a piece of him went to Guanlan Baiyan, which he had mentioned to Fong Nan last time. It's commonly a 200 square foot cottage with a front yard and a backyard. Sea front, greenery and property are very good. Zhou Yi will know this because mom bought it here before. She sold it to pay off her debts. Entering the room with the agent, Chouno sent a video to Fan Nan. She paid for the house, meaning she helped her buy it and put it in his name first. Chouno mulled over making her happy before saying anything. The contract may not be as valid if the ownership of the property changes in the future. The video screen flashed, and Fong Nan's pretty face, whose beautiful or not beautiful skin seemed to make no difference, came into view. Seriously, Chouno's view of Huanan drops again and again in a short time after he gets into a fight with someone. After knowing that she risked the image of her career to be a witness, knowing that she was there for her mom, knowing that she was busy doing everything she could to be willing to contribute, the perception just couldn't drop, and also bottomed out and bounced back violently, and started to get more fluky with her, so much so that as soon as he saw her at the moment, the beautiful and painful memories of that night were eating away at his sanity like a demon, and he wanted to go over to her right away. As a dual life and work assistant, as a driver, the boss is busy. How can he as an employee have the cheek to take a vacation and be lazy? Against her to open the salary, Zhou Yi adjusted the camera backward, slowly letting her see more clearly. Leader, this is one of the several villas with the best location in the neighborhood. Idle can blow the sea breeze in the backyard, drink tea, sunbathing. Visual perception is like this. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, glass and building materials have been muffled treatment. There is not much impact on the rest. The homeowner is doing business problems. Just renovated. This style you do not like, I can micro-alteration. I think it's okay. The price is not high relative to other. Just ask for full payment and delivery as soon as possible. Fuanan watched, the waves silently reflected in his vision. You turn the camera forward and I'll look at the layout behind you. The chowder man spun around to give her a better look. Fan Nan, I'll let you transfer the front. Zhou Yi was speechless by the repeated emphasis. What difference does it make if you adjust the front end or not? It's not all about taking a look. Still, he did as he was told and changed his front, taking his cell phone and heading upstairs, followed by the agent. Fan Nan, how much is the full price? Should be able to press the price a bit. Fong Nan, $10 million is always enough. It doesn't matter if the price is pressed or not. The important thing is to buy it over earlier. Zhou Yi promised. There's not much gym equipment. What do you want to add? I'll keep it all in mind. Fan Nan, I like yoga, a softer form of fitness. Zhou Yi did not use his cell phone to record, but only remembered all her requests and details clearly by heart. Fuanan scrutinized his face in the camera as he listened intently to her. Focused, handsome, stretching eyebrows can still see some sharpness, vitality, mood is very good look. Fuanan looked offended. She still felt better in control of the low-browed, world-weary man she had just met, even though the current Shono was more charismatic. Seeing him raise his eyes, Fongnan converged her sight. What does your aunt do? Looking quite powerful. Gave aunt you more than 80 million in one go. Zhou Yi, which is for my mom. Is my father before gave her a lot of money? She for him to pay off some debt should also. She has a pretty special aura. Zhou Yi didn't feel much about it. Do you need me to pick you up from work? No need. Then keep an extra eye on security when you stay in a hotel for the night. Fongnan asked. Is there anything else? I'm going to be busy. You do your business. Chono hangs up, vaguely lost, less inclined. He wanted to slap himself again. What a crime. When he was forced to sign the contract, he resisted as much as he could and tried to hide as far away as he could. Just for one night, he slowly tried to get closer to her, to find a chance to talk to her, to let her come to him with something. Zhou pushed the stray thoughts out of his mind and once again communicated with the agent in detail. Xiaoya knows this side of the house, the market, and so on. Determine that you want to buy. With an agent in place, the process is since much simplified. The formalities would have to take time, not delaying the fact that Zhou could take the keys early, pack up the house, and move in normally. Busy until the evening, he went over to find mom and aunt, took the two of them a piece of dinner. Next, Zhou spent 3 days making the house his own, getting some of the decorating details and room layouts etc. completely done. By the way, he also restored the home surveillance and replaced the door with a stronger one. In the past few days, the results of Jiang Si's injury appraisal came out, and he was transferred to the general ward. The police didn't trouble Zhou and the case seems to have been shelved for the time being. In addition to shopping and playing, mom and aunt are dealing with the debt left by dad, and basically can't be seen before the evening. Evening is coming. The evening sun dazzled in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, coloring the living room. Zhou who had just finished cleaning, sat on the sofa while resting, dialed his aunt's phone to ask her where she was going to eat for dinner. Zhou Chengyu laughed. Your mom and I have a dinner party tonight. Don't mind us. What bureau? Zhou Chengyu, Zhang Tianyun. Give your matter a chat and see if it's a settlement or something. Zhou sat up straight. I'll accompany you both. Give me a seat. Zhou Chengyu, Li Jun is here, so you should leave it alone. When Shouno heard the hang-up commotion, he first worried, then felt there was no need to worry. That chauffeur of my aunt's was not simple at first sight. At that time, kicking the drunkard that kick had an end. 200 pounds of people were almost kicked flying. Li Jun lower plate stable motionless. Zhou is a cool fan of this aspect of wrestling. He was so lazy before, from junior high school are able to keep the hobby until now. He could see how much content there was in Li Jun's casual kick. Chapter 42 Zhang Tianyun. On the other side, a car in front of a downtown tea house. Zhou Qingyu looked at Nico after putting down his cell phone. She bought clothes for Nico in the past few days, went to the beauty salon for maintenance, and forced her hair to be colored and permed. Overall, at least looked more than 20 years younger. The familiar sister-in-law from before. What's unfamiliar is that the unique character is really different from before. Before it was pretending to be calm. It's real peaceful now. Natalie asked. It's Ono's phone. Well, find us both for dinner. Natalie was a little sour. He hasn't even contacted me about anything since you got back. Zhou Chengyu, even you need to please me, let alone your son. Natalie slanted her a look. Zhou Chengyu laughed. You have to be glad you have such a son. Not to see his face. How can I get back the losses I have suffered on you? Natalie turned around, raised her hand to help her ruffle her long hair that had fallen out, and smiled back. When will injustice end? Zhou Chengyu sighed. It's me who is not self-conscious. From the age of 8 years old, I started to compete with the 18-year-old you for my brother. And how can I possibly fight you if I'm even smarter? Nico remembers Zhou Chengyu, who had a great personality from a very young age, loves to play straight, and suffers all the disadvantages of doing so. Possessive, always trying to drag the whole family together to ostracize her and alienate her. Zhou Chengyu knew at a glance that she entered the world of the self again. For fear of reminiscing, people hooked up, chatting out of tears, digressing to say, you sew a maintenance dress, but also really quite show young. Natalie, only young, not pretty? Zhou Chengyu rolled his eyes. 55 years old. Thinking you're still the same person who was so magnificent that the director personally came to his door begging for a cameo. Yeah, 55. And in a few years they'll all be seniors. Age is the reason you swing? Pups from childhood pampered. No father. Already poor enough. You as a mother still as much as tossing drag him. Look at your hair coloring. Change your clothes. The mood of the pups are followed by good. Nico wanted to speak, but Zhou Chengyu cut him off early. Don't talk to me about your reasoning. I've always disliked the way you and my brother educate your children. Especially you. You to relatives and friends are moral. Who evaluated you or thumbs up? The result is only their own son in the aggrieved. I just saw your mother in two also wondered. My brother more love. How can not give you leave the way back? so that the wife and child suffering to this result of the road he left there, all by you greatly blocked. Sister-in-law, why do you say you want a child? If you don't have the means, you and my brother will teach him that it's hard to go from luxury to frugality, that he doesn't lose or owe anything, and that he's kind, righteous, courteous, wise and trustworthy. He doesn't live in a vacuum. The environment he lives in is full of bacteria. The cleaner it is, the more intolerant it is. The cheerful big boy I tried so hard to raise was almost ruined by you in 3 years. Nico has never loved to follow Jo Chingyu's logic. If you fall into the trap of her logic, you have to understand that she is right. She also wanted to blame Jo Chingyu. His son grew up well behaved, looking at his introverted, stable and civilized personality. A dip on the Chingyu, all day long chicken flying dog jumping, character bipolar reversal. When old people love their children, they are pampered and spoiled and obedient. Jo Chingyu loves the child. Is the child wants to skip class, want to fight, want to fall in love at an early age. She also encouraged, support Natalie and her husband. If they follow Jo Chingyu's example, simply can't imagine what kind of person they will raise. Pulling, dragging, beating. The child is finally before the college entrance examination is considered to use the heart. Talking. It was dark. Jo Chingyu looked at the time and laughed sarcastically. Jiang Tianyun's rack is really not small. The appointment was at 6 o'clock, and this is 7 o'clock. Nico was calm. What about negotiation? Someone has to be allowed to take a stand. Jo Chingyu, what do you want to do if he persists in refusing to come out with a criminal understanding? Nico, we'll fight for probation, but if we can't, we'll wait for the sentence to come down and think of something else. We can only try our best to solve things. You don't want to think of Jiang Tianyun as so hateful, but it's not easy to accept that our own children have been beaten up like this. Jo Chingyu interjected. What do you mean I think of him as hateful? He was already hateful enough. You're not from Linchang? You don't know him? You don't know the reason for the fight? Damn it, pigs and dogs in a litter. Lousy is not a good thing. How good a thing can that little brat be? Nico was helpless. What I mean by this is that I want you to put your mind at ease. Let's talk about things. Let's put ourselves in the right position first. How can we talk if we're in a hurry? Don't follow me up later. I'll talk to him myself. Jo Chingyu, you can talk about it? Nico was choked by her also began to a bit of fire. I do not understand you again flip face line. Give a peaceful solution to the opportunity to line. All are Linchan people. Jiang Tianyun is still a scourge in the early years. What a countless number of underhanded tactics. In case the solution is not appropriate. He stared at your nephew revenge how to do. She came to be angry. Jo Chingyu is not angry. Wait, I do not say a word. You let go of the conversation. If you want face, give him face. Don't want face, I'm only responsible for hands to smack him a few slaps. Nico turned his eyes in confusion. Where did you get the courage to smoke Jiang Tianyun? The law gives me the backbone. I'm gathering evidence of his crimes, and I've got something to show for it. If he dares to put my nephew in jail, I'll dare him to eat a gun. Nico looked at her again. Not quite sure. What evidence? That's out of your hands. Listening to you. Linchang can't fit you in. Jo Chingyu, if Linchang can fit me, do I still need to go to Tianhe City? Do you think I am as unenterprising as you are? Every day I know how to raise flowers and grass at home, cultivate my heart and mind, and feel self-satisfied with my efforts to move myself. Nico, then may I ask where Ms. Jo is working now? Jo Chingyu, you want to know? I won't tell you even if I want to, unless you go with me to work in Tianhe. Sister-in-law, think about it and really do something for your son. Love is not by saying, by wistful spring and autumn children traveling thousands of miles mother worry, is the actual action, is to pave the way for his efforts. You are loaded with this body of knowledge, let it slowly fade as you grow older. What a waste. Natalie, instead of trying to support my business, you should be supporting your nephew. At his age, he should fall in love, play around, find hobbies and interests in order not to live up to his youth, and not to leave melancholy. How tiring it is to start a business, how tiring it is to work. I put you as a mother to help up, make some achievements. Closed his eyes when the next pass. He tried not to work hard are not the same what all have. Nico was dumbfounded. You, what a genius, that's for sure. Since I was a kid, my dad's catchphrase when he talked to people was, what's wrong with my girl? If I wasn't a genius, he'd be bragging about me. Why doesn't he brag about my brother? Except for his face, my brother is really inferior to me in every aspect. Natalie mentally laid flat as she listened, going through the front glass of the car to look at the extra columns of light. There were 3 cars coming around the corner in front of and behind us. At the head was a Bentley with extremely rare license plates. Nico touched Jo Chingyu. Here we are. Remember to keep quiet later. I'm afraid you'll get beaten. Jo Chingyu agreed perfunctorily. She hadn't intended to talk to Jiang Tianyun either, following purely because he was uneasy about Nick's safety. and on the way to meet the rumored Jung Tianyun to determine how he was going to do things. Chapter 43, Talks Fall Apart. Nico did know Jung Tianyun, and he was the kind of person who could have a chat when they met. Haven't seen each other in recent years. Occasionally you can swipe this guy from a short video. Either he is showing wisdom as a human being or he is basking in the philanthropy of the Celestial Luck Group. Word of mouth is good among some uninformed groups of internet users. Seeing Jung Tianyun's car stop, Nico walked down first. Zhou Chengyu and Li Jun followed closely. It's got to be 5 or 6 years since I've seen Mr. Jiang. Natalie had a smile on her face and offered her hand. Jung Tianyun did not pay any attention to her. A cross-fleshed face grim and serious. His eyes unapologetically observing Natalie Yu, Li Jun, and fixing on Zhou Chengyu. Behind him stood 7 or 8 men, gathered so close together that the air was oppressive. Zhou Chengyu met all the gawking eyes of the tigers while blandly locking eyes with him. After a second or two, Zhou Chengyu really couldn't hold back his laughter. You brought so many people over for a date, Jung Tianyun voiced out. You're Zhou Chengyu. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Jung Tianyun touched some soft thorns, plus scruples about the other party's identity. No more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. First step up the stairs. Upstairs, sit down. Nico Yu, Zhou Chengyu, and Jung Tianyun at one table. The other people Jung Tianyun brought with him were far away from Li Jun, some on the sofa, some standing at the stairway, all paying attention to this side. A thick oppressiveness drifted through the space on a silent occasion. Zhou Chengyu fiddled with his cell phone and looked out the window. Nico got up and poured the brewed tea instead of the waiter, and asked after taking his seat, Mr. Jiang, is the child's injury better? Jung Tianyun smiled coldly, light injury level 1. Not so easy to heal. I'm not here to listen to your close nonsense. Just want to see how you want to solve. Want to get a criminal understanding can. My son lost a few teeth. Your son's teeth out how many? The other injuries I'll look at Zhou Chengyung's face and forget about it. Zhou Chengyu lifted his eyes. Nico's face didn't change at all. Mr. Jiang really knows how to joke. Jung Tianyun, not to give Secretary Qin face. I don't have time to come here and joke with you. Nico, let's put aside face or not. The child's body is the most important. If it wasn't for the fact that I've been running to the hospital a lot in the past few days to pay for Jiangsu's medical bills, and I know that Jiangsu has been transferred to the general ward, I'd definitely be too embarrassed to come and see Mr. Jiang. Jung Tianyun was aware that someone had paid 200,000 yuan in medical fees to his son's name, and guessed that it was someone from Nico's side. 200,000. His car insurance is more than that every year. Nico always maintained her rationality, her tone gentle. We are all parents. I understand Mr. Jiang's feelings. However, there has to be a solution. How do you want to fix it? Jung Tianyun asked. Nico, I'm not quite sure how much I'll need for the follow-up medical expenses, and I know that Mr. Jiang won't care how much I'm willing to pay. Do you think $2 million is okay? After Chang Zhang's death, the family money basically paid off the debt, and I want to take more to compensate Jiangsu, but I really can't take more. Jung Tianyun naturally understands the Zhou family's situation. No money, and has a background of Yulu. But this amount of money is a dream if he wants to swallow it. Jung Tianyun looked at Zhou Chengyu, who had been fiddling with his cell phone with his head down since the beginning of the chat, and collected some of his temper that wanted to explode at any time. I've just made it clear to you that I don't want the money, and I can give you another $2 million to come out with a criminal understanding. I just want your son's teeth. Every single one I want. Natalie's fingers under the table curled up. She couldn't help it, so she smiled and said, Mr. Jiang talks funny. What? You want to offer up my son's teeth and worship them for nothing? Jung Tianyun looked up. Do you really think that if you have Secretary Qin backing you up, everything will be fine? Nico, it's not like we can't talk about it. Mr. Jiang opened his mouth and shut his mouth and wanted to lynch. You're a philanthropist. It's reasonable to say that you like to make good karma. Jung Tianyun's 5 fingers closed. His eyes had a ferocious light, almost to the limit of endurance. You don't want to talk about it. Right. Natalie, it's still up for discussion. Money is negotiable. You name it. Jung Tianyun, then you record it and sue me for extortion. Nico, in terms of vigilance, it has to be Mr. Jiang. It's true that he's young and has been through a lot, but you misunderstand me. I really just want to make things clear. Talk clearly. I also do not circle. You can condescend to sit with me at a table whether to see Chengyu, or to see the Qin secretary, anyway, is here. Then you say face you give others. Things cannot take the solution. Not a contradiction? Your son's injuries are certain. Whether my son goes to jail or not is uncertain, and I certainly don't want him to go to jail. Husband died, the child then jailed. Jiang always want my life. Then accordingly, what else can I do besides fighting for my life? Jung Tianyun was greatly surprised. He was threatened. He smiled playfully. How would you like to fight me? Nico, of course it's to report those things that Mr. Jiang covered up in the early years. If it doesn't work offline, I'll go online. If it doesn't work online, I'll beg someone to take me to the metropolis. In short, as long as my son is in jail for this, I will either be reporting or on my way to report for the rest of my life. Mr. Jiang, there is actually an issue that has puzzled me for a long time. That is, the equality between people. It's been about 30 years. I remember Mr. Jiang instructed the security guards to beat a guest so badly that he couldn't take care of himself. From what my husband told me, you compensated the other person $20,000. 20 years ago, there was a time, also in your store had an incident. The situation is slightly less so. You for dare to fight and kill the employee compensation for the other 10,000. 5 years ago, your son drunken racing car hit someone. You took $1 million private. You deal with other people easily familiar. How come your son lost a few teeth? Cannot get through it? A few teeth. $2 million? I asked myself to do in the situation. Reason and attitude are in place. Then your simple and vulgar solution open much more. As a result, I said a few words of truth. You asked me if I was threatening you. Yes, I am threatening you. You don't let my son live well. Everyone will not live together. Bang! Jiang Tianyun suddenly stood up and dropped his teacup. Everyone turned their full attention, stupidly trying to come this way. Zhou Chengyu raised his head once again and got up after him. Dropping the cup as a sign or hongmen banquet? You people don't look smart, but your learning is not low. As the words left her mouth, she backhanded and splashed all the warm tea on the old face that was so annoying to look at. I'm tired of listening to the pussyfooting around. Seeing more people approaching, Zhou Chengyu stared at Jiang Tianyun dripping blood like eerie eyes. Don't fight. My driver can hit 10. In case of killing a few things make a bigger mess. More than 50 years old. With the ing retarded. Do not move to play these pediatric tricks. Jiang Tianyun repeatedly clenched his fist, only to be completely deterred by Zhou Chengyu's aura. This woman he investigated. He got his hands on the equity structure of Point Capital. There is a shareholder inside his cousin Lu Jianming cannot afford to mess with. And Zhou Chengyu is the chairman of the board. The real power in the chairman. He wiped his face and wiped away the tea leaves, his voice trembling as if squeezed from his throat. Don't bully people. Zhou Chengyu, I'll give you one night to think it over. And if I don't see the criminal understanding tomorrow morning, we'll walk. Let's see if your son's teeth will fall out again in the future. Jiang Tianyun's hands were shaking so much that he could barely control them. If he were young, he would not care where the other person came from, and he would dare to turn the other cheek when he said he would. With anyone. Now, the main business is charity. Zhou Chengyu picked up Nico's bag, holding her wrist, stared at Jiang Tianyun one last time before leaving. Really don't want to kneel. Give your Lu backer a call. Let him kneel for you. Get out. Zhou Chengyu raised his hand and slapped the horseman who wanted to step forward. The horseman was instantly jerked back when he saw that his boss hadn't dared to give orders even after being insulted like that. Covering his face, he put his head down. The others waited for Zhou Chengyu to approach, all of them automatically stepping aside to vacate the path with their bodies. This woman, long and pretty, only looks more like HSH than the boss. Downstairs, the breeze caresses. Nico covered his heart. You almost scared me to death. In case you give him a red-eye irritation, you'll get a beating. Zhou Chengyu, the more this kind of pretense, the more empty the bones. Not to mention that Li Jun can really fight 10 in 1. I'll put up with it my ass. Not want to listen to you more blah 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 a few sentences. Start want to play showdown. Natalie took her arm. That's so handsome. Never saw you as so attractive. Zhou Chengyu glanced at her. Yes, be a little birdie like that around me. Make me happy and I'll help you protect your son. Nick, you know Lu Jianming? Take his backer to scare him and bluff him. I'm not afraid of that kind of scene, which is not afraid of getting you involved in case of conflict. Nico, we haven't eaten yet, so let's talk over dinner. What do you want to eat? Should I go home and cook for you, or deal with a bite out? Drunkards is good. Haven't had their food in years. Okay, I'll book the room. Calling the cub piece. Nico, you think he called about dinner because he wanted to have dinner with us? He's waiting for you to say you're busy and don't need his company. Probably looking for Fong Nan to go. Help people decorate the house for a few days. It is not easy to decorate. Have to invite a credit about a meeting. Zhou Chengyu listened in awe. These two mothers, with their 7 circling minds, are as one. If it wasn't Nico who said it, Zhou Chengyu hadn't really thought about it. Chapter 44 Letter of Understanding. Besides, Jiang Tianyun. Zhou Chengyu went downstairs with Nico for a long time before he slowly regained some of his senses. Driving his men away, he sat alone at the window to witness the Audi drive away. His anger was followed by a vague remorse. Ming Ming was in the way of Qin Ziyuan, jealous of Zhou Chengyu, and wanted to put up with his son being beaten. As a result, the not-so-high steps were chatted up to be too high to go down. Offhand, it won't work if it doesn't go down. What he had done in his early years was in his heart. In recent years, The big philanthropic endeavors are only for the sake of peace of mind and spreading money to eliminate disasters. Nico has the skills to set these things off, and Zhou Qingyu has even more skills. Jiang Tianyun sat alone for 10 minutes and dialed his cousin Lu Jianming's number. He wanted to provoke, to relay those harsh words that Zhou Qingyu put down on his way out, to the edge of the mouth. Did not export, only said something else. Lu Jianming's voice has been a little old, more is better than less. Other people want a letter of understanding, just give it to her. Jiang Tianyun understood all of it as soon as he heard it. His spine seemed to be drawn out all at once as well, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give him that understanding. Lu Jianming language heavy. Tianyun, this time is different from the past. Loki is quasi-right. Acknowledged. I'll contact Su Shan and ask him to help submit an understanding. Restaurant box. Zhou Qingyu looked at the attentive Unico, who ordered food, passed chopsticks, and opened wine without any obstacles, and realized that in her 50s, not only did she look much younger in the past few days, but her personality had also become younger, realistic and so cute. It was from this 55-year-old woman that she saw something lovely. Nico, did you taste it? I remember your favorite mandarin fish from this restaurant. Zhou Qingyu complied and chucked some and drank. Nico pushed the dinner plate in front of her. Got a drinking problem? I've seen you drink several times in the past few days. It's a pity I have asthma and can't always drink with you. Still sick? Monthly sickness. A lifelong illness. Usually a little attention has little effect. Zhou Qingyu, what monthly sickness? Don't rely on my nephew. Your body was weak before you got pregnant with him. Nico lamented. It's been 10 years since we sat down to eat, drink and talk alone. There's nothing to talk about when you're treated like an enemy. Not an enemy now. Right. No matter how much it bothers you. You have to take care of you two mothers for my brother, especially the cubs. Natalie reminded her. Drink slightly slower and eat more first. Zhou Qingyu, insomnia on the first day back. Can't sleep without drinking, leave it alone. Natalie, you asked. Do you think Jiang Tianyun will take out a letter of understanding? Alas, this time it's completely offended the person. Zhou Qingyu snorted. Talking to someone so energetically and ready to fight for your life. This is what scares you. Gesture definitely can't lose. Only then Jiang Tianyun will make mutterings. Actual true fear, fear of the dark arrows. Zhou Qingyu, Lu Jianming will pressure him to give this understanding. My side of the evidence collection is fast enough to ignite. Understanding a take. The police arrest finished. This kind of family, as long as a person is not clean, a group of people will not be clean. Nico, are you sure? I'm not a big talker. It's just that often telling the truth tends to be perceived as bragging. Natalie put her heart into her stomach at that. She sat down next to Zhou Qingyu and became more attentive. Son of a on this one. Natalie has made so many calls for help. The worst fear in half her life was begging, especially from those who had not crossed paths much belonging to her husband's connections, which was stabbing a knife into her proud heart. For the sake of my son, I had to beg. Today counted completely, see clearly. Instead of going to beg those who do not try their best. Unreliable. To please Zhou Qingyu was the optimal solution. To please up also have no thought burden. Zhou Qingyu shook his glass of wine and drank it up, bringing the glass to Nico Yu. Nico poured it for her. You've worked pretty hard all these years, too. Zhou Qingyu, it's always been hard work. Too aggressive. My kind of character. I was born to work hard. Nico listened with empathy. Have a family. Have a child. Thoughts may become different. Zhou Qingyu, can you stop hanging on to these things all the time? Natalie gossips. Has Auntie stopped yet? Not yet. I guess it's just a couple of years. Natalie, if you don't hurry, what if you regret not having a baby in the future? Zhou Qingyu, adoption. I'm not just adopted by mom and dad. She held a finger to support the slightly lowered corner of her forehead. Shouldn't you consider for the cubs and advise me not to have a child? Nick, I'm so shady in your eyes. Zhou Qingyu from the heart, you're very nice. I've known since I was a child. More accurately said, it's so good that it's rare. With your IQ at that time, your goodwill before my parents. If you really have malicious intent towards me, provoking them to send me back to the orphanage is not impossible. It's easy to be blinded by one leaf together, and I was too narrow-minded. Natalie rare, drinking and talking, or drinking and acting? Zhou Qingyu pursed his drink and looked at the drink. You also eat. No need to deliberately act here to make people squirm. Sister-in-law, you say my brother must be desperate to what extent to commit suicide? How can he not think of me? I can at least let him live. Nico didn't say anything about not being able to reach her then. It's also possible to get in touch. It's just a little bit of work. You can't think of contacting them beforehand, and it's not necessary to contact them afterward. Nico, I was afraid that you would talk about this and not mention him when you drink. One drink in one pack, and that's the way it's meant to be. I regret it more than you do. Like you said, being full of negative energy just affects my own son. Zhou Qingyu wiped her eyes with a napkin. Sometimes I don't understand myself. So lucky to be adopted by mom and dad. and at first I was telling myself to be understanding and obedient. Slowly, being spoiled by them to forget all clean, more and more capricious, not wanting to have such a heavy conversation. Nico teased. What exactly did you talk to your brother about in the first place that pissed him off so much? He didn't tell you? No. Zhou Qingyu, go crazy with alcohol and forget everything you said. Natalie, you can forget and go away in a rage for 8 years? Zhou Qingyu's face was slightly unnoticeable. Pour the wine. Nico didn't collapse. I'll go to Tianhe City with you. You can arrange a job for me that I can do, and help me find a famous doctor to properly regulate my body. Zhou Qingyu, you're quite demanding. Nico laughed. These 2 or 3 years I did become stupid. Not you remind. Did not realize that I am a burden to Xiano. You said that he got a job. Busy with his regular work and busy with his part-time job. And after he was busy with his part-time job, he was still hung up on helping me to buy medicine, supplements. I was supposed to live for him, which sounds quite noble, but it's not so. It's really obvious that he's relieved and in a different state when I'm with you. He obviously wants me to have a bit of business to enrich myself, and it just so happens that he's still relieved to be following you. Zhou Qingyu can think through on the line. The 2 cities back and forth by plane in a few hours. If I hadn't seen him follow Fong Nan in a piece of work, for fear of breaking up a pair of lovebirds, I would like to persuade him to go to Tianhe City. Natalie, what do you think of the girl? Solid people, looks smart, not many curves, that kind of status, can with you and me in such a careful, afraid of making mistakes, sure is care about Xiano. At this point, rare enough, after all, we in her heart is at most a little money, not much of a character. Natalie added. Too pretty and with a halo, there's a lot of trouble to be feared. Zhou Qingyu, then find an ugly one for your son and ask him if he's happy with it. What's wrong with him? Natalie looked down and tweeted on her cell phone, and within a moment, turned her head and said, I guessed he wasn't home, and sure enough, he wasn't. Zhou Qingyu was a little giddy. He's not home. We have to go home. Let's go. Chapter 45. Fan Nan, who was being chatted up by the two, was in the car at this point. The driver was not Django, a temporary employee from the company. The carriage was silent, so quiet that only the color of night flowed through the body. As the employee focused on driving, he stole a glance at the front mirror. In the mirror, the woman was wearing a gray sports t-shirt and sweatpants. The plain and casual dress had the magic to make people want to look more. Exquisite and beautiful face with skin like gel. Long hair was pulled back casually, and even the few hairs scattered along the perfect hairline seemed to be embellished. Forcing himself not to look at it much, the employee did his best to focus on driving. Mr. Fong, where are you going? Fong Nan returned to her senses and remembered Zhou Yi saying that the house was packed up and ready to live in. Wanting so badly to go over there right away and not wanting to, she'd spent the last few days consciously avoiding it, keeping busy, waiting for good news from Zhou Yi's side, waiting for the results of the paternity test. She got the family's hair, cut it off and sent it to 2 separate appraisal organizations, just picked up the results given by a second agency. As it were, it turned out that she really wasn't related to the family she thought she had, not one iota. Fuanan wanted to laugh, cry, and feel funny. Other kids are living in childhood. She's living and making money. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I followed my grandmother and went through the garbage, and I can still smell the stench. Not to pick up cannot. The father fooling around does not make money. The mother all the energy on her son, but also need to go to odd jobs to subsidize the family. Grandma has no ability to work, can only rely on picking up garbage a little to help her accumulate. Fong Nan picked it up while watching her peers around her talking and laughing as they walked past her with their school bags. She was bullied in elementary school and nicknamed the Raggedy King. If not for her good academic performance and teachers' protection, she couldn't go on with her studies. She boarded in junior high school, finally leaving the dirty garbage heap, dirty classmates, and rotten home. But it was a hard life. When the kind homeroom teacher found out about her situation, she organized donations for the whole class. Not many people donate, not to mention, there are parents to question the teacher. Like on the report, Fong Nan has become a target of the object of discussion, and once again experienced being treated differently. She began to exclude everyone, used to stay away from the crowd, quietly simmering, until I ran into Zhou Yi. At that time, there were too many people who wanted to help her, wanted to chase her, but Fan Nan had shied away from all of them. She doesn't need help, and she doesn't like boys who try to save her. She only looked at Zhou Yi, liked his eyes, demeanor, behavior, appearance, temperament, thoughts uncontrolled to go close to the kind of like. He even plays the rascal more like a true, sincere character. He brought her into the world of people for real, but he wasn't willing to be a good human being either. She did nothing for him without feeling aggrieved and was willing to do so, but the only light in her life still disappeared without warning. Really believe he has a girlfriend because so many people like him and he's extra fun-loving. I really believe he is tired of himself and wants to switch. I really believe that he has treated her as a plaything for 3 years, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown her away so casually. She died once, didn't make it through, and didn't want to die when she was brought back to life. Fong Nan now knows that he has a hard time, only there is no way to believe it wholeheartedly. She doesn't hate him either, and is ruthless enough to want to teach him a lesson, only to still not know if he's going to jail or not. People are different and have different levels of tolerance. She can endure the aggression. Zhou Yihaf cannot endure. Of course, everything to endure more than him. Pull over, Fuanan said. When it stopped, she walked down on her own. Forest City is a city of water, with small rivers, lakes, and the ocean close by on the outskirts. At night the lake is colored by neon, and further away a bridge is hung with neon, like a galaxy of stars. The wind is light and no one is around. Fong Nan used his hand as a megaphone and shouted a few times with all his might. The voice echoed and faded as her tears suddenly fell like rain. She didn't even know who she really was or where she came from, and she didn't know if today's 25th birthday was real or fake. True or false didn't seem to matter though. True or false hadn't been any of them, ever. Zhou Yi wanted to help her over. Finished in advance, she waited with trepidation when the surprise, he forgot. Every year said to help her birthday, every year forget. The phone vibrated. Zhou Yi WeChat asked her if she was off work and wanted to treat her to a late-night snack. Fong Nan wiped the fog that obscured his vision. Did you get the letter of understanding? My aunt just gave me word that the letter of understanding has reached Sushan and it's fine. Then congratulations. No jail time. Where are you? Where are you staying? It's not convenient or safe to stay in a hotel. Fan Nan, where do you live? Shouno didn't understand. Cautiously, I'll listen to you. Then send me the door lock code on my cell phone and get the hell back to your own house and go to sleep. Zhou Yi, what's wrong? I was forced to sign the contract by all means, but after signing it and sleeping on it, I was hung out to dry. Is it? That night is not too satisfied. Fong Nan, do you want me to retract my confession and send you in? The case deposition period is not the same as the nature of the letter of understanding after the case is finalized, and it seems that it is not finalized now. Don't. Send me a location. Do not eat a snack. I at least take you to recognize the door. I replaced the bathtub with a new one, and the gym was added according to your hobbies. The money you gave wasn't enough, and I also advanced more than 100,000 yuan. I'll turn you around. Fong Nan stopped paying attention and casually sent the location. Chapter 46, How to Understand. Zhou Yi was driving his own car to the location where Fong Nan had sent him 20 minutes later. The car was parked alone at the curb a few meters away under the streetlight, and she stood alone in front of the railing by the lake, hair dancing lightly, clear and lonely. The thin sweatpants were blown by the wind and stuck to the long and well-proportioned legs, adding some sexiness and warmth. Zhou Yi this time reunited with Fong Nan on the sense that her people are not normal. No, she just hasn't been normal. Common people G to the point of anger she is not angry. For example, during the period of time together Zhou Yi once made her into a gyroscope. As long as he is willing to go home, how can not touch her anger? She's prone to emotions at anger points that regular people can't G, such as the possibility of him accidentally ignoring her in front of his friends. It's been a lot of experience in all 3 years. The place up Zhou Yi even more cannot find the southeast and northwest. Just know that it's always good to please some and go along with some. He pulled the car door open and stepped out. Fong Nan turned his head, then waved his hand at the employee in the car to leave. The line of sight swept over Zhou Yi without stopping. Looking out over the night sky and lake view, Zhou Yi looked at her side by side with her. What are you doing here? Are you cold? Fong Nan did not answer. How could Zhang Tianyun give you an understanding so painfully? My mom went to his meeting with my aunt. Not really. Fan Nan, the process really doesn't matter either. What matters is that it's worth being happy. You don't have to go to jail. I don't have to feel too guilty. Shouno tried to touch her small hand. Fong Nan instinctively dodged like an electric shock. Shouno was a bit embarrassed by her influence and his limbs stiffened slightly. I'm afraid you're cold. Try the temperature of your hands. I'm not cold. That's cold coming from you. Zhou Yi did not know what she was looking at, followed her gaze, fixed on the bridge light belt. Going for a walk on the bridge? Fong Nan took a natural step with his feet, his body replacing words. Zhou Yi did not resist glancing at her small white hands again, cheeky to grab. This time the grip is firm, soft, cool, like grabbing a ball of warm crystal mud. He gripped it slightly harder, feeling it quietly. 3 years ago Fannin's hands would have been nice, limited to nice. Lots of inconspicuous calluses on the inside, due to part-time work. He turned over the top of her hand, looking closely, and the calluses were gone. Fong Nan looked at him with lowered eyebrows, alternately annoyed and throbbing, and jerked her hand. What's wrong with you? What are you scratching at my palm? Shouno looked up momentarily to see her eyes clearly, long eyelashes hanging due, hazy and unusual. Zhou Yi instinctively raised his hand to help her wipe, and asked urgently, why are you crying? Fuanan was about to be affected by the perversity he showed. This person is extremely smart. Not smart will not be in the last month before the college entrance examination efforts. Easy to get into the 985. Origins let him eyes wide open. The heart linglong, bias cool. He must have seen that she didn't mean any harm by asking him to sign the contract, and saw that she didn't mean any harm to him. This led to him being completely different from the meeting, daring to care about her and flirt with her. Fangnan pulled back a certain distance. Thinking of my ex-boyfriend, I was more deeply in love with him than I was with you, and it turned out to be a heartless one too. Chono, how far have you two gotten? Adults, asking such childish questions. Zhou Yi does not poke her. Her ex-boyfriends can be a lot. Say a moment 6 a moment 8. Last time I kissed, shared the night. Chono then totally saw that she was lying. How can you be a female sea king when you can't kiss fast enough to forget how to kiss? And you can't even forget the business of the day. He had viewed her differently after that night, and his scorn had dissipated 9/10 of it, to say the least. It's not the same. She talks about 6 or 8, and Chono is one of them. She talks about him alone, and Chono is the only one for her. Walking around, Chono tried wrapping his arms around her waist and holding the person close. Fuanan resisted and was no match for his power. Don't get all twisted and just go with the flow too, Zhou Yi explained. You're wearing thin clothes. I'll block the wind for you. There's no need to be grateful. It's the assistant's duty. Fangnan sniffed the light bamboo fragrance that came with the wind from his body, and before she could smell it enough, she felt caterpillars crawling on the side of her waist. She held it down with one hand. Don't move. You often don't let me move. And that night too, you tickled me when I didn't move. So how should I listen and understand? Hiss. Zhou Yi, who was getting high in the mouth, drew a cold breath and was twisted like a spring to duck out a meter away. Fangnan's face flickered with chi, brilliant as the morning sun, only unseen by anyone. She looked at him coldly. There are rules for being an employee. Don't stomp on your nose. Chono rubbed his back and followed her. I wouldn't dare to hold hands and cuddle again. All he could do was stand alongside her, looking from side to side. What the hell are you crying about? Someone threatened you to change your statement? Fangnan, people are retarded or you are retarded. I have more than 10 million followers and a business under my hand. Who would have nothing to do to threaten me? I am remembering some people. Things from the past. Talk. Fangnan, I'm tired of walking. I don't have the energy to talk. Chono had a great knack for reading people's words, and this would take the cake. Obviously think she likes to be hugged. Molested. Downright screwed him. Obviously think her people have temperature. Turn cold. Fuanan, stop and bend over. Zhou Yi got it this time. Before the person to his back, lightly supported her legs. Back up also just about 100 pounds of her. The lotus root arms are wrapped around the neck and the fragrance lingers. Zhou Yi quietly exhaled. You can say it. Chapter 47 Motivation and Purpose. Fuanan still doesn't want to talk about it. He can't see her. She then wrapped her arms around his neck, her small face resting peacefully against the side of his neck, sniffing greedily, experiencing it. He's not nice to her at all. Never has been. Except for being generous with money. Except that it will protect her. Except for the occasional heartache when she's so aggravated she can't take it anymore. In addition to the fact that he would be gracious enough to hold her hand and tell people she was his girlfriend. Memories clash back and forth. Fangnan became more and more aware of the emptiness of his hatred. He's just a very normal, character-appropriate boy for that age, and still more normal than all his friends around him. She hated just the fact that he had abandoned her and dumped her without hesitation, and hated that she couldn't accept it. This hate is slowly becoming untenable. Equality does not exist. Not to love one must also be loved equally. Chono was ruffled by her breath, messed up by what she was feeling in the cut, but he's good at adjusting himself, throwing thoughts away far and wide. Do you know the real reason I fought with Jiangsu? Fangnan, wasn't he the one who scolded Auntie? I wouldn't have punched him that hard if he hadn't verbally abused my mom, but he certainly took other ways to continue to provoke me as well. He purposely tried to make a scene so that I would clash with his employees. That way, whether I get killed by them or get arrested for hurting each other with consequences, it's all in his favor. I'm drinking as long as I don't die of drunkenness. My mind is getting clearer and clearer. With these calculations, he is deliberately trying to trample me to death. So do you think I should wait to be trampled to death by him? Or strike first and beat him to death? Fangnan, you two have a grudge. Zhou Yi, I always thought no. After all, often support his scene. In the bar spent a lot of money. After watching him get close to you, I realized that the fight years ago was because he was jealous that I had you. You men are so complicated. Zhou Yi, before the conflict, I once thought that you and he wanted to get me killed. But only after I calmed down for a night did I realize that both of you wanted to pick a fight for the same reason, but for completely different purposes. You want me to lose face. He wants me to lose my life. Fangnan's voice paused for a few seconds. Then you can hide. You can walk away. You have to go tit for tat? You don't think about what auntie will do if something happens to you. Zhou did not answer. Just said, my relatives and friends have the money and my father this for many years. The interest some of them take more than the principal a lot. He just left. The debt with me and my mom legally have nothing to do. Some people began to urgently chasing after us to find the debt. Means 100 reasons. Some fathers were hospitalized. Some mothers were dying. Some kids want to study abroad. Some sons are being forced into debt. At that time, my mom was so shocked by my dad's death that she only thought that she didn't want him to owe anyone else. And she didn't want him to have any peace of mind even after he was gone. Sell the house and car. Sell the fund. Move the insurance. Paid back the vast majority. The rest is slowly paying back. I thought the family completely out of money. Adjusted for a while to start working. Li Tian Hotel. Often see acquaintances. Celebrities. The ones who used to bow down and curry favor under my eyes can one day command me to work, do things, and stick a knife in me in the process. Life. Reality. All kinds of situations. The spring is strong, but when it is stretched to its limit, it always breaks. You, Jiang So, they are the ones who pulled me to my limit. Fan Nan, head back, go back and look at the house. Chouno walked to the bridge and turned around as instructed. Fan Nan, the tolerance is still too low. Chouno, it varies from person to person. If all could live the ideal type, there would be no need for the law to even exist. Some are willing to kneel. Some are not. Some are brave. Some are cowardly. Some have a high bottom line. Some have a low bottom line. It is possible to live a tired, empty life, but not a life where I am not me. I'm not even there, which means I'm not even there as a person. I insist there is me, and a glimmer of hope for the existence of the self. Fan Nan, so are you with me or without me? Zhou Yi laughed. You can tie me as a person. Can you kidnap my feelings? I know you love to be suspicious, but still want to tell you. These 3 years often think of you, both regret and regret. It's good to see you, both happy and apprehensive. Every time I go on a blind date, I am tormented and conflicted. I want my mom to hold my grandchildren, but all of them are not as good as you. I can't get along. I can't get along at all. There was light under Fong Nan's eyes, which was quickly extinguished during the male FQ period in nature. They love to hang around in front of the females. Either they use their strength to convince the female, or they bend their head and behave themselves. Zhou Yi, you are cheeky enough to come to me tonight and tease me with all kinds of words. Is the stage FQ period coming? Zhou Yi was stunned. You didn't talk so poisonously before. Fong Nan, that's because I don't dare to put out poison and enjoy watching you act. I've seen more mouths than you have, and having grown up with all kinds of mouths, I know you better than you think. Zhou Yi, dare I ask why you, who know so much about my inferiority, have followed me for 3 years? Why there are so many hands out to save you? You only hand me? Boss, you to your assistant will not be true love. Hiss. He was again interrupted in his speech. It was not on the neck and stung with pain. Funan was stoic, hugging tighter and burying his head deeper. She loves Zhou Yi. She herself is not sure. Do not understand what love is. She'd just be so motivated to work every time she remembered him. She wanted to be better than him, so strong that she could hook her finger and get someone in and wave them off. And that was all she had to work with. Chapter 48, The Real Life. Funan felt a little passive to himself. Got back in his crappy Buick and hasn't initiated communication and refuses to do so. It wasn't until the car entered the Mission Hills residence that he watched him enter the code and followed him into the extremely special room. Special because there were no lights on and the light was coming in through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the undrawn curtains. The sea, colored deep blue by the night sky, let the light change layer by layer. The room was quieter than the car. Fong Nan had thought that the environment here would be very good, but he had never thought that it would look so good. The mood seems to have been transformed and opened up with the arrival here. She couldn't bother to look out the floor-to-ceiling window much longer as the lights were turned on by Chouno. The moment Fong Nan was able to see everything clearly in his vision, his neck felt like it was being strangled and his breathing stopped. Flowers, a large bouquet of flowers on the coffee table directly in front of her. The moisture-proof carpet was laid out in the shape of a heart by taking more colorful flowers. Near the chandelier are various decorative balloons with extraordinarily artistic layouts. A 10-inch, superbly made cake sits near the flowers. Fong Nan had been chased by people I don't know how many times, and this way could be called very vulgar, but she was still mesmerized by what she was looking at. The vision quickly resumed and blurred. She doesn't celebrate birthdays, and even fewer people know her birthday. Chouno, happy housewarming, by the way. Happy birthday. I have food prepared. Wait here for a while. Funan was unable to make a sound. Watch him go to the microwave. To the kitchen. It didn't take long for several dishes to be placed on the table, though it all looks like he packed it ahead of time at the restaurant. Lobster bibimbap, assorted shrimp, hairy crabs, crab legs. Zhou Yi turned his head while he was busy. You turn off the light first. I bought candles. Fan Nan mechanical. Turn off the lights. The next moment, flickering candlelight lit up the table. The candlelight reflected his sculpted side face, clear and mysterious. Funan stopped worrying about being seen, tears ticking down her face. It was the first birthday of her life. He had owed her several times and finally knew to pay her back. She temporarily put away her guard, her resistance, all her defenses against him, walked over and hugged Chono from behind. Joyi body a beat, wearing thin. The back of her tears will be obvious. Fong Nan's tears, however, grew, lonely and trembling walking in the cold. A hint of warmth of the mind are as soothed. Joyi stayed with her for a long time in silence before turning around and wrapping his arms around her waist, slowly, lowering his head, crisp and sweet to the touch. 1 minute, 5 minutes, unrelenting, divided and touched. The meal was scrumptious, want to eat her even more. Fong Nan pushed and pushed, was really wrapped up almost suffocated, shame and anger off the mouth. Get lost. Chono, enjoy your meal then boss. I really should get the hell home. Fong Nan subconsciously tugged at the bottom hem of his t-shirt and quickly let go. Joyi, do not let go then eat. Fong Nan opened her mouth, speechless, and was seated with him holding her shoulders. She guessed after her stupor that he was setting her up, carrying out the setup with a purpose. It can be hard not to get into it yourself. He actually remembered her birthday. He hadn't said anything about looking for her for a few days, and deliberately pestered her tonight to find her. He says so many nice things and does so much, without pay, can't convince himself. Fong Nan hit a sip of the red wine he poured. How much did you advance for the renovation? 170,000. I'll transfer it to you, plus a piece of your paycheck for the last 3 days. Joyi doesn't stop her. Seeing her transferring money with her head down, he helps her peel the crab first. Fong Nan finished the operation and said, remember to do things just like this in the future. As long as you provide me with enough emotional value, you will definitely not lose out. Joyi raised his glass. Then boss reward me with a drink. Fong Nan took the cup and touched it crisply with his cup. Didn't you ask me why I'm abnormal? In addition to feeling lonely on my birthday, then I got the results from the 2 appraisal organizations. I am not their biological, and my brother does not have any blood relationship. Joyi, I told you, there's no one who treats his own daughter like that. Fan Nan, they probably didn't know I was non-parent either. Just plain evil, and prejudice against their daughter and lack of responsibility. Chono, the hospital held the wrong one? Fong Nan, the probability is that the small probability is deliberately switched. Husband, she addressed off the mouth, quickly swallowed, my life was stolen. All the suffering I experienced all because of it. She choked up and could hardly speak. There are so many families that love their children even if they are poor. Why should I live in a home like that? I really can't accept it. I was 10 years old and didn't know what a real bag of snacks tasted like. Grew up being laughed at, and was full of garbage smells that I couldn't seem to get rid of. Joye's heart pumped as he listened, and didn't interject. He'd heard Fan Nan talk about childhood, growing up, more than once. Just every time I hear it, it's unbelievable and I want to abolish those parents for her myself. There was also that old woman whom Fan Nan valued the most, who saved her money by picking up garbage. Kindness is there, not much. The old lady who is so vocal in the family and can handle her son. If she really loved her granddaughter, she wouldn't be taking her granddaughter to pick up trash. But she could ask for some of the not so many family resources over. How could she not take her grandchildren to play in the garbage? He patiently listened to her pouring out, put the peeled crab dinner plate in front of her and said, I'm going to go look into this matter for you in the next few days. If it's been switched on purpose, then your real mom and dad are a miserable lot. Fan Nan drank again and didn't respond. Shoano, don't you want to know who your real parents are? Chances are they found out about this kind of thing before you did and are looking for you. Fong Nan, if you really want to find me, the hospitals must all have files. If you check, how do you check? Shoano, good check. Trust me. Then I'll transfer you some more money for the investigation. Joyi this time held down her wrist. You do not move to give money. I almost have the illusion of being a white boy. I don't want you to have so much money in the future, but I want you to have some respect. Don't use the words retarded, brain dead and roll. To be honest with you, my mom gave me a sum of money for me to buy a house. I'm not short of money for now, and I'm not going to buy a house anytime soon. Fan Nan, how much did she give you? I can't tell you how much money I have. Come on, have another drink. Fan Nan, trying to get me drunk? Shono, you're drunk fun. Fong Nan made a move to splash him, plucked out a hard look, and gagged him with her eyes. The light was dim, and Joyi couldn't clearly see the killing power in her eyes. After only smiling and helping her with less food, he took his hand and gently wiped her eyes. Chapter 49, Ideas come to mind. Eating, drinking, talking. Joyi slowly moved to sit side by side with Fong Nan. 3 years without going near a woman. Being close to a woman is like taking a drug and becoming addicted. He never knew Fong Nan beauty, or that will be his eyes too many warblers. Starnet red contact more. Her beauty is not yet obvious. Buy no. Better skin. Better body. Better temperament and looks. So good that you look away. So detached and cold that you want to be close and shrink from approaching. Women, it turns out, can blossom so much in just a few years. The dimly lit setting is a beautiful expanse of sea as far as the eye can see. Chouno was completely drunk. Drunk on the moment. He could see that Fuanan was drunk too. Drunk until the spikes are gone and soft and well behaved. She's just so cozy. The cohabitation stage can be easily coaxed if you are willing to do so. I thought she was cheap before. Mature and heartbreaking. She had only rarely been coaxed and treated well enough to be infected and consumed by his casual warmth. The waves cascaded and Zhou Ye's mood surged. There are no damn restraints to be reckless tonight. One night, after a busy 3 hours of sleep, it was already dawn. The two kinda heartily opened their eyes back and forth and stared at each other. Fuanan took away his usual claws that loved to lock into position and pulled away. The quilt is small and thin. When she tugged, Chouno had no cover. Fong Nan's gaze changed slightly. Last night's dream finally woke up completely. Despite the beauty of the dream, there is still shame. It's only the second time we've been together, and there's already a sign that we're getting over it. Scumbag. Finding her last night, carrying her, setting up surprises, birthdays, talking, all full of acting. She glanced at his slightly heaving chest, sobering up as his eyes averted. She's the boss. Why is she afraid to look at him? You can watch it if you want to or you can't, and you can't get on with it if you want to. A body that good isn't just practiced for your own enjoyment. So, she rolled the quilt all the way over. Chouno felt that she was trying to go crazy again. Despite his intentions, he sat up and headed for the bathroom. Fuanan's eyes followed him. Only when the person was completely out of sight did she cover her head and slap herself lightly across the covers. Abstinence from alcohol. 2 short drinks with him, 2 unpleasant memories. Zhou Yi not much time to wash up. Wearing pajama shorts yawning came out. I'll go to make breakfast for you. What to eat? Whatever. Fong Nan turned his back and pretended to play with his cell phone, replying with a cold hardness. After saying that, he added, transferred 6,000 to you, 1,000 at a time. Hard work. Zhou Yi, if you have a disease, go cure it. What did you say? I say be careful about getting sick. The air is cool in the morning, especially by the sea. Fong Nan was suspicious. Only just used him. Not good to be too cold right away. Transferring the money, she began to check the messages of the improvised group. The location of the factory has been determined. 10,000 square feet. Has begun to build. The procedures process to fill in. Light steel building. Construction will be fast. Busy to such an extent that it doesn't have much to do with Fan Nan, and he can leave at any time. Her job is just to interface with the place, get the land, policy incentives, etc. Was starting to get interested in other things. Wanted to keep an eye on construction progress, machine purchases, hiring, etc. And stayed busy on this side of the fence for a while longer. Zhou Yi finished cooking and saw that she was still unwilling to get up. Not much to harass. Only sent breakfast to the bedroom. He was simmering in a trance. His head was heavy, not to mention Fong Nan, the rookie who pretended to be fine. Chouno estimated that she would be lucky to get up at 11. Checking the time, he sat on the living room couch admiring the ocean view while taking out his cell phone to communicate with his aunt and the others while his brain spun rapidly. No money and debt. The brain is tired of not wanting to move. With money and no debt, the idea iterates. The owner of the hotel where I work is thinking of transferring, and the times have led to fewer ways for the hotel to make a profit. It is not very profitable, and you have to pay a little every year. The renovation is outdated, approaching the point of redecorating, and redecorating is another significant expense. Zhou Yi kowtowed to his brain, and with his knowledge of this industry, his brain computerized to surface various data. Gross floor area, renovation price, transfer price, payback cycle, marketing management. He was thinking so much that even the huge amount of money in his card became less. Not enough. What about pulling UMO into the partnership? No, it is not appropriate for cousins to do business together. Fong Nan is generous, and the two of them will not care about money. I don't know if she has any money. She paid the money. She contributed to the management. 50-50 should be appropriate. Test. As Zhou Yi discovers, he unintentionally swipes on a video. It's a video of the girl named Yu Zhang road testing his mom, interviewing her twice, and the traffic has increased significantly. The girl is quite soulful in person, with obvious idiosyncrasies and a great sense of camera. From other videos, the directions seem inaccurate, catching road visitors going down one road. Zhou Yi found her WeChat, make an appointment sometime to talk about something serious. Yu Zhang quickly responded, yes. Seeing that she didn't even ask what was going on, Zhou Yi added, don't get me wrong, it's about videotype shooting ideas. Seeing that you shoot well, communication. Yu Zhang, I'm going to find you now, this will be busy, then contact me when you're free. I'm always available. Zhou Yi lowered his head and edited the text, briefly communicating ideas to Du Yuzheng under boredom. Do not have enough money to do the hotel. The video above cannot use much money. Try basically no sunk costs. Moreover, he has thought of the feasibility of using video to connect the hotel to improve the booking rate. He was chatting animatedly when he saw Fong Nan walk out of the room. He rested his screen and looked at her. There are no her clothes here. She is wearing the same gray sports last night. Her eyes were a little puffy, and her face was so delicate that it did not hide her beauty in any way. Fong Nan's eyes met his. What are you doing sneaking around? Talking to a friend about something random. Give me the cell phone. Zhou Yi froze slightly and handed it over. What's the password? Chouno hesitated slightly. Your birthday. My birthday? Fong Nan was first surprised, followed by some mockery. Really attentive. In order to win favor, this kind of detail can be considered. As she opened the lock and looked at it, she said, hold my bag for me and take me to the office. Zhou Yi followed accordingly. Why are you looking at my chat logs? Opinions? I haven't seen you in 3 years. Who knows how much you've changed? You're my employee now, and the relationship is still so close. I always have to be sure of what you are, and for the time being, there's no easier way to make a judgment on people than chat logs. Zhou Yi ignored it and helped her open the passenger door and then went around to get in the car. Chapter 50, Getting Off the Bus Etiquette. As Zhou Yi was driving, he remembered for no apparent reason the care that the former Fong Nan had used to try to see his cell phone. Several times he'd found out that she'd lost his cell phone password incorrectly, resulting in a temporary lockout for a second. Sidelong glancing down, Zhou Yi secretly felt conflicted. 3 years ago, there was no way Fan Nan would have had the chance to look at his cell phone alone. It's not that the contents of the cell phone are too scared to see anyone. It's avoiding trouble and setting up a bottom line to keep her from getting an inch. 3 years later, she casually took it, and he set the password to her birthday. Feeling different, not so bad to accept, even, trying to show her. Meticulously, without looking up, Fong Nan casually asked, did you delete a lot of chats in advance? Zhou Yi, delete certainly will delete. Top some unfamiliar news. I saw. Fong Nan really couldn't find much from the records, including the fact that what he had just talked to the girl with the note to Yuzheng was all business. She returned it, looked at the spending, the online purchase history. The bills are in bits and pieces, with only recent large transactions. Putting that aside, the amount of his bill is unrealistically small. And there are a lot of expenditures that at first glance look like drug purchases. Even less online shopping, gym equipment, shoes, socks, clothes. Zhou Yi in school, a t-shirt at least a few $1,000s, shoes a variety of jackets even more expensive. Now, $40 or $50 of t-shirts are bought in 2 colors at a time. Shirts are no more than 300, suits complete sets of only a few hundred. She couldn't turn it over, couldn't look at it. Consumer downgrading is easy to understand. But on the microblogging with so many girls dating object chat, he even rules a little not to tease people. It's all about people reaching out to talk to him and him tokenizing back. The way the conversation was light as water and dead. Fuanan is unfamiliar. He's not a scumbag anymore? It might also be true when he says he hasn't had a woman in the last 3 years. What are we going to do to him if we can't find fault? Fong Nan returned the phone, took off her little white shoes and hugged her knees and rested her head on the car window. You must have known I was going to look at your phone. Zhou Yi, although you have beautiful feet, you have to have some quality. Put your shoes on. Fan Nan, you want to do short videos? Well, I majored in literature related. Thinking of doing a studio. I'll put up the money, put up the script up front, and negotiate a viable direction to try. Fong Nan, can't you not do it? I offer you such a high salary and you dare to work part-time. This is a breach of contract. Don't you know? Chono, I wasn't in breach of contract the moment I signed. Fan Nan, don't be allowed to do it. Don't make me sue you. Zhou Yi tried. Are you interested in the hotel industry? Not interested. Zhou Yi opened the window and lit a cigarette. Said, Li Tian International has been trying to turn out. No one to take over. This hotel occupancy rate is not high, but the visibility of the entire Linchang is considered a landmark building. As long as business improves a little, the payback cycle will be very smooth. I often watch the customer feedback, and know clearly its advantages and disadvantages. If I run it and redecorate, there's a 90% chance I'll make money. Nan. The network relies on persona to make money fast, and accordingly, the backlash is also fast. I'm totally looking out for you. It's better to have money to invest in some solid industry. As financial management. Fong Nan, are you running a pyramid scheme? Such a large investment in the hotel, you told me 90% earn. 90% probability of 2 years back to the capital. Why not 100%? Leaving a 10% chance to shirk responsibility in the future? Chono, it shows that my people are practical. Fan Nan, how much money is going to be invested? Chono tried. How many do you have? I've got $1 trillion. I'll give it all to you. Look, you can't even talk properly. Fong Nan turned her head and couldn't help but contain some laughter in her eyes as she looked out the window. He does have a much better temper. Dislike him casually, easily missing the annoyance. Fong Nan collected the mood. I don't have the money you think. The company development period. What I earn are invested. The account I also only occasionally take some advertisements. Hanging windows, counting the extra money. After buying a villa in Tianhe City there is only more than 10 million left, of which 10 million was given to you to buy a house here. Zhou Yi interrupted. Don't cry poor. I'll give you some if you're short of money. Fong Nan, I can at most advance $50 million out of the company. Nothing more I can do. It doesn't take that much. It's enough. Fong Nan blankly stared. Why are you so restless? The money I spend on raising a driver's assistant +1 is not more than 1/3 of your salary. You don't say you're grateful. And you make things difficult for me everywhere. Zhou Yi, I intended to help you make money. You said it like I was cheating you out of money. In this way, I do not earn you cheap. I put in 15,000. You put in 25,000. And then I'll manage. Split the bill 50-50 line. Why don't you borrow from your aunt? She paid off my father's debt with more than $80 million. And I don't know if she still has money in her hand. In case there is no money, her character to borrow also give me to borrow. How bad. Besides, what is the relationship between the two of us? There is not. Can talk to understand. You do not have money I think of other ways You're a little white boy that I've adopted. And you're here to climb up on me. Zhou Yi, I told you last night that you could give me less money. Not give me any. And try to speak politely to me. And you promised. Who is a white boy? In the future, let me hear you talk about this again. We will file a lawsuit to terminate the contract. Fong Nan, you definitely can't afford to lose your $15 million for the house in a lawsuit. Do we have to do this business? My grandfather was once the richest man in Lin City. And my father was also the richest man in Lin City. No startup capital even if I have money. I am not willing to work for the rest of my life. Moreover, I don't want to be taken as the opposite by others to satirize the fact that being rich is not the same as being rich for 3 generations. Fan Nan, you're just cheating me out of my money, aren't you? Once the money arrives, roll up and run. Zhou Yi stopped talking and went to her temporary office and parked the car in front of the door. Fan Nan, passenger door open. Don't pay you for this job? Get your ass down there. I need to find out about your birth. Send me your whole family's information later. Names, IDs and all that. Fong Nan, open the door for me and give you the capital to do business. Zhou Yi, it's not about giving. It's about cooperation. So don't take the gesture of alms to me. Cooperation. Only then did Chouno get out of the car and go over and pull open the passenger door. Fong Nan saw that he was going to turn around and go back to the car, and pointed to her own red lips. Get out of the car etiquette. Chouno looked around and quickly imprinted on her lips. It was a good etiquette, and he was worried about kissing her as often as he wanted to. Pursing his lips, he sloppily bought one more. After kissing, the intuition is not right to cross Fong Nan to look toward the door of her company. Someone there had just coincidentally stepped out and was looking this way, at him, with grim eyes. Should have seen him kissing Fan Nan. Surprisingly, it was Django. Zhou Yi moved his eyes away. Didn't you fire him? Why is he still here? Fong Nan, he might have left something at the company. Come over to pick it up. The departure formalities are all done. Zhou Yi met Django's eyes as if they were on fire again, raised his eyebrows slightly, and went back to the car to watch Fong Nan enter before turning around and leaving. Just drove out not far. He noticed in his rearview mirror that Django had also gotten into one of the cars in the lot and followed, obviously coming at him. Chapter 51. Chouno didn't want to talk to each other. While trying to shake it off, Django found a chance to accelerate to the front of him. Continuous point braking. Traffic jam. Chouno was forced to stop only temporarily. Immediately afterward, Django opened the door from the front car with great vigor and walked towards him. More than 1 meter 8 tall. Slightly tight jeans. Feet are travel shoes. White t-shirt is tight. Neck on the strong side. Typical of the practitioner's temperament. Chouno didn't get out of the car even as he approached, opened the window, and turned his head to look at Django, who had stopped in his tracks. Django had already threatened him once earlier on his cell phone. Let Zhou Yi make an offer to take the money away from Fong Nan. Otherwise, there are serious consequences. Django is a messenger, and these words are delivered on behalf of the big boss behind Warren. Something? Zhou Yi asked as he met Django's very oppressive gaze. Django coldly said, last time on the cell phone with you said very clear. Do not understand the human language, right, kid? There are some people you can't afford to dip. There are some things you can't afford to mess with. Don't wait until the day you die before you realize you're afraid. Zhou Yi, you like Fong Nan? Django was asked by him to laugh. Laughing, he suddenly probed his hand over to grab Zhou Yi's collar. You seek death. Caught off guard by the grip, Chouno lowered his eyes to his extraordinarily powerful fist. The veins are bulging and the knuckles are well defined. Django's eyes also widened like copper bells, as if another fist could reach Joye's face in the next second. But Django grabbed fast and let go quickly, because Chono pressed down the lighter. Efficient windproof firelighters. In a flash, Django's arm retracted faster than a spring could spring back. Chono was impatient to talk to him again, shut the window and straightened his scratched and wrinkled shirt. Django's right hand stung, and his brain was like a fire drilled into it. He loses his temper and slaps at the window of Chuano's car, kicks it in, and pulls the door shut. Get off! Get the out of the car! Joey did nothing and dialed 110. It's not far from the stoplight. There's surveillance. Django had nothing to do with it and should have gone in for a few days detention to be appropriate. It's that this man is no less than a professional athlete. Every kick of the car, Joey felt the body shaking. The door is probably dented. 10 minutes of stalemate. A couple of cops rushed over, figuring out what happened and seeing that Joey insisted on playing by the rules. He could only invite Django into the police car. It's a blip on the radar for Choono. There was no need for him to pull anything more with someone like Django. Django as well as the people behind him want Joey to leave Fangnan. Joey is definitely not willing to leave. The money she gave him, the pie she drew was put aside for now. It was he who had missed Fangnan once and didn't want to miss her a second time. It doesn't matter what she thinks. He's a man, or the one at fault, and his sway has to be set first. When they first met, he was afraid of Fangnan's retaliation, and he was able to move forward with a stiff upper lip. Not to mention that after last night's chatting and warming up, I could feel the shell she'd built up over the past 3 years being cracked open a little. Choono went home first. Jo Cheng-yu would be chatting with Nico on the living room sofa, and when he saw his nephew, his eyes first settled on Joye's neck, a series of red marks, which the low neckline of his t-shirt couldn't hide. Nico likewise noticed. Son, was just about to talk to you about something. Come and sit down. Jo Cheng-yu and other people sat over, did not hold back and looked at a few eyes. Cub, scraping? Joey reacted only after being teased, not quite comfortable. Yes, he interrupted and asked, Mom, what did you want to talk to me about? Nico, I want to work in Tianhe City with your aunt, and I'm asking for your opinion. Jo Cheng-yu added, I'll manage the food and accommodation, and by the way, I'll take your old mom to find a famous doctor to regulate her body. The work isn't tiring, it's what she can do. Joey, that's quite good. If she doesn't fit in you can send the person back. Jo Cheng-yu, you're not going along? I'm familiar with Forest City and wanted to stay and see if I could do something over here. Nico has not been separated from her son since the day he was born. She thought about how she said she was going to Tianhe City, and how her son would show dismay, worry, and concern. This little white-eyed wolf really could not wait for her to go away, as Jo Cheng-yu said. Joey did not notice his mom's face, looking for Jo Cheng-yu to ask some details of their conversation with Jung Tianyun. Jo Cheng-yu downplayed, briefly summarized and said, Cub, this thing you do not have to worry about at all. Not to mention the fear that they will retaliate. Your mom's meaning is to get the letter of understanding. Immediately reveal the bottom of the wrongdoing many years ago turned out. I think the mill unloaded. How to let the donkey a few more days of good life. So more humane. Wait and see. Within a week as long as Jung Tianyun was arrested. This life do not want to come out again. If his family and friends are innocent, they can avoid a disaster. There are complicit. Even hospitalized Jung Soo cannot escape. Nico intercepted the conversation and said to Joey, look at your sleepless look. Go catch up on your sleep. I'm not sleepy. I have business to do later. Nan Nan is most likely a child who was carried by the wrong hospital, or deliberately switched. I'll get a friend to go through and see if there are any files left. Nico didn't want her casual joke to be prophetic, so she inquired carefully and asked, is your friend reliable? If you're looking into this kind of sealed file, ordinary people may not help you. Dependable. It's not as hard as you think. I asked in advance on WeChat. Nico, call mom when you're in trouble. Got it. Jo Cheng-yu silently stifled a laugh as he watched both his mother and his wife look distracted. The son was thinking about his girlfriend and was anxious to check. The old lady lost her mind about leaving soon, and the son half cared not to ask about the time to go to Tianhe City. None of them are on the same page. Chapter 52. Seeing Joey hurry back and hurry away, Nico smiled ruefully and said, before, I didn't believe in the saying of marrying a daughter-in-law and forgetting one's mother, but now I do. Brat, it's not even a marriage yet, and you've already forgotten your mother. Jo Cheng-yu, Lao Mian, bride. All these titles sound special. Nico, why do you always push the credit for dealing with Jung Tianyun onto me in front of him? Jo Cheng-yu, so that he does not have a burden in his heart. I have to say that I have done a lot of things for him. It is not the same. I've been good to him because I treat him like a child, but he doesn't necessarily treat me like his own aunt. 7 or 8 years. For you and me is a little more time. A white horse, more than a fast word. For him it was from high school to college, from love to family changes, the most important point in the prime of youth and also into maturity. I'm not involved. Don't expect to have much presence in his heart. Nico, aren't you tired of looking so thoroughly? Jo Ching-yu, you have to see through it. The mall is like a battle. Investment is like a shoe. See through a little. Think negatively about people and things. Only occasionally there will be unexpected surprises. What are you going to let me do in your company? I'll take you for a while, get used to it slowly, and then we'll see what your own interests are. Nico, I'll give you a heads up. If you think I'm stupid, and you can't stop your mouth from reprimanding me, I may not be able to stand it. Jo Ching-yu glanced at her. If I say that I'm taking you to Tianhe City because I want you to enjoy a few days of happiness and check your body properly for you, do you believe me? Nico believed it, but not many people could believe it if they didn't believe Jo Ching-yu. What are you usually busy with at work? Meetings? Only with big companies. Quite idle. Plenty of time. Nico remembered something. Is Fannin's company far from yours? Jo Ching-yu, her office building is in the outer suburbs. I'm downtown. Natalie, you lamented. Fong Nan is too good. A billionaire at a young age. A famous school. A celebrity. And a person who is especially beautiful. Finding a girlfriend like this. You can say how much pressure there must be. Jo Ching-yu, you said Fong Nan is under pressure? I said oh no. Cub will not have pressure. He is much better than my brother in terms of relationship. Can afford to let go. If he can get along, he'll get along. If he can't, he'll split up. It's not like it's his first time falling in love. Natalie, you've got something to say about that. Jo Ching-yu, I grew up to instill in him the idea that a man's man is a man who has no wife. And the neighbor's little green plum is capricious. Does not give her face. Does not play with her. The school flower is a sperm and dumps her. Can not habitual on resolutely not habitual. His future is really a gold mountain have to inherit. Can not even love or not open. Nico froze at that. You, teach him that? What? Not taught correctly? Nico, that's my son. You can teach him whatever you want? Why doesn't your son take your last name? You. Natalie was stuck in her throat as she choked on her words. East of the river and west of the river. When the situation is not as good as others, eloquence is naturally not as good as others. Bear with it. Chono is a man of execution. When he said he would help Fong Nan to find out her birth, he did not delay or procrastinate. Originally, I had contacted all my friends and wanted to go to the hospital first to find someone to check the records of newborn babies in that year. It was only after receiving some information sent by Fong Nan that he realized things were not that simple. Fong Nan really didn't know much about this, and she hadn't asked her parents about it. The hospital where the birth took place is unknown. It is not clear if the ID date of birth is accurate. All that was sent to him on WeChat was her whole family's name, ID, and a few less useful clues. Zhou Yixi really cannot ask more specific. Dial over to the dispute with Yang Gu to find her mention. Fan Nan asked crisply, did you suffer? I didn't get out of the car to confront him. Fong Nan, then detain him for a while so that he can learn a lesson. Chono, isn't he your friend's cousin? Shouldn't whoever broke the law be detained? Zhou Yi, let's talk about it when we meet at the party. I'm busy first. Hearing that Fong Nan didn't care about Yang Gu, he also left the man behind, curbside smoking a cigarette to think for a while, and then dialed the number to call UMO. UMO in the local community is a dignified figure. The 3 religions and 9 streams know a lot. It's relatively simple to find him to inquire about someone, and to set something up in the middle. He wanted to meet Wang Yuping, Fong Nan's adoptive mother. After a lot of trouble, Zhou Yi finally found Wang Yuping's lawyer at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and in the middleman's persuasion, the other party is willing to take him to look for people. Room. Zhou Yi accompanied the lawyer and waited for about 10 minutes, and soon saw 2 policemen accompanying a woman with a thin figure and an honest-looking face walk in. The woman was in her 40s or 50s, barely decent in appearance, and at first glance seemed like a very honest and disciplined commoner. Zhou Yi had never seen each other before. On the first face, an instinctive resistance to disgust rose up in his heart. The lawyer symbolically went through the motions and patted Zhou Yi's arm when the police left, meaning that the meeting time is limited. So if you have something to say, ask quickly. Zhou Yi nodded his head and asked Wang Yuping, the time for you and your son to be prosecuted should be approaching, right? Wang Yuping thought that Zhou Yi was a legal assistant and was not amused. Nan is just scaring us. How could she really put me and her brother in jail? Besides, she's a celebrity. She won't do anything to us mother and son for the sake of influence. You can search Fong Nan's name online. Zhou Yi, I know her, but also know that your husband extortion plot is more serious. Has been sentenced. You and your son have a relatively minor plot. The sentencing range is probably between 3 and 7 years. Fong Nan is highly recognized and influential. In case the court tops the sentence, it's hard to say. How do you talk to this young man? Have said that my daughter is scaring us. Wait for me to give her to apologize for her mistakes. Zhou Yi interrupted, but she is not your daughter Last time she found someone to take your hair is to do the identification results. I accompanied her a piece to do. 2 appraisal organizations. Both prove that there is no blood relationship between her and you. As he spoke, his eyes fixed on Wang Yuping's face. Watch her expression change suddenly. Watch her face panic instantly. Zhou Ye's 5 fingers clenched uncontrollably. He initially thought that Fong Nan had been carried by mistake. A misunderstanding by mistake. After all, there was more than one such story on the internet. Now make sure it's not a hugging mistake. If Wang Yuping didn't know what was going on, she should never have looked so weak and fearful because of his casual remark. Chapter 53, Truth and Fast Knives. Next, Wang Yuping began refusing to communicate, yelling and screaming, and acting stupid. Zhou Yi was afraid of attracting the police, and took the words to stab her in the heart. Hubby is in jail, you're about to go to jail, and right now only your son is the least guilty, with the possibility of a suspended sentence. Fong Nan asked me to pass on a message to you. If you don't honestly tell her everything you know, she will keep an eye on your son for the rest of your life. Find someone to take care of him in jail, and keep looking for someone to take care of him when you get out. You said it yourself. Fong Nan is a big star with a lot of social influence. If you and your son aren't related to her by blood, think about how you treated her when you were kids. Wang Yuping's eyes drifted, fearful, and flickered. She was picked up by me. The grace of adoption is greater than the grace of birth. Where is she? I want to see her. Zhou Yi, if she wanted to see you she wouldn't have been cruel enough to let the police arrest you. Ms. Wang, I'll give you one more minute to think it over. If you don't tell the truth, I don't want to spend time with you here. Quietly, Chouno lifted his wrist. Wearing a wristwatch that Fan Nan had bought for him at the mall last time, simply did not listen to Wang Yuping to continue the sophistry, only waiting for a minute to arrive, turned around and left. Wang Yuping's face paled. Wait, I'll say everything. But you have to give me a guarantee that you can't hurt my son. Zhou Nuo was sarcastic. Man nah, how hard it is to hurt someone else's child, when it's your own turn to be afraid of being hurt. Zhou Ye's face paled in agreement and waited for her to speak, and turned on his cell phone to record it. Only Wang Yuping's voice remained in the room for the time being. She spoke for 20 minutes straight in one breath, completely lifting the lid on the extreme ugliness of a person's heart. Chouno was calm at first and gradually felt in a trance. The unfortunate beginning of Fong Nan's life was made possible only because of this ordinary woman's cheating and improvisation. Wang Yuping was spoiled before she got pregnant, and the night her husband didn't return from gambling, she was turned over the wall by a fellow villager. She said spoiled. Zhou Yi didn't believe it. Soon after the incident, Wang Yuping was pregnant, has been worried that her husband knows about this matter. During the maternity hospitalization and chatting with people, heard that there is an obstetrics department on the 3rd floor above the monthly center, which houses women who are all non-wealthy or expensive. Wang Yuping thus developed the idea of dropping the bag, out of jealousy and hatred of the rich, and out of the desire to make this child she accidentally conceived disappear forever. At the time, coincidentally, my daughter needed to be in the intensive care unit after her birth, a room where children are all equal and those with problems are carried in to be monitored at all times. Wang Yuping, in the name of worrying about her daughter, bribed the nurse a sum of money, in its duty to take her into the know, to take advantage of its unpreparedness to drop the hand sign. The lawyers not far away began to color as they listened. In his 15 years of practice, he had encountered countless strange and bizarre cases, and he still hadn't seen anyone who could be shady to this extent. Dropping the kid. Take the baby you cheated on and got pregnant and gave birth to and drop the bag. Let someone else help her raise her child wholeheartedly. It's not like you're raising someone else's child as a human being yourself. It's something that would be impossible to do normally. And this man did it. More than 20 years ago, the lawyer even heard some complacency from the woman's mouth. Self-defense. She said she was very good to Fan Nan, did not starve her, but also let her normal school. Although the husband suspected that the child is not biological, out of reluctance to identify the fee has not been to confirm. The other Nan is also quite good. Shuno's hands trembled and he repeatedly clenched his fists. 17th floor of Forest City Hospital. Chouno was also born here, and families that can afford to go there to give birth are at least middle class or above. If not for this in front of me, Fan Nan would be clothed and held in the palm of her parents' hand, not spending her days around a garbage dump and following a dying old lady. And if they were Fong Nan's parents and realized that the child they raised was not related to either of them, they would definitely consider carrying the wrong child, and would contact and investigate all the families who had given birth at that stage on the 17th floor, and wouldn't think that it was the 14th floor's intention to deliberately drop the child. That is, if one can't think of it up here, Fong Nan's parents will never be able to find Fong Nan in their lifetime. Zhou Ye's chest rose and fell. Calming down, with the most bland tone, he whispered words that made Wang Yuping fall like ice. I will destroy you, your husband, including your son, and you will stay here and die. Wang Yuping shivered. You can't talk without talking. Chouno couldn't stay. If he stayed a second longer, there was no guarantee he wouldn't lose control and kill the man. Out the door. He took a long breath. After regulating for a few moments, he quickly rushed to Forest City Hospital. He probably doesn't need to pull the newborn records anymore. As long as Fong Nan's parents have looked for Fong Nan, there must be some old nurses who have been working for a long time and doctors who have impressionable memories. At the hospital entrance, Zhou Yi contacted Guan Yao. Guan Yao herself was an obstetrician, and her father was now the vice president of Lincheng Hospital. Not a lot of crossover in the last few years, in terms of avoiding crossover, but Guan Yao was one of those that Zhou Yi could keep as a friend with some trust. See her, have her carry. Chono soon meets more than one person in the know. It was someone who came to the hospital looking for a child and sued the hospital a couple years ago. The lawsuit took a long time. The suer is also a celebrity, former well-known host of Radio Forest City, Xia Danqing. Zhou Yi, as a native of Lincheng, was not only familiar with the name, but also had a deep impression of the person. The host of the early childhood channel is not only beautiful, but also particularly humorous and approachable. Just haven't seen her on screen in years. Zhou Yi found Xia Danqing's photo from the internet and took out Fong Nan's photo to compare it carefully. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. The more you looked at it, the more similarities there were. Both had glowing white skin and similar lip shapes to their eyes. Zhou Yi, do you have her contact information? Seeing that several medical nurses couldn't say anything, Guan Yao turned her head and said, why don't I ask my dad for you? Zhou Yi, no, I'll find a few more people to ask around. Lin City isn't that big, so there might be someone who knows her. If I can't, I'll run to the TV station tomorrow, and her old co-workers will definitely be able to contact her as well. With his heart in the right place, Zhou Yi looked at Guan Yao, who was still wearing a white lab coat. I'll treat you to a meal, and if you don't bring me here, I really don't know who to find to ask about these things. Guan Yao laughed. Then I'll have to think about what to eat. It's the first time I've been invited to dinner by young Master Zhou Yi, and a big young master. Guan Yao, wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll go change my clothes and find someone to cover my shift on the side. Chapter 54, Coincidence of Coincidences. Chono was waiting for her in the car downstairs. It didn't take long to see Guan Yao, who was carrying a bag, walk over from afar. Casual tee, casual pants, shapely body, about 6'8", with a beautiful face. Guan Yao was quite attractive to him a few years ago. A member of the opposite sex with an outstanding temperament and appearance. Only Umo had a hard time chasing her at that time and valued and cherished her. Zhou Yi, despite her favor, out of avoidance of suspicion, slowly and consciously less contact, or even no contact. Even now, Umo has already looked away from this matter, but Zhou Yi still has a sense of subtlety and awkwardness when he gets along with Guan Yao. People get on the bus and the scented breeze is close by. Guan Yao stuck the seatbelt and wrapped the bag in her arms and laughed. I didn't expect Fong Nan's life to be so complicated. Her adoptive mother was so shocking that it gave people a new understanding of human nature. Zhou Yi Chikar, don't tell anyone about this. I know. Guan Yao asked again. Is the fight settled? Jiangsu has come out with an understanding. Guan Yao, that would have startled me. Trying to help you greet the people at the appraisal center. No one would dare to take this on. That's not why I invited you to dinner. Ha? I'm running around the hospital with you asking around and I can't get a meal? Zhou Yi laughed lightly. Other people's rice is good to mix. Mine is not good to mix. Red face, that is a scourge. I and Umo, how good brotherly relations. Was you to stir up almost fight? He likes you too much. The moment there is a misunderstanding about me. His eyes are red. Guan Yao opened the window a little slit. Slender white right hand out. Grasp the breeze. We are not what you think. I want to get together with him before I met you. Try to get along. As soon as I saw you, I didn't have any feelings for him, so I can't force myself to do it. Playing with his feelings, much less talk about. Just holding hands. Each other, default each other, boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. He is annoyed and angry with you. Chono, then you often say that you fight with him and look for me to tell me what's wrong with him. And it's not right. Guan Yao sighed. If I don't say that, how can I get closer to you? How to let you know that I don't have a chance with him? Must be divided. When I met Umo, I was also quite unlucky. Every time he introduces me as his girlfriend. Over time, you all think that the two of us are almost a family. Right? Are you really Fong Nan's driver now? Or are you together again? Both. You hurt her that badly, and she's going to be nice to you? Which hurt her? Guan Yao, you're not a girl. You don't understand. I am both envious and jealous of her, but also inevitably pity her and feel aggrieved on her behalf. She was only 18 or 19 years old at that time, and she was like a little maid by your side. When a lot of people face, you drunkenly let her roll to the car. I do not feel at ease. Every time I follow out, found her hiding in the car to steal, crying, but also do not dare to cry loudly. That kind of repressed, broken feeling. I want to knife you for her. A lot of details show how you two get along. You're not really straight. You're only straight to her. Zhou Yi, there isn't just once or twice. It's because she made me lose face that I lost my temper. Is it a disgrace to advise you to drink less? Sitting closer to you so that other women don't touch you is a loss of face for you? And you lose face when they don't say anything? Why do you lose face so easily? She is really love you. Love, at least let me put off the delusion of you. Cannot hope. The most touched me is that time you ride a bike and fall to the leg. Do not want to let the family know. I with her and another friend to take you to the hospital. She had her arms around you before you fell asleep. And I woke up in the hospital and she was still holding you. You sleep all night. She hugged you all night. Posture did not move a bit. I guess it is afraid of waking you. Afraid you wake up leg pain. This ing boyfriend is better than his own son. Or a girl of 18 or 19 years old. I had a feeling at that time. If I had any more thoughts about you, playing tricks, being green tea is similar to taking her life. Love can't be a meal. You can't do this lack of morality for your own selfish desires. Yi, stop. Don't say it. The more you say it, the harder it is in my heart. He wanted to light a cigarette, gave up, and dialed the number to his mom while driving. Mom, do you remember Xie Danqing? On the host of the children's channel of the Lin Chang radio station. Natalie, remember. Why? Fong Nan's real mother is most likely her. I went to see her adoptive mother Wang Yuping today. Nico digested the sudden news. She is not familiar with Xie Danqing, but with Xie Danqing's husband, Hui Jingzhou, and was once a colleague. It was only after she retired sick and Hui Jingzhou quit his job to write full-time for some reason that she basically broke off contact. Natalie also happened to hear people say these two children in the hospital in the first place to carry the wrong thing. Not very close, so I did not pay too much attention. Now I can't imagine that it is such a coincidence. Fong Nan is the daughter of Hui Jingzhou and Xie Danqing. Although there is no conclusive evidence yet, basically 99% of it is already true. Yi is worried about who to find to inquire about this. Listening to his mother said recognize, he asked, then you still have their contact information? There's a phone number. Hui Jingzhou's? I just don't know if he's changed it yet. Send it to me. Natalie didn't hang up and rummaged around, quickly sending a string of numbers via WeChat. Yi, Mom, I'm hanging up first. Nico, wait, I forgot to tell you. I things packed, party with your aunt a piece to the airport. Son, take care of yourself. Eat, don't always let people remind. Pay attention to safety. Yi was stunned, going in such a hurry. Nico, didn't I tell you in the morning to go to Tianhe City? Your aunt wanted to wait a few more days, but there was a temporary change and an important acquisition there. Okay, you should get Nan's business sorted out earlier and treat her better. Don't owe her anything. Yi listened to the rambling instructions, and when the call ended, he dialed the number sent by his mom on WeChat. Complicated matter. The more you draw out, the simpler it gets. Fate is marvelous. Fong Nan is actually most likely the daughter of his mom's co-worker. Guan Yao didn't bother him, only a hunch. For the first time in his life, he was invited to dinner by Yi on his own initiative, and it was estimated to be yellow. He was extremely concerned about Fong Nan's affairs and could tell that he didn't want to lose a second. She wasn't lost either. Good feelings are good feelings, and people who had good feelings at first glance still do, but it was a good way to adjust the way to get along. The idea? To treat him as a friend. As a friend. People like Yi, whether they have money or not. She thinks it's good. The dial tone kept ringing, clearly audible in the carriage. Around the sixth tone, it was picked up and a steady, level male voice came through. Chapter 55. Excuse me? Zhou Nao's heartbeat accelerated slightly. He was afraid of being taken for a liar and forced himself to calm down. Are you Hui Jingzhou? Uncle Hua? Yes. Yi, my mom said she worked with you, and she gave me her number. Her name is Nico Yu. Do you still remember her? Hui Jingzhou thought about it and smiled, his voice gentle with it. Of course I have an impression. You're Xiao Zhou. Yi is not surprised that he knows himself, guessing that mom probably talked to him about the family situation. After a brief catch-up, he asked, you suspected earlier that you missed the baby in the hospital, right? Hui Jingzhou froze for a moment, and then his voice trembled sharply. Yes, there was also a lawsuit with the hospital. Do you know something? Yi drove slowly and told Hui Jingzhou everything about Wang Yuping and mentioned Fong Nan. Hui Jingzhou listened. The whole has almost lost the ability to express himself. He and his wife have been searching for a child since they inadvertently determined that their daughter was not their own a few years ago, but too much time had simply passed. The hospital side may be afraid of getting into trouble, or they may want to shirk their responsibility, and they even provided incomplete records of some information back then. The lawsuit is not enough energy entrusted to the lawyer. Hui Jingzhou and his wife began to embark on a journey to find the daughter. The two couples all quit their jobs and relied on the list provided by the hospital, trying their best to contact those people for verification. Throughout the years, the body and spirit go through torment. He wasn't sure if the Fong Nan Zhou was talking about was his own daughter. The person, however, is on the verge of collapse. He has been blaming himself for not taking care of his wife and daughter and being careless. Didn't bother to consider that it was someone doing it on purpose. Choono listened to the man's voice on the phone as he gradually cried out in pain. Empathizing with the days, he pulled the car temporarily to the side of the road. He hasn't dared to tell Hua Jingzhou what kind of life Fong Nan led in her early years, and these words are too knife-like. After truly determining that he is Fong Nan's father, whether or not to speak about it belongs to Fong Nan's freedom. For several minutes, the man on the other side of the howl only stopped. Xiao Zhou, let's add a WeChat. I'll contact your aunt to return to Forest City, so Fong Nan must not go. Wait for us. At the latest, we will definitely arrive tomorrow morning. After Zhou Yi talked to him, his heart was as if it was blocked with something, and it was difficult to get rid of the depression. No one who is truly honest will ever suspect that a child is not their own. The two couples took Wang Yuping's daughter as their own, hiring her a nanny, a child care provider, and sending her to the best schools. Hua Jingzhou was reminded of more careful observation only to find all sorts of abnormalities. The two families are very thin. The daughter is fat. Both families are double eyelids. Daughter is single. Skin color, character, and so on. The more observation, the more found wrong. Signs prompted. Hua Jingzhou secretly went to do the identification. Initially suspected that his wife cheated on him. Quarrels and Cold War for a long time. And so his wife also did the appraisal before associating to hold the wrong thing. A Microsoft application was sent. Zhou Yi passed some of Fong Nan's photos from his cell phone. Guan Yao turned her eyes to look at the side of his carved-like face. Basically, you can be sure, can't you? Zhou Yi nodded. Yes, the coincidental nature of things. The coincidental nature of the contours of the facial features. Take a look. Is Fong Nan's godlike resemblance to Mr. Hua more obvious? Guan Yao took the phone and finished comparing it and said with emotion, I didn't realize that she was the daughter of Mr. Hua, the mother of a host in the family, and the father of a university professor. Should have had a perfect childhood, but it turned out to be stolen by a thief. Zhou Yi couldn't erase the agitation, the annoyance in his chest. It's not just childhood that's been stolen from Fan Nan. She also nearly had her life stolen from her. Grandma Fong Nan said that when she was a child, she had a cold and fever. Wang Yuping did not care, and her adoptive father often fooled around outside and did not stay home, finding people to borrow fever-reducing drugs. These indiscriminate use of bad luck simply cannot live now. Wang Yuping is the life and death of her. Let nature take its course. Anyway, it is more than one daughter, and do not have to spend much money to raise. There is an old immortal mother-in-law to help bring up, and later grow up. Old age can also have a back way. Fong Nan's adoptive father has always had a problem with the rumors out there, and must have suspected that Fong Nan was not his own, and was equally uninterested. It's really just luck that Fong Nan grew up well and alive, not to mention that family. Zhou Yi was more than a little unable to forgive himself for those years, seeing that people are beautiful. Like, so many people cannot chase, think to bring out the face, try to get it. Breakups also don't give respect, are dismissive, and don't want to be clear. Her family hadn't been able to kill her. He'd almost killed her, even if Fong Nan didn't admit it. Zhou Yi guessed what the tattoo on her wrist was about, and now he was even more sure. What's wrong with you? Guan Yao asked. Zhou Yi slowed down. Let's take you to eat hot pot. There's one across the street. Guan Yao, you can get busy first if you have something to do. We'll have plenty of chances to eat. Zhou Yi, Teacher Ho won't arrive in Linchang until tomorrow, and Fong Nan might not be able to sleep at night if she knows now. I'm also a bit messed up right now and want to talk to someone. Guan Yao lost her smile. Not bad, the heart has become finer. Boys and men are really two species. Choono opened the door and got out, waiting for her to come down as well, and walked side by side toward the hot pot restaurant. Not only did he want to talk, he wanted to drink. It's not easy to drink or spit. Chapter 56, Secondary Injuries. Hot pot restaurant, corner. Zhou Yi asked Guan Yao to order the pot-based side dishes and asked for another bottle of white wine. Guan Yao asked, use me to drink some with you? No. Choono, it's okay, just accompany the drinks. Guan Yao's plain white 10 fingers crossed, her arm resting against the table. I haven't been able to see how much you love her, but I can see it now. Things that you shouldn't be entangled in, you're especially entangled in. Zhou Yi poured wine, a 2.5 cup, without waiting for the food to come up. He drank a cup first. Do you think a child brought up from a young age will have feelings when he knows that he is not his own? Guan Yao thought for a moment. It will be. Raising a cat or dog is different after a long time, let alone a child. Even if you know you're carrying the wrong one, knowing that you're raising it for someone else's family, you should still have feelings. Zhou Yi, I just talked a lot with Mr. Hua. He and Auntie Xia didn't give up on their daughter even after they knew she wasn't their own, and spent money to send her abroad to study. I don't know much about Auntie Xia's character, but I can tell from the conversation that Mr. Hui is a simple man of letters, very warm and thoughtful. I'm thinking, even if he knows that his adopted daughter's birth mother is a criminal, The originator? What should he do? Would you give up the daughter you've raised to adulthood? Is it fair not to give up on the other Nan? More accurately, that foster daughter's family is in jail. The father for 10 years. The mother's sentence for adding to her crime because of what happened to Fong Nan could be even heavier. If you were teacher Hua, how would you go about making a choice? Don't be emotional. Put yourself in teacher Hua's shoes. Guan Yao, what a delicate mind. This is really hard to say. Chono watched the bottom of the pot boil and the side dishes arrive, and dropped the shabu shabu in first. Mist rises. Chono took another drink. Fondue with white wine. The strong spiciness made his brain clearer and his emotions heavier. I'm really kind of sorry I didn't treat her right and go skimp on a straw for a girl that good. She is also really living in hell all the time. The smarter and better she is, the more she suffers. It is good to have biological parents. I always worry that they will bring her secondary damage. She is sensitive, low self-esteem and proud. Very love to be serious, not very good at interpersonal. I slowly dare not think of her previous life. Think of it all for her despair. It's not easy to be in a relationship, but I've met people like me. You told me she hides in the car and cries. I haven't seen her once. She is quite a crybaby though. She likes to cry. It was distracting to watch at the time, but I realized in retrospect that she actually didn't even dare to cry uncontrollably. Guan Yao's eyes were slightly disorganized. I saw how she acted at the time of the get-together and thought that it was because she had heard that you went bankrupt and deliberately came back to retaliate to show off and strike you. Chono, I thought so too. But she gambled her reputation and career to help me afterward. Guan Yao, is it because of her that Jiangsa's family is willing to come to an understanding? I don't know. I think it has something to do with my mom and my aunt and her. It doesn't matter who helps me. What matters is that she's willing to help. Celebrities dare to teach me to conspire. Silly, and not afraid that I can't carry the pressure back to bite her. Guan Yao, do you feel more guilt or affection for her? I'm sure it's all there, but if you don't feel guilty, you'll stay away. And you can't stay together for 3 years if you don't have feelings. I've been with people before her, and none of them lasted more than 20 days. What a nice person. A close contact, soon lost much interest. Guan Yao, scumbag Ben scumbag. Just your number. On the contrary, also scum let more people tend to rush. Want to talk with you. Zhou Yi, the halo. Dad is the richest man in the city. Mom's family is a family of books. Under the halo, I'm a bit handicapped. Others cannot see clearly. Guan Yao, I see clearly now. Still very handsome In my heart there is no other big handsome man. As soon as I saw you back then, I had one thought. I had to have a conversation to not waste my youth. Talked to Zhou Dazhong. Almost can be used as bragging capital. Zhou Yi laughed. Big handsome dating also hit the wall. Afraid of my mom lonely. Want to have a child early to her with. As a result, I can look on. The requirements are high. I can't see. The requirements are also high. Some want a house. Some want a car. Some want a card. Some want both parents to die. But also all want. Guan Yao regretted, then I really missed it. I knew you wanted to get married. Designated to take advantage of Fong Nan did not come back before you get a license. I'm a good match for you in the dating market, right? Zhou Yi's stubble open topic continued. My mom is more of a talent. Installed in the hands of 200,000 or 300,000 pension money. Retirement paychecks have to pay back the debt. I'm playing with a gyroscope as much as she fooled around. In addition to the hotel work a day but also to play a few jobs. From not dare to look for her to ask for a penny. As a result, my aunt came back to the debt left by my father. My mom has money again. You say she pit not pit. Guan Yao saw that he wanted to smoke and handed over the lighter. Auntie has good intentions. You used to live in the clouds before you put your feet on the ground. Then my own mom. Of course I know she's doing me a favor. Just quite tired. Heart tired. Insomnia over a year or so. Not worrying about her. Not even a trace of heart or strength to get up. It's like I'm trapped in a cage. I can't even move without hitting a wall. Guan Yao looked through the thin mist at him with his eyes lowered. Just silently simmering by myself. Then who else can I get to simmer for a piece? What do you want to do in the future? Medicine interests? No. I have resources. Zhou Yi, do not touch these sensitive industries. Want to take over Lition International. In case the money is not enough, I want to borrow from you. Guan Yao skimmed her lips. Borrowing the money? Guess you're using me as a spare tire. Zhou Yi lightly laughed and sipped his wine, his eyes turning to the increasing number of diners in the store. Some trailers, some male and female couples, some buddy colleague get-togethers. Guan Yao saw this and sat side by side with Zhou Yi, her back facing. Doctor, there are too many acquaintances to hide. Zhou Yi took his glass and clinked it with her drink glass, and casually asked, are there many people chasing you in the hospital? There are many with the heart of a thief, not many with the guts of a thief. And I prefer to chat online to find a significant other with whom I have something in common. How meaningless that would be. Not seeing a face like a jade, meeting a willow like a flower. A waste of time. Guan Yao, you drink less. If you get drunk I can call Fong Nan and have her come over to clean you up. Zhou Yi took a hand to support the side of the forehead. That's even more to drink more. In a piece with serving auntie, drunkenness will have a reason not to serve. Did she really give you 10,000 a day? Well, and bought a $10 million property in my name, trying to hide a husband in a golden house. She was pretty good to you. Chouno, not bad. Barely. Guan Yao, is it taking male sex in exchange for everything? It's so nice to have money. People who other people dream of, casually take money to smash away. Next I have to work hard too. Struggle, get rich early and take money to smash a big handsome guy. Zhou Yi head sank, gently took a finger and tapped it. Temporarily do not chat, and go to look at the phone. It was a number that called. Fannin's number. Chapter 57, Lies and Ghosts. It was too noisy indoors, so Zhou Yi took his cell phone and went outside the hot pot restaurant. Nan. Fuanan heard the perversity in his voice. You've been drinking? Yeah, had dinner with a friend and drank a little. Come pick me up. Now, Zhou Yi, I am in a piece with Guan Yao, and today I went to the hospital to inquire about your life. She helped a lot, so I invited her to have a meal. To throw the person himself this dozen teas seemed to be appropriate. Fong Nan seemed to have misheard. Guan Yao? Last time I fought with Jiang Su, she secretly helped out, and has been delivering news of Jiang Su's condition to UMO. It's not catching up. Sorry for not treating her. Fong Nan's voice was different and gradually cooled. You said on your lips that you would help me investigate my life, but in actuality, you wouldn't be taking advantage of the opportunity to find time to pick up girls, taking my money to treat other women to dinner and spend it on others. Zhou Yi, you don't challenge the bottom line of being a human being. Okay, I'll send you the location. I want to see your people in 10 minutes. Zhou Yi was confused by her special brain circuitry. In addition to going home with his family to say a few words, the rest is busy. Mom and Aunt boarding did not have time to go to Send. Looking for Wang Yuping proxy lawyer, risking verbal threats in the detention center to get the truth, hoofing it to the hospital to inquire, contact Hui Jingzhou, and money. She's the one who gives the money, and transfers it when she feels like it. She's also the one who said he spent her money. She's got a brain in her head. Zhou Yi, I really ran all day for your matter, and have a clue. Found the couple who lost the child, and he is also my mom's former colleague. You weren't carried by mistake. You were deliberately switched by Wang Yuping. Fong Nan, the deception is getting more and more skillful, and it's all very well said. We parted at 9 o'clock in the morning, and even went back home after sending Yang Gu to the bureau. In the afternoon until now so little time. You told me you investigated clearly. Chouno was still to speak. The phone was hung up unilaterally. He opened his mouth, a breath held by the excitement of her attitude, unable to swallow or spit. Nerve, was fine in the morning, got out of the car, offered to ask him for a kiss, and was ready to pay for him to be a hotel, and then changed his mind at night. Followed by WeChat received the geographic location. She people in the company's temporary office. Should be just finished working. Zhou Yi consoled himself not to get on her bad side. Only inside he still couldn't hold back his foul mouth. 3 years had passed, and he felt that people become more or less mature and atmospheric. It's changed. It's gone from being afraid to be jealous to daring to force it. Just because he had dinner with Kuan Yu, throwing tantrums and dislikes without asking. Zhou Nuyi hadn't been able to explain it clearly to her. In Fong Nan's mind, he cheated on Guan Yao with Su Li during his relationship, and more people, brainstormed hard evidence. Zhou Yi took the cell phone to his mouth and pressed the voice. You ate well in the company. If you can see me today, I'll take your last name. He didn't let go of his finger. I did get in touch with your suspected father. I'm sending you the number. Talk to him yourself. Yes, if he doesn't get back to you, it proves he's on an airplane. And don't get the wrong idea that just because I'm getting paid I have to be a good dog in front of you. I almost hit your foster mom over you. Heartbroken over what happened to you. Upset over some wine. What kind of temper are you playing for me? You've had a miserable life. A miserable childhood. A miserable everywhere. It's your parents who owe you, not the whole world. Fan Nan didn't take a moment for the phone to dial quickly. Chouno didn't answer. Fong Nan returned his voice. I won't see you for 10 minutes, so wait for the court summons. Su the outta here. Chouno muted his phone and put it back in his pocket. Guan Yao's eyebrows raised as she watched him come back and pour another glass of wine. His face not looking as good as before. Quarreling? Bickering? Zhou Yi, don't mention her. Eat. Guan Yao put away the remaining bit of wine. Negative energy affects people. I'll send you to her. Zhou Yi leaned his back against the sofa and glanced at her after lighting a cigarette. Save it. Letting you send me might as well find a chauffeur. Why? She's not still being careful about remembering what happened before. Zhou no sense. What was it before? Guan Yao said omitted. Some embarrassment. I will be more tea. We a group of people in a piece. I always love to separate your own screenshot, creating visual dislocation. The circle of friends only visible to her. Zhou Yi was first shocked and then froze. A woman's heart is really a needle in the bottom of the sea. The means are endless and invisible. Fong Nan hadn't even told him about these things after all. Or he didn't take them seriously even if he did. Guan Yao was sincere, young and unintelligent, deliberately stimulating her, trying to stimulate people away. Young master, don't be general with me, I've long since gone from my conscience. Zhou Yi exhaled a long breath. Did you still stir up right and wrong in front of you, Mo? I said I was dating you and only liked you, in order to make him die on me. Zhou Yi, Dr. Guan, I really want you to die a direct social death in your hospital. What you're doing is personnel. I am at least more like a person than Suli. I heard that Suli stimulated Fong Nan with the bed photos of you too, and also found someone to follow and intimidate her. If it's not for the fear that you don't dare to make too much noise, she dared to find someone to kidnap Fong Nan. Chono puts out his cigarette and looks at the spotlight above the table. The wine faded a bit, realizing that a lot of what he had just scolded Fong Nan for was inappropriate. Guan Yao is one of her cleavage targets in her eyes. If Fong Nan had been drinking with her male best friend on a big night out and had thrown herself aside, her own blood would have inevitably rushed to the surface. Spending my money to pick up a male best friend? No, don't get mad and sue him. It's hard to have a couple of dollars in hand to do something, but the court can freeze it all and pull it away with a single swipe. Zhou Yi, waiter, the check. Guan Yao pursed her lips, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so by this comedian's startled appearance. This is one of the most obvious character traits of Zhou Yi. He really admits that he's wrong, and he's really willing to make amends. And of course he's really angry when he gets angry. Chapter 58, A Goat from the Heart. Fong Nan was on the 30th floor of the Henteing Tower. The company's temporary office is here, renting 2 rooms. Outside the window the night was deep, no stars or moon, just the occasional flashing brake light, city night and neon. Chen Xiao, the video assistant, was also in the office. She had just arrived in the city not long ago, not exactly a war and clothing person. His usual job is to record some moments in Fong Nan's life, help her run her short video account, negotiate advertising cooperation and other trivial matters. Out of professional sensitivity, she noticed the back of the window and quickly turned on her cell phone. Inside the camera, the woman's back was slender and sexy to the extreme, and her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, neutralizing the workplace style she was wearing. With one hand in her pocket, she inclined her head to look at the scene, but also listened repeatedly to the sound in the earpiece of her cell phone. Chen Xiao couldn't hear clearly, only hearing a man's voice on the opposite side when she first started to accidentally externalize it. The boss is in love? Who is worthy of the boss who is known as the ice beauty in the company? Chen Xiao is 2 years older than Fong Nan, only in addition to their own work is not very willing to get close to the iceberg, but also do not dare to get close to more. After quietly shooting the video, Chen Xiao deliberately made some noise to attract her attention. Mr. Fong, are you still not off work? Fuanan didn't turn her head. Don't mind me. I just recorded a short video. Would you like to take a look at it? Fannan, whatever you think is okay. Chen Xiao was sensible and exited the office with a light foot, the sound of a door being covered in footsteps moving away. Fong Nan was not disturbed by Chen Xiao. Working together was not a day or two. She was very assured of the other party's work. She pressed her palm against the cool glass and turned up the volume on her cell phone. Someone was still barking wildly. The same voice, over and over again. The first time she heard it, she fainted with anger. The second time I listened to it, I wanted to just sue him. Listening to it for the third time, there is a sense of overwhelm. Listen to it a few more times and sanity gradually returns. She felt that she had really misunderstood Zhou Yi. Guan Yao works in a hospital and her father is the vice president of the hospital. It was only right that Zhou Yi asked her for a favor and invited her to dinner. He was also really helping her investigate her birth. Otherwise with his character he wouldn't joke about some things. It is she who has not seen Zhou Yi for a day, and then listening to Guan Yao's name, the first time associated with the previous that love to play, love to lie on the person. But even if one has misunderstood him, these emotionally charged words that Zhou Yi had just spoken had also tickled her guard once again. The man was penniless, and she still had the deed of sale he had signed. Such a low state. He dared to scold her, cursing himself, the boss who had been most generous to him. She was at fault. What happened to misunderstanding him? He told her himself when he made a mistake to get out if he didn't like it. It was his turn to be at a disadvantage. She just normally asked him to pick her up from work, pushing Lai a bunch of times and throwing such a big tantrum. He wants to be a hotel and do plotting to support the anchors. Fannan was really mesmerized by him to the point of softness and happiness, and in the morning he even promised to give him the principal. No money and all still so grounded. With certain principles? Hard and fishy, and repeatedly out of the palm of your hand. What about making money? What about having money? No. She finally noticed the number that Chono had sent. Dialing doesn't work. On an airplane? Fong Nan quickly threw her scruples about Zhou Yi's opinion to the back of her mind and remembered the gravity of his words. Wang Yuping is a criminal. Intentionally switched child. Her real father is probably Huo Jingzhou. Fong Nan had heard of this name without any research, and she had read that work published by the other party 2 years ago. Huo Jingzhou's history book, 1,000 Autumns, written from ancient times to the present day, won most of the literary awards that can be taken in the country. In a single leap, he went from being a silent and unknown departing university professor to an extremely famous big writer in a small area. The mother could have been Xie Danqing, the children's channel host who was remembered by a generation of children in Linchang. The only fun Fong Nan had when she was young was to stay in front of her grandmother's crappy TV set and go watch her programs before bed. The TV could only watch Forest City TV, and that was the first celebrity she remembered. She was face to face with her, separated only by a TV screen. Over here a broken bed, a room full of found value trash, a stench that can't be wiped away. Over there was probably her mom, interacting with a group of scantily clad kids, promoting puzzle sports trivia games. If it's like what Zhou Yi said, Huo Jingzhou and Auntie Unico were also once co-workers. Wang Yuping, grandmother, adoptive father, brother, biological parents, Zhou Yi. All sorts of memories flooded in, and her eyes fogged up like the glass in front of her. There's the phone. Fuanan wiped his eyes, with her understanding of Zhou Yi as previous, swore that he was not prepared to care about her when he could still take the initiative to call over. People must be downstairs. She gathered her thoughts and left the office to head downstairs. Chouno was to the curb in front of the building. I didn't let Guan Yao send me. I got a chauffeur to come over. It was only shortly after the valet left that he turned his head to spot the silhouette that was slowly becoming clearer in the light. The front of the building was very empty, so the people showed as much as they could. Dimly lit, she looked like a dummy coming out of a movie. Aesthetically unreal. Zhou Yi suppressed the feeling that was crashing around in his heart. Stunning, and waited for the person to get closer to pull open the main driver's door first. Fong Nan said before getting into the car, "Is your last name still Zhou now? When you come to me, you take my last name, right?" Zhou Yi when there were mosquitoes flying around his ears. Fong Nan reacted only after her body was halfway into the car. "You let me drive. I've been drinking. I can drive if you're not afraid of trouble." Fong Nan saw that he was obviously very abashed, and his expression showed that he was very hard. A cavity of gas and boredom. Do not feel dispersed. Handsome man, only remembered as handsome. Seeing it, it does have a pleasing effect on the eye. Fong Nan no longer nonsense, seemingly afraid to smell the smell of alcohol. Get on the car and wear a mask, hat, sunglasses, the whole face is wrapped up. Chouno paused in the movement of her stuck seatbelt, observing her nervous antics. Why are you wrapped up so tight? Fan Nan ignored it and drove himself to a place that had been chosen long ago, a store where no one is special and legal. Zhou Yi was first unsure. Only after seeing Fong Nan walk in did he wake up as if in a dream, and those tragic and different memories of that night surfaced unannounced. This woman, addicted to play. Zhou Yi only experienced it with her out of curiosity during their relationship. He's not all paid his debts. Chapter 59, Money and Likes. When she got back to the car after her purchase, naturally, Chouno owed it to her to take the bag she'd left in the back and look through it. Okay, nothing too out of the ordinary. Fuanan didn't take off his mask. Taking it off would be seen by Chouno with her cheeks long stained red. She's not too bold, not too thick-skinned. She just became the same as Zhou Yi back then after she got rich. She loves to play and only loves to play with him. The car traveled through the night to the Mission Hills residence. Zhou Yi is more mindful of whether the person sleeping next to him at night is a crazy person or a tender woman, and took the initiative to say, "There has never been a thing between Guan Yao and me, and there is also Su Li. Fong Nan, it's okay, the past has passed already. As long as you're obedient and don't wave during the time I'm raising you. I'm not that careful." Chouno turned his eyes. "Your parents might be at the airport by midnight. Why isn't there much of a reaction?" "Fan Nan, I've come this far on my own, on the part of the money you gave me, and I don't lack anything. Autonomy, self-reliance, self-improvement. Wang Yuping's family is also destined to get what they deserve and have retribution. No one can make up for the grievances and sufferings that they have suffered. No one can make up for them. In this case, my parents in my case is the icing on the cake. I in my parents is the salvation. I live well is the biggest salvation for them. So they are excited. So I'm really not excited. Just a little complicated mood. Seriously, I already feel like I'm a pretty noble person for not resenting them. It's like I have a million reasons to hate you to the bone. I just can't really hate it and instead I'm still pretty nice to you." Zhou Yi, yes, it's quite good. If it wasn't for my mom's acquaintance with Secretary Qin of the provincial capital, he made peace. If not for my aunt should also have some connections. You all put me in jail. Fong Nan, do auntie and your auntie know the original story? I didn't. They thought I was fighting with someone because I was jealous. Fong Nan looked sideways at the side of his face. I may not be able to give you the money you want to dish out for the hotel. That hotel is simple to dish out. The subsequent reinstallation will be too expensive, and the uncertainty of the future is also high. I don't do this kind of risky business. Zhou Yi, not all said well. You only need to pay 25 million, and do not need 5-star specifications. The tourism trend in Linchang is very good in these years. Remodeling, price concessions, marketing attentively, location, popularity. The probability of loss is really not big. Fan Nan, don't you make it difficult for me. Chouno got dizzy and closed his eyes in his seat. In the morning just verbally agreed to the agreement. His own $15 million, she out of 25 million. By his face to contact Li Tian boss to take over the hotel. Now it's becoming hard for her. Fong Nan, didn't Auntie Unico let you buy a house and get a wife with the money you have? Don't waste it. How hard it is to make money. You're not unaware of that. Zhou Yi, that's a nice thing to say. Indeed. If I'm a bit frugal, this is more than enough money to last me a lifetime. What about yourself? Break up when the hands of more than 8 million in cash. You run to do what, electric business? Why don't you think of saving it in the bank to eat the interest? You're a little girl with no one to love and no one to love you have ambitions. And now you come to tell me how hard it is to make money. Fong Nan, how much pain do you feel when you're drunk and crazy? And how much pain do you feel when you go to court? The signing fee is $10 million. Go through the judicial process. I want you 10 times 20 times the amount of liquidated damages is not excessive. Zhou Yi, why do you always love to talk on my bottom line? Follow me well. I will not intentionally make things difficult for you, as long as you listen. Not just 3 years. How hard is it to set yourself right? Chouno, can't square it a bit. Fan Nan, soft food is hard to eat. I'm hard on soft food. You're hard on soft food. Fong Nan grabbed the steering wheel, chest heaving for a few seconds after taking out his cell phone. This someone defaulted on the contract. Later I will send his information contract to you on WeChat. Go through the litigation process. Chouno instinctively brought her cell phone over. When I saw that there wasn't much of a record of the call, I realized I had been duped and stopped talking. Fong Nan pinched his cheek with her free hand, smiling faintly and genuinely. Brother Zhou Yi, don't go betting on whether or not I can be cruel to you. And don't take the contractual binding seriously. She turned her wrist tattoo over and handed it to him. Believe it or not, I died because of you, and I can muster the courage to live because of you. You can do whatever you want around me, even if it means bullying me and turning against me, but don't ever let me see you trying to get rid of me. Cool night, cool words. What was left of Zhou Ye's alcoholic spirit was frozen away. He frowned for a moment and took Fong Nan's soft wrist in his hand, his thumb gently rubbing it, experiencing that strange feeling of buoyancy. In the middle of the day, he took her arm, lips gently pressed on it. Fuanan was sensitive and wanted to draw her hand, and held it back. I'm driving. Chouno, you don't say you rode for someone else? Fong Nan, I even said I wanted to tear you apart, and you believed me. I had a crush on you long before you tried to raise me. She reminisced, trying to sketch that perfect shadow in her mind, only, unable to do anything about it. Moonlight simply cannot be depicted, it implies all the appreciation and beauty that instinctively arises. She smiled. You wouldn't know how much I liked you at that time, only that you took that liking as a burden and turned a blind eye to it. Zhou Yi, I also have self-esteem, longing to be loved by my beloved, to be loved. Let's not talk about money, let's not talk about the past, let's just talk about the present. The money I owe you I paid back. Are you going to give me back that liking I have for you? Chouno lowered his seat and tilted his head in the opposite direction. Put this PUA aside, and I don't know where I learned all this pedantry. Money, like, sounds fair. Only the character of the person, the degree of love, and the path of the heart are all different. Still, he listened to soften a bit inside. He couldn't see the tattoo on her wrist, couldn't accept that someone he clearly cared about had almost died without a word, like not knowing exactly how to go about paying it back. The general idea is to make her happy. And if she's happy, he's definitely happy. Otherwise, whether it's a lawsuit in court, or completely tearing his face off against each other, he won't be able to accept it for a while. It's relatively acceptable to delegate a little bit of yourself. Thinking about this, Zhou Yi got out of the car and arrived home and got busy, helping her make the snacks she wanted to eat, putting out the bath water, washing clothes, squeezing toothpaste, and doing everything he could. It's the fact that he's doing everything he can to please her, and she still insists on using those messy bought contraptions. Chouno could only convince himself to pay back this give as interest. Never accept that there will be a next time. Chapter 60. The next day. Early morning sunlight crosses the shoreline and lights up the master bedroom. Fan Nan woke up first, opened the remote control curtains, and the azure blue expanse of the sea comes into view in an instant. The view of the rising sun is not as attractive as the side. Her red lips imprinted on his still sleepy eyes, on the bridge of his nose, on his lips, surfaced last night. She gently wrapped herself around him, her voice warm and hoarse with the remnants of the morning. Brother Zhou Yi. Shouno woke up the moment she kissed him, pretending to be asleep as faceless. Dang manly man, wasn't on top the whole time. Saving energy is saving energy. In a nutshell, there's the sting of having a breath blown on your dignity. She is catching on and is really petty. Look how beautiful the ocean view is. Fang Nan stretched out her slender arms and crossed Zhou Ye's neck, gently holding the man in place. Shouno opened his eyes. I didn't see the sea, I saw the people who were slim. He broke free and sat up straight. Fang Nan snuggled back into his arms, her small hands flowing restlessly, lingering. Shouno was holding back last night. At this moment the thoughts are surging, even more uncontrolled. But the man beside him was full of obsession with the seascape, and in his decency he was somewhat sanctified by the sunlight. He had distractions and couldn't even bear to blaspheme. Converging, he silently adjusted his breathing and followed her gaze. This house was a lucky buy, the best viewpoint in the entire neighborhood. Even the bedroom floor-to-ceiling windows face the ocean. Zhou Yi, you buy me a yacht. I'll be fine to take you for a few laps in the sea, and there's a docking place on the drying platform. Fang Nan strained her lips to stifle a smile. To things must not pay a price. Shouno pulled the quilt and covered her body piece by piece. The view belonged only to him, and the fish were not to see more of it. The cell phone rang at that moment. Zhou Yi took her small hand away. Uncle Hua. Fang Nan then comes to her senses and remembers that she has to meet Hua Jingzhou and Xia Danqing today and has to do a paternity test. Zhou Yi connected and hung up after chatting a few sentences. Get up and make an appointment to meet somewhere. Fan Nan tugged at him as he tried to get up. Cuddle. Zhou Yi bones are numb by her shouting. First get up. Holding her piece to the bathroom. Appraisal center. In the car. In addition to Hua Jingzhou's couple, who had rushed back in the middle of the night and waited for dawn, there was also a woman with a slightly chubby figure, single eyelid, and fashionable attire. She looks okay, and her complexion is fair under the makeup. Hua Jingzhou and Xia Danqing fidgeted in the front and back seat. Hua Qingqing's eyes flickered. She came back from studying abroad and gained some heat in the self-publishing industry on the strength of her father Hua Jingzhou's reputation. Hua Qingqing also knows that she was carried in the wrong arms, but it didn't leave her much to be desired, and her parents treated her as they had always done. Until last night when my parents returned from out of town unannounced. It was only then that Hua Qingqing vaguely guessed what was going on, and both of them began to look at her differently, especially her mother. Strange as hell. It was only through repeated questioning that she learned that they were the ones who had a lead on their biological daughter. Unexpectedly, this person was actually Fang Nan. That short video has more than 10 million followers, but also the founder of a well-known clothing brand. Fang Nan. Hua Jingzhou kept checking the time, and at 52 years old, he wore glasses and was not lacking in svelte handsomeness. His hair is still thick and neatly groomed. Xia Danqing also often look ahead, anxious and confused. She is 51 years old. Her appearance is not that of the host who was loved by countless children. Her face has fine wrinkles, and she is tired. Her eyes were puffy and swollen, and she had just cried. Xia Danqing thought much more than her husband after learning that her daughter had been deliberately switched. If the truth be known, her adoptive mother would be of good character. How has it been and how much aggression? The first thing she did was to ask a number of connections to inquire about the family that raised Fan Nan. The man was a street sneak, the woman was a miscreant, and Fang Nan grew up with an old woman. Many people in the neighborhood remembered her because there was only one child who often followed the old man around to pick up garbage, and it was impressive. Jingzhou, call again and ask her what time she's arriving. Xia Danqing urged. Hua Qingqing, Mom, I'll play. Xia Danqing interrupted sternly. Don't call me Mom. Your mom is in jail. Hua Jingzhou frowns. It's all still uncertain. It's just a guess. Don't think about it so much yet. Xia Danqing lost her composure and cried out in pain. She is my daughter. I knew as soon as I looked at her picture that that woman carried away my child back then. Hua Qingqing's face was ugly, and she could just tell that Xia Danqing was on the verge of breaking down. Her eyes clouded over as she prepared to get out of the car. Xia Danqing, no one is allowed to leave. When I finish the paternity test with Nan, I have to do it for you with that. Hua Jingzhou interrupted. Calm down. The child is innocent. Xia Danqing, she's innocent? Then what's wrong with my child? Hua Jingzhou, I've lived a life worse than death these past few years, and I don't dare to think about whether my daughter is alive or already dead. Blame you. It's all your fault. I shouldn't have let you accompany her in the hospital back then. Hua Jingzhou was disheveled, removing his glasses and wiping the corners of his eyes. Xia Danqing was still about to speak when she saw Hua Qingqing go to pull the car door and prepare to leave. She quickly got out of the car and grabbed her arm in a death grip. You're not going anywhere today. I've arranged for a lawyer. You have to take a paternity test with that. Hua Qingqing struggled violently. Let go of me. She exerts a little force, and Xia Danqing, whose figure has grown weaker in recent years, can no longer hold onto her, staggering and stumbling back, nearly falling over. Seeing that Xia Danqing still wanted to pester, Hua Qingqing roared shrilly, "Don't blame me for being rude to you if you go crazy again." Hui Jingzhou, who had gotten out of the car and was ready to put a stop to the disagreement, froze when he looked at the ruthlessness that had inadvertently flowed out of Hua Qingqing, who he treated like his own daughter. Xia Danqing is her adoptive mother, even if it's not blood, having been raised as his own for over a decade. Hua Jingzhou came closer. "How are you going to be rude to your mom?" "Dad, my mom is crazy." Pow! Hua Jingzhou slapped him with a solid blow. Hua Qingqing covers her face and looks at him with disbelief. "Hua Jingzhou, get out! Get out now!" Chapter 61, Kinship and Adopted Daughters. Hua Qingqing's silver teeth clenched as she was beaten, holding back the tears. "First time I remembered getting beat up. Blood was heating up. Sanity was being destroyed." She turned and ran. Hua Qingqing hadn't had such a strong sense of crisis when she learned that she was an adopted daughter. As long as the adoptive parents couldn't find their biological daughter, emotionally speaking, she was the one for them. Her special father loved her the most. Requests are answered, and he is only verbally educated when he gets into trouble. And he even stops his adoptive mother when she wants to get her hands dirty. She bullies people. He'll help her to make amends and get money and gifts for the parents of the kids who are being bullied. She is early and rebellious. He understands her and calmly educates her about physiology. She didn't do well in school, and he paid to send her abroad for gold plating. She was too tired to work. He helped her write scripts and let her memorize them to make short videos and be a knowledge blogger. Most important, the more she grows up, the more Hua Qingqing realizes that her family is rich and powerful. The grandparents had held high, important positions in the province and had countless contacts. The adoptive mother is from out of town and has a brother who has developed in the military and is also extremely good at what he does. She herself had a lot of savings during her time as a presenter and was so good at managing money and investing. The prize money from his adoptive father's book sold tens of millions of dollars plus various royalties, and the revenue keeps coming in. He is now also writing the second part. Depending on the heat and influence, the income is afraid to be more than several times the previous book. Hua Qingqing is relying on her family's aura, persona, and help to get her account's followers to the point where she has more than 2 million. She had begun to fear losing it all. Thick with resentment, cynicism almost consumed her whole being. She could never go get a paternity test with that stranger in jail. If she does it, she'll be completely ruined, and she'll have to be Hua Jingzhou's daughter to do it. She stopped running and turned instinctively. No one's paying attention to her, for there was a car parked not far from the foster parents and a young man and woman stepped out of it. Being far away, Hua Qingqing could probably see the two clearly. The man's posture is upright and slender. Western pants, white shirt, reserved, arrogant. She looks familiar. It was the guy whose name she'd heard and seen pictures of on her best friend's phone. Zhou family's youngest master Zhou Yi. Not a star. Celebrity. Almost no one in the circle of Lin Chang knows. The woman is more familiar. Is that short video look at the extremely dazzling? Beautiful to let the same sex dare not compare Fong Nan. The real skin seems to be more white. The body seems to be more slender, to say the least more than 1 meter 6'8" height, and Zhou Yi stood together as if heavenly. Hua Qingqing looked at Fong Nan in a daze, clenching his fists. His nails were about to pierce his palms. She was all here to hear her adoptive mother Xia Danqing's howling upon meeting Fong Nan, and to see the way the two of them hugged Fong Nan and wouldn't let go of him as soon as they met. Even the paternity test hasn't been done yet, and it seems to be certain that Fong Nan is their daughter. The scene got out of control after Zhou Yi drove Fong Nan here. The unbridled crying came from Xia Danqing at first, then Hua Jingzhou, followed by Fong Nan. Fong Nan, who said last night that she wouldn't even react much to seeing her parents, was not at all polite when she cried. Maybe it wasn't the relatives that were crying, it was herself. He looked at her with soft eyes and sidestepped again with feeling. Meeting eyes with the slightly chubby girl in the distance, he saw the other turn and run, not thinking much about it, then fuming. He wanted to cry too at the guys. Lighting a cigarette distracts from the overconcentration. He understands why parents lose their temper, because Zhou Yi also has a pair of good parents. He made a mistake. His mother stared at him with her eyes all day long, staring and staring without doing anything, and she stared at herself and laughed. Father loved to bring him to attend various occasions, talk about business with, to bring children for fun, as a hobby. Zhou Yi is very clear about his own weight. When I was a child, I loved to take the threat of running away from home parents. Extremely useful. Growing up, Dad knew he could smoke and drink. Often give him cigarettes, a drink. The mantra is, the boy will be a man sooner or later. The responsibility is heavy. Smoking and drinking in moderation. Decompression. It's okay. Tell him not to be afraid of being reprimanded. No need to hide. He still has the personality of an urchin in his 50s. Stayed like, love jokes, love to joke with the family. do things to do people, but the most serious. Zhou has the impression that he and his mom are the same as a short period of time from young to old. The difference is that he is because of ideological pressure. Mom is because of him. The drugs detected in his stomach after he jumped were the result of a fear of not dying and becoming a drag, and he used a lethal enough amount of the drug before he jumped. Zhou that 1 or 2 years of insomnia, nightmares, every time to wake up hard to breathe. He wrote much more in his suicide note. There's fear, there's honesty, there's fulfillment. He had never carried a burden so heavy before his grandfather's death, and when it came time to pick it up, it was again with determination. Zhou asked himself, is not a more kind person. He also does not have great ambition. Have money, want to do things. Want to make money is not want to go after there are people scolded him. No ability, also want to help him to those rotten properties, all resumption. Do not want to let those buyers curse him for life. Exhaling, Zhou turned his head to finish calming down and walked towards the few people who had stopped crying. Nan, uncle and auntie. I've made an appointment in advance. The appraisal results will be soon, so we should go in. Xia Danqing wiped her eyes. Her voice was already mute. And then she noticed Zhou. I even saw you when you were a child. At a banquet. Xiao Zhou. Thank you so much. Otherwise your uncle and I still don't know how long it will take to see Nan. Zhou has a little impression of the real Xia Danqing. Accompanied by chatting, a few people entered the appraisal center piece by piece. Chapter 62 Results. You may have to wait a few days for routine identification results. Zhou got someone to say hello in advance, and the results came out a few hours later. He couldn't see more specifically either, and only intended to see that the relationship holds on the conclusion. Fang Nanjun is the daughter of these two. There was a cry at the door. After getting the results at the appraisal center, the three cried again. Xia Danqing was about to faint several times. If Zhou hadn't helped Hua Jingzhou with a piece of her arm, she wouldn't have been able to stand up, and she wouldn't have been able to control her emotions effectively. Fang Nan's eyes are swollen too. A very strange feeling was growing. She thought she would hold a grudge against her parents. Can't complain, especially to Xia Danqing. While waiting for the results, I heard Xia Danqing say that she had a hemorrhage in childbirth that year and almost lost her life. When Fang Nan also had some minor health problems and had to be sent to the intensive care unit, Xia Danqing didn't have the energy or ability to hold on to her newborn daughter. Hua Jingzhou said he had to worry about his wife while inevitably neglecting his daughter, who was not in serious condition. It's the preoccupation that gets you taken advantage of. Fang Nan took her hand and helped Xia Danqing wipe her eyes. Don't cry. Xia Danqing didn't know where the strength came from. Holding Fang Nan never let go. I'm sorry. Mom is sorry for you. Shouno saw something. Xia Danqing had probably looked up Fang Nan's upbringing, and those experiences are a knife, straight to the heart, for all parents. Who can accept their own child being dropped and living that kind of life? Teething and just walking. Just follow an old lady and pick up trash together. Fang Nan's tears that were about to fall away were again provoked by some of Xia Danqing's intermittent words. The arms that held her were thin. The person thin. But that feeling of being accepted by the world is just so different. Fang Nan couldn't cry out for mom for a moment and hugged her back, letting the tears spill all over her back. Almost noon. Xia Danqing only really have some sense. She held Fang Nan's hand, does not let go. Voice dark with hatred. I want to pursue the responsibility of your adoptive parents. I want to take back all the investment in their daughters, to make that family all worse than death. Hua Jingzhou interrupted. It's noon. Take Nan to eat something first. Xia Danqing. Yes. Eat, Zhou said. Uncle and auntie, I've already booked the restaurant. I'll take you there now. Out the door. Just in the middle of the afternoon. Xia Danqing doesn't want to leave Fang Nan for a moment and lets her sit in the private car, with Hua Jingzhou driving after Zhou. It was only then that she noticed that Zhou drove a white Buick, and there were some dents on the car that hadn't come to be repaired, and the market price of a new car was estimated to be around $100,000. In order to distract the mother and daughter, Hua Jingzhou says with emotion, when I was a colleague with Professor Yu, the Zhou family was still in the limelight. I can't imagine that in just a few years, it's fallen so far. Fang Nan became less restrained and turned her head. Auntie, do you know Zhou's parents? Xia Danqing does not care about her name calling. The child as well. There will be plenty of opportunities to cultivate feelings. Love her. Seen them a few times. More familiar cannot talk about. The impression is quite good people. I just heard that Zhou Chengjiang had a lot of charges laid against him after he jumped off the building, and people have been looking for his family to collect debts off and on for the past few years. Nan, are you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? Fuanan acquiesced. Hua Jingzhou's face stiffened at the sight. Zhou family young master reputation in Lin City is not good. Famous rich second generation. Racing, fighting, bullying men and women. Eyes to see the person. Think that although the rumors are not all true, but there is no wind which will rise waves. As he was thinking, he only heard Xia Danqing say to him, Jingzhou, You arrange for the nanny to have her pack up Hu Qingqing's things, and from now on, our home will have nothing to do with her. You need to make a statement externally as well, and make this clear so she doesn't flail around on the internet in your name. I'll make the legal arrangements. I'm going to sue her along with her for the return of all the alimony I've paid on her and so on. Hu Jingzhou sighed darkly. The wife was saying these things to her daughter as well as to him. I'm afraid that if my attitude is too ambiguous, I'll hurt my daughter. But parents are parents and children are children. Is it not guilt by association to sue along with the child? I wanted to persuade my wife to break off the relationship with her adopted daughter and leave her alone, but I couldn't open my mouth. Fang Nan sees from the two men's behavior that Xie Danqing hates Wan Yuping and his wife and relocates her anger to the girl named Hu Qingqing. Hu Jingzhou's attitude isn't as stark, probably because he's raised some feelings. She lowered her gaze and didn't interrupt. Xie Danqing explained a few more sentences, inquired and asked, how did you and Zhou Yi know each other? And how long have you been talking about it? It's a college friend and it started in college. Xie Danqing, does he treat you well? Fan Nan, it's pretty good. Xie Danqing, this young man is really smart. It took just one day to find out everything. Nan, how did you come up with the idea of taking the initiative to get an appraisal with that family? Auntie, you reminded me of this, saying that I should trust the genes. The more I thought about it, the more skeptical I became. So I found a connection to take all of their hair. Initially, I also thought it was just a wrong hug. I didn't expect her to be so dark and vicious. Your Aunt Nicole? Aha. Xie Danqing, then I'll have to come to the door some other day to properly give the mother and father a thank you. Auntie Yu is not in Forest City. I heard Zhou Yi say that she just went to Tianhe City with her aunt. Xie Danqing asked, do you have feelings for your old family? Fan Nan, no. If there were feelings, they wouldn't have sent them all to jail. Xie Danqing's heart fluttered again. The daughter didn't know she wasn't biological. She was disassociated from her family under these circumstances. It is remarkable to think of how much crime has been suffered, too, and better to think of what that family is all about. Xie Danqing held her small hand with strength and smiled forcibly. No more. In the future, Mom hurts you, no one can make you suffer again. Fang Nan looked at her, and it was hard to block out that oily feeling of closeness, throbbing, and security. Her lips twitched, silently swallowing back the epithet she wanted to utter. What an amazing person. Just met, just recognized. Fuanan then sensed that she was willing to do everything for her. She also grew up with a soft spot for Xie Danqing, her favorite celebrity, her show that accompanied her boring life. Fate is deep and shallow, and there seems to be a line in the dark. Chapter 63. Restaurant. Zhou Yi ordered the Huayan Banquet, the more famous business restaurant in the neighborhood. When they all got off the bus, he was about to lead a few people inside when he heard Hu Jingzhou say something. Xiao Zhou, I've been here before. The flavor is too far-fetched. There's a seafood buffet nearby. Nan just said in the car that she prefers seafood. Why don't we change the place? Uncle's treat. Chono froze. Hu Jingzhou is negotiating in a friendly manner. There was a tone of unquestioning assertion in the speech. No requirements before booking a restaurant. Whatever. Ordered it and thought it tasted bad. That's not disliking the flavor. That's disliking the person. You just met them. You just helped them find their daughter and you're disgusted? Hu Jingzhou pointed to the mall not far away. The place I'm talking about is right over there. Just take a few steps for a walk and you'll be there. Shouno knew what he was talking about. One of the most expensive buffets in the entire Forest City, with a minimum spend of 2,600 per person. Hu Jingzhou, just park the car here. I have some wine in the trunk. Take it. Xie Danqing, full of heart in the daughter, listening to her husband, said that her daughter loves seafood. Do not think much about anything. Fuanan glanced sensitively at his father, who had just established his blood relationship. He seems to be resistant to Zhou Yi, hospitable, refusing people everywhere in his words. Hu Jingzhou pressed the car key as he spoke, and the lights of the Bentley not far away flashed, the trunk opening automatically. Fuanan took the first step toward the car. I'll get the wine. She herself sheds a lot of ways to treat Chouno. Seeing no one make a pass at him, belittling him in words and gestures, Hu Jingzhou glanced at his daughter's back and acted as if it were normal. Xiao Zhou, what industry are you in now? Right. What's going on with your dad specifically? I've only heard others chatting about it by chance, so I really don't know the specifics. Zhou Yi's face was also as usual. Hotel work done for a long time. The suffocation can be suffered. The endurance can also endure. Not to mention that this is still the elders. Fang Nan's biological father, mother's former colleagues. I was working in a hotel before, but now I'm driving for Nan. He paused. My dad is in real estate with problems. The accident on the news is real. Everything else is fake. Hu Jingzhou, then this matter is really not small, involving thousands and thousands of ordinary residents. If you keep a record, will it have an effect on you? Zhou Yi, there is no record. The case is characterized as an accident, and the one being sued is the designer. The negatives were all planted on him. Legally they all showed mercy. How's your mom's health? Haven't seen her since she retired sick. The body is naturally weak. The doctor said that although the medicine cannot be cut off, but also not easy to make any big problems, has been trying to find ways to help her conditioning. Xia Danqing was in a very good mood, while watching her daughter come back with the wine, while casually picking up the accent and laughing. Your mom was even more famous than your dad back then, and those of us who love to gossip recognized her as the first beauty of the city of forests, more beautiful than the household name of MS. Shen, Xiao Zhou, how do you think I should thank you for helping me find Nan Nan? Let's buy you a car so that Nan Nan can travel more comfortably. She has a car. She didn't drive here today. Hua Jingzhou emphasizes. Your aunt said it more politely. She wants to help you buy a car to show her appreciation. It's not a big deal. You don't need to be polite. Just tell uncle what kind of car you like. Xia Danqing glared at him and excused herself by saying, your uncle is a person who expresses himself rather straight. All euphemisms are used in his works. Don't be general with him. Zhou Yi nodded his head and looked at the time when Fong Nan came back. Uncle and auntie, I'm really sorry. I have a temporary emergency here that I have to go and get busy. Xia Danqing, let's eat first. Fong Nan frowned. Could she not see that Zhou Yi was simply a figure of speech? He works to follow himself. He's here himself and has no plans for him. So he's busy as hell. Just don't want a piece of it. Fong Nan grabbed Zhou Yi's arm and brought it to the side, whispering, what are you nervous about? You let come to eat. You go. Something's really wrong. And besides, it's not easy for you three to reunite as a family, so I won't stay here to be a light bulb. Fong Nan used a bit of force with his 5 fingers. What is it? You have just recognized. Uncle and aunt certainly want to take you to meet the elders. Good relations with relatives and friends. Look at auntie's appearance for a while certainly cannot leave you. I will you daily necessities, change of clothes and so on for you to send. In addition, I also take the opportunity to move a home. A lot of things are still in the old house. After Zhou Yi finishes speaking, he smiles and waves his hand at the 2 Hua Jingzhou who are looking this way. Going to the car, Fan Nan wanted to chase after them, fearing that his parents would think too much if they sensed anything. As soon as he neglected to do so, Chouno got into his car and backed up. The window waved once more and ran. Fong Nan's chest was stuffy inexplicably, lowered his head and pulled out his cell phone, half-edited the content and deleted it in annoyance. She had a vague suspicion, and didn't wait to think about it in detail as both of her parents walked over. Hua Jingzhou said, why did he leave? Fong Nan sulked. Someone from the company is looking for him temporarily. Hua Jingzhou, Nan Nan, are you really boyfriend and girlfriend with him? Fong Nan did not know what he meant and confirmed his nod. Right. Zhou seems to have a bit of a problem with this reputation. Are the rumors true or false? Xia Danqing was curious. What rumors? Hua Jingzhou, you now search his name is estimated to have news. Quite famous. I guess the young people of Linchang do not know him. His father is said to owe the bank and the ZF are not less than 30 billion. And then it seems that before the divorce began to transfer assets. Xia Danqing, what is that kind of account called? And it is not a person can sway. As for the transfer of assets, is responsible for the family who does not give his wife and children to leave a way out. The law is no more than a favor. This point I understand. He jumped off the building supposedly also in order not to implicate more people. Who else would have the ability to force him to jump off the building? For the sake of this compassion and righteousness. For the sake of Nico's reputation. How bad can their children be? After disliking a few sentences, she turned to Fong Nan and asked, there's nothing wrong with Xiao Zhou's body. Right. Fong Nan, he and auntie you would have been fine. And a lot of the money he paid back was out of morality and ethics. That's good. How many years have you two been talking? Fan Nan, count 3 years. Split once in the middle. Just got back together. Xia Danqing character is already outgoing. Cheerful. Was frustrated by the blow of a few years depressed. Now find the daughter. She is still very good. Heart disease suddenly removed 9/10. She has some gossip. Who chased who? How dare Fong Nan go into detail about this? Vaguely saying that she chased him. Xia Danqing praised, my daughter really has the guts. Once she chases after the most sought-after young man in Jiangchen. Look who Xiao Zhou looks like. There is Nico's shadow. There is his father Zhou Qingjiang's shadow. Looking at the eyes, more handsome than those male stars have more substance. Smart, thoughtful, courteous, temperament is okay, not at all like what others are talking about. Hua Jingzhou smothered his head and lit a cigarette. His wife obviously saw that he had a problem with Zhou Yi, saw that his daughter's heart was in Zhou Yi, and deliberately said it to knock him down. Chapter 64 Environmental Factors. Zhou Yi's departure did not affect the 3 people who had just recognized each other, and they all subconsciously avoid the name Zhou Yi when chatting. During the meal, the more Xia Danqing looked at her daughter, the more she realized that she was beautiful, intelligent, polite, like and want to love. The mood cannot be suppressed. I want to make up for the 20 years of motherly love that I owe her all at once. Hua Jingzhou drank some himself. He never drank. and remembering the years of searching for his child, he wanted to drink and felt that he should. After 1 or 2 glasses of wine, Huo Jingzhou took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table, which contained all the income from his last work. Nan, Dad knows you don't lack money, but you still have to take this money. If you're willing to accept it, the pain and guilt in Dad's heart will be lessened. I've sent you the password for the card on your text message. Xia Danqing took it and stuffed it into Fong Nan's bag. Don't be polite to him. He owes you more than he can repay in this lifetime. Fong Nan wanted to refuse, but she didn't know how to refuse this sincere love. Xia Danqing continued, put your work aside for a few days. Mom will take you to see your uncle, Grandpa. She held back her choking. Your grandmother, grandparents are all gone. Their biggest regret before they died was that they didn't get to see you. Huo Jingzhou proceeded to drink. The old mother died because of this incident. He has a long list of underlying illnesses, and after learning that his granddaughter, whom he has loved for many years, is not his own, his health is deteriorating. Halfway through the meal, Huo Jingzhou stopped drinking. Nan, what do you want me and your mom to do with Qingqing? As a family, we don't hide what we say, so let's talk about what we think. The sensitivity of his question put Xia Danqing's heart in turmoil as well. In the heat of anger, wanting to kill, after that anger, the vengeance against the adopted daughter faded. Fuanan was lost in thought. During the time she was with Chouno, he told her that getting along should be open and simple and not always keep guessing. Lack of money and open mouth. If you love, say so. It's okay to just tell him why he's angry. There's no need to get all twisted up and take emotions in a vain attempt to reach him and control him. Stuck in love at the time didn't understand. Think again. To be able to see 19-20 years old Zhou Yi has been a very open-minded, can see through a lot of people. He is now down and out, but also basically from the reality of the gap. The character will not be in some of the chicken hair on the internal consumption, doing things, communication, many aspects of simple and efficient, can let people see what mind, do not mind what. Fong Nan couldn't figure out how her parents felt about the adopted daughter named Huo Qingqing. She definitely had no feelings for the other party, and there was also instinctive hostility. That's a thief. It doesn't mean that just because you don't know you're a thief, you're not a thief. Huo Jingzhou asks directly, and Fong Nan asks equally directly. If you were me, what would you think? It's impossible for me to achieve peaceful coexistence with a trafficker's daughter, and it's hard enough to hold back from retaliating against her. Xia Danqing was once again in tears. Your father and I will immediately sever our relationship with her and never interact again. Huo Jingzhou is sincere and practical. I want to give her a way out. Let her live on her own and no longer care. We should prosecute the lawsuit. The law came into effect, morally not to publicize this matter. She is a stupid person, not much ability, running this account, or I helped her to do up. Once the persona collapses, it will be completely ruined. Fuanan understood and nodded in agreement. She wanted the two to stand, without a clear stance, and coveting the rare love of her father and mother. She couldn't accept that she had just emerged from her ordeal and returned to another emotional trap. Mom and dad don't love their own daughter. They love their adopted daughter who has indirectly harmed them, and demand that they coexist peacefully with their adopted daughter as sisters. This kind of confused parents don't want to be. Otherwise, it is easy to be struck by lightning with a piece attached to it. The good thing is, they are all very clear and have a clear position. After so many years of raising them, it makes sense that they wouldn't have the heart to do anything about it. Huo Jingzhou, the hospital is also going to be sued jointly and severally, and I'm going to have to dig out all those who are responsible for this incident. Xia Danqing, you can just leave this aspect to the lawyer. Let's not talk about this. Let's go. Go to the mall to buy some things. She stood up first, letting her husband go to the checkout, wrapped her arm around Fong Nan and rambled on, then ask about life, career, relationships. The questioning is being delivered at the same time. Fearing that my daughter will feel worthless and wanting to be both emotionally and materially valuable. Confess how many sets of real estate in hand, how much savings at home, how powerful uncle and grandfather, all said clearly. Fong Nan had just returned to Lincheng from Tianhe and felt that he was considered rich and powerful in the area. As a result, Zhou Yi was arrested and she was at her wit's end. All her connections were no good. Now that he heard Xia Danqing talk about this, he felt that he was a poor man again. Xia Danqing is really good at investing, utilizing her limited money to speculate on real estate in the early years, and doing so in a time when real estate doesn't have the concept of speculation. She currently has properties in Tianhe, in Xanadu, here and in many big cities across the country, each at least a large flat. Grandpa and Grandpa both held important positions in the ZF department before they retired, and one uncle had a not-so-simple position in the army. Fong Nan's attitude towards power and money went from inferiority complex to slowly becoming insensitive after meeting Zhou Yi, but listening to Xia Danqing bring out these contents in her casual conversation, her mindset was still quietly changing. If she had grown up in this house, surely Chono wouldn't have disrespected her so much. Maybe, with him, there will even be a natural acquaintance and equal love. Those who deliberately belittled, insulted, and even wanted to bully her Suli Guanyao's stream, I'm afraid that every one of them had to take the initiative to lower their eyebrows to please themselves. Fongnan smiled to herself and turned her gaze down. The better you tell me about your family situation, the more regretful and difficult it is for me. Xia Danqing reluctantly smiled back. It's not too late. Everything is not too late. She wanted to shake Fongnan's small hand, noticed the tattoo, and curiously took her wrist up. Fuanan tried to hide, but couldn't. Xia Danqing was at first attracted by the exquisite patterns of the tattoos, and then zapped by the peculiar marks that didn't quite cover them. She's a woman, coming from that stage of being a girl. Speculation rose. A moment of despair nearly enveloped Xia Danqing's entire heart. The slightly good thoughts towards her adopted daughter were extinguished, only wanting to destroy, wanting the mother's debt to be repaid by the daughter. Fan Nan took the opportunity to draw it out, covering up by flipping his wrist to keep her from looking further. Chapter 65, Wickedness or Not. Xia Danqing smiled harder than she cried and asked her carefully, "How did you get it?" Fong Nan put his hand into his pants pocket, and the inside of it was attached to his leg. The hidden pain inside seemed to connect the wound as well. She won't confide, and even less people to talk to. Wanted to cry and talk to her a lot. Zhou Yi definitely can't take the blame for this. On his back, the view of Xia Danqing, whose impression of him was temporarily still good, must have taken a sharp turn for the worse. Hui Jingzhou, still unaware of what was going on, approached the two. Fan Nan raised his sights, had depression, didn't think too much about it and scratched it. Xia Danqing, is it because of Cho? It has nothing to do with him. He's quite nice. After a pause, Fan Nan added, he's the one who walked me out of my depression. Xia Danqing wanted to say something, but no more questions. Some things are said and some things are not necessary to be clarified in the first place. Even though she knew full well that her daughter was talking in her sleep, she had heard of Zhou Yi at that stage, and her daughter at that stage was definitely less polished than she was now. Xia Danqing converged and led her into the mall. My daughter is doing well now and doesn't look like she's missing much. Still, Xia Danqing hated the idea of trying to buy them all for her. Clothes, jewelry, bags, all kinds of luxuries. She buys for herself too. The years of searching for my daughter were constantly teetering on the edge of collapse. After shopping at the mall, Xia Danqing then went to the car dealership and chose a latest model silver gray Bentley sedan. Fong Nan didn't reject these good intentions of hers the whole time, and received them with peace of mind. She bought it, definitely wanted it. She was trying to make the mother, who looked even more vicissitudes than Auntie Nico, comfortably grounded. Money matters. Fan Nan doesn't take money seriously when she has it, and she's just as generous when someone she cares about needs it. It was late afternoon when I got home. Parents' home, the second building in the Green Hill Villa area. 3 floors, chic styling, spacious courtyard, overall environment green, all good. There were a total of 4 servants in the house, a professional chef, and the remaining 3 were in charge of cleaning, taking care of some of the expensive plants that Xia Danqing raised, and so on. Fong Nan's room was packed in advance. She didn't want to live here, and was still a little twisted, unable to bear Xia Danqing's disappointment, because Xia Danqing hadn't let go of her hand all day. Xia Danqing ordered the chef to make the dinner more sumptuous, and after explaining to the nanny and the others about Fong Nan's identity, she took a tour around the building. Gym, study, even a special room for various certificates and honorary trophies. Fuanan was in a slight trance, not blown away by the luxury, pissed off by the strangeness of being here. This was clearly her home, and she was uncomfortable everywhere. She should have lived here since she was a child, not in that dark, smelly little room. Walked to the second floor corner. When Fong Nan saw Xia Danqing trying to avoid one of the rooms, she took the initiative to go over and open the door. Large bedrooms of several tens of square meters in cozy tones. A girl's princess room. The bed is neatly arranged with all kinds of stuffed animals, and there are many group photos hanging on the wall. Some at concerts, some at foreign attractions, horseback riding outfits, and little girls learning the piano. Each photo stung Fuanan with precision. Xia Danqing's anger came out of nowhere, turning around and shouting at the outside, "Sister Zhang, didn't I tell you to pack up her things and let her take them all?" The downstairs nanny ran up in a panic, not knowing what to do. She didn't know exactly what was going on yet. Xia Danqing made the cooks who were busy all stop cooking for a while, and said with a cold face, "From today onwards, Hua Qingqing is no longer a member of this family. All come over and clean up. Throw away what should be thrown away. Put away what should be put away. I'll have her come over and pick it up now." If anything, Xia Danqing still had feelings for Hua Qingqing before she found Fong Nan. Upon finding it, the love score plummeted to negative. Not to say that the mother-daughter relationship in the past few years a lot of raw points. Just think about how the other mother is how to treat their own daughter. and how shady to drop the child's experience, the tattoo that can pierce the heart. Hua Jingzhou said, "Don't be so overzealous, you can't say things properly and clearly." Bang! Before the words were finished, Fan Nan took the photo first and threw it on the ground. What the nanny dares not mess with. She moves. Hua Jingzhou froze at his daughter's sudden demeanor. Xia Danqing, however, quickly stepped forward to accompany the venting general open smash. She smashed her home and her own untenable sense of benevolence. Her nan was morally abducted when she said a peaceful solution. It is impossible to want peace. The nanny saw this and quickly started to get busy as well. There was no place to put it for a while, and a brainstorm was thrown up and down the stairs toward the door. The big pieces are just carried and thrown in one piece. A couple minutes or so later, the bedroom emptied out. All that was left was the bare bed, the closet that couldn't be moved for a while, and the assorted junk on the floor that was rapidly dwindling. Hua Jingzhou tried to stop several times, didn't dare to touch the bad luck, and walked to the side to pick up his cell phone. "Come back right away, I have something to tell you," he warmly said to his wife and daughter after making the call. "I'll communicate clearly with her later, so you two just stay out of it." Xia Danqing, since the time he suspected his own cheating, his feelings for him has been very weak. A few years of pain on the road to find his daughter, and every time she holds a grudge and complains. She is no longer the usual cheerful and open-minded, and her mood is very easy to ups and downs. Hearing her husband say this, Xia Danqing returned for her daughter. "The only way you can make it clear is to give her money so that she never shows up again, or simply just doesn't show up in this house. For my part, I won't let her return anything to me. I just want to pretend she's dead. The thorn in my side goes deeper when I look at her now, and I don't ever want to have anything to do with her again." "Hua Jingzhou, don't be so vicious." Xia Danqing shuddered. "If being vicious can make my daughter feel better in her heart, that's fine. I really want to be even more vicious. Drag her to her real mother to have her skin and tendons peeled off. Alive." Hua Jingzhou's voice moved. A wife in this state, he understood, can't reason, can't win a fight. He also didn't want to fight with Xia Danqing just after he found his daughter, and he turned around to go to the study in anger. Chapter 66, Coming to the Door. More than half an hour later, the family was about to go downstairs for dinner when Hua Qingqing arrived. It wasn't the first time Fuanan had seen her in person. The video swiped through. Famous knowledge blogger, famous for explaining various historical and cultural backgrounds. In real life it's not as white as it is in the video. It's not skinny, and it's not as pretty. About 5 feet 6 inches tall, with a face and body on the chubby side. Fang Nan had never noticed that the other party looked similar to Wang Yuping. Seeing her today, that sickening familiarity was instantly welcome, especially those harmless-looking eyes that added a false simplicity to her not-so-good looks. Hua Qingqing had a premonition that something wasn't right. The attitude of her adoptive mother, the phone calls from her adoptive father, the personal items belonging to her discarded all over the yard, even the clothes are lost. Hua Qingqing was still harboring resentment at the door, complaining that her adoptive parents were cold-blooded and heartless. As soon as she saw the eyes looking towards her, she took a few tight steps and cried before kneeling in front of Xia Danqing, blocking the few people who had just come downstairs. "Mom, I know it's wrong. It's me who is sorry for you and my dad's parenting, causing your own daughter to suffer for so many years," she cried with emotion, as in repentance. Hua Jingzhou was slightly touched. "Get up first, don't be like this." Hua Qingqing cried harder when she heard his voice, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm afraid that it's that kind of person's child. I don't dare to go to the appraisal. Mom, I beg you, don't disclose it to the public. In which case I'll have to die to atone for my sins." Hua Jingzhou went to help, and was hugged by Hua Qingqing with both hands. "Dad, you've been so good to me. I've always treated you as my own father." Xia Danqing looked at it with a frown on her face. Hua Jingzhou patted her back, speechless for a moment. This was the child he had grown up loving, and had entrusted with an unknown amount of feelings. To put it another way, she was one of the victims. Hua Qingqing was pretending to cry, pretending to really cry. She was afraid for a day. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Without Hua Jingzhou's daughter's identity, she is equal to losing everything. Even the boyfriend he's talking to will leave him. His reputation will be ruined and he won't be able to get a foothold on the internet. After she finished crying to Hua Jingzhou, she wanted to go and cry to Xia Danqing again. "Mom, one word exit." Fuanan raised his hand to beat back all her cries. The crisp, hard slap caused Hua Qingqing's voice to come to an abrupt halt. The other side needs to act. Fuanan doesn't. The only way to see if you want to treat your parents like parents or not is to really flip out and see them more clearly. Don't want to nag and disgust myself. Hua Qingqing was slapped dumbfounded. Hua Jingzhou wanted to stop it too late and froze in the same way. Only Xia Danqing's trace of compassion was slapped away cleanly. Her daughter is so handsome and inexplicably feels handsome to fight. Fang Nan was 7 or 8 centimeters taller than Hua Qingqing and paced around with a sense of condescension. Looking at the other party's gritted teeth, Her face was cramped and stoic. Fong Nan was not worried at all that she would dare to fight back. She's been with Zhou Yi for 3 years. Follow him like many of his hobbies. He goes to the gym. So does she. He seeks out retired world champions to learn combat, and she learns the ropes. It doesn't matter if you don't win. With so many people in the family, it's not like they're all helping Huo Qingqing. Whether it's my parents or you, there are only 2 choices. For them, it's you or me. For you, appraisal or no appraisal. Honestly, go to the identification. Cooperation. I give you a way out. If you don't go to the appraisal, I will publish the truth on my personal social media platform and peel off the skin you've disguised yourself in. Huo Qingqing's voice squeezes out of her throat. Fong Nan, I've always been especially fond of you. You hate me and blame me. I understand it all. Fuanan raised his hand and slapped again, physically stopping the conversation. Huo Qingqing took a step back. Her eyes were already like dripping blood as she watched in death. Fong Nan looked at it as if he didn't see it. His cold voice surrounded the empty hall. Since I was a kid, when others went to school, I could only pick up garbage. I could only look on as others played around. Other people have to go to the hospital when they are sick, but I have to rely on my body to carry me when I am sick and take medicine. In middle school, 8 out of 10 meals are buns with pickles. Even the teacher could not see past trying to mobilize students to donate to me. I did not receive the money. I do not want, but the whole school or rumors that I am a liar. Thick skin. High school. I only sleep 4 hours a day, half of which is used to study, half of which is used to go to the end of the dishes to brush the dishes. Fong Nan said with bloodshot eyes, what are you crying about when you see me? I've been through so much. I only dare to hide alone and cry. What right do you have to cry at the top of your voice here? Your mom is a thief. She stole someone else's child. You're a thief too. A vested interest who knows the truth and wants to keep stealing other people's lives. If I were you, I wouldn't kneel first to mom and dad as soon as I arrived. I'd have to kneel first to the one I indirectly victimized. Garbage is always garbage, and will always only care about what they've lost. Plain words. Listening to Xia Danqing's face pale, decadently holding onto the staircase railing. It's one thing to guess, it's another to hear it from your daughter's own lips. Huo Jingzhou's face also went white, and the steps that were meant to stop the divergence were like nails in his feet. He couldn't imagine what kind of life the child was leading. Only Huo Qingqing was panicking. She was slapped twice and held her tongue. Her parents all but wanting to talk. Huo Qingqing couldn't squeeze out a normal look with how hard she tried. You exposing me won't do you any good either. Besides, don't think I don't know that you were adopted back then, and that you can get where you are today all by relying on others. I've asked around. Fong Nan, did you miss your real mom so much that you wanted to go in to be with her after the rumor? Huo Qingqing said sharply to herself, I'm willing to leave this home forever. With conditions, or you don't want to feel better. Xia Danqing couldn't hear anymore and completely lost her temper. She hissed at the nanny, beat this heartless to death. I'll give a sweet to whoever beats her to death. Huo Qingqing completely colors up. She can't see that her foster mother still has the slightest bit of affection for her. Even the adoptive father is turning cold and indifferent. Huo Qingqing didn't dare to stay longer and unwillingly took the road and ran. The nannies, who were usually at her beck and call, were already looking at her a little dangerously as her adoptive mother's words fell from her lips. Chapter 67, Final Payment. Driving far from home. Huo Qingqing's mood slowly calmed down. She turned her head and looked away from the place where she grew up. The uncontrollable hatred made her expression twist. 3 slaps today. It shattered everything she had in the past 20 years, and beat her into a complete recognition of reality. There was no place for her in that home. Fannin's flamboyant coldness, her parents' indifference, and even a couple of dogs jumped at the chance to be rude to her. Huo Qingqing pinched her thigh. The movement of her cell phone brought her back to her senses slightly. Boyfriend Su Yan. The other party is from a good family. Also from Lin Chang. His parents are in business, and he himself is a well-known talent in the rock circle. Huo Qingqing wasn't stupid. She knew very well that Su Yan was dating her because he was interested in the background behind her. If he really loved, he would have officially declared their relationship long ago instead of coaxing and hiding it. But she loved him. Having been in so many relationships, even my soul jumps when I'm only with him. Coincidentally, Su Yan had also attended Linchang University, in the same year as Fong Nan Zhouyi, and had been a friend. Regarding some private information, Huo Qingqing had heard him talk about it. He said that Fong Nan was Zhouyi's 3 years of adoption. Known as the gold-digging woman, notorious shameless, Zhouyi cannot drive away her. Huo Qingqing had wanted to use this as a condition to at least ask for a large sum of money even if she left the house. He didn't want these words to not only enrage Fong Nan, but also make Xia Danqing completely furious. Silently digesting the hostility, Huo Qingqing's brain began to clear. Sooner or later, the case will lead to her real mother, and her character will collapse, and not many people will accept her life. Grandpa, uncle, These people of the closest relations should know about it. The others with their adoptive parent personalities certainly won't be making a big deal out of it for a while. A strong sense of crisis made Hua Qingqing pick up her cell phone. Uncle Yang, I need some money to do business. My parents don't support me. Can you transfer me $3 million first? She calls one after the other. Some called those disciples that grandpa had helped, and some called friends and relatives of their parents. It's not a crime to borrow money. If you don't borrow now, you won't be able to borrow later. Watching the money arrive one after another, Hua Qingqing didn't waste any time at all. She made 10 phone calls, and as long as the other party confirmed that it was not a scam, at least 8 of them would transfer money immediately for the sake of her parents and grandfather. After borrowing all she could, Hua Qingqing made one last call to Su Yan. She's going to her boyfriend's house to hide out for a while. Fong Nan didn't eat much for dinner and found an excuse to hide in the gym. Yoga pants, tank top. His body was lightly stained with sweat. When one has no strength, the mind is less likely to fly about and not be shocked by too many things today to the point of being dazed as a dream. She held a position of great difficulty, trying to adjust her insides. It's still too messy to get into the quiet. Zhou Yi said he would help her bring her luggage and daily necessities, and although there is no shortage here, he has not been heard from. Don't want to admit it. She wanted to go back to that home by the sea, to see the people she had just parted from at noon. But Xia Danqing was more emotionally unstable than she was. Magical blood ties and an insatiable desire for family closeness prevented her from not living in this rather uninteresting home. It was dark early, almost 8 o'clock. Fong Nan finally picked up her cell phone and took the initiative to transfer a sum of money to him. 20,000. She decided to give him a raise. She's got more money so that he can dip into the sweet spot a little more too. The money was transferred. No one took it. With Fong Nan's familiarity with Zhou Yi, this person would never order a collection if he didn't want to return the message. He had an anomaly at noon? Was it because his father didn't respect him enough? It's possible. He has never been an inward-looking person when it comes to human affairs, and he avoids relationships that are not necessarily reciprocal, as far as he can. Fuanan dialed the number. Where is it? Zhou Yi, having dinner with friends, talking about something. Male or female? Female. Just do you Zheng. Want to cooperate to do short video that. Did you transfer money to me? Why did you transfer money so suddenly? Fan Nan exhaled quietly. Where's the luggage you sent me? I saw you didn't send the location, so I didn't send it. Is tomorrow okay? I've been drinking again. How to drink every day. I'm home alone. 2 strangers can't talk without a drink. Drink little. Beer. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. My dad's a professional guy and there are some things that might not be very decent. Zhou Yi, too unseemly well. Not see you before the small week like called benefactor. Said with my mom no how many years. The relationship between the two families is very good. Once you see people, once you introduce me as your boyfriend, it is estimated that her daughter's vision is too bad. The old father-in-law looks at the son-in-law. Picky. It's okay. I don't take him seriously anyway. He can't hurt me. Fong Nan's depression was slightly relieved. The corners of her lips instinctively had a smile. She pursed. How do you position yourself in the end? Which have you such a lackey? The leader of the pro-father are not respected. Don't take this to Pu Amy. The contract how to sign the heart doesn't know. Really think I lack you that little money. Need to bow down as a lackey to make money. I look for who cannot bow down. But to find you? You don't buy me a yacht. You don't invest in a hotel. Have money to turn point. No money not turn. At any time and place also want me to sell the male sex. Fong Nan interrupted. How much is the yacht? You inquire about the price. There's money. I just checked the bank card he gave me. It's almost $60 million. I'm in the spirit of talking about this earlier. You don't need to buy a big one. Just a $7 or $8 million one. Mainly not idle can take you to the sea circle. Surfing. Do not buy sorry our set of house. You first give me $10 million. I'll buy it back for you tomorrow. Fong Nan, don't you have any psychological burden when you spend a woman's money? Why should I be burdened if I can make money with my skills? I don't play the game of buying and selling. It's not like I'm willing to fight. Nan, I miss you. Can you come back tonight? Get out. Okay, don't forget to call the money. Xia Danqing happened to overhear a few chats when she came in with fruit drinks. The content was inaudible, and my daughter's smile was visible. This girl is not much of a smiler, and it's hard to get a smile out of any amount of money or purchase. But when on the phone, the smile was so nice and natural, and the people all flourished as belonging to her age. Xia Danqing, her eyes sore again, came in half a step and gently knocked on the door. My daughter is in great shape. Xia Danqing finished knocking on the door, sighing with heartfelt appreciation, and placed the filled dinner plate on the yoga mat. Fong Nan was not quite comfortable being complimented and had just put down her phone to say hello when she heard her cell phone ring. Chapter 68, Is it a scam? Seeing that it was a call from an acquaintance, Xia Danqing bent down and pitched a piece of cut fruit to Fong Nan while connecting. After a few sentences, the face began to harden. Then, one after another call came in, and Xia Danqing went to her husband with a hurried step. Huo Qingqing is borrowing money from people everywhere. The special nature of the family, both the Huo family and the Xia family, are considered to be at the top of the circle of relatives and friends. Huo Qingqing appears to be an individual on loan, but in reality she is using her family as a backer. In the eyes of many people, she is still her own daughter, an object that needs to be flattered and ingratiated. And Xia Danqing could basically conclude that she was definitely borrowing from more than just the people who had called to inquire. Huo Jingzhou likewise answered the phone, and the two met in the hallway. Xia Danqing said, "This is the good daughter we raised. She can't even do a good job of getting together." Huo Jingzhou's mood has not yet eased due to all the suffering he heard Fong Nan tell herself. And he's a bit weary. Let's not talk about this for now. Send a group message to remind the statement. Xia Danqing, what about the money she borrowed? Who's going to pay it back? Borrowed how much? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She was of worrying quality when she was a child, and I still feel guilty about it. I can't believe I can't look at my own daughter. I want to be in charge, and every time you stop me. Jingzhou, I understand your mood. So hard to bring up the child. Stomping on the face have not touched her a bit. However, the break must be broken. The heart must be ruthless. With Nanja's contact I can see that she is both sensitive and low self-esteem. She is obviously so beautiful. Achievements in the young people also belong to the best, but do not like to talk, do not like to smile. The fact that she smashed Qingqing's bedroom is a test, and the fact that she's testing it shows that she's attracted to us and wants to accept us. We are her parents, but she doesn't feel safe with us. More than 20 years the thought of my own daughter in picking up garbage to live. You and I are taking the enemy's daughter traveling all over the world. Nan said the two options. I do not have to choose. She wanted to stab me a few times. I will help her to take the knife too. Huo Jingzhou was silent for a long time before he made up his mind. Call the police. She's considered a fraud. Xia Danqing, that's what I meant. Huo Jingzhou lit a cigarette. Qingqing said that Nan was adopted. Xia Danqing interrupted. It doesn't matter if there's this or not. It's not her fault. It's the parents' negligence. Don't even ask her. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. She said and handed over her cell phone. You count how much she borrowed and call the police. I'll go stay with my daughter. Huo Jingzhou nodded as he looked at his wife, who was in a completely different state despite her eyes being swollen from crying early. While he certainly fretted about how he was going to look at his relationship with his adopted daughter, his mind moved away from a big mountain and cleared the clouds. He is most responsible for the loss of the child. For a time, he was tormented by a variety of complicated feelings. It's a nightmare. Waking up is certainly an afterthought, but it's waking up and needing to face today. Tomorrow. Xia Danqing returned to the gym and reminded Fong Nan to take a shower and rest, and she too volunteered to go into her daughter's bedroom, which had just been cleaned up for the day. After washing up and hugging the quilt, didn't want to leave her for a second. It's always better to sleep under separate covers than to be thrown out. Fan Nan squirmed at first, but no one hates being cared for, being cared about, unless, of course, one loathes the other. Fong Nan could probably relate to Xia Danqing's feelings. She wanted to die when she lost a Zhou Yi. Xia Danqing lost her own daughter. So rich, just like Auntie Unico, her essence was fated by the torture of life. It's a two-way disaster. The one who's wrong is the one who's already in jail. His hand was grabbed and not let go. Fan Nan turned his head in the darkness. What's the matter with people calling you? Xia Danqing owed her body, looking vaguely at the outline of her daughter's features not far away. Huo Qingqing is borrowing money everywhere, and I've asked your father to call the police, ready to send her in to sober up properly. You're not a law student? Examining you. Enough to convict or not? Fong Nan, it's not like I studied criminal law, but logic and evidence. If you can form a closed loop, whether she's guilty or not depends on whether you want her to be guilty or not. Do you hate her? Fong Nan, hate before not meeting. After slapping those slaps, don't feel the need to hate anything else. People worry already enough. Hate one more. Consume a few more points. Later on the sense of fall in her situation counts instead of my revenge. Xia Danqing said, my girl's state of mind is really high. Fong Nan laughed abruptly. Auntie Nico is always complimenting people too. Xia Danqing, excellent human nature is common. Complimenting people makes yourself happy and makes others happy too. Just move your mouth. She flirted and naturally inquired. Tell mom more about you since you were little. Fong Nan, I said it all when I beat Huo Qingqing. It's as simple as that. It is to set a goal for yourself. No matter how tormented you are, run hard. After completing that process, the suffering that is so hard to let go of is all a bit unreal. Still want to hear about your relationship with Cho. The ease with which she asked. The ease with which Fong Nan returned. He is my savior. See him good looking, so I'll give my body in return. You're always defending him. Afraid I'll have a problem with him, aren't you? Your father, that person is not as clear as I see. At this moment, you are not going to be happy to be interfered with these by us. I will not interfere. I believe in my daughter's vision. So excellent. The person she looks at is definitely not bad. It's always not that ghost fire teenager. Fong Nan, he used to be. He liked motorcycles for a while. Then he accidentally cracked his leg once. And I heard that Auntie Nico sold all of his bikes as scrap. And only after that did he evolve from a ghost fire teenager to a biker. However, he simply loves to play. And wants to play with everything he touches and get into it. Motorcycle semi-professional. Racing semi-professional. Wrestling semi-professional. But also liked music for a while. Photography. I admire him the most. This. Want to love. Can really do to love. Xia Danqing said. This kind of boy should be quite popular on campus. Fong Nan's lips skimmed without a trace. It's also popular out of the campus. Mainly because of that face. The moment you take off the helmet turns from a handsome man to a dog's head. And the classic picture is broken. Sheridan Haruhaku. Guessing fainter. Seeing the state of her daughter's mention of Zhou Yi. It doesn't have much to do with that package. Isn't that the gesture of a little girl in love? How do you know each other? Fong Nan didn't go any deeper than that. Road meets. Looks right. I looked more. He looked more. So how did it break up? And how did you get back together? His dad's death made him fade out of his old life and away from the majority of people. And I was one of those he didn't want to reach out to at that stage. It should be too much of a father-son bond. Not really understanding the mood. Getting back together is the same as falling in love. Meeting up again. He doesn't have a girlfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. Wanting to try again. You find a chance to bring him to meet with me more. I don't even know him and I'm afraid I'll be subjectively prejudiced against him due to some rumors. Fong Nan, what rumors? Racing, fighting and clubbing? It's not much. Other people do things 100 times more out of the ordinary than him and don't get as much attention as he does. He's too outstanding. More people deliberately discredit him and are jealous of him. Xia Danqing listened and judged. You are also outstanding. The most outstanding girl in mom's heart. Take an early rest. There's a lot going on tomorrow. We're going to see your grandfather. And your uncle might come over as well. Fan Nan doesn't like to socialize. But this relationship was not something she liked or disliked. She couldn't sleep either. Wondering if Zhou Yi had slept. If he had honestly gone home after drinking. Wanted to ask. Not handy with a cell phone. Chapter 69. Zhou Yi, who was missed by Fong Nan, was still chatting with Du Zheng in the restaurant. Regular restaurant with a few bottles of beer on display. Du Zheng was never one to drink out alone with the opposite sex. A girl's basic vigilance. Drinking today. Not drinking tension. Also because of the 2 video shoots with Nico. There is so much unspoken trust in her son. Then again, if something does happen, she didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Such a handsome senior. You're going to be swooning from the first time you see him. Zhou Yi drank about 2 bottles and the vertigo wasn't even felt yet. After he had money, he had 2 plans. To take over Lydian International, and to cultivate and support Du Zheng to try to make short videos. The former money is not enough. Only temporarily shelved. The latter is not a big investment. Plus Fong Nan must have a lot of things to do these days. He has enough time to get it. Gazing at the opposite side of the showy and clear girl, Zhou Yi reminded of the occasion of the meal. I think that want to shoot a good video, is an emotion, can be patriotic, can be family disputes, can be men and women feelings pull. I saw the end of your post-graduation shoot from the beginning. Personal performance is no problem. The script and shooting editing techniques are relatively green. Du Zheng nodded frequently in agreement. Chono, where's the discussion? Why don't you get involved? You're right about everything. That's what I've been trying to correct. Brother Zhou Yi, you look a bit familiar to me. Like I've seen you somewhere before. Chono, then take a good look and remember. Du Zheng opened his eyes wide and looked at them for a few seconds through the strength of the wine. Come to think of it, I saw you at your house last time. Zhou Yi rolled his eyes. That's a cold joke. I'll get a script out at night. Try it out tomorrow. I'll shoot and edit. Then you can decide whether to add my studio or not. Still road shooting? Take some hard shots. I see a little hot one happening in Forest City today. The one about molesting women in the street. You could do an interview with him. Du Zheng, the person must be in the detention center? How can I interview him? No, it's still at the police station. And generally these kinds of things are more time consuming in terms of process. I'll make the connections. I'll provide the script. And you'll just make an appearance. Du Zheng, where is your studio? Where would Zhou Yi tell her that the studio was not yet established? His persona in front of Du Zheng was that of a part-time small business owner working in the self-publishing industry. So he first borrowed these real and fake to get people to sign up. The location of the studio is not important. Just rent a room and do the formalities very quickly. If he doesn't sign, he won't dare to take the money to hit traffic and hold people up. After fooling Du Zheng, Jo Yi had the chauffeur send her back to her place first. After calling and explaining about the registration, Jo Yi went home and sat down with his laptop on the lanai that was only separated from the sea by a railing. Blow on the ocean breeze and start thinking. Interviews are good to write. The hard part is burying the hook in the script. There is no worry about the heat at all. It can be rubbed and bought. A sweet hit. Du Zheng immediately had to take the initiative to pester him to sign. Recruit a couple of pros to assist her after the signing and the haystack is up. Costs won't be more than $1 million up front at most. It's hard to write and stop writing and have a quiet mind. He said he missed Fan Nan, but in reality, he really did. The woman was now only good and interesting when she was in bed. Interesting enough to make him start to be obsessed again after 3 years of being obsessed. Other times are not mentioned. Shouno smiled, collected himself, and reclined back in his chair. He hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. His mind jumping. Fang Nan has a loving mom and dad. His own old mom has an aunt to accompany, also do not have to worry about him. Debt empty. A little money in hand. Can go to do what you want to do. Do not have to be too anxious. The cell phone on the table vibrated. It was Su Yen who asked him if it was a convenient time for him and wanted to invite him to sit and talk. Shouno didn't reply. This person is also a white-eyed wolf. Not as obvious as Tong Jingji. Jo Yi is like music during the other side of the acquaintance. Once friendship is good. Su Yen relatives did a tuning club. Jo Yi sees Su Yen's face. Their own cars. Friends' cars are over there. Business to pull to a lot. No grudges. No conflicts. Down and out these 3 years Jo Yi has seen each other twice. Once coincidentally picking up the chauffeur order received Su Yen. Once in the hotel. Chauffeur each other through the wine. In the car did not less flirt with him. Encountered in the hotel. Rightfully making him. Su Yen left soon after Jo Yi also received a guest complaint. How's that for not being narrow-minded enough to hold a grudge? It's just quite disgusting. Just as disgusting to Su Yen as it is to Jiang Su. If Jiang Su was of the type to bully others, Su Yen was an old silver coin. Two-faced and three-faced. These two are also related. In the way that 8 people can be related. Jo Yi just heard today that Jiang Tianyun was taken away for investigation. And Su Yen this node wanted to invite him to eat and chat. Is Jiang Su afraid? He's here to intercede? The problem Jo Yi himself cannot understand what is going on. Only to hear the aunt occasionally mentioned in the investigation of the criminal evidence of Jiang Tianyun. Really related to her or the provincial capital side want to do it? The plea found its way to his head. The murder of a criminal matter. Jiang Tianyun, this kind of status as arrested is almost a reality. Who has the ability to change this situation? The next day, Jo Yi took the script to Du Yuzheng early in the morning, and smoothly brought her to meet the fiery and not so glamorous dude on the news, shooting with a camera that the family had bought before, the kind that is dead expensive. Interest lost. Jo Yi has been thrown in the storage room, did not move again. Of course one can also use a cell phone, which he personally does not operate as smoothly as a camera. One morning, the video was done, and he incidentally verbalized Du Yuzheng ahead of time. Her account, the dividend she takes 20%, Jo Yi takes 80%. For the next few days, Fang Nan was tripped up by her biological parents. Xia Danqing loved her to the extent that Fang Nan panicked whenever she left her sight. So naturally, Fang Nan's little feet were tripped up, leaving most of her time together to her parents, nurturing and enjoying their affection. Jo Ye's side occasionally accompanied her, and half of it did not delay him from secretly getting the studio ready, signing people up, and recruiting all the relevant talents. A team of 5 or 6. Scripts do not even need Jo Yi again personally. He only needs to provide a certain amount of resources to facilitate Du Yuzheng heat rub easier. The studio is in Jo Ye's original home. Things emptied into the Mission Hills Buena Vista, leaving Du Yuzheng and others office enough. Seeing that Jo Yi came for only a few minutes, he was about to leave after saying a few words. The more Du Yuzheng tasted, the more wrong he became. She's a freelancer and suddenly she's the boss. Obviously before signing on, she was trying to throw her brains around and follow Jo Yi, and it turned into her taking a bunch of new co-workers and starting to mix it up. Stress, out of the blue. What's the next video to shoot? Brother Chouno? Jo Yi, look at the time, you guys discuss it yourselves. And give me a call if you can't handle it. Be careful, grind the content. The first 3 days out of a video. The back of a week, probably this frequency. The style will follow the one we shot last time. The data proved to be very good, and you will definitely have no problem imitating it. Responding, Jo Yi prepared to pick up Fang Nan. She just had a birthday not long ago and still has to go, because the date of birth changed and it's today. Busy as it is, the gold master has to be served. That thug is quite generous, afraid that he does not know that she has money. A recognition of parents obviously also really rich. From time to transfer money to him. Just out of the door, Jo Yi Weibo ready to find her to ask for a position when there is quite a let people attention video pop-up window into the line of sight. Chapter 70, Boiling Over. Zhou Yi did not touch the short video before. The account is not. Look at all kinds of news of interest are from the client. Was at work and had to sign up for a cope as requested by the hotel. It's pretty easy to get used to it, and relevant videos are pushed in a targeted way. What you are interested in, push to him, tap in. The video is about Jung Tian-yoon, and the heat is already off the charts with an uplifting soundtrack. Hashtag Manga Citigroup founder Jung Tian-yoon was arrested. Hashtag the bottom of a group of very righteous sailors in the capacity of a knowledgeable person. Poking and prodding on behalf of the police probably made it clear why Jung Tian-yoon was arrested. Murder, intentional injury, etc. True or false statements and all kinds of applauding comments filled the bottom of the video. Zhou Yi knew about Jung Tian-yoon's arrest, but he didn't expect it to be so explosive. Not surprising when you think about it. This man used to be nicknamed the King of Forest City, and he's been in the limelight for decades. In recent years, he has also been a famous charity king. No surprise it could be a wash. The accident seems to have come about because of himself. As soon as he fought with Jiang So, the two families got into a fight, and it was only a few days before he was caught with incriminating evidence to connect the dots. Deeper factors Zhou Yi understand a little. Do not bother to think too much. It is a good thing that you have caught it. The heat can be so high. Jung Tian-yoon do not eat the bullet, have to burn high incense. He flipped through the other videos before getting in his car and starting it up. Famous writer Huo Jingzhou sends out an article to sever ties with his adopted daughter, setting off the baby swapping case at Lin Chang Hospital that has been covered up for many years. Due to Huo Jingzhou's own popularity, plus the fact that both his own daughter and his adopted daughter have a certain level of fame, this case is higher than even Jung Tian-yoon's arrest, and is at the top of the hot search list. Zhou Yi casually flipped through it. Netizens have sympathized with Fang Nan, cursed Lin Chang Hospital, and cursed Huo Qingcheng and her evil mother-in-law. There were melons everywhere and there was no way to eat them all. Zhou Yi flipped through the pages and a call came in. It was Guan Yao. He had just gotten through when her exasperated, out of control voice came on. Zhou Yi, you've gotten me into trouble. How can Huo Jingzhou do things like this? Zhou Yi understands that Huo Jingzhou's exposure had a bad impact on Lin Chang Hospital. The hospital leadership is furious about this and asks Guan Yao to contact Huo Jingzhou as soon as possible to find a way to remove the negative aspects about the hospital. This being said, Zhou Yi still felt guilty towards Guan Yao. If Guan Yao hadn't led herself to inquire, those doctors were actually under a gag order, and it wouldn't have been that easy to ask. But, wrong is wrong. Huo Jingzhou looks like the kind of person who is more serious and recognizes deadlines. It's probably useless for him to contact him to intercede. Looking for Fang Nan to help Guan Yao? It's not like he's asking for death, is it? Guan Yao, speak. What should we do? If I don't lose my job, I'll lose my future. Zhou Yi rationalized. Do you want to take a traffic hitchhiker by the way? Backstab the hospital, stand on the side of justice, and be a hero. Guan Yao was on the verge of crying. Big brother, my father is the vice dean. I would like to backstab. Can I backstab? Zhou Yi, I'm sure I'm to blame for this. Why don't I compensate you with some money? With this relationship between you and Fang Nan, doesn't Huo Jingzhou give you face? It's because of this relationship between Fang Nan and I that he's hostile to me. Why don't you call Fang Nan? She'll definitely be able to talk him down. Guan Yao, played. Do not pick up my phone. WeChat did not delete, certainly also pulled black. Did not return the message. To not so. The hospital is willing to pay. Zhou Yi, Anticia's family has 6 sets of villas and 3 sets of large flats, all in the big city. How much money will people be moved? Anyway, I got in trouble for helping you, so you're responsible. Zhou Yi a little thought, I'll tell you a few sincere words. Now this network environment, their own mistakes in the event of accidents do not struggle. Directly recognize, apologize, come up with sincerity. More than 20 years ago, does not belong to the category of medical malpractice, is not just missing a few responsible for it. You should cooperate with them, withdraw them, pursue them, and then donate some money to those child-seeking foundations in the name of the hospital. Bad things could turn into good things, not worse. I'm getting a studio to do self-media. You discuss with the leadership. If you really want to take charge, I'm willing to let my studio as your water army. Guan Yao hung back without reacting. This is worthy of a family that has been in business for generations. She came to him to settle things and he wanted to rub it in. Pretty reasonable talk, just exasperating. Zhou Yi then said, don't worry about it, no matter how you solve it, I'll take care of your job. I have a relative who holds an important position in Xanadu Hospital and owes my mom a favor, or a big favor. In case you lose your job, I'll let my mom find him and get you over there, so we won't have to live in this garbage hospital. Guan Yao, really? Really? Not kidding you. You first watch and deal with. Don't forget about the water army. I will find someone to interview you guys first then. After placating Guan Yao, Zhou Yi then called to explain to Diyu Zhang that the next installment of video footage was available. When the black subtitle is hashtag justice Netflix disguise unannounced visit to the black hospital. When the white subtitle is hashtag human suffering, warmth still exists hashtag. WeChat had received the location from Fong Nan, and she was at Hua's house. Zhou just started the car soon. Mom called again. He didn't need to answer it to know that she must be worried about Lin Cheng's affairs, fearing that he would be retaliated against and urging safety. Sure enough, the opening line when he got through wasn't half as bad as he thought it would be. Zhou promised honestly one by one, listening before saying, "Mom, did you find a job? Natalie, your aunt lied to me. She asked me to serve her and babysit. Tired? Is she treating you well?" "Well, I'm at home to please her." A group of people over to please me. Put the ancient back of the house as the big general manager. The front desk is also considered to be a good minister of the heart. Familiar with her work. I see her this meaning in the future I really want to do something. She is ready to give me a department general manager. What's her company name? Natalie, Broken Company. I don't even remember it. Chono was suspicious. He remembers his grandparents died before the property, although most of them gave dad. To Zhou Qingyu left certainly also a lot. The old two people would have been atmosphere. She's smart and powerful. How did she end up in a Thai company? Nico, you didn't say you were coming to see me in Tianhe City. What time are you coming? There are a lot of things. While helping Fong Nan to do things, I am busy with other things. Every day a few heads to run. Wait a few more days. I will look at Fong Nan's schedule. Nico, Nan is now Hua Jingzhou's daughter, and the difference in social status between the two of you is even greater. So your hope of marrying her is getting smaller. Son, I'm over here worrying about you every day. Worried about what? Worrying about my own inability to get my son into a relationship is stressful and cautious. Zhou laughed. You used to be afraid that I would scourge other girls, but now you're afraid that I won't be able to scourge them. Mom, can you stop being so obsessed? I'm getting dizzy. My aunt has a famous saying, if you like someone, go after them. If you can't go after them, go after them, and if you get them, throw them away. This word throw is a great learning experience. I have been studying it for more than 20 years, but I haven't gotten to the bottom of it. Natalie interrupted. You started researching when you wore diapers, and you've been doing it for over 20 years. Don't study it. She's a jerk, full of magnetism and delusions of attracting a group of people around her. Anyone who wants to be the center, want to be able to do? Angry people, do not give birth to their own, specializing in you and other people's children. Zhou car parked on the outskirts of the villa, can not enter, but also by the security guards snobbishly stared at his car a few times. He steadied himself at the entrance curb. Mom, I'm not talking to you yet. Where's picking up Fan Nan? It's her birthday today. Natalie wondered. Remember, didn't we just finish a while ago? Zhou I can't help it. I'm working for someone. If you want to live, you can live every day. Nico was amused. She could sense her son's state from all the chats lately. I can't tell you exactly what's changed, but once I'm done talking to him, I feel better for the rest of the day. Chapter 71, Second Birthday. Zhou ended the call while seeing a Bentley drive out of the villa area. New car, new number plate. After the car stopped against his car, Fan Nan opened the door and stepped off. Chono turned his head to look at her through the window. Flattering plain white t-shirt, slightly slimmer 9-point thin denim, high-heeled sandals, and long flowing hair. The person is beautiful to the core and has a great body. The walk trembled slightly, and so did the jeans he watched. These days the two did not live together. At most, during the day to take Fan Nan to busy work or the countryside to wander around to play. He stepped down before Fan Nan tried to knock on the window. New car? Yeah, take this one from now on, and park your stupid car in my garage. Zhou beckoned the security guard to come over and threw the Buick keys to the other party for help before asking with a smile, does the boss want to sit in the back, or the passenger side? Fong Nan's face was cold and ignored. Zhou understands in seconds, and doesn't say anything means he wants to sit in the passenger seat. He pulled open the door and let Fong Nan get on first before following him up. After powering up and familiarizing himself with the various functions, Zhou reached over and fastened the seatbelt that automatically came together and asked, where to? Want to work or play? Whatever. Again, Chono understood that casual meant he wanted to play. Where to? It's not much fun this time of year except for the water sports. Zhou was in no hurry to determine the place, and as he drove with one hand, he unintentionally grabbed his boss's soft and sticky little hand. Fuanan lowered his eyes, more and more. She realized that Zhou was very dejected these days. It's not fun to watch and be upset. Obviously coming back for revenge. It's about to turn into a head delivery. Eaten up, given money, given a mansion, and ready to give a yacht. This unbalanced mindset turns out to be nothing. Perhaps it was the result of being surrounded by affection. And Fuanan had signs of relief from those past encounters. She drew her hand out. Are you hiding something from me? Zhou puzzled. No, there is surveillance at home. In addition to accompanying you is at home to read. fitness, watching the sea, casually write things, go out also find you reported. Fuanan knew he was lying, but he didn't have a pigtail in his hand. Seeing that he was temporarily blindsided, Zhou Yi interrupted to talk about the news. Fannan doesn't want him to do any business, and doesn't want him to have too much freedom and be overly controlling yet. He can't even live without lying to her, and the moment he gets a little upset, he moves to sue him. It's not that he's guilty of thinking about her a lot, it's not that she gives too much, it's not contractually binding, it's not that he's reflective and guilty about his own behavior back then. Nan, how could Mr. Hua bear to be cruel to his adopted daughter? Fang Nan, in addition to using her family's background to borrow a lot of money, she didn't die trying to ask my parents for another amount, didn't get her way, ran to my grandfather's house, and made the old man almost angry with a heart attack. I thought you said Mr. Ho was going to call the police for fraud. Prepare to report to the police is not sure to report to the police. My father's heart is soft. I consider more than 20 years of raising a dog slaughtered can't bear to eat meat, so I didn't go to force him to do things absolutely. As a result, it's good, giving Hua Qingqing the illusion that she can still be a demon. Frequently. Now what? Fang Nan, the police are looking for her. For the time being, we don't know where people have gone. We can't get in touch. Her hand was grabbed again, and Fang Nan turned her eyes to ask him, have you told many people that I was adopted by you in the first place? Chono, I'm not that bad of a person. So are you personally in a pack mentality with me? Zhou Yi muffled his voice, adhering to the thinking of asking a rhetorical question if he didn't want to answer. Then do you look at the money or the person when you're with me? Look at the people. I also look at people. Know that you lack of money, have trouble. Thinking of using money to get close to you will be simpler. The core is that you as a person is more attractive to me. Want to chase? Face cannot hang. Are other people chasing me? Thinking to find a step for myself. Use money to do the medium. Money is not good, then change the method. Fang Nan couldn't pick out the language problem. Hua Qingqing threatened me with this and exposed me if I didn't pay her. Zhou Yi frowned. How is she like a dogskin plaster? Odd to the abstract. Hatcheting the nest is not vain. Enjoying riches and wealth is not thankful. And her own mother is in prison is not identified. And wants more. Nan, never take too much care of her. Once, there will be countless times. You are not adopted by me. She is even more unlikely to take the evidence. This matter belongs to personal privacy. She will not talk nonsense unless she wants to die. Fannan, you swear you didn't say anything to anyone about adopting me. Zhou Yi was silent for a moment and stabilized his mood. It's your birthday today. Talk about something happy. Fang Nan said. I'm going to give her money to reunite with her real mom once and for all. She has a fan base. And what she says on the internet nonsense just affects me too much. She just doesn't seem like a normal person and won't have as many worries as you think. Zhou Yi heard something wrong. She doesn't dare to make up rumors like this. But if you take her in, the rumors will become true in disguise. Nan, don't be silly. Many things will go astray if you follow your emotions. Arresting her before she started the rumor and arresting her after she started the rumor are two different things. The former is not in your favor, and could easily lead to uncontrollable public opinion. The latter has official endorsement. Morally and legally you can stand. I've just talked to Guan Yao about the current online environment, especially for those like you who rely on your persona to draw traffic to your company. It's even more important to be cautious. Fang Nan interrupted. You contacted Guan Yao again. Zhou Ye's thoughts were all messed up. Fang Nan, you know full well that I loathe her, and I've clearly told you to not have a single relationship with her anymore. Why don't you always take my words seriously? Is there someone like you who is so contrary and always steps on the bottom line of his golden master? Between having fewer friends and annoying your gold master, you can totally have fewer friends. Zhou Yi lights a cigarette, only driving to emphasize. Don't set up a trap against Hua Qingqing. Fuanan listened to him. Zhou Yi character has a certain uncontrollable and impulsive factors, but the idea has always been well thought out and rational, very meticulous and detailed. The question talk was no longer about Hua Qingqing. It was about Guan Yao. He's avoiding it. She gave him so much, gave so much, to have him throw away a friend who doesn't matter. He's not willing. Chapter 72, The Sword of the Mouth. The carriage was quiet for a moment, and Fuanan held out his hand. She had beautiful hands, 5 long, well-proportioned, white fingers. Chono sidetracked his eyes suspiciously. Fannan, give me the cell phone. What for? I'll help you blackball her. Nan, give it to me. Fang Nan couldn't help but stare at the perfect profile of the side face in the field of vision. He was the best-looking man she'd ever seen. Even though he is now in a circle of countless handsome men, none of whom are as good as him. Zhou Ye's rebellious heart rose up and turned a deaf ear. It's really spoiled. When he wanted her money and wanted to hold back so much to take her favors, he didn't want to take hers without money. Not to mention the 24 million he had left in his hand after doing the studio. Evil words would rise, and he held them back. It was her birthday. Her real birthday, the first one in her life with an exact date. Zhou said, "You can identify with your parents." Guan Yao helped a lot. Without her I could not so quickly find out the content. Before she did this favor, she knew that it was related to you, and she knew that it would be risky for her and easy to get burned. Instead of saying that Guan Yao is giving me face, I'd say she's directly helping you. She called me today because the fire of public opinion has reached her, and she's bearing the brunt of what happened between Mr. Hua and the hospital. I can basically do it if you ask me not to meet with her, but to blackmail someone now, how can that be justified? Nan, there's a question I'd like to ask you. Why on earth do you spend money on me? Is it because you like me, or do you like to see me living in discomfort? Why do you always find fault with me? If you really don't like me, you can just replace my driver. It's so simple. All day long chasing some old rotten things. A moment Guan Yao, a moment Su Li, have explained how many times, but do not believe. Not confident. You have a mirror hidden in front of you. Raise your eyes and look at the fairy inside. Talented, generous, bright and sexy. What Guan Yao Su Li? In front of you is simply ugly duckling. I grew up in a pile of beauty. Not blind. How would I abandon the fairy to chase duck? Fuanan instinctively raised his eyes. The mirror isn't hidden. There's just a fairy in there. Lips red and teeth white, beautiful and self-aware, skin fine and white. The evil fire piled up and Fong Nan's heart instantly had a breakthrough. Pursed her lips and retracted her line of sight. I won't be grateful to her even if she helps me. In my eyes, she and Su Li, all of them are people who have been mentally bullying me for a long time. How do you expect me to feel good about this kind of people? Zhou, some people have small breasts, some people have big breasts. My nanner is the type of big heart. Even my kind of scum can be forgiven. Su Li Guan Yao stream are not worth you remember hate. Completely not in a level. Fong Nan, shut your mouth. Who is your nanner? You can't put yourself in your place until now. Zhou, is position not position important? The first thing you need to do is to be competent. You let me provide you with emotional value. You see me and you have not barred. Is not all obedient to you? Even you do not let me go up. I put up with it. I can see that you don't want me to be happy. And you're not happy when I'm happy. If you bully me like this, it will become a habit sooner or later. Once my mom and my aunt see it, even if I love you again, they will keep me away from you. Fong Nan's face was stained by rouge and she coughed. You can bully me, but not me? Yeah, just because you can put up with it doesn't mean others can put up with it as well as you. Bring your cell phone. I won't delete Guan Yao. Let's see if you're honest these days. Only then did Chouno take it out of his pocket and hand it over. He was honest a long time ago. He hadn't been on a wave for 3 years. And when he was with Fong Nan, he was even less likely to be a deadbeat to go on a wave. If I hadn't run into her, Chouno is so close to forgetting about falling in love that he won't talk about it. I've met so many people of the opposite sex on blind dates, and I don't even have the motivation to flirt with them. If you are teased, you will not have the urge to respond. He attributed the symptoms to a heart of ashes. Once Pop died, Mom pretended to be poor and in poor health. His heart was truly pierced with holes and ruins. Now, knowing that my mom has money and seeing her happy with my aunt makes me feel like I'm alive again. I want to pick up girls. I want to make a lot of money. And I want to live a good life. Fan Nan picked at the interface. You registered your company? Zhou Yi wanted to hide it, but sooner or later he revealed it. I only invest. I don't handle it. It's because Du Zheng has some talent, so I'm supporting him to benefit myself and others. You're in breach of contract. How many times have I breached the contract? If you want to sue, hurry up. Nanner, you really don't want to talk about the contract anymore. Before you were all alone, I believed you were crazy and dared to die with me. Now you have a mom, and you have to hold your hand to sleep. Auntie Xia, you hurt my mom's son and I hurt your mom's daughter. You may not win in a lawsuit, but it may be good for me. With you this kind of celebrity pulling, I also passive become a celebrity. Fong Nan slanted him a glance, and it was hard to hide a smile in her bright and clear eyes. The scoundrel, who had to knock her around at the slightest opportunity. It means, if you treat me badly, I won't serve. Fong Nan, don't talk so much nonsense. First think about what you're going to eat for lunch and where you're going afterward. Watch the movie to go. After the movie I take you to meet someone. Sell yacht. From the picture with the introduction can basically make a selection. Reliable. You always say how I treat you, how you treat me. Then I was spending money on you, how generous. Money above never refused you. Behind our home is the sea. Good water quality. And anti-shark nets. This weather in the sea to play, how cool. Blowing the sea breeze. Surfing. Diving. Fuanan was taken in by his words. The sea is quite different. I wanted to buy it before. I didn't have enough money. I was afraid he would think she was poor, so I had to push. Now that she has enough money, the more she squanders and wastes ms. Shay, the happier she is. Fan Nan, buy it, and order it tonight. Boss atmosphere. In fact, I purely for your consideration. Want to let you live comfortably, have fun. Happens to be I also know how to drive a yacht. You more than one free driver. Fong Nan's hand was once again held by him, and she yanked her intellect back from her imagination. Why do you suddenly want to watch a movie? I remember you hate watching movies. It's too much of a waste of time. Zhou Yi, my neighbor's new movie was released, so I went to support it. Who? Pei Si Ning. Fong Nan thus remembered Pei Si Ning is a movie release. Publicity. Although more low-key, but know a little quite a lot of people. Many people are waiting. Pei Si Ning is widely known for making TV dramas, and this is her first movie since she started her career. A non-commercial movie about the era 20 or so years ago. She is also said to have written the script herself. Fong Nan was already into watching TV and movies and all that, and was interested in this one. But Chouno brought up the idea of wanting to see it. She doesn't want to go. She still remembers the words about Pei Xining that Zhou Yi said to her when he was drunk and almost out of it. In addition to saying that Pei Xining is the person he wants to marry the most, the neighbor sister White Moonlight, also, regretting that he was born 4 or 5 years late and has been treated like a little doll. This dead scum. Don't be still thinking about Pei Xining. Zhou Yi saw that her face was visibly cloudy, and somehow he didn't remember telling Fong Nan that he had a crush on Pei Xining. If you don't want to watch a movie, I'll take you to a summer resort in the countryside. It's pretty fun over there too. Reminiscing about the old days. Fannin's thoughts wandered left and right. Look, just watch the movie. Chapter 73, the movie, was chatting about what to eat. There was a movement in the WeChat on Zhou Yi's cell phone. Fuanan jerked his hand and opened the screen again. It's a voice message. Seeing that Zhou Yi was driving and not paying attention, Fong Nan converted her voice into text. Pups, my sister's new movie is in theaters. Remember to go see it. The message was followed by a screenshot of the booking, and Pei Xining also booked tickets for him. Several of them. Fuanan's hand shook. She'd never noticed the tweet before. The avatar is a very cartoonish and cute golden gradient cat with big, penetrating eyes. This cat is an internet cat. Pei Xining has no intention to take it out of the camera a few times. The cat's name is Sunny. The same sound as Zhou Yi milk name is not the same word. Pup. Coincidence or intentionality? The Fuanan man sank into silence. His thoughts fanned out. Zhou Yi loves to casually delete every time he chats with someone. Otherwise it is impossible for Fong Nan not to see his chat records with Pei Xining. Is it really Pei Xining? When you open your circle of friends, it's all about helping people promote movies and TV shows. Fuanan flipped through it. The image of the woman becoming clear in his brain. There are countless beautiful women in the entertainment circle, and Pei Xining is beautiful to the fault. 30 years old should be, can still veiled without contradiction to act students. Learned obviously music. Debut did not send a song. 5 years, a drama every year. Every drama fire into phenomenal. Beauty is natural, rich, and complete. Lin City had produced beautiful people since ancient times, and Pei Xining was the most conclusive evidence of this saying. Her father was also a figure at the top of the domestic tycoon list, and it was rumored that her mother's family had an even deeper background. To describe this woman as God's own daughter would be an understatement. Obviously not very senior in the entertainment industry, but is the person who has the most celebrity fans. Liking Pei Xining seems to have become a topic to open up, attracting traffic in a way that draws a lot of recognition. Fong Nan began to doubt Zhou Yi's purpose in bringing her to the movie. For her birthday, he took her to see his White Moon movie? Immune to this change in her, Zhou Yi took his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. What's wrong again? Fong Nan turned the screen to him. Is she really Pei Xining? Zhou Yi distracted himself to take a rough look. Right. I'm treating you to a movie, and I even booked your tickets. Wouldn't that be nice? We don't have to buy a ticket. You put the voice on and I'll listen to what she says. Fong Nan did as he was told, and a voice that was not lacking in clarity and its warmth and gentleness surrounded the carriage. Over and over again. Cubby, that's a very affectionate name. Zhou Yi took back the phone, and not only her own so-called, my aunt, grandma and grandpa Milk, other relatives and friends who have also called the habit. Fan Nan, you two talk a lot? There's been limited talking in the last 3 years, not many times, and she's had a lot of contact with my mom. She's your dream girl? Chono, you're trying to pick a fight again. You said it yourself. What do you mean I'm picking a fight? What did I say? Told you and you won't admit it. Zhou Yi racked his brain. Really can't remember. Parked the car in front of a Western restaurant. Let's eat steak. This restaurant is good. Not hungry. Zhou Yi, just hungry. This vinegar will eat enough? Do you deserve to make me jealous? Zhou Yi patiently went over to help her open the car door. Sister Ningning is a person in the sky, not related to us mortals. Don't get yourself into trouble because of all this nonsense. Meaning I'm not as good as her in your mind. I mean the mind. She is a very philosophical and natural person. In looks you are better than she is, in my eyes. Fuanan held back the uncomfortable feeling. She was acid Pei Xining's position in his heart. It's been so sour for years that I can't get peace of mind when I hear the name now. But on second thought, the current Jo Yi is a poor man. Can look at him, there cannot be better conditions than his own. He even struggled to get a blind date, not to mention thinking about Pei Xining. The thoughts are frequent. Fuanan finally got his mind right after entering the restaurant. Movie theater. No year, no season, no peak season. The entire viewing room, which is usually mostly deserted, didn't see many people. It was especially crowded today, mostly with girls. Yes, there are many female fans of Pei Xining. Public figures are bound to have some gossip, and every time there is a rumor, a hearsay, about Pei Xining, it gets disintegrated in this group of unconditionally trusting fans, and the tempo can't be brought at all. Jo Yi put a mask on Fong Nan and accompanied him to sit in a seat that was off to the back. The movie was still a few minutes away from opening and he was a little unsettled. I just read the movie synopsis and the name of the movie is only 2 words. Auntie Ming. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the prototype looked like his own mom. A neighbor of the film's heroine from a Kochi family. She is gentle and calm. It's destined to be one of those movie genres that won't make money. Jo Yi study literature, although half-ass level, but also clear that this kind of film script is difficult to have the ups and downs of the explosive point. Like a self-important movie, it's probably more likely to win awards if it's done well. Chouno surely can't watch this kind of movie normally. Only the movie had just begun and he was stuck. It's not how well it's filmed. It's the familiarity, if anything, that hits you right in the heart. The movie was publicized with a gimmick of Pei Xining. The main appearance is a child star who is extremely beautiful and has 1 or 2 similarities with Pei Xining. The girl's family background is set up to be flamboyant. The villa, the maids, the busy traveling parents. Her favorite part of the day is going to her neighbor Auntie Ming's house to dine and do her homework, interspersed with all sorts of trivia that is extremely close to home. Jo Yi believes that this script is really written by Pei Xining. Professional people will never write this kind of no selling point, relying on a warm emotion to pull and push. Fuanan quickly looked in as well. She sensed the abnormality from Jo Yi's focus on different states. Auntie Ming is Auntie Nico Yu? That little kid who tosses and turns every day and once yelled that he wanted to marry the lead actress was Cho Yat? The 3 of them even slept in the same bed during a thunderstorm and talked more than a thunderstorm. Fong Nan intuited that this movie had a knife, but not very much of a knife. The biggest knife is when the heroine grows up and needs to be forced to move out of the home she lives in. At this point it has turned out to be Bei Nim herself in the role of a young high school student. Joys, sorrows, and parting sorrows are visualized in this moment. The movie ends with her setting foot in the city again after years of returning from her studies and meeting the Auntie Ming who loves her the most. But Auntie Ming no longer has her occasionally photogenic husband by her side. There is no child who jumps up and down every day. Only a head full of close-ups suggesting countless times that her green hair has been dyed frosty white. And the movie is also fixed at this moment. The ending. It's over 2 hours long. And the closing credits are that very niche song that was released 20 years ago. And it's extraordinarily catchy at this point in time. Auntie Ming's life in the movie is out of touch with reality for most people. But half of her life is half of most women's lives. Trapped in that big-looking home. Warm and kindly letting the years flow by. A very flat-paced movie with an ending that has a mood that seems to still linger in the theater. No one made a sound for a long time. Fuanan looked over at the man who had put on a mask and stayed like a puppet when the lights came on. Pei Xining, this is not inviting Jo Yi to watch a movie. It's tricking people in to kill them. It can kill others. And it can kill Chouno even more. Chapter 74, Thinking of You is all that's left. Chouno was killed by this movie. Scene after scene of deja vu memories come flooding back, near and far. All those years the grandparents were still there. Grandma and grandpa were there. And dad was there. He was shielded by these men. And had never known sorrow. Everyone loves him. He grew up in this carefree atmosphere. Accompanied in the process by the loss of one person after another whom he valued most. Jo Yi now can't remember his grandparents without looking at their pictures. He'd almost forgotten what dad looked like, too, because he's even forgotten what he used to look like. The change of heart from the center of the world to an ordinary person is too much to recall the whole process. The movie lifted what he had deliberately tried to forget. He'd been devastated from the moment he'd seen the little visited male co-star of the movie. That's the prototype of his dad, Zhou Changjiang. A lot of the time is busy and will be traveling. But the first thing you ask when you get home is always, where's my son? When Jo Yi goes to school, he picks up the babysitter instead. At home, he hugs and kisses first. The audience is starting to disperse. Chouno was emotionally uncontrollable. He misses him, and every time he thinks about it, he's worse than dead. Fong Nan was at a loss for words, busily taking her hand to help him wipe his eyes, unable to say a single word. She had never seen Jo Yi like this. When we first met 3 years later, he had managed to maintain that unique composure even when he was in a state of disarray. Just met so vulnerable, woeful. A little adjustment soon also let her have a sense of familiarity. Fighting with Jiang Su, The face of unknown results can still be calm. Being trapped in the police station by her setup, being signed contracts, being deliberately all kinds of difficult to toss him still reacted calmly. This simple movie easily rips away all the coverings from him. Funan consistently hypnotized herself into hating him, but not really hate. Every time she spurned him a little too much, she would be afraid and reflective, fearful of him flipping out and reflecting on the cause. She couldn't figure it out. So many ups and downs in life that don't strike through. Instead, such a simple movie would draw such a reaction. The cell phone rang. The voice came from Chuno's pocket. After letting it ring for a while, Joey ducked to avoid Fong Nan and walked to the uppermost level of the viewing hall with his back turned to connect. He took a deep breath. Sister Ning. Pei Shining laughed softly. Did you finish the movie? How's that for a first time in person? Good. Cut on it. Pei Ning, I don't have any other purpose. I'm just afraid of forgetting more and more things and feelings as I get older and want to stay. It's best to get an award and we'll stay longer. She paused. I went to Tianhe City a few days ago to do publicity. Met with Aunt Nico. And talked about you. Boys, when they get older, their self-esteem gets stronger. From the first time I talked to you when Uncle Chang Jiang died, I could tell that you didn't want anyone to bother you and wanted to say goodbye to your old circle. I wanted to help you, but I knew you wouldn't accept it, let alone take the initiative to ask for help. Natalie also always said that she would come to me if she had difficulties, so that I didn't have to worry too much. Chouno, I know you. Pei Ning laughed. Her words were much more relaxed. Do you want to shoot a drama? I'll personally write a script for you, and you have enough external conditions. You should, and are in the mood for a different lifestyle. Zhou Yi, can't do this job. By the way, Sister Ning, the prototype of this matter should not be public. My father is more sensitive. To him you are not good influence. It's not public, so consider this movie as a note. It won't do very well at the box office, and the attention will be more of a concern to a small circle at most. Who did you see the movie with? Did you bring some girlfriends? Zhou Yi turned his head and swept his eyes at Fong Nan, who was always watching him from afar from where he was. Not so much a little girlfriend, just brought a little cutie. Take a picture and I'll see who it is. Fong Nan. Which Fan Nan? The one that's pretty hot on the short video platform. I really remember. I remember it was especially beautiful. Not bad. People down and out. Vision not down and out. Well, do not delay you two dating. In a while sister back to Lin City to see you. Zhou Yi simply pressed hang up. Some people who are destined to be far away might as well save themselves the effort of getting closer. He was quite grateful to Zhou Qingyu in this regard. She is an alternative in the family, and it is precisely this aunt who thinks differently, teaching him to take charge when he should and to let go when he wants to. Sometimes when I think about it, life is so convoluted. Grandparents one thought of kindness, to the family added an extra member. Mom s one thought of goodness, in addition to his own son. More than one often think about caring for her Pei Shining. His own one thought, no, he is not good, he just that will be relatively like a person, did not let Fong Nan really hate him to the bone. The arm dropped and footsteps sounded softly behind him. Zhou Yi turned around and casually wrapped his hand around the waist of Fong Nan, who wanted to speak. If you don't leave again it's time for someone to make an entrance. Have a late night snack and go. I made an early appointment with that yacht seller. Fan Nan didn't struggle. She hadn't gotten over her emotions. It wasn't jealousy, simply being affected by him. The heartache alternated with complexity. Zhou Yi helped her pull down the mask. What do you want to eat? You don't mind a big stall? Whatever. She inclined her eyes. What were you two talking about for so long? Casual gossip. She probably found out about me from my mom and came over to ask. Fan Nan, why would she make a movie like that? It's probably a good and important memory for her. 2. Is she really from a great family background like many netizens have rumored? In the local that will be counted with your parents a circle. These years may develop some smooth. Better. Her mom is from a good background, but basically do not care about things. Ningning sister's full-time agent. From studying abroad to follow the company. Uncle Pei is engaged in physical retailing, this kind of business. In this field, he can at least rank in the top 3 in the country. Her family is so powerful. Why didn't they help your dad? Anyone better than her can't help. It's a dead end. It's a dead end for my dad personally. Besides, how good friends can not be as iron as you think. In this world except for the family will spare no effort to help my father. There will be no one else. Unfortunately, the people he relied on are gone, leaving his sister who doesn't know if she's capable of helping, and probably doesn't want to involve her anymore. Fong Nan, I've never met my uncle, but he must be very nice. There's no such thing as a good guy or a bad guy. In the eyes of my mom and I, in the eyes of those friends of his, including those involved in the situation, my dad is definitely a good guy. Is he a good guy in the general home buying community? Leaving the theater, the two found a roadside stand. It didn't take long to wait for the yacht dealer. 2. Zhou Yi chose. Fong Nan is responsible for the deposit. agreed within a week of the money boat to clear. Fong Nan thought how much it would cost, but it turned out that the total price was only $3 to $4 million. After dismissing the other party, Fong Nan looked at Zhou Yi, who had slowly detached himself from the state of the theater. Drink? Zhou Yi shook his head. It's been rather chaotic lately, so I won't drink. Fong Nan, you're afraid that Zhang's family will jump over the wall and target you. That must be fearful. It's better to stay awake. You are not understanding the logic of how these people do things. Their all depends on themselves. Fong Nan looked at her cell phone. My mom sent me a Weibo asking what time to return. Zhou Yi, you can't go home. It's not easy for me to get a chance to date you at night. Ever since you guys recognized each other, I've been like an extra around you. Fong Nan laughed and glared. This is also not drinking. Talking is starting to run away. You look at my eyes and say whether you want to hide from me or want to see me. Both. Thinking is real, and hiding is real. But the hiding was for business, to find time to do something. Then now that it's alright, all that's left is thinking about you. Chapter 75 Gifts. The night is slowly deepening. The stalls are slowly getting more crowded. Considering herself a bit of a celebrity, Fuanan gave up eating and put her mask back on. Still, the two were enough to draw attention to themselves. A pair of young men and women, not looking at their faces, are too much to be seen. No booze, great conversation. Really open up and talk to each other about these strange straddling 3 years. Zhou Yi sat down next to her, his back to most of the people, and wrapped his arm around and pillowed her shoulder to look at the stars. How's your partner doing? Utility. Effort. It was luck that I ran into her, and that she ran into me. I was incapable enough, form enough to stand on the stage. She was capable enough, background enough, not capable of marketing a new brand, she said, placing her hand on the side of Chuno's face and caressing it lightly. Men are so like children sometimes. 3 years ago this man had loved to hide in her arms, both teasing and tormenting. Lowering her head and kissing his hair, Fong Nan continued, her name is Yan Ximin, Yan Wenlong's illegitimate daughter. Do you know Yan Wenlong? He's that legendary big shot in the clothing industry. Yan Ximin didn't have to work so hard. It's because the main lady is too powerful. She and her mother didn't get much resources. Zhou Yi raised his eyes. Django doesn't look like an ordinary driver. Minding a bit too much. Yan Ximin's cousin. At first recommended to me? Did not think too much. As soon as I met you, I realized that he didn't behave right. This cousin is counting on me. Wanting to rely on Yango to tie me to death in this boat. It's all your fault. You're a pest. Once I met you, my business partners and I have a gap. Zhou Yi, then miserable? You have me miserable. I ran into you only police station in 2 consecutive times. Afraid of attention. Chono sat up straight. Up close, the side of her face was glistening white and delicate. Exquisite as a carving. Pure vegan face, wrapped around the aroma of her surroundings. Chono wants to squeeze and stop the thought. There's no rush. She certainly won't get away tonight. All those pesky gadgets in the house he'd quietly thrown away. She couldn't trap him. Fong Nan was stared at unnaturally, bracing her boss's reserve. Coldly, what are you looking at? Nan, I love you. Fong Nan couldn't hide the corners of her lips and braced herself. What did you say? Rich girl, I love you. Fan Nan broke her guard, thinking that no one could stop being gazed upon fondly by a pair of extraordinarily good-looking eyes and uttering these flirty yet sincere words. I'm going to the restroom. Don't you run away. I'm not finished yet. Who runs? I'm going to the restroom. Chono had a sense of upper hand as he watched her fall away. He said it casually, and after a moment it came back to him. Haven't said those 3 words to anyone as far as I can remember. Never, including Fan Nan, who had been in a relationship for 3 years. The simpler some words are, the more they are ignored, the more vulgar they are, the less they bother to say them. A lot of his relationships can even be said to be logical. There is no such thing as having to go through the motions of confirming a relationship with a confession. Was so arrogant that when he invited a girl to dinner, they automatically assumed he was confessing. Before the meal was over, they took him for a boyfriend. As Fuanan returned to his seat, a freelance musician holding a guitar happened to be walking towards the two. Zhou Yi asked, I didn't prepare a birthday present for you, so I'll give you a song. What do you want to hear? Fan Nan, just 1 song to give away? At least 2 songs. Haven't heard you sing in a while. Zhou Yi, don't do 2 songs. I'll give you a solo concert. You give this guy $500. Pack him for 2 hours. Fuanan sweeps the money. Chono fetched his guitar and clipped the microphone meant for guests to his collar. He'd been in the music business for a few days, and he knew the skinny, fast learner, mastered guitar, cello and other instruments in a short time. Voice. Zhou Yi thinks that he sings in general, but cannot help but to support the audience at that time. Once on stage, the bottom of the crazy, a lot of noise. The two would have been eye-catching enough. Seeing that there was going to be a song, more people brought their eyes together. Chono turned his back, looked for the tone, and started. Obviously no alcohol. Perhaps the emotions used too much. Dizzy drunk. The first one is Cinderella. The second song, Confession. The third song, Faith. The fourth, Birthdays are the biggest in the world. The songs sung basically have something to do with confessions. The listeners are all good listeners too. In addition to Fong Nan next to her, who was listening attentively with her hands cupped around her masked face, the other guests would also end each song and applaud in an uproar. Of course, if it's all booze, Jo Yi will take Fong Nan to KTV for a solo. It's 11 o'clock. The stalls were perversely busy. Several focus blew up after Chouno to perform one after the other, sparking a chorus. There are young people and not so young. The owners of other stores, customers, passers-by, all attracted frequent tiptoe attention. We don't know each other from all over the world, so let's raise our glasses together after the song is over. Fong Nan tried to take off her mask several times, a piece of clinking glasses with drinks across the room, but Jo Yi stopped her. Stopped for the third time. Fong Nan glared angrily. Are you annoying me? I'm thirsty. Jo Yi laughed. Don't look for trouble. You would have been too famous in the past few days, and the follow-up may be even more famous. I just did the self-media, and I can only say that it is shocking, and it is good to keep a low profile. Fong Nan, you're very different today. It's not because of picking up a pay-seaning phone call happy bad right. Chouno, I'm not different today. I'm different these many days. It's just that you're so engrossed in the intimacy that you're ignoring me. Why? Rich, no trouble, my mom happy, you are also very good. No money, every day thinking about giving mom to see a doctor to raise the body. Encounter you still do to find things. Life numbness trapped in the original point. Relaxation up. Fong Nan, you're right about one thing. I'm not happy to see you happy. Obviously today is my birthday. You cry one. I'll be happy. Chouno smiled and got up. I'm going to check out. It's time to rest. Fan Nan trailed off and wrapped her arms around him. I'll go home and beat you to tears later. Jo Yi, just don't cry. Fan Nan wrapped his arms around the knot, and his face under the mask went scarlet again. Skimming her head, she waited for the boss to settle the score. Chapter 76. Arrive home. Park the car. Chouno then forced the person who had just gotten out of the car into his arms. Princess hug. The long-lost bully. Fong Nan was not willing to be trapped, and wrapped her arms around his neck and angled her head to start taking the initiative. Weakly savage blast. Didn't drink. Just like drinking. He couldn't free his hand to open the door and skimmed his head to avoid it. Press the code. Fan Nan is submissive. With a dripping sound, Chouno worked seamlessly with her and took his foot to open the door to the room. One night is like a first acquaintance, and the throbbing is not enough. For a long time, so long that they were all exhausted, Fan Nan woke up first. The two of them are together, and most of the time she wakes up from her nap first. Someone who's been good and strong all his life. As long as she doesn't get as good as him, he'll be the one to suffer. Faye lifted her arm, removing his claws, and rolled over to face it. A few centimeters away, Fuanan resisted the urge to kiss him and nuzzle him. She'd been it too many times, so many that at one point she'd willingly died for him. Last night, the mind swings to the point where it almost resembles what it was before. Emotions were out of her control, and what was left of her sanity told her that it was dangerous. Fall completely into this trap again and never climb out for the rest of your life. Cell phone rings. Fong Nan looked at the unfamiliar caller and muted it without answering. To get out of bed, he was grabbed by the arm. Fong Nan happened to hold a cell phone in his hand. Open screen, don't be so hard in the future, said 1,000 at a time, causing me to spend more money than once. Well, Chouno trapped the person in his arms and pressed quietly against them, sniffing her soft hair. Fong Nan could only move his hands. Do you want the money? Jo Yi, don't spin yet. A few more times. One piece at a time. Fan Nan, good. Good not good. Not good. Another half hour of fooling around. Fanan's energy to get up was sapped from him. He slept until noon. When he opened his eyes with some skepticism, there was cooking movement in the kitchen. He must be cooking. It took all of Fong Nan's strength to sit up, staring out the window at the expanse. The man definitely had a mindset of getting back at her. Otherwise they wouldn't have tried to kill her. Keep score and look for opportunities to get it back. She grasped the thin quilt to cover her with one hand and picked up her cell phone once more with the other. It's muted. Lots of missed calls and messages on WeChat. Mom's worried about her. There's a lot of news. Fong Nan responded to her first before seeing that the number from the morning had called several more times in a row. Afraid it was work-related, she chose to call back. Only when she heard the other party's voice did Fong Nan's pretty face sink a little. It's you. Hua Qingqing, make a dinner date. I'll choose the place. Fong Nan sarcastically said. Do you know the police are looking for you? What? You want money and you're afraid I'll record it on the phone? Hua Qingqing, I've gotten a lot of solid black information about you. If you don't believe me, you can add a Weibo and I'll pass it on to you. Fuanan really doesn't know what he's got going for him in terms of blackmail. She's been with Jo Yi for 3 years. Except for a rough and miserable upbringing, She's just been in business for the past few years, clean and dry. The so-called blackmail is probably still those specious rumors about packages and such. How much do you want? She asked. Huo Qingqing, you don't have to scam me on the phone. Nanqing Tea Restaurant. I'll wait for you here. It's useless for you to bring the police. I have backups for all of them. As long as I get caught, my boyfriend will naturally help me expose them all. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Hanging up the phone and looking up, the bedroom door had just been opened. In the doorway stood a man in a pair of light-colored sweatpants. His well-proportioned, firm upper body shirtless. The eyebrows are clear and the person is clearer than even in the beautiful movie images. Fan Nan covered the quilt upward again. What's cooking? Spaghetti. Don't like to eat. Joey, it's okay if you don't have the strength to eat. I'll feed you. Serving the boss. The right thing to do. You come here. Fuanan called to him. Chouno sat down on the bed suspiciously. Fang Nan couldn't care less about her reserve and ordered as a matter of course. Carry me to the bath. I can still wash it for you. Fang Nan raised her hand and twisted it. How dare you laugh? Chouno ducked to keep her company for a while and did his best to pick the person up. Fuanan is not heavy. It's that he's out of energy too. She took a bath and he accompanied the water play. Who's calling? Fang Nan, Huo Qingqing, said she had a lot of black information about me in her hands and threatened me with a meeting. Joey, how normal to have your black material. You have not dated 6 or 8 boyfriends. Fan Nan didn't even explain. Chouno mused. The police are already looking for her right. Believe it or not, she wasn't at the cafeteria. She was just doing an obedience test. Thinking you're scared. You'll go, and she'll be more forthcoming when you do. That brain of hers might not be as sophisticated as you think. Anyone dumber would know to look for the master at arms. So do I call the police? Or do I go over there? Joey, are you sure you don't have any black material first? Fang Nan scattered a shower of water on Joey's face. Sure. No, except for being with some inhuman thing. I'd like to ask you, when we were together, you didn't hide any out-of-character videos from me, did you? Joey, I don't know what people think. I love someone so much that even picking up a cell phone is considered a betrayal. I said last night that I love my boss. I also really never told anyone that you are my adopted. Who can come up with a recording? I swim from here to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. You shouldn't even suspect me. A more conflicted person wouldn't introduce this as my girlfriend while saying it's my bot girlfriend. She's trying to get jail time if she dares to make an issue out of this. Just go to the tea house she asked you to go to first. I'll join you. Fan Nan nodded, taking a hand to ruffle his face. Getting up, he took the robe and wrapped it around him, holding out his arms to beg for another hug. Chouno rolled his eyes and hugged his way to the dresser to get ready to blow-dry his hair. No way. Whoever has money is an ant. Chapter 77, The Game. Nanqing Tea Restaurant. Joey quickly drove Fang Nan's recently purchased Bentley to the neighborhood. He didn't even get out of the car. Stop the car. Only observing the surroundings from inconspicuous places. It's not Main Street. Not too many people and the building is not complicated. Huo Qingqing is in the subpoena stage for borrowing money. Huo Jingzhou attitude is not clear. It is possible to still be soft. The police do not have pressure may not be treated as a real thing to do. She threatens Fan Nan with extortion, which is much more serious than borrowing money. She doesn't dare to show her face easily, and she even made a date here. So where is she? Chouno's brain jumped around, noticing a high-rise building in the very distance. It is the only 5-star hotel in the city. Not as famous as Lydian, much higher specification than Lydian, more than 40-story building. Fang Nan had her own rhythm of doing things, but once she followed Zhou Yi, her IQ would easily deteriorate. This person is smart, at least the smartest person of her age she has ever seen. There is something in his heart, something, except that he is open-minded and a lot of uncaring. She asked, what are you looking at? Joey, I suspect that Huo Qingqing is in that hotel with binoculars or a cell phone watching to see if you've come or not, or if you've brought the police. Fang Nan couldn't keep up with him. Not in a residence, not in an office building, it had to be in a hotel. Joey said casually, according to what you said her kind of character, 2 houses worry about the police door certainly do not live. Then only live in the hotel. 5-star, take her military division ID card to open the room. Then the most secure. Want the best view, most likely, or the presidential set. Want to catch her right away? Fang Nan looked at him a few more times, his guard up. This bastard every day in front of her acting like a child. Do not be swindling her money, coax her to play. As soon as he swindles her out of money, he'll run away. Are you sure? Zhou Yi opened the window, lit a cigarette. Who can determine this? Guess well. Fuanan, turn your head around. Chouno wondered. Fang Nan owed him a few kisses, cupping his cheeks, and tasted them, feeling that he did not look like he was perfunctory. His heart was a little more at ease. Zhou Yi was ruffled up, but it was really weak. Talking about things? You're a nervous wreck. Well, Fan Nan kissed for another minute or two, and the more he kissed, the more he wanted to go home. and the more he wanted to tie someone up and bully them properly in play. After kissing, with a serious face took out his cell phone. "Comrade, I'm Fong Nan who reported to the police before. Can you bring someone to this side of the Nanqing tea restaurant? The suspect wants to ask me to meet." Chono was physically and mentally disturbed by her god reaction. Lay back against the seat and wait for her to finish communicating with the police. His aunt taught him from a young age how to judge girls, how to observe, how to avoid the emotionally unstable ones, and how to stop and pull out in time. Zhou Yi knew that Fong Nan was unstable from the first time he actually touched her. His physique is almost exhausted. She personnel first welcome, was tossed on the road cannot walk. The morning dragged his body to get breakfast to go. That kind of perverse virtuous wife's strength appeared in an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Zhou Yi then asshole were heartbroken at that time. Both heartbroken and muttering. He may have attracted one of the more troublesome types that his aunt had talked about. Sure enough, later on, when he aggravated her, she doubly aggravated herself. That feeling of oppression and suffocation, Zhou Yi could experience it for her. Don't want to coax, can't bear not to coax. Once coaxed, more vigorously, more ferocious. Chono was PUAing her unsuccessfully and was counter-PUA'd by her. His longest recorded relationship was a month and a half. After 3 years of talking to Fan Nan, the record-breaking is way ahead of the game. Although he was used to hooking up in 3 years, he loved to play, loved to tease and loved to make a fuss. And the real thing was not even once. At that time did not feel. Recall is a miracle. His attitude towards men and women in the Fongnan before very casual. I'm sure there have been thoughts of breaking up when I was annoyed with her, but also weakness and fear that she wouldn't accept doing something stupid. At that stage, Fan Nan didn't have much of a mind, and only knew that she was doing her best to give to him and be good to him. Can't control it, trying hard to control it. Green smoke rose. Zhou Yi God flew back then. It's all a little more mature now. Personally, Chono has a high tolerance for people and things. Fong Nan looked at the surface as with the elevation of social status has changed. The bones of the crazy stubborn character does not seem to change much. He definitely likes her. Has an emotional basis, feelings, passion. I'm just afraid she's too small-minded to think about how she's going to trample on people all day long. Joey's biggest advantage and also his biggest disadvantage. He doesn't do a real dog. He won't dump Fong Nan again. And he can't dump him. He doesn't dare to dump him. But once he realized that Fong Nan showed signs of wanting to dump him, he was completely disrespectful and didn't take it seriously. The thought made his brain hurt. No, it was Fong Nan who knocked his brain. She finished communicating with the police and told him to go to a designated location and wait for the police. Four Seasons Hotel, sub-penthouse level. In a suite, Huo Qingqing is wearing a set of beige home pajamas, holding a telescope as she observes the Nanqing tea restaurant through the curtains. Su Yan looked at her plump figure that was hard to cover even with her pajamas. His handsome face hung a smile, and he went over and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Has anyone come yet? Huo Qingqing, not yet. Su Yan's hand on her abdomen moved in a not very disciplined manner. I told you earlier that Fong Nan that woman's bones are not a person to be threatened. Instead of threatening with those unconvincing black materials, you might as well tie up Zhou Yi to be useful. She belongs to the category of being underwritten with feelings, and only has Zhou Yi in her eyes. No feeling for money, no feeling for power, indifferent to everyone, not even a single glance. Huo Qingqing, you know her so well. Su Yan smiled awkwardly from an angle she couldn't see. She's more famous, and many people inside and outside of school have hit on her before Zhou Yi. She simply didn't even give it a chance and never showed up for a date. Have you ever chased? Huo Qingqing turned her head and asked. Su Yan hurriedly said, you're the only one I've ever chased after. Huo Qingqing is sensitive, unbelieving, and cynical. If my object was Zhou Yi back then, I wouldn't be able to look at all the men in Linchang. So it's not that she's noble, it's just that she gets what she wants, and it's the smartest kind of means to do it to men. Su Yan wanted to say that Fong Nan and Zhou Yi didn't even know each other at that time, and wisely didn't bother to raise the bar. Huo Qingqing asked again, do you have a grudge against Zhou Yi? I see you desperately belittling him every time you mention him. Su Yan, I have relatives with Jiangse's family. He first Jiangse beat him like that, after getting the understanding and then alarmed to make means to catch Jiang Tianyun. Look at him. His family is broke and he's still so capable? He died that father has a friend is a hand in the provincial city. Arrest my aunt is also the provincial city side. Things happen coincidentally. Certainly with him or his family cannot get out of it. Huo Qingqing was inexplicably annoyed in her heart. From the time Fong Nam showed up, she didn't go well anywhere. Just because she borrowed some money from a relative or friend. Her foster parents actually reported her to the police. Not only did they report it, but her grandfather and foster father, who loved her the most, treated her like a stranger. And her foster father even told the public what her mother, who was in jail, had done. Huo Qingqing has more than 2 million followers, and the comments underneath her account scolding her now number 10 to 20 million. No way to meet people. no way to make money. She had to get enough money to live in another country. She has a permanent residence permit and a visa-free passport. Chapter 78. Good dogs don't get in the way. Su Yan saw that she was always observing with a simple telescope, lowering his head against the side of her face. He's not very picky about women. At first, he couldn't see Hua Qingqing, but after he was really together, he realized that it was a different feeling. Noticing that she has overreacted to some of his words in the past few days, Su Yan has become more and more warm. Out of goodwill, Qingqing, asking for money is also a learning experience. Be careful not to be secretly recorded. This money cannot be directly into your account. I know of people in this area. The money to them is very safe. It's foolproof to receive the money and expose this information when you leave the country. Hua Qingqing was compelled by his words and her heart was in turmoil. Then I'll never be able to go back to China. Su Yan, it's not a matter of going back or not. It's that there's no place for you here. Whether you and the woman in jail do not do identification, they are sure that you are her daughter. You are a thief. Vested interests still enmity. Hua Qingqing, would you look at me like that? Su Yan, how can that be? I love you. No matter what you become, you are the person on the tip of my heart. In my eyes, you are the most innocent. Fong Nan is the thief. She is already so accomplished, yet she can't tolerate you, making things worse, vicious to the extreme. Your adoptive parents are no good either, not remembering old times in the slightest and pushing people to the brink of extinction. Hua Qingqing's hand trembled as she held the binoculars. Her face had hatred, ruthlessness. She can't afford to take a sharp turn toward intimacy. Social status. She must destroy the so-called biological daughter that her adoptive parents valued the most, so that they can see clearly what a shameless Fong Nan is. If you are not good, no one is good. Su Yan's eyes had some depth to them. He likes to control everything left and right without a word. He had provoked Jiang Su and Zhou Yi, and he was credited with the first fight, but everyone would not associate him with it. He has provoked Zhou Yi and Fong Nan, unintentionally mentioned many of Zhou Ye's ex-girlfriends, and quietly aroused Fong Nan's curiosity. But that, even did not add his WeChat, do not want to know more. He has similarly provoked Tong Jingji and Zhou Yi to see Tong Jingji being Zhou Ye's dog while trying to bite his master at any time. There is no contradiction. Mir couldn't look at Zhou Ye's face and didn't want to see the world revolve around one person. Su Yan is a professional musician who has been playing rock since he was a teenager. Not exactly a hit, but wherever he picks up his guitar must be the centerpiece. Until Chono enters his circle. Half-assed musicianship, miserable guitar playing, singing just that much better than average, technical singing a million miles away from myself. But as soon as he gets on stage and opens his voice, even if he sings a pile of S, the stage will still be crazy. Women really crazy, men fake crazy. He stands there and just yells a few times and it completely takes the wind out of his sails. Together, even a few escort girls forgot their status and grabbed Zhouya's side. He started to get along well with Chono. Slowly, the sight of the man began to upset him, and he wanted to destroy him and make him lose everything. He didn't fall behind at Chao Ye and secretly tripped up his opponent at the hotel. In short, when Zhou Yi was bad, he was in a good mood. The time he hit Jiang Su, Su Yan was the first to testify to Jiang Su, thinking about Zhou Yi breaking into this kind of trouble. Dead. As a result, I heard that not only did a big shot from Tianhe intervene, but also the driver of Qin Ziyuan from the provincial capital stepped in to try to get the provincial capital to take care of this kind of small case. Su Yan was being hammered by reality and had to admit a fact. People just owe countless debts, but also much stronger than him. Fong Nan developed to find him as a driver's assistant. Even his girlfriend Hua Qingqing mentioned Zhou Yi, are not with their own empathy, a piece to hate each other. Su Yan was afraid that Hua Qingqing would be slow to get started and continued. Baby, I'll tell you again. Don't mention the amount on the phone. Everything has to be in reality to make sure there is no audio or video recording to talk about. I've consulted my dad's company's legal affairs, and it's called blackmail with evidence, but not without evidence. You are again this complicated relationship. Most likely you get the money to disappear. They will not pursue. In the way of reputation will not really pursue. Hua Qingqing uncomfortably pressed the back of his hand. I know all. You don't say too much. Don't want to involve you. I'm not afraid in foreign countries. In case it's done as a case, it's easy to check on you. Su Yan, for your sake, this involvement is nothing. Besides, it's impossible to implicate me. The person who collects the money has nothing to do with me. The two were discussing how much would be appropriate. There was a doorbell ringing, followed by a knock on the door. Mr. Su, is it convenient to open the door? The surveillance shows that another person has checked into your room, and the police comrade has come over to verify it. Su Yan froze. Hua Qingqing shuddered when she heard the word police. She dropped the binoculars and looked back to grab Su Yan's arm. Husband, what to do? The police are definitely coming to arrest me. Su Yan barely composed himself. You hide in the bedroom first. I'll see what's going on. Huo Qingqing panicked and ran into the room, covering the door. Su Yan walked towards the door and straightened his clothes. I'll be living alone. No need to check. A voice changed at the door at this point. Unfamiliar. A police officer at first hearing. Please open the door. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to ask Manager Lu to get the room card. Su Yan frowned and tried to speak, but was dumbfounded by the police's undoubtedly certain voice. He had no choice but to open the door. See a man and woman wearing masks in addition to the police. Su Yan's gaze was fixed. Fan Nan, Zhou Yi, you, what are you guys doing here? Su Yan's heart thumped as he squeezed out a smile and asked. Zhou Yi also laughed. This is not a check room record. See a familiar name. Come to see if it is you personally. I did not expect really? Su Yan, you're in the same room as the suspect? You two won't be accomplices. He turned his head to look at the lead policeman. Comrade, if the person is in his room, is he harboring him? Su Yan went over and hooked Zhou Yi's shoulder. Don't joke. People are not in my place. Give me a face. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi opened his arm. What kind of face do you have? You think everyone else is a cutie except you who is smart. Right. Roll. Get out of my way. Su Yan's face clouded over as his gaze turned to Fong Nan. Fong Nan added for Zhou Yi. My husband says good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Don't delay the police case. A few policemen guessed at their relationship and entered with them. Not to mention Fong Nan's own social status. She was also Huo Jingzhou's daughter and Master Huo's granddaughter. Active report looking for someone. Got to be responsible for helping her find it. Chapter 79, Black Materials. Huo Qingqing was completely flustered when she was found by the police. She hadn't been able to wake up from her status as the Huo family's first lady. Borrow money everywhere or ask for it. There is fear. Not much. I've done a lot of things since I was a kid that I'm afraid of. And I've come out unscathed. Junior high school bullies others. Doing self-publishing reviews allegedly illegal. Everything was backed up by my adoptive father and my grandfather's handful of contacts turning a blind eye. The biggest trouble she's ever gotten into is that people are suing her. One phone call from Grandpa and the side withdraws the case and agrees to a private settlement. This time it's different. The one who brought the police to the door this time was Fong Nan, who truly had the blood of the Huo family in her body. How did you find this so quickly? She didn't even use her ID to get a room. The police were also quite polite to Huo Qingqing. They didn't even make a move. They just politely asked her to cooperate and go under investigation. Huo Qingqing said she wanted to make a phone call, and they didn't stop her. Just watch as Huo Qingqing dials number after number. The leader of the group quietly pressed his cell phone off in his pocket without a trace, not wanting to receive any pleading calls. Huo Qingqing adoptive parents, grandfather, one by one to beat once did not seek forgiveness. People on the verge of collapse, resentment, rushed to the police roared, I did not break the law. The policeman took out the formalities and handed them to her, proving that she had been filed and summoned more than once before she blackmailed Fong Nan. Huo Qingqing was dumbfounded, her gaze skimming over Su Yan's face who was avoiding her, and settling on the face of that Zhou Yi that many girls knew. I was far away last time and didn't get a good look, this time close and clear. He really is what his best friend commented. In real life he shines brighter than all those retouched celebrities. She went to look at Fong Nan again, her eyes full of resentment almost overflowing. Not fair. Why should one person's presence take away everything from another? A victim himself. If she hadn't been switched and enjoyed a paradise-like life, Huo Qingqing would have gotten used to the darkness. They gave her everything, cruelly took it away, not to mention ruined everything for her. Fong Nan's gaze lightly collided with her and asked the police. She not only defrauded me, but also threatened me by saying that she had black information about me in her hands, and demanded that I meet up and talk about it. Legally speaking, this totally belongs to attempted extortion and intimidation, because I don't have any black information at all. Huo Qingqing clenched her fists, her lips wriggled, her voice was low under the exertion. Don't you regret it? It's not too late to let me go. Fong Nan, I'm not sure if I'll regret it afterward. You're the one who will definitely regret it. I have to remind you, a lot of things don't look like much, but if you add them up, you'll be spending your best years in jail. Think carefully. Huo Qingqing, you won't have a good end. You crappy person who's been adopted. She broke her defense, and Fong Nan was completely unfazed, only saying to the police officer, isn't she still suspected of many laws concerning your police when she rants like that? Be sure to add this one to her when you prosecute. Seeing Su Yan about to leave, Fong Nan added, I suspect him of being an accomplice, and this retard ranting in front of me doesn't look like someone with a brain. I'll kill you. Huo Qingqing shrilly lunged towards Fong Nan. She moved so fast, the police didn't even notice. Zhou Yi stomped the man out without much effort. Only then did the police hold Huo Qingqing down left and right and take control. Fan Nan, is she going to hit the cop behind me? Attempted assault on a police officer is also on the list. Zhou Yi swept her a glance and pulled the person away, stopping the words, don't delay the police case. Fong Nan also swept him away. waiting for the police to take Hua Qingqing and Su Yan away together before saying, compassion? You don't even have the strength to kick someone. Zhou Yi, don't talk too much nonsense to people without brains. Fong Nan, she's bound to hate me to the bone anyway, so of course I'm going to get her as hard as I can. You didn't hear her scolding me? Who do you stand with? Shono, going nuts again. Fong Nan walked to him, slightly angled her head, raised her hand to pick his chin. That's how I am. Whoever messes with me, I'll do my best to retaliate. Don't like to see it. Ah, you mess with me. I am the same. I've messed with you 800 times, and you've gotten back at yourself every time. Instead of messing with you, you want to get back at me. Shono removed her small paw, interrupted, and took the hedgehog into his arms. Fan Nan bit his neck, leaving a few shallow teeth marks, and hugged him back tightly. Shono stroked her back, sniffed her hair, and raised his eyes to the window. She doesn't really have a hard heart, and she's openly trying to show that she has a hard heart. She doesn't have much money either, as can be seen in her attitude towards money before she recognized her parents. It's not like she's intentionally trying to screw Hua Qingqing, or even screw her, and there's pressure. She's been good with her parents for a while now, and will be considerate of what they think. What they think. She must also be very afraid that Hua Qingqing really has some material in her hands, and she minds those 3 years in the past, when she was most wretched and without dignity. At that stage, she was proud to the core and had an extremely low self-esteem. Zhou Yi kissed her eyes. Buy you dinner? Hungry? Fong Nan's eyelashes fluttered. Don't you treat me. I'll treat you and feed you so you'll remember a few more points of how good I've been to you. You've always been good in my heart. Like you said. You know me better than I thought you did, and I know you just as well as you thought I did. Fan Nan, what was the name of that studio you did? Big Rain Media. Short video account called Rain Vladimir came. A small hit, a total of just under $1 million of investment. Is the hotel still doing it? Not for a while. No money. Too risky in case the money in hand is the last of my mom's family money. Fong Nan beamed and hooked his neck to find balance. If you're afraid of being poor, I'll give you some more money and you save it. Don't do business, okay? I'm afraid that once you have money you will be the same as before. Zhou Yi, from luxury to frugality. I have experienced both heaven and earth, and I have realized the preciousness of money. My mom told me a sentence. She said a lot of things. A lot of experience will only be felt personally, will be taken seriously. People's growth and change are often instantaneous. These 3 years, I'm afraid of being poor. I'm afraid I can't even afford to pay for my mom to get sick. Now want to make money is not much like money. My father so love face. Would rather jump off a building, do not want to face millions of families, do not want to involve friends, do not want me and my mom because he was affected too much. This is my sons always have to find a way to put his heart that stigma down, have the ability to say, not a little idea and action or not. When I have enough money, I'll butt heads with the Lin Chang side and take over the project in Lin Yuan New City and take it over. UMO and my cousin uncle are in the engineering business, so I'll pack it up for the two of them. Fong Nan, I thought you were making money because you wanted to regain your style as the Duke Zhou of Lin City back then. Zhou Yi, actually, I'm a person with a lot of substance. Didn't you realize? Fuanan patted him lightly and headed out first. Zhou Yi followed. The idea iterated, almost forgot one thing. You hurry to call the police. Let them sue Yan and Hua Qingqing's cell phone confiscation. First check the phone. I see the police a bit of mud, meaning, when family matters in dealing with, Hua Qingqing just called them all to stay enough time. Fong Nan, I said. I have no black material. I'm not afraid of her exposure. Shono, make the call and do as I say. Fan Nan, you won't really take a video of me or have something to say that someone else knows. Zhou Yi, stupid or not, it's Jiang Se, almost forgot about him. He must have gotten hold of a lot of the doorway surveillance, including the infield surveillance. Otherwise Hua Qingqing wouldn't be so confident. Damn, I just remembered this. What happened to the surveillance? Fuanan was in a cloud. Zhou Yi, the surveillance can capture your dumbass sleeping in the car. May also be able to capture some images of the two of us occasionally intimate. Think about it, in case someone exposes you to a kissing photo, and then rumors about your little 3-character these. Fake is not scary it. Fan Nan stirred and quickly picked up his cell phone. She also remembered. Many times in order to declare her sovereignty, she caught Zhou Yi in front of other girls and pounced on him, nibbling on him. Chapter 80, Fish Death. The police private phone is perversely not working. Zhou Yi held her and quickly went downstairs to chase after her. And Hua Qingqing in the police car is at war in her heart at the moment. She still has her cell phone. The file has edited graphics, text, and various intercepted videos. Send it out and the consequences could be worse. Without sending it out, Hua Qingqing was about to explode with anger and rage. Fong Nan was the murderer who caused her to be so, and now she has everything that originally belonged to her. It's not that she doesn't have room for others. She wouldn't have been ostracized and abandoned by her adoptive parents herself. She already has the Hua family, her parents, her boyfriend, but begrudgingly gives her a fortune to get her far away from here. Fong Nan, alarmed, just did not put her in the eyes in the slightest. That kind of contemptuous eyes? Look at the trash general playfulness. Hua Qingqing's lips will be bitten through, knowing full well that once you are taken to the police station and the process is formalized, the phone will never be available again. The thick resentment destroyed her sanity, and she quickly found out everything and transmitted it to her 1 million plus Twitter account, followed by a quick resting of the screen. Both relieved and powerless, he dropped back into his seat. Su Yan, who was beside him, was originally thinking of a countermeasure. Some of Hua Qingqing's small movements he saw in his eyes, but only didn't have the energy to think about it, to pay attention to it. He shouldn't be too much of a problem. He only discussed these charges of extortion and blackmail with Hua Qingqing alone, and without evidence. Fong Nan and Zhou Yi can't do anything about it. Even if they were bitten back by Hua Qingqing, they just needed to die without admitting it. There is clarity in the mind. He turns his head to look at Hua Qingqing. What were you just posting? Hua Qingqing, evidence of Fong Nan's adoption. Su Yan's throat was dry. Hua Qingqing was sent abroad, and no one else could find her. This is in a police car. So many of the videos in there were obtained by Su Yan looking for Jiangsu to break the law, and none of them were actual evidence yet. Su Yan was originally certain that he wouldn't even be detained. Now, there is a possibility that a crime is involved. Whether it's the Hua family or the unreadable background behind Zhou Yi, there are some things he never dares to do only in the dark. Su Yan shivered, his handsome face pale as he went to grab Hua Qingqing's cell phone. Damn it, hurry up and delete it. Hua Qingqing dodges, and the police officer sitting on the side goes to control some of Su Yan's overzealous movements. Be honest. Hua Qingqing looked at the urgent anger in her boyfriend's eyes. Strangely, the heart ached for a moment and laughed at itself. People Fong Nan's boyfriend, when he runs into something, he will think of the first time to protect, even if the one who kicked her is her own boyfriend. When he comes across things, looks at her like he wants to kill her. Hua Qingqing man cool. She clearly intends to never implicate Su Yan even if she breaks the law, but the man never took her seriously. Did he get out of the emotional trap? All of Hua Qingqing's people have gotten a little smarter. It was Su Yan. Without him instigating and coming up with ideas, she couldn't have gotten this far. It was Su Yan's idea to run home crying and apologizing in the first place, so that she would behave better and let her parents know that Fong Nan's origins were not clean. As a result, her adoptive mother reacted violently, and if she hadn't run fast, she would have been beaten at least half to death. Compel her adoptive parents to her feelings must have. Borrow money and then continue to ask for money. Cannot go to grandpa's house. It does not work. Follow the extortion Fong Nan. The men around her are half the reason she is where she is today. Hua Qingqing didn't cry when she was kicked, but now her tears are falling. Stupidity seems to have fallen out along with the tears. She took one last look at Su Yan and turned her head, handing her cell phone over to the police for safekeeping. Su Yan in the car words are not convenient to say. Move and cannot move. Put the last hope on Jiangsu. He was looking for Jiangsu to ask for some videos, completely indirectly attacking Zhou Yi on Jiangsu's behalf. Among the people he was familiar with, only Jiangsu's family was the most powerful. That is, Jiang Tianyun had been arrested, and his connections were definitely still there for the time being. Jiangsu listened to the aftermath. The words responded to the leakage of the wind. Not clear. The meaning Su Yan understood. He was so self-involved that if he hadn't been consumed in the hospital, he would have been taken away for investigation long ago. Monitor or not, Jiangsu pretended not to understand. It means that Su Yan himself went to the bar to find an acquaintance to secretly transfer it. Zhou Yi was halfway through chasing the police car when he noticed Fong Nan's abnormality. The small, glistening face went even whiter, her chest heaving as she breathed heavier. He gave her a concerned look. What's wrong? Fong Nan, Hua Qingqing posted all the so-called black information about me in her hand on Weibo. Zhou Yi drove faster. Go get her cell phone. Fong Nan, the amount of reprints is already a lot in just a few seconds, so what's the point of deleting it? And I'm afraid she'll delete it herself soon. Chono, what's it all about? Fong Nan held back her tears. You parked the car and saw for yourself. Chono pulled over and took the cell phone. The one who sent the micro was Hua Qingqing account. She has over 2 million fans on her short video account and over 1 million on her Twitter account. Due to Hua Jingzhou's long article targeting Lincheng Hospital, the heat about Fong Nan, Hua Qingqing, and other people and events had risen strangely fast. This blog post, from the moment it was sent out, was a step on top of the traffic. The article has text, pictures, video, and various recordings of people involved ambiguously confirming that Fan Nan has been adopted. Su Yan, as a mutual friend, said that the rich young man was generous and gave Fong Nan at least 200,000 pocket money every month. Suli said that she could not see both the wanting and the wanting Fong Nan, who took so much money every month and could not recognize herself. There are recordings of other people whose names Chawano forgot even have been asked about, either over the phone or in casual conversation. All of these people are not saying that Fong Nan was adopted, probably for fear of taking the blame, and they are all indirectly telling everyone, so that people can realize it by themselves. The text starts with Fan Nan enrolling in school, being called in bad faith, and going out of his way to accept money from a rich young man. Then 3 years later, when the rich young man's family has a change of heart, Fan Nan rolls up the money and decides to withdraw for a new gold master. Zhou Ye's and Fong Nan's faces are clearly visible in both the picture and the video. It's basically a surveillance image of the Wanderlust bar with a clear time display. Almost every week, Fan Nan would appear twice. There's the unsolicited kiss photo, the shadowed cuddling between the two in the car, and the fact that she's alone in the car, staring and waiting. It's hard to tell if it's real or not. This little essay is vicious to the point of professionalism. One can only imagine the impact of the current climate of public opinion. The end of the article in particular hinted at an even more explosive follow-up video, to the point where comments skyrocketed shortly after the tweet was posted. Zhou Ye's hand holding the cell phone was so hard that it trembled slightly. These videos are all there is to it. There is no way there can be a follow-up, but the publisher did it on purpose to gain heat. Rumors are rumors. For women, this kind of rumor someone dares to send, or it is sent via a big V, which will cause direct destructive force without distinguishing between truth and falsehood. Chapter 81, Familiar State. The carriage was silent. The video on the phone was also silent. Fong Nan took the cigarette on the center console and lit one. She would smoke, not often, worried about affecting your skin, affecting your teeth. More, the smoke choked her and she coughed, hiding her eyes that were brimming with tears. All she knew was that she loved Choono those years and was obsessed with him. No recollection of how cheap and lowly the love was. The video brings much of the unpleasantness and pain to light. The recorded voices, familiar or unfamiliar, whipped her over and over again, both. In anyone's eyes, he wasn't, or not, and hated him for so long. Hidden fear surged in, and Fong Nan's brain tended to go blank. Her persona, her family, her company, even everything, all suffer extremely serious repercussions if not handled properly. Fuanan was in a weird emotional rut. Choono went for her hand and was dodged. Let's call the police and block her account first. Fan Nan asked, do you have that much energy? Zhou Yi, patience, this is unsubstantiated rumors. The case will be closed. Fong Nan, is it useful to block it? You take a look at the comment trend and see how heavy and vicious the comments are towards my malice. It's useless to remove the hot search. Only arresting people is useful. Whoever spreads rumors will be arrested. Choono, this will all take time. Just calm down. Fong Nan's tears came to her eyes. Aren't you so proud of yourself? The video is all about me being a. From beginning to end, it's all about me being cheap, being adopted. Choono fell silent and was about to wipe her eyes when his hand was opened. Seeing that he could not communicate, he restarted the car and proceeded to the police station. Go file a case and ask for the post to be deleted first. And during this time, there was not a moment when the two men's cell phones went silent. It's afternoon in the blink of an eye. Neither has eaten yet. Seeing that she was not in the right mood, Zhou Yi got out of the car and packed some simple food. Fan Nan was just short on words and out of his mind. Less time, tweets, short videos, everywhere these things about her being adopted. Zhou Yi, eat something and I'll send you home. Uncle and aunt have connections. Let them help you make up your mind. My side will also clarify this matter for you. Fong Nan mumbled. I don't have the face to see them, and I don't want to disgrace them. Zhou Yi, don't be so negative, okay? Things have already gone wrong. Fong Nan, I said earlier to set up a situation to catch what Ching. You blocked to not let. You back then even a little bit better to me. This matter will not be used as a threat to joke about my handle. Why is it that you are the one who was slagged and I am the one who was attacked? Zhou Yi saw that she never ate anything. I'll send you back to Hua's house. I said no going back. Zhou Yi fixed his eyes. It's not like I'm the one who exposed all this. What are you pissing at me for? Where to go? Say. Fong Nan was stunned by the ferocity, followed by losing her temper. I'm not going anywhere. Choono was disgusted with her in this state. 3 years ago she was like that, half dead when her heart was not in the right place. The brain doesn't move and the words don't come out properly. Zhou Yi looked at him for a few more seconds and picked up his cell phone. Auntie Xie, I'm on Qingfeng Road with Nan Nan. He finished the call, unbuckled his seatbelt and said, wait here for your mom to pick you up. I'm going. Fong Nan was agitated by him and couldn't get off the stage. If you dare to leave, I'll dare to prosecute you. Prosecution is nothing but losing money. Prosecute early. Losing money is better than losing your life. Nerve, with you sooner or later no life. Fong Nan was dying of anger as she saw that the blackmail was not moving. She dug in and forced him to sign the contract. He doesn't take the contract seriously or her at all. Eat her, drink her, live her, play her. Still has the nerve to be as mean to himself as he was back then. on the basis that she is unlikely to sue him. Seeing him unbuckle his seatbelt and slam the door to go, Fong Nan was confused, quickly got out of the car and choked out, "Can you let me? I've let you countless times." Shouno took a step. Fan Nan threw herself heavily into his arms and whimpered and cried out. She couldn't accept the humiliation, the embarrassment, that she had deliberately forgotten, being seen and known by everyone. She was also really afraid to go see anyone at the moment. Zhou Ye's shoulders were wet, and as he embraced her, his thoughts were disturbed. For a long time, waiting for her emotions to smooth out a bit, he pretended to be relaxed. Mouths don't care about Hua Qingqing threat. The result is that people lose a 3. You can't afford it. Nanner, I had a period of time just like you now. Do not want to see anyone. It's called a thought barrier. It doesn't matter if you open it. Often the pressure you think is as big as a mountain is just a matter of walking through it. And when things go wrong, negativity is most useless and too weak. Fong Nan's eyes rubbed against his shoulder. Smothering, standing and talking doesn't hurt. Zhou Yi smacked her effort, holding her pretty face, kissed her tears clean. If you are angry with me, hurry up and do it. I guarantee to let you hit enough money. If you are angry with others, take up the weapons of the law. Let them all pay the price. Don't be angry at yourself. My heart hurts. Fong Nan hit and hugged again. You really aren't afraid of being sued by me and becoming poor again. Fear not. It's not like you're bound to win in a lawsuit, and it's not like you'll get a result in a short time. I'm afraid you'll be sad, and then you'll be angry with yourself. Change your temper, adjust it, or go see a psychiatrist. You're too emotional. 1 second is not afraid of not afraid. The next second with a no one wants a poor worm as obedient. Let your parents give you the idea. Give them the opportunity to protect you. You're not going to mind me? Zhou Yi, I don't have a background as deep as yours. How can I manage? Moreover, public opinion is ever changing. Now the spearhead is on you. Maybe the next moment will be on me. What I can do is to make a clarification for you. I think it will not work and at the same time will lead to fire. Fan Nan, then keep your mouth shut for a while. Aha. Zhou Yi looked at a car not far away. Your mom is coming. I'll hide first. Fan Nan, move the car. Chapter 82. Zhou Yi had just left when Xie Danqing's car arrived. Fuanan saw her get out of the car and walk quickly, somewhat avoiding her concerned eyes. Xie Danqing went to the near front, saw her eyes abnormal, and asked urgently, Nan, why are you crying? No. Xie Danqing was distressed and went to hug her. It's okay, there's Mom. Fong Nan was stunned. The tears that had just been cleaned up by Zhou Yi resurfaced, and the emotions that came suddenly made her cry even more fiercely than she had just done. She thought that Xie Danqing must first ask her about public opinion when they met, ask her about Hua Qingqing, ask Zhou Yi where he went, and ask many. She didn't ask anything. It's like whatever you do wrong is not a thing. Fong Nan couldn't say anything, just crying, completely uncontrollable crying. No one had ever given her that feeling since she was a little girl. Dependable, trustworthy, loving, tolerant. Xie Danqing's eyes were also wet, and she repeatedly soothed and comforted. It was a long time before the two grew calm. Back to the car. Xie Danqing did not immediately start the car. Holding her small hand warmly asked a few words before laughing. Hot search can be withdrawn by spending money. Your father understands these. As for those malicious rumor mongers, just report it to the police. You're a student of law. You still don't understand this? Not afraid. These days Mom will take you abroad to take a break and leave this mess to your dad. Let's live our own lives and don't worry about anything else. If the company is affected, Mom will help you make 3 more, 5 more. Anyway, your father and I will keep everything in the house for you for the time being, and it will belong to you sooner or later. Xie Danqing stroked her small face. What is the package or not? Not important at all. Which girl meets 19 or 20 years old Xiao Zhou will not be confused. You have no money and no family, people can still look at you. My daughter must be more excellent. Fong Nanrun slowed down a bit. You don't think I'm a disgrace to the family? Xie Danqing, for Mom, to be able to find you, retrieve you, the heavier and heavier knot will be opened. The other is really not important at all. The internet is a great place to read all these nonsense comments. I can read them if I want to, and if I don't want to, they won't affect me. Who dares to come in front of me to chew the tongue? You see me fan or not fan him? Fong Nan lowered her eyebrows and whispered, Mom, I'll drive. Xie Danqing, no need. She responded, snapping her head around to look at her daughter who was getting ready to get out of the car to come to the main drive. Fong Nan called out, and the last bit of strangeness between Xie Danqing is gone. I can't accompany you abroad. This is quite troublesome. The company is not mine alone. I have to cooperate with the public relations. Mom, when this storm passes, I'll go with you again. Xie Danqing, anything, depends on your will. She stammers a bit and has no words. Xiao Zhou was so handsome back then. Fong Nan, just like that. With the ghost fire teenager you said is just short of a head of yellow hair. If not, the family does not allow earrings. Tattoos are arranged. Xia Danqing, it's been 2 or 3 years since we split up, and you still can't let him go? Fong Nan hesitantly nodded and added, he is quite good, a lot more mature than before. I don't know how, just can't forget. Actually change the position. He is really quite good to me. Money and material have asked for. Willing to recognize that I am his girlfriend. I don't want his money. In fact, spent him don't know how much. I'm not sure how much I've spent on him. Helping him save up sounds pretty noble, but it's just that I think it's noble. He was right in that relationship between the two of us, and not being liked was my problem, not his. Xia Danqing, what Qingqing's tweets imply that the second half of the video is. Fuanan blushed slightly. There can't be. Xia Danqing breathed a sigh of relief. I was having a hard time. If these really exist, then Xiaozhou's character is too bad. By the way, daughter, does he like you or not? Fan Nan should like it. He's not very good at acting in that regard. Xia Danqing wanted to ask about the more private ones, didn't bother, and only said in an unusual manner, do you two have any plans to get married? Fuanan shook his head. Did he not, or did you not? I don't know. Xia Danqing, mom has just reunited with you. She really doesn't want you to marry someone else right away. You find a chance to test the waters and see if he's willing to join the family if you really get married. Fong Nan, this doesn't need to be tried. He definitely won't join the family. His family has reached his 3rd generation of single transmission, and he is so filial. Xia Danqing, we're so poor. Why do we still care about these worldly rules? When he comes to our home, mom will definitely treat him as her own son, and will not condescend to him. He's not very poor. How much? $20 to $30 million is estimated there. This is still not poor. His dad, Zhou Changjiang, valued a logistics company at more than $10 billion in the beginning, and the real estate company is doing even more. As they chatted, Fong Nan's cell phone resumed ringing. This was the 4th call from Yan Ximin today. Fong Nan didn't turn on the external audio and opened the window slit to disperse the volume to avoid being heard by his mom. Sister Min, Yan Ximin, what exactly is the situation on your boyfriend's side? Didn't I tell you to tell him to hurry up and come out and clarify? I'm here to help you keep up with the public relations. She spoke in a depressing tone. What I'm most worried about is that what you're doing with him is being exposed, and it still turned out to be such a mess. Fan Nan, do you realize the disastrous effect this has had on Warren? I don't know how many people all over the net are begging for lace videos about you. It's so hot that it can't even be suppressed. E-commerce stores, live broadcasts are full of hacking you, and sales have been forced to be suspended. Early to remind you this year or two, do not fall in love. Do not continue to involve with your ex-boyfriend. Tinker let Django interfere. You two send people to the detention center. Fong Nan, his family is a bit special and it's not convenient to respond too much directly. You say what to do. I'll listen to you to cooperate. Yan Ximin, how special? You're out of your mind. Still thinking for him. Does he care if you live or die? Fong Nan frowned. Things are already like this. No one wants to become like this. If you really think that I'm affecting Warren, then break up the partnership. You say to the public that you've kicked me out of the company. Yan Ximin interrupted. Don't talk about these useless things. Give me his contact information. I'll communicate with him. Fan Nan, can't give it. Don't want you to bother him. Yan Ximin sneered in exasperation. We've been friends for several years, and the company adds up. I don't even have the qualifications to make a phone call to him. Right. Fan Nan, it's not the same thing. If he was capable of fixing it, he'd already be doing it without you calling. Okay, you're good. Fong Nan, don't be in a hurry. Wait and see. My parents' side said they can help withdraw the hot search. Yan Ximin, if withdrawing the hot search works, I don't need your parents to step in. If you withdraw it today and put it up again in a few days, does it work? What I want is you as a person. This persona should never collapse the room. Phew, forget it. You don't need to care about the next thing. You can't understand half of it. Tianhe City, Warren headquarters office. A woman in her 30s stood by the window, having just put down her cell phone. She was dressed in black workplace clothes and had a slender figure. Her looks were medium to high, but her 5'7" height and cold temperament made her person seem very English and oppressive. It was Yan Ximin who was looking out the window. Lost in thought, Yan Ximin asked herself that she knew Fong Nan quite well. Effort, hard work, responsible, clean, personality is cold. Marketing out of the popularity in, external some things on the never made a mistake. Basically no possibility of collapse of the house. She couldn't read the other side at all now. Consuming Forest City to go backward and make such a big scandal for a bull ex-boyfriend who dumped her. 2 years. Yan Ximin had told Fong Nan countless times that she could make the company public within 2 years. Let her not fall in love and not appear negative. Even if you want to talk about some valuable people. The first priority is to go public. Ever since Fong Nan went to Linchang, Yan Ximin's foreboding had been bad. Fearful of things to come, and still she stabbed her in such a big way. Fong Nan's looks and figure are all too good to be true, and he has been rumored to be a big V. He has been rumored to be a big V, in addition to whether or not it is a rumor. Yan Ximin now do not dare to believe Fong Nan. Thinking about it, Yan Ximin took her cell phone and contacted her assistant. What I asked you to check, did you find out? Mr. Yan, I'm still checking the details, so I'll send you some information first. Yan Ximin saw that WeChat had received the file and hung up with it. Chapter 83. Okay. In the document was more detailed information about Zhou Yi, much more detailed than the ones that Django had inquired about. Yan Ximin is discreet and looks at people. It's a result of the environment she lives in and her personality. Checking it out, Yan Shermin began to be surprised. Zhou Yi's father is doing real estate and logistics. His mother is a very common 211 college professor, long retired. On the contrary, his grandfather Zhou Hanting quite legendary, the provincial chamber of commerce of the general president. The whole 2 decades of Linchang richest in the province are absolutely ranked. Grandfather is a soldier, due to injuries from the army, and then from the business. The family is equally not simple. More specific has not been found out. The more Yan Ximin looked at it, the more surprised she became. Zhou Yi was born into a family like this, where he was the only late bloomer in the entire immediate family. You can imagine how favored. It's quite normal to look at Shangnan. A stunning beauty shines everywhere, but to talk about it for 3 years is a bit unbelievable. A rich young master with this kind of capital, and so handsome and fun-loving. How did you put up with a woman of Fong Nan's character for 3 years? I can't tell until I run into something, but when I do, Yan Ximin is so angry that she wants to slap her. The axis, which does not distinguish between primary and secondary, recognizes only its own reasoning. Footsteps. Yasmin turned her head to look at a woman who had walked in without knocking. Su Meng, head of the PR department and her alumni. Yan Ximin was about to look for her. See people over immediately put away the phone. Please eat a meal. Discuss Fong Nan how to do this. Su Meng, I want to eat Japanese food. Yan Ximin nodded. It's good to go near Financial Street. The flavor is right, the two men said, leaving the office and getting into the car piece by piece. The suburbs are only a minute or 20 minutes from the city by expressway without traffic. Yan Ximin turned her head to look at the building that could be seen far outside the window. Since I started my business, my biggest dream was to have an office building here that belonged to our company. Su Meng propped up her frames and squinted sideways at the tallest building in her line of sight. In the clouds, there were only 2 big, golden words, .gold. She laughed. Do you think an investment firm staff can fill an 80-something story office building? Yan Ximin, the Point Gold Group? That I do know a bit about. It seems that there are only about 2,000 employees directly under this company, and the other areas are provided for the offices of some of the companies they invest in. It's an office building, but it's like a whole world inside. Shopping malls, restaurants, leisure. Su Meng summarizes. Rich 2. 3. For gathering place. Yan Ximin was slightly distracted. She also wanted to be in the financial industry before she started her business, and approached that wonderful father to see if he could get her into Point Capital through his contacts. Something that was easy for him and kept dragging his feet on helping her with it. Su Meng, don't say it. Fong Nan's ex-boyfriend is really handsome. Handsome and I want to hug and nibble for her even through the video. Yasmin, you're still in the mood for jokes. Su Meng, haven't you ever read Chicken Soup? No matter how much suffering life gives, face it with a smile. To solve things, to smile. Alas, the same end of the world. It turns out that she is a princess left behind. Hua Jingzhou's daughter. Jealousy kills me. Yan Ximin, this is good for her, not for the company. There is no money pressure. I guess the company dead or alive. She will not be more concerned, and still stay in the forest city to talk about love to find the former destiny. Do not think. 3 years ago, people can dump her. 3 years later why cannot dump again? Died once all, not long remember. Su Meng, I don't agree with this. Men and women, after the full warmth of this matter, if her ex-boyfriend is a pig, I don't understand, but if her ex-boyfriend is a dragon, I understand. It's strange to be able to commit suicide in love and get over it so easily. Indeed the best of men. Formerly, the only one in 2 large families. Talk. Yan Ximin recounted the information about Zhou Yi briefly. Su Meng, what would you say is the easiest way to stabilize Fong Nan's persona? Does not exist simply. Her origin has today's achievements. Is a normal person will think she must be relying on men? Was adopted to sit. Those of her previous acquaintances dare to name names. Not afraid of being accused. Arrested. Equal to the evidence reinforced. She herself is worthless. The video recklessly active. Ironclad facts. We help her to create the image of a commoner. Proud and stubborn. Highly intelligent and transparent. Has all collapsed. Most importantly, This image of her destined to do not know how many people are looking for follow-up video. Even I want to see. Too much contrast caused by the surface so cold and proud as a fairy. In private. Su Meng, is there a video or not? She said no, and I don't even know if I want to believe her. Su Meng, this must be believed. According to the news sent, microblogging people have been arrested. The police's short period of time to come forward to confirm that the publisher of malicious guidance. Police? This is still credible on this matter. Although, I also want to see. No cannot change out. With this on the impossible to hide. Yencher Min, don't focus on these have-nots, or think about what to do. Su Meng, you said her ex-boyfriend Joya's family was a real estate developer before, right? Aha. Let him top the thunder. How top? Diversion. Fong Nan slit her wrists is a fact. Her wrist tattoos have always been speculated a lot. Take this opportunity to publish it. All slit her wrists. Can it still be a package? It must be because of love. The real estate industry at the level of ordinary people and not very good reputation. On the woe of the East, let Fong Nan become worthy of sympathy for the one. So that her ex-boyfriend both bad and slag image fixed thoroughly some. The more black he is, the whiter Fong Nan is, which is the most basic logic. Operate well. The company's popularity sales including Fong Nan influence will be another level. So yeah, think of bad things as good things, and it is good. The monstrous traffic in riches. Is not God rushing to send us here? How much money can you spend to make such a big commotion? Yasmin, this guy has a bit of a background. Background still care about this? He did slag off the person, Fong Nan, and tortured the person to death. Fong Nan slit her wrists is not a fact? Is it a fact that she has talked about it? Even if being photographed and videotaped isn't a rumor, it's still a fact. She must be the one being sympathized with. Her experience can do more articles. Stolen by people. Living in hell can still climb out by themselves. Cannot go down. For her tears. Since it's all true and there's no defamation in rumor. It's none of our business if he has a background or not. Yen Simin clapped her hands. You grab the manuscript and finalize it. There's no rush. Let this fire for a few more days. Wait until the peak heat slips before operating. Su Meng parked her car in front of the restaurant and said before getting out, I'll take care of this, but simply sending out articles isn't enough. If you have connections, you can arrange interviews with credible celebrities, put on a play on the program, and cry on Fong Nan's behalf to make it more real. I don't think our company can put all the traffic channels on Fong Nan anymore. So you take this opportunity to become famous, and I'll help you create a persona. Yen Simin mused a little. Okay. Chapter 84, Fallacies. The heat about Fan Nan was even more intense in the next few hours. Huo Jingzhou himself is an extremely famous writer. His own daughter was switched. When the Front Heart Hospital has been on the hot search, Fong Nan's own video fans have more than 10 million, relying on her face and persona to become famous. The nature of the platform in turn predisposes many bloggers to rub it in. There is nothing about Fan Nan on the hot list, but countless people casually swiped, video after video, all related to Fong Nan. Some people are jealous and cynical. Some people out of morality criticized Fong Nan from personality to character. After the criticism did not forget to ask, who has a video? 20,000 face-to-face transactions. Being wrapped up in a sitch. There is no dignity in being a to sit on, both and sit down. The false persona is ripped away. All sorts of nasty flirtatious comments abound. Greedy and ungrateful for being sat on after getting rich off people. A living, breathing person with strengths and weaknesses. Short of being demonized. Various information about Zhou Ye's identity has also been picked up by netizens. Only hardly anyone hacked him, because he's playing the role of the $200,000 a month guy in this storm of public opinion. There are still people looking for his account and flipping him for more instances. So Zhou Ye also small-scale fire. He fire in being a lot of girls from the shortcomings of the advantages. At least then Zhou Ye generous. More handsome than male stars, or a young rich second generation. He has sung songs and made appearances, including working in a hotel after bankruptcy. Some of the people who have stayed at the Ritz-Carlton International are amazed. Spontaneously, they started posting videos to rub it in. Some people are suppressing public opinion, yet others are expanding it. The one who presses public opinion is the Huo family. The one who expands public opinion is Yen Simin, who hides Fong Nan's desire to take a gamble, and more ordinary people who want to eat melon. Mall. Li Jun carried his things and followed the two women 5 or 6 meters behind them in an inconspicuous position. While observing the surrounding situation, he glanced at the boss who was strolling around. He had one boss. Now he has two. A lot of details Li Jun can see. On the surface, although Natalie pleases Zhou Qingyu, the actual action of Zhou Qingyu hold Natalie like an ant, like fear of people running away. As soon as Nico came to Tianhe City, Zhou Qingyu immediately put down his not so much work as well. All day long with eating, drinking, playing, beauty salon, looking for famous doctors, Bye bye bye. Lee Jun was able to see with his own eyes that in Lin City, Zhou Qingyu reduced the age of Natalie Yu by 10 years for a short period of time, and then reduced it by another 10 years after he came to Tianhe City. Now Nico is at most 30 years old in appearance. Who will not think of her as more than 50 years old? Temperament and Zhou Qingyu each have 1,000 years. In short, together wherever is the eye attraction. Li Jun every time with the fear. A shock. Full attention. Zhou Qingyu went to the Cheongsam area and found a piece of oriental style in front of Nico and compared it. Try this one. It's definitely suitable for you. Nick, this is clearly a style worn by women in their 20s and 30s. Zhou Qingyu interrupted. Open up the pattern. Where is this? This is the Tianhe city with the highest degree of fashion acceptance and adaptation. An 80-year-old woman wearing these clothes won't be out of place. Go try them on. Nico insisted. No. How much did it cost you to come here? I don't feel comfortable spending yours. If I spend my own, I can't afford to spend the little money I have left for my son. Zhou Qingyu did not wait for her to finish her sentence. The clothes were taken and thrown into her arms, pushing the person directly to the guide. A few minutes later, looking at Nico who had changed her clothes and walked out, Zhou Qingyu couldn't stop staring. How ungrateful she was back then to steal someone from her. 55 years old and still looks amazing in anything. This cheongsam on her body is simply like a personalized to help her order. Already temperament and calm. This dress adds to the ancient flavor. Zhou Qingyu, good looking. Turn around and take this version and have someone order a few more styles out for you. Shopper, sister. This one is also good looking. Our sister must be very suitable. Zhou Qingyu, no more trying. This one, and that one in the same size all wrapped up. Nico couldn't stop him, so he had to take it as it was. She had long seen that Zhou Qingyu was poor and had only money left, and that she had come to Tianhe to be a target, so that Zhou Qingyu could spend money on her to try to make peace of mind. Holding Zhou Qingyu's arm, Nico turned his head and urged again, you must not tell your nephew about your identity. I'm afraid that he will float again. Observe for a while more. I gave him 25 million, enough for him to use. These 3 years it's not easy to let him down to earth a little bit. He floated up and fell down. My old life will be directly accounted for. Zhou Qingyu gave a sideways glance. Is it your Alzheimer's or do you think I'm Alzheimer's? Droning on every day. Nico, I'm afraid. Do you believe in character? This asshole is even working in a hotel and almost killed Jiangsu. So who do you think he'd put up with if he knew his aunt was the chairman of Point Gold? Life is all about twists and turns. He is not as good as your character. You are so proud to encounter the matter still know the circuitous. All you caused. Zhou Qingyu let himself not laugh. Cold, you were born you do not have time to teach? Always here to blame the interesting no. Nico, how can I teach him when my whole family hates to fight me when I teach him a little? I even suspect you're deliberately using my son to give me blinders. You're rising to the level of personality here. And I'm not going to harm my father's eyeballs. I'm looking at you as a bad, fake person. And I don't want my nephew to be like you. Nico, have you been following public opinion? Someone else is paying attention for me. And it's not just that crap about Cubs and Fong Nan. Nico is worried. Fong Nan, that girl's heart is not big. I'm afraid that this round of netstorms she is not good to carry. Your company is not one of the shareholders of the video platform. You have face? Zhou Qingyu, do you really treat her like a daughter-in-law? I mostly see that Ono kind of likes her. He hasn't been into girls in years. Zhou Qingyu, that's because of you. You piled the pressures of life on him and made him almost get crushed to death. Who has the leisure to be moved when you can't even live? MS. Nico, you're the one who tends to get blindsided when you involve your own people. What did you say about the fight? He hasn't been that impulsive in 3 years. How come he got into a fight as soon as Fong Nan came back? I'm sure she likes Ono, but this girl doesn't seem right to me. With her polite, courteous, affectionate, and uninteresting demeanor in front of the two of us, there's no way the pups would have been able to hang out with her for so many years. If you hadn't instructed me to hide it from the cub, I would have done so now. Only by concealing him can I see more clearly how many people and how many ghosts are around him. Otherwise you really think I've been brainwashed by that fallacy of yours and chose to conceal it for you. I can't wait to pay him a lot of money right away, to love and protect him for the rest of his life on behalf of my parents. My brother, I know what you mean. You want me to call the person in charge of the platform to help her press public opinion. This phone call is definitely not possible, unless the Cubs come to me. Of course he won't find me. I'm just a bit of money in his eyes financial hitman. Natalie sighed. I was lamenting her life. What happened to her? It's so pitiful. She poor as her parents' pure waste. Xiaoyu was born in that hospital. My brother gave all the hospital nurses all the big red packets. My father found 3 professional female nurses shift 24 hours to keep an eye on his baby grandchildren. Who is poor enough to be hospitalized there? The child can be dropped as not waste is what? Natalie wanders off. I miss Ono. Zhou Qingyu jammed. His voice quickly softened. Take you to try the new dishes to go. These days you accompany me to the south again. The climate there is good. Went there once many years ago. Want to go again to see and play? Nico, I really want to go back to see him. It's not that you didn't entertain him. Jo Ching-yu, want to also endure. First normalize your body, and then go to work in my company. I'll call Ono then. Jo Ching-yu, with you as his mom. I'm worried for him. If you don't worry about him, he'll get tired of you, calling several times a day. Natalie glanced at her without dialing. She is not afraid of her son to annoy himself. Is she a call with her son is 10 or 20 minutes? Jo Ching-yu bored under the should be annoyed. Chapter 85, I miss you again. The Hua family. The atmosphere at the table was slightly odd. Hua Jingzhou looked at his daughter, who was eating, and his wife, who was helping her with her food, and picked up the wine goblet and drank a small glass. These days the money to withdraw the hot search is spent. The report should be reported, and all the connections that can be found have also been found. Public opinion remains subdued. Not only can't it be suppressed, it's getting worse. Hua Jingzhou didn't blame his daughter. As the wife said, don't say you weren't adopted. It's the parent's responsibility to be adopted. He just doesn't feel good inside. Xia Danqing raised her sight. If it doesn't work, just leave it alone and see how long they can still be lively. There's plenty of money to go around. If I catch a malicious rumor monger, I'll sue and arrest one. Hua Jingzhou, no matter how it works, the girl's reputation is bad for the future impact is too big. Want to find a family object is difficult. Fong Nan, Dad, I have a boyfriend. Xia Danqing, yeah, our girl has a date. What kind of problems are you thinking about? Hua Jingzhou really can't help it. Xiao Zhou is not reliable. Not to mention his character. Just look at the public opinion has become such a mess he did not say a word. This person is not good. What's more, his father still has tens of billions of dollars of holes that have not been filled, and carrying all this for the rest of his life may not be able to raise his head. Fong Nan's eating motion stopped, although not happy to hear Dad so evaluation Zhou Yi, but the heart resentment was really hooked out some. Damn scumbag. She asked him to come over for dinner a couple times, said her parents wanted to invite him for dinner, a trip refused to come. Knowing that he can't help with public opinion, he was disappointed when he couldn't wait for any indication. Most outrageous. He's taking the studio around with him, rubbing it in, pretending he's doing her justice, and the interviews are all in her favor. Hua Jingzhou continues, Nan, can you ask Zhou Yi to issue a statement? He's the one involved, and he's still a man, so he should stand up for himself in both sense and reason. Fong Nan, there is no need. Whoever speaks is useless, all the fuel on the fire. In case of being key words, which words are not appropriate, and is a new talking point, but also easy to be understood as he was PR. Take money to talk. Dad, there should be a countermeasure on my company's side. I know Yin Si mean. If there is no countermeasure will not be so calm. The company is her life. Xia Danqing says to Hua Jingzhou, why don't I ask Bai Chuan to see if he has a way to intervene? Last time he said he was coming over to see Nan, but he was temporarily delayed by something. That's fine. See if he needs money or something, and tell him to find the upper management and put some pressure on these unscrupulous platforms. Fong Nan knows that Mom's Bai Chuan is his own uncle, full name Xia Bai Chuan, working in the army. She was slightly curious. What is my uncle's position? Xia Danqing, specifically he did not say. I cannot ask. Probably not many better than his development of Lin City. The key to your uncle was to take the military school himself, and he relied on himself to get to this point. That era can be too difficult to test. The family is at best the icing on the cake, so that he walked more smoothly. Fuanan didn't believe it. She simply didn't believe that anyone could get very far on their own. What Mom said about icing on the cake was definitely a blessing in disguise, and she definitely didn't want to take credit for it on her grandfather's head. Fong Nan pushed away the dishes. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the gym for a walk. You guys eat more. Xia Danqing smiled and waited for her to leave before her face faded down. In the future, you must remember not to denigrate Xiao Zhou in front of Nan. The relationship is hot and Xiao Zhou is extremely special to her. Hua Jingzhou, am I denigrating? Which sentence is biased in his evaluation? He has no respect for his elders, and he has no respect for the role of a man. He used to be a streetwise punk, but now he's more of a soft-spoken liar. Don't give Nan too much money. Look at her like this. There's no guarantee she won't be cheated out of all of it. Xia Danqing was thoughtful. She could only completely take a stand with her in front of her daughter, and was actually guilty of muttering. Xia Danqing lamented, you say small weak Mom and Dad more excellent. How he looked not so reliable. Smart is smart. All do not use to the right place. How long we plus microblogging. Even to my normal greetings have not been. As for the money does not matter. Right when he gave Nan's money, more should also be paid. And then look is not a much love of money people. Hua Jingzhou, why don't you get in touch with Zhou Yi, and appropriately let him have a little bit of eye candy. Don't be paranoid about what he shouldn't be thinking about. The youngsters are still in the mood to get married, and it's still early to talk about marriage. Nan really like. I can also accept him. provided that you live in our home. I do not want to find it hard to get back the daughter to follow him to suffer again. Hua Jingzhou was distracted. Did she call again? Xia Danqing, sure. That's why I asked you not to be too obvious on the surface. This girl is trapped. Every day at the sight of the parents cannot control. Not to mention the two of us, a pair of children, have not done their responsibilities. Hua Jingzhou was momentarily frustrated and speechless. Fan Nan was talking to Chou Ya on the phone. She wasn't at all comfortable with Zhou Yi, who had money behind her. A few years ago, Zhou Yi, as long as not at home, inevitably in the nightclub, in with a group of fox friends to eat, drink and have fun. Where? Zhou Yi, accompany a few co-workers for some dinner. Male or female co-workers? Both. Fan Nan, my parents picked on you and said you were rude. I'm still picking on them. Who's even bothered to talk to me except to say thank you on the day I found you? A few days ago, I thought of sending some blessings out of politeness, but none of them responded. Just ignore them. They're not that important to me that I have to rush them. Fan Nan, I have to remind you that you're spending all the money you're spending right now because they gave it to you. Zhou Yi, I did not spend their money. You spend. Buy a house, yacht, what is certainly you want to buy before you buy. I will casually refer to the next opinion. I spend all my mom to me. You owe me. You give me all, mention another card to help you save it. Shameless. Zhou Yi smiled. Love is to be happy. Do not want to look at the face of anyone. Anyone. You don't need to think of kidnapping me with love. Can't be tied. If I don't like my eyes, I'll hide. If I don't like my mouth, I'll dislike it. Don't open up for me to meet with them anymore. No, see. Fuanan didn't really care about that. If you don't see it, you don't see it. Whose parents are filial. In this day and age, you don't have to consider two families to get married. Fong Nan, come over and pick me up. I'm bored to death at home. I'll find an excuse later and go out with you for a walk. Chono, drinking. Why are you drinking again? Upset. Seeing so many people scolding you and denigrating you. It's been annoying for a long time. I can't think of anything else. Fong Nan liked to hear him talk poorly. And the Zhou Yi who had grown a mouth was much better to get along with than the previous Ghostfire teenager who hadn't grown a mouth. You get the valet over here. Your mom's willing to let go? I'm not a prisoner. Zhou Yi, but I feel that this spot you have not prisoners free. This meal has just started. A little later. After eating I'll pick you up. Now. Right now. Come here. Fong Nan cut through and interrupted in a domineering manner. Chono, missed me? Don't want to. I'll come over if you say you want me to. Not if you don't. I miss you. Call the husband. Honey, I miss you. Chono, that's a good boy. I'll be at your house by 9:30. Fong Nan looked at the time. Then I'll wait. We'll see if it's more than 9:30. Ending the call, Fuanan took a while before he slapped his clean white head in chagrin. This man, once he saw that she wasn't suing him, once he saw that she cared about him, and with maybe a little bit of money in his hand, was more skillful than he had been back when he stomped on his own nose. She had been the active party in the relationship between the two a while ago, and it had only been so long before she was on the verge of becoming the most unproductive version of herself she had ever been. Chapter 86 Video and Text. After answering the phone outside, Zhou Yi looked at the time just after 7 o'clock and turned back to the box. The co-workers he accompanied were a couple of people from Heavy Rain Media. These days are busy with achievements, have done exploded 2 videos, and the fans are trending up by tens of thousands every day. He wasn't wrong about Du Zhang. This girl has a strong sense of camera, strong desire to express herself, speaks in a serious manner with a sharp and poisonous tongue, and is also beautiful and active, so her popularity is rising quickly. He would worry for Fong Nan about the public opinion about her on the internet, but it's true that there's a limit to what you can do to help. Zhou Yi is a mentality that since he is resisting immobilization, he might as well go with the flow. Over the course of a few days, Du Zhang and his team were taken to Linchang Hospital to interview the director, and the video was made into a trilogy. Took Du Zhang to his alma mater to interview some teachers who were more familiar with Fong Nan, indirectly taking over Fong Nan's rightful name, and the video was made into a trilogy. Zhou Yi also used contacts to go in and rely on the means to interview Fong Nan's adoptive parents, selling the same video made into a trilogy. One of the videos about hospitals is generally hot. The follow-up about Fan Nan, along with buying streams, has exploded in every statistic. He was rubbing it in with good intentions, trying to do something to help Fong Nan as much as he could. Zhou Yi did not even dare to let himself be idle. Personally write interviews, personally carry the camera, personally take people to the hospital, to the prison, to the detention center, to the school. Anyway, the bottom of his video is full of people who pity Fan Nan. He really couldn't care less what was underneath other people's videos. Box. Besides Du Zhang with 5 or 6 colleagues, there was also Guan Yao. She set up the interview with her dean. It's a busy time to come out and celebrate formally. The longer Du Zhang spent with him and the closer he got, the more Buddhist he became. She could see that there was almost no obvious distinction between men and women in her god's eyes. In other words, he basically didn't look at her as a woman. Guan Yao teased first. Your wife checking in again? Zhou Yi, don't you ruin my reputation. I don't have a wife. He responded with the same joke. There are still things to do at the party. I am not able to drink anymore. After dinner all entertainment consumption will first be paid for by Du Yuzhang. Turn around and report the bill. I'll reimburse you. Du Yuzhang was excited. How much can I report? Zhou Yi, within 50,000, over 50,000 at your own expense. Ha ha, everyone, a toast to the boss. Guan Yao moved to Zhou Yi's side amidst the hustle and bustle. Young master, do you remember what you said last time about finding me to borrow money? Zhou no, just kidding with you. Guan Yao, can I borrow some from you? Zhou Yi, you have value in my heart. Not much. Open your mouth discreetly. Guan Yao raised her hand and smacked him on the shoulder. I can't get along in the hospital. You said you would be responsible for helping me find a job. Although the job is good, I don't want to leave Lincheng. I am now in the hands of the deposit plus my parents are willing to get me to take the part added up to 9 million or so. I want to imitate Lincheng Hospital's 17th floor to get a monthly child center with maternity department. Chou No mused. Guan Yao was from a well-known medical school and was placed in the obstetrics department of Lincheng Hospital right after graduation, and her father's network of connections in this area was relatively well established. She wants to start her own business and do it herself. I should say that everything is much easier than normal. Chono, you want me to make up the rest of the money for you? Guan Yao quickly nodded. 11 million shouldn't be much for you. Driving are several million. That's my wife's car. She keeps all my people. There isn't. No, I'll think of something else. Yes, but it's money I'm not borrowing and want to vote. Guan Yao, you're a big amateur. You're not afraid of losing your money. Mostly because I know you. You won't be short of friends with that personality. High emotional intelligence. Customers will not lack. All the family capital smacked into will certainly do well. Don't worry. I don't care about things. Just put some money. Idle money put also still put. Guan Yao, isn't it your principle that you never work with friends? Misunderstanding. I am not letting my friends invest in me, but I can invest in my friends. I know myself. My friends lose even more. Both investment is lost. Will not affect the relationship. Guan Yao, then make some time tonight. Let's get a room and talk. Zhou Yi, you don't tease me. Teased too much by my family that jealous jar no. She wants to tear you this little karami. You can't get away. Guan Yao responded by raising her glass towards Du Yuzhang and the others, and turned to ask, one day you'll organize a game, and I'll apologize to Fong Nan in person for what happened back then. Zhou Yi, some things do not look at how you say. Look at how you do. She should change her impression of you so some. There is a chance. I will find a time for you two to sit down and talk. How much of a share do you want? Zhou Yi, you put up 900. The remaining 23 million within this range I all pad out. Shares first half. Guan Yao, so touched. To be trusted so much by young master. Zhou Yi, you stay away from me. Don't take pictures. Don't take pictures of me. Stay with me until about 9 o'clock. The strength of the beer that Chouno drank earlier had passed. Still, he called a chauffeur and took it to pick up Fan Nan. Haven't seen her in days and don't really have the face to do so. Kinda want to. After sitting in the passenger seat and giving the valet directions, he pulled out his cell phone. I'll be in your parking lot in about 15 minutes. I'm not going in. After sending the message, he turned down the volume and opened the short video, or how to brush all the Fan Nan. Malice is not intuitive, subtlety is all malice. He responded to something that was just too much to look at while sliding away and then quickly sliding back. He saw the content of a long video interview that had been posted on a video platform by an extremely well-known figure. In addition to the host, the other main character in the video is a young woman wearing a lady's suit and quite an imposing air. Warren Apparel's major shareholder, Yan Ximin, is profiled in the video text. The content is full of a rant on behalf of Fan Nan. Originally, this thing Zhou Yi is also doing. The first feeling Fong Nan this partner is okay. No to stand up to face public opinion. It was only when I looked at it that I saw something was wrong. If you want to help Fong Nam, then help Fong Nam. Why are you stepping on him? He was dumped once Fong Nan, then really do not have the heart to talk about love. Deliberately did not want her to return the money. How did it become a cliff breakup? Let Fong Nan slit her wrists and turn a blind eye. Slit your wrists? How could she tell anyone about this? Did Fong Nan approve? Zhou now felt something was wrong and quickly found another official account of Warren. The OP just posted the full article half an hour ago. Pretty much the same as what the woman in the video named Yin Ximin said. One is a text version and one is a video version. The comments should be mostly waterboys with a different picture than usual. Chapter 87. Chouno looked a little physically uncomfortable. The video interview was sent out by a host with more than 40 million followers, and shortly after it was sent out, there were already tens of thousands of likes. The whole process is from Fong Nan's point of view in the restoration of that year's love experience. Fanan's humility, deep love, despair, and suicide. Jo Yi corresponds to being invisibly portrayed as a cheating, new loving scumbag. Once the video was sent out, several big verses were republishing it, side by side to prove the authenticity of this interview. Newly promoted mini TV queen Nan Xingwan, I didn't want to go into something that happened many years in the past, but after reading this interview, it's really hard to control myself. I can attest to the fact that Fong Nan's ex-boyfriend is a complete scumbag. Financial V-networker LV Jiaojiao, the most bottomless playboy in Linchang, sympathizing with Fong Nan. Linchang University Literature Department talented female writer Zhao Xiang, slag is just one word. Zhou Dezhong could slag countless times back then. Netizens want to hold on to their melons and vomit. It was supposed to be about Fanan's adoption and whether there was a follow-up video. Nowadays it's amazing that a couple of big internet celebrities pop up for a short period of time. Especially Nan Xingwan's speech. The words between the lines with emotions. Obviously the heart chaos temporarily issued. Followed by the possible consideration of the impact, to a stolen number. Quickly deleted. Nan Xingwan, in recent years can be said to be one of the hottest several new generation actors. Known for its innocence, even kissing scenes have not received. The persona is the neighboring goddess style. Netizens have speculated that this was slagged off. Otherwise, how could he be so excited? How noble must he be? He is so big that he came out to take the bullet for Fong Nan. There are also LV Jiaojiao and Zhao Xiying who have all become famous in recent years. The former relied on short videos and ran his fan base to almost 20 million in a couple of years by relying on his outstanding appearance and talent. The latter has written several hit pieces of literature, one of which has made it to the screen and is extremely popular. Without the slightest regard for impact, a piece comes out metaphorically, suggestively. Have they all broken the defense? Chono turned off the screen. These were all people he recognized and had almost forgotten. Contacted before Fan Nan. One of the breakup with Nan Xingwan. The other side do not know where to get his mom's number. Relentless repeated harassment of his mom. Zhou Yi let the valet pull up under Hua's house and leave, then fell into reminiscence. Nan Xingwan was signed away by the brokerage company in her freshman year, and Zhou Yi secretly found a relationship for her. Don't want to see her, don't want to be pestered, also have so a trace of guilt. Lu Jiajiu and Zhao Xiying, he never took them seriously. One talked for 15 days, the other for less than 10. The breakup was paid by the day, 10,000 per day. It's so simple for him to fall in love, to give money if he wants it, to help if he wants it. The points are also simple. Thinking that they've all known each other for a short time and are unlikely to develop much of a bond. He dashed around in that frame of mind for a long time. It was only after meeting Fan Nan that the relationship approach entered a new phase. There was a knock on the window. Zhou Yi turned his head and looked at the woman wearing stylish casual clothes with tousled back hair. The perfect hairline made her entire face even more deep and beautiful in the ethereal light. The t-shirt and pants were semi-fitted, not covering the slenderness of the body. Behind her was a middle-aged woman who was barking something at her. Zhou Yi returned to his senses, pressed the door switch and walked down. Auntie Xie, Nan. Looking at each other, Xie Danqing smiled gently. Xiao Zhou, don't forget to send Nan back early. It's too chaotic these days, so make sure you protect her well. Zhou Yi nodded in response and watched Xie Danqing leave before sitting back in the car. Fong Nan also got into the car and tied her seatbelt, saying, "Didn't you say you'd been drinking? There's no smell of alcohol. Chouno, just one beer." Fuanan turned around and backed up. Has the yacht arrived yet? Here it is, docked at the drying platform. You have something on your mind? Fong Nan saw that he was distracted and asked, Zhou Yi, did you watch the video of Yan Ximin's interview? I don't know. Chouno believed she didn't know and played open to her. In addition to the video, a text version was posted on your company's official website, meaning much the same thing. Fong Nan guessed that Yan Ximin would have a response, but she could never have imagined that it would be such a disaster. But it was hard not to empathize, because most of what Yan Ximin said was what she had personally experienced. She was the one who was dumped by Chouno. No money, no dignity, just no breakups, just as desperate to be unceremoniously discarded. The car is soundproofed and quiet as can be inside. Fong Nan digested the various feelings that had suddenly recurred and took out her cell phone to call Yan Ximin, who let you take my privacy and spread it around. Yan Ximin will be at the company this time, and the interview was recorded in advance. Things went smoother than expected, and the interview actually undoubtedly poked at celebrities like Nan Xingwan. Yan Ximin couldn't hide her excitement. Nan, your reputation is saved. Fong Nan, you're too much. I trusted you and Su Meng to tell you about these pasts. Yan Ximin apologized first and followed with, there's no way, if not Warren sales will stop for who knows how long. The company could be doomed. As the boss, I have the responsibility to think about my employees and the future of the company. Nan, Your fans should skyrocket in the next few days. More people will sympathize with you, and there won't be any more ungrateful ones to scold you and spread rumors. Fong Nan stopped her and continued. You should at least check in with me in advance. Yen Si Min, the company has no choice in the matter. Sales have to be restored, wages have to be paid and production has to continue. So what do you think I should do besides that? Fong Nan gently exhaled. Are there any more actions to follow up? If there is, don't continue. Yen Si Min, don't worry about that. Absolutely nothing. Fuanan didn't have the energy to communicate with her anymore. Yen Si Min, a man who would first take the moral high ground in everything he did, practiced absolute sanity and rightness. She put down her cell phone and looked at Zhou Yi, who was listening quietly. I've been scolded for so many days. You took the opportunity to get traffic in company. It's okay to be scolded for a few days, right? Consider it as carrying something for your girlfriend and attracting firepower. Chouno had no words to pick it up, his heart heavy. Theoretically, there's nothing wrong with Nan saying that at all. The fact is that Yen Si Min is deliberately leading in rumor-mongering to discredit Netstorm him. The fact that those things about Fong Nan have festered to this day is purely due to Fong Nan and her family's failure to deal with Wu Qingqing as a person. Chouno, I'll have to sue her. Fong Nan, individuals go to fight with the legal team. Do they have any chance of winning? Right. How many fans have you made of that short video number of Yu Zheng's coming these days? Thinking about it makes me angry. I'm over here being scolded by people who don't dare to go out of the door. My heart is dripping blood, and you're rubbing up against the wind. Zhou Yi stared out the window, his godly thoughts entering the night sky. 1.5 million. How much? Chouno repeated the numbers and looked down to save the video. Said to sue, but I don't know what to sue the other side for. Rumor? People are as BFFs. In the interview on behalf of a friend to voice their grievances said, the legal boundaries are blurred, and first of all, they still have the upper hand in public opinion, and her father is Yan Wenlong, the clothing predator. But if he doesn't care, with this kind of heat, he has nothing to hide and will be dug up. Without guidance, many people want have fun. With guidance, it's miserable. Will the family be involved? What will the parents and relatives on Fanan's side think? Zhou Yi clicked and lit a cigarette, his joy and anger temporarily sealed. Fong Nan, what's your attitude? What's wrong with attracting public opinion for me? Big deal. I'll help you explain later, and get you some money for backstabbing. Shoino didn't want to talk to the dumbass and ignored her. Fong Nan freehand ringing him, your heart of mine is not so small right. Originally is a slag man. Some kind of Yen Si Min also did not say the wrong words. Zhou Yi, you mouth slag man. What have I slagged you for? What do you have that makes you worthy of my scum? Fong Nan offhandedly wanted to raise a bar, but sensing that others were not quite right, he did not dare to do so. The man has a poisonous mouth. You can poison someone with a single word when you want to, and when you're pissed off, no one is spoiled. This will obviously be a bit of a rush. Chapter 88, Spreading Itself. Fannan came out and said she was upset and taking a break. The truth is that he'll be missed. It doesn't matter where you go when people are around. She let Zhou Yi fume for a while. Her voice softened a bit. Do you want to have a snack? Not long after dinner. Fannan, it's better to go back to our house and spend the night on the yacht tonight. Zhou Yi, your mom did not say let you go back early. They will probably see the video. Fong Nan, seeing is seeing. What you told me. What needs to be lifted is the thought barrier. I'm most afraid that someone will lift my ears. The past, with the passage of time, really be uncovered. This fear automatically faded. Zhou Yi, do you want to think about your parents learned that their daughter was bullied to the point of suicide over? Will not want to kill me? I don't even know you slit your wrists. A life is so tied to me. 100 words. Nan. Before I met you, my life was very tiring and normal. I worked hard with my mom to make money, just to stay alive. When I met you, I was threatened to steal your wristwatch. And then I got into a fight with Jiang Su. When I was trying to help you find your family, I was implicated by public opinion. And now I'm even being flogged on the internet. I don't have that kind of background, and I can't afford to fight with these people behind me. Not to mention Yan Wenlong. Even if your company wants to push public opinion, I can only be forced to wait for death and wait for public opinion to spread naturally. I'm fine. I'm not afraid. I don't care. I still have my mom, and I'm afraid she'll miss me and worry about me. She is not well. Never dare to let some things to affect her. Now they caught me in the past young womanizing things. Take me as a scum and bad and vicious people. What about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? My dad is a real estate developer. With ZF a piece of owed those with hard-earned money to buy a house. He has also been gone. This is what happens with public opinion sets. When you blacken a person, you first hype them up to situate the persona. And then you go around and carefully dig out all the black spots one by one. You see Yen Si Min is doing crisis PR for the company. You don't even blame her for stirring up the story of your suicide. I see Yen Si Min is trying to use my father's identity to stir up public anger, so that I will be shouted at by everyone on the internet and troubled offline. she must have had to follow up, which is typical of opinion killing. If there was no follow-up, she wouldn't have pulled out that host for an interview and bought so many water armies. Give and take has to be proportional for businessmen. You have your family to pull the heat for you, and a friend's company to help you clear your name. Who will help me? Who am I inviting and who am I pissing off? Being made to die so much by you guys, and as a result you're telling me not to care and think I deserve it. The more Fong Nan heard, the more flustered she became. Yan Ximin clearly told me there was no follow-up. Zhou Yi, she didn't even say hello to you in advance of the news. You are in her eyes very much a matter of fact? Will she tell you what she intends to do? You are at least a businessman. Think things are not too simple. Fan Nan, I'll call her again. Zhou Yi grabbed her wrist. Drive properly. Don't get distracted. Fong Nan anxiously said. Don't misunderstand me? I really don't know about this. I am now sending a video to tell the netizens that my wrist has nothing to do with you. Zhou Yi, then you more follow love brain plus stupid incorrigible reputation. You still think about how to appease your parents. They will definitely not help me, but they may be able to do it. Your father's hypocrisy is obvious, and his preconceived notions about me are obvious. Your mom looks very good to me, very polite, but I know she does not want me to be with you at all. She only wants to please you. Drive back to your house. Fong Nan's lips moved, affected by his emotions, instantly disorganized. It won't be as bad as you say. Don't worry, I'll stand by you no matter what happens. Shuno's fatigue came out of nowhere. Silence lit another cigarette. Of course he knew she loved and liked him. From the time they met, each day was a clear change in attitude toward him. He likes her too, and wants to go and be a passed aside, normal couple with her. Too tired. Tiredness caused by clashing with personalities. He just adjusted the depressed state of the past few years because his mom gave him that money. He's doing self-publishing, and in the meantime he's ready to invest in Guanyao's women's hospital. This little bit of hope is nothing compared to the overwhelming, unknown public opinion. The public opinion has developed to the extent that there are melons at any time, and at any time, the top of the hot searches are being brushed everywhere. He doesn't even have to look at his cell phone. He must be on the real-time hot search. With Nan Chengwan, Fong Nan, the video that just came out today, the clarification made by Warren, and so on, he is passive compared to these capitals. Celebrities. No matter how much you struggle the rest of the time you're going to be a passive villain. The phone is ringing. It's Mom. Zhou Yi told Fong Nan to stop the car and walk down. Natalie had seen the video of the interview as well and was calling out of concern. Hearing that her son's speech was still smooth, Nico quietly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I told you earlier not to be too womanizing, but I didn't listen. Talking about one after another. You're eating your own fruit. I still remember Nan Qing wanted, at that time every day to call me on the phone crying that cannot contact you. I want to tell her where you are, but I am also looking for you. Want to beat you. And Fong Nan, if she really because you have an accident. I'll see if you can unravel this lump in your heart in this life. Stay at home and don't go out. If you're bored, come to your aunt and me. You can say whatever you want, but if it's true, admit it. If it's not worth it. Can you turn on the video? Mom, look at you. Chouno hung up and turned on the video. Just seeing his mom ready to talk, Zhou Qingyu squeezed Nico out of the camera. A face complete in Zhou Yi's eyes. Zhou Qingyu holding a cup of drink. People stayed loose to only wearing pajamas. Cloaked hair. The camera dislike face. Vegetarian face. That kind of belongs to her. This age special luster can be meticulously visible. Nico wanted to take back her cell phone and Zhou Qingyu glared at her and told her to step aside. Cub, tomorrow go to the airport to pick up people. Auntie arranged 2 security for you overnight. If there is a brainwashed person who wants to hurt you because of your idol, there is no way to prevent it, and it is hard to beat them. Learn from your grandpa. When the old man's temper flares up, it's just a matter of life and death. You dare to get me one. I first get your whole family. Dare to gamble and dare to lose. Really is to break out of the. As for your old mom, this sick kid, there is an ant in the. Natalie's head hurt from listening to the sidewalk. Unable to interject. Unable to retrieve her cell phone. For his part, Chouno took his time as she spoke. The pressure gone. Zhou Qingyu's aura is special. When Zhou Yi was very young, she brought him the feeling that the sky falling was no big deal to her. Of course, that's the surface. In fact, she's thoughtful, hardworking, and proud. She is relying on her ability and hard work to take things improperly and make them small. Chapter 89. Chatting away. Zhou Yi realized something was wrong. His aunt's house was seemingly endless, even with the lens factor, but it was a little too big. Grandpa's house is big enough. Her living room is bigger than I remember Grandpa's house. The price of housing in Tianhe City itself must be several times higher than that of Forest City. Also, as he spoke, he unintentionally observed the exquisitely framed and atmospheric paintings on the wall. Grandma and Grandpa are interested in this, and Shoino is passive about much of it. You can't see the signature on the painting. The words are visible, If it's authentic, I'm afraid it's worth an inestimable amount. Zhou Qingyu touched her delicate feeling face. Cubby, has auntie gotten prettier? What are you looking at now? Chono strained not to laugh. Zhou Qingyuan beautiful is certainly beautiful, only he never cared about it, did not find it. A family of high face value. She is the ugliest one in the family. Recognized. The whole family photo glance solid evidence. Auntie, is this your house? Zhou Qingyu, I bought it many years ago when it was cheap, $1,000 or $2,000 a square foot. Is that character Prime Minister Zhao's? My cub is so knowledgeable, he can see it even from this far away. 1-to-1 high quality imitation. Hanging the living room looks stylish. Shouldn't we hang the study? Hang the study to pretend to be someone. Ha ha, Zhou Yi was amused. Forgetting all about the public opinion he was worried about a few minutes ago. Nothing to worry about. Mom didn't have to worry about it, so he didn't have to worry about it either. Auntie, what exactly do you do? It's not that Auntie wants to hide it from you. It's really a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. Your grandfather and your father gave me a few $1 billion back then. Your grandparents' inheritance and share me a lot. The results of the left and right investment. Lost a mess. And now only in the point of gold capital mixed a small leader to work with people. Point capital? Zhou Ye's ears were familiar. Not to understand the company. Is the company's office building in the financial and commercial street is a landmark. How many people dream of entering the office there? Mysterious. Let a person longing for. I do not know how many times the video brushed to. Then you're good enough. A lot of people have a hard time trying to get into that kind of company. General. Standing on the shoulders of giants. How also the no resources of people mixed so some good. On the contrary, my aunt admires you. The grand-grandson of Zhou Hanting. To support your sick mother to go to work. This is put on my aunt. The mentality of the early collapse. I have been telling you since you were a child that your father can be trusted. Your grandfather can be trusted. Your aunt can be trusted. But your grandmother and your mother, two foreigners, can never be trusted. Are you not cheated for 3 years? It's not a crime to suffer. She can give you out 25 million. Do you believe that she can also give you another 35 million without effort? Nico went to grab the phone. Zhou Qingyu saw that she was really anxious and handed it over. Here, say go ahead. Zhou Yi looked confused and listened confused. The two of them together are 100 years old. Grabbing his cell phone like a kid. He'd never seen mom break defense like that before. What, $30 to $50 million? Really? Natalie snatched back her cell phone and her thoughts were lost. Son, get an early night and don't forget to pick up security at the airport first tomorrow. You don't have to take your aunt's favor. Mom paid for the security. Chono nodded. Fong Nan would be confused. It's hard to hear who Chono is talking to and what he's talking about. It was a polarizing state of affairs to see people who had just been dead serious lose their laughter in the middle of a conversation. But he's really handsome when he's cheerful. The kind of spontaneous and easygoing handsome that I remember. She stayed for a moment looking at the face that was so clear in her dreams even after 3 years of not seeing it, taking the opportunity to check the news in more detail. Fong Nan only knew that Yen Ximin had gone AWOL and backstabbed herself, hurting Zhou Yi, but she hadn't seen anything more concrete yet. To see the hot search is actually Nan Chengwan, LV Jiajiu, Zhao Xiying. Fong Nan's fledgling feelings of guilt towards Zhou Yi quickly began to shift. It's one thing to know he has a lot of ex-girlfriends, it's another to see it in person. These are people she still knows, which was heck of a lot of talent back in the day. Nan Xingwan in particular is rumored to have been signed by a director who saw her as most like an actress of rare beauty and personally entered the school to sign her, with Fong Nan's eyes to see. That's it. Not as good as his own skin white pretty body. In the school forum she popularity is also complete burst Nan Xingwan. Not to mention these famous ones, how many more are not famous? She looked through it, stoically, and received a tweet from her mom. She told her to come home, that there was something she wanted to talk to her about. Fong Nan thought about Zhou Yi's comments on mom and dad, guessed what she was going to say, and took the initiative to send a voice. Mom, the video is the company's crisis public relations. A lot of exaggeration. I did slit my wrists. It was an aggravation of depression after a breakup, and it had little to do with him, and he didn't know about it. But my illness is closely related to him. With him is not sick, without him is sick. I won't be home. He's in bad shape and I don't feel comfortable with him. Xia Danqing didn't respond for a long time. Then, both of you pay attention to safety. Fong Nan wanted to verify Zhou Ye's words. Tell me the truth. Do you and my father have preconceived notions about him? Xia Danqing asked rhetorically. Does it matter if there is one? Although Fong Nan knew that it would hurt her heart and knew that she was counter-testing, he still said, it doesn't matter. Xia Danqing, then don't burden your mind unnecessarily. Fuanan didn't talk anymore. Parents since in her heart position is very heavy, then Zhou Yi can trust, reliable, but bias her experience so that her most carved only with Zhou Yi together for 3 years. Insights, ideas, perceptions, including that illusory mental world of hers were changing. Pain is real and pleasure is real and alive. Chapter 90 Conditions. Watching him return from the phone call, the man turned cold anew. Funan couldn't tell if he was still angry or not. She strapped him in herself. I told my mom I'm not going back tonight. As he spoke, Funan observed him, not waiting for a stated response. Fong Nan restarted the car, freeing her hand to take the initiative to shake his hand. First, he was shaken off once, and then he shook it again, before he grasped it solidly. Although I started to think Simple have a gloating mentality, but now have realized the seriousness of the situation, and it has nothing to do with me. It is not me who let Yin Si-min harm people. I even scolded her. Don't ignore me. If you want to lighten up if you are cyber violated, I will definitely accompany you to bury a piece. These words made Zhou Yi glance at her. Can you stop always dying like this all day long? Fan Nan, I'm saying this to let you know that we are one. Partners or not, my parents or not, we are just us. Don't confuse us. Zhou Yi, if your mom and I fall into the river together, who will you save? Fong Nan was asked by him this odd question. Brainwaves are floating motionless. Only people are not easy to say a word. She had to follow his sneer. Save you. Who let me love you more than I love myself? Seeing that he was touched, Fong Nan used the way he dealt with her. Do you remember the first fight between you and Jiang Su? I helped you block the bottle knot. I was so worried about you that I went home and realized that my back was bruised. So I forgot about the pain and ignored the fact that I was hurt too. You were racing with someone. Your car broke down in the middle of the road, and you couldn't reach your cell phone. The road was so steep and dangerous that my heart stopped. I was a girl looking for you, and I ran away from you Mo, who's over 5 feet 8 inches, and I couldn't even see him. Tong Jingji messed with the provinces to a few male people look fierce, unscrupulous, you for friends alone to go over to talk to them. I put a knife in the car when I waited for you, thinking that if they dare to bully my man, I'll get rid of them for you and finish the job. Anyway, my life is not worth much. In life, I raised you as a hands-free waste. Never let your hands stain half of the housework. The first night you want me 9 times, really feel like dying when, are adhering to the idea of letting the gold master to have fun, endure. Anyway, I should have died a long time ago, but you stopped me from dying. And many, many more things. If a man has 10 points of strength, I used 12 after I fell in love with you. You dumped me without even a sign, treating all the money I'd saved for you like garbage, so that I simply couldn't bear the cost of this sudden sinking. I slit my wrists the night we broke up because I wanted to do everything I could. There was no one or thing worth keeping, only 1,000 holes in my heart. It was the expiration of the house you rented. The landlord came over to discuss repossession, found me, so did not die into. Yes, I have mental problems, I admit it. It took a long time of seeing a psychiatrist to get my act together, to do something about it, to get up and go back to you and ask you why you don't take me seriously when I've threatened you with death. I'm wrong. I have a problem with my mind. You're not? You saved me and then killed me. It's better not to save, right? Whether you look at the face or the body, you're the one who provoked me in the first place. You paid your least precious money. I paid my all, including money all saved for you. I've seen your family decline and I've finally got the chance. Do I want to get back at you? Should I get back at you? I don't want to stab you a few times. When I meet you with a little blood on your body, I can't stand the heartache. I regretted to death want to make you ashamed of yourself. Take you to meet with Jiang Sitong Jingji them. The biggest flaw of people is that they are prone to arrogance. Back then, I was so arrogant that I thought you would fall in love with me, and I would be touched if I didn't. Now arrogant to delusion with the contract to bind you, with the status gap to control you. Zhou Yi, I admit defeat. I admit that I've been thinking about you every moment of these 3 years and have been guilty of liking you. Zhou Yi listened half feeling, half not feeling. Feelings were there because she said it with a sense of humor, not there because there were so many people who were nice to him, and Fanan's best efforts impressed him. Only not in a bone-chilling way, including being with her now. Zhou Yi valued his own eyes and feelings. The guilt is there, the heart is there, the amends are there, none of them are major. The main thing is that he has feelings for her. A different Zhou Nan Wang Nan insulted him so much that he helped her wash her feet before the foot wash got in her face. Who expected that his forbearance to compromise obviously brought Fong Nan the illusion that she was climbing over the top and overdoing it. Just like when in love. The first coaxing time 3 seconds. The second coaxing time 3 minutes. The third coaxing her to start aggrieved crying, talk about pay, talk about love, talk about respect. Not coax her before she even dare not give birth to gas. Where did you put the contract? Chouno asked her. Funan, you want me to destroy? Yes, diaphragm. Fong Nan, it's okay to destroy it, but you can't blame me for public opinion. You have to turn the page. You destroy it first. Fong Nan is not willing. This is her trump card to control Zhou Yi. There is money. Between the two people, suing him will definitely win. With a contract and still so arrogant and uncontrolled from time to time. Without a contract he shall not be more floating. She said vaguely, okay, I'll destroy it when I get home. Zhou Yi, you're fooling children. Love can be trapped with that thing? I'm with you because I like you, love you, and want to make you feel better before I sign. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I can be threatened by you. Fong Nan's heart blossomed for a moment and quickly withered. But you're just afraid of me. Afraid to mess with me. Afraid of my character. And you said you love me. What do you love? I love me. Why don't you find me to propose? I also don't want a ring. Don't want a ceremony. You now say you want me to marry you. I'll get a license with you tomorrow. Zhou Yi, I observe to see if you are well. Too extreme. I am a little afraid of marrying you to lose your life. You're the one who's sick. I'm not extreme at all right now. Zhou Yi moved his eyes away, preferring to look at the night sky instead of the fairy. Reunited after all the signs, she is not extreme to her own, to him can be quite extreme. There are words to say, have revenge, want to be, don't want to not consider him want to, often take the words to dislike him fast internal consumption finished. He wrenched himself out of her clutches. If you don't destroy the contract for me, I'll just have to dump you again. Fong Nan, neither can you ruin a bit, nor can you get rid of me. You don't even think about whether I live or die. Why should I think about whether you live or die? Don't tell me that you love someone because they're good. I'm not even good enough for you. Do you still think I'm the same Fong Nam who used to be filled with you? That person was killed by you. The one who's alive is here to avenge her. Her voice became ghostly and sorrowful. Zhou Yi, why did you kill a woman who loved you so much? The music sounded just the right amount of ethereal, and with her deliberate vocal lines Zhou Yi's hair stood on end when he heard it. He looked to her and gathered his clothes. Neuropathy. Chapter 91, on the yacht. The two arrived home and Fan Nan saw the family yacht, 7 or 8 meters in length, 2 floors above and below. There are sofas on top for temporary rest and viewing. Refrigerator, simple kitchen and bed are available downstairs. After Fong Nan coaxed Zhou Yi's emotions to gradually become less prickly, he saw that the yacht's own emotions were beginning to destabilize. Having just reunited with Zhou Yi, she had a total of about $16 million in cash on hand, in addition to giving him $10 million to buy a house. The rest of the two people eat, drink and play plus nothing to give him to turn a little. Spend not much left. He wants to go to the sea for leisure and says to buy a yacht. The remaining millions are afraid that it is not enough to be disliked and pretend to be cheap not to buy. This side of the dad just gave the card. Money on the first, no pressure. Immediately help him to the yacht booked. You won't find many in the world as backwards as yourself. But he's still picking on her, being masculine and uncontractual. Fuanan was most conflicted about wanting to see him proud, like he used to be, and don't want him to be as proud in front of himself as he used to be. Now people are more out of control. She played it off first that time at the party with Jiangsu. Chouno invited her to board the ship. Fan Nan held his arm and walked up, going to the cab to watch him operate. The man is a genius at having fun. Flying in the sky, running in the water, all kinds of transportation, there is nothing he cannot get away. And all find time to get a license. The yacht probably drove out about 2,000 or 3,000 meters from the house and stopped. She followed Chouno to the second floor couch and sat down. The sea breeze was heavy, cool and comfortable. The city in the distance, the neon, and the light, the starry sky overhead, glittering and distant. The yacht floats freely with the waves slightly following the current. It's really different here. There is no internet opinion to stir up, like being away from all the hustle and bustle. There was food, drinks, and wine on the coffee table in front of the couch. Fan Nan watched him open his drink and jokingly asked, does it count as a DUI when you finish it? Drink up and go to sleep. Chouno responded, will there be other ships passing this way? No, it's not part of the channel with the fishing area. It's only possible to run into a neighbor. Fan Nan grunted, what a treat. Zhou Yi, like the sea. What worries to this are much lighter. Fan Nan saw him coming and owed it to make room. Who were you just talking to on the phone in the car? My mom, and my aunt. Asked Yasmin about the interview. Fan Nan paused in his movements with the wine. Did they suspect me? What did you say? Didn't even ask. Shouldn't normal ask? Zhou Yi, maybe you are transparent in their eyes. At first glance you are not very smart. Too lazy to ask. Fong Nan, you're really floating. Zhou Yi clinked glasses with her. Who doesn't float here? This is not floating on the sea. Cold? Come on. My husband hugged me. Fong Nan leaned in. What if I want to hit you so badly? Don't want to see you so arrogant in front of me. Chouno wrapped his arm around her and put down the red wine, took her wrist up and brought it in front of her, up close and personal, watching her wrist tattoo follow that mark. 3 years and the scars are still clear. You can imagine how hard she paddled down. Medical treatment has advanced to the point where the scar can be removed. She didn't remove it, choosing to cover it up with a tattoo. Fong Nan, you only spare me that much tenderness when you want me. Chouno, don't you want to? I guess it's only right. I can't give you that much and still starve myself. You think it's just greedy and delusional. Zhou Yi spread his hands on the sofa, his sight fixed in the air. Isn't it good to talk about a normal relationship? Non-play. Role swap. Fong Nan's face was slightly hot, sitting on his lap, her hands wrapped around her neck to let him look at her. I'm happy too. I'm spending money. I want the handsome man to cooperate with me to play, not me to cooperate with him to play. Zhou Yi, quite rich inside. Fong Nan bit his lip. His teacher Zhou teaches well. Zhou, want to play a student? Fong Nan's head tilted back slightly. Behave yourself. How unattractive do you have to be for me to be decent this time? The light hid Fong Nan's consternation and added warmth. You said you love me. Like me. Having said that, not being familiar with these words, I may not be able to express my meaning clearly. What I want to express is that I love Fan Nan. I love everything about Fan Nan, including her 250 personality. Fong Nan was dizzy from the smell of alcohol on his breath and greedily moved closer. Why is the familiarity not high? For never having said those words to anyone else. Liar. Zhou Yi, look at my 19 or 20-year-old character. Is it possible for me to say this to a girl? These 3 years are even more difficult to find someone to say. It's suffocating me. Nan, I really love you. So how did you chase girls before me without flowery words? All like me? For a price? Shouno, didn't chase it. Where do you get so many ex-girlfriends if you haven't chased them? You're jealous again. What does it matter to you if I have more ex-girlfriends? I've only had one since I met you anyway. You've trotted it out countless more times. And the standard answer is this. Unbroken and standing up to scrutiny. Fong Nan, do you still have any impression of Nan Qingwan? Yes. I've been with her for almost a month. Mom, it's a good thing. Fong Nan, where's LV Jiao? Too sensible and sober and smart to be comfortable around her. Where's Xiao Qingying? Too much trouble vanity. Only know a few days. Want to drag me to her relatives and friends circle. Can't wait for the whole world to know that her boyfriend is me. I see that she wants to tie people up, but also more paranoid. Decisively divided. Fong Nan, you're purely joking about this relationship, right? If you're a little uncomfortable, you'll split right away. Zhou Yi, uncomfortable not divided and so on what? And so on the deeper and deeper I remember I did not lose them. Some give money, some help the cause. I mixed to work part-time did not go to rub them hot, even in turn knife me. Fan Nan, to what extent? Hands aren't even touching. Fart. You don't believe me when I tell you, and you have to ask. Fan Nan, I have all the flaws in them. Zhou Yi, they're not as pretty as you, not as understanding, not as sexy, not as knowing what's hot and what's cold. Fong Nan, you really don't blink when you talk nonsense. The person in front of me is too beautiful to blink. Fong Nan wanted to find fault. Frozen was quite pleasantly amused that he couldn't find fault. You don't have a mental block when you break up? Zhou Yi, yes. Not much. I fall in love to pleasure myself, not to pleasure each other. In a peace or not happy, not divided waiting for the new year. Nanner, don't take love too seriously as a meal. No matter who you want to love, you have to love yourself first. Living for someone else is the same as losing yourself. Fong Nan, what a rarity. That I should find an oddball who was afraid of being loved too much. Zhou Yi, people are each other. Being loved too much is sometimes a burden. Do not talk about love, just talk about affection. You like my mom to me the better, the more tired I am. If I don't care about her, I can't be tired. Accordingly, the more I think about her, the more she gets tired. Fong Nan buried her head into the nape of his neck. Do you have a personality like your dad? Or like your mom? I look like my aunt's own. My mom used to spout that when I was a kid. Essentially more like my mom. Kinder, gentler, more delicate, higher emotional intelligence. Fong Nan stifled a laugh. Your aunt is quite a character with a strong aura. With Auntie Unico, she squeezed her aunt so much that she didn't dare to raise her voice. Zhou Yi, that's my mom does not like to bother with their own people. You do not look at my mom did not have a temper like, in fact, are all appearances. Look out. You're at the police station at that meeting when someone slammed the door in the house. The first thing she did was go for the knife, saving countless steps in the meantime. Not ask who it is, not ask what it is about. Let me call the police. She took the knife. But people are really nice to be around, can drill into others like they are, empathize and consider others' moods. Zhou Yi, you quite like her. Cannot like it. You went to the police station. Your aunt threw out the black face to me. Nico aunt but like to see that I did not mean it. Very apprehensive and guilty. In turn to comfort me. I want to marry you. Certainly take her as a mother. Chono wrapped his arms around the person a little tighter. He could have gotten just anyone into the marriage before he met Fan Nan. Seeing her is a step not to be taken lightly. She has too much halo around her. Dazzling. There's too much uncertainty about people. They have to be around again. The more he cared, the more he thought, this is good. Get along gradually and naturally like a gentle breeze from the sea. Chapter 92 Transitional Period. Late at night, the sound of the waves is pleasant. This area is a branch of the sea, very vast, but the water is relatively smooth. The first light of morning rips through the darkness. Joe now had a hangover and woke up first. It's been a long time since I've slept on a yacht and I'm sore. The sunrise dazzles in the viewing window, and the white is even more dazzling with the beauty in the window. Joey remembered the bodyguard thing. According to the number sent by mom. Call through, plus WeChat to send the location. Let them find themselves. The little cottage he bought without the compound was 280 square feet, 2 stories. For the time being, you can have Ambrose stay in a room on the first floor. Chouno doesn't actually feel the need to find security. All of his fitness training is basically in the realm of free sparring, and he's not shy about facing the average pro. It's just that the elders care and mean well, and accepting it allows them to be a little more down to earth and at ease. The person in his arms moved, eroding the soul. Chouno obediently was wrapped into her arms, feeling the bewildering tenderness. Suffocating. Woman, the most intuitive appeal are killing me. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when we docked. Joey did not sleep well. Fong Nan yawned frequently, and the human beauty was haggard and broken. Fuanan curiously surveyed the 2 strangers who had come over to help park the yacht, disciplined and formal. The big man on the left is about 1 meter 9, and his body weight looks quite proportional. Skin is relatively dark, wearing suit pants and shirt, very imposing. Name is Zhang Long. The right side is on the low side, only about 1 meter 75. Appears more stout. Skin is more white, casual pants with t-shirt, obviously quite loose t-shirt. By his sturdy upper body support are very obvious. More decent appearance, called Zhao Chongwen. All introduced themselves as retired members of a special forces unit. Zhang Long looks mute in few words, eyes are very flexible. Zhao Chongwen looks relatively outgoing, more understanding of the world. Zhou Yi inquired a few more specifics and heard that Zhao Chongwen could cook, so he let him help make breakfast. Zhang Long wasn't idle either, taking the opportunity to clean and tidy up the room. Fong Nan sat cross-legged on the sofa, leaning against Zhou Yi's shoulder while brushing his cell phone and said, "These two are good, have eyesight and know the rules. Chouno, lend you one as a driver. Who do you want to use?" "Anything." "Zhou Yi, I thought it was ordinary security that came, but I didn't realize it was Knight's comrades." Fong Nan brought her cell phone to him. "The scandal about me is basically gone. The netizens are all scolding you and picking on you. What the hell did you do to Nan Qingwan? The big star with tens of millions of fans was the first one to stand out and condemn you. I guess she is now regretting her intestines, and her agent has to scold her to death. Are you chasing her, or is she chasing you?" How to recognize. Zhou Yi, sleepy, want to make up some sleep. After breakfast you also sleep some more. Take you to see fishing in the afternoon. I'm not going to go out for a while these days. Her fans are going to come after you offline. Your fans are going to get on my case offline too. Who wouldn't with a high mouth? Let's talk about Nan Qingwan. Chouno closed his eyes. Saying is able to say. There is no need to say. Say too much. Fong Nan easily blackened. He can't say that when he first saw Nan Qingwan look a little like Pei Xining. The first glance came to interest. The first contact felt wrong, especially after the relationship deepened. Pestering and sensitive. A bit of Lin Daiyu's paradigm. It took a month of procrastination and digging in to help her find a signing team to get the person out of school to get a clean break. Fatum watched him play dead and slapped in anger. Zhou Yi remembered something. How's your work progress? The plants are almost built. Zhou Yi, punching jacket with down jacket. The market has limitations, right? It's for IPO considerations to focus so much on brand power. Zhou Yi, too much reliance on the line is risky. This time it was almost a direct total loss. Fong Nan, I'll find Yen Simin for you to pay for the psychological damage. Public opinion has already taken shape. You are bound to suffer a loss. This loss can't be in vain. Zhou Yi looked sideways. You're afraid I'll flip out on her and leave you in the middle? I am thinking for you. You cannot fight her. There is no solution. Harboring it is not. Rational point is not to ask for money. You say a number. How much I will promise you for her. Zhou Yi, and then wait and see. Really, I personally lose a little reputation even if fermentation is too strong. I am sure to spend with her. How do you wear out? Just keep filing lawsuits. I can still hit people. Fuanan was about to say something else and closed his mouth. He is a waste. Obviously the founder. The company was Yen Simin mastered the dominant voice. Obviously is Zhou Yi girlfriend. Half cannot sway Zhou Yi. She was the one who could only pray that the situation would be limited to these personal levels and not expand. Next, Zhou Yi did not even go out of the door. Fishing with Fong Nan. Piece of fishing. Fitness. Pay attention to public opinion. During this time, Fong Nan's fans broke through 20 million, and the account that Zhou Yi made with Diu Zhang also grabbed the center of gravity in this wave of traffic, with the number of fans breaking through 3 million, and Diu Zhang began to make a name for himself in the network. Zhou Yi also took the time to transfer $10 million to Guan Yao. The contract was entrusted to Zhao Chongwen to sign on behalf of the formal establishment of cooperation. C. Chouno turned off his cell phone. Skillful sea fishing with a sea rod. The sun was in his face, and his skin had tanned slightly in recent days. Fong Nan had something to do today, and Zhang Long accompanied her out to work. There was only Zhao Chongwen and Zhou Yi on the yacht, Chao fishing. Zhao Chongwen took over when the fish was hit and helped reel in the line. The fish hit another one. Zhou Yi pulled with the fish for a while and handed the pole to Zhao Chongwen. Resting his hands on the yacht's railing, he looked out at the distant sea that was dyed gold by the sun. Tot! The sea rod was straightened and the line ripped. Zhao Chongwen looked toward Zhou Yi in embarrassment. Zhou Yi smiled and went to the second floor under the umbrella. Come over for a chat. Zhao Chongwen was busy keeping up with Zhou Yi, who was only wearing a pair of beach pants and sunscreen, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, about a meter away, sitting on the opposite side. He's been here for many days, usually cooking, cleaning and maintaining the yacht with Zhou Yi. Zhao Chongwen still doesn't know what kind of business Zhou Yi is in. He only remembered that Li Jun had explained that he could not let Zhou Yi make any mistakes even if he lost his life at the critical moment. Zhao Chongwen guessed that Zhou Yi was probably the illegitimate son of the big shot that Li Jun followed, or some other close relative. How many years in the military, brother man? Zhao Chongwen, 18 years old, into the army. Just discharged not long, counting 13 years. You look like a good fighter. How do you compare to a professional athlete? Let's practice someday. Zhao Chongwen smiled unnaturally. Good, good. Zhou Yi, I've been into fighting since I was a teenager, and at first it was just a way to fight with people and not get hurt. Then I hired a world champion as a coach and slowly became obsessed. In the ring I guess you can't beat me. Not necessarily under the ring. Zhao Chongwen agreed. There are specialties in the arts. We are learning a little bit of everything. That kind of world-class combat champion is too powerful. Privately the two of us together, Zhang Long and I, are not enough to fight each other. It's expensive to hire him as a coach, right? Being a bodyguard followed me for a year and took over $7 million. Seems like it. My dad hired it for me. Right. How much do you get paid? Zhao Chongwen wanted to say $2 million a year, but the words turned into 400,000. Zhou Yi, 400,000 can't afford to hire you. I've made some money in the past while. When you and Zhang Long leave, I'll personally make up some for you. Zhao Chongwen quite liked to talk, only not very understand Zhou Yi, afraid of which words are inappropriate will offend people. Some people look casual and easygoing, not always. After chatting a few more sentences, Zhou Yi stretched his back. The yacht will help me drive back. I'll take a nap. When the people left, Zhou Yi habitually opened his cell phone. He watched the public opinion trends every day, and the more he watched, the more annoyed he had to be. The commission has lawyers suing, and the studio has clarified much of it sideways. Everything that could be done was done, but none of it worked with this momentum. Public opinion has developed into a universal melon eating, and such melons are all over him. As expected, everyone is a victim, except for him, who is the villain. Chapter 93, The Toughest Traffic. The public opinion is even more unpleasant than the last time I watched it. The people behind the manipulation of all this are obviously a very professional team. First, they help Fong Nan sell her out, plucking her from the waves, garnering sympathy and positive traffic. Then it was Nan Qingwan, that stupid woman, who jumped out, and Zhou Yi Xin, who believed it was an accident, accidentally helped the person behind the curtain. Nan Qingwan's image of innocence was knocked to pieces, and her early romance with Zhou Yi was raked over the coals by those involved. LV Zhao Jiao, Zhao Xiying, more Zhou Yi either remembered or not. Some are really popping, some are rubbing it in. Zhou Yi was created for a short time as a scum to bottomless, vicious and arrogant young villain, nailed to the pillar of shame. There is envy, there is jealousy, there is anger. All sorts of comments dominate the screen. The hot searches change the pattern on. The worst off besides him was Nan Qingwan. All the dabbling traffic, even Du Zhang's powder rose fast. Only Nan Qingwan had been dropping fans and her commercial value had collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of drops per day. A lot of people don't accept that she's been in a relationship or that a goddess has been playfully dumped. The timing of these beats coming out is ingenious. Every time the heat will die down, there is new material. Zhou Yi felt that someone else was involved in targeting him besides Yan Ximin. The heat is too unbelievable. He himself was even more raked over the coals. Home, family, experience. A shift at the hotel is rumored to be being kept by the boss, Wang Ping. Wang Ping is 65 years old, and Zhou Yi also approached her a while ago to talk about taking over the Li Tian Hotel. Zhou Yi flipped through, turning to some photos of Dad's meetings in his lifetime. The past, businesses he associated with, old stories of suicides, rumors and more. Zhou Yi retained have Dad's photos and videos. Many WeChat are still not deleted. Often send him a lot of messages, but he was basically afraid to look at it much, especially the first year or two. He would have words only to the dialogue box, stoned and sent to him all the time. The video that came out shows Dad watching the demolition in person. Shouno remembered this. Dad was 49 years old that year, and the demolition went smoothly, as did the negotiations with the tenants. There was no forced demolition or resistance to demolition, but the person who posted the video had the good sense to splice the two videos together. The former commanded that the spliced video was some other demolition scene. This kind of video, the likes are actually also several thousand, reproduced a staggering amount. Sure enough, the more humanoid the contraption, the less human it is. I'm an old son of a livestock. It's good to die when people are doing it. My house bought in the forest garden New City. In order to buy this sweet empty mom and dad savings, now the whole family of 7 people crowded in 60 square feet of small house. The delay cannot wait for the results. He should be damned is really damned. After the delivery of the house and then die cannot. The same person who bought forest garden. The loan is still being paid and the delivery of the house is far away. No one who eats people's blood and bones is good for anything. This video doesn't look right, does it? Boss Joe has a good reputation in Linchang. 1 dead, 1 family alive. Owing so much money doesn't stop his son from getting a pretty girl and driving a luxury car. The Chow family is bankrupt. Even bankruptcy is countless times better than those who buy houses. Not to mention the fact that before bankruptcy he faked a divorce with his wife in order to transfer assets. This man has a great face, but you can't tell the difference. The Chow family has been making a fortune from human blood for generations. Who has the address of Chuno's house? I want to go kill that bastard too. Why don't you arrest Zhou Yi and shoot him? I have long suspected that Fong Nan's tattoo is to cover up something, but I didn't expect it to be because of Zhou Yi. It's so pathetic. It's love gone mad, right? Doesn't anyone think there's something wrong with her? How can a normal person slit their wrists over a breakup? I heard it was domestic violence. I couldn't take it. Why is this guy even better looking than his dad? No wonder even Nan Qingwan was dumped by him. No. One son of Lin City is not just rich. Who didn't know him in Lin City a few years ago? I understand Nan Qingwan and Fong Nan now. Do you guys think this guy has a video in his hand? I've got video highlights. Talk to me. Zhou Chengjian's wife, Yu Nico, was a professor at the University of Finance and Economics in Linchang, and her private life was not so good. And Zhou Yi may not even be Zhou Chengjian's child. What the hell are you doing blacking out and spreading rumors? I'm a student of Prof. Yu, who is low-key and humble, except for his school and family. At Zhou Yi, you can call the police to arrest people. You can arrest a bunch of them once in this comment section. At Zhou Yi, call the police. Zhou Yi didn't need to be asked for an interview. He scrolled through the comments section obsessively, sending all the evidence retained together to his lawyer and contacting the police at the same time. He had previously considered arresting someone with too much impact. It's not just about trying to arrest people now. He didn't dare to look at it again. And his emotions, which had been controlled during this time of ups and downs, went completely out of control. Dialing the number and calling Fong Nan. Do you know where Yin Simin lives? Fuanan froze. What's wrong? It's fine. It's too much of a hassle to go to her through the platform. Just send a lawyer's letter. I'll send it to you later. Zhou Yi, don't do anything stupid. Zhou Yi, I have entrusted people to check this matter these days. There are 2 waves of people in the rhythm. One of the studios. Is your father at the beginning to help you press public opinion spent money? I now have no conclusive evidence. Fong Nan had heard Zhou Yi say before that both of her parents might fall into the well. She was nervous and didn't know what to say. I'm almost done here. I'll meet you later to talk about it. Don't get any ideas, no matter what. My dad won't be involved in this. Zhou Yi's 5 fingers whitened. You don't have to come to me. Go back and ask for clarification. What's wrong with you? Zhou Yi, don't forget to send me Yen Simin's address. Fong Nan, calm down first. I'm a bit scared of you. Zhou Yi, I'm especially calm. See your face? I have not even sent out a lawyer's letter. Thinking about their own private life is smeared. Just endure. Retribution, by the way, can also let you be less affected by public opinion. I cannot help it now. I don't care if they are your father or your partner. As long as they intend to harm me, I have to use all my remaining energy to fight with them. If I don't have peace, they won't have peace for the rest of their lives. He didn't say anything further, hanging up the phone at the same time. The screen of the cell phone was also noiselessly gripped, a little distorted. He followed up by contacting Liu Zhang. Come over to my house, bring the team, and I'll give you another wave of traffic. Chapter 94, word for word. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Liu Zhang arrived at Zhou Yi's house with his men. Her mood was a little affected by her god's recent suffering, but she was still pretty excited overall. Fans brushed up. The popularity has hit the ground running and there are several more models for monetizing video accounts, live streaming, ads, windows, etc. She only gets a 20% share of the profits, but this is no longer something to dream about. Follow the right people, define the style in a short time, and go from 80,000 followers fantastic to breaking 3 million. Many people on the internet now call her the righteous dead. Interviews are righteous in their purpose and tend to put the person being interviewed to death. She also always rushes to the forefront of the flow with the help of Choano and access to some of the kernel characters. Go to the Choano house. I heard the stranger I met for the first time say that Choano was organizing things. Liu Zhang familiarized himself with the seats and got fruits and drinks for the other photography colleagues. Her boss man was atmospheric and never cared about trivia. After waiting for about an hour, Zhou Yi came downstairs with some things he had organized. Liu Zhang was busy getting up. Male god, Zhou Yi, not in the mood to joke with you. First familiarize yourself with the hot searches. All the negatives about me in this bout, including the latest. Waiting to record a long video. You directly ask. I directly back. Liu Zhang, I don't need to familiarize myself with it, I have it all memorized. It's just that. Will it be too unfriendly to you? Zhou Yi, does the word friendly have anything to do with me? Liu Zhang shook his head. You've been hacked out of the dregs. You can't be hacked any further. Zhou Yi observed the light, just in the living room. Start recording now. Go back and you guys watch the editing. Send it out as soon as it's edited. The faster the better. Push it according to 10 times the normal input. I'll personally pay for the money. Liu Zhang saw that he had no intention of joking and stopped joking. A proper nod. Recording a video is not a live broadcast, and Liu Zhang, who is already used to the camera, is doubly relaxed. She's been chasing hot buttons and knows exactly what to ask for. The boss told to ask whatever he wanted, meaning he could ask whatever he wanted. Briefly getting ready, Liu Zhang says a few trademark opening lines to the camera, introducing Zhou Yi before switching titles. She was not at liberty to call her boss, or anything else too intimate. The account has just taken off. The netizens have to know that it is the account invested by Zhou Yi. It is strange that there is less trouble. She went straight to the point. There are a lot of things rumored on the net about Fong Nan. Can Mr. Zhou talk about it first? Zhou Yi's mood has not dissipated. I first declare that I am legally responsible for all my personal remarks. I talked to Fong Nan close to 3 years. She self-harm is in our breakup after. During that time I have a big problem with the family. Adhering to the breakup should be divided cleanly. No longer concerned about her. She hurt herself and did not know. We had a normal relationship and a normal breakup. During the period she wanted to give me all the 8 million or so I gave her back to me. I emotionally asked myself not to her. Did not have the heart to ask for. So her first bucket of money after starting her own business is very clean. And in another form after she became famous to return the money to me. Then there is the fact that this affair came to light for the primary purpose of trying to ruin her, involving some family privacy that others maliciously smeared out of jealousy. All of this is on file with the police, including every time the police are called, and I'll put together the relevant evidence afterward. Liu Zhang, talking about Nan Qingwan? This matter is also of great concern to our netizen friends. Zhou Yi, been in a relationship for a month. She dreamed of making dramas, being a star, being an actor. After we broke up, I contacted director Wu Rue privately to make it up to her. Her first drama was directed by Wu Rue. Over the years, we never had contact. She is a good girl, in college that is, and we are just platonic, spiritual way of falling in love, and no other relationship. Liu Zhang didn't believe it. She felt that Zhou Yi was saving respect for Nan Qingwan, who had made a big joke by breaking her defense. You've got a beautiful girl and you haven't gotten her yet, so you'll dump her? Introducing a director? But that can't be asked. Asking is digging a hole for the boss. Zhou Yi also did not wait for her to ask. He took all the recent rubbing. Can remember those ex-girlfriends all carry out one by one to respond. He has records of the transfers made back then. And all the words that followed are backed up by evidence. He's been holding fire inside for a long time. Emotions make the words like a knife. Words clear. I know Lu Jiaozhou for 15 days. On the basis of friendship, lent her 150,000. With Zhao Xiying no 10 days. Out of friendship lent her 100,000. I've known Chen Meng for 25 days and lent her 250,000 out of friendship. With Sun Qingyun no 3 days. Her father hospitalized, I lent her 800,000. Never asked for. I do not remember so well. It is the transfer record so that I can clearly remember how many days I knew each person in total. Liu Zhang was all ears. Zhou Yi was merciful except for his mouth to Nan Qingwan and Fong Nan. Half-assed at these jumping out of the woodwork to rub traffic in their face. Ha ha, 10,000 a day. The smart ones don't even say they've talked about a date. Just a friendly loan. Liu Zhang, your father is a developer, right? Zhou Yi, yes. Anyone who casually comes to Lin Cheng and asks around will know that he doesn't have a bad reputation. He has never defaulted on any wages. And after the company's thunderstorms and bad luck, it was a fault that he made up for with his life. He didn't need to transfer his assets to my mom. He was just acting out of his role as a husband and father and didn't want his wife and kids to be involved too much. My grandfather's name is Yu Mingrue, and his personal fortune is one of the largest in our city. The fact is that my mom took her dowry to help my dad pay back the money all the time. Her account book happens to be in Every single expense in it has a detailed record. I understand the feelings of those who bought the rotten buildings, but this is not the responsibility of one person. The media is not responsible for this? They rumored that the first phase of the forest garden, more than 60 high-rise buildings, are all dangerous buildings, which makes the ZF want to close the end of the powerless. No one dared to take over the property or even live in it, thinking only of withdrawing their homes and money. The disclosed documents, all kinds of evidence you certainly have not read, or read also do not believe, I will also be posted later. My dad, though a flop in the worldly sense, is in my heart a good man with a commitment. He had no ability to carry it again and was crushed. Didn't run, didn't arrange for me to go to other cities with my mom. The country, we also have no obligation to pay back the money for him, is always doing his best to help him to pay back. Never escape. Everyone can refocus on the project of Lin Yuan New City, believe in the official, to later want to take over a chance, a little bit of trust, and only in this way is the solution to the problem. The only real way to solve the problem is to do so. Lastly, I would like to talk a little bit more about the person next to Fong Nan, MS, YANC Min, who is very hot these days. I can tell you legally that she is another daughter of Mr. Yen Wanlong. She is a very inspirational person, and with the few resources given by Mr. Yen, she has made Hualuan clothing the size it is today. It's admirable that someone who is better than me still works harder than me. Everyone should learn from her, eat less melon and suffer more. And Mr. Hui Jingzhou, I understand that you are extremely angry about the mismanagement of Lincheng Hospital back then, but in my opinion, it is a shame that this only incidental case happened to you. You need to ask yourself if you have done your duty as a father while condemning others. It's not victim guilt, it's just that the aftermath is the biggest disaster for a parent, and even if everyone involved pays the price, you've suffered for decades. At the end of the day, the internet is a place of laws. One word is a pain in the ass, but in case melon poisoning is reported and filed, it's not worth it, and I'll be posting a few unlucky people with bad luck getting filed at the bottom of the video later. Chapter 95 Forwarding. Du Zhang has interviewed many people. Started self-publishing out of college. Road trips. She also has a good eye, and has her own sense of smell for traffic, basic judgment of people, etc. The first time I saw Natalie Yu, she knew that to interview her will be fire. Her hair gray, people but spirit, temperament good to rare only see. The first time she saw Zhou Yi, she knew that this person must have been born rich, raised out of a lot of things, demeanor, chat content, all kinds of details. Du Zhang was truly convinced of his boss at this time? The art of expression. The whole video is spewing people. There is no violation or offense. GB type yin and yang masters. Also yin and yang so that people can understand and listen. Even the most troublesome debts. He had records of the transfers. And Auntie Nicole's little book was more detailed. So surely she could have provided the transfer records to echo on. Expressiveness. Evidence. As long as the video goes out properly and isn't targeted by restricted streaming rights, it will catch fire and Choano will be white. It shouldn't be restricted. Zhou Yi heat is too high. Was hacked to this point of clarification. Once sent out, the opportunity to limit the flow of fear does not exist. Unless, of course, it can't be sent out. End of recording. Zhou Yi called his mom to ask for other trivial evidence. Accompanied Du Zhang to the studio piece of overtime editing out. Immediately after, synchronized uploaded to the microblogging and short video platforms. Chano is equally concerned about being restricted. Was thinking of looking for connections to see if I could get someone to help repost it. Du Zhang, who was found staring at his cell phone, screamed. Ah! Zhou Yi was distracted by her startle. Nervous. Du Zhang, Pei Si Ning Studio forwarded our video. Not a netizen fake. It's the original. Zhou Yi knew that Pei Si Ning had a studio on the video platform. The usual rumors about her shooting dramas, all sorts of life minutiae, and so on, not operating in person. She probably doesn't even give the account a second thought, but it's the only avenue for fans to get to know her a little better, and thus the fan base is more than 30 million. By netizens' default, it is Pei Si Ning's own short video number. Zhou Yi took the cell phone, and saw that the other party not only reproduced, but also top. He was a bit frazzled. You've been hacked to this point yourself. Any well-known figure who dares to wade into the waters will have to weigh up the situation. If one was inadvertently backfired by the flow, the effect on oneself might be worse than even Zhou Yi himself. In favor of Zhou Yi without even greeting, her studio retweeted it on both Weibo and short video platforms. There is a potential for forwarding involving legal risks. The speed is so fast. It must be that Pei Si Ning has instructed. How did she know that the account here comes Yu Zhang belonged to him? Or she simply saw the video by accident and reposted it. The heat that comes from the Su. With the addition of Pei Si Ning's studio, the heat is increasing geometrically, as are the comments. How could my wife help Chow Yuk with this kind of video? these two people wouldn't know each other. Pei Xining's hometown is also in Linchang. It's so normal to know each other in the top circles, and it certainly doesn't look like an ordinary relationship. Is this boy in the video the living Zhou Yi? That's him. He's handsome even in a rag. So recognizable. What's this? Beach pants? Short sleeves? This dude is so bullheaded that every sentence comes with its own evidence. Ha ha, isn't Yan Wenlong's other daughter an insinuation that Yan Xining's mom is a mistress? As we all know, Yan Wenlong has only one only daughter. He is not cursing Mr. Hua, but implying that Mr. Hui is a loser and that his own daughter can be switched under his nose. My stomach hurts from laughing. Friendly lending turns out to be so understandable. Zhou Yi, this person in addition to the point of flirtation, seems to talk about how much slag, how bad. Recognize 3 days to lend out 800,000. Talk to whoever lent money. The key to the family is not down. He did not rub the heat of these people Nan Qingwan, but instead someone to step on and jumped out and stretched out his face for people to hit. Lu Jiajia, they have to hate Zhou Yi. Who would have thought that 6 years ago the transfer records Zhou Yi are still retained? A good persona. By this one transfer to the whole beaten into a cackling species. The thinking of this young master is really different from that of mortals. Mundane people, this reversal simply comes too fast. Like a tornado. I cried when I read his mom's account book. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Yu Mingrui is also a celebrity in Lin City. Even if the Zhou family goes bankrupt again, the old couple will not leave less for Nico. If it wasn't true, who could bear to let their son work in an ordinary hotel? What kind of status does the young master have? He runs to serve others while others serve him. I can't bear the difference. I remember 2 years ago there was a tenant who bought a house in Lin Yuan New Town who couldn't really afford to pay the loan. And something happened to his family. In the end, a mysterious person bought his house. I doubt Nico could do such a thing. My family lent $14 million to the Chow family. Dad cheekily sent it to them. As we all know, putting money in the Zhou family is more secure than putting it anywhere else. Zhou Chengjiang and Zhou Hanting have a good reputation in the area for good deeds and bad deeds. The news about Lin Yuan was maliciously guided. Lin Yuan is not a dangerous building at all, because if it is not reported that way, no one can afford to take the blame for the accident. Zhou Chengjiang's jump is a hero in my eyes, and that's all I dare to say. Zhou Yi is smart enough that if he doesn't put the blame fire on the media, the video won't be released at all. Although I would like to speak a few reasonable words, but he is really handsome with face and temperament and tension, but also ing rich. In the end, is it Nan Qingwan Fong Nan those people who climbed high on him? Or is he slagging others? I want to be slagged by Mr. Big once. I can give him 10,000 a day. You have to know that the male face is also very valuable. It is said that a certain male star out to sell, every time you can take away tens of millions of dollars. Zhou Ye's overall image simply exploded. That 18 streets. Where did he work before? Li Tian International Hotel, right? Do any of my sisters have a story with Mr. Big? I'm willing to pay to hear it. This thinking is simply too high-end. The interview style is obviously so unorthodox, but he actually held up the scene. The words are informative, and the evidence is always heavy-handed. Not in the past the father's debt to pay the age of the son, regardless of whether the divorce is not intentional. Zhou Yi mother and son legally did not have the obligation to pay back the money. People didn't have the peace of mind to enjoy the blessings, but really in the return, real money out. My mother, I see his mom. Those words have a sense of personality unattainable gap. Where are the little black men? Are you sure you're not here to set up a persona for the young master and his family? Sister Pei's comment section, which demons and monsters dare to jump up and down. Countless comments that are no longer full of bad odors. Du Yuzheng only felt numb from winning? She had a feeling that this video would follow a few days, and as long as it didn't get out of hand, she didn't know how much traffic it would bring to the account. Instead, Zhouno sat on the hospitality couch lost in thought. He's walking a tightrope. Whether it's Hua Jingzhou or Yan Wenlong, those women he fought back against have the ability to find him in trouble. He was also thinking about Pei Xining and Fong Nan. These remarks were equivalent to putting Fong Nan on a rack and roasting him. Pei Xining, who thought the relationship was already quite strange, took the risk to help him forward in the first place. This favor is so big that he doesn't know whether or not to return it and how to return it. Not Pei Xining. This video once short time will not have so much influence, much less easy to form a rhythm. Chapter 96, The Hua Family. Zhou Yi sat for a while and opened the short video. Type in Pei Xining's name and the movement is all in front of you. The last time she appeared in the public I was to promote the movie, Anti-Ming. It's the only city she's ever run for publicity. Tianhe City Gymnasium. It was more like a deliberate trip to see his mom and help out with the movie. A video that he watched many times over. The person in the video is naturally well dressed, with a net height of 6'2", and the difference can only be seen when she is in the same frame as other women. The features were already outstanding to the extreme, as if carved by heavenly craftsmen. The most outstanding thing is still the kind of temperament that has been raised from childhood to be rich, and the sense of abundance can be seen in every move and in the spiritual world. Many women are beautiful. There are more beautiful women in the entertainment industry. Only no matter who is in the same frame with Pei Si-ning, they all look like an ugly duckling. The sense of high class is gone. So far, Chono all but thinks she's the most beautiful person he's ever seen. Even in Seoul, the memories he watched were linked. Jo Yi and Pei Si-ning used to go to the same school. The school is 9 years old. He was in first grade when she was in middle school. Neither boarding. Every day either Jo Ye's family came to pick up, or Pei Si-ning's housekeeper came over. Jo Yi likes to be with her. That kind of like is even stronger than for Jo Chingyu. Although, often beaten, his family beat him up. It was a symbolic light slap on the butt a few times. Pei Si-ning beat him up. His ears were like he was going to pull them off. Don't blame her. She's got a pretty good temper. Jo Yi was too naughty as a child. Learned from Jo Chingyu. Love to play pranks. Love to be cheap. Love to drag. Love to pretend. It's no use suing Chaoya after he's been beaten up. Mom and Dad don't want to give up their hands. Seem to tacitly agree to give the hands of this matter to Pei Si-ning. Believe that she won't really give him a bad break. So Pei Si-ning beat him up while protecting him at school, where she was. The school is too big and the bag is quite heavy. Every time before school Pei Si-ning went to the door of his class and waited. First of all, helped him to receive the school bag. Before and after each back one. A hand holding him, alright, but also to feed him to eat her dad to help her buy imported sugar. Chono broke the big defense last time he saw her movie. He wanted to go back to that carefree period. Wanted to go back to the period when his grandparents and dad were all there. Jo Chingyu is only in his 20s, where people are lively. Mom and dad were young, and his sister Shi-ning hadn't moved to another city yet. Jo Yi was very naive in his childhood and complained to his mom, complaining that she gave birth to him too late. So much so that when he wanted to ask Pei Si-ning to be his wife to confess his love, he was laughed at by Pei Si-ning and said that he should grow a little taller. A head poked over. Do you Zhang? Boy God, you know Pei's sister Ah? She is so nice and beautiful. Chono, my former neighbor. No wonder she pulled you out of nowhere at the studio. Is she that good looking in reality? Jo Yi, she's not photogenic. You'll know if you've seen her in person. There are no words to describe her. He responded casually, interrupting to say, you seize this wave of traffic. Do not need to rush to make money. Put the focus on then go to cultivate other different types of accounts. You can think big about development. I don't blame you for the studio being a waste, and if the venue isn't big enough, you can find another place. Do you Zhang, I also have this idea. Why don't we make a dinner date and talk about it in detail? Jo Yi looked at the time, looking at the frequent missed calls said, which mood to eat? I first hide. Do not in case there is someone to make underhanded tricks to get me in. Do you Zhang, not so much. Jo Yi, you have not experienced things. Do not blame you do not understand. Pressure can carry on carry. Really cannot carry on delete the video is fine. Anyway, to the effect reached. Du Zhang nodded frequently. The Hua family. Between dinners, the vibe was bad. And again, they were all laughing. Because there was an additional neatly dressed middle-aged man on the dining table. Xia Baichuan, who was 50 years old exactly this year. Despite being 50 years old, the form is yet youthful. And the temperament is stern in its steadiness. The man is handsome and white, with a well-proportioned body. Upon closer inspection Fong Nan bears some resemblance to him. Fong Nan does not know what position this uncle, who has just met with a very cordial feeling, only knows that the driver who helped him drive the Aura are not bad. This afternoon arrived in Linchang, 80 years old, once in the province and a very high position of grandfather Hua Haifeng dinner are personally accompanied. Xia Baichuan doesn't drink easily, but still accompanied Hua Haifeng and Hua Jingzhou who both drank less. Putting the cup down, he looked at Fong Nan with a smile. Public opinion has been quite lively lately, and today it's even more lively. Young people are young people, with such an impulsive temper, they don't even know how to respect their elders. Fong Nan was nervous when he looked at her, and when she heard that he was referring to Jo Yi's comments about her dad in the video, she was busy explaining for him. Jo Yi has a misunderstanding about my dad, and thinks that my dad spent money behind the scenes to push public opinion. I'll explain it clearly to him and let him come to my dad to apologize. Hua Haifeng's pale face smiled with some disdain, rushing him with this sentence. Arresting him is enough. Is there any evidence? Words can talk nonsense? I know his grandfather Zhou Hanting. From the root this family is not good. Xia Danqing. Because her daughter said in person that she did not care about her opinion on choosing a spouse, Zhou Ye's stereotypes cannot be covered up. And then said warmly, Nan, even if your father really bought the flow, it is also to help you. Anyone can see that the responsibility lies with him. His reputation is bad. Your reputation will be good. Besides, you suffered so much from him, and your dad didn't come straight to his door, so that's enough to give him face. Fong Nan heard something fishy and looked at Hua Jingzhou. Dad, did you really buy traffic to hack Zhou Yi? No, but your mom expressed it correctly. The gravity isn't whether I buy the stream or not. It's that I really want to beat him up for you. Hua Haifeng said. Let the police arrest them. Xia Danqing was concerned about her daughter's thoughts and interrupted. Dad, don't stay up all night. Go back to rest early. She turned her head and rushed behind her. Sister Zhang, get a driver to arrange a car for the old man. Xia Baichuan waited for Hua Haifeng to leave the table before snickering. My uncle Hua is so old, but he's still temperamental. His gaze turned to Fong Nan, his voice naturally intimate. Nan, if you have grievances, talk to uncle. No matter who he is, uncle will take it out on you. Fong Nan's heart trembled for Zhou Yi. She always felt that her grandfather wanted to arrest people and her uncle wanted to beat them up. Uncle, what he said in the video is all true. I paddle my wrists is depression. Not he saved me. I have long been tortured by then no motivation to live. Hua Jingzhou, don't you always speak for him? Isn't it clear enough what a thing he is? Nan, if he really likes you, he won't be able to abandon you under any circumstances. If you go on with him, the end will be the same. Dad and your uncle are both men, and know very well that if they don't even respect the woman when they break up, they can't see the woman in their heart of hearts. What makes him so good at making you fall in love with him? By the fact that his family owes tens of billions of dollars? Or by the fact that he treats the opposite sex without any bottom line? Haters everywhere? He borrowed the wine to continue, said is the crown. Has been in the return of money. The most cannot see this and the established facts can also be off the mouth of sophistry bow attention of the people. His mom is enough hypocrisy. While low profile, while everyone knows her father is Yu Mingrue, father-in-law is Zhou Hanting. Xia Danqing glanced at her husband in surprise, wondering why he was suddenly prejudiced against Nico. She didn't know Nico well, but she knew that he was a generous person, and he was quite considerate in his dealings with the outside world. Xia Danqing looked again at her daughter whose face was becoming more and more ugly, regretting from the bottom of her heart. Helpless. Losing a child is a parental responsibility. If the child has been around and grown up, never to take love for food. I'm afraid that if my husband says more, my daughter is going to be unable to resist flipping out. Xia Danqing coughed. Nan, help your uncle serve some soup. Fong Nan numbly helped to serve it up and saw a number call in. The already somewhat depressing mood quickly added another form of intangible anger. Yan Xinin's phone. Chapter 97, Crazy. Xia Danqing looked at her daughter's figure as she took her cell phone and went upstairs, taking the opportunity to ask her husband, did you really buy traffic to hack Xiaozhou? Hua Jingzhou, I'm angry. Nanner has had a rough childhood, and it's hard to get someone back, but she's being toyed with by a piece of trash like this. When I think of her slitting her wrists, I want to kill that little man, who also clearly doesn't take Nan and our family seriously. Xia Danqing, keep your voice down. Hua Jingzhou, what did he mean by those words? I didn't protect my child well enough for him to say? If it wasn't for the fact that he helped us get our daughter back, I would have had the means to put him in jail without dad speaking. Xia Danqing, what method? There's a lot going on with his dad, and there's a lot of articles that can be made. Investigate him for any reason you want. Xia Danqing, why did I hear that Zhang Tianyun went in because of the Zhou family? Hua Jingzhou, that is his own uncleanness. The hall-to-do people. Income legal. There will not be these woes. Xia Baichuan, letting him in is one thing. How to hide it from Nan is another. The girl looks quite fond of him and may not have a deeper bond with the two of you than him. That said, having such a person straddling the middle is also an obstacle for you guys to cultivate your affection. Xia Danqing can't bear it. Wouldn't this be too cruel? Besides, the Zhou family has more or less some connections. Hua Jingzhou, at our level, those connections of his family are not worth mentioning at all. As long as he violates the law, he should be sanctioned by the law. Why did Zhou Chengjiang jump off the building back then? Why did he go that far if he had connections? Isn't he just afraid of implicating his family and not going to protect them? Xia Baichuan tone light and sure, how simple things. First, do not discuss. I'll sit with Deputy Secretary Liu first tomorrow. This trip has a lot of socializing. I have to stay for a few days. Fan Nan, who answered the phone outside the door, didn't know what the family had said. As soon as she heard Yan Ximin ranting on her cell phone, she too was on fire to the point of almost fainting. Don't tell me that the hacking of Zhouya's family wasn't your doing? It wasn't in the PR department's plan. What? You can't stand it when other people casually counter a sentence? Yan Ximin, did I ask you to discuss with him about giving money? He came to be the victim of this public opinion. Just make an offer. Also, do you know how many times our sales have doubled in these days? Your fans rose a full 6 million. The company account rose 1,600,000. Sales doubled several times. I registered for the company's new number a few days have 1,200,000 fans. I have no grudge against him. Is it for the sake of hacking him? I'm doing it for your reputation. For the company. You don't take care of your own mess at home. You need me to step in and fix it. And you're being sarcastic. If it wasn't for that adopted daughter of your parents, if you listened to me and didn't fall in love, none of this would have happened. $80 million, you tell him for me. As long as he takes the blame for this public outcry, I'll give him $80 million, enough for the rest of his life. Fong Nan wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Yen Simin first. Public opinion already has a tendency to backfire. Not only will it backfire on me, it will also backfire on you and the company. Does he think highly of you? He said you took more than $8 million from him to start a business, and everything you have is already his in the eyes of the public. This man's heart is just too deep and dark. I don't want to get entangled with him anymore. This kind of traffic is not what I want. Fong Nan sighed and laughed to herself. It was fine, but he let you throw dirty water on him. The only way to do this is to pickpocket his family and discredit his parents and family members. He is involved in these. Never sensible. Last time someone scolded his mom in front of him, he knocked out 11 of his teeth. Lightly injured first degree. You also don't yell at me. I can't talk to him about the price. It's even more useless to talk about it. Is $80 million a lot? There are a lot of people who used to work with his dad who can afford $80 million. His lack of money and not wanting dirty money are never in conflict. Yen Simin, what is the company in your eyes? It's important. It's my social status symbol. My hope for financial freedom. I created it, but not as important as him. There's no comparison. I haven't gotten over him after 3 years of wrist pain. And you're going to take between a company and him and make me choose. Yen Simin, I called the police. For his rumor that my mother is a mistress. The police should already be on their way over there. Fong Nan, it's no use. He understands the law. He understands that law enforcement in a foreign place requires the accompaniment of the local police. It's a bit whimsical for you to try to scare him the way you scare ordinary people. Yen Simin on the other side was going crazy. Saying more, Fuanan oiled and salted. She put the phone down, her brow furrowed. Everything operated smoothly, with only a misjudgment of Zhou Yi as a person. Once he's cleared his name, what's the point of her saying that he abandoned Fong Nan and saved her from death? Looking at the situation once it really goes to court, Fong Nan will not hesitate to be Zhou Yi witness. Su Meng did not knock on the door. People to the door. The voice first to the room. Public opinion is out of control. Do you recognize Pei Xining? How could she jump out to help Zhou Yi? Find a way to contact this person as soon as possible, no matter how much it costs. First let her cancel the top and delete the retweets. Yen Simin's face stiffened. Her father, Yen Wenlong, was powerful, and in this way she often bragged to her subordinate friends. But Pei Xining, this person, is simply a character outside her circle of contacts. Even Yen Qingtan, the young lady who was regarded by her father as the jewel in the palm of her hand. I'm afraid she couldn't get on with Pei Xining. The other party's father is Bei Huan, a giant in the brick-and-mortar retail industry, backed by his wife's family, whose background is even more complicated. It is thought that Pei Xining still has interactions or friendships with the Zhou family, otherwise it would never intervene rashly. Su Meng just came in. Another person broke into the office with hurried steps. Mr. Yen, our company account has been blocked. What? The employee was full of fear. Not only the company's official account, but also the one you just made as well as Fong Nan's one were all blocked. Yes, several e-commerce platforms' live broadcasts. The official accounts are all blocked. It was as if Yen Simin had misheard. It's not a temporary ban for infractions. It's an outright ban with no known deadline for unblocking. Her company didn't even do offline. All shipping sources are relying on e-commerce platforms and short videos. The reason why? Employee, malicious rumors, false propaganda, illegal swiping. Yen Simin stumbled back as if her strength had been drained, her legs weak. None of these reasons are reasons. One account was blocked well explained. The whole aspect along with Fong Nan account was blocked. She had guessed that she had messed with someone she absolutely could not afford to mess with. Rushing the company. Otherwise it wouldn't be so one-sided and without warning. Chapter 98, A Play. It took a long time for Yen Simin to regain some sense. Calls were made asking what was going on, and no one could say what was going on. To ask is to break the rules, to create rumors, to swipe, suppressing the apprehension of the unknown. Yen Simin was at her wit's end and called her father. Yen Wenlong's voice was deep and cold. Did you make the recent public opinion? Yen Simin squeaked and hesitated. I was asking the PR department to bring up the tempo, wanting to take the opportunity to hype up the company. Stupid. Yen Simin's face stiffened with hatred, followed by a grieved choking up. Dad, I beg you to help me. The company I paid all my heart and soul. Now things are like this. Are walking a tightrope to win the spotlight. You have a wide range of contacts. If I accidentally offended someone, I am willing to admit my mistakes and apologize. Yen Wenlong said. I read that young man's response and out of sensitivity looked up the project of Forest Garden New City. That's a new city that's been stalled and shelved for 3 years. And guess why? You whose traffic is not fired. Go to rely on the dead boheat, gnawing on the corpse. Guess how many people want to get you killed because of this old story being brought back into focus? And guess if any of these people are big shots? Yen Si-nin shuddered. After all, it's his daughter. Yen Wenlong softened his heart and urged her. I'll ask around for you and see if there's any chance of a turnaround. In the future, do something with your head. Dare to get involved with any sensitive people and things. Yen Si-min agreed repeatedly, slightly reassured. Her father had been in the mall for decades and was now 60 years old. Even the secretary of Tianhe City would more or less give him some face when he saw him. Riverside Villa, Zhou Qingyu's house. In the large living room, apart from Zhou Qingyu and Nico, there was a woman with a relaxed and idle posture sitting beside Nico. The age is like 20, and the temperament is not the same as the temperament. Muscles as white as snow, green silk like a waterfall. Ordinary jeans and gray sports t-shirt could not wrap the healthy and delicate figure. Not too thin, not too fat, as if the most perfect body template for women should be like her. Her face was as if she was a goddess. Even her body and posture were outstanding. Her body leaned against Nico and her head rested on Nico's shoulder. Slightly sleepy, she glanced at Zhou Qingyu who was answering the phone, keeping quiet. Nico waited for Zhou Qingyu to hang up and casually asked, "Who's calling?" "Zhou Qingyu, middleman. Come to plead for mercy." "Nico, you really blocked so many rumor accounts on the internet?" Zhou Qingyu's eyes were still red. She couldn't effectively control her emotions since she saw those remarks about her brother. She was now certain of only one originator. Account blocking is temporary. Subsequently, she also had to legally block all of Warren's sales channels on the internet, and block all of those rumor-mongering and rumor-spreading self-publishing media accounts. Nico saw the situation as already guessed. Slightly worried, "You do things like this, impact is too bad. Secretly offended too many people. Many number behind are not simple." Zhou Chengyu interrupted. "People are smearing and insulting your husband and rumoring about your private life. I help you and you come to educate me?" Nico choked on her and didn't know what to say next. She really thought it was trivial to be scolded a few times. It's never a bad idea to do nothing. Even if the husband knew that if he was hacked, the public pressure on his son could be less, he wouldn't mind. Zhou Qingyu relied on being one of the shareholders of the platform side, relying on his connections to be so overbearing, causing too much impact, and it was extremely easy to bounce back and be targeted. Pei Xining, who was playing with her cell phone, lifted her gaze at the sound and lightly joked, "Aunt Yu, my Aunt Nico is just reminding you out of the goodness of her heart. Don't be so fiery. Those who know that you're fighting for Uncle Chang Jiang, but those who don't think that you're deliberately playing up in front of Aunt Nico. Where did Auntie Natalie go wrong? You have no problem dealing with a company that deserves it. You shouldn't use your power to take advantage of the fact that you're taking a lot of big V's to the cleaners. Yes, they can't even make waves for the platform. But that doesn't mean anyone can swallow it. It doesn't mean no one will make a fuss. It doesn't mean there won't be attention from the top. You can't look at my Aunt Nicole's temper and bully her when you catch her. Just listen to Nico and focus on the person who started it all. Other people can beg for mercy to you. What can you do by selling a favor? A bunch of people who come together for money. It's not appropriate to have to turn them into deadly enemies." Zhou Qingyu's gaze turned. Pei Xining blinked, went over and wrapped her arm around her. Her small hand smoothed in her chest. "Don't be angry. Other people's faults. We shouldn't be angry. And even more so, we shouldn't be angry at our own people. How stupid because other people angry at themselves. Zhou Qingyu, don't think that I won't dare to beat you up just because you're good looking." Pei Xining laughed. "I can't stand to see you treating Aunt Nico like this, calling someone all the way here to serve tea and water, and still having to receive your negative emotions. Aunt Yu, are you looking to make up for being bullied by Aunt Nico back then? Asterisk off and get away from me." Seeing that she was much smoother, Pei Xining immediately sat back on the sofa and went to accompany Unico. Pei Xining heartily cannot look at Zhou Qingyu. Since childhood, hustle and counter-hustle. Uncle Chang Jiang and Auntie Unico are good-tempered and let her cannot even see. Otherwise, as far as the weight of the two people in front of the family, they would have driven her away. In the end, the two people were so kind that they preferred to move, but did not turn their backs on Zhou Qingyu. Not paying attention to Zhou Qingyu, who had obviously listened to the words and went back to the phone, she took hold of Nico's arm and whispered, "How can you stand her?" Nico similarly whispered, "For the sake of your troublemaking brother's support, she may almost mean it to me, but she has deep feelings for the Zhou family. She can't stand it when someone insults her brother." Pei Xining, "Cubs still like to cause trouble that much? The rivers and mountains are easy to change. The nature will only compress. Or you can't learn to turn the corner. Look, just call that taught." Pei Xining stifled a smile. "This I know. His attitude towards girls also she taught him. Pups that will not understand things." I heard her remarks at that time was shocked. What women is clothes? The more beautiful clothes the shorter shelf life. "Nico, do you think Xiano's speech is bad? What nonsense is in the video? At least she's an ex-girlfriend, so I'm going to kill her." Ning Ning, What are you doing in Tianhe this time? No, just miss you, and come to see you again. My mom wants to follow a piece to come. I think the meeting is also hypocritical. Don't come. What hypocrisy. She was jealous that I grew up closer to you than to her, and it's still on her lips. It hurts so bad that it's remembered to this day. Zhou Chengyu put down his cell phone. What are you two crickets? Pei Xining, I'm looking for Auntie Natalie to inquire about how Auntie Yu usually takes care of her skin. To get some advice. Your skin is too good, tender and glowing. Natalie responded. Yes, especially in this kind of strong light. You can't see any flaws at all. Pei Xining, the body is okay. The front and back of the body is often fitness at a glance. Natalie, the essence is better. The state of mind is active like a 20-something. Zhou Chengyu automatically took it as a genuine compliment, and would be angry if he suspected them of saying the opposite. She asked, who's sleeping with me tonight? Talk. Pei Xining treated it as if she didn't hear it. Aunt Nico, I'll borrow your bedroom first to rest and relax. Nick, you haven't been to my bedroom yet, have you? I'll show you. Zhou Chengyu saw the two people go upstairs back and forth, took a deep breath, and decided to get rid of Pei Xining early tomorrow. She's in, and she's not in the right frame of mind. With no more thoughts of rest for a while, Zhou Chengyu froze and looked at the fruit plate for a while, dialing the number to call his nephew. Chapter 99, The Simple and the Uncomplicated. Zhou Yi was in the sea, on a yacht, when he received the call from Zhou Chengyu. There are wind and waves here, but they are avoided. With that video of him being interviewed getting hotter and hotter when it was released, Liu Zhang has been forced to delete the interview for account security reasons? Of course it doesn't matter if it's deleted or not. The impact has been caused. Pei Xining Studio Save the Forwarding has also been hanging. Chou Ya has answered countless phone calls today. A lot of it is reminding him to duck and cover. There really are cops looking for him. Out of town. Local. Although he thought most of them were there to scare him, he could still feel some pressure in his thoughts. It's this pressure that blends into the sea that makes it seem worthless. He'll be on a lounge couch on the second floor. There was a cool ocean breeze and a table with fruit drinks, simple food. Zhou prepared 3 days of food and prepared to hide for 3 days. It's more troublesome in case it's taken out of town by some unruly raid. Auntie, you're still awake. Zhou Chengyu, your sister Xining came to my house today, and your mother to sing together to squeeze and bully me. The two of them went to a room to rest. I'm bored. Chouno wasn't surprised. Pei Xining and mom have always been very good relations. Frequent contact. Pei family settled in the city from Tianhe City is also relatively close. To Tianhe, driving is only 2 or 3 hours. Where are you? Zhou, didn't you encourage Fong Nan to buy a yacht and play sea fishing in the sea a while ago? Zhou Chengyu, you're not too scared to land, are you? They're not guilty of arresting me. It's not like they're afraid of someone pulling a dirty trick. They've seen it a lot. Still scared. Zhou Chengyu flirted and asked, does Fong Nan know anything about smearing you and your father? Informed, not capable of interfering. A total of 2 groups of people. One side is her company, one side is her father. You say she is more waste. Warren, she is the founder, was an original second shareholder anti-client. The company's operation of watertight, put her as a mascot. The family obviously has the dominant power. Stomping her parents have to be afraid. Nestled being led to walk. However, with her parents is not all to blame for her. Take people's soft hands. Just recognized her family on her body to spend a small 100 million. Plus 20 years have not been really loved by parents. Probably messed up. Zhou Chengyu, dump her and try to have a clean heart. Zhou Yi, 3 years ago dumped. People almost died. How to say nah. Character flaws? Never experienced too complicated things. 25 years have 18 years as living in their own fictional future world. Zhou Chengyu, then slowly dump it for a rainy day. Zhou Yi, auntie, you said I have no grudge against Hui Jingzhou. Why is he targeting me so hard? Zhou Chengyu, something in human nature. Looking for a child all these years in the heart out of balance. Find back in a love brain. He sees you as a fire pit. Poor boy. Debt-ridden scum. Right. Do you know about Fong Nan and all her company's accounts being blocked? I know. It should have something to do with that video of mine. Someone behind it doesn't want to let the matter of Lin Yuan New City come up again. But it's not like they reacted so quickly. What's the connection with Fong Nan? Block her account as well. Zhou Chengyu, according to what I've heard, someone put out the word that whoever dares to bring goods for Warren will not have their account protected. Zhou Yi, serves him right. The stewards don't even have a bottom line. What bottom line can the company have? Aren't you upset that your little girlfriend's hard-earned foundation is collapsing? I can't wait for her to be all collapsed early. With $2 gestures or going to heaven. I used to be able to afford her, and I can afford her now. With everything gone, I'll see how she can still yell at me. Zhou Chengyu, speaking with such confidence? Zhou Yi, I took advantage of this time to invest in a self-media account. Invested in a hospital similar to the monthly child center. The hands of the money to save a little use is enough. In addition, you also said my mom has at least $30 to $50 million in her hands. Zhou Qingyu, your mom may be more than these. How I think it is not right. Your grandparents on her a daughter. The two old man in the hands of the year said to hold billions of assets. Her character and then love your father cannot be all the old man's heart and blood thrown into the hole. You find something to squeeze her. Test. She has a kind of once bitten by a snake 10 years afraid of the well-rope mentality. Afraid of her son and her husband. The same as not competing. The same do not know the sky high and thick. Zhou Yi lost his smile. What are you always counting on her for? Zhou Qingyu, you don't know how much she has counted on me? Knowing that my parents are at home, she deliberately guided me to talk nonsense. Knowing that I cannot do things, she secretly encouraged my parents to kill me. Knowing that my brother cares the most about you, she got my brother to pass on a lot of things about you to me and educate me. Knowing that I am most annoyed with her teaching me to study. I can't even learn when she talks. She volunteers herself every day in front of my parents to teach me to be a good person. I'm younger than her. She is purely bullying the children. Then why are you still being so nice to her? With the doctor and the job. It's my own sister-in-law. I've known her since she was adopted by your grandparents. Repaying grudges with grudges is to outsiders. To her I am complaining with virtue. Ashamed to death of her. Besides, that is your father's second heart. As soon as I saw that her hair was white, I felt that the 7 or 8 years I gambled away had all been spent on the dog. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal of money from the company, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal of money from the company. From the first day back to the forest city, I cannot sleep well. I think my brother, how I never thought I would never see him again. I don't even dare to think how I'll face your grandparents in the future. They'll surely regret adopting me as a white wolf. Zhou Yi, do not talk about these. You think you owe. No one is at ease ever. You go these years. I still a little blame my parents. I think my aunt is quite good, at least as a family. A heart. Then not get alone. How hard can it be? Have to make people so cruel. Zhou Qingyu wiped his eyes. Don't float on the sea. It's not comfortable to live. The time to go back. Do not live so constrained and careful. Although our family is no longer your grandfather and your father, there is still aunt and your mom. If we really have to fight for our lives, auntie will go first. She exhaled. I've read that Thousand Autumns written by this Hua Jingzhou guy. Doesn't he like to blacken others? See if I can blacken him out of S next. I'm going to make him not even dare to go out the door. Nail him to the pillar of shame of public opinion. And have him dragged out and swung around a few times every now and then. Chono doesn't advise her. She was taking it out on her brother. It had nothing to do with him. When the war of public opinion is fought, the target is always the one with the highest visibility. Her aunt isn't well known and won't lose anything. If you dare to fight, you must have a reason to fight. As for whether Fan Nan would be embarrassed, Zhou Yi didn't want to think too much about it either. It's all come down to a position and a choice that would have required a position and a choice. Separate is as easy as in one piece. Wobbly and hesitant. It's not easy to deal with. Like trudging through a mud puddle. Chapter 100, Stopping the car. The sea breeze is back and it's cool. The sea in view gradually filled with some mist, like it was going to rain. Zhou Yi walked to the first floor to let Zhao Chongwen drive back, and he messed up thinking about some of the things on his mind that had been ticked off by his aunt. Only these annoyances soon faded a bit after brushing up on the Here Comes Yu Zheng account. It is most pleasurable to make money. Make more and you're closer to what you want to do. This account is currently making $1 million a month easily without relying on live bandwagons. The fans aren't much of an explosion. The heat exploded. Because Yu Zheng is omnipotent and always at the forefront of melon eating. Plus it's a girl with poise, education, and a persona and ability to express herself. Fan cohesion is extremely high. The hospital is also progressing fast. The publicity methods Zhou Yi had helped Guan Yao plan in advance. If you have a lot of worries, think more about the ones that don't. In addition to the time of his father's death, Zhou Yi really cannot control their own negative emotions. Most of his troubles rely on the time to throw the brain a throw. As a Zhou Qingyu mouth cheerful big boy, whoever wants to internalize it, he doesn't internalize it anyway. Yacht docking. Chono took a very sound sleep after turning off his cell phone. During that time it seemed as if someone had shouted something at the entrance to the villa. He didn't care, and Zhao Chongwen went over to see what was going on. The next day was refreshing. Choino washed up and changed into a casual sport. I'm going to have a meeting in the studio today to work out the next steps. When he ran into Zhao Chongwen downstairs, who had just finished a busy breakfast, he casually asked, "Someone came over last night?" Zhao Chongwen, the police. The documents are not complete. There is no local accompaniment, so I did not let them bother you. Chono, and you know all this? Zhao Chongwen smiled. A little bit of training before induction. Without asking too many questions, Zhou Yi browsed through the morning information as he ate his breakfast. The beats about him and his family faded overnight. It seems like there are a ton of self-pub accounts that have been blocked, and most of them have been unblocked through appeals. Only the originator, Yan Simin, Includes a firm company e-commerce account blocked. Much cleaner on the hot search as well. All there is about him is gossip and laughter. The atmosphere became entertainment first for a short time. Zhou Yi and Zhao Chongwen to bring the car over. Ready to get on the car when the phone has an unfamiliar number called in. He hadn't wanted to answer it, considering that the other number he was known by had been temporarily deactivated, and that most of the people who could call this number were familiar with it, and picked it up and put it to his ear. As the thin, soft voice rang out, he wondered, "How do you know my number?" "I got it from Guan Yao." Thank you, or else my endorsements are all going to flop, and my image won't be pulled back at all. I also just realized that you let director Wu Rui go to the school to sign me back then, and I always thought that it was because I had a star look myself." Nan Xingwan twisted her expression. "Chono, you came to me just to say thank you? The internet says your family is broke. Yeah, can I help you with anything?" "Zhou Yi, you don't have to feel indebted to me. I want your people. Give you others should be." Fang Nan has a sentence that is particularly interesting. "For me I give you the most I do not care. Not lack of. You give me, that will be all you have. Strictly speaking, I owe you. Well, don't contact each other in the future. You harm me, I help you. Count it as even." Watched your video and talked so much more maturely. The man hasn't changed. Still so handsome. "Zhou Yi, you are more outstanding in every way. I finally believe in the female Big 18. Previously thought inconspicuous, and then look, it turned out to be so beautiful." Nan Xingwan, before you responded, "My impression of you was that you were cold-blooded and heartless. I really didn't expect that I would harm you first, and you still rounded up for me. That's not called harm, not as much as you did. You didn't harm anyone, you almost harmed yourself." Nan Xingwan laughed. "Don't fall in love like before. You are lucky to have a deep background. Others can't afford to mess with you. Otherwise, on your hand, the freshness of a dumping style, even my weak woman would like to die with you. You are killing a girl's dignity and self-confidence. I talked to you for less than a month. So far think of all want to strangle you. You put me on love all the beautiful vision of all broken, but also counted as a blessing. This circle is not suitable for love brain mix. Zhou Yi, youth is ignorant and fearless, and the halo blinds the eyes and heart. It's just that other people respect me, and I don't know how to specifically respect other people. My mom pretending to be bankrupt pretending for 3 years. She also into the drama. By busy to disintegrate my father's death on her blow. I do not blame her, but also quite grateful. Some things do not own experience never understand. Wan, really sorry, do not say, have the fate to see it." Zhou Yi hung up and was just about to give Zhao Chongwen directions when he was carried by the braking inertia and held the front gear. It was a normally moving car that suddenly slowed down, resulting in the braking of Zhao Chongwen. He looked up at a car with a special number plate. The license plate is Uptown. Between observations, a hand poked out of the front window, signaling to stop. Zhao Chongwen turned his head, his gaze inquiring. "Chono, stop." Zhao Chongwen complied and parked on the side of the road where the cars and people are more remote. Just as he pulled up, the front door opened and a straight-framed man in a suit and white shirt walked in with a cold face. Zhou Yi looked at the other party's license plate and vaguely guessed. Uncle Fannan seems to be working in Uptown, or serving in the army. The car window was knocked. Zhou Yi lowered the window to look at the approaching opponent. "Something wrong? Come over and have a chat." "Chono, who are you?" The man pulled out his ID from his pocket and brought it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi looked halfway through the cloud. "Is that a good ID? Why does the guy with the ID look so good?" Zhao Chongwen want to go down to negotiate. Zhou Yi patted his arm, turned his head to look at the man's eyes outside the window. "Don't look at me like this. I'm not a criminal. He wants to see me. I go or not, it is not you want to force. You're not tall. Hang an urban license plate. As if even the height has grown 250 centimeters. Zhou Yi did not look at the other party's increasingly gloomy gaze. Continued, "I'm short of time. He has something to let him come over to me to say. You a person of other departments. Do you want to replace the local police law enforcement? Your leader knows that you are so arrogant oversteps it." The man laughed in exasperation. "You're quite arrogant, Zhou Yi, so, what can you do?" He picked up his cell phone and pressed 110, "Comrade, this someone is driving dangerously, pretending to be a law enforcement department's documents. Trouble you to come over to a trip. Document is definitely fake. This kind of document is more sacred. Take the document without that kind of quality. Catch the car casually, don't. It is fake. He is illegally posing as a state agent. Not fake. He is knowing the law. Illegal law enforcement." Zhao Chongwen looked sideways. Oddly, this young master is a real troublemaker, and half afraid of things. Squeeze a driver who has high eyes and follows a big leader. Want to smash the car. Hesitate to smash. But if you were yourself, these days you are either being looked for by the police, or being threatened by phone calls, being cyber violated, and casually going out of the door and still getting a condescending don't car. I'm afraid that the fire has come up too. Chapter 101 Bullying people out of a sense of entitlement. Front car. Xia Baichuan saw roughly through the rear mirror. He was also from Lin Chang, and knew a lot about the Zhou family, both his own family and his brother-in-law's family. The Zhou family was at best a ragtag family with a few more connections than the average person today. Zhang Tianyun was arrested. That's because he was unclean himself and coincidentally was reported at a time when he was in conflict with the Chao family. It was reported. He has sources. Xia Baichuan hadn't even put this kind of merchant family in his eyes before, let alone now. See the driver walk back and hear that Chao Ye even called the police. Xia Baichuan's handsome and mature face couldn't help but smile more. Young people are just young people. He was just trying to get the other guy to get in the car and come over to talk. If he can't be invited, he has the nerve to play this game with his driver. Call the police? The police in question don't have the last name of Zhou either, but rather the last name of Hua is more likely to be the same as the last name of Xie. Xia Baichuan didn't even have any interest in getting out of the car at this point. There was only the incredulity and playfulness of having one's identity shaken by a mole. He casually picked up his cell phone. Old Sue, how can you have such poor law and order here? There are people who dare to maliciously insult state officials and provoke trouble in the street. On Huaiha Road. I don't know who's in charge. Su Shiren was startled and asked for specifics. When he heard that it was Xia Baichuan who had a conflict with Zhou Yi, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. There are some things that shouldn't be said too fully. He only said vaguely, I'll explain to the case officer and make sure to give it a proper treatment. Xia Baichuan, well, take my driver with him and investigate properly. He hung up and dialed 2 more numbers in a row. Xia Baichuan had long ago inquired clearly, and Zhou Yi was stained with many things on his body itself. There's a lot that can be written about both his father, himself, and public opinion these days. People just go in, no fear of him being dishonest. Xia Baichuan was extremely affectionate with Xia Danqing. There are some things that his sister and brother-in-law are not good at meddling with, and he can do it by hand. Before the vacation was over, he had to get someone in for his brother-in-law. Chouno realized something was wrong when the police came over. Insulting and defaming a public official. Provoking trouble? It's reasonable. It can't be said on the spot. You need to go to the city council to say it. Zhou Yi remembered the other side of the license plate. Exhorted Zhao Chongwen a few words. Cooperate with the police, and that driver got into the police car separately. The cell phone was still there, and he contacted Nan Shan to report the license plate. Your uncle's car? Fong Nan's mood and state were not good for days. Hearing him suddenly ask this, she hesitantly nodded her head. Right. Then your family is really all sick, but also sick, not light. There is no injustice. First your own father paid for the traffic to hack me, then your uncle on the road, looking for a dog to bite. Fong Nan, do I owe you from my past life? I'm so sorry for you. I'm trying to help you find your family, but you're looking for a circle of enemies, right? Fong Nan, don't lose your temper. Make it clear what's going on. Zhou Yi, I can't tell you anymore. From reuniting with you, I haven't had a single day of down-to-earth life. First Jiang Su, after Yin Ximin, then this group of people around you. You can not know, not clear, not understand. I've had enough. Break up. I'm afraid that if I spend one more day with you, I won't even have a chance to give my mom a pension. Fuanan was confused. What's going on first? I don't want to say another word to you. From the time we met again, with the house and the yacht and the living expenses, everything adds up to $18 million. I'll transfer it to you later. It's all settled. If you're not satisfied, go to court. I'll have Zhao Chongwen change the lot code. The house is no longer your concern. Also, you tell your uncle for me to keep me in there for the rest of his life if he can. Zhou Yi finished his words in one breath and pulled the Fong Nan number straight to black. The more I think about it, the more bored I get. He was well on his way to becoming an ordinary employee at the hotel. Unsurprisingly, there is no Fan Nan, and his old mom is definitely fast becoming intolerant of hiding it. He can do business well, take his elders on a leisurely trip for a break, and enjoy the freedom that he has not seen in a long time. Since I ran into Fong Nan, she's simply a godsend. From baby bad luck to now, bad luck all the time. Even his proximity to her was tainted with bad luck. Every day, he is burnt out, his chickens are flying, and his little life is hanging by a thread at all times. Except for a few rare moments of warmth, the rest is spent being terrorized, cyber-violated, and ravaged by various outside forces, especially long periods of being cyberstormed. Even family members are involved. Inconveniently out of the house, a random open cell phone comment is to call him out on his ancestry. Chouno adjusted. Taking his cell phone, he called UMO, you transfer 18 million to this account for me. I can barely get enough on hand to give it to you. It's inconvenient to operate on your own. UMO, this is not Fong Nan. Don't mention her. UMO, okay, I'll do it for you before noon. Where are you? Have a drink tonight. I have a project here at the construction site. Let's talk. No to industry. Zhou Yi coped with the end. Simply turned off the phone, leaning against the seat late days, until, saw the familiar city hall door. It was the nth time in a short time that he had come here. Su Li was in police uniform. She saw a figure from afar. Her eyes widened and she quickly stepped to meet her. Zhou Yi, how do you want to get up and go home? Get out of here. Su Li raised an eyebrow. For your words, detaining you for 15 days is not much. When the person walked past in front of him, Su Li pulled his colleague to inquire about the specifics. Fang Nan was at home when she received Zhou Ye's call. Work frustration and public pressure, leaving her to stay passive. She could see that Zhou Yi had a problem with her, so she didn't even dare to touch the bad luck when her account was blocked. Wanting to find him, she also temporarily held back. I didn't expect the man to suddenly go crazy. First yell a bunch of yells to pull the plug on her and turn off the phone. Then shortly afterwards she received $18 million that Zhou Yi had sent to her. Fan Nan initially thought he was angry when he said he was breaking up and panicked when he received the money. She doesn't even know what's going on. And then there are signs of being dumped again. How dare he? What the hell is going on? Fang Nan quickly goes out to find Xia Danqing to call her uncle. And Zhou Yi mentions her uncle. Xia Danqing did not dare to slow down. Walked out a few steps to communicate with the end before briefly speaking about the process. Don't be anxious. He can still take Xiaozhou Hawa. Is Xiaozhou too rude? And your uncle-driver conflict. Fang Nan was in turmoil. Emotionally unstable. Lin Chang is so big. How come Zhou Yi happened to clash with his driver? How can you guys be such bullies? Usually in front of me to talk about it even though, but also to find him. You guys are not really taking me for a retard. Release him? Make him release him. Huo Jingzhou hasn't been going out lately either. So he sniffs and walks over from his study. He knew ahead of time what was going on and had the intention to reprimand his daughter, but couldn't open his mouth. Nan, didn't your mom say that it's just a normal process and that Xiaozhou will be out soon? With her knowledge of Zhou Yi, Fang Nan asked with red eyes, did you or did you not spend money to buy public opinion to blacken him? Huo Jingzhou was choked and lost his words. So what if I bought it? Which father can't bear to see his daughter being bullied like this? Fan Nan was dizzy and so angry that she couldn't make a sound. She had always thought her father was a great writer, and did things at least with grace and honor. Space fell silent for a few seconds. Fang Nan asked him, are you my father? You lost me when I was little, and now you want to lose my boyfriend. Her voice grew out of control. He recruited you guys and messed with you. Going to harm him like this? What did he do to me? The 3 years I've been with him, I've at least felt that I'm living in this world. He is even worse than you guys, a million times better. I beg you, please let him go. If anything happens to him, how can I face him and Auntie Nico? Are you trying to get me killed? Xia Danqing eyed her husband as he tried to speak. First, he hugged Fang Nan and said urgently, don't cry. Mom will call your uncle to release him. It's all a misunderstanding. We're family, not outsiders. Chapter 1023. City Council. Su Li quickly walked into his dad Su Shiren's office. Dad, I heard that Zhou Yi had a conflict with the people from the upper city side this time. What's the other party's origin? Su Shiren, who was about to dial the phone, turned his head to look at his daughter. His kid is most unproductive. I can't study. I don't have enough brains to deal with people. And most importantly, I'm a nymphomaniac. From the time he met that young master of the Zhou family, he played after people's asses all day long. You can't even yank it back. Luckily, that boy was quite principled and didn't play with her feelings. Su Shiren didn't even know whether to be happy or angry about this. Happy that the scum let his daughter off the hook. Unhappily, the scumbag couldn't even look at her. Don't worry about everything. He hasn't done anything bad himself, but he's always treated like a bad guy. The last time I saw you talking to him in the interrogation room, people who didn't know thought you were lynching him. Su Li, what I have long had no feelings for him. To gossip and eat melon. Su Shiren's opinion of Zhou Yi has changed due to Zheng Tianyun's incident. He had also thought that the boy was done for life, that there was no way he could get up. The result is really a matter of concern. A handful of 2 cities, which there is a provincial city. The arrest of Zheng Tianyun did not overnight. Su Shan did not receive news in advance, waiting to know when. Zheng Tianyun has been taken away. In addition to his son in the hospital is temporarily okay. All the family were taken away together. Su Li, I heard that the person Zhou Yi offended this time is not small. Su Shiren was dragging his feet, trying to stay out of it, sniffing faintly, that's certainly not small, but the head is not big enough to bully people. My personal angle is biased towards Xiaozhou. Is the other side is not on the line? I cannot not follow the rules. Neither side can afford to be offended, so we'll stall in the middle and let them negotiate on their own. You help me to urge and explain. Don't aggravate Xiaozhou. Su Li was surprised. How did you change your attitude towards him so much? Su Shiren sighed. I didn't understand a truth until a while ago. The person who was far stronger than me before, his network must also be much stronger and wider than me. Too smug. Often even the dead are not as good. The dead at least know how they died. You like Jung Tianyun. He never dreamed of decades of scenery. Because of some of the things that have been set right years ago long ago, get it wrong are likely to eat a gun. Suli, you mean Joey still has a background? Su Shuring glanced at her. What background is not background? Do a good job. Abide by the law. Who can not catch you pigtails? Nothing to read a book to go. And then understand more about the law. Learn how people Joey is used. That video how many people nitpicking. Cannot find the illegal place. Suli, I'm at work. How can I read? You go to work and run to the leader's office on a roll. Suli skimmed his lips, secretly saying that he was nervous, talking nicely and then suddenly losing your temper. The heart is a little uncomfortable and upset. She had just realized that the words that Chono had yelled at her at the party were actually true. It's amazing that his dad died better than her dad. The outskirts of Tianha City, the sparsely populated riverside. The breeze is gentle and the air is pleasant. 3 women are walking in front. A man and a woman followed not far behind. The 3 were Pei Si-ning, Zhou Chengyu, and Yu Nico. A man and a woman were Li Jun and Pei Xining's assistant and bodyguard and driver. Chu Jing. Zhou Chengyu couldn't even look at Pei Si-ning. When she was there, she couldn't go where there were many people, and when there were fewer people, she clung to Nico, and I don't know where she got off talking so much. So starstruck as the centerpiece. As soon as Pei Si-ning came she became a marginalized person. She's been learning from Nico since she was a little girl. Li Jun took a phone call at this time, and not daring to slack off, he came over and explained the situation. Nico frowned. That son of a got caught again. Not daring to slow down, she made several consecutive phone calls asking for specifics. Zhou Chengyu did not take it seriously. Although it is embarrassing to be caught in a mix-up, it is not so bad as to get a bullet. Pei Si-ning was curious. Her aunt Nico clearly said that Joey has changed a lot in the past 3 years. Changed for the better. Down to earth and stable. Why is he still causing trouble every now and then? What the hell? Zhou Chengyu equals Nick asked after putting down his cell phone once again. Natalie Yu, Ono was aliased and got into a verbal altercation with a human driver. The owner of the car is Xia Danqing's brother. Pei Si-ning, that toddler channel host Xia Danqing from Lincheng TV? Right. Zhou Chengyu, this is not a matter of verbal dispute. This is for his nephew and brother-in-law's sister out of anger in exchange for my daughter because of who slit her wrists, but also dead-eyed non-following him. I may also take this means and measures to get the man in once and for all. It's a good operation. And the daughter can't suspect them. What's her brother's origin? Nico, someone from the upper city side. I asked someone to look up the license plate number. It's pretty impressive. Zhou Chengyu sniffed without making a statement. She had contacts in this area. And Night June was introduced to her by a friend. She needed reliable bodyguards. And the other party convinced Li Jun to retire half a year early. Pei Si-ning, why don't I ask my mom and see if I can find someone to make peace in the middle? Zhou Chengyu choked. Say and what? Obviously bullying cubs. What's the matter? Still looking for someone to beg for mercy in a lowly manner? Pei Si-ning quietly rolled her eyes and laughed along. Still my Aunt Yu is great. Her tone of voice is different. How about Aunt Yu fix it? Don't let my Aunt Nicole worry too much about the cubs. Zhou Chengyu, you don't talk here to hide 3 points and show 3 points. That my own nephew. Need you to be a good person. Pei Si-ning playing fingers. Muttering just enough to be heard. I think it is not Chad Pro. Natalie Aunt let me leave him alone. I out of the cub love face. Do not want to hurt his dignity when he was at his lowest point did not bother. The pups were so good to you back then. So close to you. He didn't even call his aunt. He called her his aunt. And he glared back at anyone who glared at him. And he dared to talk back to his grandparents for you. When he and Nico were most helpless and lonely. You, the only family member, ran away. Most importantly, you make people arrogant like that. Make my Aunt Nico in order to let him a tempered character. Everyday heart dripping blood like see her son suffer. Zhou Chengyu turned his head abruptly. Pei Si-ning lowered her eyebrows. Zhou Chengyu's eyes are lethal. Just don't look at them. Nico wasn't in the mood to listen to the two men as she was compelled to pick up her cell phone again and call her father's former comrade. Haven't been in touch in years. After his father's death, there was even less contact, and Nico would at most make a token call to check on his health during the holidays. I don't know if the old man wants to worry about that, but Nico really couldn't think of anyone else who might know Xia Baichuan. As for the Hua couple she was able to contact but no longer wanted to go on the phone to ask for specifics. If they had her in their sights, there was no way that her son would have been made to get out of the house because of this little incident. Calling and asking again was both unnecessary and self-defeating. Chapter 103, Driver. The call was quickly answered. Nico briefly made things clear and then asked, Elder Chen, I know it's a bit presumptuous, but the child is still inside the police station. If you can, you help me inquire about this person. The voice on the other side is old, but very powerful. Talking to uncle is still so polite. Your father was injured and discharged from the army because he saved me. Really old. The other day I dreamed of him. You say also strange. What he looks like I do not remember. Dream inside and remember clearly. Girl, do not need to be so euphemistic. Have something to say. Want to let uncle how to help you can. Uncle will do his best. Nico's eyes warmed a little at his gentle, natural tone. She also couldn't understand if the old man was being nice or not. Emotions were instinctively rattled. Remembering his father, she stabilized. Uncle Chen, it's not that big of a deal. It's just that my son was stopped on the road by that Xiaobaichuan stone car and had a few words with his driver. We can apologize if we are offended. There is no grudge. What do you think he means by this? Should do things this way? Chen Jianqing, I'll have Chen Yong check it out for you. He happened to visit me today and is here. Nico was impressed by his mention of Wing Chen. Decades ago, Chen Jianqing often came over to her house from out of town. Then please, I'll bring Ono to see you when he comes out of there. Chen Jianqing laughed, but you have to come early. If you're late, you won't be able to see it. You certainly lived a long life. Hanging up politely, seeing Zhou Qingyu looking at her, Nico said, seeing what the old man means. As long as it's the people and things in that unit over there, he can basically handle it. Even if he doesn't know Xia Baichuan, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Qingyu was surprised. What does he do? Nico, many years ago he was in Xia Baichuan's unit as a key position. Specifically how high position retired, I cannot say. He should be more powerful than Xia Baichuan. This year are 80 or 90 years old. Zhou Qingyu, sure you can do the job? Nico, how can I be sure? It's not like we're on good terms. We basically stopped contacting each other after my dad died. Let's wait and see. I'll ask again at the party. Zhou Qingyu was curious. Is he a comrade of Master Yu? What's his name? I'll ask around for you. See if it's reliable. Not reliable, I'll find someone to get that son of a Chen Jianqing. Zhou Qingyu, come to think of it, my father had said over the old man has a comrade in arms is particularly powerful, as if the unit is a hand or the second in command. His early years also threw the old man to find him to do things. He is surely no problem. Our father has never served a few people in his life. Mention Chen Jianqing tone are different. Nico, no. I have to go back to Lin Cheng. This little brat. He's pissing me off and causing trouble one after another. I've lost all my face for him. I've begged more in my life than I've begged in a while. Zhou Chengyu interjected. Aren't you and Wu Jingzhou colleagues? Do you have a grudge? No. I don't go so far as to have a grudge against my co-workers. Common friendships where you can run into each other on the occasional reunion and meet up for a chat. Zhou Qingyu thought about Nico's elegance when he was young. It's not love that breeds hate, is it? You have a crush on you and you don't like my brother. What are you babbling about? Then this person has no logic at all. Obviously with you have this layer of colleague relationship. Children still have a bond. Do these rotten things before completely throw you outside? The cub is even more unlikely to offend him. He is not comfortable in the place of uncomfortable people. Perception keen. Will not positively express too much. There is Fong Nan in. Surely can hide on hide. Words. Crush on you, how normal. If I were a male I also crush on you. She flirted and turned her head. Right, Xiao Pei. Pei Xining didn't damage her this time, and smiled as she picked up. My Aunt Nico is also magnificent now. Natalie didn't listen to the two men's jabs, and was only mildly regretful. She always thought that girl Fan Nan was nice, but repeatedly getting your son into trouble, whether it's good or not is secondary. The situation at hand was what she feared. A red face invites disaster. Inside a tightly secured villa area in Xanadu City, Chen Jianqing was overwhelmed with emotion because of a phone call from Nico Yu. I can still remember much of my youth. Only the children are over 50 years old. He looked at his son sitting at the tea table. Your uncle used daughter's phone. Back then, I also wanted to give you two a child marriage to come. People think you are too ugly. Play are not happy to play with you. Chen Yong listened awkwardly and sipped his tea with his head down. Chen Jianqing's dim eyes are full of memories. It's really fast. Think of the time when I was with your uncle Yu. Chen Yong had heard his father speak countless times. What to live and die together. More than pro-brother. A piece of how many things have been experienced. How long has the correspondence? Chen Yong listened to the annoyance. But know that the old man is like this. Sometimes said to forget. He interjected appropriately and asked, what did she want with you? Inquire about someone named Shiba. Chen Jianqing thank half a day did not remember Xia by what time. Chen Yong doubt help him add, Xia Baichuan? Yeah, look at my memory. You recognize it. Ha, Chen Yong, when I was working on the civilian side in the early years, I saw that he was more favorable, and let him be my guard and driver for a while. Later, I felt quite talented. Talent, do not want to bury the talent. Find ways to help him move a few times. Now the development of good. Do also good. Chen Jianqing, he and your uncle Yu grandson somehow clashed. I do not know the specific reasons. You now call the place to ask what happened. If you are wearing a suit of clothes to bully others, this kind of scum as far as possible to let him roll as far as possible. If your uncle Yu grandson is not like that, you also let Xia by. Chuan go to give an apology. No matter what, a person of such an age to bully a child, there is something wrong with his character. Chen Yong was patient, nodding his head as he listened. The old man's temper exploded. It was hard to walk, and he often trained him like a grandson. The words were incomplete. He had to help him complete the brain. Wing Chan was patient enough with him. Father's life is not easy. Young, not a lot of suffering into a habit, has always maintained the spirit of love to worry about suffering. He only suffered himself, to his family, to him and his sister, in addition to the principle of strict requirements. Almost always respond to requests. Most importantly, the same experience. Chen Yong asked himself that he couldn't do a millionth of what the old man did. Chen Yong doesn't perfume him. Often people find connections to the old man's head. What can be done Chen Yong has done. The ones that couldn't were found a way to do it. Chapter 104, Reversal. Su Shiren will start to fret over Zhou Yi this time. He wasn't worried before because he thought it was a small matter that could be solved by a casual contact between the two parties. But Xia Baichuan, instead of relenting, submitted new evidence. For example, Zhou Yi's video responding to netizens involves maligning and is contrary to public order. Then there is the questioning and nitpicking of Zhou Yi's handling of the conflict with Jiangsu as problematic and procedurally illegitimate. Anyway, a bunch of. Then it went on, and Su Shiren himself had to be implicated. The letter of understanding issued by Zheng Tianyun at that time was submitted by him. Su Shiren can't afford to offend Xia Baichuan and the Hua family. Hua Haifeng was once a man of the province, and his disciples are everywhere. Xia Baichuan is even more powerful. Rumor has it that he has a close relationship with a handful of units on the other side of the Xanadu, and his own achievements are very high. Holding a key position, is a big man known to everyone in the circle of Lin Chang. The most important thing is that Xia Baichuan is within the scope of reasonable and lawful to ask the police to deal with the matter impartially. The phone rang. It's Secretary Chang. Su Shiren was like touching a savior, and was about to get through to complain, when he heard the other party bark a few words first. It means that someone will call in later and tell to report truthfully and not to hide anything at all. Su Shiren listened in confusion. Chen Yong is going to call himself to ask about this small matter? This name he had not heard of. Only the other party's identity and unit is really non-trivial. Secretary Zhang doesn't remind him first. The first thing he has to do is to assume that someone else is a bold-faced liar. Su Shiren and Chen Yong don't belong to the same system, but if you go by status alignment, how far away ordinary people were from him as a city council hand? How far away he was from the kind of person Chen Yong was? He stared at his cell phone for a long time, and quickly pressed answer the moment he saw the number come in. Su Xian was not at liberty to call him by his position, but only politely addressed Mr. Chen. The other side is led by Xia Baichuan. Su Shiren thought that he had come to pressure himself on behalf of Xia Baichuan. It was only when we talked that we tasted wrong. The other party mentioned Xia Baichuan as his full name and Zhou Yi as Xiao Zhou. Proximity is self-explanatory. Su Shiren was weighing whether to speak too much. Once realized no longer. Do not make reservations, Mr. Chen. There are not a few young people who are not exasperated. The street was maliciously don't stop, but also to take the documents to scare. My nephew Xiao Zhou also just can't help but be angry with the driver. Barred 2 sentences. The two of them, no evidence, witnesses cannot be used. The driver therefore bites the death of Xiao Zhou insulted national public officials, deliberately provoking provocation. I can't help it. We have to follow the law. If someone sues, we have to take care of it. Mr. Chen, you persuade Xia Baichuan, do not bother with children. This is not a waste of police resources. Wing Chen, tell Xiao Zhou for me that he shouldn't be afraid. Also, you guys follow your rules. Detain him if you need to, and prosecute him if you need to. The Hua family, Mr. and Mrs. Hua Jingzhou were chatting with Xia Baichuan in the living room. Xia Danqing looked upstairs, her face full of worry. Let the people go first. I've already promised Nan that she'll be able to see Zhou Yi at night. She looked at Xia Baichuan with some complaint. You said you arrested someone just to arrest them. How can Nan still know that you arrested them? Xia Baichuan originally did not want to arrest him. It was his own words. Want to go in. Sister, she cannot think of things you cannot think of? I'm not letting go. I have to wait for him to find all the relations cannot get out. Find you an eye on the time to release him. Some people don't know the sky if they don't give him some color. Taking a step back, Nan must have him, and I'll do it so that little will learn a lesson and not dare to bully her in the future. Xia Danqing, but if we really detain someone, what if she does something stupid? She hasn't eaten since noon, and has been hiding in her room and not coming out, not talking. Hua Jingzhou, you're just confused because you're concerned. If she calms down a bit later, she'll be fine. Detaining him for a few days is already cheap enough. If it wasn't for Nan's concern, I wouldn't even hate him if I let him go to jail. Xia Baichuan, I'll be ready to go back to the unit later. Zhou Ye's matter should not be said again. Spoil the fun. Specifically how long to arrest. How long to lock up? You two decide. He got up and was about to go out to meet Hua Haifeng to resign. A number called the cell phone. Xia Baichuan quickly avoided Hua Jingzhou and walked outside with Xia Dancheng. Leader, you wanted to see me? Wing Shen, you go now and get that kid named Zhou Yi out of there and go find him and apologize. I'm waiting for his call. If he doesn't call me and say he forgives you, don't come back. I'll take care of the formalities for you to get out of here. If you like to be a bully so much, you can spend the rest of your life being a bully in your hometown. Xia Baichuan, I cherish your talent. Talent. Make an exception for you to beg 3 times. Send you to your current position is to let you properly return to the country. Dedicated to return to the unit. I give you all this is not to let you out of personal grudges to use the special nature of the authority to casually destroy a person. This kid's grandfather happens to have a lifelong friendship with my old man, and he has the ability to call the old man on the phone. What if he can't find his way to the old man's head? He's only in his 20s. What are you trying to do with all these charges? Murder. When you destroyed such a young man, you didn't have any psychological burden at all? CNMs, I couldn't bear to see the pearl in the dust, lifted you up, and you went to harm someone else's pearl. Xia Baichuan's face turned white as he was scolded. He hadn't been abused so undignified since he was born, but he was even more frightened and blanched. Zhou Nuigong turned out to be an old comrade in arms with the leader's father, Chen Jianqing. The more Chen Yong spoke, the angrier he became. He has raised people who have harmed his father's side of the relationship in a good way. He treats people as talents to break the rules and support such a grassroots movie star, pretending to be a man of honor in front of him, but acting recklessly in private. Chen Yong didn't doubt Su Shiran's words at all. The other side neither dares to lie nor has any need to. Chen Yong spat out a breath. Collected temper on the occasion of more patience. I cannot hear Xiao Zhou's voice on the phone before dinner. Immediately the whole unit notification. You will also have nothing to do with the unit again. The phone was hung up unilaterally. Xia Baichuan stood in place for a long time without being able to react. He could never have imagined that for such a small matter, Chen Yong would be so ungrateful for decades of old friendship. But then he turned and winced. Chen family is too powerful. Not to mention Chen Yong is his direct line of leadership. Chen Jianqing that old thing dating for people even more. Iron relations a lot. Xia Baichuan nearly ran back to the villa's hall and followed upstairs. Nan, open the door. I'll take you to fetch Zhou Yi, and uncle will release him immediately. Xia Danching noticed that Xia Baichuan was out of sorts and guessed that it had something to do with the phone call he received. Followed to ask. Xia Baichuan as if he could not hear him speak. Only one to urge Fong Nan faster. When the swollen eyes of Fong Nan opened the door, he could not help but hold Fong Nan's wrist and walk out quickly. Hua Jingzhou and Xia Danqing look at each other when they see the two of them getting into the car. What happened? The back and forth shifts so quickly. Hua Jingzhou was worried and his mood was affected. Witnessing the car drive away before saying, "You give Baichuan a call and ask about the situation." Xia Danqing was wondering when she pulled out her cell phone and was about to dial a number when she found a news story about her husband. It is a well-known knowledge V openly in the shelling, naming Hua Jingzhou, saying that the style of his work was inaccurate, writing about history but contradicting the real history, with relevant screenshots and plenty of evidence. The comments section was lively, but what netizens were concerned about were some of the other things brought up inside the comments. Some people are saying that Hua Jingzhou is a hypocrite. There are rumors that Hua Jingzhou has an incestuous relationship with his adopted daughter, Hua Qingqing. She exits the interface in dismay, swipes it for a scandalous story about her husband, real or fake, and swipes it again still. The comments were searingly honest. Her husband fell from greatness to the level of everyone shouting and flirting with him in an instant. This is premeditated blackness. Legitimate and reasonable heat generation led by a well-known figure, with rumors being spread all over the comment section either subtly or explicitly. This public opinion took many people hostage a long time ago. The hot search continues to go on and on. Once the new thing is pulled again, the fermentation is incredibly fast. Xia Danqing naturally understood the man on her pillow, and it was simply impossible for him to have any relationship with Hua Qingqing that went beyond kinship. Paradoxically, the rumors took this as the center of gravity. Chapter 105. Hua Jingzhou soon realized that public opinion was wrong as well. After realizing that his and Hua Qingqing's names appeared in the first of the hot searches, and seeing those unpleasant comments, people were steeped in some dizziness. He was in his 50s and clean for half his life. The internet is actually spreading the word that he has something going on with his adopted daughter. Many of the comments even analyze the board. Thoughtfully, common sense would say that Mr. Hua would immediately sever his relationship after knowing that his daughter was dropped by his adoptive daughter's own mother. He still raised Hua Qingqing for many years, sent her to study abroad, and wrote copy for her videos, which simply loved her to the depths of Hua Qingqing's body and soul. Nurture Department of Perverted Psychology. These look at the most serious, often the most immodest. There's more melons than I can eat. It's awesome. Pseudo-Taoism, false masters, Even basic history dare to reverse black and white. This is the descendant of a lackey. Mr. Huo looks far-sighted, but I didn't expect to see only the acre of land under his feet. And rabbits specialize in nibbling on the grass around their nests, which is convenient and trouble-saving. But convenient is convenient. I see that Huo Qingqing's grass doesn't taste too good. Huo Jingzhou's body trembled as he watched, his hands shaking with anger. Who's so mean? Making this rumor that he and his adopted daughter don't even know how to go about washing. And the heat jumped to number 1 on the Hot 100. He couldn't breathe well and immediately started calling around. Call the lawyers, call the police, call everyone you know who can run things. But no matter how many phone calls he made, the heat couldn't be removed. It was as if there was a pair of hands behind it, firmly holding down the hot searches on all platforms. He dropped onto the couch, disheveled and 10 years old in a trance-like moment. Huo Jingzhou has been famous online for many years, and it is the first time he has tasted the horror of cyber violence. Xia Danqing, who did you offend? Huo Jingzhou was soulful. I haven't offended anyone. Xia Danqing thought about it. He was a man of letters, famous for the past few years by his works, and outside of that the extra energy was spent on finding his daughter. There is no interest or personal grudge with anyone. Can control public opinion to this point? If there is an offense is bound to be impressed. Will not be a little puzzled. Xia Danqing, could it be Zhou Yi? He knows that you bought streams to hack him and his family. This kind of thing, without some means simply cannot find out the clues. He is very sure that there is you involved. I didn't think much about Baichuan answering the phone just now. It seems to be related to Zhou Yi as well. Huo Jingzhou's weary brain stopped spinning. Even if he was more stupid, he guessed that the odds were that Xia Danqing guessed this. He just didn't want to believe it. Xia Danqing's heart was also disturbed by this series of changes, accompanied by sitting on the sofa, waiting for Xia Baichuan to call back. Husbands get hacked when they get hacked. It has little to do with her. After so many years of bickering and splitting up, coupled with the loss of her daughter and her own suspected cheating, that enthusiasm for her husband had long since disappeared without her realizing it. She took her brother's affairs more seriously. He was the cornerstone of the Xia family and seemed to have run into trouble. Interrogation room. Chono was still able to check his cell phone, and there were drinks, cigarettes, etc. on the table, like having afternoon tea if you ignore the setting. He has since found out about Huo Jingzhou and is unsure if his aunt did it. But the push to catch Huo Jingzhou and Huo Qingqing at this point, the planners are simply geniuses. Adoptive father, adopted daughter. The most important thing is that the adoptive daughter was sent to jail because of the silence factor. Zhou Yi thought that if he could get Yu Zhang to interview Huo Qingqing, he would be able to bring the account to a higher level of popularity. Black people are always black. Those who harm others will always be harmed. Even if Huo Jingzhou is Fong Nan's own father, Zhou Yi just can't hold back his laughter when he sees these beats. I've loved face for half my life. As a result, the bottoms were stripped. Old-timers, old traditions. The taste, TSK, you have to cover your face when you go out. He didn't bother to ask Zhou Qingyu either. There's no use asking. Zhou Qingyu's words. Zhou Yi has always listened to only 2 points. The remaining 8 points as her blind talk. Mom's words. He now believe a point, and then believe a point. Cannot afford the 3 years of torture he experienced. Fong Nan cannot be trusted. This woman mouthed with him on the same team. In fact, half-play dead default let him take the blame. That backup pot is not a big thing. In her opinion, he took the blame. Her reputation is good. The company is good. The family is good. After stabilizing her and then find a way to make up for his good, he adamantly refused to take the blame, and it was only when he fought back that she started to get weak. Suli walked in with a tray of melons. Chono raised his eyes at the sound. She has a nice face, except for the dryness. She's got a lot of energy, and she's a high-class beauty. Other than being prone to talking out of turn, he has no other particularly hateful flaws. Zhou Yi on the matter with Jiang Su. Suli really did not follow the knife. Maintained neutrality. In the face of Jiang Tianyun's so strong family, remain neutral has been considered personal. Chono watched her approach. Want to torture? Suli sat next to him. I heard you and Guanya have a hospital together? Can you bring me one? I'll throw in some. Does that look right for the clothes you're wearing? What? Are you 2 men paid so well? Suli was busy explaining. Don't talk nonsense. My mom has money. My family doesn't lack that bit of ungodly money in your mouth. She paused. What gives you the right to take her and not me? Zhou Yi, she has high medical skills and high emotional intelligence. She's not a wreck. Suli, I wondered how I got to see you in the first place. Looking like a human being and not speaking human words. Don't bother me here for nothing. Get out. Suli whispered, I came to give you the news. Later you should also be able to go out. Seems to be Xia Baichuan unit leader and your grandfather relationship is very good. That side to Xia Baichuan should pressure. Zhou Yi wasn't very surprised to hear her say that. He remembers early. The impression is that there is an uptown grandpa and grandpa good relationship. He also met once, received a 10,000-year-old money, figured it was mom calling there. It's a little surprising that people are still willing to help when grandpa is dead. Suli, I apologize to you. The last party my mouth stinks. You do not talk to me in general. Do not mess with my father. Joey, what do you have that makes you worthwhile for me to talk to you in general? Suli gas ruthless. The situation is not as good as people can only endure. Back then, Shono talked to her much more harshly than he does now. Come to think of it, it wasn't that he was so unqualified. He was pressured to play with her and take her on. Just as Suli was reminiscing, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Suli returned to her senses and turned her gaze to the door along with Joey piece by piece. Chapter 106. The ones who came were none other than Fong Nan and Xia Baichuan. The door to the interrogation room was open, and the first thing she saw was Joey sitting and chatting with Suli. Drinks and melon seeds and mineral water on the table, surrounded by beautiful women. This is not suffering. It's clearly coming to enjoy the blessings. She made a scene at home to save him, and it took a lot of convincing to get her uncle to come over and pick up the settlement. Fong Nan's eyes darken uncharacteristically. Let's go. Joey mentioned break up, and give her to transfer all the money back, is ready to break up. Smiling to himself, he lit a cigarette, did not take care of her, and did not bother to look at the Xia Baichuan beside her more than once. He came in worried that he wouldn't be able to leave. I don't want to leave when I can. Fong Nan's erect chest rose and fell slightly, holding back. Talking to you, deaf. Joey went in with his left ear and out with his right, and said to Suli, this is too unruly for you. Who can come when they want to? Xia Baichuan's smile was extremely forced. Xiao Zhou. I was only sure it was a misunderstanding once I heard Nan Nan say it. I didn't know about your relationship with Nan Nan before. All family, uncle invited you to have a meal, as an apology to you. Fong Nan wondered at her uncle's gesture towards Joey. Xia Baichuan is very powerful. Usually you can hear something from the speech. A high-ranking member of an awesome unit in the upper city, high up in the hierarchy. Shono looked over at him. Xia Baichuan Shou, old be 50 years old, looking only 30 or 40 years old. His face is very handsome and stable, very similar to Xia Dancheng. The difference is that Xia Dancheng looks like he can act, and this one looks like he has no one in his sight. Some people's temperament can just be intuited. Joey, Nan and I have broken up, so we're not really family. Fong Nan, don't you talk nonsense. Shono still treats her as heir. You look like a fairy, but your brain is all in your breasts. Just didn't see that he didn't want to continue to put up with all these messed up people and things because of her, and was half prepared to do so. The fact that Xia Baichuan would come in person meant that he had to come. If he doesn't leave, the one in a hurry must be Xia Baichuan. Trashy stuff, using power to try and lynch someone when they're not moving. This kind of goods, dead he is too polluted air. Finding out that the situation is not as good as others and want to kneel. There is no such a cheap thing. This is his mom can contact the leader. The original cause of the matter clearly. If she can't get in touch with the leader, she'll go to jail. They will not be at the mercy of others, and even go to jail for no reason. Xia Baichuan suppressed his anger and continued to speak softly. Xiao Zhou, you talked to Nan Nan. Zhou Yi interrupted. I said that we have broken up and have nothing to do with each other. I don't know you either, so please don't bother me talking to my friends. Fong Nan was sharply angry. She almost committed suicide to get her uncle to forgive Zhou Yi, and he refused to do so. Zhou Yi similarly interrupted her. I told you clearly on the phone, break up. If you don't accept it, go ahead and sue. I don't want to argue with you or listen to you. Fong Nan's already puffy eyes were red, and she took a few steps forward, fixing her gaze. Shuno's sight was unavoidable. The air seemed to stand still for the moment. Fuanan's eyes were sore, fearful, and overwhelmed. Tears rolled down her face uncontrollably. I really don't know what they did to you. Joey, I didn't say you knew, nor did I blame you. I just think you're too much trouble, too many things, too chaotic circle. If you really love me, then let me go. It's better to die one by one than to be buried together. Fong Nan was busy wiping her eyes. Don't you ever joke like that again. I'm really angry. Joey is the type whose mind is set and whose heart is like steel. He'll feel sorry for her. Still, the character made him feel more sorry for himself and for the troublesome distress he had brought to his old mother. As good as love is, it's just a part of a trivial life. Who takes love for all it's worth? Who are doomed to hardship? He had the intention of letting Fong Nan stay out of the way, but also really did not want to be with such a troublesome person. The more you think about all kinds of trivialities, the more ruthless your heart has to be. As for the contract, if you want to sue to go, have a lawsuit to fight, have money to pay, no money to be a scoundrel, are recognized. Fong Nan's eyes welled up with tears, and the man laughed, going over to hold his wrist. Let's talk at home if we have something to say. Shouano ducked. Fong Nan was completely at a loss for words, blankly looking at him who was obviously close to her eyes, but as unclear as if in a fog. The kind of coldness that's so familiar it's desperate. Like 3 years ago, Xia Baichuan was anxious. How could he have anticipated that Wild Man Zhou would be so difficult to deal with? What he wanted was to use Fong Nan to appease the people. He lowered himself to coax a meal and words, and then let Zhou Yi to the leadership to return a phone call, a small amount of money. He can keep his face, his job, and maybe use Zhou Yi to get closer to the leader. The feeling of being completely out of control gradually made Xia Baichuan start to break his defense. A youngster. How dare you be so difficult and disdainful of basic human decency, Xiao Zhou. It's really just a misunderstanding. I've known your Uncle Chen for almost 30 years, and there are no outsiders, whether from Nan's or your Uncle Chen's side. Zhou Yi asked him, what's your relationship with Uncle Chen? Colleague, are you more official or is he more official? Xia Baichuan lost his temper. He's a big officer. You come and get me out. He has a small official. You just lock me up for a while longer. Seeing Xia Baichuan expression is not right. The edge of outburst. Zhou Yi smiled and continued, you use power to pressure me. You are at peace. I am also at peace. The situation is not as good as a person will recognize. I now use power to pressure you, but you do not recognize? Internationally renowned double standard IU. Xia Baichuan's expression went cold. Chouno was unmoved. He was sick and tired of this family. Before and after, just how long it took them to find the kid. Just for the sake of some gossip. Just because of his poor family defeat. Polite and impolite not to mention. By stream hack him, take car don't him. Looks like also want to let him jail lest he pester Fong Nan. It's called wickedness. Let's just leave it at that. If you don't have the ability. If you have a little bit of ability, Zhou Yi will choose to fight fire with fire. Xia Baichuan saw that he really couldn't talk Zhou Yi. Going out to call with my sister. I was forced to tell Fong Nan the truth after the call. No matter what, he had to gain Zhou Yi's forgiveness. Chen Yong, like Chen Jianqing, delivers where he says he will. He said that if he doesn't fix it on this side, the whole unit will be notified right away on that side, and it will definitely be like that. Chapter 107. Xia Danqing soon arrived at the city office as well. She tried to call her husband to join her, and he didn't have the face to show up because of public opinion. Xia Danqing already knew that things were getting serious. Handled poorly, the results of the unit's treatment of his brother Xia Baichuan will be publicized before 7 o'clock, regardless of which aspect to consider. Xia Danqing had to find a way to get Zhou Yi to loosen up and call back the leader over there for Xia Baichuan. The first thing she did in her anxiety was to get her husband to contact Nico, but the other party didn't answer the phone at all and blacked out her husband's number. She personally called, but was also blocked by Nico with a few casual words. Call again probably also pull black. The man who speaks with a gentle voice is so desperate in his actions. Xia Danqing's premonition was starting to go wrong. She gets out of the car and quickly rushes to the station, realizing that she can't even see Chaunajin anymore. The police are very much programmed to say that Zhou Yi belongs to the suspects under investigation, and that he has the qualification and authority not to see anyone. Fong Nan watched her old mom busy herself, talking and talking. It seems that you can't see or hear, the whole time you're traveling in a godly way. She had a thorough idea of what was going on. Uncle turned out not because of their own want to let go Zhou Yi, because his leadership put the word out. That is estimated to be a big man in the sky, or plainly speak the loudest parents. Uncle, not to be so nervous. She was also beginning to understand where Chouno got that temper. Obviously he helped her parents and public opinion initially had nothing to do with him, being repeatedly backstabbed. He said the breakup wasn't funny, and she wanted to laugh at herself. It was in front of the partners, it was in front of the parents and relatives, and it was a joke in front of him. There are a lot of people at City Hall. Fuanan was as alone as he was, his mind entering a situation that was both messy and lucid at the same time. Many times it was like a spell was tied around her, raising hopes and dashing them over and over again. It's just like she told Chouno. She wanted to repay the old lady, who was gone, wanted to successfully complete her studies to become a lawyer, and passively flunked out, wanted to be with Zhou Yi forever. He dumped her without hesitation 3 years ago. Now, too, the company that made it, fell without warning. All sales channels are blocked, and no one dares to work with them no matter how high the commission is offered. It's so hard to enjoy being a normal daughter with abnormal parents. It was hard to cajole and threaten the dogman into signing the deed of sale, and he didn't care if she sued or not. He was once again going to dump her. Fong Nan's mood was like sinking to the bottom of the sea, the Mariana Trench, suppressed to the point of repelling any sound. Nan, you talk to Cho about it, go. Xia Danqing's most humble and supplicating voice yanked her back to reality. Fong Nan looked at her strangely. He refused to answer any strange phone calls and explained that the police don't see anyone. How can we discuss when we can't even see anyone? Your uncle is doing this for you. Xia Danqing shed tears. Fong Nan, he said, for my sake, even if he kills my husband I have to be obliged. She handed her wrist to Xia Danqing. See, how deep the scratch is. I believe you guys are doing it for my good. So good that you want to take my life again. I might as well not have any hope for you guys at all. So you won't have any reason to be good for me. Nan. Fong Nan struggled to interject. I came back to find him, not you guys. He used to be my only motivation to live. Why do you condone your husband and your brother? Are you doing this for my own good? I know he doesn't love me that much. It's all wishful thinking on my part, but I just love him. What to do? Xia Danqing opened her mouth, panicking and having trouble speaking. Xia Baichuan roared, can you be a little bit out of your league? Fong Nan, I'm no good. You expect me to convince him. She dropped the word and headed out the door with heavy steps. Xia Danqing was worried about her daughter while her brother's matter was extremely important. She quickly followed Fong Nan. Nan. There is no actual need to make a deadly enemy. I'll give him money. 2 villas okay? Just don't let your uncle lose his job. Fan Nan didn't listen and only walked away gradually. Xia Danqing rushed her back and choked. What are you going to do when you have a grudge? Fuanan didn't even pause in his steps. She never had parents in the first place. With or without Zhou Ye's relationship, this parent doesn't even want it anymore. Going to the door, Fong Nan saw a Mercedes-Benz E-Class car stopping not far away. It was her photography assistant Chen Xiao's car. She walked over, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Chen Xiao could see that something was wrong with her and spoke with a little more care. Mr. Fong, where to? As Fuanan returned to his senses, he saw another call. Or her mom, Xia Danqing. She really valued her brother, and she had talked herself to death, and was still not willing to do so. Fan Nan hung up. Not much longer, father. Yan Min has called again. Fan Nan didn't answer any of them. She also knew what they were looking for in her. Yan Ximin is the company is endangered and wants her to beg Zhou Yi to be magnanimous. Father suspects that public opinion is manipulated by Chono. Or like mother, he wants her to beg Chono. She certainly didn't want the company to go bankrupt and the house to be a mess if she could help it. They were the ones who all thought too much of her as omnipotent, as well as Chono. Zhou Yi ability is certainly not able to do these. If it is the elders of the network is helping him, he is not likely to tear down those who help him. So it was useless to beg, and she would only despise herself more. It was getting dark. Fong Nan saw his mother and uncle both walking out of the bureau very forlornly after 7 o'clock. She could see them, they couldn't see her. Uncle must have been informed of the removal. The night lights come on. As her vision began to grow dim, she saw another casually dressed man emerge from it, like a pine stance, the clear and handsome of his features still visible from a long way away. Beside him was Su Shiren and Su Li. Not knowing what they were saying to him, she was about to ask Qin Xiao to drive over. He was seen getting into Su Xian's car. Perhaps Su Xian gave him a ride on the way, because his old car is in Hua's house. The keys to his new car were returned to her, and there is no substitute. Fong Nan didn't let Qin Xiao follow, but went to her in Zhou Yi's home. That home has so many sweet stirrings to recall, and it's clear that you haven't lived there for long, like you've lived there for years. Being close, there is a sense of intimacy, but he did change the password. Fong Nan tried several times but couldn't open it. She continuously pressed and tried. Only when the smart door lock issued an intrusion warning did she disheveled and slowly squatted down to bury her small face in whimpering tears. How could he bully her like that? Every time he mentions a breakup, he does it without warning and doesn't give her the slightest time to react. Chen Xiao walked over, handed her tissues, and stayed by her side. I don't know why she is sad, and I don't know how to comfort her. If she doesn't leave, she will stay with her. She probably guessed that the head of this household was the person who had been living in Fong Nan's heart. The Zhou Yi who had recently been black and red and black and just cleared on the internet. Chen Xiao accompanied her for a long time before asking softly, don't you have his number? Fong Nan perked up. I don't know what to say even if I call the phone. Other people mention breakups are for PUA, trysts. He mentioned breaking up is a real split. Last time it was like this. Chen Zhao's heart ached for her, truly ached. Fong Nan and the company nicknamed Ice Beauty, do not smile, cold and not easy to approach, but also do not love to compete for power. Socializing will lower some posture, but also can see the distance. But it's great for those around you. To her, to another work assistant. Work often together. Chen Xiao can occasionally find some clues. Fong Nan loves to look at her cell phone and look at the photos in it for a long time. Whether or not the person in the cell phone was scummy had nothing to do with Chen Xiao. She could just see that Fong Nan was far from being resilient on the surface, and was even fragile on the inside. People who aren't vulnerable don't hold on to some people and things from the past. She stayed with Fong Nan for another long time before she tried. Mr. Fong, why don't you talk to me if you have something to say, and I'll make sure that all the words that come into my ears are eaten straight away. Fong Nan looked at her with a very sincere smile. The company is about to close down. You should hurry up and find a job. Chen Xiao, I wasn't originally from the company. I'm your personal assistant for the short video segment. The number is blocked already. Chen Xiao, make another trumpet. There is a fan base. The realization is equally fast. Fong Nan stood up holding his knees. Stay in a hotel. Buy some wine to drink in the hotel. Chen Xiao raised his head and pointed to the hotel in the distance where the villa could be observed. Is that the right one? Okay. Chapter 108, Psychology. Hotel Suite. In front of the coffee table. This angle can see Zhou Ye's little cottage. The night scenery was far away, and Fong Nan's mood flew far away. She grew to not hate the world. An invisible change. She had also changed a lot in those 3 years apart. Her heart had opened a lot, and she was not prone to the desperate suffocating feeling of being trapped in a cage and unable to move. Think carefully. She couldn't remember that much about how many bad things Chouno had actually done during college. She's the one who feels bad for him. A person hiding in the car to cry. A person hiding in the house to cry. She does not like to cry, and will not be able to control crying when the despair is overwhelming. The inherent mindset brought about by the incremental increase in emotions. Chen Xiao sat across from her and took a skewer and handed it over. Try it. That barbecue place downstairs is pretty clean. Fong Nan retracted his eyes and waved his hand to indicate that he would not eat, only to take another sip of red wine. Giddy up. No worries. You don't have to call me Mr. Fong. It's not even the boss anymore. Just call me by my name. Chen Xiao, Fong Nan? There are arbor vitae in the south. Precious and green. Fan Nan, what's your major? Chen Xiao, Psychology. Learning is not good. Cannot find a suitable job. And then slowly turn to the self-media. I recently brushed to an account called Yu Zheng Came. That blogger is so cow. Netizens want to see who she can go to find who. The amount of fans are exploding. More than 4 million fans in 7 days. The marketing is awesome. And the blogger is awesome. Fong Nan, it's not that the blogger is bullish. It's that Zhou Ye's family connections are more powerful in this city. The account is the studio's. And the studio has 80% of his shares. Chen Xiao didn't want to eat melon to Zhou Yi and was quite curious about this person. Did he really work at the hotel for 3 years? Just over a year. By his mom to the pit. His mom pretends to be sick and poor, squeezing the pressure on his mind to a certain degree. Otherwise he simply put down not to do things. Chen Xiao, quite understand your mood. Being young and running into someone too stunning is luck and could be a disaster. Fong Nan laughed. He will be particularly good-looking. Look at whoever is heartbroken kind of good-looking. Multi-talented and wealthy but also righteous. I don't know how many people like him, and I can meet 2 shameless people in my social circle who are chasing after him. With him, I'm on tenterhooks every day, fearing that someone else will steal him away from me. My condition is too much inferior to his. Do not have the initiative and equal qualifications. At one time, I thought that fate could not bear to see me suffer so much, and finally won the jackpot when I turned 18. It's hard to describe how I felt, but when I was so depressed that I wanted to kill myself, a ray of light shone through. My crush for a long time, at that juncture proposed to be with me for dating. I initially did not have much luxury, thinking that he saved me. I can give my life to him. Do not know from when onwards. Want more and more. Cannot control. I went to counseling regularly for 3 years after the separation and thought I was coming out of it, but the first time I saw him, still very out of control. Contradictory. Want to love, dare not love deeply. Want to hate, also cannot hate. Chen Xiao listened attentively and could not help but be touched. In her opinion, all suffering is just a process and the result is most important. She even envied Fong Nan a little, only she couldn't envy her either. She was purely relying on her face to eat, relying on the people attracted to Zhou Yi in college, belonging to the type that God chased after to feed her. Chen Xiao helped her add less wine and drank some himself. Did you know in advance about Mr. Yin hacking him? Afterward, no. I didn't take it as much of a big deal. His heart is big. I think the influence of the lace news on the man itself and small. Who knows that slowly the situation got out of control. The rhythm to his family. I'm not sure now whether it was Yanshiman or my father who led the way. Chen Xiao, it must be Yan Ximin as the dominant party, because the influence directly caused by this matter on the company expanded several times in a short period of time. Uncle at most belongs to pushing the envelope and buying the flow as he goes along. Fong Nan propped up his somewhat sunken head, his eyes gazing at the motionless villa. The situation now is that he and my parents and family have been completely incompatible. Deadly hatred. My uncle is the backbone of the Xie family. He mentioned breaking up, I understand, but can't accept it. I can for him do not want originally does not exist in the family. Do not want everything, but he even a certainty attitude refused to give me. Do not ask me how to choose, just want to split. Chen Xiao was a bit hard to strain. The complexity of this was something she'd have to sort out. Zhou Yi 3 years ago to save the ready to commit suicide Fong Nan. And then about coveted Fong Nan's skin white beautiful body. Not so love her. Unilateral breakup disappeared. She therefore hated him. Cannot release. Fong Nan became famous and came back to look for him, forcing him to sign the contract of sale. All kinds of problems. Zhou Yi 3 years later to help her find her parents. And then Yan Simin, in order to salvage the public image of Fong Nan with the company's interests, by flow began to pour dirty water to Zhou Yi body. Yan Simin openly black. Fong Nan's parents secretly poked and prodded black. Her uncle other people car also sent people into the bureau for no reason. This breakup split. Chen Xiao even felt that it should be split. The grace of life-saving. And make up for the pain of Fong Nan's parents in this life to find a daughter. And then buy her with a group of people around her, or active or passive cycle cannot see. A variety of moths. Fong Nan grew up with a special experience. Love and hate to do mixed things. Chen Xiao can understand. The she does around her in the name of doing her good is just too much of a brain burner. But chatting, from an outsider's point of view, plus a psychology major, Chen Xiao obeyed the already half-drunk Fong Nan the entire time. And his mind counted on not falling apart. She crossed her fingers and tugged. Actually, it's a matter of position. No one is right. In the eyes of your parents, Zhou Yi not only harmed their daughter, slit her wrists, or a bankrupt and indebted family. Mental boy. They are like flowers, like jade girl. So many years to find back to the heartache under the mentality imbalance is quite normal. Your uncle is so powerful. Over the top. The intention to educate him for 10 days and a half months cannot talk about more than. And in the eyes of Zhou Yi, wow. So many white-eyed wolves. Heavy patience. She paused. I said so you will not be angry, right? Fan Nan, the truth is what it's taken to say. Chen Xiao, I've never been in such a bittersweet relationship, but I know that when I like something in particular, how much I like it and how much I'm willing to spend. The fact that I like it is my own business. It has nothing to do with that thing I like. You're just too limited and caring. He's all you have. You're just a more impressive memory in his life. Fan Nan has reflected on this since. Thinking about it and doing it are two different things. Chen Xiao, you mustn't care when I speak. It's just a very objective evaluation. You can talk to me if you don't like what you hear. Standing on my point of view, he definitely likes you. More than you think. His kind of family background people will not see you to him, true or false? Would he not be able to see through you? At that stage, you even hate yourself. He will be with you with no burden? The people who are prone to go to extremes, which men do not hide far away. He is the family out of the change, is not in the mood to think about you when you broke up with. Just not a world of people. Want to really melt up, not so simple. Fong Nan couldn't imagine that by casually talking to a subordinate, she could actually tell the content. She asked Chen Xiao, then what do you think I should do now? Chen Xiao, choose. Choose what is most important to you. If your parents are important, choose your parents. If Zhou Yi is important, choose Zhou Yi. When people are firm, even their stance becomes clear and can be seen. Your parents had seen that Zhou Yi was so important to you. They must not have dared to make a move on him. So don't suffer from worrying about whether Zhou Yi will no longer care about you first. This is something he can sway. Not you. You can only choose. You also said the death of hatred. First choose. Also, you've fallen into a misunderstanding about relationships. It is not possible for me to like you very much. You also like me very much. There are always winners and losers in the relationship. Too concerned about the winners and losers will only be a chicken feather. If you like him, then simply go to like him. Whether he likes you or not has nothing to do with you. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal more than that. Gaining and losing means heavy emotions. Don't trap yourself in this circle. Fan Nan, you're really studying psychology. Chen Xiao, this night is short, so let's emphasize this night. Drink some wine and rest well. You won't be tired tomorrow. Fan Nan, I'll give you a toast. It's so much more relaxing. Chen Xiao, just don't forget to take me with you when you get rich. My only dream in this life is to get rich. Fuanan nodded. I'll definitely take you. Chapter 109, Moonlight in the Present. After drinking, Fong Nan woke up early the next day. Turn on your cell phone at the first opportunity. The most wanted missed calls were not there. The missed calls you don't want to see can't be turned over half the time. The parents beat them, the uncle beat them, and Yan Simin and Su Meng. WeChat unread messages more. Fuanan didn't have time to read it. Only walking to go to the window on the occasion of Yan Simin back to a phone call. Do not bother me because of the blocking thing. I neither know who is behind these actions, but also cannot help you what to do. If you're interested, I'll sell you the shares. If you're not interested, just let the shares rot there. Fong Nan's brain cleared even more as he spoke. She would not have been stupid. The fool could not have been in her kind of situation to enter the only 985 institutions in Linchang. She just dipped last week, wild easy to become stupid. She thought very clearly. The company is ruined. And Yan Simin Su Meng is not all the way. True girlfriends will not take her wrist to speculate on the heat. Not even greetings, implicating a series of things. Yan Simin was sarcastic. Do you think your shares are still worth something? Fong Nan was more or less indebted to the company. To the company, not to Yan Simin. She thought for a moment. Give me the nearly completed factory on the Linchang side, and another $30 million, and I'll transfer all the shares to you without compensation. Yan Simin was surprised. After all, Even if the company's online channels were blocked, it could still fight again offline. And there was a possibility that the account could be unblocked. Her father had already determined who the person behind the messing with Warren was, and as long as the other party was willing to sell face, the company still had a chance. But she wouldn't say these words to Fong Nan. She just said ruefully, "I've already inquired clearly on my side. The one that Warren offended is the chairman of Point Gold Capital. This is a consortium. All of our online sales channels have their shares. Guess what her name is? Zhou Chengyu. I suspect that she is related to Zhou Yi's family." Funan wasn't very concerned about that. She was only aware of what Point Capital was like as a company. The premier venture capital group in China. The 80-story skyscraper near Financial Street is the headquarters. Fong Nan froze, associating Jiang Tianyun's arrest at the fastest speed, Zhou Chengyu's own aura, and all the recent boisterous public opinion on the internet, including the blocking of her company. That woman chatting and squabbling with Auntie Nico is the chairwoman of Point Capital? The fact that the names are the same can be considered a coincidence. Do all coincidences add up to coincidence? Fong Nan a moment between some despair. Zhou Chengyu is Zhou Yi aunt. Listen to her casually talking to mention Zhou Yi's tone of voice than the real mother or like more pain in the younger generation. Funan had the funny feeling of being caught by fate again. She had the audacity to try to bind the nephew of the chairman of Point Capital with a small contract. She spent the last 3 years of her entrepreneurial endeavors trying to get closer to him, thought she was close enough, even reversed her position, but it turned out she was still too far away to see the edge. Gold. Almost all well-known platforms on the internet, including physical manufacturing and so on, are more or less a bit of gold. Yasmin, why don't you say something? Fong Nan returned to her senses and did not tell the other party about Zhou Chengyu's specific relationship with Zhou Chengjiang. She no longer trusted Yan Ximin. Yan Ximin communicated that she had reservations about her, and she would not tell all since. Picking a fight with Yan Ximin about Zhou Chengyu's relationship with Zhou Chengjiang, he tells Yan Ximin that the dead man she hacked was Zhou Chengyu's own brother. $30 million. Fong Nan estimated that he couldn't even get it himself, because by Zhou Chengyu kind of killing decisive person stared at. Unblocking the account will most likely have to wait for the next life. That person looks at as a revenge character. Jiang Tianyun whole family was even end of the nest is certainly related to Zhou Chengyu. Even the hospitalized Jiang Su had to be taken away after being discharged from the hospital, and I heard that it was already in the control situation. She said one last thing about going to Tianhe tomorrow for the share transfer and dropped her arm holding the cell phone. The villa in view was still quiet, like no one lives there. It's Zhou Yi who's afraid that he'll block him at the door, isn't it? Pull the plug on the phone and WeChat, and have a home away from home. Breakups, consistently crisp and clean. She smiled to herself, guessing if Zhou Yi knew about Zhou Chengyu's identity. He's not supposed to know. If I knew that I wouldn't have been working at the hotel for over a year, and if I knew that I wouldn't have been so busted on the phone yelling at her to break up when I got caught. Hearing footsteps, Fong Nan turned his head to look at Chen Xiao, who was yawning as he walked out from another room. Make another trumpet. I discussed with Yan Ximin about getting the Lin Cheng factory over here, and I'm ready to recruit. Chen Xiao unexpectedly, the person who had a complete breakdown last night, slowed down in the morning and nodded in agreement. Fong Nan, if you have money the new company can count you in. If not, I'll give you some technical shares. Chen Xiao was surprised, pleasantly surprised. Yes, I have money. Fong Nan, not afraid of losing your blood money. Chen Xiao, Warren just made it completely off of your popularity. Even though your number was blocked, randomly registering another account would have a lot of heat. Fong Nan, we'll talk about the details. Let's go. Take me back to the house first. Seeing that she was in a renewed state, Chen Xiao said as he walked alongside her. Have you figured out how to choose? Well, I'm going to take my stuff over there and give them back what they gave me. No loss, no debt, and no need to accept them continuing to tell me what to do in the future since. No mental block? Fong Nan, through last night's chat, had a few more points of intimacy and trust in Chen Xiao, and casually said, not to talk about these obstacles or not, just be reasonable. Wrong is wrong. They are indeed enmity to Zhou Yi. She went downstairs to her car and looked at the road in front of her. A little bit of clarity and a little bit of confusion. Zhou Yi returned her money to her, and she's ready to pay back her parents' money by scraping it together. Money cleared, and I wondered if the barriers between her and him could still be cleared in the same way. Not that she was quite willing to internalize and think about this much. It's the man who came into her dreams last night without her consent. The dream is both moonlight and present. Chapter 110, A Matter of Mind. The Hua family. Sad clouds. Xia Danqing's tears were almost dry from yesterday until now. Worried about her daughter, who has not been able to contact her. She feels guilty that her brother has been implicated and lost his job, and that she will not be able to face her mother's family in the future. She couldn't even imagine just a little disagreement. Brother unit side will be so decisive. Said notification on notification, said dismissal on dismissal. The whole unit that night opened a whole discipline conference to take Xia Baichuan as a typical, publicly convicted. Hua Jingzhou even stayed up all night. The story of him and his adopted daughter was spread so far and wide that everyone thought no one would dare make such a rumor, and nearly everyone believed it. Prosecution, suppression, police, means exhausted. Not only cannot remove the hot search, even the specific offended who is not clear. Xia Baichuan, on the other hand, is exhausted. His family are all in the city. The household registration has long been moved there. If you go over there again, you will have to move out of the compound, and your decades of hard work will come to nothing. When Fang Nan and Shen Xiao entered the room, the three of them looked over in unison. Xia Baichuan got up first and asked anxiously, Nan, have you seen Zhou Yi? Have you coaxed him? Xia Danqing dropped tears again and rushed quickly. Mom begged you to help your uncle. Now in addition to Zhou Yi can still work. Hua Jingzhou lifted his eyes and smoked sullenly. Fang Nan didn't respond, only took out a Bentley key from her bag, as well as a bank card and put it on the table. I've moved a few $1 million in the card. I'll transfer it in the next 2 days. Xia Danqing froze. Fang Nan softly and politely, he really has broken up with me. The phone WeChat all black. The doorstep also did not wait for people. So, I can't help, and I'm even more embarrassed to accept the things you sent. I'm here to clean up a bit, and I won't live here anymore. Xia Baichuan face fierce, eyes red, if I really lose my job. That little. Fang Nan interrupted. Let's just admit some things. I'm afraid you won't just lose your job if it goes on. Yes, his aunt is the chairman of Point Gold Capital. If you want to die, don't involve me. Fang Nan's words were unhurried, and his mind was more and more calm. When there are no expectations of family and no monetary or material shortfalls, people are awake. Hua Jingzhou, so the rumors about me are her aunt's tactics? Fuanan, I'm not so sure about that. Judge for yourself. Xia Danqing gritted his teeth. This is not a clear case of bully. Fang Nan reminded her. It's normal for people to fight back. It's our family that first bullied others, not realizing that the power is inferior. Hua Jingzhou couldn't contain his anger and rose abruptly. You don't even put your real parents in your eyes for an outsider? How could I have a daughter like you? Fang Nan met her father's gaze. Her tone was light. I'd rather you guys never had me. Dad, before I met you, I didn't have much to look forward to at all. I've survived without a family, and although it's been difficult, it's been better than today. Yes, we are connected by blood, but that's all. For me he is not an outsider. Is my everything? You just dispensable mom and dad. You were the ones who gave me the illusion that I was loved, that you really loved me, and I wanted to return the favor, to give affection a chance. Chouino definitely regrets helping me find you guys, and I regret why I still have any illusions about it. Also you guys often say that Chouino is rude and disrespectful to you guys. It's obvious that he is only respecting people who deserve respect. Hua Jingzhou got up. Fang Nan wasn't worried about him making a move and continued. You guys also regret being blind and really seeing people as broken, and being smart enough to draw fire to yourselves. Xia Danqing panicked. She heard in her daughter's words that she was ready to break it off, but her whole point of living is to see her daughter and to find her to make it up to her. Xia Danqing see her to go upstairs, lose control of a hold Fang Nan, voice trembling, Nan, this is your home. You take all the car money back, are not allowed to move away. Mom will listen to you, never interfere with you anything. Fuanan let her hold her and lost her voice. I want to be soft, I can't be soft. She grew up in an environment of prejudice, where what was made up in her mind was hardly ever changed. To studies, to goals. During the process, the heart was overdrawn and the persistence was muddled. Until Zhou Yi took her into another world full of life. She waited for Xia Danqing to finish crying and negotiated that she would tell her address and would settle in Linchang before she let go of her embrace. There wasn't much in the way of stuff, and if she hadn't come to return the card, she wouldn't even have had to make the special trip. Xia Danqing would completely stop worrying about her brother's affairs this time, very carefully trailing Fan Nan, looking for words, striking up conversations. She had just realized that after the original greater calamity had come, the previous calamity was simply insignificant. Nan, don't forget to come back to see Mom often. Don't ignore Mom. From now on Mom will listen to you in everything. Can Mom live with you and babysit for you? Fuanan raised a hand and wiped his eyes, letting her ramble on. She was annoyed that Xia Danqing had turned a blind eye to the recent events, ignoring black and white. But how could she not feel how much she loved her? Just need to chill. Both need to calm down for a while. Nomad Joe lives in the studio. Took a ride in the Sue's father and daughter's car last night and had him dropped off at the studio straight away. He's ready to get busy for a while. Both eliminate the trouble brought by Fong Nan, but also eager to make money to develop. Do not want to always fee Mom. That little old lady looks at the nature of the soft, the actual body of pride. Did not beg outsiders. The account came to a bottleneck with repeated hot events and slow growth. All other accounts need to be made up. The studio isn't big enough to change office space. Man god, you are in love a lot. How to position yourself as an emotional account. There's also finance and economics. Literature. All of these have to have gimmicks and features. Can you help me out for a while? No? I've had to make several trips recently. As he was thinking about things, Diu Zhang handed him a cup of coffee. The chirping voice is as clear as a pearl. This is Diu Zhang's most distinctive mark. She can always make an ordinary interview with a unique sense of atmosphere and style. Shouno sidetracked his eyes. Going on a business trip somewhere? Of course it's about chasing the hotspots and always striving to be on the front lines. Take your Chongwen brother as a bodyguard. At least it's a 10 million netizen now. The company's god of wealth. Safety first. Do well. When you make fans to 100 million, I gratuitously give you 20% more shares. Diu Zhang didn't see any outsiders and sat down close to him, sniffing at the nape of his neck. This cake smells so good. Get out. Shouno crossed his eyes. Diu Zhang was sitting upright. I was just talking to you about business, giving some advice. Zhou Yi was about to reply. The cell phone WeChat rang at this time. It was Mom who said she had arrived at the airport and asked to pick her up, saying that Pei Xining had also come. Mom suddenly came back. He was not surprised. Yesterday on the phone said to come back thing. Pei Xining with her in a piece. Zhou Yi quite surprised. Counting. Zhou Yi at least 1.5 years in reality have not seen Pei Xining. Of course, not Pei Xining has not come. Is that every time she came to see Mom? Zhou Yi can avoid. He not only avoided Pei Xining, but habitually would avoid all acquaintances. The better the relationship, the less you want to see. The mind thing. Adjusted already. Chapter 111, Money Matters. Zhou Yi didn't dare to delay. Driving to Diu Zhang's CC, he rushed over according to the location that his mom said. He knows where to pick up. Fewer than 10 minutes away. Chueno's thoughts kept coming. He is not afraid of socializing if he is not mentally unbalanced and out of order. Male or female, high or low status does not affect him much. He'd just been the last person to want to cross Pei Xining's path in the last few years, fall into the darkness of the trough and feel a sense of being whipped for even approaching her dignity. The car enters near a rather isolated exit near the airport. Zhou Yi quickly met the three people standing on the side of the road. That unfamiliar face should be Pei Xining's assistant. His eyes skimmed over her, skimmed over his old mom, and the window control couldn't help but fix his gaze on the woman whose clothes were very casual and leisure. She was very much like 20, with a sarong over her loose hair. Protection from the sun, protection from being recognized. You can't even see her face clearly if you're not at a positive angle. That's a pretty decent angle for Choueno. Dozens of meters away, the natural, unique beauty of the window into the eyes. In terms of beauty, the actual Fang Nan in reality is not worse than Pei Xining. It's that air of generosity that comes out of your bones, and the kernel is completely different. Women, it seems, should be like Pei Xining. Beauty is both desirable and out of reach. Zhou Yi didn't even know who dared to fall in love with a woman like Pei Xining. She's also never had a rumor subject. Often, some male actors try to guide the media towards Pei Xining. Hype, all ended in failure. It's the state of being together. The difference that can be seen even in physical expressions. The normal confrontation can't be done. Choueno adjusted his mental state and got out of the car. He used to like Pei Xining and was still dependent on her. Now tense, because after Pei Xining went abroad, the two people crossed paths less after the family moved away. One down, one up. Zhou Yi is often able to see her changes and increase distance in the cell phone. Mom, Sister Xining. Choueno is about 10 meters away and greets normally. Natalie looked away and didn't bother. She misses her son, but in her heart she's really angry with him. Once right, twice right, 3 times still right. Trouble abounds. Pei Xining, on the other hand, observed the young man who was getting closer and closer with seriousness. When I was a child, if Zhou Yi was good-looking people want a Rua, now it is purely handsome, less flamboyant, character convergence, but there are some by the reality of sharpening the contradictory temperament. Pei Xining could tell that he was unfamiliar with her and was a bit constrained. She took the initiative to give him a warm hug, parted, and examined him at close range. Well, it hasn't grown at all, and the man is even better looking than before. Late summer, clothes are thin. She also wore only a casual tee. Zhou Yi's face was hot from her hug, interrupting to lead the way. Go to the car first. I'll take you guys to get something to eat. In the car, Nico was in the passenger seat. Pei Xining was in the back row with her assistant Chu Jing. Zhou Yi swept Pei Xining through the rearview mirror. Sister Ning, are you aware that Yu Zhang's number is mine? Pei Xining, I also unintentionally swiped that she had interviewed Auntie Natalie, and casually used a small number to follow. Your number? That's awesome. Since I was a kid I've seen that you have a good brain. Nico picked up. Not only does he have a good brain, he also has a big temper. He fought with people every other day since he was a child, and when he grew up, he still maintained the habit of having at least one fight every year. Ha ha, I remember when I was in junior high school, I went to the Cubs door to wait for him to finish school. There was a kid in his class who called out sister in a teary voice because he looked at me more and wanted to come over and hold my hand, and the Cub beat him up. Nico smiled and glared at her son. I've come back this trip not only to see you, but also to go to Xanadu City to thank your grandpa Chen face to face. If it wasn't for him, the matter between you and Xia Baichuan wouldn't have been resolved so well. You don't have to go. Your sister Ningning is staying here for a few more days. You accompany her to do some errands. Chono nodded in agreement. Nico added, how are you and Nan doing? Zhou Yi, split up. The people around her are too complicated to deal with. Pei Xining gossiped and asked with a smile. So many ex-girlfriends on the internet crusade against you. All true? Zhou Yi was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer this question. There really must be something true, but it's determined not to admit it, because two of them either look like Pei Xining or have the temperament of. Zhou Yi didn't like topics that were both easy on the heart and difficult to talk about. He perfunctorily skirted around it with two sentences. Mom, do you still have money? Natalie thought she had heard wrong. Her son, who for 3 years would only give her money, suddenly started asking her for it. There's a little bit of that? I didn't just give you $25 million. Zhou Yi, buy house decoration are 16 million or so. Cast the hospital down to spend 12 million. The account earned money temporarily cannot be moved to expand the office. I now spend the money is still upside down OUMO 4 million it. Nico, you don't say the house is only $10 million and the renovation can cost 600? I didn't know that Sister Ning was coming over and bought a family yacht in advance to facilitate it for Sister Ning's use. Natalie gave him an uncertain look and muttered with trepidation. Her son is not again with the same as before. Moving to get a car. Nothing to run the bar to spread some. The money everywhere indiscriminately lending and giving. Her hand is a little, which can withstand so used. Don't spend it. Both mothers will have to go and actually defect to Jochingyu. But Natalie had thought far and wide a while ago. Now the knot has opened up a bit because my son's aunt has money and is willing to spend it on her son. I'll turn around and transfer you another $10 million. That's all that's left. Don't ask me for more. Pei Xining was amused by what the two mothers were talking about. She had known that Auntie Natalie Yu had been pretending to be poor for the past few years in order to wear down Zhou character. Pretending to be busy in order to make ends meet in her 50s. Making it difficult for Zhou Yi to go to work honestly. Chohuno, how much money do you have left? Do you think $10 million is too little? Mom doesn't have any money. She gave it all to your father to fill the hole. This is the part of the money that your grandparents instructed me before they passed away, not letting me touch anything, and the two old men were worried that your father would be unstable in the future, and were afraid of aggravating you. Chono had trusted his old mom unconditionally, but it's hard to trust her with money anymore. 3 years as a pauper. If my aunt hadn't come back, I don't know how long I would have been screwed, but 10 million is more than enough for a short period of time. Chapter 112, Familiarity. Casually chatting, Zhou Yi found a secluded upscale restaurant to take a few people to eat lunch. It's very subtle. Even if you sit casually with Pei Xining, all your worries disappear, and time passes very quickly. The strangeness largely dissipated as she let out pup after pup. Pei Xining came to Lincheng on this trip to sell a few favors on the way. The city has asked people to invite her countless times. Either they want her to be a tourism ambassador for Forest City or a local business endorsement. She pushed is all, but still chose to give away some heat for free for old time's sake. The trip was simply a trip back to my hometown to visit the mountains. After the meal, Zhou Yi can see that mom is a little sleepy. First sent her home to go to lunch break. See Pei Xining assistant Chu Jing idle nothing. Zhou Yi gave her to find something to do. Let her help him to buy 2 cars, an MPV, a sedan, convenient travel life. See Pei Xining interested in yacht and the sea. Zhou Yi driving out to take her to the center of the sea. Pei Xining was watching Zhou Yi go from restrained and unfamiliar around her, to swimming and gradually relaxing over the course of a few hours. She stepped off the deck and sat on the small bar not far from the cockpit. Johann sat sideways, supporting his white jaw to watch his back. No words were spoken, just a lot of funny images remembered. Her childhood, her youth. I'm more impressed with the Chow family than even my own. At that time, extraordinarily like Unico aunt, love house, love Zhou Yi is also from the heart. I was often in the same place, and when I didn't see her, I thought of her. The little brat is a real pain in the ass. The whole family's group favor. Stay here unhappy to hide grandpa's house. Grandpa's house is boring to go to his grandparents' house. To whoever's house and whoever's house is lively. Live are also very close. Villa next to villa. Pei Xining did not feel like punching him at first, and it was not too convenient. It's just too much to bear. Do your homework. He messes up. When he entered the door, he deliberately scared her. He is looking for presents and everything, and he even said that he would marry her to be his first wife and manage a group of little wives for him. Zhou Qingyu's great disciple. That would have been the biggest oddball in the family. Teaching a little oddball, only a few years old. The neighborhood of a few little girls to the gas Sue non-stop. Not this crying is that howl. Because Joe Yi is too good looking. A group of little girls love to pester him to play. The small partners would have been one a good. Said not to take care of people. Pei Xining remembered that she had cried very few times. And the more impressive ones were only so many times. Once because to study abroad. The father's business center of gravity shifted. Must get good relations with another city ZF. Have to move away from the city. Pei Xining the night before cried most of the night. The second time was when she came back with her mom after learning of Uncle Zhou Chengjiang's death. And she broke down once more when she saw her remembered Auntie Natalie use full head of raven hair nearly completely white. All of these feelings are instantaneous emotional buildups that slowly fade into obscurity as well. Most of the time, she didn't really want to mull over the things that made her so sorry. Gains and losses are destined to be made. It's just a matter of living in the moment. There was the sound of footsteps. It was Zhou Yi who came over. Pei Xining smiled and turned her eyes, accepting a bottle of iced drink with its mouth screwed loose that he casually handed over. Sit down and have a chat. Zhou Yi suppressed those less controlled dissimilarities in his heart, and rawly fantasized the stunning beauty in front of him as the big sister wearing a school uniform and tying a ponytail back then. It was the only way he could be normal with her for short periods of time. Got a date now? Chohuno took the initiative to ask her. Pei Xining opened the drink and took a sip. Why don't you introduce one to me? Your mom is afraid that I won't get married, and she is anxious to give me lessons in my ear. The fact that you're not married is fine with me, and he accepts it. In fact, how to say, is a natural thing. If you want to talk about it, go to talk about it. If you want to get married, get married. If you have hobbies, take care of your hobbies first. People are one of the many, but also their own only. Relax all the other secondary. Shouno, has anyone ever chased you? Pei Xining, there is. All WeChat confessions. Haven't been confessed to in person. Zhou Yi, I'm going to chase you. I also WeChat. Why? Knowing it's hopeless, take it as a joke. It's a blessing. And being rejected is at best a non-response given your character. Pei Xining smiled, her white teeth like frost and snow, and her smile like the breeze. Instinctively, she raised her hand and rubbed Zhou Yi's short hair. I was wrong about being confessed by you to your face, and many times. Chouno moved away and drank his water. Infancy is not enough, sufficiency is not infancy. Pei Xining had the intention to tease him. What was Nan Qingwan's debut title called? Chouno, I'm really fine with her. I didn't ask you that? I asked her about her debut title. I don't know. Then do you know Chia Wu's debut title? I don't even know her and I've never heard of the name. She's purely making up rumors about me online. Luciat's face was asked a bit suffocated. Zhou Yi got up to go to the cockpit. Ning Ning sister. Return trip I buy some things to go. The evening party I called 2 more friends to come here we open climb. Are your fans? Especially like you. Pei Xining didn't object. Just followed him to the cabin, not watching the news. I really don't know the true face of your little scum. Talking about one after another. Just killing and not caring about burying. No wonder my Aunt Nico wants to choke up with Aunt Yu when she mentions you. She teaches you well. Which mom doesn't want to fight with her? Zhou Yi asked. Do you have anything else to do this time besides volunteering to help publicize and advertise the scenic spot? Pei Xining, Aunt Nico told me about you and Fong Nan. This girl is quite heartbreaking. Zhou Yi, the air is good over there in the southern suburb of Ginkong Lake. Can we go there first tomorrow? Pei Xining, are you and Fong Nan having a temper tantrum? Or did you really split up? Aunt Yu is a bit overbearing. She blocked Fong Nan's account without greeting her. That is, she doesn't want you two to come together. I went through her experience and it's so admirable. One of the best girls I've ever seen. So good that you bullied someone to the point of slitting their wrists. Zhou Yi, the beds are newly changed. You can take a nap if you want to. Pei Xining, don't be so bad. When I think of your heart of heart is just like Aunt Yu, worrying for Aunt Nico. I finally figured out why Aunt Nico always loves to introduce you to people. Wants you to get married early, and endures the pain of pretending to be poor. She is afraid that you little scourge to harm people. Chouno turned his eyes to the side of his face that was close to a foot. Her silhouette was more inviting than a seascape. Her muscles as luminous and delicate as a snap. Pei Xining also turned her eyes, relying on her eyes to drive away Zhou Yi's gaze. In the end, how many have talked? How to talk. Gives sister a lesson. The next drama wants to shoot a light romance theme, and is more concerned about the psychology of these men and women. Zhou Yi, I've only talked about one Fong Nan. All the others are rumor mongering and smearing to hype up the heat. Then talk about Fan Nan. Zhou Yi, Xia. My mom should have told you. These recent bad things in principle has nothing to do with her. But the more you think about the more angry. You say I what character ah. With her in a piece of 3 years out of not wanting to insult her in the matter of male and female relations. The woman drilled into my arms I can hold back not to touch. Save her life. Help her pay off her debts. Give her the capital to start a business. As a result of another meeting, she saw me go bankrupt, fell on the well and wanted to control me. Pei Si-ning eyes with a smile interrupted, then you in the end what character? 3 years without cheating can be taken out to brag about the character? You split more legs. Think not split legs is very love her? Zhou, chatting is what you want to chat about, and nitpicking is what you nitpick. Then go on. Zhou greeted Zhang Long from afar to help park the yacht, slanted her a glance. No more. You nap to go. I buy the night to open the climbing ladder to use to eat and drink simple meals to go. Where do I sleep? Sleep wherever you like. Pei Si-ning was dumbfounded. She kinda liked him in this state. Familiar and intimate. Didn't like the little handsome guy who couldn't even look at her when we first met. Well, a little more teasing and there would be no distance. Chapter 113, No Thought, No Nostalgia. Night. See, it had been a long time since Chouno had this urge to organize a trip. I want to play and drink today, except for Pei Si-ning. He called Guan Yao, Du Yu Zhang, and Umo. Relationships come second. The main thing that could be done is to take a picture together, or even a video together, which would greatly benefit these guys' careers. Pei Si-ning people low-key, but the commercial value is high to the fault. There is no shortage of money, and they have sometimes volunteered to put money on the line in order to make a good show. It's well known. Sister Pei is the most generous in the crew. When you're in a good mood, cell phone luxuries and other random things are just given away per person. With a kind of rich congregational thinking in mind for people. That's why there's almost no blacking her out in the media. You can't pick and choose when you're short-handed. Guan Yao and Umo are not surprised to see Pei Si-ning. Du Yu Zhang is excited, took a video and a photo. The camera since the following Du Yu Zhang stuttered here words cannot say completely. It took 2 cans of beer to get back to normal. Zhou Yi was in a row with Umo, opposite 3 women. There's a variety of wines, barbecue, seafood and more. Whoever wants to drink as much as they want. Anyone who wants to say anything is basically unhindered in expressing it after drinking. Zhou Yi looked toward Pei Si-ning who had drunk a glass of red wine and was slightly intoxicated. Under the dim light, the broken hair in front of her forehead flew, and he casually said, "Isn't Sister Ningning a music student? Let's have a song." Yummer expects. Du Yu Zhang and Guan Yao looked at her in unison at the sound. Pei Si-ning's specialty is music, graduating from the most famous music school in M country, engaged as an actor. Not a single song has been released. Okay. Pei Si-ning was quick to agree. Zhou Yi immediately went to fetch the guitar and prepared to accompany Pei Si-ning when she started singing. Guan Yao Umo and the others were either playing the beat or fuming, singing a very hot song. Between openings, the light sound of clashing beads and jewels traveled far and wide. Chouno tried to follow a few scales with his guitar and gave up. At the moment, the mermaid calls out to the general scene. Any extra clutter is a detriment to the ambience. Clear singing, it's so beautiful. You're always accidentally leaning sinister over the moon. 10,000 hectares of moonlight dance your beautiful dreams. I smelled the fragrance and trekked infinite distances. Chouno never thought the song was good, but he'll definitely download it over after tonight. The main song is euphonious and ethereal, and the highest notes of the chorus seem to challenge the limits of the human voice. Sensitive as Du Yu Zhang was, he had begun to resist the urge to listen to take his cell phone and record. The boss is a real cowboy. Not only can you invite Pei Si-ning to participate in the ladder climb, but you can also get her to open her mouth and sing. The key Pei Si-ning does not care if someone records or not, sends or not. She is who she is. Very unusual and natural, not in the least bit idolatrically shackled. I'm afraid that the explosion of these types of videos has attracted more attention than all the hard work rubbing off on the popularity of the recent past. Why can't you make 3 or 5 days of video by the way, and put some content every day? Otherwise, what did the boss ask her to drop? And she is not worthy of making friends with Pei Si-ning and sitting on a piece. The owner is a treacherous businessman. Anyone who catches the opportunity grips. Pei Si-ning sang 3 songs in a row. Zhou Yi was afraid that she would get tired and mentioned some interesting small games. It was early morning and the joy was extraordinarily short-lived. Landing, Zhou Yi explained that the driver had sent several people safely to their homes, and after watching the car leave, he said, "Sister Ningning is staying with me for a few more days this time. Having lost her love, she needs company." Pei Si-ning could smell the smell of alcohol on him, and was worried that he was drunk. Seeing his eyes and extraordinarily clear, she raised her hand to help Zhou Yi straighten the shoulders of her blouse. "I'm not worried about you falling out of love. I'm more worried about Fong Nan going to extremes again. It's not good for her or you." Zhou Yi, no, she's not what she was before. Before she liked to internalize herself, now she likes to internalize others. Pei Si-ning nodded. "I've given you whatever face I can for climbing the ladder today. You give me some face too. Be more practical in the future. Don't let Aunt Nico worry too much. Don't always look for her with money. She's prone to think about how you want to use it. Go to me or your aunt. We're both rich. We can't spend it all. I've been angry with you for the past few years, but I know you and understand you." Pop, Don't think too heavy burden. Let people want to help you can't start. Zhou Yi was puzzled. Isn't my aunt a member of the management of Point Capital? How much money can she have? Pei Xining, you don't know how much money your aunt has? Hundreds of millions? Billions? Pei Xining saw that he had a half understanding, so she nodded along. Pretty much. Zhou Yi didn't have much of a concept of this and didn't bother to inquire more. After sending Pei Xining back to the bedroom that he had packed in advance, he simply washed up and also lay back against the bed. There are books on the bed. About costumes. A swipe through cell phone videos everywhere is still about costumes. This is all a while ago. Really want to be Fong Nan assistant. In order to be able to help her, deliberately to understand the search over. The night was too quiet, and he couldn't sleep after drinking. Pissed off by Pei Xining's casual words of worrying about Fong Nan going to extremes. But then again, I don't feel the need to think about it much. She has a mom and dad, and she's much more mature, and it seems redundant to initiate contact when you've already broken up. Points are points. There is certainly reluctance, but Choino will think in the distance. He's a deadbeat, he's not sure about anything, and he's controlling. If you don't share at this point, you won't be able to stand it sooner or later. It's only then that it gets harder, more messy, and hurts more. Turn off the lights. Choino froze and went to look at the ocean. The mind was like a walking light for a moment. One will be a beautiful situation where Pei Xining has just sung. One would be the contraptions that Fan Nan had bought in this bed to humiliate him that he had long ago thrown away. One moment is the childish time when he chased Pei Xining to ask for marriage, and the other moment is when Fong Nan hid in the car and cried, lying in the bathtub full of blood. A lot of things that I had forgotten. This will come back to me. When Zhou Yi was looking for Fong Nan to be his date, he only rushed her to be the first beauty recognized in the forums of all the colleges and universities in Linchang, and her beauty was blinding. There is vanity, appreciation, and possessiveness. He didn't know that she was going to throw herself in the lake at that meeting. I felt that the other party was dead, and his speech was numb and uninteresting. No one else was there, he mused, and there was no shame in being rejected for saying some things. Straight away, the price was thrown out. Who thought it would only take a few seconds for Fan Nan to agree? That night he took her to the mall, off-campus rentals. That will both accidentally she is the first time, but also want to let the boring gourd stoic her a little voice, a little popularity. In short, after tossing the next day is quite regrettable. He this athlete physique are tired do not want to get up, but instead see Fong Nan in the kitchen to the back of cooking breakfast. It was that image that made him feel differently about her. Before her, Chono had never realized that girls needed pain, and it wasn't obvious when he did. The idea is to get along for 10 days and a half months, then pay the money to end it. It dragged on and on for 3 years, the most unbearable for Chono. 3 years later, as far as Fong Nan's broken character is concerned, he even forgets the pain after the scar, and then he's on his ass again. This time it has to be scored. Scored thoroughly, do it anyway, without thought or consideration, and pretend that the man never knew. Chapter 114 Concentration. Fong Nan, who was missed by Zhou Yi, was having a midnight snack with Chen Xiao at the moment, talking about the details of the cooperation. She was at home in Tianhe City, after confirming that she wanted to go her separate ways, negotiating the terms, and pulling the rug out from under her family. She huffed it and brought Chen Xiao piece by piece on a flight over to see Yan Ximin. I'll take the shares in exchange for $30 million plus the 90% completed factory in Linchang. Yan Ximin was as afraid that she would back out. People just arrived. The share transfer agreement Yan Ximin has prepared in advance. Sign it, and the money will hit at any time. Yan Ximin was feeling that she had taken advantage of the situation. Fong Nan did not feel the loss either. She was looking at the difference in information, looking at Zhou Qingyu's character, looking at the actual value of Warren now. In Fong Nan's opinion, the moment the Warren account was blocked, the clothes were ruined when they started to pile up more. If you don't pull out in time, you will only fall deeper and deeper. Inflated popularity is worthless in this age of extremely fast-changing information on the internet. She asked for $30 million, relying on her understanding of Yan Ximin's character, an amount that the other party would be willing to cooperate with very painfully. Chen Xiao looked towards the person whose face was thinly flushed as 2 glasses of red wine went down. Fong Nan's skin is really the best she's ever seen in reality, and even makeup is easy to counteract that kind of good. At such a close distance, it was as white as water. Her features and figure are also like the most perfect design. The rise, the concave. Chen Xiao asked himself to be considered a beautiful woman, and he could not even raise his mind to compare with her. The position has changed. Although the company's shares Fong Nan only gave her 10%, Chen Xiao mentality has also produced a change. When Fong Nan is both a friend and a boss, she tried to discuss, Zhou Yi look is not too desperate people, for those brief interactions of ex-girlfriends are quite generous. Mouth. She paused to direct some, or you try to contact him, to see if you can put our more than 20 million fans account to unblock, originally sealed for no reason. Fong Nan understands this kind of mentality of Chen Xiao. Do trumpet but also cast the flow of starting volume? There are uncertain factors in opening his mouth and begging Zhou Yi to be magnanimous. He really isn't the kind of person to hold on to anything, but don't want to beg. Think of it as the price to be paid for doing something wrong. Subconsciously, she was more afraid that if she showed too much obviousness, Zhou Qingyu would not be able to see her. And now there were already a lot of misunderstandings about her. She has the WeChat of Nico Yu and Zhou Qingyu respectively. They were approached during the public opinion process to explain. But no matter how to explain, Auntie Nico's attitude towards her has become much lighter. And Zhou Qingyu even didn't give a chance to explain and directly deleted her. Forget about the account. Step down to the trumpet. Chen Xiao, do you still do down jackets and down jackets? Fong Nan, trouble. The cost investment is too big. Not so much money. And the sales of this kind of clothes in the live broadcast is very restricted. Not suitable for short term. Do the sinking market well? Rush to the end of the summer. Do those clothes that cost a few dollars? Sell at 10 or 8 as long as there is a profit. Maximize the cost effectiveness. Business Chen Xiao didn't understand, and she listened to what Fong Nan said to do. She didn't lose any of the 5 million she invested in account value alone. The trumpet has just been registered and hasn't even been cast in the stream yet, and some fans are already looking for it. Chen Xiao was pulling out her cell phone to check the data when she swiped to a singing video. She fixed her eyes on it. It was Pei Xining, and the publisher was Yu Zheng came and posted it half an hour ago. She couldn't help but be caught in the sights and take away the hearing. Fuming at the woman on the screen with her hair slightly disheveled by the wind, smiling and singing with natural relaxation. Pei Xining. If the song wasn't too pleasing to the ear, making people unable to resist looping, Chen Xiao would have forgotten that Pei Xining was actually more deserving of being a professional singer. And this video certainly attracted a crowd of night owls at night. The comments section blew up a long time ago. Marvel at the goddess sings well. Envy can sit with the goddess of a piece of people. More people are wondering what else Yu Zheng cannot do. She recorded the whole network only one Pei Xining private singing video. Chen Xiao with professional intuition can judge that tomorrow as soon as he opens his eyes Pei Xining singing this kind of topic will rush to the hot search. Fuanan brought her cell phone over. She froze. This is the yacht Chao Ya bought. Pei Xining's hair in the video was messy from the wind, and Fong Nan's person was also messy. Pei Xining was far away, and she could take the words Zhou Yi had said without taking them seriously. The person was close to her eyes, and Fong Nan had trouble breathing. This man is too demonic. A demon's name can be linked to the word beauty. Fong Nan from the first time to hear Zhou Yi unintentionally mentioned Pei Xining, this person in the heart, everywhere turning her video photos. In addition to a face, in addition to thinking that the looks are each different, I do not know what else to compare. The other side is so excellent that it makes people who want to go to compare despair. Got the face, the body, the intellect, the perception, the money, the background, the skin. Don't say that she thinks Pei Xining is God's own daughter. A lot of people think so. Most importantly, Zhou Yi himself said he wanted to marry Pei Xining, the ideal type. Far away from the sky he did not chase, close to the eye? With Zhou Qingyu's background identity, Zhou Yi and Pei Xining's family world is not bad at all. Fong Nan wanted to go back to Linchang immediately. She was afraid that Zhou Yi, that colorful man, would stay with Pei Xining for one more second, and her soul would be hooked away. Although Pei Xining is unlikely to like a 4 or 5 years younger. What if? There are many people who have liked Zhou Yi. This urge to speed back was suppressed raw. He's blacked out her phone calls and tweets. In what position to go back? There's no use rushing. Can't be messed with. Chen Xiao suspiciously observed Fong Nan's small face being transformed by the cell phone light. It's the true unconscious that's changing. Nervous at times, relieved at others. Good-looking face. Even the unintentional expressions are extraordinarily good-looking. What's wrong? Fuanan looked up. Are there any airfare left now? Not too sure. It shouldn't be a goodbye. I'll check. Fong Nan's heart is in turmoil. Retrieved his own phone to look for the occasion found Guan Yao and Umo both sent a friend circle. Is with Pei Xining in a piece of footage. They didn't cover up. There was a flash of Zhou Yi. He was holding his guitar. Not playing. Just looking at Pei Xining. Eyes unblinking. It was mesmerizing. An accidental state of concentration on his part. She was most enamored of this state of his. The contrast of handsome out of the sky. Chen Xiao, didn't you say that you still want to visit someone tomorrow and return to Lin City afterward? Why are you suddenly asking for airfare? Fong Nan took a sip and drank another half a glass of wine. It's fine. I'm going to rest. Chapter 115 Chengyu said rest. Fong Nan heart seized also cannot sleep. She regretted it. Regretting that he didn't take Zhou Yi seriously a while ago. Thinking that with the contract and the ability to change his fate repeatedly find him things. Afraid of pissing people off. Still gives a. It's no use admitting you're wrong. He treats her like she's trouble. Chasing after him. For a moment, he didn't know how to go about it. If she will stalk, Back then, letting Choono know that she was sure she would die without him, the man's conscience wouldn't allow him to abandon her either. The booze came pouring in. It was only then that Fwanan slowly fell asleep. The next day, the first thing she did was turn on her cell phone. Sure enough, the heat about Pei Xining's singing easily topped the charts. Netizens, in addition to marveling, more in curiosity, Yu Zheng came to this account, and the account also said that the next post about Pei Xining's follow-up. A moment of heat and burst again. Fong Nan looked even more annoyed. Joyi, this account just a few short games of melons to eat. Simply, if this knucklehead comes off the bandwagon and the transition is successful, the revenue created by just this one number is unimaginable. Fong Nan was originally jealous, and her mood was steeply urgent. She'll have to work hard to get there, can't be too far behind him. People with over $10 million in capital, short of making a big hit account, a women's hospital that looked promising. I'm getting back myself, and the company hasn't even gotten around to registering yet. Fong Nan silently remembered that Zhou Yi was ugly, and Pei Xining definitely couldn't look at him. Get up, wash up, change clothes, and go out with Chen Xiao. She wants to see Zhou Qingyu. Looking for someone to inquire. Today Zhou Qingyu probability will go to the headquarters to open the board of directors. Time basically fixed monthly meeting. It's not clear whether Zhou Qingyu is willing to see her, but still want to try. To point capital, Fan Nan relied on his contacts to find someone to pick her up. It's hard to describe the shock of seeing the building from afar and standing downstairs in person. The value of this place is incalculable. Inside, there are 20 to 30 elevators. Like a maze. Little Fong, this is as far as I can take you. If the front desk is willing to call for you, Mr. Joe might have someone come down to pick you up. If not, then I really can't help. Fong Nan looked at her friend who had a business partnership. Just go and get busy. May, I'll ask the receptionist. Okay, dinner date sometime. Aha. Fong Nan watched the other party leave and went to the front desk. What I thought was quite difficult went quite well. The receptionist knows her. It also did not say whether Zhou Qingyu was in or not, and only said that it could help her call and contact the assistant of General Manager Zhou to make an appointment, and it was uncertain whether she could make an appointment or not. Fong Nan thanked him profusely. Seeing that every now and then someone entering the building was watching her, she had to go ahead and put on her mask and wait patiently. On the top floor, Zhou Qingyu, who had just finished a board meeting, returned to his empty, minimally decorated office. In between thoughts, the habit went to the floor-to-ceiling windows. It overlooks half of the city of Tianhe without clouds. It's a nice day today, and tomorrow is high in the sky. Zhou Qingyu was very tired some years ago. Tired of work, spell, the brain consumed by squeezing not too many things, did not have a very strong sense of loneliness. Back to the forest city. Every night is easy to lose sleep. Conditioning doesn't work. Nico being around works better. Putting aside inherent stereotypes, quite an interesting person who can bring Zhou Qingyu to peace of mind. Look at her day by their own dress up a new look. Maintenance and conditioning of the body is getting better and better. More and more young. A sense of accomplishment is very full. To her and nephew good point, she will follow the mood of a good point. Each of these two was her brother's life, and the nephew was still mom and dad's precious great-grandson, especially learned of her brother's death. Every moment Zhou Qingyu was reflecting on his own character before his 30s. What he did, cognition, what he said. Li Jun knocked on the door and walked in at that moment, coming not far behind her and said, Secretary Tan said there's a girl named Fong Nan who wants to meet you. Zhou Qingyu's face was expressionless as he mused for 2 or 3 seconds. Tell her to wait downstairs. Li Jun promised. If you're not allowed to bring it up, it's just hanging out downstairs in the lounge. When the boss wants to meet depends on the mood. Forgetting to see is forgetting. Zhou Qingyu and the others leave, noticing a call coming in on his private cell phone. She's been calling a lot lately. Some help Jiang Tianyun to plead for mercy. Some come to help Hua family members to plead for mercy. Some come to help Warren, that small company, to plead for mercy. No, not counting the small company. It's not surprising that it can successfully go public in the past 2 years, with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. Unfortunately, she will not give Warren the opportunity to go public. If Zhou Qingyu didn't care about her brother being smeared and let the video fester, the consequences for Warren would be even worse. She couldn't just ignore it. Others scolding her brother made her feel 100 times more prickly than scolding her personally. There was the thought of helping him flatten the Woodland Park Newtown project. For one thing, there were too many complexities involved. And for another, that project involved a total investment of over $400 billion. Truly a new suburban city. Her brother was in charge, the biggest development investor besides some special departments. Accidents are really accidents, but the direction of public opinion is extremely abnormal, and no longer belongs to the realm of business. She had yet to find solid evidence as to who was behind all of this, so that her brother had to choose to jump for a group of collaborators, friends, and family. Looking at the number called in, Zhou Qingyu connected to get the ear. Yan Wanlong, Yan Xinin's father, the previous president of the Chamber of Commerce in Tianhe City, had been in business for decades and had intricate connections. Zhou Qingyu only returned a word, proving that he was listening and waiting for him to speak. Yan Wanlong smiled and climbed the relationship and said, "It's not a child's business. There are a few accounts that have been blocked. I heard that Mr. Zhou is very powerful. Do you think you can make it convenient? I must bring her to the door to apologize some other day." Zhou Qingyu, is it convenient for me to ask if Mr. Yan's parents are still alive? Yan Wanlong was puzzled. It's all gone. Zhou Qingyu, that I send some news. Pulling netizens more greetings to greet the too old. You can be generous understanding? You have to thank me. Not I let the platform side fastest blocked her account. She people have to go in and take off layers of skin. Yan Wanlong endured anger. You see, I got this number from Zhang Dong. How many years of friendship I have with his father. Zhou Qingyu, other people kindly give you the number. You turn around and sell it. What? You think he didn't give you face? Didn't come to me in advance to say hello? Couldn't do the job and wanted me to do him? Master, times have changed. Cootie, not as much as it used to be. You have to move with the times to do business well. I hope the next time you call me, it's not to climb up the ladder, but to ask for a buyout of your company. That way I'll have the patience to talk to you more. Yan Wanlong's old face was deformed with anger, and he was only inconveniently angry. Point Capital is an industry miracle, one of the golden daddies of a bunch of bigwigs, and even more involved behind the scenes. The founder is Zhou Qingyu, and there are 3 other partners. Each one of them is extraordinary. Zhou Qingyu lazy to talk to him again. Hang up. Casually sent a tweet, next time to give someone my number. Greeted in advance to say a word. No all what the other party instantly realized. Voice then broke into a curse, this old coins. Zhou Qingyu deleted the conversation and lifted his steps out of the office. She now works 1 day a month and comes to meetings. Unless she comes across a particularly large matter, she will participate, and basically manages to delegate the authority to hand it over. Chapter 116, the same experience. Riding the special elevator to the bottom, Zhou Qingyu forgot all about Fong Nan waiting for her. The other person, if not the nephew's girlfriend, would have taken sides with Nan if it wasn't for the fact that Nick was there for the sake of Nick. Last time her nephew fought with Jiang Tianyun's son, she would not lightly let go of Fong Nan, who was highly suspected of inviting trouble. This time the opinion webstorm. She no longer does things through Nico and her nephew. An eye for an eye. Do the best you can. Hui Jingzhou is in ruins. All Warren's associated accounts and sales channels are banned. Cho, Auntie Cho. When he was about to go out, Zhou Qingyu was shouted at. She stopped and turned her head to look at the other woman. Close to 1.7 meters tall. Slender body. White skin. Appearance is especially outstanding. 9-point lady suit pants. Casual shirt. Jacket of the same color. High heels. Dressed formally. Fong Nan's heart stopped beating at her glance. The last time I saw it, Zhou Qingyu's temperament wasn't that stern. Yeah, that's because of Auntie Natalie Yu. With this kind of aura, Fong Nan even ignored Zhou Qingyu's appearance and just tensed. Zhou Qingyu wasn't very keen on hitching a ride, noting the other woman's stature and appearance, and considering the possibility that her nephew might be dazzled. She said coldly, "Here to plead for your company?" Fong Nan quickly shook his head and quickly followed her. "I broke away from Warren and transferred all my shares to the major shareholders yesterday. I also broke my relationship with my parents, Auntie Zhou, so I came to apologize and explain a few things to you." Zhou Qingyu didn't think that Fong Nan had come to soften up because he was afraid. This girl is a little bit of rash, short contact, can see that the concept of money and power is not very heavy. She is also a bit arrogant and inferior, unlike the type who easily bow to others. Zhou Qingyu figured it out with a slight movement of his mind. It's a fear of being dumped by her nephew, or that he's already dumped her. Afraid you'll get in the middle of it? That you'll misunderstand her? That you'll be biased? Interesting, nothing is left to fight for. Afraid of all this. Fong Nan did not know that her words and actions were instantly seen through. She stammered to explain the ins and outs of the matter. Zhou Qingyu glanced at her wrist. Perceptions are slightly changed. Nephew, the temperament can be with each other for 3 years. Fell 3 years after bumping into each other again can be with a piece. And Fong Nan's wrist, once bitten by a snake. You are not afraid of the well rope. I'm afraid the girl really has some place in my nephew's heart. Watching Li Jun open the rear door, she sat in it first. Fan Nan understood in a second and followed the constraints and sat beside her. The light of the carriage was temporarily darkened, and only then did she dare to sneak a glance at Zhou Qingyu's side face. Just feel that she does not show her age at all. The appearance said 30 years old will not be someone who does not believe. The features are very stretchy and atmospheric, less feminine and more heroic, with a special aura. Zhou Qingyu, you just came to me to apologize? Fong Nan nodded. I can see where you are in Zhou Ye's heart. Zhou Qingyu, don't kiss ass. How did you and Cubs meet? Fong Nan was difficult to speak and tried to be as circumspect as possible. He counts me as a lifesaver. My parents were also helped by him to find me. They are snobbish and think Zhou Yi is poor. Zhou Qingyu, I know all of this. You don't have to go into too much detail. What happened to the wrist? Fan Nan, at that time he was my whole world. And when the whole world is gone, it feels meaningless. Still, Fong Nan had reservations, saying that he was afraid that Zhou Qingyu would be diabolical, saying that it is not, and not so much. Zhou Qingyu does not dwell on this. Why don't you ask for my number through the cub? Fong Nan, that kind of apology is insincere, and if you don't accept it, you might give me some leeway because of him. When I came here and you were willing to talk to me, I felt a little more relaxed. If you don't, it makes sense. Zhou Qingyu rather appreciated her dry and direct character. If not so much things, shouldn't be much of a problem. Parental ties severed. $30 million out of the company. One size does not fit all. A short chat. Zhou Qingyu was somewhat impressed with her. She saw herself back then. Drink and go to your brother. Go threaten him. Go talk. Pissed off the always good-tempered man completely. A slap in the face and the most venomous scolding. Angry and ashamed. She couldn't face it and ran away for 8 years. Again wanting to die. The choice was to live harder. To live so that he would look up to her in the future. To prove through her actions that she had merit and was not worthless. But when she did come home with a full load of accomplishments, never to see that last pillar of the spirit again. Zhou Qingyu had spent a long time lately wishing she was dreaming and waking up to everything, regretting the lost 8 years, agonizing that she wasn't home when the family needed her most. Her voice slowed a bit. I'll stay out of it between you two, go where you will, and have Knight's army give you a ride. Fong Nan did not understand why Zhou Qingyu's attitude towards her was much better. Busy said, my car is not far from the company's entrance, and I came with my colleagues. Li Jun started the car at the sound and drove to the door. Fong Nan didn't need to be asked and got out of the car obediently on his own. Auntie Zhou, I'll be going then. Zhou Qingyu nodded slightly. Driving a little way out, Zhou Qingyu took his cell phone and typed, your little girlfriend came to me to apologize. Shouno hit a question mark a few minutes later. Zhou Qingyu, I deleted her WeChat. She is probably afraid that I will make trouble from it. Shouno, what did we talk about? Casual conversation. All flaws aside. That's all I can see. Beautiful person. Love you. It's not like love is food for thought. There are more than enough to love me. Zhou Qingyu was made to laugh by his rightful tone. Originally ignored. Considering that she has a place in your heart. Gave her a few words to speak. She's really something. A few words made me feel much better about her. Zhou Yi, all looking for you. I guess the next step should be to find my mom. Say she has a brain. She can see that you are more short-tempered and decisive. If you say she has no brain, she really has no brain. Pleasing this, pleasing that, but not pleasing me. I can't believe it. What a brainwave. How is she going to please you when you've deleted her? And you certainly won't even answer strange numbers? How do you know I deleted her? I teach you break up first delete. Delete data delete inside. Shouno, I was too stupid to learn. Zhou Qingyu rare mild. Voice is very light. Think about quite interesting. I myself our authorities are confused. More than 30 years old is still living in confusion. Blame your grandparents and dad. Blame them for being too broad-minded. So that I can't find that narrow-mindedness hidden. Why don't you come to work at Gold? Auntie will bring you along and give you a position when there is a suitable opportunity in the future. Auntie wants to fulfill her promise and leave a gold mountain for my cubs. Zhou Yi, I don't know anything about venture capital. I'll just write some scripts and do a normal business. Just know how to read people. Shouno, isn't that great leadership? Zhou Qingyu, what's going on? Accompanying Sister Ning Ning for a scenic stroll, and volunteering to help make a contribution to the tourism industry in Linchang. Zhou Qingyu, beat her up for me. There's not a single day in my place that gives me pain. Soon after she finished, then there is a messages Pei Xining TT gas voice. Aunt you can rest assured. Cubs are good to me. Knowing that I came, prepared a yacht for me in advance. Zhou Qingyu held his cell phone away from his ear. She couldn't listen to Pei Xining purposely clamping her voice to talk to her. She didn't reply to the message again. Memorizing the trivia. Pursed her lips and smiled as she asked Li Jun to drive to Upper City. Nico went to see the elders, and Zhou Qingyu wanted to follow a piece to visit the old man who was quite legendary and had helped his father. Chapter 117. On the other side, the lake. Zhou Yi accompanied Pei Xining for a walk by the lake. It's a well-known tourist attraction in the city, surrounded by mostly camping bases, summer resorts, agriturismo and all that. You can get the freshest aquatic products anywhere you go. Zhou Yi considered it too stressful to be alone with Pei Xining and called Diu Zheng along. Pei Xining returned her cell phone to Zhou Yi, not caring about Diu Zheng who raised his cell phone behind her from time to time. Aunt Yu's temper has really tightened up a lot. Zhou Yi back into the pocket. Not very much want to look at her. Still will be attracted by her white side face uncontrollably to observe. A man's most instinctive appreciation of beauty. Every glance is a different kind of beauty. Afraid of being caught peeking, Zhou Yi was distracted from time to time to look at the obviously beautiful and unattractive lake view. He's never been this passive with the opposite sex. The mood is intentionally steady all the time. The young one, Ning, is completely different from now, and the feelings of being together are no longer the same. Pei Si Ning, talking to you. Shouno was pondering how to break this mood of wanting to be there and being frustrated, when he sniffed and went to look at her in surprise. Pei Si Ning's eyes contained anger. What are you thinking about? Absent-minded. Shouno, I'm always stressed when I'm with you. Pei Si Ning was amused. Where does the pressure come from? Shouno throws a straight ball. People are too pretty. They always get distracted when they talk. Pei Si Ning pursed her lips and held back her laughter. She pups or she pups. You can blame someone else for being uncomfortable and being uncomfortable. Pei Si Ning, how can I let you have no pressure? She turned around and faced Zhou Yi. Actually, it doesn't matter if there's pressure or not. Sis doesn't mind. The pretty face is clearer up close. Skin like a newborn. She also had beautiful eyes, clear as a spring. Zhou Yi's brain was in turmoil and he turned his head. Yu Zhang, go and ask the boss of the summer estate to prepare some fresh aquatic products in advance. Pei Si Ning saw this and stopped teasing him. Sink your mind into the seemingly limitless lake. It's really been years since I've been here. Infrastructure does better. The lakes are only not as clear as they used to be. Zhou Yi was side by side with her. Except for the filming stage. Usually you basically can't be seen on camera. What are you busy with? Pei Si Ning, traveling, reading, working out, writing. And I've never seen you publish a book. Write screenplays, write something niche and more interesting. Quite boring. Pei Si Ning, it's just a mood thing. The mind can be quiet. And it's quite fun to do anything. Why did you become an actress if you sing so well? Because it's more natural to find out about acting. As if you're experiencing a different life, and you get more insights. Zhou Yi is quite talkative, and so is Pei Si Ning, chatting smoothly, but Zhou Yi feel chatting boring, distance, uncomfortable, like the most common socializing between friends. It's hard to get closer when the person is clearly in front of you. Sister Ning, go to the summer estate. Lunch should be ready. Pei Si Ning nodded. How old are you planning to get married? Zhou Yi, you're not in a hurry when you're 30, and I'm in even less of a hurry. Pei Si Ning remembered something. It's your birthday in a week. Right, 26th birthday. Seems like it. Pei Si Ning, you don't even remember your own birthday. Mainly this isn't about being in a piece with the goddess and ignoring the time in reality. 1 day in the sky, 1 year underground. I'm here with you for a few hours. Months have passed in the mortal world. Shouno flirted, setting his sights. Snake, he exclaimed a warning. Pei Si Ning instinctively followed his gaze, only to see that a flowery mollusk was lying quietly in a bush a meter away from the front path. Her brain went blank first, and the man exploded after her. Ah! Screams piercing eardrums pierced the air. Studying music, even the sound of fear was extra sharp. The tone rose, and the man stopped and turned to run out several paces at his fastest. Zhou Yi knew that Pei Si Ning was afraid of snakes. Not in general. Look at her blossoming, no longer subdued. He went over and took the bush snake out towards Pei Si Ning who was watching from a distance. Don't you come any closer, Paisnin warned, ready to run at a moment's notice. Shouno, false. Don't come over even if you're fake. Some of Pei Si Ning's memories were evoked, and she didn't believe him in the slightest. Zhou Yi was bold as a child. Once a piece out of the picnic, the goods do not know where to grab a snake to tell her is fake. Pei Si Ning was swindled closer, then cried in fear. Nearly half a month time did not take care of Zhou Yi. See him to think of snakes. It's so fake. Shouno shifted, his hands stretching the snake twice as long. Pei Si Ning, throw it away first. Zhou Yi casually threw it out of sight. Pei Si Ning covered her still wildly beating heart, and while she was relieved, she was a bit deflated. She calmed down a little. Distinctly, he found that Zhou Nao's heart was obviously not quite the same as it was just now. In an instant she was reminded of the toy snakes sold at some of the stalls at the entrance. She walked quickly towards Zhou Yi. Did you purposely find someone to leave it here early? No. Pei Si Ning, it's Du Yuzhang. Shouno didn't expect her brain to react so quickly. He was watching Pei Si Ning end up, always dealing with the chicanery from the bottom, and secretly sent a message to Du Yuzhang. Let's buy a couple more, and she ended up with one. But you can't admit it even if you're dead. But it didn't matter if he admitted it or not. The ear was almost ripped off the moment Pei Si Ning approached. It hurt too much for him to move and resist. Pei Si Ning angry about to storm. You want traffic? I help you. Originally planned to stay for 3 days. In order to give you a birthday is also ready to stay for a few more days. You a small, deliberately scare me. Where is your conscience? Shouno only denied it. Without evidence he's just wrongly accused. Still wanting to be like when I was a kid. Something recognizing him for what he is. Flexing my muscles. Earache. The heart is comfortable. I think this meeting she was shrouded by the aura of what cannot see clearly. the aura to her to remove, only to see him Ning's sister or his sister Ning. Pei Si Ning gasped and fell happy, let go of her hand, rolled her eyes, thought you'd really learned your lesson, more than when you were a child. Zhou Yi climbed on her shoulders, naturally embraced, I lost aunt, you, see you again cannot take what character, try you are still afraid, still is not my sister Ning. Pei Si Ning swept his reddened ears that were pulled, why don't you try your aunt to go? Zhou Yi only said, I really want to think about you, from the time you went abroad to study, every day, thinking about not daring to meet up, there's something wrong with my mind. Pei Xining's gaze softened a lot, you are young and don't understand, in sister's eyes, cubs will always be cubs, and it's the same in your aunt's eyes, no matter how long you haven't seen them. Why do you have that cat with the same name as me? Pei Xining, it's just that after moving your mother was afraid that I was in a bad mood, bought me a cat, raised many years go abroad are with, according to your name harmonization of the name, called smooth. Zhou Ye's heart is like moving a stone, there are too many words that he wants to express, and he is completely relaxed. Chapter 118, The Ghosts of God. Meals are in the lush private B&B compound. The dishes are crabs from the lake, yellowtail, and more. 3 people in the dining room. Diu Zhang was weak due to helping the boss lose that toy snake. Not daring to look at Pei Xining, he kept a low profile and occasionally moved his chopsticks while quietly browsing through the various data. She's never had such a good time doing self-publishing lately. After a while, the fans unknowingly rise a few million, and then a while later, another few million. The video connects with Pei Xining. Attention is skyrocketing again. Credit to the owner, the absolute best owner. Diu Zhang was more than once glad for a meeting in the crowd, and thus changed his life. With an account of 14 million fans, she has successfully risen from small blogger to a big and highly regarded internet celebrity. Zhou Yi, Sister Ning, where do you want to go this afternoon? I hear you. Chouno lifted his eyes. Dive in? No go. Playing windsurf? Too sunny. Surfing? Pei Xining, are there any programs that aren't on the water? Diu Zhang stifled his laughter as he listened. The owner's calculations were heard 100,000 miles apart. Not just wanting to see a goddess in a bathing suit. Zhou Yi, it's too hot in the afternoon to have any other fun. How about a concert and a movie? Pei Xining, why don't you two go play and leave the bodyguard for me? I'll take a lunch break here and read a book. The environment is quite comfortable. I'll keep you company. You have a quiet personality? Zhou Yi, it doesn't matter whether it's quiet or not, whether it's fun or not. What matters is that staying with you is a pleasure in itself. Pei Xining, aren't you afraid that I'll be out of your sight and that there won't be enough video footage collection? Little adulterer. Zhou Yi went to look at Diu Zhang, calling you a traitor. Hurry up and go. Busy yourself. Diu Zhang squinted his vision. When deaf, Pei Xining then took a bottle of mineral water, sat on the rocking chair in the courtyard. A bottle of water. A coffee table who do not know who put the book. Sit down. Quiet rustling began to turn the page. Zhou Yi still wanted to talk to her more and resisted the thought of going over to disturb her. He saw it. Pei Xining get along with people main a comfortable and casual. She follows her heart, talks when she wants to, and doesn't really like people interfering with her when she doesn't. Zhou Yi didn't feel left out. Pei Xining had this character many years ago. He didn't know any better at the time and was always annoying her. Most of the beatings were on these things too. There was a wind that brought in a fragrance of osmanthus flowers from far away, and a few strands of Pei Xining's hair in front of her forehead danced with the breeze. The sunlight occasionally broke through the branches and leaves, and her hair was as if it was gilded with light. Pei Xining read a book. Zhou Yi and Diu Zhang looked at Pei Xining. She couldn't take her eyes off of her, and the two of them couldn't take their eyes off of her. Pei Xining was sensitive to the gaze, and not at all, completely undisturbed, to each his own. The next time, Zhou Yi put everything aside and focused on following Pei Xining to visit various Lin City's more famous attractions, sometimes called Diu Zhang, sometimes it's just the two of them with the driver. Zhonglong, mountains, water, the ancient city of Lingro, and the Forest City Museum. The trip was low-key. There are not many people who meet by chance, and the ones who publicize Pei Xining's trip are all scenic employees. Take a picture, simply record a video, and go marketing and promotion on your own. These days, Shuno's mood was upturned badly. The account's followers have skyrocketed again. The hospital side is progressing well, and Heavy Rain Media has migrated to an office building in the Guangmo mansion. The happiest, every day can eat and drink with Pei Xining, more and more comfortable, because when you find the knack of getting along, it's easy and refreshing to be with this kind of person. Car, Chouno is driving. It was just him and Pei Xining. Zhao Chongwen followed his mom to the city, visited the old man a piece directly back to Tianhe City. Zhang Long was given to Diu Zhang as an assistant by Zhou Yi, responsible for her safety. As the car was traveling, Pei Xining sidestepped her gaze and smiled. I ordered a locomotive for you. It should be delivered tomorrow on your birthday. I remember that you quite liked it for a while. Chouno knew it was time for her to leave after helping him with his birthday. The mood was slightly affected. Pei Si-ning, the last time I told you about shooting a movie, it's about to start. Do you want a piece of it? I'll have someone add a role for you. Zhou, playing your husband or boyfriend. I can challenge you. Pei Si-ning raised her hand and gently knocked on his brain. Good. With this kind of role I'll have the screenwriter prioritize writing it with you as the prototype. How about arranging some kissing scenes or something? Pei Si-ning laughed. I don't do kissing scenes. I can't arrange it. Zhou distractedly glanced at her. I really don't know which traitorous luckman will be able to marry you in the future. Pei Si-ning, why can't I be lucky to run into him? How difficult Mother born single for 30 years Chouno, not a single one? Pei Si-ning, maybe I'm too ugly. No one wants to talk to me. There are chasing, but also not a good chase. Seriously say a sentence like it should not be difficult to write. No long mouth like, only no WeChat tease to tease. Look at it as not so serious. Zhou, I'll chase you after I get my ex-girlfriend out of my mind. Pei Si-ning laughed. This child loves to be cheap, and started to be cheap when he was a few years old. The joke was subtle enough. At least it didn't mention the asshole words of making her the first wife. She asked. The tenet of your relationship as I recall is 3 steps: breakup, disconnection, and centrifugation. Meaning that you and Fan Nan haven't reached the point of centrifugation yet? Zhou, don't mention it. I dreamed about her last night. Nightmares. Pei Si-ning, you are like Aunt Gue. People are capable and treat you like a son. Her preconceived notions will be that this girl Fong Nan is almost interesting, and she is also involved in so many chores. Aunt Nico is a bit more Buddhist. She kinda likes Fong Nan, and is worried that Fong Nan will bring you too much trouble. I look at it more simple. Fong Nan's resume is destined to think in a certain box. Most of her reasoning may be self-realization. Look far but not close. It's definitely true that she doesn't know anything, and it's also true that she's pitiful. You think so hard environment. With you a piece of more depressing have committed suicide. Still can get up and survive this achievement. Each footprint is too deep. Deep-rooted. Don't persuade me to be kind. Pei Si-ning, I am thinking that you don't be too unkind to people. Even if you break up, find a good way. You shouldn't just delete it like that. How disrespectful. It's easy for someone else to say this about Chouno to lift the bar. Couldn't carry it with Pei Si-ning. She and her old mom are both of the relatively calm type of personality. Otherwise they wouldn't have been so close. It's easy to look at a lot of things too thoroughly and understand the experience. Unlike her aunt, who couldn't rub sand in her eyes. That said, her aunt seems to have sand in her eyes this time. Last time she mentioned that Fong Nan let her dump. This time she mentioned that Fong Nan said she didn't care. Was chatting. Zhou Ye's cell phone rang. Strange number. He never answered any strange numbers these days. Ghosted the green button today. Chapter 119, The Poison. Phone pass. Zhou Yi immediately heard a familiar voice. Fong Nan's. Very urgent. Don't hang up yet. Want to ask you a favor. In the middle of the night, you can hear clearly in the car without the speakerphone on. Pei Si-ning guessed who it was, and she tilted her head toward Zhou Yi to hear more clearly. Chouno hesitated. If you have something to say, say it. Do you have anyone with you? Nobody. There's a fairy who came down from heaven. Pei Si-ning's sister I swiped to the video of the two of you together. Your face coding I can also recognize. Did you just come back from the ancient city? Sister Si-ning, hello. My husband often mentioned you in my ears. Pei Si-ning laughed lightly and tried to reach for her cell phone. Zhou Yi didn't give it. Only found the earphones and plugged them in. You can say it. Sister Ning can't hear it. I am a little embarrassed. Zhou Yi, you have the nerve to victimize people. Too embarrassed to talk? Fuanan fell silent and choked up. Zhou Yi was worried by her crying. What in the world? Fong Nan really wanted to cry. In the past few days, while brushing the video of him and Pei Si-ning in one piece, while changing a lot of numbers cannot contact him, work is still wrapped up in the body. Want to hear Chen Zhao's pretend to cry? Tears well up at the sound of his voice. No need to pretend. She suppressed. I broke it off with my parents. No, I don't own the company anymore either. No, I've lost everything. My number, my money. I don't even have a place to live. I'm living in a portable plant every day. Chouno, you're here to sell your misery? It's okay if you don't help me. I can't find anyone to talk to and I just want to talk to you. Zhou Yi listened to the unsteady mind. Afraid of a car accident. Slowed down the car. Fong Nan, didn't I take over $60 million from my dad? I used a lot of it. When I had to pay it back, I added several $million to it. Zhou Yi didn't need her to make it too clear. It was clear. The millions she made up were for a yacht. I'm still giving you $18 million, and $30 million from the sale of your shares in the company. Fong Nan, the factory owes me the final payment, plus the registration capital of the new company. I really don't have any money left. I'm selling my house, but the agent told me it's hard to sell, and it will take at least a month to sell. Chono believed 9 out of 10. And the one point of suspicion was that she had gotten thicker and was out of place. He followed it with another exasperation. Your father gave you money. If you don't pay it back, is he going to come after you for it? Then he owes you. He almost ruined your whole life. Fong Nan, I think his money is dirty. He put me in this situation. I won't take his money even if I starve to death. Chono, where are you? The factory. With how much money? I don't have much in hand. Just lend me 3,000. $30 million? $3,000. Joyi was a little bit of people she got on and off. Impatiently said, give me the card number. How can I remember my card number? I'll look for it. Don't look for it. Add your WeChat and turn it for you. Pei Xining saw Joyi park and start fiddling with his cell phone, and his eyes moved to the night sky. This little Fong Nan. He has a lot of heart. The key may be the reason for the character. The other party speaks Joyi also really believe. Again. I took a gap in my greeting to call out to my husband to pledge my sovereignty. Again. They blocked all the back roads and put their hopes on Choya, who has some responsibility. But Pei Xining didn't point it out. It's interesting enough to listen to random content as a young couple chats, running with the idea of rather tear down 10 temples. Pei Xining sighed during Joya's transfer of money. It's pathetic. Originally a billionaire. Once you encountered the blink of an eye are mixed to live in the factory. Where is her factory? It's not dangerous to live there. So beautiful girl. You remind her to be a little guarded. Joey added back to Fong Nan transferred tens of thousands of past. Uncontrollably asked a voice, where is the location of your factory? This side of the great eastern suburbs. Is it safe? There's no one around for miles. It should be safe. I'm with my colleague, not by myself. The co-worker must be the one called Chen Xiao. Joey frowned, is there a difference between 2 women and 1 woman? Why don't you stay in the house where I used to work as a studio? Do you Zhang and the others just finished moving their stuff and it's empty now? No, it's okay to live over here, and it's easier to work. Old. Joey, I'm busy and haven't eaten yet. Takeout can't get here. Forget it. I'll go to the city with Chen Xiao to eat later. Pei Xining's expression changed itself as the two spoke. Biting her red lips, she looked out the window again. She's in contact with a lot of women, sensitive to the smell of strong tea flavors. On the contrary, Xiao Zhou may be concerned. Or perhaps she has the other party in her heart and eats this. Or perhaps Fong Nan has not teared up before. Anyway, this cup of tea splashed down. Splashed Joey head full of face. He did not mind the hot at all. Look at him looking at himself. Pei Xining lightly patted her red lips. Go see her. Take her to have a good meal and find a safe place to live. No matter what. People were a rich woman before they knew you. Because you are poor and destitute makes me, an outsider, feel heartbroken. I'm a bit sleepy. You can send me back first. Joey, what does it have to do with me? She's harming herself instead of others. Pei Xining, 2 unlucky people. Joey looked at her suspiciously. Ning's sister did not smile, so he intuited that she was smiling. Pei Xining elegantly picked up the mineral water bottle and took a sip. No longer speaking. All of Fong Nan's experiences were clear to Pei Xining through the internet. Through the thoughtful Auntie Unico and Zhou Qingyu. Right or wrong, she, an outsider, couldn't see it. It's just kind of heartbreaking for that kind of girl. Besides, the current Joey's socialization and ideas are different from the previous dark and numb person. Go to a trip. Should be able to swim easily. Joey resumed driving and asked after walking out for a while. She wouldn't be short of $3,000 anymore. Pei Xining, is it possible that people can squeeze out all the money they can? Only 3,000. You told me before that she's a little bit of money and she's a villain. You're now her debtor. This opportunity is still not revenge? Can I be like her? Sister Ning, do you know what type of person she is? She's a swollen face. I want to have $1 million. As long as it is not a serious matter to find me, I will give the other party at most 200,000. This 200,000 I may have to let someone else for me to turn. Tell each other this I borrowed from others. I love to spend money indiscriminately, but how to spend money out of the maximum value I am clear. She is not the same. She does not ask you to take the money for what use. There is on the give. There is no pretend. After a few days and then give. Family of origin leads to low self-esteem. Thinking that if she gives her heart and all, others must be able to see it and remember it. Actual heartlessness is too much. Even I belong to the kind of heartlessness. I see it all purposely not to respond to her. Annoyed with her kind of character. Tired. Pei Xining looked at him in surprise. It's annoying, understanding, and still in a place. It's almost as if it's completely contrary to that theory taught by Zhou Qingyu. Emotions, indeed, are god-awful and incomprehensible. Fortunately, she was born with some sensitivity missing in this area, and has not been trapped so far. Uncontrolled feelings, Pei Xining see as highly toxic. Chapter 120 Location. Send Pei Xining to the house. Joey asked Fong Nan for a place and rushed over in the Mercedes he had let Chu Jing buy not long ago. She was indeed near the industrial area in that area of the greater eastern suburbs. The factory is about 10,000 square feet in size, a piece of land granted by the city, a little out of the way. It's 8:30. Zhou Yi drove for more than 20 minutes from his residence before he saw the factory building that Fannin's company had just built. Light steel triplex, like a behemoth in the night, plus renovations, into machinery, registration capital costs, etc. The total investment is definitely not less than 2 small targets, maybe more. Once separated from Warren HQ, it was all Fannin's own. On the way to Choono, he kinda pitied the girl's ill-fated fate. As soon as I saw the factory, I pitied myself. He still spends his money by getting it from his mom. Last time I took 10 million, but also UMO more than 400. Bought 2 cars, all kinds of expenses at home, private subsidies to employees and so on. The hand can still move on more than 100. Surely the studio must be making money, and can make a lot of money. It's trying to go long term, and you can't move what you've just earned. He pulled up in front of the company entrance and saw that the name of the factory had changed from Warren Apparel to Little Savage Apparel. Fannan New Company. The brand name is Caveman? Zhou Yi did not have time to savor the name, but he saw a figure walking quickly under the street lamp and factory lights, dressed in plain light-colored jeans with sneakers and a solid-colored fitted white tee on top. The person is 3 or 4 centimeters shorter than Pei Xining, and it does not hide her figure in the slightest. The legs are long and even, and should tuck and quiver. In Zhou Ye's eyes, in terms of appearance alone, Fong Nan and Pei Xining are 2 extremes. If Pei Xining said that beauty was natural, it made people subconsciously ashamed of themselves. Fong Nan was just beautiful and eye-catching. She had all the elements that represented the most intuitive beauty of a woman. Her skin, her long hair, her figure, even her hands and feet were extremely beautiful. The appearance had a few moments like her broken uncle Xia Baichuan, but undoubtedly picked the good genes in the family long. As she approached, Choono couldn't help but light a cigarette. The green haze of smoke stung his heart slightly. Is this woman doing this on purpose? She was dressed just as she was when he first met her and blocked her. Plain and eye-catching. Fong Nan also saw him clearly. The eyes, already quite large, opened a little wider. She'd come to a complete realization of reality these days. You can't get away from it as you can't get away from it. If hard doesn't work, you have to do it another way. Back then so painful. Not also be able to endure it. Endure the memory of a quite cheap feel tasty. Bang! Fan Nan got into the passenger seat and strapped in. The car smells like smoke and incense besides. Extremely nice light scent. In addition to the scent there was also a sour smell. And Fong Nan's nose was sore. She can't contact Wild, who's been around his house every day. When I see him pairing up with Pei Xining, I don't even have the courage to stand out and say hello. Zhou Yechikar, your company name is Little Savage? What kind of crap name is that? It sounds like a purse company. Fan Nan, it's nice to hear. Good to remember. Can it be changed? Yes, I don't want to change. Is Sister Xining staying at your house? Is she scared to live alone? Her assistant is also at my house. Choono was halfway through his explanation and reacted. All broken up, and still have the face to eat dry vinegar in this set of words. Doubtful about a lone man and woman alone in a room? Nasty. Even if he, Sister Xining, slept without closing her bedroom door, he didn't dare to enter her room. Choono, what's for dinner? Anything. Other women may still be picky when they say yes, but if Fong Nan says yes, then she is definitely yes. Choono was about to put out his cigarette. Fong Nan took it first and pressed it out in the car's ashtray. New car? Right. I bought one too. In installments. Zhou Yi, don't cry poor. You poor is lack of mobility. I poor is really poor. Fong Nan didn't squeak, holding his left hand that wasn't on the steering wheel, and said easily, I really know it's wrong. I'm not joking with you either. I'd rather you never even helped me get my mom and dad back. I now in addition to my mom occasional WeChat contact, she will not try to sway me. Pull my father and my uncle all black. Choono gave a sideways glance. She sat in a position against his side, holding her hand and attaching herself slightly, glistening white, forested and proud. Zhou Ye's psyche didn't move. His physiology did. Gone naked. He reminded her. Fong Nan's face was slightly red, trying to sit up straight. Her posture was even lower. Her hands grabbed his single hand and shook it. Hubby, don't break up with me. Please, give me another chance. Zhou Yi, if you don't know how to be pampered, then don't. What a soft sentence is so hard for you to say. Fan Nan hands switched their small hands curiously as his words fell. Zhou Yi finally realized why people who had come over always had that saying. Men and women don't have overnight grudges. Having a grudge is usually not overnight. It's not much of a thought on the ing road, but once we meet, it's straight out of control. I'm driving. Sit still and be honest. He strained his expression and turned off the carriage lights. This woman is the best at stirring up trouble and doesn't want to be spoiled. When you have money and power, you flaunt around him, and you dare to handcuff him, and you talk as tough as you want. No money, soon to be dumped, and honestly no to please. Who doesn't make more mistakes if simple pleasing works? Fong Nan indeed did not dare to play too much with him. Driving safety was most important. She closed her hand and closed her eyes on the darkness, somewhat unable to see enough. He's good looking. It looks good at first glance and still looks so good after countless eyes. The nose is straight, and the person is handsome to the extreme. Very similar to Auntie Nico Yu, and also very similar to Uncle Zhou Chengjiang in the photo. Temperament is easy to contrast. Milky when well behaved, unruly when not. The light dimmed and Fan Nan eyed the side of his face and said, "You're due for your birthday tomorrow." Chono, and then what? Fong Nan, I remember when I was in college. Every time you had a birthday you invited a lot of people and ate and drank all night. Zhou Yi, you also know that is in college. Young, love to play. Originally are not prepared to have this birthday. Xining's sister sent a motorcycle. Guan Yao sent me a watch. Yu Zheng sent a valuable string. Ming Er Suasex a piece of all called lively lively. Fong Nan held back her acidity and muttered, I haven't seen any deliveries in previous years, and you've come to dip your toe in the water as soon as you have money. Zhou Yi, you speak conservatively. In previous years that is I never actively want to contact them. In hiding, my heart not opened, but also cooperation with business. They send me a birthday gift more normal. Fong Nan bit her lip. Torn. They gave away everything they could, and I didn't know what to give away. You don't have to send it. And originally I didn't take my birthday seriously. Fong Nan, I'll give you the company, give you half of the shares, and I can't take anything else. Chono, you're sick. I told you I don't take birthdays seriously. Giving gifts doesn't make me happy. It's a burden. Fuanan held his tongue. A while back there was gas to be able to talk about contracts and money. Right now, there's no way to do anything but keep people with attitude. Even the signs of reconciliation, Fong Nan had yet to see. Chapter 121, Recognizing a Beating and Accepting Punishment. Restaurant, chose a booth at a shabu-shabu restaurant in the city. Zhou Yi was with her a while ago and she didn't give him a lot of money. In the spirit of taking the money should be the gesture of taking the money. Treating people like ants. Saddle up, and be nearly as obedient as you want to be. The money was paid back. Hands split. It was kinda complicated and emotional to see the situation completely reversed, as she began to take the initiative. Ordering, pinching, and passing the chopsticks. This is if she wanted to be good with him 3 years ago. It only manifests itself in things. The deep ego is done with internalizing it, and then the starts to manifest. It's really changed quite a bit. In addition to things, there's a lot more to say, and you know to pick your words to say. It was quite a surprise to receive a call from her offering to soften up. People with low self-esteem and pride. College says break up and would rather commit suicide than overly retain it. Zhou Nao's heart was soft without warning, but he didn't want to be seen by her at all. Pick and choose what to eat. It's okay to pick a few jabs. Fong Nan had anger but didn't dare to send it out. Not qualified to post. It was just like what Qin Xiao said. It's her business if she likes it. It's other people's business if they like it or not. It's her who can't stay away, not others. See him about to move his chopsticks. Fan Nan took a chopstick first, put it in the sauce not so hot, took her little hand to hold the sauce that might drip, and went to feed it. Choano throws his head back to avoid it. Serving you like this is a sign that you're not in a good mood. It's definitely not as convenient to feed this stuff as it is to eat it yourself. Don't pretend to be a lackey, and then hold a grudge when you are a lackey. Fong Nan, our hearts are really different. You look big, but you're actually small. I look small, but I'm actually very big. Fong Nan didn't recognize it and didn't raise the bar. Why don't you try it on your hands? See if it's big or small. She put down her chopsticks and moved closer to him. Choono, stay away. Fong Nan tightly wrapped around his arm. Snuggle, I know my man's heart is the most broad. Will not count my attitude towards you a while ago. I also know how bad I am. How N will revenge. That you are too important to me. I am desperate to commit suicide. Goodbye you can be calm and well. I am stupid. My emotional intelligence is low. I love to give you trouble. I recognize. You can take revenge any way you want. I promise not to hate you, not to blame you. Shouyi tried to pump his arm. He couldn't. It was trapped. Chances are others are fake. She's the real deal. At arm's length, the muscle is like the white of a hard-boiled egg. Xiaoye closes off the sense of sight. Touch. He wanted to let her know. Not to mention the beauty plan is useless. 36 together on the points do not want to get back together. He just never got back together with anyone. It's so hard to believe in her for once. To serve her willingly. To understand and learn about clothing. To put up with all her underhanded thinking and ways. Heartless green teas aren't even scary. It's the idiots who tend to go to extremes that are the worst. Fan Nan is just a big dummy in his eyes. All the smarts went into him, and he was basically never right when it came to judging others. Fong Nan glanced at his shapely chin. Husband, you don't want to call me your assistant. Chauffeur. lickspittle who specializes in how to provide you with emotional value. Call me a husband, Fong Nan silently muttered. It's not like he was afraid of people running away and tried to put a chain on it. But didn't. Brother Chouno, Zhou Yi, how do you usually talk to me? Except for calling out a few words to Brother Zhou Yi in bed? If I were like you, a few words would make you autistic. Fong Nan lowered her head, her small face almost buried into her chest. Zhou Yi, I came to pick you up for dinner. Know why? I'm trying to show you with my actions how much of a downer you are. Unforgiving and full of thuggish behavior. Fong Nan only didn't say anything. Her head was lowered beyond recognition, and she loosely wrapped her arms around his waist. Curse all you want, just don't let her roll. She lost her face looking for it ahead of time the moment she called. Zhou Yi, I'm eating. You're drilling around and rubbing yourself to wipe your mouth. Let go. Fong Nan didn't listen, adjusted her hugging posture so as not to affect his meal, and said in a low voice, my company logo hasn't been designed yet, and I want to design an image of a small savage. If you're going to talk about work, at least be normal. Only then did Fong Nan reluctantly release her embrace and get up to help him down the shabu-shabu. She's not hungry. I ate earlier before I came. Seeing that Zhou Yi had also eaten dinner, he wanted him to eat more. Zhou Yi, what are you going to do? Has recruiting started yet? Well, I have resources. The design team to find a very professional group of people. The best design. Go to the maximum possible to make the cheapest clothes. Specializing in cost-effective. Attacking the sinking market. The style is not fixed. Go with the season. I'm not lying. Really selling the house. Lack of money is so bad. Made a small number is also burning money. Zhou Yi in the heart, who in the end blocked your account. Is my aunt not? It doesn't matter. It's time to block. She's been merciful. It doesn't matter if she blocks me for everything. Just don't block me from liking you. She's not in a low position, is she? So much power. Fuanan was puzzled. But it's not picky. Afraid that Zhou Yi would misunderstand that she was afraid of his aunt to gesture so low. It's her company that's powerful. This richest and that richest. There are a few that haven't knelt down a bit of gold capital. The major shareholder is a national character. And several important shareholders are also more powerful than one another. Zhou Yi, or I'll call her. Sealing you is really not necessary. Fong Nan shook her head. Don't. I don't want that number. I feel uneasy in my heart when I'm not punished for doing something wrong. Chono, what's wrong? Fan Nan, thinking too easy. Angry at you. Want to make you suffer a little. Chono, what are you mad at me for? Fong Nan, angry you do not like me. Angry you dump me. I like your whole body. You at most only like this bit of meat on my chest. Her voice is getting lower and lower. And Zhou Yi is listening to more and more convinced. Combined. She wanted to put him through the ringer and was afraid he'd have a problem with it. Defaulting to someone else to take the heat for her. The fire burned before she panicked. That heart path. That brain circuit. Dried him all to silence. The key people are still honest and admit to all of it. They admit to the punishment and the beating. Fong Nan stole a glance at him. Not sure if he was angry or not. And added, I'll admit whatever you do to me. If you don't want to relieve your anger, you can domestic violence me. I'll tolerate it and help you hide it. Chono is hard to strain. It's the same as a death row inmate do for a death sentence. Confess to leniency, apologize sincerely, and be willing to die. People deserve to die. How can you hate? Besides, Zhou Yi chose to break up with her. Cannot even talk about hate. Is too much trouble. To protect the little life is important. Chapter 122, Internship. Fuanan gradually found some peace of mind. A good man is afraid to stalk a woman. Nasty self will push away. Pretending to be obnoxious is the only way to be like Chouno. Fong Nan watched him put down his chopsticks and meticulously took a tissue to help him wipe the corners of his lips. Husband. Zhou Yi's heart swings a few points when he hears her call once. Interrupting again. Change the name. Change. Oh no? Change. Brother? Chouno didn't let it change this time. The title sounded both unusual and indescribable. Fong Nan changed quickly. Brother, how's your account doing? Zhou Yi, not live, not with goods. Currently a video can earn 700,000. What about that hospital that worked with Guan Yao? Before doing it first fire. She knows the city's nobility would have been a lot of people. There are already a lot of people were introduced to the past to pay the deposit in advance. Doing the city's most upscale monthly child center. And will subsequently add obstetrics. Fong Nan had stars in both eyes. Brother, you're awesome. Chono swept her uncertainly. Before, I was afraid of his business and didn't support it. Now praise him for being awesome and genuine. Who did you learn to be such a drama queen from? Chouno, check out. Fan Nan got up and put on his mask to go to the front desk. It was 10 o'clock when I walked out of the hotel. Zhou Yi and the others got into the car and asked, where do you live? I'll live wherever you live. Of course I'm staying at my house. Then I'll stay at your house too. Zhou Yi, why do I let you live in my house? The house you pay a penny no. Fong Nan, then can I stay at my place? The plant? Where are your co-workers? She's not. Fong Nan quietly took her cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Chen Xiao to leave early. "Shouno, don't live." "Fong Nan, then your family won't let me live. And you don't live in my house. So where exactly do you want to live?" "Shouno, I don't want to live with you." Fuanan slumped. "It's always okay to give me a ride. It's no problem." Back to the factory that hadn't had time to put up the gates yet, Zhou Yi followed Fong Nan's directions and went straight to the accommodation area. The so-called accommodation area is also known as an office that is larger, with cubicles in 2 rooms. It can be entered from the office and the other side as well. Late at night, with all the stars and the moon, and the lights of the factory, it was only then that Zhou Yi saw the whole picture clearly. The plant is divided into several areas: car parks, cafeterias, workshops, security booths, basketball courts, plazas and more. Over 10,000 square feet with a great layout. "Get off. I have to get back early." "Fan Nan, there's no one here. I'm scared." "Why weren't you afraid before?" "Chen Xiao is here. She has something to do tonight, so I'm left on my own." "Brother, I'll show you around my new home. Or you can drop me off at the door." Seeing that he should not, Fuanan held back. Dead man, obviously particularly interested in her and want to talk to her in the plant. Otherwise the hotel can't stay. The yacht can't stay. The home can't stay, but to send her back here, pretending my ass. She had to be made to soften her words and try to find a way. "It's damaged and broken." Fong Nan ground her white teeth at an angle he couldn't see, and turned her head to greet him with a smile, pleading softly, "Hubby, just give me a ride." "Okay, the light in the corridor is broken. I'm really scared," Shouno grudgingly said. "There's so much going on." Without delay, Fan Nan went over to help him pull the door and unbuckle his seatbelt. Waiting for the man to step off, she wrapped her arm tightly around him as she walked and introduced him to the plans. "Shouno, if you live here, the only thing you can do for safety at night is to pray that you don't get targeted by the bad guys, or to trust the quality of the security guards." "Fong Nan, it's fine if we start work. The program is 3 shifts, and the factory is staffed 24 hours a day." "What about sales?" "Pre-buy streams to sell themselves, but also still can only rely on e-commerce and short video, these 2 main channels." "What if it doesn't sell?" "It sells, 10 or 8, 10 or 20. It sells well with traffic. I'm confident. Besides, with you supporting me, I don't have much pressure to make money. I raised you? Want to fart eat nah." A few years to raise a big hater. Fong Nan vainly muttered, "I have never taken you as an enemy. The first time I saw you, my heart was already soft. Forced you to sign the contract. Is afraid that you do not want me again. Want you to be rich with me in a piece. At least not lack of money. When will construction officially begin?" "Just for a couple days." Walking to the door of an ordinary room, Fong Nan took the key and opened the lock. Shouno stopped walking. "I'm leaving." Fong Nan cursed in her heart, and softly tugged him in her hand. "Don't go yet. I'll show you my home decoration. What can you pretend to be in such a short time?" Fong Nan turned on the light, and the spacious room suddenly came into view. The total area is 50 to 60 square feet. It's almost indistinguishable from an ordinary building, and is simply and neatly fitted. "Fan Nan, I'll take the bedroom on the right." When Shouno comes in, she locks the door by hand, using the key lock, followed by taking the keys to the bathroom. "Take a break on the couch, and as a thank you for buying me dinner, I'll wash your feet." Zhou Yi sat down on the simple and stylish sofa, sat for a while, saw her delayed out, got up and walked around to see. Her bedroom was equally neat. He was casually flipping through it and inadvertently came across a photo album. A large photo album close to 15 centimeters thick. And when you turn the first page, there are all sorts of photos, obviously recorded on a cell phone and washed out in post. There are no personal photos of her. It's full of him and her from college, and each one finds and jogs a memory. This album, filled with the entire college years. Zhou Yi was suddenly a little heartbroken. She was 25 years old, and all the pictures were confined to those 3 years, as if the other 22 were blank. At that time, Fong Nan's temperament was not as good as now. Her facial features were not as good as now, and her skin was not as good as now. But it's beautiful and beautiful all the same. Nan Qingwan was popular, eye-catching and dazzling, and overall a few points worse than her. If Fan Nan is not switched, even if he was wasted by his parents, he was at least countless times better than he is now. Childhood died, NPCs die, only a few can walk away from misfortune. Chouno sighed. Obviously the suffering of others has nothing to do with him, but really don't want to deliberately toss her around trying to trust her again. Well, last letter. If she did anything else all day long, he would take his mom and run away. Run away to a place where Fan Nan couldn't find her at all, and completely erase this person from his mind. Looked mesmerized. The blink of an eye is several minutes. "Honey, come wash your feet." Zhou Yi walked out and found that she had changed into a nightgown and had briefly showered. Hair dripping with heat, all the skin outside the nightgown, eye-poppingly white. Looking at the walk marks, she was wearing just such a thin little nightgown and nothing else. This is not about washing his feet. This is about to kill him. He had already softened his heart by looking at the photo albums, and when he found her even softer, he melted even faster. Shuno's vision settled and he sat down on the couch. Fannan got down on one knee and went to remove a pair of sneakers from his feet. Chono, would it be more comfortable to kneel on both knees? Fong Nan glared at him angrily. The exotic woman sitting on tatami mats in general, her knees on the ground. Weakly savage blast. This leprechaun, how can she be so obedient? Can't you tell he's following her lead on the hotel room comment? Chono didn't want to see much, but that's an angle you don't want to see. He lost his temper and grabbed Fong Nan's arm, bringing the man into his arms. Wash it all together. Fong Nan's face was thinly red, but she was still obedient. Obediently shaking off her slippers, she put her small feet into the foot basin and gently pressed them against his feet. Joey bundled her flexible waist, chin patted on her shoulder. In the future, where I go to play, don't always call to annoy me. You are not allowed to turn over my cell phone. Have something to say directly, don't hide and remember. Also, be obedient. I said to go to the bar to find a woman. You cannot think nonsense. Cheating must not hide from you. No need for you to guess and suspect. Fong Nanrun was also fast being angered by his breath, nodding her head repeatedly before turning her head afterward. Hubby, you've forgiven me? Joey, how long is the internship period in your company? Fannan, 3 days. Choano, I'm talking about the people in Warren's office. 3 months. Joey, then I'll also give you a 3-month internship, and if I have to look at you during the internship period, I'll expel you from being my girlfriend at any time. Fannan, how long do you have to intern to be your wife? Depends. Fong Nan sidled up and wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him very hard. Just don't boil me down and don't want me. You want to be beautiful, but also old. Do not want you. You old. I'm not also old. Chono had some more words to add, but she blocked them out. He was completely out of his mind, and found an opportunity to scrub his feet in arrears. Not caring if her slippers fit or not, he got up and carried them to the bedroom. Chapter 123, Dizziness. Very special night. The uninhabited countryside. The large and unoccupied factory. It started with an hour and a half before Sunday's wild day and was celebrated for another 2 hours over the wee hours of the birthday. A small room full of hospitality. As for what's safe or not, it's all forgotten. The two slept until 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Seeing the door locked, Chen Xiao knew what was going on and started the recruitment process normally. Fan Nan is the boss, no less. The boss who can only make decisions. That face was widely known early on in the public opinion of a while ago. She's not like those images that are worlds apart offline. She's better looking offline than online and recognizable. Shouno was drained. A hand crossed her slender neck and took a look at her cell phone. It's 10:30. Pei Xining is still in his house, forgetting all about people, and forgetting to prepare breakfast. Fuanan was also awakened by his slight movement. She's more tired, gently rolled over, lazily tired to him to pillow his booming heartbeat. When she noticed a movement in his hand, she moved up, her two pairs of drowsy eyes about 10 centimeters apart. Zhou endured the morning restlessness and raised his reasoning strongly. I have to go back. Sister Xining is still in my house. Fan Nan asked him carefully. Can I join you? Zhou, you've just started this factory. 100 things to do. Fong Nan, but it's your birthday today. I want to spend more time with you. Zhou patted her. Okay, I'll take you to meet her. Fuanan tried to get up. Couldn't. Zhou is a little better than her. The strength can barely gather together. Holding the shy and want to cover up the person. Went to the bathroom. It was 11 o'clock when I packed up and came out of my room. He happened to run into Chen Xiao head-on in the corridor. Fan Nan asked, is recruitment over yet? Chen Xiao sized up the people around her while his heart was sour as if he had eaten prunes. Grace and love need no words, just watch the brows bloom. Zhou Yi, in particular, had red marks on his face, neck, and presumably under his t-shirt. How much love does it have to be to hate people and not know if it hurts? Fan Nan asked you. Chen Xiao quickly returned to his senses. Finished. General laborers have long been recruited. Today to apply for employment are sitting in the office. Design team, you do not finalize it. At any time you can come to work. Fong Nan briefly introduced Zhou Yi to her, and then said, urge the decoration side. Install the door. Today, first notify a part of the general workers to work. The machine will be procrastinated and perfected while busy. I have something today. Will not come to the factory. Chen Xiao was a bit nervous facing Zhou Yi. Listened with little concentration the whole time. Can't help but want to take a few more glances. Every glance is handsome in a completely different way. Also a little high and cold look. The sense of distance rises steeply. Zhou Yi did not pay much attention to the other party, only to see that it was a rather constrained face girl. He took the opportunity to first pick up his cell phone and go to the door to dial. Sister Xining, have you eaten breakfast yet? Last night I came across a stray cat too poor. In order to rescue it stayed up half the night. Chen Xiao only felt that the air flowed as Zhou Yi left. She was a little excited. He's even more handsome than in the video. Are you two okay? Fuanan, aha. Chen Xiao, I told you. Which man can resist you spoiling? You don't go against him, coaxing him to be easy to deal with. Men are children's temper. I said that coaxing is not the reverse of the Big Dipper. Is in the posture so that he feels demanded, needed, coaxed, cared for. You keep your voice down. Chen Xiao, he called Na. I just recently searched your boyfriend information. His father is actually the head of the Forest Garden New City project. Once a real mansion noble son. The status gap is so big. Back then to you is not bad. So don't always think of people too bad. Holding the mentality of being grateful to him to go somewhere. It must be relatively easy. Fan Nan, gone. Chono finished her call and watched her walk grind. Taking the initiative. He wrapped his arms around her waist to bring some strength. Getting into the car. He was about to start it when he saw a less conspicuous sedan in his rearview mirror. The vision shifted and there appeared to be someone in the car. Chono normally wouldn't care. Only recently, he had offended a lot of people. Especially the kind of people who had offended Jiang Tianyun. His mind would be heavier. Fannan, what's wrong? Zhou Yi, recruitment is over. Why are there still cars parked and not leaving? Fong Nan was puzzled. I don't know. Zhou Yi simply fell backward and kept falling until he was alongside the other car. He lowered the window. And the other man, seeing that he could not avoid it, lowered it also. Zhou Ye's gaze condensed slightly. Django, the driver that Fong Nan had fired before. Yan Xinin's cousin. Zhou Yi had sent someone to detention a while ago. Show up here. Sneaky. Despite not knowing the other party's purpose, Zhou Yi was still afraid of himself. Fong Nan was actually stared at by a professional athlete who didn't seem to have good intentions yet. Not that he was really worried about Fong Nan last night. Surely he couldn't find Yang Gu. Still don't know what will happen. What are you doing here? Yang Gu no longer dares to go toe-to-toe with Zhou Yi. This person has the power of speech in the city bureau. Detained when he said detained. Even his cousin did not fish him out. He ignored Zhou Yi, and only when his eyes looked at Fong Nan in the car was there a hint of hidden heat in his eyes. Mr. Fong, do you still need a driver? Fan Nan, you need an address for a mental hospital. No, I'll give you one. Django was sarcastically vilified by the goddess he had protected with the most patience and care, and only laughed strangely. I'll leave if I don't need to. With that he started the car and tried to leave. Zhou Yi hit the direction, blocking the front road, looking into the other party's eyes that had gradually become bloodshot. You can't go. I now suspect you of stalking. There is a suspicion of deliberate revenge against the former boss. He turned his head. Nanner, memorize it for him. Fong Nan, according to the law on public order, stalking is punishable by detention for up to 15 days if it is accompanied by voyeurism, clandestine photographing, and so on. If the stalking is to create conditions to prepare for a crime, you will be held criminally liable. Zhou Yi added. Your purpose is impure. Wait here for me properly. The police will be here in a while. Nanner, call the police. Fong Nan obeyed and took out his cell phone and started dialing. Django's face twisted and distorted a little as he listened to the two men sing in unison. His voice sounded like it was pressed out of his throat. Zhou Yi, I will get you killed one day sooner or later. Zhou Yi lifted his cell phone. You'd better start committing crimes now. Recorded it for you, rushing you this threat to other people's safety words, even if the tracking is not malicious. According to the law 15 days you cannot escape. Django, I'll kill you. I'll have to kill you. He pulled open the car door and came charging in with a vengeance. Before he got close, Chono backhanded a wrench out of the car door, kicking the car door open. He slammed the man back. He quickly got out of the car and slammed it full force on Django's head. Just for a second, Yango covered his head and stumbled backward. In an instant, 10 points of temper and hostility went to 9 points. He believed it. It turns out that a dog that doesn't bark really hurts when it bites. He let go and looked at his hands, blood red and dizzy. Chapter 124, Who is unlucky? Django didn't last more than a few seconds before collapsing. What goes down is human. What goes up is fear. Strength was drained out of him by the minute, and the blood kept pouring out of him in fear. He was beginning to regret messing with someone as shifty as Zhou Yi. I regret even more the colorfulness and being brainwashed and compelled by my cousin. He completely realized his cousin's routine. She should be having trouble with Fan Nan and harboring a grudge. Just said really touched Fong Nan. The other visibility in, maybe the police did not dare to call the police. Even if the police, the matter is not big. That's why Yang Gu, who has long been infatuated with Fong Nan, has been plotting for a few days, ready to take the risk and get what he wants. He was sure that Fan Nan lived here nowadays, and the right opportunity would always come. While his thoughts became clearer, Django slowly lost consciousness. Fong Nan did not expect Zhou Yi to strike so dryly and quickly. She didn't even see where Zhou Yi took the wrench from before the other party laid down. After Fong Nan dialed 110, she dialed 120. Anxious as hell. Anxious for Zhou Yi. You hurry up and see if it's dead, Fuanan urged anxiously. Zhou Yi was still in a peaceful state of mind. He has a full recording to prove the death threats, knowing full well that Django is another professional in the grappling category. If you don't act decisively, you'll be the one who loses out. The other side is irrational. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Moreover, he had a bad impression of Yang Gu from the moment he first met him, and was repeatedly threatened and pressured verbally. There were too many uncertainties for the other party to come and stare at Fong Nan when he had been expelled long ago. It's not a big deal. It's just a few more days of detention for Django, and the need to always be on guard against a potentially more powerful bomb. How about, once and for all? 20 minutes later, the police car arrived back and forth with the ambulance. Zhou Yi went over with the police to explain the situation, but was not detained. Su Shiren was quite helpless and told him to go ahead and just keep his phone open. Justifiable defense is well characterized and the conditions are sufficient. It's the fact that there is always a risk about this sort of thing that is alarming. Plus the one surnamed Yang wasn't even from the city. He was a proper Tianhe city local. But there was no way to risk Su Shan anymore. There's no way he's going to have nothing to do with setting a pass for Choano, or anything else. Can do is just confiscate Yang Gu's cell phone, wait for the person to pick up a life and then properly find out the other side has a stalking reason. There are no clues to premeditation. Inside the car, on the way back to the Mission Hills residence, the two were silent for a long time. Fong Nan had an indescribable feeling. She remembers that the reason why Choano wanted to break up with her was because he resented the fact that there were too many things going on around her. She didn't want anything to happen, either, and every now and then trouble came out of nowhere. Not that I blame Zhou Yi for being ruthless and impulsive. He was right. That person Yang Gu was really abnormal. Thinking about it, he was afraid that the two girls, himself and Chen Xiao, were being targeted by someone who was almost 5 feet 9 inches and very good at fighting, possibly with no good intentions. Zhou Yi, don't live in the factory. You and Chen Xiao are temporarily living in my original old house. Fong Nan whispered. I want to live in Guanlan Baiyan. Zhou Yi, you an internship girlfriend thing is quite a lot. Let you live wherever. When Yu Zheng came back from his business trip today, he even let Zhang Long help you drive. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it today. Right, you and Yen Si Min is not torn face? Fong Nan, she made a fool of herself, and I punked her in the process. She thinks the account can be unblocked, still sinking in the dream of the market value of billions of dollars. I asked for the factory that had just been built at a cost, and in the meantime, I asked her for $30 million. These days maybe the dream woke up. I see that the account is not moving at all, and neither is Warren. Zhou Yi was surprised. It's quite dark. Fong Nan, just because there are things I don't care about doesn't mean I'm stupid. Giving her control of Warren is because she does have more resources and is superior to me in management operations. Counting on the company. Money is just that. How despise me but also let Yang Good account me as a person. In Tianhe City it's often arranged for me to have some kind of rich and powerful young man wanting me to go as an escort. Did you stay with it? Fong Nan bit her lip. Your question really hurts. I don't expect to make much money. I'm not short of money. Why should I accompany? I've accompanied one big asshole since I grew up. Willingly. Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh. You are really unlucky. Even I am in bad luck with you. Today happens to be free. I'll bring Sister Xining to go to the Pure Sky Temple with you, and find a master to give you a look at your luck. Fong Nan was furious. You're the one who's unlucky. I didn't run into you before so many things happened. Why don't you say that I'm good for you? When we met, you were nodding your head and taking $7,000 in salary. After we met, you've been doing well in your career. I also feel that my luck has been stolen by you. You should go to see the luck of the right. Zhou Yi side-eye. Internship you dare to contradict the boss. Do not want to mix. Fuanan grunted and skimmed his head. See that he doesn't coax himself. After a few minutes, Fan Nan adjusted and took the initiative to hold his hand again. What does Sister Xining usually like? Should I bring her a gift? No, she doesn't care about such trivial details and will still be too much trouble. Fan Nan, how old is she? Anyway? 30 whole, 31 after my birthday. What month is her birthday time? December 28th. Fong Nan, what day is Auntie Nico use? And Auntie Chang Yu's birthday? Chono, if you ever talk to me like that again, I'll fire you right now. Fong Nan bristled. You don't like to remember other people's birthdays, so you must not have remembered. She doesn't even look like a 30-year-old. The more she grows, the younger she looks. You really don't have any idea? If you have thoughts about her, I'll support you. Even I like her. Chono stopped the car. Get down there. Down. Down for what? Go down and take a cab back to the office and get busy with your work. You're not welcome in my house anymore. Fong Nan was disliked by him. The little beast in her heart was about to awaken, and she endured it raw, telling herself that she was the one who fell back on him, that the man was his, the life was his, all of it. Fong Nan turned her eyes at him pitifully, on the verge of crying. Only then did Chouno re-drive the car away. Arriving home, a large, fully wrapped toy had arrived in the villa's small compound. It's the locomotive that Pei Si-ning bought. Fong Nan in reality for the first time to see Pei Si-ning, who lived in his heart for many years. Look at the first eye, cannot help but go to the second eye, the third eye. She has thought about how some people stand out on camera, especially when the TV show footage is so different from in person. Maybe in person, the reality vision is less stunning. The fluke shattered the moment he saw the other man. Beauty, indescribably figurative and beautiful. Fuanan didn't even notice what she was wearing. Seeing people, it was as if any dress was so natural on her that one felt that it should be worn that way. Chapter 125, Pure Sky. Fong Nan suddenly no longer minded whether Pei Si-ning was Zhou Yi white moonlight. Pei Si-ning is more than just the moonlight of Zhou Yi. Whoever comes across such a neighbor, the big sister, will not remember deeply. In Fong Nan's opinion, Zhou Yi was the kind of man who could make many girls fall in love with him just by his appearance. The fear of him being taken by someone else has become a habitual mentality. Don't want him to spend much time with anyone of the opposite sex. But seeing Pei Si-ning, this mentality naturally began to turn pale. She must not be able to look at childish ghosts like Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, even if he had a thief's heart, he had to hide it well and could not show it. Suddenly came the thought of certainty. Pei Si-ning, after the two got off the bus, first surprised Zhou Yi neck and face red marks, then went to look at his side of the Fong Nan. A little couple. The fit is overwhelming. The man is handsome. The woman is dazzling. In a piece of eye-catching to the extreme. Pei Si-ning remembered Zhou Yi's phone call that he had rescued a wretched stray cat at night. The rescue was really very successful. And this cat is just like the most noble breed, looking beautiful and unusual. She smiled and greeted first. Cubby, your locomotive arrived. Open it up and see if you like it. Zhou Yi responded. Sister Si-ning, this is Fong Nan, my friend. Pei Si-ning, isn't it a wife? Last night I heard what seemed like someone calling you husband. Fong Nan's face couldn't help but heat up slightly when he was flirted with by her, and he said heartily, Sister Ning, you're so beautiful. Pei Si-ning, you're even more beautiful. Cub is extra proud every time he mentions you to me. Proud of what? Proud to have found a girlfriend as good as you. Says you're the prettiest one in the world in his eyes. Fong Nan is not good at social communication. Only in front of Pei Si-ning with unconsciously relaxed smile. I do not believe. Pei Si-ning, I see it the same way as he does. A rose that grows out of a stubborn stone is never found. A slightly pompous compliment. And sincere. Fong Nan froze. Sister, you're so nice. Pei Si-ning's head tilted, urging a faint voice. What did he do to his neck and face? Fong Nan did not expect the conversation to be so jumpy and reckless. Her face turned even redder and she couldn't speak clearly. Pei Si-ning, ain't you said that you love to help him scrape? The technology is good. Fong Nan mumbled vaguely. Sis, I want to take a picture with you. Is that okay? Pei Si-ning, all called sister. That can still not. Fong Nan was busy taking out his cell phone and taking pictures with her. After a short contact, intimacy was born. Sis, I went to see the movie you made last time. It was so great. Zhou Yi all broke down watching it in the theater and didn't slow down for a long time. Pei Si-ning looked at the boy who was unpacking and assembling the locomotive and said softly, the cub looks big-headed and very affectionate. Fan Nan added, emphasize family, not love. Pei Si-ning, the more complete the family is, the heavier the kinship, because it is a whole. It's not much to dwell on. If Nico's aunt treats his daughter-in-law as her daughter, his daughter-in-law also treats Nico's aunt as her own mother. Isn't it just that there is love and affection, and there is no need to make too clear a distinction. Fong Nan also swept the Zhou Yi direction. He college that stage can like the motorcycle. The first bought a Kawasaki. The highest speed can reach more than 300 kilometers per hour. The courage is also big. Nico auntie worried about him. All the locomotives to him packaged when the rags sold, and then did not see him ride over. Pei Si-ning, still don't know about this. It seems like a bad gift. Fong Nan, too. You do not send recently also have the intention to buy a motorcycle. Driving a sedan is easy to traffic jam. He cannot have money. A money everything want to buy. Zhou Yi didn't pay too much attention to the two as he watched them chatting, fiddling with the car at full attention. After the car was loaded up and was just short of gas to drive away, Zhou Yi stopped where he was and walked over. Sister Ning, let's take you to the Jingkong temple this afternoon. Nan has been too unlucky for a while now, so it would be better to find someone to tell her fortune. Fong Nan was sensitive to the word unlucky, blared and didn't squeak. Pei Si-ning, good. Jiakang Temple. It is one of the tourist attractions in Forest City and is more familiar to locals. The three of them arrived here after lunch. It was hot outside. but the temperature inside the temple was quite comfortable. As Zhou Yi walked, he introduced the origin of the Jokhang temple, some allusions, including some rumors and legends about the abbot. It was the middle of the day, and not many people were there. Sister Ning, water. As he spoke, Zhou Yi twisted a bottle of mineral water and handed it over, handing the other bottle to Fong Nan. Fong Nan looked at Pei Xining's bottle and then looked at his own. Remembered what Auntie Natalie Yu had said about his son. No quality. He is truly unqualified. To Pei Xining is to unscrew the bottle. To her is the original. Fong Nan has never seen Zhou Yi in front of any opposite sex so careful and active. Like a lapdog. There was also an unopened parasol in his hand, which must have been prepared for Pei Xining as well. Zhou Yi seems to have not noticed the blades flying from time to time on the other side of himself. The person is a little low. You really want to go back to Sioux City tomorrow? Pei Xining, the whole crew is waiting for me. It's not very far from here. It's only 6 or 7 hours by car. When you're free, bring Nan Nan to me and take you guys to have fun for a few days. Chatting, Zhou Ye's gaze unintentionally met with Fong Nan's, and he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you looking at?" Fong Nan squeezed out a smile. "Look handsome guy, help me turn on the water. Will you?" Pei Xining looked down at her own water bottle and crowed. Fong Nan had the words straight. "Sister, you say which one would be so double standard? From this detail you can see what kind of person he usually is to me. Alas, it's hard to say. If he didn't have a face, who could stand him?" The box opened. Fong Nan could not help, now a little better. "A few years ago to me. You do not drag me." Chono couldn't listen to it and tore the man aside. "Sister Ning, I'll take Nan Nan to the abbot. You wait for us both at the door for a while." Fong Nan had no choice but to be dragged out a few steps before he said in dissatisfaction, "You're afraid I'll ruin your image in front of your goddess. Humph, obviously we're a couple, but you're making me an extra light bulb. Chono, a couple on probation. That's a couple too. Screw me. Zhou Yi, I'm polite to her, that's because she helped me a lot of favor. The account heat recently all rely on her. The visitor is a guest. To be good and dedicated hospitality. I'm not polite to you. That's when you are your own people. There is no such thing as being polite to your own people. Fan Nan, I want to be a guest too." Zhou Yi unscrewed the water to take a sip without swallowing. "Come on, I'll feed you." Fong Nan was amused and dodged with a smile. "Buddha's important place? You should be more serious. I'll feed you when it's just the two of us." Pei Xining looked at the two from afar, a smile in her eyes along with a hint of flourish. It's really quite touching to see how well these two happy couples are getting along. It can be touched without even realizing it. She could tell that Zhou Yi was intentionally only screwing a bottle of water to tease Fong Nan, and intentionally didn't pay much attention to Fong Nan the entire time. She could also make out the sour, sweet flavor that was wrapped around Fan Nan. This is love? It's a lot more real than the show. Chapter 126, Far and Near. After calculating the trigrams out, Fong Nan hands more string of red rope, above a small bead of unknown material. The trigrams are free, 18,888 on a red rope bracelet. Fuanan looked to the tattoo on his wrist and swept his eyes to the stupid fork next to him. $10,000 for a bead that's worth at most $20 on the market, and it's ugly as hell. But it was as if manna had entered her barren heart, sweet and silky comfort. She can't remember what the abbot said, just remember the figure of the man sweeping up and paying the bill. Out, she quickly stepped to Pei Xining. "Sister, he was cheated. Look, what an ugly string. It costs more than 10,000 yuan. Zhou Yi rebuked. "Don't talk nonsense. This abbot my grandfather is quite respectful." Fuanan quickly shut up. Pei Xining took her wrist and watched. The tattoo on her wrist was wrapped around the whole thing, and scars could be seen on closer inspection. The beads, worn on it, seemed to disconnect the complete tattoo, appearing flawed and unexpectedly harmonized. Of course, the main reason is that Fong Nan's snow-white and slender wrist is completely compatible with any jewelry. Pei Xining smiled and quipped a few words. What did the abbot say? "Zhou Yi, whatever he says, spend money when buying peace of mind." Fong Nan naturally wrapped her arm around Zhou Yi. "Sister, why don't you also tell a fortune and calculate the marriage?" "Pei Xin, I'm my own abbot, it doesn't count." "Zhou Yi, it's still early for the evening gathering, take you two back to the sea for a ride?" Pei Xining had no choice but to do so. The guest follows the host. Spent the afternoon at sea and had afternoon tea under the parasol. It was getting dark fast. The restaurant was booked, and Commercial K was booked in advance. I was going to book the bar, considering the number of well-known personalities, not to mention Pei Xining, even Fong Nan and Diu Zheng could be recognized from time to time. The potluck was also the same few people, just add a Fan Nan in the box, because he had gathered with Pei Xining once. The atmosphere was soon completely relaxed. Pei Xining conventionally accompanied a glass of red wine. Others were all liberal with the wine, beer, wine, and liquor. Diu Zheng said, "I want to toast the boss." If it wasn't for him, I would still be struggling at the bottom, seeking a way out. Boss, you are my idol for life. When I'm done drinking, just raise your glass. Guan Yao, if Yu Zhang says so, I have to toast Zhou Yi too, but his girlfriend is here, so I'll toast to Fong Nan. I'll apologize for being young and unintelligent, whether you forgive me or not. Fong Nan accompanied her to drink up before asking with a smile, what's the matter with not knowing anything? Yummer, chanting about liking your husband. Zhou Yi, it so happens that everyone is here. Guan Yao, you tell Mo and Fong Nan clearly, did I ever have any crooked thoughts about you in the first place? Did I ever have any ambiguous thoughts about you? You've done me a great disservice. Nan has been remembering me for years, and Mo always thought I was seducing my cousin's wife. Pei Xining Tang lost her smile. These guys are really intricately connected. You like me, I like him, he likes her. The key is also to sit together without any barriers, which is a good sign of openness. Guan Yao was pointed at by the spearhead. She could not get down, and said to Zhou Yi, we have not ambiguously, but I don't know if you have ambiguously with other people besides Fong Nan. She said, I don't know if you have ambiguously with other people. I don't know if you've ever had an affair with anyone other than Fong Nan, but I don't know if you have. Zhou Yi, with this amount of alcohol, who can be afraid of you? Sister Ning has to participate too. Yes, don't worry, Sister Ning. We promise not to ask questions that are too out of the ordinary. Before anyone asks Sister Ning a question, let's punish her with a drink first. Yu Zhang, I want to hear Sister Ning sing a song first. Zhou Yi, Sister Ning will be gone tomorrow. Singing what singing? A moment KTV well sung. Pei Xining nodded in agreement. The group is both rowdy and all have a great sense of proportion, as we saw at the last party. Playing games with inadequate box facilities, solely the simplest. Build a microblogging group to play colors. Whoever is older asks and whoever is younger chooses to be truthful or drink. The game progresses fast, and Yu Zhang, who is the shallowest drinker, can't carry it off and chooses to be sincere for the first time. Guan Yao came to ask, how old was the first kiss? Yu Zhang was generous, 18 years old. After one round, Mo, intent on picking a fight, asked Zhou Yi, how many girlfriends is Fong Nan your first? Swish, eyes are aligned. Zhou Yi pursed his lips. I'll drink well. Have a couple of drinks. Mo laughed out loud. I knew you couldn't answer. Do you want me to answer for you? My aunt will specifically instruct me to monitor your every move. Cut the crap, the wine's all gone. Another round and still Chow Yao has the smallest number of points. Fong Nam asks, I have the same question as Yummer. How many times am I your first? Chouno, last term. Mo, damn, is this the right answer? You're a rascal. Sister Ning, you be the judge. Pei Xining, just your mouth is cheap. She turned her words around, but I also want to know Cub how many paragraphs you've talked about. Zhou Yi, chatting in KTV, want to sing. With those words, he fled the box without a greeting. Dinner starts at 6:30. It was past midnight when I came out from the karaoke. Fuanan is drunk. Zhou Yi hugged and supported. This girl was extraordinarily excited today, and the two of them drank without restraint with Guan Yao. Yu Zhang during the drink fell asleep. After waking up is not much of a big deal. Radiant. Zhou Yi found a chauffeur to account for Yu Zhang and Yuemoto Guan Yao safely sent to her parents, helping Fong Nan and basically did not drink Pei Xining on the car driven by Zhang Long. After getting into the car, Zhou Yi wanted to put the person down, but Fong Nan's death grip on his neck wouldn't let go. He had to cuddle and listen to her slurred mutterings. Pei Xining looked at the two people in the back row through the mirror, and happened to see Zhou Yi pressed against Fong Nan's white and pretty face, patiently listening to her, and she couldn't help but just look at her for a moment. Fong Nan is quite temperamental. Zhou Yi, university or other people bullied her. Mental bullying her. Not jealous of me. That circle or people dare to directly find her trouble. I didn't expect her and Guan Yao to be able to release their former enmity, and their relationship suddenly became better. You're not drunk, are you? Zhou Yi, when she drinks I control the amount of alcohol, otherwise who takes care of her? It looks like she is going to drink too much virtue. Pei Xining, the more others drink, the crazier they get. You are the more you drink, the calmer you get. Zhou Yi, rival to vegetable. Encounter Pei uncle and my father. Which time is not I serve tea and water as a small horse. This amount of alcohol in front of the two are not enough to see. Pei Xining's gaze turned to the window. I happened to pass by the Woodland Park Newtown section, and under the lights, the lone new city was lifeless and desolate to the naked eye. This program was led by the province to address population congestion in several cities. No one expected anything to go wrong, nor did they anticipate it. Pei Xining had begged her parents to help Uncle Zhou Changjiang at first. Can't do anything about it. Money helps, things don't. It's not just a business thing, a negligence that no one expects people to jump in a day or two. Pei Xining loved to go to Zhou's house as a child. just longing to enjoy that unique and warm family atmosphere. Auntie Nico was in charge and never forced herself to be the head of the family. Uncle Zhou Chengjiang had a brooding chest and was kind to outsiders and even better to his family. Zhou Yi was carefree, and Zhou Qingyu was wonderfully talkative and lively, all in a villa area. Even a few old people are in harmony, except for the hooking up because of robbing Zhou Yi to live at home. Thoughts are as close as the deserted city, not far away in the flesh. Thoughts are also far away. The kid who went around getting into trouble and being guarded by a bunch of people are more human and on the introspective side. Cubby, are you tired? Zhou Yi turned his eyes to see the city. He slightly shook his head. I cannot think of tired. Think through it, will not be tired. It is not Superman. Take care of yourself. Take care of my mom. Take one step at a time. If you think far away, your worries are near. If you think close, your worries are far away. Pei Xining, not only are you Yu Zhang's idol, you're also Sis's idol. Zhou Yi, Sister Ning Ning has also learned to be sarcastic. Really, I especially admire you. Not everyone can go from heaven to hell and still be so open-minded and wide-eyed. Zhou Yi smiled with him. If I'm not awake tomorrow morning, don't forget to have Assistant Chu call me. Aha! Chapter 127, The Sea of Memory. Arriving home, Pei Xining watched Zhou Yi carry Fang Nan horizontally back to his bedroom, and then also went back to his room. This bedroom has no view of the ocean. You can hear the ocean with the windows open. Pei Xining, who has always been a good sleeper, had a feeling that it was difficult to sleep. Go through the photos and remember the past few days. Tonight, the human flavor is pretty strong. It's been years since I'd been this integrated into the world of ordinary people. Filming, writing scripts, traveling, solitude, occasional charity. She's got nothing to lose. Experiences, family, life approaching perfection. She also rarely worries about anything. Just live life as it is. Go through it and look at it normally. There are only a few important, valued people in your social circle. Parents, relatives, Aunt Nicole Yu's family. Figured it out. The reason I couldn't sleep was because of Zhou Yi and Fang Nan. Dog food is too full and indigestible. Pei Xining smiled, and with the sound of the waves, closed her eyes. In the other bedroom, Zhou Yi was tired enough. Drunk people are quite a bit harder to carry than usual, and the ones that are hard to carry don't even get carried. The ones that came up on their shoulders were as bad as a mess. It was the first time he had seen her drunk so hard. In the car, he was still conscious, snuggling up to him and rambling incoherently. Once asleep in the car, completely wasted, beer, wine, and liquor mixed in. Zhou Yi looked at her. First called to ask Yu Zhang and other people to confirm that they are home all right after a simple wash, only to come back to the person then carried into the bathroom and put in the bathtub, to help her get rid of the smell of alcohol. So much noise, no reaction. When there was a reaction, it was just a few winks and then sleep. Zhou Yi was all amused by this silly girl. After carrying her back to bed and tucking her in, I took a few pictures of her sleeping position and recorded a few clips. Often wondered if he'd ever filmed her without taking a few woeful ones against her skepticism. Only when he was done did he sit at the head of the bed and watch the sleeping beauty curled up on her side with abandon. Hair scattered like clouds, red lips if coated with powder, small mouth slightly toothed, eyebrows clear skin condensation. The beauty of even makeup is superfluous. True president, born with a good base. Life has been so rough and it hasn't even worn out a bit. Zhou Yi bent down and kissed her on the lips, lifting the covers and getting under them. He drinks too. Not drunk. It's equally dizzying. The next day, Chono woke up first, remembering that Pei Xining had to go to Sioux City to shoot a movie in the morning. He picked up his cell phone to check the time. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Pei Xining WeChat message said let him have a good rest. People have already rushed to the airport with Chu Jing. No need to send. Zhou Yi was slightly lost, only to turn to the people around him. It was Fang Nan who unconsciously hugged him. The soft body tickled his morning breath. It was just that he knew she was difficult and had to resist the urge to abuse her. He took her arm away, got up and dressed and washed up and went into the kitchen to make some porridge that had the effect of waking up. Seeing that the person is still not awake, for the time being, he went out to walk and move his body while browsing through various news. Thinking about work. Do you Zhang that account is really lucky? Waves of heat follow waves. Fans are growing like a miracle, hiring for positions such as anchor, planner, and more, while also developing more ways to monetize. As for Du Zhang's desire to bring goods, Zhou Yi temporarily put a stop to her thoughts. Let her first understand, learn, quality control these. The more money accompanied by the greater the risk. Take this step. The first to be able to avoid the risk in advance to avoid the preparation of the absolute full in order to start. The girl is very smart. Not the general direction or the need for relations and contacts and other things. Zhou Yi on the Big Rain Media basic not much effort. An account fire into this. His connections have been dispensable. Backstabbing what Zhou Yi also do not worry about. Before signing the contract in advance of the contract noted, This decade, the little girl cannot run away. The hospital is even less for him to worry about. Not a doctor. Not involved in management. Relationship gateway Yao won't have. Growing period. Everything and so on the model is fixed and feasible, and then consider the development of the matter. All went well. Even hit Yang Gu that thing Suli told him last night was self-defense. From Yang Ji's WeChat and phone calls, the initial suspicion is that there is premeditated criminal stalking. Yes, sorry, forgot a piece of that rubbing on my birthday yesterday. There is a contradiction to have a contradiction. Not a big deal. Zhou Yi is not willing to count. He is now only valued this person is worth it or not. From some of the recent things, Sully deserves, is a real job to help people. There's a new message from WeChat. Fan Nan wakes up and asks where he is. Zhou Yi didn't reply and turned around to go home. Fang Nan almost died of shock the moment she woke up. It's hard to get a headache. The point is, with only a sliver hanging, it's basically indistinguishable from being naked. If she hadn't recognized it as the bedroom of the Chono family, she would have had to shut herself off in an instant, because it's all forgotten. I only remember drinking with Guan Yao at KTV, and I remember Zhou Yi was there. How to come back, how to become like this, do not know. Afterward, his heart was beating more violently than his chest was beating when he got up. She tugged the covers over her and looked out at the ocean, silently doubting her life. Zhou Yi wouldn't be so beastly as to do anything to her. It's hard to get anywhere. Hearing the footsteps and the sound of the door opening, Fang Nan turned his head. In a flash, the room came into an intoxicating breeze. This angle, wearing a black casual sports him, handsome some of the cold and noble. The sports tee is slightly close to the body. Walking between the chest muscle and abdominal muscles are hidden traces. Chouno was equally fascinated by her. Half covered, a small, just destroyed, weak and sexy. Fan Nan, I was, yesterday. Zhou Yi, I carried it back, got drunk and went to sleep. Didn't do anything embarrassing. Fang Nan looked at him over, a little skeptical. Are you taking advantage of people? How do I wear all hard? Chouno, be specific. Head, all over. Drinking and headaches are so normal. And being all over the place is definitely a matter of your sleeping position. If I hadn't taken care of you and rolled around, you would have fallen out of bed. Really? Zhou Yi, do you know what you did to me last night? A mouthful of alcohol flavor. Hold what is not good. Hold my neck to sleep. And bath. The bathtub with a fish. A little inattentive want to drill water to drink a few mouths. The shower and cannot stand. Fang Nan's face was redder than the morning sun, and she was too vain to speak. Zhou Yi, do you remember what was said yesterday? When Sister Xining was still in the car? Fang Nan interrupted. Where's Sister Xining? Already back in Sioux City. And what exactly did I say? Chouno, I'll tell you after I get up and eat something. Fang Nan's small face collapsed. I have a headache. It hurts like hell. You deserve to die of pain. Who the hell let you drink so much? Stupid fork like, girl family, a little disregard for the safety of. Fang Nan's voice was imperceptible. That's because you're here. Zhou Yi, so much trouble these days. In case of trouble I can take care of a few. Really convinced you. Guan Yao did not drink. Embracing the neck of people shouting sister. Said that in the future to be a lifelong friend. But people moved with you even touch 3 cups. I thought you too can drink it. And what are you blocking? Why didn't you do it last night? Put down the quilt. I'll take a look. Fang Nan was pitiful. Hubby, I'm hard. Is it good at night? Chouno, come here. Fang Nan, who was already weak, hesitantly put down the quilt and moved towards him. Chapter 128, Plum Rain. Chouno and the others moved closer and put her head in their laps. While enjoying the view, he asked her, where does it hurt? Fuanan hesitantly pointed to several areas of the head. Chouno could tell she wasn't pretending. Not a regular drinker. He knew what it was like to wake up drunk. He pressed his fingers on the corners of her white forehead, skillfully. Childhood his mom migraine. Zhou Yi not less commanded to give her press. He was quite a jerk then. Hyperactive. But mom is hard and he's just as hard and can be quiet. Over time, after his mom got better from her migraines, she still pretended to be sick from time to time just to discipline and restrain him. Right. He had so many backers in his childhood that his mom had to pretend to be sick to keep him from being so naughty. Fuanan thought at first that he wanted her. She was ready to give up her life, not realizing that he had asked her to come over to help ease her headache. She blinked, looking into his penetrating eyes, his serious look. He instinctively brought his little hand up to caress his face. Chouno locked eyes with her. Better yet, Fang Nan wanted to speak. Words to the mouth emotions come without signs. At first the eyes tied, followed by wow cry out. The more you cry more fierce. Cannot control. He's never been nice to her. This encounter either wanted her to set her up or she commanded him to be nice to her. In his college years, he didn't even bother to give her a warmer gaze. Zhou Yi was startled. What are you doing? Fang Nan couldn't say anything and just kept crying. It was like crying out all the past events piled up in my heart. She literally died once from the heart and didn't even think about reincarnating. Didn't want to. Her life was as if she was shackled by fate. Awake, striving, proud, trying with all her might to change things without being able to do anything about it. She knows that many of the people around her are full of garbage, but she has to live with garbage to survive. And she can't avoid the garbage in her life that doesn't mean well, that bullies her and doesn't feed her. Falling in love with someone and having the opportunity to get closer, gave everything, even his life, and he didn't love her. 20 years of persistent hard work, all of it. Like a joke, Shouno gradually saw it. No persuasion, no coaxing, let her cry. Softness and heartache rose at first, but so did vigilance. He remembers the scene when he occasionally treated her better and she invariably demanded more. In Zhou Ye's eyes, Fang Nan is the kind of character that the better she is treated, the more she is able to toss and turn. It was visible a while ago. He took half a step back and she took half a step forward. A good relationship that almost fell apart. Long term, you can't let her see that he cares about her. Once she gets the word initiative, all hell breaks loose. Get up and eat something. Shouno put down his words amidst the sobs and lit a cigarette after leaving the bedroom. Misty smoke. The girl's face appeared and disappeared. How can she cure a heart condition that was more or less catalyzed by her experiences? Back then, just after sleeping with her, Zhou Yi could tell. Other girls slept the next day petite and pretentious, begging for kisses and hugs, using his character to get more attention. Can move also pretend not to be able to move. She was good. The kitchen cooking to go. Other girls are crying and begging not to break up, and the phone calls are going to his mom. She was so good that she went home and slit her wrists even though she was ineffective in retaining her. The other girls had been nice to him in their time together, trying their best to please. She was good too, good in a different way. There is a washing machine in the case, no matter how warm or cold. All his clothes she washed by hand, good enough to sleep on her thighs with her arms around her. What is in front of her closed eyes? And what is she still after she opens her eyes? Shouno has thought about her a lot over the years and has thought through a lot and pondered a lot. Touching people is his initiative to touch. Touch no trouble also did not control continue to touch. Slowly, it became the last straw that crushed others. Every time I think about her scar, the heart is too mixed. There were footsteps. Fang Nan, who had washed and changed her clothes, walked out of the room. Eyes red, hair slightly disheveled. The choking sound was still evident when he spoke. Zhou Yi, treat you well and you cry. If you're not nice, you cry. And good and bad, you hold a grudge. Without spitting out the words, they were sealed by her red lips. Very hot kiss. Kissing Shouno wanted to remove the clothes she had just put on. Fang Nan's breath sank and she heavily wrapped her arms around his neck. Husband, I love you. Who's your husband? Brother, I love you. Zhou Yi can't bear to toss her, but she is really too provocative. To talk about the yang, the sobbing, muffled voice, the glutinous hook. Zhou Yi, go down and have some porridge. Fang Nan followed in her footsteps, hanging onto Zhou Yi from behind like a ragbear, biting her ear and saying, did you boil it for me? Zhou Yi was getting fired up by her pestering. Let go. 3 steps away from me. Fang Nan's body stiffened, and only then did he remember that he seemed to be on probation. He was busy letting go of him and waiting for him to go down the stairs a few steps before following. Before he could see it, a small fist swung through the air. If she hadn't been able to sense whether he wanted to or not, she wouldn't have been able to tell that he was acting high and mighty. Downstairs, only porridge water was boiled. The flavor wasn't good enough because of the addition of some sobering ingredients. Fang Nan drank and squeezed her little face into a ball, not daring not to drink. Seeing that it was so hard to get the last bite left, she was careful. Do you want to taste it? It's delicious. Shouno, I'm not drunk. Taste it. Fang Nan took a sip and kissed toward him. Zhou Yi dodged and was rubbed all over his face. He stuck her bulging chin and tilted his head back. I gave you face, didn't I? Get lost. Fang Nan stopped messing with him and sat on his lap, balancing herself by hanging her arms around his neck. Brother, you're so handsome. Even when you're angry you're handsome. Shouno wrapped his arms around her waist and gathered the person against him. Between the winding atmosphere, Zhou Yi took out his cell phone and found the photo video of her after she fell asleep. Look at your last night virtues. And what you said. Fang Nan didn't have the courage to finish reading it and snatched his cell phone and threw it to the corner of the sofa. What did I say in the car? Zhou Yi, you said that sooner or later you want to be the richest man in the world. Said that you want to raise me as a male pet. Said that in your heart you have given me many pen debts. And said that you don't like to be on top. Fang Nan covered his mouth. Does what I said have anything to do with Sister Xining? That's not true, but I'm not sure she heard it. Fang Nan buried her face into the nape of his neck, wanting to cry. Shame on you. Zhou Yi smoothed her hair. Next time, no matter if I'm there or not, see you once more drunk. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Fanam agreed in a hurry. Zhou Yi wrinkled his eyebrows. He had just washed up not long ago. His face, neck, was covered in porridge water. patting her. Get up, I'll wash my face. Fan Nan was good enough to get off his lap and tangle together. Hubby, don't go so fast. Hubby, are you doing anything today? Brother, give me a ride. Chapter 129, Going to Your Company. It's 11 o'clock in the morning when I get tired of going out. Getting to the car, Chono owed her a favor and buckled her seatbelt. Where are you going? Fong Nan, I'll go wherever you go. Hubby, why don't we go rafting? At the end of summer, if we don't play, we won't have a chance. Chono was intent on moving. He himself had nothing to do but go around to Heavy Rain Media to see how the studio was doing. Yi, you're not busy at the company? Fong Nan, these 2 days are mainly interviews for the decoration of these. There is already an experienced management on board, and other trivial matters can be remotely controlled by phone. Chono, where there's drifting. Fan Nan, I know. Short video swiped it. It's an hour's drive at most. Navigation. Fong Nan determined the location and said, you lend me some more money. The machine should arrive today, and the first batch of fabrics will also arrive. Chono gave her an extra look, suspecting that she was sick again. I've been trying to squeeze him for money since I was in college, otherwise I wouldn't have saved over $8 million at the time of the breakup. Little minds are full of them. He started the car and drove off. No money, ask your mom for it. Don't want to look for her. She won't even take it if she gives it to me. My relationship with her is really like you said, just WeChat contact. She doesn't even know where I live. I'm just over $1 million. Give it to me first, and double it back to you when my company starts making a profit. How big is the gap? That's big to go. Provide fabric and machine sales side I am familiar with. Can first real estate can be sold for about 10 million. Enough to fill the arrears. Trivial turnover. The more money the more shipments. As we speak, Fong Nan forgot to borrow money. I think so. The total cost of each piece of clothing to control within $10. Conscientious point. The net profit of each piece can have a few cents into the thin profit in more sales. Why some e-commerce platforms can fire. The actual fact is that they're cheap. The same quality of clothes others listed for sale 100. I sell 20. From the live room to start, and then slowly do the platform. Do offline. Specializing in the sinking market. In addition, although my number is blocked, my popularity is still there, and the online reviews are quite positive. Open Trumpet has not spent money to publicize it. Fans find over 1 million. I'm basically sure that the first few designs out of the clothes are absolutely good to sell. Chono, you're right to consider it that way. What about taxes? Fong Nan, there is a policy on this side of Lincheng that the tax exemption period is half a year, and we'll talk about it after half a year. Chono rolled his eyes at the way she was chatting up a storm. Obviously serious business. Was given the flavor of a pyramid scheme by her. Step by step, the future is visible and thought out quite meticulously. It's just a matter of character. The more complete the statement, the more Yi does not believe it. How to control the volume. A batch of clothes of 100, 000 to 200, 000 net profit. Where is the money to develop? How long will it take to develop? Even if every person in the country buys one of your clothes, how much is the profit? Fong Nan, you always look down on me, can't see me, and love to hit me. You just want a woman without talent to be virtuous and honestly let me follow you to make a living. Chono, not sure if that's what I thought. Not only did you think it, you did it. No money. Fong Nan laughed. If you don't have money, you don't have money. I'm just asking you. Yi drove out a section, or freehand from the center control to find out the wallet. There is a card inside a total of 1,100,000. You take it to use at will. Anyway, how much inside the card? You will give me to make up. Fong Nan, your card is tied to WeChat, meaning that we both spend this money and I return it alone? Love it or leave it. Use it. It's the most fun to spend your husband's money. Arriving at the destination where they were going to play rafting, the two of them first found a place to have their lunch. This is a quite famous tourist area. The location between the provincial city and the forest city. Also more than rafting this project, roller coasters, bungee jumping and more are available. After playing a round of rafting, Chono looked at her with great excitement and was pestered to go back to the bungee jumping platform. Hubby, can we jump together? I'm a bit scared by myself. Climb to the top of the steel erection. Fuanan persuaded with some hope. Yi was unmoved. Just 2 words. Do not jump. She wants to jump, he understands. Maybe she wants to break through and challenge herself. Or maybe there's something on her mind that needs to be cleared up. He was determined not to play this anyway. It's not that I'm afraid of heights. I just don't see the need to put a load on my heart. Seeing that she really couldn't talk him out of it, Fong Nan had to walk over herself. Looking down, his legs were weak and dizzy. Letting the staff tie him up, he listened to the reminders of the precautions and moved in small, backward steps. Yi looked at her nervousness and smiled as he locked eyes with her. If you're really afraid, don't jump, take the Ferris wheel. Fong Nan's small face whitened slightly as she stopped walking to the side. Beautiful views all around and just the right amount of breeze. Fuanan's throat moved, eyes closed, heart in the right place, free falling backwards. She broke through a mental barrier once, and it was for him. Trying to make another breakthrough, also for him. Jump off and say goodbye to the old fan nan. Change it up, be a normal girlfriend and have a good time with him. The screams echoed and continued. Chouno looked down with his arms resting on the railing. No worries about any accidents, even if there is a problem with the rope. It's the river below. It's connected to the rafting point, and there are 2 of them underneath the safety personnel. See that the rope elasticity has slowly been removed. Chouno headed down to join her. When they met again, her legs were still a little weak and she had trouble getting off the boat. Chouno stirred and went over to assist her a bit, holding the person next. He's not afraid of heights. She is. That time on the roof of the school building she said it was pretty. She was looking for the lake so it wouldn't interfere with the school. In reality it was fear. She gets nervous and her hands get sweaty riding the Ferris wheel with the zipline and all that. Nothing else. This courage to break through. Joey asked himself to be inferior to her. Joey accompanied her to slow down for 10 minutes, waiting for her to slowly return to normal before he wrapped his arm around her waist and walked around idly chatting. Off-peak season. Hardly anyone bothered to pay attention to the two. The insects are chirping and the cool shade is pleasant. Fong Nan also wrapped her arms around him and traced the outline of his abs with her small hands. Are you busy now? Joey, if you have something to say, just say it. Ask around. Will you work with me for a few days? The front end is more important. With me? I'm in a good mood and work more efficiently. She let go and broke away, taking his hands in hers and shaking them as she leaned back and walked backwards. Please, husband. Joey was her fast ruffled all day. See left and right no one. Stopping to bring people under control. Between gazes, heads bowed. Kisses are sweet. His favorite is sweet. Fong Nan has just been scared soft legs soft. Hooked his neck. Eyes are gradually fogging. Hubby, there is a hostel? Joey, where to find a hostel to go? The car is not safe. Home. Fong Nan suggested. Why don't you go to my company? It's closer. Chen Xiao is busy working. There's no one else. Joey scratched on her nose. You have to drag me to your company. Fong Nan leaped. Her legs went to his waist, and she wrapped her arms around him. Please, stay with me for a few days of work. Her face gradually reddened. I'll drive Chen Xiao to live somewhere else. You can do whatever you want. The blood is hot in the circumference of the field, and the restraints are all collapsing. He kinda had a feeling about that bedroom at her work. A very different experience. Come on, let's go to your company and see how the work is progressing. Chapter 130. A few dozens and hundreds. Joey is really quite fond of living in Fong Nan's company. Look at her put on a poker face. To subordinates, to workers, and even to her partner Chen Xiao. Look at the other people to avoid her. Do not even dare to look at more than one glance. Full of awe and respect. Anyway, inspecting the work at her residence was, in 2 words, different. To see her quite busy, Joey did not have the good sense to delay her too much. Only 2.5 hours of inspection on a piece of accompanied her busy with serious work. As for Mission Hill's residence, no time to live. Next, the two rushed to catch up with work progress during the day, and also at night to catch up with progress. Joey in addition to go to the rain media from time to time to skate a few laps, looking for UMO drink a leisurely wine, most of the time passively consumed in her company. It's passive. Passive likes to see her 2 faces switch back and forth, outside the holy stunning boss majesty, into the room seconds into a small petite wife, 1,000 obedience. He, Nan, was definitely true to his word. He can do whatever he wants as long as he works with her. It's also a time when the online hot search changes more quickly. There are no longer those about their own flurry. Even Hua Jingzhou with the adopted daughter between the matter are less people mention again, because Hua Jingzhou cancelled the account of the whole platform. Completely open swing, play dead, whip the body whip to this extent netizens feel meaningless. It was Zhou Yi who was quite surprised. Hua Jingzhou, the holy monarch of virtue, is actually quite moral. In addition to the matter with the adopted daughter in the limelight, he really did not have any evidence of dirty things were raked over the years, has always been in the search for the daughter of the road to right. On the contrary, Xia Danqing's emotional career has some complex, rumored to have had a period of time with the director of the radio station in the city of Lin. After the marriage, there are people photographed the 2 people together in and out of the photo. As for Xia Baichuan, although moved out of the compound, but for face still chose to settle in the city. Fong Nan had no intention of talking about it, saying that Xia Danqing, in order to compensate him for losing his job, had given the other party a sky-high-priced villa in Xanadu City. Zhou Yi would be sitting leisurely on the swivel chair in Fong Nan's office answering the phone, legs on the desk, not far from snacks, tea, drinks. Fong Nan was busy going. The first batch of t-shirts totaled 100,000 sets, and today they were going to be officially sold on an experimental basis. Logistics, scheduling, live broadcasting, etc. She was busy. Son, when will you come to Tianhe to see your aunt and me? I've been placed in a personnel position by your aunt, so I can't find the time to study and adapt, and you don't have the time either. Your aunt misses you, and she has a big house at home, so you won't have to worry about a place to live if you bring Nan over. Chouno was a little ashamed. He's been busy with nothing but Fong Nan for a while now. Forgot all about the two moms. Zhou Yi promised to go over and take a look in the next few days and asked, what position did she give you? How's the pay? Is it tiring? Too tired to give more money we do not do. My business is also quite stable. Do not lack of money. Nico, no shortage of money, give me back my 35 million. Zhou Yi pretends not to hear. Mom, do you still have money? I see that Guanyao Hospital is doing well, and I want to get a bigger one in the provincial capital. Nico, did your dad make it big? Did your grandpa do a good job? Is it useful? Just remember one thing. If you have a few $100 million, it's your own. You can live how you want. There are billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands. The way of life is not something you can completely choose. Zhou Yi, I have a few $100 million. Want to chase a woman with a few trillion? What to do? I have a few $100 million. Others have a few trillion to steal my daughter-in-law. Bullying my mom. What do I do? Nico was stuck with the question. This brat, he really cannot have too much contact with Zhou Qingyu. WeChat does not know what to chat all day long. A backbone is about to be ticked off again. Nico, has Nan been busy at work yet? Zhou Yi, blind work, made out of 100,000 sets of clothes, all sold only $1.5 million. The net profit of 50,000 or $60,000 would be good. Factory, equipment, all kinds of messy costs plus a few $100 million. Half a month's profit of 56,000, but also to be able to sell smoothly. TSK, God man. Nico was chatting with him and laughed. This is the entity well, at least is not to hundreds of people to provide employment. Besides, the logic is not what you say so. Profit margin is too low point. Thin profits cannot be this sales method. You're okay with her? I originally have no opinion of her. Who truly love my son, who in my eyes is a good person. Besides, mom didn't say that you have to find a what kind of look. Didn't help you pick and choose. I used to think that I've been through a lot, and I'm sure I'll be able to make it through the storms. But that's what I think, and that's what people in their 50s think. There is no wind and waves where the calm up. No experience cannot understand. I am in your aunt. Dislike me every day. I cannot speak. Bullying people it is not. I work really is not how much want to work, is to have less contact time with her. As for the salary, she gave the highest base salary in the company. The treatment of the general manager of the department. You're a 50-something-year-old woman parachuting in as a general manager? She's the chairman of the board? Then anyway, the speech is quite useful. Maybe the chairman of the board of directors has a crush on her. Who do you say is an old lady? Do you see that mom now looks like an old lady? Zhou Yi WeChat followed and received a few pictures. The person in the photo was dressed for the workplace, wearing exquisite and stylish myopia glasses. Very young, looking at most in his 30s. People are not as thin as before. Full of vitality. The eyes are too calm and warm. Not smile and look also smiling. Lack of workplace sharpness. Chouno forgot to speak and smiled as he walked away. He was too grateful to Zhou Qingyu. Totally saved an old lady who looks enthusiastic about life all day long, but is actually empty of heart. This is what he remembers his old mom looking like a few years ago. That's what she was supposed to be. Zhou Yi's eyes were a bit uncomfortable. Mom, I'm not talking to you. It's time for Nan's live broadcast to start. Oh, you push me a link later. I'll see how she's broadcasting. Zhou Yi agreed and casually clicked into Fong Nan's trumpet. Little Savage's official live room. The bypass traffic and the heat is already pretty high. The live broadcast hadn't even started yet, and there were already thousands of people waiting. From the comments, Zhou Yi saw the desire to buy. Don't say you're selling t-shirts. Some people are so vocal that they sell and buy everything. Not needing, just wanting to buy. Zhou Yi was not surprised that Fong Nan would have such a reputation. She's transitioning from being on the news about being adopted to the slitting her wrists for love persona. Her whole family is blackened to coal and she's the only one who's white. A lot of netizens are either go Nan, either that or they're confessing with pop-ups. The occasional non-negative review is minimal and quickly buried by more favorable reviews. Chouno only realized it from the pop-up. How popular Fong Nan, who had lowered his eyebrows before him, was. How many people liked him. How many people wanted to steal from him. Only, no one can take it away. Zhou Yi is quite sure about this. Just now in this office, Fong Nan was still helping him pinch his legs and pound his legs. She wouldn't let him pinch it, but she had to rush it, and she couldn't even get rid of it. Chapter 131 Yu Huayan. Fong Nan's figure soon appeared in the live broadcast, and with her presence, the number of people online increased dramatically. Chouno had unintentionally seen her live when she was doing war in clothing. A professional anchor introduces the dress. she acts as a hanger, a mascot. Basically, you don't have to talk, similar to the modeling of the rendering effect. Men's, women's, worn. She later quit modeling after her account's followers made it up and the live stream got hot. What she was wearing today was the men's t-shirt that the company had recently rushed out. The pants are a pair of blue 9-minute denim meant to be worn with a t-shirt. For many women the lens is the filter. The camera is redundant for the other Nan, and even filtered less attractive than she is in person. Joey had thought that Fong Nan's profit from selling clothes was too low, and that his daughter-in-law had a pure pit in her brain. Wait for the live stream to actually start once it does. It was only then that Joey reacted, realizing that he was the one with a hole in his brain. It doesn't really matter if her clothes make money or not. The heat is on and the gifts and rewards are floating all over the screen. Some simply like it. Some fight for the top of the list for the heat. The number of people online for the live stream has also been surging. Because of that big melon a while ago, it made the name Fong Nan. This person jumped to have a real head of popularity. Her experience, life, etc., 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 coupled with Yen Si means intentional guidance to help establish a persona. Joey's straight-faced response is not a package, explaining clearly about the money. She is seen by many as the princess who has fallen on hard times and is motivated to fight back to get into 985. The most crucial thing is that this princess is so outstanding in appearance that she shines brighter than a star. Go Nan Nan. The dress can be sold for more if it looks this good on the body. My eternal goddess. I've been following her for years. I want to buy the one the goddess is wearing. It's really nice to see her online again. She is my spiritual support. I can't imagine how she came out of that environment. Every time I see her, it gives me a lot of strength. I will never forgive Zhou Yi for the rest of my life, even if he is outstanding. Clothes hit the racks in sizes in this heat and empty in seconds. Others are too cheap to make up the difference in the form of gifts. Zhou Nobun also pondered who start a business is not stumbling, worrying about whether it can be sold out. Looking at this lineup, not to mention 100,000 cheap t-shirts, 1 million of them may be sold out. The real princess tries on a $15 dress. The contrast would have been a great marketing point. Chono is watching with great interest. The live feed suddenly took off with another wave of heat. Is a fan more than 20 million Big V into the live room began to brush gifts. Each gift cash value of $2,000 or $3,000 has been brushing, a breath of more than 6 million before pausing. The professional anchors were dumbfounded, momentarily thankful and quickly returned to the switch. The pop-ups also get faster. It's Yu Huayan. He's not falling for Nan, is he? Every girl he's ever swiped for seems to have fallen for her. Nan Nan holds it. This is a scum like Zhou Yi. Xiao Zhou is not scum well. The two have been talking for 3 years. Nan Nan has explained that he doesn't even know about Fong Nan slitting her wrists. Zhou Yi in front of his cell phone tapped Yu Huayan's avatar. He wasn't really into people and things on the internet, and he didn't know much about Yu Huayan from the netizens. Hearing the name for the first time today, if I wasn't with Fan Nan every day, he'll think it's a marketing campaign built on money, but it wasn't. Is really a wrongdoer real gold and silver smashed after waving his sleeve, not taking away a piece of cloud. A word did not stay. Yu Huayan, profile is a graduate of the University of England. Most of his videos are travel and match photos, and he plays tennis and basketball very well. Looks to be in his mid-20s, stylishly dressed, short hair, tattoos, earrings. Looks are also extremely impressive, a bit wildly handsome, much like a popular actor, with a bit better temperament. The surname Yu is not exactly common, and internet rumors have it that he is the only son of a big shot. Yu Qingfeng. Zhou Yi Yu Qingfeng is aware of a little. Heard his father mention once inadvertently. Extremely uncomplicated a character. These two are not father and son are not sure. Brush other videos. Zhou Yi basically concluded that Yu Huayan this person must come from not bad. In addition to some of the lace news about him on the internet, identity information and so on, no one knows. The internet has developed to the present day. The investigation is sure to find out. But after the investigation dare to expose the news is not certain. Fong Nan was also surprised at this moment, though she knew the man. She had never crossed paths. Seeing that the dress was sold out, it went off the air with it. The anchor is also a girl. This will be excited. As soon as she turned off the broadcast, she said, Mr. Fong, there is a message from Yu Huayan in the background, saying that he wants to get acquainted with Mr. Fong. Another message, something to consult you. The anchor handed the cell phone to Fong Nan. Fong Nan frowned slightly. She had seen too many people, both in the 3 years she had followed Zhou Yi and in the 3 years she had started her business. Yu Huayan swiped so much money. It's not like he's burning through money. Either he wanted to sign her into his webcomic company or he had ulterior motives. But it doesn't seem right to speculate like that when someone else paid over $6 million for contact information. It's even more inappropriate to add a tweet. She was careful with Joe Yi, holding up the offer, and it was not easy to build up some trust. It was hard to build up some trust, but it would be a loss for her to get into a misunderstanding because of the infamous Yu Huayan. Men are careful. Chono even more so. Back then, when Jiangsa teased her a few times, Zhou Yi almost smashed the People's Bar and beat up a few in the hospital, including himself. He had to make her put on more clothes if she wore less. Fang Nan had gotten into the habit of not wearing short skirts and shorts from the time she met Zhou Yi until now. There was a lot going on around her. Re-expose yourself to these messed up people in case you get into trouble. He's afraid he'll really turn his back on her completely. She thought for a moment. You can just communicate with him. If something is wrong, say something, and if nothing is wrong, you don't need to add me to WeChat. When the website settles, brush the money back to him when he starts broadcasting. The anchor didn't understand. Mr. Fong, he's Yu Huayan, will this offend anyone? Fong Nan, the live room is our own home. He came here to somehow throw a bunch of money. It cannot be a good thing. I do not know him. The anchor was sorry, couldn't figure it out, and didn't dare to go on much further. Just kinda speechless. Yu Huayan brushed more than 6 million by the platform to jerk once left 3 million. 3 million and then brush back to the left 1.5 million. That is to say, the live room slipped around, lost 4.5 million. Chapter 132, Strange Caller. Fong Nan explained the anchor and went on his way to the shipping and packing workshop. Half the time there was no delay in the meeting to make the next step of the work plan. Call one by one for credit, let the fabric delivery and so on. I was quite surprised how good the traffic was going to be for this broadcast. 100,000 sets of clothes wouldn't be enough to sell, so it's safe to say that with or without an anchor, the shelves would be sold. Prices are still dominated by the sinking market and aren't ready to listen to anyone's advice to raise prices. Not to mention that a lot of the fan comments in the live stream kinda touched her. A heartfelt desire to make something cost-effective and beautiful on the body. It's evening after work. Fuanan was going back to the office with another quick step. Haven't seen him in hours. And as the night approached, she couldn't help but be in an upturned mood. Because only the night belongs entirely to two people. Take a walk, have a chat, get up and go to a quiet bar for a cocktail. Go back to that simple but throbbing room with countless. That stinking man seems to have taken the time to buy some of the gadgets she bought in the first place today, and took pictures of them to give her, to avenge the insults she was subjected to in the first place. Fuanan doesn't actually like that. It is the body that feels. It is the spirit that suffers the sting. But it can't be refused. People have legitimate reasons. He played it once. She played it twice and owed him one. Walk into the office area. Fuanan's gaze fixed for a moment. In the corridor there was a noblewoman looking left and right, wearing a long dress, looking for something. The dress was on the mature side. The face was extremely beautiful. The temperament was gentle and dignified, and it was impossible to show her age. Xia Danqing. Fong Nan's gaze was a bit complicated. She had been avoiding her family lately, and her father, perhaps due to his sulking, hadn't taken the initiative to contact her. Only Xia Danqing, with countless messages every day, either wanted to visit her, gossiped and shared interesting stories, or wanted to give her money. Fanum, despite the fact that he thought she was hypocritical and snobbish to the bone, but then she could feel that Xia Danqing was really willing to give her everything willingly, including her life. The kind of unabashed love that had caused Fan Nan to fall for a short time, recognizing her parents and her family. Mom, how did you find this? Fong Nan took the initiative to greet and ask. Xia Danqing froze, surprised. Mom saw you live today and suddenly missed you, so she looked to see if you were here. Xia Danqing walked quickly and smiled with both caution and restraint. Nan, have you always lived here? Why don't you buy a house? Don't you have enough money? We don't want your father's money. Mom will give it to you. You don't have to think too much. Mom won't interfere with your affairs from now on. My daughter can like whoever she wants and do whatever she wants. As long as she is safe and sound, Mom is happy. Fuanan's eyes glowed and she looked in the direction of the office. Xia Danqing had a guess and asked tentatively, Xiao Zhou is with you? Aha, so is he still mad at me? Why don't Mom leave first and come back to see you some other time? Fan Nan, he's not that careful. Xia Danqing, can I see him for a minute? Want to apologize. Fong Nan, no, just pretend that nothing has happened. He has already forgotten about it. As long as he doesn't have a big grudge, the past is the past. He fought with someone in the front foot, and when he was told to make up for it, the next day, he would still support the show. He has a big heart. Xia Danqing, this is good. I'm afraid that with your father everything is piled up in the heart. Can't get over it, but also don't say it. Alas, Fong Nan guessed that the two should be in conflict again. The conflict was pretty obvious when we first met. Some of the internet rumors from a while back could all affect families as well. The internet was originally a rumor about Hua Jingzhou and Hua Qingqing, with the intention of picking up more of Hua Jingzhou's dark information. Picking up a bunch of personal donations to some of the child-seeking funds, all in a bookish manner. He did not pick up anything on him, but found a photo of his mother dining with the opposite sex, rumored to be her mother's ex-boyfriend. Only this matter Fong Nan could not go to inquire specifically. She led Xia Danqing to the office and knocked on the inner room door ahead of time. "Zhou Yi, my mom is here." A few minutes later, Zhou Yi, who had just woken up from his nap, opened the door wearing shorts and t-shirt slippers. This was considered his second meeting with Xia Danqing. Unexpectedly she would come here, on the surface to maintain a polite casual greeting, go to wash his face and wash. Xia Danqing smiled as she watched his back disappear and whispered, "I just realized that Xiao Zhou is really good looking and has a good body height." Fuanan couldn't help but tug at the corner of his lips. If you can afford to mess with people, you can say that you are a spiritual boy, that you are not practicing the right way, and that you have to use your power to oppress people. Can't afford to mess with it, it's turning into a good look. Xia Danqing sighed, think about a while ago really dim head, even by your father influenced to follow his thinking. This after you two to get married. I do not have the face to see your auntie Unico. Marriage. Fong Nan was slightly stunned. Her girlfriend hasn't even changed her mind yet. When will she get married? Do I have to ask him to marry me myself? This dead scum. Not seen her before, also anxious to talk about marriage. Everywhere blind date. As soon as he met her, he didn't mention marriage at all, and said he wanted to observe more. He's in a hurry. She's not. She's in a hurry. He's not. Fong Nan chatted with Xia Danqing for a few moments, told her to wait in the office first, and went into the inner room by herself. See, Zhou Yi is brushing his teeth. Fong Nan silently hugged him from behind, his small face on his neck. Glutinous prayer, husband, a moment cannot give me some face. And she ate a meal. She is quite poor. Best to let her see that you are afraid of me, care about me. She is, after all, my mom. You also easily touch cannot see her. As a temporary entertainment, so that her heart can be comfortable. Zhou Yi pondered a little. I'll make it clear to you. You weigh it yourself. I can eat with her, and my politeness is absolutely on point. However, if she makes me feel uncomfortable, then I'll just leave. No, she won't. She's obviously all a bit scared of you now, afraid you'll badmouth her in front of me. Chouno, she really cheated? Fong Nan gently screwed him. Why are you so nosy? How would I know? Zhou Yi laughed. I suddenly understand why Mr. Hua, when he discovered that Hua Qingqing was not his own, was the first to associate her with cheating on his wife. Shut up, she teased with her small hand along her abdomen. Keep talking nonsense and I'll starve it at night. Zhou Yi gargled at her sting and turned around and wrapped his arms around her slender and supple waist. If you dare to starve it for a day, I'll move out right away. Fong Nan pawed her foot and pecked him on the lips, trying to speak, and was swept up by the back of her head. When he was about to be indulged, the cell phone in Fong Nan's hand vibrated. Chouno let her go and watched as she casually connected. After Fong Nan had heard the other party introduce himself as to where he came from, the person tensed up. It's the same Yu Huayan who swiped gifts in the live broadcast. Said he was in Forest City and wanted to ask her out to discuss some work stuff. Fong Nan had thought it was an ordinary work call and answered it casually. Seeing Zhou Yi looking at her, Fong Nanrun was confused and annoyed, holding back her huff and puffing as she asked, how did Mr. You get my number? Yu Huayan, MS. Fong gave it to me. I've never seen you before. Yu Huayan smiled. It's that anchor from today. I'm making this call in addition to wanting to talk to MS. Fong about work. Then again, it's to remind MS. Fong that the person beside you might not be so reliable. And the number was given to me after being seduced by a few random words from me. Fong Nan, I'll swipe the money Mr. You rewarded you back after it's settled. Also I don't feel the need to talk to you about the account. My account is fine. Yu Huayan, don't you want to unblock your number? You seem to have had an account blocked. Don't want to. Bye. Chapter 133, Solid as a Rock. On the other side, the car. Yu Huayan in the back row listened in dismay to the sound of being hung up, not dropping his arms for a long time. He came to Forest City to play. Recently, Linchang is quite hot, and a wave of tourism has been brought up by Pei Xining. Many netizens have gone to the places where Pei Xining has appeared to hit the spot and rub the heat. Yu Huayan is not considered a netizen. He just loves to share his daily life. And suddenly he's on fire. The feeling of being noticed, being in the limelight was pretty good, and it slowly became a bit addictive. Swiping to Fong Nan Live was unintentional, yet he had followed the woman long ago. The kind of beauty that grew his heart was visually hard to resist, would love to see it in person, and he had the capital to want to. Yu Huayan had likewise been interested in some netizens before Fong Nan. It doesn't matter if you don't know, just swipe a few 100,000, and the other person will most likely take the initiative to want to know him. He considered that Fong Nan's parents and herself might not be very short of money, so he swiped an extra 10 times over. Asked for WeChat. WeChat didn't get it. Called, got hung up on. It's not a stretch to say that helping her unblock her account has the power to do so. It was different from all the girls he'd come in contact with. Others would at least be polite and courteous, even if they didn't take a liking to him. Yu Huaiyan heard the sense of avoiding snakes and scorpions from the brief communication with Fong Nan. A little annoyed, disappointed, and yet more interested. Since he was a kid, he'd hardly ever missed a shot at a woman he dared to go after, except for the ones he was too afraid to go after. Or the ones he did miss weren't that frustrating. Play with it. He threw $6 million out there and turned it around to make the platform 3/4 of that. Yu Huaiyan swiped some more recorded screens of Fong Nan's live broadcast, and the more he watched, the more annoyed he became. This woman's body, face, skin, voice on the phone with that detached coldness, toxic. Swiping, he dialed a number. Aren't you in the provincial city? Come over to Linchang to have some fun. Want to stay for a few more days? Too boring to be alone. The other party's voice was flirty. Who's this looking at again? Yu Huaiyan, you're all from the same province. Have you heard of Fong Nan? He's the one who's been on fire lately. You're really asking the right person here. I've known her for a long time, before the fire. I met her a few years ago when I went to Forest City to play car races. Zhou Ye's girlfriend. Damn, she's pretty. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Ye's background is quite mysterious, I'd find a way to get my hands on her. Of course Yu Huaiyan had heard of Zhou Ye, and it was impossible for those who followed Fong Nan not to know this man. Ask yourself to be considered a bit more flirtatious. Compared to Zhou Ye, it's not worth mentioning. This dog has owned the youth of Nanqingwan, Fong Nan, Wu Qianya and other girls. Youth at the best age. The ex-girlfriends who jumped out and popped the question to stomp on him. Each one is the best of the best. Yu Huaiyan suppressed his envy and jealousy. I read online that his family went bankrupt. Opponent, bankrupt is bankrupt. That is not an ordinary person. A while ago, I heard a friend say, on the city of a big figure in the forest city planted, as if it is because of the Zhou family, wealthy for several generations. Linchang this city and more special. In short, this kind of people do not see it does not matter. Easily do not take the initiative to provoke. Yu Huaiyan, how is it special? There are many beautiful women and a strong overall sense of family. Pei Xining, Nanqingwan, Fong Nan. Which of these famous beauties are not from Lin City? And how many of them have married out? Think about it. Yu Huaiyan frowned. Did he break up with Fong Nan or not? I'm not really sure. I think it's split up. I see all the drama of slitting wrists. That can still not be divided. But buddy still advise you. There are many women. Don't look for those who are easy to have trouble. Yu Huaiyan was impatient. Hurry up and come. I'd like to see if Linchang is full of beautiful women like you said. Fong Nan was quite weak after hanging up the phone. I really don't know him, and some of his remarks were clearly flirtatious jokes. Seeing that Zhou Yi didn't take a stand, Fong Nan continued. I'll pull the plug on him. Zhou Yi, there's nothing wrong with you. Maybe they really have something serious to do with you. You want to prove yourself. Unnecessarily so sensitive, overexcited. I'm a little emotional. I'm here to give you $1 million or struggling. Others casually brush 6 or 7 million. Fong Nan wrapped her arms around him. Hubby, you are you, and others are others. The two of us together have nothing to do with money, and neither of us is short of money. I'll find you some pants to change. It's cooler to wear shorts at night. Zhou Yi followed her and took the sweatpants she handed over to change into. Don't use that anchor. Just get tempted a few times and betray your boss. Fong Nan was busy nodding in agreement. This call from Yu Huaiyan is so misleading. Said something about having known each other for a long time, and then said he asked the anchor for the phone number. Fong Nan's greatest fear was that Zhou Yi would thus think too much, but he looked like he obviously didn't think much of it, and she was guilty of being kinda offended. She wanted him to be jealous and a little more obviously possessive of her, rather than limiting himself to focusing on whether or not she was leaking in her clothes. Go out and meet up with Xie Danqing. Fong Nan made the decision to choose a hot pot restaurant box. During the meal Fong Nan saw Zhou Yi really did polite and courteous, and showed great care for her, enjoying some heartache. Heartbroken for myself. She was too passive in this bout of getting along, being bullied badly, all of her actively pleasing him, caring for him, loving him, listening to him. He, on the other hand, really treats her like a junior subordinate on probation, not giving back at all. She'd say 100 words about loving him, and she'd be lucky to get one in return. Obviously in the PUA, Fan Nan favors himself and is happy to fall into the trap. Certainly a lot more comfortable and happy mostly than they were back then with each other. It's just that people are unsatisfied. Fong Nan would like him to have more of his own position in his eyes and heart. Not all day long, even pain people do not know how to pain. Her waist is about to break, and he won't even let her go for a night. Miserable. Chow, yeah. Go add 2 more dishes. Make a sauce for my mom. Not spicy. I like vegetables. You don't always give me meat. Chouno obeyed one by one, glancing at her as he went about his business. She told him to go along with it, give her some face, and show Xia Danqing the state of the two of them pretending to get along. It turned out that Xia Danqing was fine, and she things up. Is this to prove to her mom that her boyfriend is an obedient warmonger? Zhou Ye's heart is calculating. His face hangs a smile the whole time. Xia Danqing looking for him to talk, he will seriously and politely answer. Not looking for him to talk, he will listen to the mother and daughter chat content. Fiddle 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 cell phone. Yu Huayan's appearance gave him a sense of crisis. Those crazy fans of Fong Nan's in the live broadcast room also gave him a sense of crisis. Paranoid people and paranoid fans. So many female fans were hating on Fong Nan's behalf, seeing him as a cold-blooded, heartless scumbag. So many male fans broke their defenses and hated him too, probably out of jealousy and other reasons. Zhou Yi wondered if he should be nicer to her in the future. Otherwise, there is no merit at all, and there is no advantage in terms of money. So what will she like about herself? You'll always get tired of looking at your face. If she doesn't like him, where will she find another girl like that? Chouno is slightly disorganized. The heart, which was still solid as a rock in the afternoon, cracked a bit. Chapter 134, First Brother. The meal is over. Zhou Yi drove Xia Danqing to his home first. During the period, in addition to listening to mother and daughter muttering, Xia Danqing process phone also rang a little. She did not pick up and hung up. Like with WeChat in response, Zhou Yi judged out of intuition and details. The caller was definitely not Hua Jingzhou, nor would it be a relative acquaintance. He looked at her one more time through the rearview mirror. 52 years old and shaped like 35 or 36. The looks are extremely impressive. She was liked by so many people back in the day when she hosted the show and would be so hot. Just because of the face, the affinity in disguise. The skin is as white as snow and full of sophistication. Not many young men are immune to her charms, not to mention killing old men with this kind of appearance. Xia Danqing lifted her eyes as if she felt something. Zhou Yi acted as if it was normal, naturally looking at Fong Nan through the front mirror. Nan, how much money can we earn from pure selling of goods on the live broadcast today? Fong Nan didn't think much about it. 50 or 60,000. Zhou Yi, 100. 000 pieces to earn 50. 000 or 60. 000. Why don't you do more? I see that many people have not grabbed. Seconds empty. Fan Nan off the cuff, I'd like to do more too. Not enough funds. She finished reacting and viciously gouged out Zhou Yi. He chatted about all this on purpose. Zhou Yi, it doesn't matter if you don't have enough money. Take your time. Don't let your body collapse because of making money. Auntie, do you see how haggard she is these days? She stays up most of the night at work every day, even all night, and can't be persuaded. Xia Danqing was heartbroken just seeing her daughter this time. It feels like I didn't wake up. It's hard to concentrate when you're talking, and you're so young and full of sickly beauty. Xia Danqing complained, don't be so tired. Our family is not short of money. Not early to tell you want money to find me. Mom, how much money have? You want money, mom will only be happy, she said as she began to rummage through her bag, shoving a stream of the 2 cards she carried inside to Fong Nan. There's $16 million in the state bank card for you to use first. The password is your birthday. The other one is a customized credit card for mom from China Bank. Feel free to swipe it. Mom will help you pay it back. The password is the same. If the cash is not enough, I'll go home and get it together for you. Fong Nan was both helpless and touched. While keeping her company, he looked for a chance to glare at Chouano again. She does seem quite haggard lately, but it has nothing to do with work at all. Blame it on a puppy that pesters her every day to keep her from getting a good night's sleep, and the fact that work is just starting out and there's a lot to do and often a need to get up very early in the morning. He's overdoing the nightly alarms and is able to sleep naturally. It's a wonder she doesn't pine away when she's living day to day like she's at war. After sending the reluctant Xia Danqing to her home, the first thing Fong Nan did when she got into the passenger seat was to go and twist Zhou Yi's thigh. Zhou Yi laughed and grabbed her small paw. Screw me for what? Fong Nan, you know what kind of person she is. Which pot is the wrong pot? Zhou Yi started the car. Heartache you. In order to earn some money to people to boil. That your own mother. Look at is really love you. Don't set up obstacles for yourself. The money to take money. The filial piety. The reasoning on reasoning. Fong Nan, I don't even want to break down those little thoughts of yours. Are you short of money? Your family is so rich that you don't go and ask for it, but you always hit on me. Zhou Yi, I really do not lack of money. Is afraid that you lack of money, lack of ordinary heart. Fong Nan's cheeks were like dipped in moonlight, and her smile was also like the bright moon. Wasn't it stimulated by Yu Huayan? Fearing that I would be smashed by his heart with money? Zhou Yi interrupts, you have found Anthan a while ago, show younger not? Dressing, the overall state of my future father-in-law, I'm afraid really dangerous. Fuanan threatened, give me more nonsense. Zhou Yi, she hung up that phone, have you noticed? Her face was particularly uncomfortable, and she didn't dare to answer it in front of us. Fong Nan, what's it got to do with you? Zhou Yi, I'm afraid of having more fathers-in-law. One is hard enough to handle. Fuanan was distressed by what he said. She had a hunch about that, too. But then, on second thought, the severance was done, and there was no need to worry too much about it. Fong Nan thought of thinking in happy, how do you with a hag like? Everyday gossip to go. The said not to say, today's dinner performance is good. I reward you 2 million tomorrow. Zhou Yi, you return my $1,100,000 on it. We do not involve the matter of money. Save the day to break up again, and then have to settle accounts. Fong Nan's heart thumped, quickly swallowed all her recent dissatisfaction into her stomach, and spoke in a smaller voice. What breakup? Did I not perform well? Can you not always mention the word breakup to me? Chono, I didn't say I wanted to break up. The fact that you mention it means you're thinking it. I'll take it back. I'm stupid. I'm not going to break up with a girlfriend like you. My Nan treats me so well that I'm worried you'll dump me. So I don't want to break up again. Besides, with you split, where to find another like you? Beautiful, sexy, gentle, well-behaved, hard-working, intelligent, clean. I'm ashamed of myself, and ask myself that I don't deserve you. Fong Nan had never been complimented by him so much. Her face started to heat up, and she squirmed and asked, do you really think so? Zhou Yi, it's true. I don't even know what good points I have. When I was a kid, every time before I got beaten up, my mom would come up with a line like, if I didn't see that you're good looking, I would have to beat you to death today. That's technically the only merit that was recognized by everyone in the family. Fuanan proved amused and lightly punched him on the arm. Zhou Yi, time is still early. Take you to the movies. Go home after watching and have a good sleep. You are a bit haggard lately. Fanan, which night didn't you tell me to get some rest and then? Zhou Yi, that's not all my fault. You, in order to facilitate me to sleep, even save pajamas. A moment to tease, a moment to stick, a moment to kiss, a moment to husband hugging. Who can stand? Fong Nan was enraged. I simply wanted to find you to be pampered. But you're thinking about yourself. You are better than me. I sleep a little farther. You have to put my arms back. I sleep by your arms, cannot even change the sleeping position. Every day difficult. Zhou Yi, separation, and so on, we have to fall one. Anyway, your company has more people. Security will not be a problem again. I go back to the Mission Hills villa to live. Fong Nan, don't. It's good to sleep under separate covers. Zhou Yi, I was thinking of going to Tianhe to see my aunt and my mom for a few days. How many days? Zhou Yi, how many days do I have to report to you? Fong Nan faintly voiced. Don't you go to see Nan Qingwan in the name of seeing elders. She is in Tianhe. What? Fong Nan busily said. Say hello to Aunt Nico and Aunt Yu for me, and I'll transfer you some money to buy gifts. Zhou Yi stopped the car in front of the theater and was about to go up when a number with the memo provincial city first brother called. It took him half a day to remember who this was. Zhang Zhan. Some years ago, I brought a few friends to the provincial city to participate in an internal car race. That will be Tong Jingji is to mess with him. Not Zhou Yi stopped. Tong Jingji was killed maybe. Zhou Yi and Zhang Zhan definitely can't talk about friendship. Just help Tong Jingji out, bring to make amends and apologize and make peace. The other party counted on giving him face. Thus Zhou Yi's impression of Zhang Zhan as a person was okay. It's a smart guy who's both unapologetically and politely smart. Chapter 135, Breaking Defense. Zhou Yi hesitated and answered. Cham. Zhang Zhan Langran laughed. I didn't expect you to remember me. Chono, impossible to forget. The champion competitor of the car race. Ha ha, don't think I can't see that a few of you are giving in to me. Chono politely chatted with him. Zhang Zhan, this man's family is not a small one. He was able to walk across the street in Forest City a few years ago, and his father took it a step further after that. It must be something that the other guy would call him about. He didn't take the initiative to say anything, and Zhou Yi didn't take the initiative to ask. He can't afford to mess with people like that. Zhang Zhanxian said, do you know Yu Huayan? A very good buddy of mine. Chono, I've heard of it. Zhang Zhan, he's quite interested in Fong Nan. I've come to ask for him if you're still together? Zhou Yi's gaze shifted slightly and his brain cleared. On the same page. Split up for a couple years. Just got back together. He's interesting at a bad time. Zhang Zhan, don't think too much when I ask this. Just in case it causes a misunderstanding. Since this is the case, I'll convey it truthfully. Right. I remember hearing from someone that you have a good relationship with Pei Xining. Do you have her contact information? Chono tried to deny it. Only a while ago he appeared in the camera with Pei Xining, and his face was coated, so those who are familiar with him don't know if they can recognize him. But the thought only turned slightly and said, when I was a child, the two families had a better relationship, but now it's no different from strangers. I'll ask around for you and contact Zhan again as soon as possible. Zhang Zhan, I'm looking for Pei Xining because I have a friend who wants to ask her for an endorsement. Chono was half convinced. Zhang Zhan turned and laughed again, as if flirting. Even the prettiest women are tired of it in the past few years. Share. Give Yu Huayan a chance. That dude is quite interesting. Zhou Yi, did Zhen say this? Or did he deliver the message for Yu Huayan? Just kidding. I'm almost at Forest City here. Come out for a drink. Zhou Yi, I'm not in Linchang. Zhen stayed for 2 more days. I'll soon be done with the matter at hand. He slowly let go of the phone and pressed hang up. Fang Nan listened plausibly and asked him busily. Whose call is it? What's wrong? Zhou Yi met her ebony, soulful eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Ordinary friends. It's fine. Fan Nan, why do I seem to hear my name? How could Zhou Yi still be in the mood to watch a movie? Get out of the car and lead her on a stroll through the night. Fang Nan sensed something and silently remained silent for the time being. He obviously wasn't right after he took that call. The night is quiet. The theater was bustling with activity, and the street in front of it was sparse. The further you go down the back streets, the fewer people there are. The walk led to a street that was well known in Forest City. At the end of the line of sight was the infinite sea, and the wind was much stronger. Zhou Yi sensed that she was a little cold, stood still, took a slightly loose t-shirt and put someone in it. Close, wrapped his arms around. Fang Nan was a dozen centimeters shorter than him, and it was with great effort that she managed to get through the collar and hang around his neck. Zhou Yi saw her tiptoeing hard, so he simply hugged and let her sit on the armrests that surrounded the sea, as a way to maintain consistency in height. Fang Nan still wrapped her arms around him and gently bit the tip of his ear. Tell me something. Zhou Yi can also touch her ear. Someone has a crush on you. Looking for me to find out if you are single. That Yu Huayan who swiped gifts for you. Sensibly. I should have hid as far away as I could and surrendered my girlfriend to keep the peace. Fang Nan's heart skipped a beat. Why? Calling me this person can be friends with Yu Huayan means Yu Huayan is in the same class as him. Fuanan was speechless. Zhou Yi laughed. I finally understand the reason why my mom won't let me find a girl who is too pretty. Pretty is pretty, and so famous. Fan Nan, I'm going to blackball him. Seeing her flip her cell phone, Zhou Yi just said, don't be nervous, it's just a chat. If I'm the kind of person who retreats in fear because of one word from someone else, you wouldn't have fallen in love with me. Fang Nan hugged even tighter. My husband actually has a lot of advantages. He's the most perfect man in my heart. Zhou Yi, I was going to go to Tianhe, but I ran into these 2 ghosts in Linchang. I don't worry about you. I don't dare to go anywhere. This person is easy to think of things in a bad way. You don't have to be like me. Maybe Yu Huayan knows that you have a boyfriend. Immediately out of mind. Fan Nan, what have you been thinking about? Zhou Yi sniffed the fragrance of her hair that danced with it in the sea breeze, and picked up her wrist to touch the beads that she had begged the abbot for last time. Really unlucky. Looking for the master of the bad luck are not suppressed. I'm also unlucky. The more I want to live a practical life the less practical it is. Fang Nan, what exactly is Yu Huayan's origin? Zhou Yi, his father should be Yu Qingfeng. Where's the guy you were on the phone with? Zhang Mingyang's second son. Fang Nan, then do you know who your aunt is? And what's the origin of the leader who fired my uncle last time? Chono looked at her. Fang Nan, Aunt Yu is the chairman of Point Capital. Chairman? Fang Nan, or the founder? Otherwise where did she get the right to block a bunch of accounts just by saying so? And those public opinions that can't be suppressed no matter how much they're suppressed are most likely also hers. Zhou Yi froze halfway. How do you know? Fan Nan, the whole world knows. Only you don't. Chono pressed against her forehead. Late and silent. The world is too unreal. Thought he was poor when her mom had money. Don't know how much. Thought he was lucky. When he was in trouble, it was all someone who was helping him. Thought his aunt was an ordinary leader, as she said, but it turned out to be the biggest leader. He is afraid of Zhang Zhan and Yu Qingfeng kind of people because even if dad is alive, Zhou Yi have to let a few points. He was aware of the means by which these people did their work and the power of speech they held. Anger just rising. Extinguished. Bitter laughter. How unsettling one is to one's mom to be so well-intentioned. Fang Nan, I hid it from you because I was afraid that you would think that I was falling back on you because of Aunt Yu. She is the chairman of the board of directors, and she doesn't even look at people of Yen Wenlong's level. You don't have to be afraid of anyone or think too much. Right. Sorry for getting you into trouble again. Hubby, why don't we get married? I'll quit the internet and stop showing my face. Let's keep a low profile and live a good life. Seeing that he should not go off on a tangent, Fan Nan was mortified. Did you hear what I said? Chono, what? When Fang Nan saw that he was visually clueless, her anger came up. Whenever we talk about marriage, we play dead. She wasn't going to let him off the hook. I said I want to marry you. Zhou Yi, first to spread the bad luck before the probationary period. There are so many things. Fan Nan struggled, got out of his clothes, and turned away with broken defense. Everyone else is a man proposing. To her it backfired. Often begged, often rejected. Can't stand this scumbag for a second. meet with others a few times to talk about marriage. She's been with him for how many years, and she's deliberately dragging her down. Chapter 136, Love. Shouno didn't coax her, lights a cigarette and follows her. Joye's mood was also hard to lift up in the uncertain starlight. Rather, he was not afraid of people like Yu Qingfeng. Fong Nan didn't give the other side a chance. The other side didn't go so far as to rob them openly. It's quite embarrassing, and there's a possibility that it might cause trouble and break the career in life that has been stabilized so easily. He kept a dozen paces away from Fan Nan and dialed his aunt. Hearing Zhou Qingyu's name when he got through, Zhou Nu's heart was much more tranquil. Since childhood she has been his biggest backer, more reliable than mom and dad and grandparents. Zhou Yi has done all the bad things. She understands the normal, set up a very casual, out of the advice by the way education. Zhou Yi, you're the chairman of Point Gold. Ha, Zhou Qingyu dumped. Your mom does not let directly tell you, but aunt implied enough to understand. Your own stupid, did not realize. Zhou Yi, do you have much power in the company? Zhou Qingyu, in general, what I say is what I say. Point of Gold is my hand. The rest of the shareholders' contributors are sitting ducks. Put it this way, I don't have the absolute power to point anywhere. I only have the ability to paralyze the company at any time. Shouno, do you have a lot of money? Are you short of money? Tell auntie the amount, and I'll have someone call you in the morning. I don't know how to open my mouth if I don't know how much money you have. Zhou Qingyu laughed. Your money is your money. Aunt's money is also your money. The left pocket to the right pocket of the matter. The lack of how much to say chanting. There I will give. Cannot afford to give not to give. Sonny, auntie is 45 years old now. I'm sure I won't want another child, and even if I adopt one in the future, it won't be comparable to the position you hold in my heart. Don't laugh at me. In fact, all the motivation of the aunt these years is to go home. Want to let your father know that he is not as good as me. More interesting things, no fun at all. Auntie is not a white-eyed wolf. Your grandparents gave me so much love as a lone child, and your parents were so good to me. I just don't want to admit it. I'm just being tough. I don't have anything else in mind right now. You can do whatever you want and play whenever you want. How many years are there in life? Auntie is willing to help you hold on for a few more years, in exchange for a few more years of relaxation. This is the meaning of the existence of elders. Otherwise, what do you call elders? And how are you qualified to let you call me auntie for the rest of your life? Your grandparents also think so? Closed the eyes of the most concerned about you. Repeatedly urged me. Said your father character cannot be relied upon. Your mother is too soft-hearted. Afraid of others to bully you. Afraid of you suffer. Is there something wrong with calling your aunt all of a sudden? Shouno had no way to express it. Raising his hand, he wiped his eyes, which continued to heat up. Compared to the elders of the family, he seems to be the most heartless. Everyone cares about him. He's pretty much forgotten everyone. It took Joey a long time to regain his ability to speak. Auntie, rest early. I'll visit you in the next few days. Zhou Chengyu understood him. Just said, no matter what you encounter, do what you should do. Even if you poke a hole in the sky, auntie will die for you first, and help you drag the other party's whole family before you die. Send my aunt a card number. I will have someone transfer some money to you tomorrow. Your mom said your business is doing well, and you definitely don't have enough money for the development period. Chouno promised. Hang up and send the card number. Fuanan's footsteps slowed as he walked. Turn back first, then turn back. With a cold face, he waited for Zhou Yi, who had just hung up the phone. Fong Nan's mood was suffocating and annoying to the extreme. The man didn't even coax her, as if her anger couldn't have any effect on him. Of course she was used to it. Get used to it over 3 years. After this bout of getting along with the ups and downs, Zhou Yi was relatively much better to her, and she had forgotten all about his original character. Fong Nan's mind swirled with what would be appropriate to say, and as he was about to say it, his heart was stabbed. His eyes were red. People are around, trance-like and distant as if they were in the sky, haughty and fragile. Fong Nan's voice was lighter. Any relationship that doesn't aim for marriage is a rascal. Zhou Yi was dragged back to reality by her words. This was said decades ago. What era is this? What era is this? Nowadays, flash marriages and divorces are as easy as eating. It's only when you say you're going to get married that you're likely to be a hooligan. Fong Nan was just heartbroken by his state, followed by angry heart-tip pain. If you love me, it's impossible that you don't want to marry me. That means you love me? You love me and you presume to sway me. Dream on. Fong Nan, then who can influence you? Sister Xining or someone else? Or no one? Zhou Yi, you don't catch the language here to the moral high ground. We have just been reunited. If you replace the contract with a marriage certificate for me to sign, I'm sure to sign more easily. Why does it have to be a contract and not a marriage license? This shows that the love in your mouth is also just a sword. Narrow-minded can't. Don't be so nosy, go back to the office and rest. Fong Nan saw him get into the passenger side first and stayed standing in front of the car for half a day. If you don't coax her, It's just that you don't even help drive the car. Knowing that his Aunt Jo Chingyu is the chairman of the board of directors of Dim Sum, he's so quick to set a precedent? In the future, will he not fall into the whirlpool of 3 years ago? Like a fish, not out of the lack of oxygen, out of the sun to die. Thinking about it shouldn't have much to do with it. Joyi, this person grew up in the rich and noble nest. He really does not pose. I'm afraid it's a little more likely that the character will be activated. Fuanan grunted and got in the car and drove. Chouno rested his head on the window and observed the night. The car traveled and the scenery passed. Memories also flashed through his mind in rapid succession. Fan Nan, hey. Chouno turned his eyes. Who called hello? Fong Nan really couldn't call out for her husband. If she had a higher force level, she would have wanted to take someone down and beat them up before she said anything. She really doesn't blame her for abusing Chouno a while back. It's only a problem if you don't want to abuse. Fong Nan repeatedly comforted the little devil in her heart. Husband. Call brother. Fan Nan, who are you just talking to on the phone again? Joyi, I asked for confirmation of my aunt in the end. How much leadership? Do things well, a little bit of proportion? Fan Nan, how is she treating you anyway? Joyi, same as my mom. Different thoughts and personality. Is she afraid of you, Qingfeng and the others? Chouno, she's afraid of other people's whole families. Not one person. What do you mean? You concentrate on driving. You're not supposed to be very good at it. Brake, steer, look in the rearview mirror. Fuanan was distracted by the disturbance. Considering that this goods racing are playing very skillful, for the general people car skills have never looked down on. Barrett, Chapter 137, Love and No Love. Back to the factory. Fuanan waited for him to wash up before going to the bathroom. The change was a very sexy nightgown. The kind of halter where the skirt covers the hips and half covers the breasts is as thin as a cicada. Fong Nan was confident in her figure and skin appearance. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped out, someone's gaze was directed toward her. Fong Nan regarded as if not see. Passing by him to take the hand also covered the chest. Self-consciously go to blow out the hair to find a summer cool quilt thrown on him. Share the quilt. I still have to get up early tomorrow for a meeting. The work will be very busy in the next few days. Chouno, did you forget what you promised me today? Fong Nan turned off the light, her face burning. I didn't promise you. Instead you promised to let me rest early. Seeing her back to him, Chouno curled up without moving. It's not good to interfere. Dim your cell phone light and swipe the video silently. Heavy Rain Media has now added several new accounts. Tree hole numbers, reading numbers, current events, philosophy, 7 or 8 numbers at a time. Several are doing well. Was watching and thinking. Someone on WeChat sent a message. Sorry, said some big shot was asking about him today. It's no surprise that she's well informed. Su Shiren was originally one of the top few figures in Lin City. Joyi guesses it's Yu Huayan investigating him. This person, even though he knows that Fong Nan has a boyfriend, like he hasn't died yet, inquiring about what? If you have a background, you do it the way you have a background? If you don't have a background, you just step on it? He casually texted back. You've tipped me off a couple times here. I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. Suli, I've been waiting for you for half a month for this meal. I'll be sure and pick you up in person tomorrow. Fong Nan turned around. Your cell phone light is too bright. Dim it a little. Okay. See him casually flip the screen of his cell phone. Fong Nan's heart was like being scratched by a cat. Chatting with whom? Chouno, friend. Who? Sorry. Fong Nan, she insulted Uncle Zhou in front of so many people and you still have contact with her? You've set me up and I'm not still sleeping in the same bed with you. Things don't just look at the surface. What was the conversation about? What do you care? Sleep your sleep. Fan Nan lifted the covers off of him and got in. Leaning into him, let's see. Chouno smoothly wrapped his arms around her. She took her slender white fingers and traced the screen as he watched her. Her skin was white and clear in the cell phone light. The hair smells good and refreshing. Joyi pasted her pretty face. Or else, don't play with your cell phone. Go to sleep. Oh, I'll go back to my comforter. Joyi trapped the semi-reserved person and gently dipped her red lips. Fong Nan is losing face today. Mention of marriage was refused. The tantrum was not coaxed. The car as a driver was also stabbed by him in a nonchalant way. She figured that going back to her nest would probably end in a long night alone, and didn't want to leave. At night if you have to choose between tiredness and loneliness you have to choose one. Pick 10,000 times and she picks tired. Plus she's a person of her word. Unlike him, who ghost talks. She promised to let him collect his debt today. Then you won't go back on your word. Where's the stuff you bought? She found her breath, her dark little face like a haze, and spoke in a serious manner. Chouno owed it to himself to open the bedside drawer. Early the next morning, if it wasn't for the alarm clock Fuanan wouldn't have woken up at all. It took her a few moments to open her bleary eyes and get a good look at him, who was still asleep a few centimeters away. Clenching her small fists, Fong Nan made a gesture to hit. Approaching, he rubbed only gently on his face. dragging his body to lift the covers and get out of bed. The man's got a mouth on him. Actual conscientiousness. She thought last night how much she was going to suffer for buying that pile of stuff. He let her off lightly. Well, only wonderful, not torturous. Fuanan felt that he liked her, and his feelings on such matters were a factor. He wasn't going to give her the illusion that she was being used as a tool by him and would be concerned about her. Change into simple work clothes. Fang Nan bent down and kissed Zhou Yi on the lips, pulling herself together and walking out of the room. Her 3 years in business have taught her to take chances when she has them. If you can't catch it, it's fleeting, and it's hard to wait any longer. Now is the opportunity. The account is hot and has to be accelerated to get the company's reputation up. After working for a while, it was almost noon. Received a message from Joey said that his company has something to do. First step, not a piece of dinner. When Fang Nan returned to the office, the person was already gone. Chen Xiao knocked on the door and walked in at this time with a midday meal. Nan, things are arranged. The extra fabric the other side will be sent here first thing in the morning, and the additional machines will be here tomorrow. Fang Nan, recruitment of general workers is not urgent. I see that there are small processing factories in the neighborhood that want to do something, and appropriately share the workload with them. In the early stage, we have enough 200 to 300 people. The next live broadcast is scheduled for a week from now, so let's try to catch up this week and rush out the newly designed styles. Chen Xiao nodded his head and glanced around. Where is the eldest young master? You also said that he is the young master. Where to go is our status as maids qualified to interfere? Chen Xiola, why is it that when you mention the eldest young master, you're like a whiny woman, around people and obedient, do not dare to make a move, so strange are you. Fang Nan, although you are my partner, you only have 10% of the shares. Watch what you say, she reprimanded, but in reality, she kinda wanted to talk to Chen Xiao about this. Chen Xiao, a man with rich emotional experience, is still a psychological professional. She and Zhou Yi have been getting along so well for a while now, and Chen Xiao deserves credit for that. Fang Nan accompanied her to open the lunchbox and said casually, I approached him last night to propose, and was rejected without any room for maneuver, not even a euphemism. Chen Xiao, is something he can do out. He this person how to say? I think it is the kind of quite open character. Love who cannot compare to love themselves, love the obvious, not even cover up. The concept of love actual and realistic, should be too many girls to hold out of the way he loves who, about is to think than to other girls better. In his eyes is love. You also said that he talks to people who don't move for 10 days and a half months before they're done, and only talks to you for the longest time. Why does he reject marrying me? A couple of possibilities. The first is fear, the second is not liking it enough, and the third is not loving it enough to give up the forest for you. Fang Nan, just scum, afraid to take responsibility. Chen Xiao, scum you like, so what's the solution? Fang Nan is a little bitter and annoyed. His neighbor's sister guesses that if he hooks his finger, he'll have to rush up to get a license with someone. People are more angry than people, and they can't even be jealous. Chen Xiao couldn't believe it. Can there be a girl who is prettier and better than you? Fan Nan, I'm not really sure if he likes her or not, just as I'm not sure if he likes me either. Ugh. Chen Xiao did not urge for division, nor was it good to urge for peace. As an outsider, she saw it, and Fan Nan was nearly all over him. She just couldn't see what Zhou Yi meant to Fuanan. Love doesn't look like love, and it doesn't look like love. It's made the expert in her self-absorbed. Fang Nan, eat, and then you have to get busy with your work. You have a saying that's right. The more halos you have, the less you worry about being loved. It's useless to think about anything else. Chapter 138 Guests. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. After the busy Fanam came back to her senses, she wanted to call Zhou Yi for a piece of dinner. Resist the urge. She's been in a state of mind lately where she's almost back to 3 years ago. Got to refrain. For a change, Fang Nan turned to contact his mom, ready to join her. She's got so much money, she should do her filial duty. As for Choono, I can't control it, so I'm just worried about it. She went back to wash off her hectic breath and changed into casual clothes that were on the sporty side. Pulling back her long hair, she greeted Chen Xiao and went to fetch the car. It was only when the car left the doorway that Fuanan noticed something was wrong. A black, luxurious sports car parked on the side of the road in a pile of 100,000 or so cars. Extremely eye-catching. Many employees were quietly videotaping and discussing it at the end of their shift. Fan Nan doesn't pay much attention to sports cars and doesn't know much about any of the brands. The heart is curious between guesses. The location of the plant is not deserted, but it is certainly quite deserted. Not many of the company's customers can afford this car. Who is it? It was at this moment that the door of the car rose, and a man wearing a stylish denim-heeled casual tee stepped down from the car, waving his hand at Chen Xiao who was driving. Fuanan noticed that there was another person on the passenger side of the sports car, who could not be seen very clearly. Just note that the man stopping the car is about 1.75 meters tall, wearing an earring in his left ear, short hair, and his arms are fast tattooed into flower arms. The man is very spry and sharp, very handsome, with a wild gangly air about him, and the man is especially unique. Chen Xiao subconsciously stopped the car and witnessed the other party approaching. It's Yu Huayan. In addition to not being as tall as in the video, the look is much more distinguished. Fong Nan frowned without a trace, but the other party had already arrived at the window, associating the identity of Yu Huayan in Zhou Ye's mouth. She lowered the window, her eyes suspiciously polite. It's still dark. Yu Huayan could see clearly through the window, a few feet or so away, and that natural whiteness of the opposite sex made an intuitive impact on the eyes. Bright-eyed and white-toothed, with features so beautiful that she hardly dared to look at them, Yu Huayan has been exposed to countless women. In reality, how beautiful it is online is greatly diminished when you see it. Fan Nan is totally anti. It's beautiful enough in the video. The overall kind of look and feel isn't quite there yet. Yu Huayan suppressed his heartbeat, but spoke politely and decently. MS. Fong has pulled the plug on me. I can't get through on the phone. Fong Nan, it's you? Forgot to make a note. Thought it was an advertisement call. Yu Huayan was unconcerned, his voice still gentle and polite. Then can I treat Miss Fong to dinner? Or maybe I'll rub up against you for a meal. There's really something about work I want to talk to you about. For the sake of me losing more than $4 million, give it a chance. Fong Nan lifted her wrist and was equally polite. Can you do it some other time? I have a client appointment tonight. Yu Huayan, then add a WeChat. It's easier to communicate in the cell phone. Reach for the stars. Fong Nan hesitated and found the WeChat business card. When Yu Huayan finished scanning, she closed the window and let Chen Xiao drive away. The car drove a long way away as she pondered whether or not to go through with the friend request. Some of them, it's okay if you don't want to get acquainted. You have to save face. That's the reality. So, she chose to pass anyway. Chen Xiao, how did this person find his way here? He's quite handsome, and he looks like he has good qualities and cultivation. Fong Nan, he's a lot wilder than Zhou Yi, and he's had a lot of girlfriends. The only difference is that they have different styles of picking up girls. Zhou Yi has a bright enough body, so moths take the initiative to jump on him. Yu Huayan is a network beauty pageant. Initiative. Do not pretend to have the quality of cultivation. How to pick up. The more this kind of surface polite person, the more careful you have to be. Chen Xiao, this is looking at you? Fan Nan, I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Chen Xiao, I heard that he's Yu Qingfeng's son. If that's true, this is a true crown prince. Fong Nan was secretly annoyed. The bigger they come, the more trouble they get. I'm afraid I'll get Zhou Yi into trouble. Chouno kept saying she was unlucky. Fan Nan was looking at it exactly the opposite of what he was looking at, and he was the one who was really unlucky. For whatever reason, he's the one who got arrested. He's the one who got into a fight with someone, and he's the one who got cut off on the road by someone he just recently helped. She still had to worry about him, otherwise she didn't care where Yu Huayan came from. As Zhou Yi said, in broad daylight, he wouldn't dare to rob by force? Other external forces she is not afraid of, not worried about. The big deal is to get off the grid and not do business. Grandpa is at least retired from the province. As long as she doesn't give it a chance, no one else can have a chance. Plus, she changed to a taller shoe. Yu Huayan might not even be as tall as her. It's a good-looking guy, but it's all about who you're comparing it to. Anyway, compared to Zhou Yi, he couldn't even lift a shoe. Chen Xiao was a bit envious. Your peach blossom luck is strong enough, and it's also full of this kind of luxurious male children. Fong Nan, I had even more peach blossom luck in Tianhe. Yan Ximin couldn't wait to pack me up and sell me to the person she was kneeling to please. Seeing that I didn't buy into it, placing a lousy person like Yang Ge by my side, I'm terrified even thinking about it now. I'm fortunate that I'm the one who always kept my distance and vigilance from him. Yeah, what's the deal with Django? Attempted crime, criminal case filed. You don't look at my family Zhou Yi all day hanging around. Heart can be fine. He went so far as to see that Yang Ge did not have good intentions, and deliberately provoked people to be irrational. Count him lucky. That wrench did not smash him to death. He is very good in this regard. With him and a piece of security, nothing to be afraid of. All the trouble dare to accompany a piece of trouble. Chen Xiao was used to this state of hers. The summary is that the brain has stopped spinning and is stuck in some kind of emotion. Although Chen Xiao felt that she was a bit of a love brain, but combined with her experience it was just too understandable. The most desperate time is saved by a long-time crush. Rich, talented and super M. She doesn't want the world anymore, so he'll be the first person in her world. Chen Xiaodan patted her leg and reminded, don't take people too seriously. People's uncertainty is the greatest. Try to be as fluid as possible in any relationship. Fan Nan, I don't value him. It's not like I just got the guy back and catered to him for a while. Chen Xiao was speechless and let her point the way. Yu Huayan returned to the car, his mind still full of that bright moonlike shadow. That close, The other man's skin was so good that it surprised him. Zhang Zhan has a slightly round face, a well-proportioned body, and looks only 26 or 27 years old. Well, told you it wasn't a sight for sore eyes. Yu Huayan, have you inquired about Zhou Yi? Zhang Zhan, find the city bureau of Sushan asked. Planted that big man really with Zhou Yi a little relationship? This is not important. The important thing is not to cause trouble. No one dare to mess with you. Yu Huayan, are you sure he's poor? Apart from his inscrutable background, money-wise I'm sure he's a pauper. Think about it. The old man has jumped off a building and his family hasn't emigrated. How many pennies can he have left? The face that just appeared over and over again in Yu Huayan's mind like a demon. Don't you know Zhou Yi? Can you make a date and make friends? Zhang Zhan, this kid's character is a bit evil. That time we met. Besides me, there are also Fan Yong, Kuei and other people. You also know what kind of morality they are. Simply did not put anyone in the eyes of Lin Chang. It should be said that no one dares to go out this face easily. Zhou Yi found us that night. The swords were drawn, and it turned out that a Kuei still admired him. This kind of person you really don't come hard with him. Bankruptcy is not bankruptcy. I guess he will not be afraid of things. Yu Huayan, where were you thinking? Just making a friend. I'll meet young Master Zhou by the way and ask for advice on how to pick up girls. In this regard, it's impossible not to be jealous. You don't need to ask for advice if you're going to look as good as he does when men look at you. Zhang Zhan flirted and picked up his cell phone. Chapter 139, The Loneliness of the Pouring Pots. Zhou Yi was in front of the city hall when he received the call. He had said that he would treat Su Li to dinner today to return a recent favor. More dealings, more convenience given, is owed to others. He's in a pretty good mood today. Shortly after opening his eyes in the morning, a small goal arrived in his card. His aunt said she'd give him the money last night, and she really did. And if I hadn't counted it several times, I'd have thought I'd misread it. Zhou Yi family has money, but from childhood to elders to pocket money are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands mostly. If you want more than $1 million, you have to find an excuse to ask for this, and then find an excuse to ask for that. Mom was especially mean to him. The 35 million wouldn't have been so generous if it wasn't for the fact that he was going to do something. The right thing. $1 billion. Chono was nearly crushed in his ambition to lie down by this money from his aunt. He was wondering what kind of a rich woman this strange person of his aunt was. Pocket money to the tune of $100 million. This $100 million in cash is even the net profit of many listed companies for a whole year. He also tweeted him not to be too little, explaining that cash flow was tight. Also let him hide her mom. Do not let know. Chono messaged back then. The appellation omits the word aunt from aunt. He would be wearing a relatively thin black cycling clothes, because the mood is good. Nothing in the afternoon. Riding a motorcycle to follow the group of motorcycle friends out of the countryside ride has just returned. Removing his helmet, Zhou Yi's face sunk slightly when he heard the other party speak. Zhang Zhan went to Fong Nan's company with Yu Huayan and asked if he had come back from the field and wanted to invite him to dinner. Zhou Yi does not want to contact with the two men, and had to contact to see what drugs are sold in the gourd. Seeing that Su Li had already changed her clothes and came out of the bureau, Zhou Yi agreed to make the appointment a little later and hung up to look at her. Su Li the woman looks very good. Features stretch comfortable. Easy to be the kind of face type that sports students like. Except for talking without thinking. Except for dry spots. Count on sex. Putting aside her flaws to see them. It's all good. And you can get along anyway. Today she wore a pair of tight blue jeans that made her legs look long and well proportioned. Casual gray t-shirt with a bulging chest. Chuno's gaze settled on her chest. If he didn't know how old she was, he almost thought she was a secondary development. Su Li was carrying her bag, and she almost wouldn't be able to walk by the way he was looking at her. She blushed a thin shade of red and shamed. What are you looking at? Zhou Yi, it's not like I haven't seen it before. What's so shy about it? Su Li was lured into the most unpleasant memories by his words. She was obsessed with Chono at that time, trying to find a way to get closer. Seeing that he was drunk, volunteering to take him to the hotel, she took the initiative to take off all her clothes almost to stick him. He came to say that he could not bear to touch the woman whose breasts were not as big as his, and rolled over and went to sleep with his drink. Though it's something said while drunk and not sober, but Su Li heard it was no less than inserting numerous knives in his heart. She was so angry that she took bed photos on the spot and sent them to Fong Nan, and after that she slowly cut ties with Zhou Yi. If she hadn't always held her tongue, why would she have slipped up and spoken nonsense against him at the time of the party? Pissed off is pissed off. It was a few years ago. The distance of being alone went away in a flash with one of his unqualified flirtations. Suri slapped him on the back. Hard. Zhou Yi, you decide what you want to eat. Fondue. Old fondue. Okay, you drive yourself or take my car. I don't have a helmet. Chono understood. Sweeping the police motorcycle, take one of those. Suri obeyed and went over to fetch it. Sitting on the back of the locomotive, she tried to bend over and grab the armrest. Uncomfortable. She simply wrapped her arms around Chuno's waist. Zhou lowered his eyes to look at her crossed fingers. Did not say anything? Put the helmet also put on to drive away. Suli didn't need to look to know that the turnover rate on the road must be 100%. The car is handsome. A motorcycle can be worth the price of Mercedes-E. Motorcycle clothes are handsome. A helmet is tens of thousands of dollars. Suli quietly wrapped her arms around it. Something touched her, like going back a few years. In her youth, she racked her brain for ways to get Zhou Yi to give her a ride. Enjoy sitting in the back of his car, feeling that she is the world's most beautiful girl. Driving her is the first son of Lin City. Harvest is countless, she thought of envy. Unfortunately, he looks scummy and changes girlfriends hard, but the relationship period is just one-on-one. Very principled. Break up and look again. Suli for this reason wanted countless ways to Fong Nan to drive away. When Fong Nan in her eyes in addition to the appearance, half cannot match Zhou Yi. Instead, the woman is stalking Zhou Yi, and Zhou Yi still cares about the other side. The locomotive pulled up in front of an alleyway, less conspicuous hot pot restaurant. Zhou Yi took off his biker suit and put it away with his helmet, and led Suli into the room. With the season, the unusually full business wasn't doing so well, with very few customers. Suli took the menu and ordered, "Some wine? Zhou Yi, you can't call a chauffeur for this stuff. You drink. I'll accompany you with drinks." "Sully, yes, or I can get someone to drive it for you to wherever you want to park it, and we'll take a cab after we drink." "Zhou Yi, you're the guest. You're in charge. Just drink." Suli laughed, opened a beer and handed a bottle to Zhou Yi. "Do not care whether the dishes come or not. Let's clink a bottle first. After drinking, we will laugh off our grudges and never mention the past again." 260 milliliter bottle. Zhou Yi touched him. "What was there once upon a time that you're not even allowed to mention? Don't you give me any hooliganism." "Zhou Yi, how did you pass the civil service exam?" "Suli, that is of course the result of hard work. You are not unaware of our system here. It is impossible to play favorites and release water." Casually chatting, Suli turned her head to the front desk boss lady and said, "Auntie Chen, put on some music." "Okay." Suli organized his hair, poured the wine into a glass and drank. After a bottle, listening to the song, "Have a little feeling. I found that I no matter when I see you are easy to get sick. How to do can't you give me a chance? I'm a good friend of mine, but I'm not a good friend of mine, so I'm not going to tell you. I am at least a flower of our bureau. How many people chasing me?" "Zhou Yi, okay, I'll chase you after we split up. Are you hard to chase?" "Suli, hook the finger is okay. If you chase, white moonlight the first time I saw it stabbed my heart jumping. I think my father's promotion is too slow. The position is a little higher. Why also with your marriage engagement, the person in advance to set." "Chono, I'll drink one more to apologize. That'll look like an asshole. And you don't keep remembering. It's time to forget." Suli examined. People suffer a little frustration seems to be good. Look not as wild as before. "Zhou Yi, are with the time to go well? There is a stage like music. There is a stage like motorcycle. There is a stage and like racing. Think about some embarrassing things. Want to find a place to bury their own." "Sorry, I buried myself a long time ago, since the time you insulted me." "Zhou Yi, you are a good hand at shirking responsibility. No matter what, you can't take pictures and pass them on to my girlfriend. She's all over you, me, and this. You deserve it." Zhou Yi smiled. "You said a big shot inquired about me. What's the origin? What did your father say? How he knew the world? Fearing that people were coming after you and blowing you out of the water. As for the other side, my dad didn't go into detail with me, but in any case, it must have been awesome. Zhou Yi asked me to meet in the evening. I promised, and you have to go over after dinner. There is no hurry. Eat slowly. Accompanying them is not as important as accompanying you." Suli bristled, not taking the ghost story seriously. "Fong Nan caused you so much trouble a few times, and you forgave him? Zhou Yi, if your father did anything wrong, will you forgive him?" "Suri, what a Thai example to give. The reasoning is the same. My own little girlfriend, and not on purpose. Talk about forgiveness or not," Shouno said, slightly stunned. It was one of Huanan's favorite songs that came on in the store. Shouno passively listens to it a lot and quite likes it. The long, faint song is more engaging than the hot pot on the table. "It was you who gave me an umbrella to hold up the loneliness that poured and spilled." Shouno looked at his cell phone. The girl hasn't looked for him all afternoon. These days she has nothing to send messages to harass him after work. A moment to ask where. A moment to eat what. A moment to go where after work. A moment to sell cute and pampered. Together they can all initiate dozens or hundreds of tweets a day. Chapter 140 Coastline. Suli raised her eyes and looked at him over the rising mist from the hot pot. Ordinary black tea. Seems to be that what little wild man t-shirt sold in Fong Nan's company. Cheap clothes to his body are like high-fashion luxury models. His features are like carvings, and his eyes seem to have stars, deep and affectionate. The man is quite a contrasting character. Without touching it, it looks distant and too superior in appearance. Once we touched and talked, it was easy to get close. Extremely special contrasts. That's a song I remember Fan Nan loving. Jo Yi, diva song, probably impressed by the lyrics. Growing up, no one has ever helped her hold a complete umbrella to block all the despondency and loneliness. And the tune is not bad, right? Suri, what kind of feeling do you have for her? Chono, don't you have feelings for her? Suli Frank, jealousy, so poor. Skin figure is so good, long and beautiful, by the school countless men miss. Thought she is pretentious, love to play White Lotus. Now look should be her character. Lonely and inferiority complex. Jo Yi, indeed lonely and proud. By life forced to that point also did not compromise. Would rather die than playthings? Not to respond to the school outside the school of those rich second generation of entanglement. If she followed someone else back then, maybe someone else will be better for her than me. Suli, but she preferred you who do not like, and you look up to their quality. The circle of people like you so in love single to single, has been rare. Chono, that's because the circle is too dirty. Suri, you're not a cop. You haven't seen all kinds of weird people. Jo Yi, right, I almost forgot something. Do you know any police comrades in the provincial capital? Yu Zhang wants to interview someone, so you can arrange it for him. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll give you $50,000. Suli's already large eyes opened even wider. I thought you really out of moving me to help you ventilate to invite me to dinner. Originally to find me to help again. Jo Yi, help or not? Suli, I don't want money. I'll help with the favor. Just hope you do something next time. Let me invest some money. I want to make money. The salary is not enough. Always looking for my mom to ask. Jo Yi, okay, it just so happens that I plan to make a hospital in Tianhe City. I share one share. You and Guanya share one share. Today with her in advance. Her money I first advance her out. If you are interested, go find her to discuss. Tianhe City? How much would it cost? This local one has invested more than $20 million, and has not yet added an obstetrics department. Not perfect. In Tianhe, a conservative estimate would be $70 to $80 million. Then you also help me advance out. Where can I get more than $10 million to go? Don't cry poor. Your mom's company has been open for decades. It's not difficult for her to take it out at all. You're too biased. Jo Yi, cut the crap. If you want to join the gang, go convince Guan Yao. I'll call her right now. Suli was afraid that Jo Yi would back out, and he busily started dialing the number. She was too eye-catching for Guan Yao. Not only is that monthly center doing well, it's almost like picking up money. Charges around $500,000 a cycle. Only for local celebrities and tycoons. Suli went to visit once, a typical women's hospital, focusing on privacy. Doctors and nurses are all women. Business is purely based on contacts, service, environment, level of support. Business can be good here, and it's definitely more promising in Tianhe. There are so many more rich celebrities over there than in Forest City. Jo Yi dares to do it over there. There must be a doorway. Without a doorway, he has Big Rain Media under his hand. Marketing must be very easy to do. Eat until about 9 o'clock. Jo Yi put the motorcycle keys to Suli. Friend explained to let the first parked in the city council car park. Taxi first sent Suli home after a person to go to the coastline bar with Zhang Zhan appointment. After Jiang's family was cascaded for an alleged crime. The fanciest bar in Forest City, Manga City, is also closed. That's all that's left to go to. On the way, Jo Yi sent Fong Nan a message. I'll be back later. Fong Nan, today my mom wants to stay with me when she sees that you're not here. So you can go back to Guanlan Villa. Jo Yi had the illusion of being disliked. Thinking about it didn't offend her. The marriage, and the fact that she was willing to fool around with him that night meant that she wasn't angry either. Too lazy to figure it out more. Chono had the driver stop at the side of the road and walked into the shoreline. After 9 o'clock, it's not even the stage where the clientele is at its peak, but probably without competitors. The crowd was already large, full of sci-fi. In the DJ lights, a spaceship is suspended in the air, above which a woman with an extremely slender figure dances to control the whole scene. Posture realistic look, belongs to the upper. Then many stars offline state are much better. It's quite familiar. I think it's an Edison too. I've swiped it unintentionally. In the age of self-publishing, many of the leaders in the entertainment industry are not delaying the offline and online piece of development. Jo Ye's eyes scanned and found the card table where a group of women were gathered around. A dozen or so warblers, of all types, dressed as hot as they want to be. Jo Yi, as he approached, saw Zhang Zhan in the pile of women, as well as Yu Huayan not far away from him. Compared to Zhang Zhan's licentiousness, Yu Huayan appears to be disciplined and seems to be chatting with a few women in a serious manner. Well, it's a bit of an exhortation for women to join the good guys. Jo Yi tapped Zhang Zhan on the shoulder from behind. Brother Zhan. Zhang Zhan turned his head, slightly red eyes, first some impatient indifference. See, is Zhou Yi only full of smile? Quickly come over to sit. He was obviously drunk, and when Zhou Yi got up close to him, he put his arm around Zhou Yi's shoulder and introduced him with a loud smile. Do you all recognize this one? Zhou Yi, young Master Zhou, my good buddy. I've swiped to the weekly Duke video yet. Me too. What a handsome response. Just after the introduction, a group of women paid attention in unison and moved towards Zhou Yi's side. There were also people with cell phones, not sure if they were recording in the not-so-bright light. Zhou Yi ignored these people and only said to Zhang Zhan, Brother Zhan, why don't we change the chatting place? It's hard to hear what's being said here. Zhang Zhan, all go. Yeah, that guy, tell your manager to turn down the DJ. Brother Cham, people don't want to go. Get out. Zhang Zhan impatiently pushed one person away with a cold face. Within moments, the people were gone and the DJ sound diminished. Zhou Yi observed, not surprised that Zhang Zhan would have this kind of discourse. 80% said hello to the bar owner in advance before coming. It is said that this boss is from the provincial side and may know each other. Zhang Zhanfu put his arm around Zhou Yi's shoulder and walked to Yu Huayan's side. Huayan, come let me introduce you. Zhou Yi, the absolute boss of this gang in Linchang. My good buddy, Yu Huayan, also a buddy. Yu Huayan got up and shook Zhou Yi's hand. He had been watching Zhou Yi for a long time, and seeing him in person, his confidence was worn down a bit. Getting up, the height difference knocked a lot more of his confidence out of him. He finally understood what it was like to be in the presence of someone who also looked good to men. All external aura aside, this man, unbelievably good looking. Even his height and stance were so just right, so good looking that it made him want to make a few cuts on this face. Chapter 141. The game. Take your seat. Chono noticed something unusual. Not far behind the two were at least 2 or 3 people watching this side. Very bouncer-like. There was also a woman with glasses who was even closer, occasionally videotaping with her cell phone. It should be a subordinate like Yu Huayan's video assistant. Chono is a bit diabolical. A night out is in the spotlight. The good thing is that although that video of himself is out of the loop, it's not about how recognizable he is because of his low profile and the fact that he hasn't made his short video account public. Make some small talk. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit like a boss walked over. Come over and be polite. He was respectful to Zhang Zhan and pretty much responded to any request. Zhang Zhan's posture, on the other hand, was quite casual as he glanced at the woman leading the dance on the airship. Tell her to come down and drink with my buddies. The owner was slightly embarrassed. The woman's name was Tang Si-lin, a stationery signed by him here, with 1 or 2 million short video followers. Not to mention that the other side doesn't always listen to all of him. It's still open for business. You can't call down the head of the core atmosphere group when you don't have many guests. It would have been enough of a hassle to get up and down. He cursed in his heart, but his mouth didn't dare to excuse himself at all. I'm on my way. Zhang Zhan hitched Zhou Yi's shoulder. How about this woman? Let her accompany you at night. Zhou Yi looked at him to say generous. In fact, eyes look at each other when they seem to be in the light, which will not understand, and hastily excused. Zhang Zhan laughed and looked at Yu Huayan, who didn't say much. I heard that there are more beautiful women in Man City, with higher quality. It's a pity that the bar was terminated by Zhou Yi. Yu Huayan, even more beautiful can be more beautiful than Zhou Yi's girlfriend. Zhou Yi was curious. Brother Zhan, you went to Fong Nan's company today? Zhang Zhan, this is not a misunderstanding. I forgot to tell Huayan that Fong Nan has a boyfriend. And then I remembered it when I got there, and I didn't say a few words, so I hurriedly withdrew. A friend's wife can't be deceived. How can you see color and despise your friends? Zhou Yi's face was as usual, and he took a sip of beer from his wine glass. He drank 2 or 3 bottles with Su Li, and this kind of small bottle is not a big problem to drink another 10 or 20. Beer, he's never really died drunk, and it's easy to wake up from drinking it. However, the mood was not as annoying as before when he had just received a call from Zhang Zhan. There's a difference between messing with it and messing with it. Of course, even if his aunt is the chairman of the board of directors of Point Gold, Zhou Yi is not sure if she is on the same level as Yu Qingfeng, and she is not in the same field as the Zhang family. Zhou Yi didn't want to cause trouble for his aunt until it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Zhan whispered, "What's your relationship with that old man in the upper city? I heard that a little something has jacked up a big shot for you." Zhou Yi was not surprised that Zhang Zhan would know in detail. If Su Shiren didn't tell him, there were others in Linchang who would tell him. Yu Huayan sniffed and looked over as well. "Chono, it's not really a small matter." He violated the discipline. Zhang Zhan saw that he had reservations and said along, "I heard my dad talk about Master Chen. When he was in office, he was thunderous and fought with real bullets, which is called the legend of grassroots. The elders of the family are comrades in arms with him, right? He has more comrades in arms?" Zhou Yi raised his sight. "Yes, my grandfather and the old master were comrades in arms, but the old master's family can't be talked about as grassroots, and his wife, Grandma Wu, is from an extremely good background. Yu Huayan listened and judged the whole time. I only felt that this person called Zhou Ye's IQ was really not low, and his speech was also particularly level-headed. Zhang Zhan shows connections, shows insiders, and condescends. Zhou Ye old master is not a grassroots. A bit of a slap in the face. Seems to be sarcastic Zhang Zhan to take some half-understood words as a talking point, and is not taken by Zhang Zhan to talk. Zhang Zhan is not embarrassed, smiling more naturally, raising his glass and clinking his wine as he sidestepped his line of sight. Play a small game. The three of us men. We will bet on who Tang Xiling chooses to sit next to. I bet she sits next to me. If I win, you two will drink 1 bottle each. If I lose, I will drink 2 bottles myself. Yu Huayan, you're not explicitly trying to get me to drink with Zhou Yi. Can't the ones who mix in this circle see who's coming up big and who's shelling out the money? In this case, no one is allowed to answer. Let her speak on her own, and she will naturally sit down when she gets tired of talking. Could be. Zhou Yi looked at the two people like they were drunk. A bit of drunken talk. Eyes clear and mindful of vigilance. This is the kind of person who doesn't believe he can get drunk drinking with strangers. Just drunk for others. Drunkenly saying the wrong thing can find a remedy. Don Slim was full of reluctance. Only stunned by the boss's words. Said Kadai had a couple of big shots. Big shots who could shut down the bar with a word. Big shots who would decide her future. Let her endure whatever situation she encounters. Tang Silin thought it was a few older ones, and was silently worried when she realized it was all young people. Eyes on the boss being sent away. Her gaze swept over the three faces without a second thought. Yu Huayan she had brushed. Quite handsome. The round-faced, smiling and quite good-tempered person sitting in the center is unfamiliar. Seems to be quite good-tempered, and has an image like the nobleman in the boss's mouth. The person sitting on the other side was also familiar. It was Zhou Yi who had pitted many ex-girlfriends through a video a while ago. She wasn't sure, and took one more look. Still unsure. Couldn't help but glance a few more times in a row. This person seems to be completely in accordance with her aesthetic to grow. In reality the temperament is actually better than the video in times. Tang Xilin did not dare to delay. Pretty face hanging smile, carrying the wine first from Zhou Yi began to toast. After the toast round, even if she had faced countless situations, she was a bit nervous at the moment. No one was hitting on her. Bosses, let's have a drink, shall we? Is it okay to play games? Zhou Yi played with his cell phone, no longer paying attention to the woman in front of him who sang a solo act and had an outstanding figure in face. Yu Huayan and Zhang Zhan also started playing. Tang Xilin was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill. Go but did not dare to go, and obediently sat next to Zhou Yi. Handsome, you guys play the game together? Yu Huayan is a main character wherever he goes, and people are well known. Thinking that Tang Xilin but not brain dead would take the initiative to go to him. Probably close enough to sit next to that poor bastard Zhou Yi. Zhang Zhan crossed over to Zhou Yi to look at Tang Xilin. Beauty, the three of us made a bet on who you would sit next to first. You caused me to lose 2 bottles of wine. Drink for me. Tang Xilin was puzzled at first, followed by a forced smile. 2 bottles. It's just over 500 milliliters when you add it all up though. But drinking so much at once. Don Slim isn't a very good drinker. Zhang Zhan went up to open the wine and placed it in front of her. Still smiling, don't wait for me to pour you. I'm the person who is least likely to show mercy. Don Slim, can I drink from a cup? Zhang Zhan, whatever. Tang Xilin looked at Zhou Yi first, then Yu Huayan, and jokingly pouted to Zhang Zhan. You let others drink for you. Can I let these 2 handsome guys drink for me too? Zhang Zhan, how big of a face are you to let Yu Huayan and young Master Zhou drink for you? Can't you see what you look like? Go take a piss and look at yourself. Zhou Yi interrupted. Did Brother Zhang come to Lin Chang for something this time? If I can help, I'll do my best. Only then did Zhang Zhan withdraw his gaze. Came to play. It's not like Pei Xining brought fire to a few tourist attractions in Lin City. It just so happens that it's not far. Came over to find Huayan to play for a few days. Although Tang Xiling saw Zhou Yi take words to draw away the attention of the one called Zhan. Still, he didn't dare to gamble on whether the other man would pour the wine or not, and silently poured the glass and began to drink. She cooperated with the boss of the provincial city. Extremely powerful. Talking to the man called Zhan could not wait to kneel down. Careful, and did not dare to fart, let alone this small person himself. The bar was crowded. Only all of them were less important than this table. Chapter 142, Friends and Brothers. Tang Xilin has more eyes for Zhou Yi. He also only dared to sit for a few minutes and went to Zhang Zhan's side to attentively pour wine, light cigarettes, and do odd jobs. Zhang Zhan saw that she still had to go and socialize with Yu Huayan, and smoothly wrapped his arm around the person and trapped her by his side. The wine is strong. The woman seems to have gotten prettier too. Willow eyebrows like a curved moon. Staggering posture. His left arm was wrapped around Tang Xilin, not unruly, and he had time to incline his head and whisper to Zhou Yi. did you get the contact information I asked you to inquire about? Zhou Yi knew that he was referring to Pei Xining, and immediately said, asked several people, she's too low-key to inquire. Zhang Zhan thought of Pei Xining, I just feel that the women around me don't smell so good either, but it is destined to be someone who is hard to reach in this life. Zhang Zhan said bluntly, do you know what Pei Xining's grandfather's name was? That's not really clear. Zhang Zhan, Nie Hong, her uncle is Nie Junan. There's no other point in inquiring about her. My family's old man wants to set up my brother in Pei Xining. Zhou Yi didn't know that big brother of Zhang Zhan. Look at Zhang Zhan's family style and virtue, and what a fine piece of that one can be. Besides, it was simply too easy to get in touch with this kind of family, even if the elders had the intention to set up the younger generation. What did it have to do with Zhang Zhan? Could it be that Zhang Zhan asked himself to be charming and wanted to try to intercept his brother? The two brothers are really one more than one face. Do not take a mirror to take a good look at the honor and glory. But Zhou Yi thus also saw Zhang Zhan's position in the family. I'm afraid it's really just as secondary as the second son. Chatting, Zhang Zhan saw that the chat could not be famous, and Yu Huayan switched places with Yu Huayan and concentrated on Tang Xilin. Yu Huayan was 3 to 5 points drunk and came over to raise his own glass first. Zhou Yi accompanied him to drink a few, and his perception of this person is slightly better than Zhang Zhan. That's at least a facetious, name-dropping one. Otherwise this identity would not be addicted to the aura of the internet. Yu Huayan glanced sideways at Zhang Zhan with Tang Xilin who was constantly intent on resisting but didn't dare to. Not surprised, I feel that this character of his will fall sooner or later. Shouno didn't understand what that meant and took a sip of his drink. Yu Huayan, did you really work in a hotel before? Zhou Yi, when experiencing life, more exposure to an industry, more insight. Yu Huayan, the difference between heaven and earth. Do you really lack money to this extent? Zhou Yi, there will be many things that are unacceptable to accept, to look at now, but if one has to choose to throw away the irrelevant, there is nothing to throw away except what one is attached to. Yu Huayan, Heavy Rain Media should have something to do with you. Yes, use the resources to give the other side a bit of leverage, and the blogger will pay me. Yu Huayan, want to make a comeback? I can help you, whether you want to do something or you want money. Zhou Yi laughed, the higher you rise the worse you fall, so you don't dare to get up again. Yu Huayan, how is your relationship with Fangnan? Great. The honeymoon period. Yu Huayan hesitated slightly. I want to chase her. From the bottom of my heart, I can't control it. Zhou Yi, I can't control it. Just cut it. Yu Huayan, I ask myself this person is quite open. Like to go after. Easy to not die. Talking to you about this is that I don't want to disagree and fight because of women. It's not worth it. You have the home field advantage. But I'm not afraid. Each according to their ability. Zhou Yi, are you really Mr. Yu's only son? I have a sister. Zhou Yi, introduce your sister to me. You go after Fangnan. I'll go after your sister. Let's see who can catch up first. That's the fun part. Yu Huayan, you're so funny. Zhou Yi, you weren't the one who joked first. Yu Huayan's fists clenched and unclenched. He was extremely athletic and had no problem hitting 3 or 5 chaperones at once during his training sessions at home. Associated with Zhang Zhan's comments on Zhou Yi, he squeezed out a smile. Then I'll say something that's not a joke. As long as you can give Fangnan up, I'll give you $30 million. Cash. Give it now. Unable to wait for Zhou Yi to reply, Yu Huayan's alcohol surged. $50 million. $100 million. $200 million. Name a number. I'll give you any amount. As long as you're capable of delivering someone to my bed. Shuno's fingers gripping his glass shrank. If anything, anyone, anything has a price. That, in his case, money compared to people. The richest man in the world couldn't afford to pay the price he wanted. Shuno wants to go. Although he was considered a playboy before, he still did not care to play with people like Yu Huayan Zhang Zhan. Ah! Screams were heard, followed by a crisp slap. It was the one called Tang Xilin who tried to get out of Zhang Zhan's embrace like an electric shock, and in the struggle, she was thrown in the face by Zhang Zhan's slap. Zhang Zhan followed closely and pulled the other party's hair to yank the life back. Don Slim was dizzy and fearful of the unknown. She's the Atmosphere group no less, only never had to chaperone. She graduated from music school and simply loved DJing and joined the industry. People are on airships, high up in the sky, and have no use for contact with the guests underneath, and have long been held up with pride all over the internet. She was so scared that she forgot about Zhang Zhan's identity. More than anything, I'm afraid of getting completely drunk as, Yu Huayan, take it easy, I'm shooting a video. Off. Yu Huayan then waved his hand at the glasses girl not far away. Chouno was surprised. He hadn't seen anyone so crazy. In the box even. Don't you dare do that on the card table. Although the card table sofa has a high backrest that blocks most people's gaze. I don't know if I'm really drunk or if it's just my nature. In Zhouye's 3 views, he just knew that this had gotten out, and his mom would scold him to death if she saw him in. He walked over and sat next to Zhang Zhan, casually stopping him from feeding Tang Xilin wine to drink. Brother Zhan, I should go now. If I drink again, I will have to sleep here. Zhang Zhan was in a daze. Tang Xilin found a chance to break free from his arms and ran out of the card table, crying. She's not afraid of being blocked at this point. Just want to get away from the fearful and disgusting demons around you. Zhang Zhan's interest had just risen, and the people around him were gone. Angry, he called the boss over loudly. You can't even handle a ING woman. What kind of store are you running here? The boss and the manager were scared and apologized. Zhang Zhan, call the person back to me. If you can't, I'll get you killed. He turned his eyes and went to look at Zhou Yi a bit strangely. Brothers, mercy? Zhou Yi laughed. I just came to say hello. My girlfriend threatened to cuckold me if I didn't come home in half an hour. Zhang Zhan, then just wear it. What's the point? Zhou Yi, how often does Zhan wear it? So used to it. Zhang Zhan gazed. Lin Chang, you're the head of the ground, aren't you? Zhou Yi, the groundhog is Jiang Su. You've seen him before. Yu Huayan came over and suggested. Change the place. This is no fun. Chouno, really gotta go. Have fun you too. Zhang Zhan laughed. Once you leave, we won't be friends anymore. Zhou Yi, there is no friend who doesn't take care of his friend's mood. We were never friends in the first place. It is a brother. Big brother like to take the little brother as a brother. Yu Huayan climbed onto Zhou Yi's shoulders. Aren't the two of us giving you too much face? Zhou Yi easily removed his claws. You seem to have said the opposite. And you can only represent yourself. You can't even represent Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan, he can represent me. Chouno, then about it. Chapter 143. This card table has been in the spotlight from the very beginning. Drinks were ordered in large quantities. The atmosphere crew came and went. There were also bouncers preventing people from getting close enough to film and watch. Tang Xilin running away in tears. To the boss apologizing in front of the guests like a dog. To the trio seemingly imploding. From a distance, not many people could sense the sudden saber rattling. And as Zhou Yi's words fell, the atmosphere became even more tense. Both bodyguards were watching, ready to come forward at any moment. Yu Huayan wasn't afraid of Zhou Yi. As Zhang Zhan said, as long as you don't cause trouble, you won't worry about something coming to you. Thinking of Zhang Zhan saying that Zhou Yi had exchanged friendly combat with Akue and had no room to fight back in front of Akue, and Yu Huayan had spent time in a club with Akue, who was inferior to him. Yu Huayan read, are you trying to fight? Zhou Yi did not know what he meant and only felt ridiculous. Wouldn't a real fight have happened long ago? What's in it for me? It's nothing more than all going to the station to embarrass the police one more time. Chouno, how many of you together? Yu Huayan, go to the club. Dare you? You're familiar with Lin Chang. You pick the place. Let's finish the fight. No one will be bothered. Chouno, you're not still trying to hang on to some chips, are you? Fighting for love? Yu Huayan, juggling mouths isn't much fun, he said, casually picking up his jacket. Zhou Yi believes Yu Huayan is somewhat capable. Just where does one get the confidence to be so provocative? Zhou Yi felt that with this kind of height difference and a certain gap in body size, come a world champion, he could also beat the other party out of S. His master, the world champion, had been beaten by him with no room to fight back, and every time he shouted in shame and anger to stop. Wait, the hard standard. Looking at Yu Huayan, who was full of confidence and coldness without fear or ignorance, Chouno remembered a quote from a famous person. Filling cups is the ladder of human progress. The visitor is a guest. How can he not give the other party a chance if he wants to pretend? Zhou Yi also wants to pretend. I've been holding my breath for a long time. One wants to join forces with his sister Xining, and the other wants to pay for his girlfriend. Zhou Yi headed out first and called for Zhang Long, who was resting at home, to go to the club first. They're both bodyguards. Zhao Chongwen gave it to his mom, and Zhang Long followed Diyu Zhang. Zhang Zhan also came to be interested. For the time being, he left the runaway Tang Xilin behind. What he sees, sooner or later, the longer the wine sits, the more fragrant it is. Why don't we watch a big show first? The one where Yu Huayan violently beats up Zhou Yi. Back then, Zhou Yi even faced a Q throughout the entire time he was at a disadvantage. Yu Huayan really counts as a professional, specialized in a variety of sports, including combat. Out the door, Zhou Yi got into a two-man car and took it to the Red Rock Fight Club, a place he used to come to before the bankruptcy and knew the owner well. Already closed, Zhou Yi called the other party to personally go over to the entrance that was opened in advance. The pavilion is empty and bright. The fighting style was suggested by Yu Huayan, who said that friendship comes first and shows the least lethal boxing. Chouno doesn't poke him. Boxing is limited in its ability to kill amateurs. After all, it's only two fists. Professional hit unprofessional. Weight can play a small role. It's possible to be 120 pounds and hit 180 pounds is like teasing a child. Chouno did whatever he said the entire time. Took the gloves and stood up first. There's alcohol, not much, and it doesn't affect the response. Yu Huayan saw this and flipped the cable with it. The boss on the stage is the referee. and Yu Huayan's assistant is videotaping underneath. The bodyguards are watching intently, and Zhang Zhan is waiting playfully to watch the fun. Choano wants to stay on the ground. Only Yu Huayan had even set up the video, obviously ready to upload it after winning. Using Zhou Yi as a stepping stone, he became the target of being laughed at by the netizens. The referees signaled the start. Choano takes a couple of steps back from Yu Huayan with a couple of tentative jabs, followed by no sign of a punch and a boom. Full power. Yu Huayan reacted quickly and quickly protected his face. Only his body was still shaken by the punch. Zhou Yi didn't give him a chance to counterattack at all. It doesn't matter if the other team is defending or not. Physically, mentally, the absolute suppressive power of the body, so that every punch he threw was smooth, until, seeing an opening, the punch went straight in. Bang! Yu Huayan even retreated and floated, his eyes gleaming as he fell a few meters away. Choano stepped forward, defending himself with no movement, a meter or so away, waiting for him to stand up. I looked like a dead dog for several seconds, struggling feebly. Zhou Yi kindly reminded, how about switching to sparring or free sparring? You take your pick, or I'll let you have just one hand. Yu Huayan braced himself and climbed to his feet, standing wobbly. Zhou Yi pressed forward, seeing that he would not admit defeat, and slammed his fist on his opponent's arm again. The force was so great that Yu Huayan's body felt like it bounced back again when he retreated. Choano was still to speak. The rest of his vision saw someone break into the ring. It's a man over 5 feet 8 inches, Yu Huayan bodyguard. He acted like he didn't see it. Seeing the other party's fist hit, inadvertently inclined his head to dodge the occasion. A leg side stomp on the other party's abdomen. For a short time, Yu Huayan poured. The bodyguard was also kicked in the gut, not capable of taking the next step. Zhang Zhan's eyes were clearing up a bit after the wine. Both want to dig a hole for Yu Huayan and bury him in it, so as not to be too humiliated, and also woke up to the fact that when Zhou Yi first communicated with Akui, it was likely that he was letting off steam the entire time. Chapter Dragon arrived at the club at this time. Be wary of others off stage. The other party must have come from somewhere, otherwise Zhou Yi wouldn't have called him here in the middle of the night. It's okay. Boss Li Jun had explained that he would protect Zhou Yi if necessary even if he died. If you die alone, your whole clan will be honored and rich, and it's a good death. Zhang Long was already staring at the other bodyguard who was stupidly moving. As soon as the other moved, he had to stop the man and beat him to death. The club is quiet. The ticking is audible. It's blood from Yu Huayan's nose. Zhou Yi jumped out of the ring uninterestedly, taking off his gloves and throwing them away while walking towards Zhang Zhan. Brother Zhan, I'll go back to rest if there's nothing else. Tell me about his medical bills tomorrow. I'll settle them. Zhang Zhan's expression twisted as he laughed. Take care, I won't see you off. Yes, be careful on the way. It's dark and you can't see well. Zhou Yi, you guys also slow down on the road. I'm at least a local. I can walk with my eyes closed. You two don't forget to navigate. Chapter 144. Eyes on Zhou Yi left. Yu Huayan covers his nose and gets up from the ring. Zhang Zhan went over to assist. Is everything alright? Yu Huayan expresses the difficulty. I want to call the police to arrest him. Zhang Zhan, go to the hospital first. Yu Huayan, who had never suffered a loss, lacked sense. You testify for me. I want to arrest him. Zhang Zhan wanted to arch the fire. Consider the fear of getting yourself caught in the middle. Besides, this is the ring, legal or not. Make this kind of evidence damn shameful. Zhou Yi's identity cannot be underestimated. In the forest city want to take him how? Your family cannot work. Yu Huayan grabbed his arm tightly. Help me investigate in more detail. I'm not finished with him. Okay, let's go to the hospital first and see if the nose is broken. Yu Huayan was so deflated that he no longer even had the strength to speak. Zhang Zhan secretly said that he was in trouble. Hooking his hand, he motioned for his own bodyguard to come over and put the man on his back. He really couldn't see Yu Huayan in this pattern. He's the one who wants to fight, and he's the one who wants to call the police if he loses. But Zhang Zhan couldn't see Shang now even more. Not giving yourself any face at all. Originally, he had thought that he could make Yu Huayan's pickup of girls go smoothly, and he could make a favor fee out of it. Zhang Zhan's gaze was fixed. If there is thinking, he and Yu Huayan were not only friends, but elders and relatives who could fight with each other. It's fun to be together, and there's one or two genuine things about the place. In the car, Zhou Yi was in the passenger seat as he casually instructed Zhang Long. Don't follow Yu Zheng tomorrow, go follow Fong Nan. Chapter Dragon was in a difficult position. What about you? I'm going to make a trip to Tianhe when things calm down a bit over here, so you can protect Fong Nan first. Chapter Dragon agreed. You still know how to box. Zhou Yi, one pass, all involved over the point, playing amateur simple. Yeah, don't go around talking about this. Go to the Mission Hills residence. Zhou Yi told Zhang Long to leave first. I washed up and couldn't get to sleep, thinking about whether Yu Huayan would stop, thinking about some of the possibilities, thinking about work, and Fong Nan. Zhou Yi had been divinely annoyed by Fong Nan's kind of controlling nature, staring extraordinarily hard wherever he went. Instead, I didn't get a single tweet tonight. It's quite clean and feels quite different. He withdrew his eyes from the sea, sideways typed in the name of the bar. There are small rumors circulating about tonight. What a big shot from the bar. Don Slim ran away crying. The owner even turned down the DJ sound. All kinds of yin and yang irony, and a few sparse images. In addition to this, because of special attention, swipe to some Fong Nan live recording screen. Swipe to Pei Si-ning. Pei Si-ning, since the video of singing on the yacht caught fire, her vocals then became the most wanted to be recorded by others at get-togethers. She was generous. It's not easy to say no to something trivial when you're willing to have dinner with anyone. So a few more videos of her gathering and singing have been circulating. Natural and ethereal lightness of voice. Chono cycled through, slowly falling asleep. The next day, Chono was woken up by a phone call. Without opening his eyes, he picked it up and put it to his ear. Who is it? Fan Nan, did you go to a bar last night? I swiped you, man. Right. The woman who was drinking with you guys was exposed on the platform about the injustices she suffered, and I recognized you. Chono came to a bit of spirit. Are you sure it's us? Anyway, even though people didn't name names, I did see that there was you, and Yu Huayan, and I didn't recognize the other one. Zhou Yi, don't be shady, just say what you have to say. Fong Nan, I know you're not that kind of person, and won't use too harsh methods on girls. I just want to remind you to be careful with your friendships and pay attention to your lifestyle. The reputation has been ruined. In case you are seen to be the young master of Zhou, it will add to the problem. You come to the company. Let's meet and talk about it. Chono, I'll sleep some more. What a big heart. And still sleeping. Zhou Yi, this public opinion is unlikely to make any waves. The purpose of the publisher is to create an impact to protect themselves, not to hack me. Fong Nan, you're quite understanding of her. Why did you go to drink with Yu Huayan? Zhou Yi, people are looking for me to talk about business. What's the deal? Buy you and let me make a bid. I really didn't expect you to be worth quite a bit of money. Yu Huayan is willing to offer $200 million, meaning that if you're not satisfied, you can still negotiate. Don't you talk nonsense. Zhou Yi, no more bull ********. I'll let Zhang Long help you drive for a few days. Sleeping late and catching up on sleep. I'll leave your company for the night. He hung up and drifted back to sleep. It was after 11 in the morning when I woke up again. I made myself some dinner and ate it, and then spent the afternoon meditating in the cool shade of the drying platform with the sea breeze, combing things as I relaxed. Tennessee City Hospital is determined to do it. How do you market it? Conventional exposure definitely doesn't work, and privacy is the #1 priority of the customer base. Everyone knows about the hospital, but instead there is a lot of hilarity, which scares away the real customers. At this time, the WeChat workgroup suddenly more messages. Heavy Rain Media's Work 2 group, the management group. It was the company that suddenly went to the police and took away several managers, including the CFO and the heads of several other departments. Diu Zhang was fortunate to be traveling on business, or else I'm afraid he would have been taken along with him. Said it was reported that there were some rumors, bad publicity, fiscal issues, etc. involved. The Chono phone began to ring frequently at this time as well. He connected them one by one, his brow slowly furrowing. Zhou Ye's first suspicion was on Yu Huayan. The man got his ass kicked, and right after that something happened to his company. Just one night apart. That's a lot of action. This is to find out that Heavy Rain Media is his company? Chono made a few phone calls to inquire, and was told little. Even Sully wasn't sure about this. Zhou Yi is not worried about how much trouble there will be. After all, his company he knows. The most mindful is the tax, has always paid legally and compliantly. There is also a professional legal consulting team. As the account becomes more influential, do anything to say anything will be asked clearly in advance? Thinking more useless, these people were taken away. The company panicked, not to mention, a short period of time into paralysis are normal. Zhou Yi did not have much of a clue. Driving to the company on the road, dialed the Zhou Qingyu number to briefly talk about the matter again. Zhou Qingyu, you find no doorway. People are taken away. At least back and forth to be delayed. Or there is no illegal situation under the premise that this is all normal procedures. In that case, might as well grab the pigtails of the object of your suspicion. An eye for an eye. Zhou Yi, why don't you leave it alone? It's not such a big deal. Can't find out anything. The big deal is that my company stops for a few days to see what happens, and I have no evidence that it's him. Zhou Qingyu, there is no evidence is not important. Miss your girlfriend is not that did not put you in the eyes of. Forget it, I directly call you Qingfeng to ask. Zhou Yi listened to her tone, like she didn't take you Qingfeng too seriously. Or maybe that kind of thing was just petty in her eyes. What the elders had considered. Zhou Yi was too lazy to consider anything else. He just felt his aunt was so handsome. He was taught not to be afraid of things, but it turns out that he really doesn't have to be. Mood. Like being a kid again. Hit a bump in the road. Tell her. She'll dig the roadbed out for him. Mom, you are so good to me. I'm going to visit you in Tianhe in the next few days. I miss you. Zhou Qingyu poofed out of laughter. If your own mother knows you call me that, what do you think she feels in her heart? You're my real mom. Zhou Qingyu, I've recorded it for you. Come to the company quickly and take it to your mom later. Don't. I'm kidding. Zhou Qingyu, next time you run into this kind of person, break his legs. Don't do it yourself. Make a big deal. Once he gave him a beating this life see you all avoid. He said to his face that he wants to buy someone's girlfriend. Why don't you buy his father's wife? Chouno was wound down by her. His dad's wife? Real mom or stepmom? His aunt sure has a way with words. Chapter 145 The Jade Book. On the other hand, Zhou Qingyu put down his cell phone at the same time the car had arrived downstairs at the company. She usually comes to the office basically once a month. Now come every day. Because Nico is quite conscientious and punctual at work, parachuted in as an assistant department manager, and the regular position was transferred prior to the parachute. Zhou Qingyu was worried about people ostracizing her and targeting her, and even more worried about her being stressed. There are so many petty tactics in the workplace, not daring to come out in the open, all sorts of subtle defiance and picking fights abound. The reason why she forcefully arranged Nico into this position, besides Nico's own personality fitting and ability enough, the most important thing was that all of the company's new and already joined employees needed to please and make friends with her. Nico has the right to make adjustments to personnel transfers, salary packages, etc. In other words, the company more than 2,000 relations, backbone, and so on positions, most of them have to take Natalie as an aunt to provide, and more contact with those people's elders. Nico's character is best suited for dealing with all classes of people. Zhou Qingyu, despite often reprimanding her and rebutting her, but it was never certain that Nico had a high emotional intelligence and that social intelligence was innate. Gestured the secretary to keep quiet. Zhou Qingyu didn't knock on the door and pushed open the office door. In sight, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s and was dressed in work clothes was flipping through something very carefully. She wore glasses. The soft contours of her side faced the complete opposite of what she wore. A few strands of hair fell unnoticed, touching the sunlight filtered through the window. It doesn't show your age, just your charm. Zhou Qingyu knew she was beautiful when she was very young, and the older she got, the less she wanted to admit that her sister-in-law was a near-perfect woman. Temperament, appearance, culmination, heart, 55 years old. As soon as you get your work ethic back, you start focusing on maintenance and grooming. Just looking at it makes you feel comfortable and nurtures your eyes. It is beautiful without bringing distance. Zhou Qingyu arranged to have eyes and ears, and the employees in the department are quite fond of Nico. They don't call her manager, they call her Sister Jin, and not many of them believe that she is over 50 years old. Nico was disturbed by the movement and frowned as he turned his head. Here we go again. Zhou Qingyu single-handedly inserted bag to her back. There is no which busy do not understand? Nico, the two assistants you arranged for me are all industry leaders. I'm like a puppet. Except for approving and signing basically do not care about things. You say there is still what do not understand? Zhou Qingyu, the company is too big. Understand. You are not slowly getting started. You can be busy in the future if you want to be busy. If you don't want to be busy, you can leave it to others. Mainly afraid that you are too tired. Like a sick child. In case the body is busy with problems. Our son does not hate me to death. Nico looked at her strangely. Zhou Qingyu stifled a laugh. Cubs now save the word aunt in their address. Did you pay him? Shouldn't I give it? I owe him 8 years of pressure money? No. How do you know I gave him money? Nico, growing up with a doggy personality, pleasing people for no reason either wants favors or has already gotten them, and the only favor he can get out of you is money. Zhou Qingyu, I don't agree with this statement. You should add the premise that he is only willing to please people who recognize him from the bottom of their hearts. Spoil yourself. I can't control the little one anyway, and I can't control you anymore. Zhou Qingyu to her back. Casually help her pinch her shoulders. Tell me the bottom. Our family after the accident. You hands in the end left how much money? A provincial villa, rented out, and 100 million in the bank. If it is not you help pay off the debt, this money I am ready to give him to deposit in the fund. When my body cannot, just let him monthly fixed amount can draw some. I don't want to be rich and famous. At least this life is worry-free. Do not dare to save first is afraid of whose family really out of something. In case of urgent use, can also save others. Zhou Qingyu, what about the property your mother's family left you? Nico, how you underestimate my feelings with your brother. Of course all smashed on him. He fretted I all follow the mood bad. Is the people are gone, and then want to let him let his own conscience also have to consider the son. As long as the little while down to earth, 100 million is enough to use for a lifetime. Zhou Qingyu, my uncle you and Auntie Ning want to know that you are so uncompetitive. They left their grandsons all squandered on my brother. Coffin boards are afraid to pressure. Flirting with a sentence, She then said, "Hello big child broke into trouble. With someone to compete with jealousy, you Qingfeng's son to beat up." Natalie was startled at first, and only slowly reassured after hearing her tone of relief. "What's wrong? Do not blame him. You Qingfeng's son to see the upper nan. Looking for him to buy people. Fight is the ring to fight. Are not alarmed. Each other peacefully. It is his company was terminated overnight. Some employees do not know where to be taken. Nico, it's not a crime to be in the way, is it? Zhou Qingyu, at least it's a media company. No matter if it's just held for a few days. And if you can't find out what's wrong, you'll naturally let it go. Unico's headache is so bad that he feels pain. He listens to you now. You hurry to get the person to come over here. If he doesn't come, I can't help but want to go back again." Said Ya, "Come in the next couple days." "Nico, you know Yu Qingfeng?" "Zhou Qingyu, he entrusted someone to find me to split a loan back then. $260 billion. It was a bank that had a negative. In order to stabilize the situation, from the point of view of the person he looked for, it is really powerful. Even Mr. Zhen has to give face. Of course I will also give face to Mr. Zhen. Later, Yu Qingfeng took the initiative to add my contact information. Want to invite me to dinner? I have given a push. So he is afraid of not afraid of me is not important. To be able to do this for fear of offending people is the most important. The best way to make friends is to find a way. But good. His son ran to the city of Lin to get money to buy my daughter-in-law. Besides, no one in the circle knows that I'm a crazy person. I'm crazy about investing, and I'm crazy about being a person. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. I'm just talking to you for fun. It doesn't matter if you really don't give face. He can go to check the cub company. Can't I check that little? The thing that hurts each other. No one does it until the last resort. Zhou Qingyu said, tapping you Nick on the shoulder. It's the cell phone ringing again. Gotta answer it. She saw the caller's number and avoided Natalie Yu to go to the corridor outside her office. Partner Zhang Yushu's phone number. A friend. A partner. And also studied at the same business school. Zhou Qingyu, is there a clue about my brother? Zhang Yushu, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. Where are you? I'll go find you. Meet you in the office. Zhou Qingyu said, hanging up to go to the chairman's special elevator. Chapter 146 Logic of Thought. Chairman's office. Li Jun made tea and brewed it. Zhou Qingyu first dialed the Yu Qingfeng number and briefly talked about the differences between the small children. Mr. Yu, the child is so old. Shouldn't he find something serious to do? Exposed online all day long. Apart from picking up girls is eating, drinking and waving money around. In case it doesn't match the social values, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Mr. Yu's face? Yu Qingfeng knew about this in advance. The version told by his son is not quite the same as the one told by Zhou Qingyu. He smiled politely, that small company should be really illegal. I will help you ask in the local. As for the children's love these trivial matters, we when the elders cannot intervene. I didn't tell Mr. Zhou a joke. Is really can't control him? If can control, do you think he can still be so unprofessional? I'm ready to hand over the company to your niece to take over. Don't count on him. Zhou Qingyu listened. This is to tell her that if Yu Huaiyan arrested people, he will immediately release. He could only try to persuade her to chase his girlfriend. And he was close to saying that Yu Huaiyan was a bad boy and had been spoiled by his family. Mr. Zhou Huaiyan didn't go much overboard to pester people's girls, much less that kind of person. Even if I call him back from Lin Chang, he is not no long legs. Maybe the more control the more arguing. Worse, to say that this is all a matter of your love and my willingness to look at the line does not look at the heart. The girl does not have these thoughts. Does he still dare to force to chase? Lend him a few guts. Zhou Qingyu Lu. This calf protector is not far behind. It's as if they believe more in the bull ***** that their own people say. Zhou Qingyu wanted to ask him if he could still boast so grandly if he found someone to go after his wife. Didn't ask. She wasn't so bad as to flip out with Yu Qingfeng on this matter. The nephew didn't suffer after all. It was the other guy who suffered. Just go after it. Girls who can be easily chased away are not worth cherishing in their own right. Zhou Qingyu ended the call and casually tweeted a few words of advice to Zhou Yi. Let him rest assured that the arrested employees will soon be released. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Qingyu looked over. A mature man in his 40s opened the door and walked in. He has a well-built body, suit pants and shirt, and has a gentlemanly and mature masculine appearance. Zhou Qingyu looked him up and down. Didn't Mr. Zhang get a hair transplant? It doesn't look so bald anymore. When Li Jun saw the other party, he nodded and poured the tea and walked out first. Zhang Yushu when he couldn't hear what she said, sitting on the opposite side of the table, he took a sip of tea and went straight to the point. The probability of that collapsed hotel in Lin Yuan New City is a design flaw. There are not too many conspiracy theories. News Rhythm is sure that someone brought up, but I want to target not your brother, but the project lead a few others. Among them, Qin Ziyuan could have been transferred to a high level. was affected by this to set in the provincial capital. At first there is not much clues, from the biggest beneficiary to start assuming the facts, but also really found clues. Everything points to Zhang Mingyang. Back then, he was still serving in the next province, and Qin Ziyuan's boss belongs to the direct competition, Lin Yuan. After the accident, Zhang Mingyang smoothly transferred to the upper level of the city, so public opinion, even if he wasn't personally involved, must have been closely related to him. It became a big deal, and then a joint investigation team was set up from above. Before the investigation team arrived, your brother jumped off the building, so you don't have to be too hard to get over it. It's really nothing to do with money, it is all the pressure piled on him. He does not jump. I do not know how many people around will be implicated. How many people hate him, afraid of him. Zhang Mingyang. Zhou Qingyu recited the name silently. Duanli's white face, steep on some distortion, can move him not? I will give you all the shares in my hand for free. Zhan Yushu, definitely can't move for the time being. Is there any more detailed information about him? Zhan Yushu, you don't move your mind to extremes. This is not an investment. Losing can come again. Zhou Qingyu bewildered, that my brother, is my own brother? Everything he gave me. Zhan Yushu naturally knew how she felt about her family. There was nothing that could make Zhou Qingyu give in and break his defense, except for her family. Zhan Yushu, he will retire in the next 1 or 2 years without any surprises. Take it slow and steady first. My side still needs more solid evidence to prove it's him. In this way, first from the minions under his hands to start noiselessly collect evidence. Lin Yuan negative first step to correct over. At the same time then a little bit of all his interpersonal network pick clear. Chang Yu, you have to know that you use some direct means to deal with others. Others will also use this means to deal with you. Your brother still has a child. You can afford to gamble. He can afford to gamble? In case something happens to him because of this, are you repaying your brother's favor or getting back at your brother and your sister-in-law? Besides, what do you think I value in terms of shares? What I want is your vision, your talent in investment management and operation. I want you to get rid of any radical ideas. Listen to me. I promise you will keep an eye on Zhang Mingyang. Keep an eye on him to death. You also have to promise me to do a good job of Point Gold. Do more stable. Only if the company is stable. We are all stable. Zhou Chengyu lit a cigarette. She hadn't smoked in a long time. Growing up, her parents and sister-in-law called her by her first name, and only her brother called her Naru. Even her heart leapt for joy every time she heard that title and heard his voice. She didn't want her brother and sister-in-law to move from their home, even if it was to be neighbors and move very close. She wanted to live in that home forever. Hysterical to leave. Not daring or wanting to leave. Her brother is too nice. So good that whoever denigrates him a word. Zhou Qingyu can't stand it. Such a man. Buried in a pile of cold steel and concrete. Zhan Yushu handed the tissue over. Your sister Xiaoye is cooking at home tonight and would like to invite you to take your sister-in-law for a sit-down. She hasn't met your sister-in-law yet? I heard that she came to Tianhe City and wanted to meet her. Zhou Qingyu wiped his eyes. Good. Zhan Yushu's gaze couldn't help but soften a bit. You're a person whose obsessions are really too heavy. If you can have 1 or 2 points of your sister-in-law's calmness, you won't be so tired of living. Zhou Qingyu, you are now to see her calm. Did not see her hair rapidly turning gray. To life early lost confidence and enthusiasm. Live only to make her son into her closed eyes can rest assured. No one in this world than she loves my brother. Even my parents cannot compare to her. Well, recently may want to open up. Began to fantasize about holding grandchildren. Began to talk and laugh with the young people were quite a lot of influence. Yes, what did you ask me to inquire about Yu Qingfeng for? Zhou Qingyu, it's okay, it's been resolved. Shan Yushu, Zhang Mingyang or Yu Qingfeng. The face that should be given to give, should not be given face which far let the other side to roll where to go. Wait a little longer. Wait to make the point of gold to be able to become the capital of my little uncle promotion. At that time, no matter Zhang Mingyang retired or not, I can get him dead. Zhou Qingyu, how many years have you drawn me a pie? Zhan Yushu, but I've never let you down either, right? I really take you as a sister. Especially your sister Xiaoye, often mention you either admire or heartache. We are a family. If you think I'm painting a cake, just give the younger generation to set up a marriage. Kiss on kiss. Zhou Qingyu, you've got your eye on that little bastard too? He's got to be talking to more than 20. Zhan Yushu, the news is true. Ha, right. Zhan Yushu laughed, forget it, I thought it was a blind rumor. Thinking that the young man is so handsome, it's more than enough to match my girl. Zhou Qingyu added some tea to him. His outlook on relationships is also a standard little scum thinking. I am afraid that in the future too love brain, met not a good person. A little do not have to pay for the accumulation of several generations can be destroyed cleanly. It doesn't matter if you have a few more conversations. Don't be swayed by others. Have your own judgment and reasoning is most important. Do not want to talk. Take his hand to teach also have to talk to me. Talk more the more free, the more open-minded. whether you recognize it or not. I firmly believe that people who experience too little will not be complete. Like my brother is the standard relationship brain. He is looking for a good match. If my sister-in-law is less so, the whole family would be in disaster and chickens coming home to roost because of it. Zhan Yushu doesn't argue with her about this. Zhou Qingyu people are awesome in her thinking. She always does what she wants to do. She has a logic that is her own and is not influenced by outsiders. Chapter 147, Unsolicited Visit. Fuanan is in the company. Very busy. In pressing for design, meeting deadlines, recruiting, expanding and other matters. Chen Xiao is too overwhelmed alone. The mood is also a bit annoying. It's the absence of Zhou Yi around. Always wondering what he's doing and trying to get to him. Some gossip about her and Yu Huayan also appeared on the internet. The last live streaming bounty made a mess. There are all the rumors that the two are already together. Fan Nan is currently a single persona. Zhou Yi did not let her official announcement. Said for her sake, official announcement easy to get scolded. She wasn't afraid that Zhou Yi would misunderstand herself. Fear of Natalie Yu. Fear that people like Zhou Qingyu would misunderstand her. There's no way to explain this kind of thing yet, except to issue a statement announcing it. Chen Xiao knocked on the door and entered, chatting about work and flirting. It's kinda hard to get used to the fact that the eldest young master isn't here. Fang Nan didn't know that he fought with Yu Huayan. He said he had something on the company side and was busy working all day. Don't really believe it. He's the laziest about his career. Chen Xiao, guess what? Look for him and you won't know if he's busy. Fan Nan, not allowed to go, said he had to work overtime. Did he approach you about Yu Huayan? Nope. Chen Xiao, our young master doesn't seem to be worried at all about your little daughter-in-law running away. Fang Nan clenched her small fists, tried to say some harsh words, and deflated. Don't talk about him, you order takeout, and we'll deal with dinner in the office. The workers are working overtime. We can't be idle. Doing your own thing is most important. I can see that the more I flatter him, the less he takes me seriously. Chen Xiao, but if you don't fall back, he'll take it even less seriously. Can you not say something so heartfelt? You don't know. He's just not good at expressing his love. Chen Xiao lost his smile and took his cell phone to order takeout. It doesn't matter to you if he goes to a nightclub? Fang Nan, do not let the tube how to manage. Asked him annoying. I am more annoying. It is better not to ask more. The card table on the Tang Si Lin a woman. She was bullied is obviously someone else. She chose the video exposure of the other two are not coded. Only to the Zhou Yi coded. Said more and more wrong, this dead scum. Peach Blossom luck is really prosperous. People were bullied to that point. But also think of protect his privacy. Chatting away. Suddenly there was a violent knock on the door. It was the workshop supervisor who pushed the door in and said urgently, Mr. Feng, Mr. Chen. Someone came to inspect the company. Said that we have too many substandard places in terms of safety, and asked to stop work immediately for rectification. Fan Nan, which department? It seems to be a combination of several departments with non-uniform clothing. Fang Nan's eyebrows furrowed. How can you do business without saying hello to some people in advance? Inspections come when they say they will, without even a word, and they have to stop work. Fuanan got up, ready to go over and take a look before calling for specifics. She plans to go live once a week, and the schedule has to be met in a week. How can she rectify it? What's there to fix? Wouldn't it cool the heat? Fuanan wasn't too worried about the shutdown. This is Forest City, not to mention that Zhou Yi knows a lot of people, and then again her grandfather and parents are quite powerful and have a voice. Just walked down the workshop hall. I saw a rather familiar young man in addition to those who were examining it, not in very good spirits, looking a bit haggard, stylishly dressed, with tattoos and earrings, and with an air of elegance and polite sophistication. Some of the employees who had been forced to stop working temporarily appeared to be discussing something not far away. Is he Yu Huayan? The real one is so handsome. Why are you here? Is it possible that you really want to chase Mr. Feng? Zhou Yi is much more handsome than him. He seems to recognize these checks. Fang Nan couldn't hear the employees talking, and when he got closer he could hear Yu Huayan saying something to the person leading the group, was putting in a good word for her company, trying to get people to go first, and flashing their identities. Fang Nan was about to ask for more specifics when Yu Huayan gave him a wink. She stood still and watched Yu Huayan take someone else by the shoulders and walk out for a single chat. It wasn't long before the leader of the group had them all withdraw. Fang Nan's speculations continued in his heart, and when Yu Huayan walked back, he said, Why is Mr. Yu here? Yu Huayan, WeChat you also ignored me. Wanted to come to you to talk about the live streaming reward. I happened to run into this group of people who received a report to find fault, so I casually managed it. Fuanan didn't ask how he got in through the gatehouse. This is the kind of person that a swipe security guard may not stop unless deliberately instructed to do so. Fuanan glanced at him, then it's good to talk here. Yu Huayan, isn't it inappropriate in public? Can we go to your office? Or go to the cafeteria? You at least treat me to a meal. Fong Nan secretly said that this person was really troublesome, with only money involved, plus being passive and having him offer to do favors. It's very inappropriate to be too high. There are doubts that this is Yu Huayan directing himself, but the other guy was just visiting, and judging by the way he just chatted, he didn't know the lead inspector at all. With a slight hesitation, she turned her head to Chen Xiao and said, "Save one of the cafeteria boxes." Yu Huayan breathed a quiet sigh of relief, only going to really check out Fong Nan when she didn't bother to look at him. A faint scent lingers, wanting to see more for fear of being noticed. He adjusted himself quietly, trying to avoid meeting his eyes to go and talk to her as he walked. He had only been interested in Fuanan. Now there's the idea of not stopping until you've chased them down. For the beauty and for Chouno, the dog really has a few connections, and the people he arrested on his side had connections over there to find Dad, so that he had to let them all go. If hard doesn't work, then fair play. Yu Huayan didn't believe that chasing a woman was even illegal. As for the bodyguards waiting outside the field with Zhang Zhan, the short chat with Fong Nan was thrown out of his mind. This woman. Each unintentional glance reveals a few more moments of beauty. Beauty that has never been seen before in her life. Fong Nan didn't have that many ideas. He just wanted to deal with the person early to get rid of them, and then arrange for the gate guards to refuse to enter the factory when they saw this person. It would have been scandalous. Surprisingly, he took the initiative and even sought it out. On the contrary, she was not in a position to be too offended. This man was identified as Yu Qingfeng's son. Yu Qingfeng. This person may not have much fame, less known, but how many occasions have been attended, all in the core of the C-suite. I'm afraid that the status of the Anth and Zhou Yi are not bad, while having to maintain basic etiquette. He thought about Zhou Yi's Fong Nan, praying that he would never this would come over. After dealing with this one around, there was no way she was going to give the other party another chance to come to her like this. Chapter 148. Box. There was no wine and the food was simple and unusual. Fong Nan sat close to Chen Xiao and looked across to Yu Huayan, who was eating with gusto, and her annoyance grew even more. We're talking about things, but we're eating first. Her people were stirred up a bit, realizing that it wouldn't actually be appropriate to entertain in the cafeteria. Seeing too many people, she was already a celebrity, and so was Yu Huayan. Yu Huayan, this is the local cuisine of Linchang, right? The flavor is really quite good. It tastes like a 5-star hotel. Fong Nan, isn't Mr. You going to say something about live streaming rewards? Yu Huayan laughed, almost forgot. I was trying to tell you that if the platform settles, that amount of money you privately transfer to me is fine. Rewarding it back again will easily affect you in a bad way. I swiped the gift as an expression of goodwill. Wouldn't you be perceived as expressing goodwill by swiping it back to me? This type of scandal is more damaging to the woman, Fong Nan, than Mr. You took the time to give an account number. Change your name. How am I worthy of the word Gongzi? Right, why haven't I seen Zhou Yi? Fong Nan was puzzled. Something to do with him? Wanted to apologize to him in person. A little misunderstanding in the bar. Afraid that he thought too much. He was invited by a friend of mine, but it ended up on the internet and caused a bad influence. So I feel guilty. You are not together? Separate when I see him as to your company direction. Fan Nan, what the hell was going on that night? Yu Huayan, friends drink too much trouble. Looking at a escort girl. The woman is quite famous. Maybe Zhou Yi also looked on. In order to protect her and my friend had a verbal conflict. Remembered wrongly. This thing with Zhou Yi has absolutely nothing to do. Is Tang Si-lin looked on him, my friend jealous. Once the wine woke up, the conflict talk open. Alright already. Fong Nan couldn't hear whether it was true or not, and judging by her own remarks with Tang Si-lin, she basically thought that Yu Huayan was telling the truth. Her heart ached a bit astringently and she forced a smile. What is Mr. You planning to do in Linchang? Originally just a trip to play. This is not unintentionally brushed to your live. Interested in your company model. This person is also quite admirable. Just a moment did not hold back to brush some money. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. I also know some great people in the clothing industry. None as good as you. One live broadcast and a brand name quickly jumped into many people's sights. Those who can have the courage to throw away profits are sure to be great in the future. Mr. Fong, I sincerely appreciate you as a person and want to make you a friend without any other purpose. I am also not as the network said so dude. Nothing. In fact it is all me and those netroots piece of joint hype. Fan Nan, and you know about costumes? Yu Huayan was frank. Only understand people. Understand what kind of people can do things well. You are the kind of person who can do things well. How much money has your company invested in total now? Fong Nan, the plant and the land equipment and decoration of these add up to more than 400 million. Yu Huayan, but the influence you pride around is much more than that. Did you know that someone from Zhou Yi's company was arrested? Although it is said that they were arrested and released. This is a signal. Doing business, especially by yourself, is always prone to all sorts of unexpected things. A mature business model should be a combination type. with those who have money contributing money and those who have power contributing power. Fong Nan hadn't heard Zhou Yi say that, so he busily asked, "Why did you arrest people from his company?" Yu Huayan, it may be that his company's interview means some irregularities, as well as some remarks affect some people. Perhaps directly Zhou Ye's ex-girlfriends intentionally hole him. Do self-media is like this? Need to be careful with their words. A little error is routed in the ant hole. The more Fuanan talked, the more anxious he became. She had her own judgment, only really couldn't see Yu Huayan's specific purpose. Instead of believing that this kind of person would fall in love with her at first sight, she should believe that Yu Huayan really saw what she was doing or wanted to sign her. Chouno is at work and is too busy to eat dinner yet. Several key employees have been taken away, or are already on their way back, and the company is in disarray for a short period of time. Heavy Rain Media is no longer a small company. The total number of employees reached more than 100, and e-commerce training was also offered to prepare for the next step in the bandwagon. The main account Yu Zheng came to the amount of fans to do 26 million, but also in the high-speed rise period. Other just up a few number, have done a good job. Also big hundreds of thousands of fans. The times are such. Zhou Yi understanding of the band is to help manufacturers to consume excess capacity, clean up the inventory of hard-to-sell goods, to achieve a win-win situation or even a multi-win situation, as long as it can be sold in good conscience. It is quite simply demonstrating value. The direction of the starting number is different, and so is the direction of the preparatory sale of goods. The treehole number sells something that is more emotional and can walk away with sales with stories. Financial fans are relatively sensible and realistic. Sell some value constant. The price is on the lower side of the practical. The main account doesn't sell goods, just followers to attract more heat. As for being shaded, Zhou Yi wasn't overly angry. Instead he realized a problem. Something about a department in Forest City wanting to get into the money. Originally, Zhou Yi was unwilling to deal with these people too much, but now it seems that it is simply impossible to avoid them. If the company has a direct or indirect relationship with a sector, it is also a target of being supported and backed. The likelihood of such a contingency existing would be almost non-existent. People just know that the company has no background, so they dare to be so reckless. Even if you can't do it, who can stand it if you do it a few more times? Busy, the phone rings. Zhang Long called. Zhou Yi answered only to learn that Yu Huayan had gone to Fong Nan's company and helped her solve a small problem along the way, and now a piece of the cafeteria to eat. Hear him out. Zhou Yi only explained that he avoided unforeseen circumstances, and with that, he put down his cell phone. Is this provocation by Yu Huayan? The company's just leveled out. Running Fannin's company. He stretched his back, called the manager in to arrange a few jobs, and left the cantonment building. It's almost dark. The sky looks still a little cloudy, like it was going to rain. Chouno lit a cigarette as he started the car. From talking to his aunt, Zhou Yi knew that she hadn't turned her back on Yu Qingfeng. So should he flip out on Yu Huayan? It's just cloying enough. It's like chewed gum. It doesn't hurt. It's disgusting. And then there's Fan Nan, who presumably doesn't think of the other guy as a bad guy, and at best would have considerations of avoiding him for fear of the news. Chapter 149. Arriving at the entrance of the company, Zhou Yi found two extremely eye-catching cars, a sports car and a business. He intuited that Zhang Zhan was inside the business with the people Yu Huayan brought with him. It didn't stop, but drove into the factory. Knowing where the people were, he parked the car and headed for the cafeteria. It was dark and the factory lights were on. The cafeteria is stage crowded and disperses quickly. The lobby wasn't crowded. Zhou Yi was just about to enter the box when the door was opened from the inside. Fong Nan chatted with Yu Huayan as they walked out the door, with Chen Xiao a few steps behind them. Head-on collision. Fong Nan's heart was first vain and confused. Then he strongly refreshed himself. Old husband, what are you doing here? Chouno laughed. I came to visit when I missed you. Yu Huayan's eyes flickered gloomily underneath. Raising his eyes he was already smiling. I was just about to say that I was looking for you to apologize. I'm really sorry for what happened that night. The apology is fake. Really Chouno doesn't care either. He was afraid of Yu Huayan Zhangzhan before, and after communicating with his aunt, he knew that it was just a fun between the juniors. Adults don't interfere easily. An intervention is a big deal. Fong Nan quickly walked towards him, explaining first, Mr. You came to talk to me about that reward, and by the way, he also helped the factory solve some small troubles. By inviting him to eat here, I already feel like I'm treating him slowly. Yu Huayan followed. You mustn't misunderstand me and Mr. Fong, it's just a simple casual dinner. Zhou Yi gazed strangely. Female green tea has been seen. Male green tea is rare, a sign of subdued goodwill. Intent on provoking yourself? But Zhou Yi really couldn't find a point of anger. He didn't pay any attention to Yu Huayan at all, and only walked to Fong Nan, whose gaze was a bit averted, as if no one else was there. Did you miss me? Fuanan nodded gently. Missed him all day. She was about to speak when the next moment she was stopped in her arms and her breath was sealed. Kiss, hotter than usual. The kisses were like sudden rain. Fong Nan was kissed for a moment and forgot where this was, quickly indulging in it and wrapping her arms around his neck in return. It was a long time before she blushed scarlet and avoided Zhou Yi to continue kissing. This is the cafeteria hall. Besides Yu Huayan and Chen Xiao, there were dozens of employees who hadn't eaten dinner. She just felt like all eyes would converge on her at this point. While being touched by the kiss, she was so shy that she wanted to find a corner to drill. Zhou Yi smoothed her soft hair, as if remembering Yu Huayan, and turned his head. Mister, you make yourself at home. Nan and I won't see you off. It's time to rest. Yu Huayan's fist slowly clenched early. The smile was stiff as a puppet. Zhou Yi dared to kiss in public, and Fong Nan didn't even resist in the slightest. Fong Nan was also like a puppet, being carried out by Zhou Yi with his arm around his waist amidst the uproar of a group of employees. Yu Huayan's gaze moved as the two men's backs moved. It wasn't until Chen Xiao gently reminded him of the occasion to send him away that he truly returned to his senses. He can't talk about loving Fan Nan yet. He's only obsessed with the outside. The woman, despite her politeness in front of him, was not lacking in coldness and distance, and it took a lot of brainstorming to get close. His goddess acted obediently in front of Zhou Yi, indescribably frustrated and humiliated. All 5 of Yu Huayan's fingers had their tendons protruding from the excessive force of his grip. Zhang Zhan's assessment of Zhou Yi was accurate. Is somewhat evil, out of the ordinary, acting outside the logic of normal thinking. The wickedness made the repeatedly humiliated Yu Huayan want to eat his flesh and bones. Zhou Yi brought Fong Nan all the way into the office before releasing his embrace. Tell me, what favor did he do for you? Fong Nan saw that he wasn't angry at himself for being in a peace with Yu Huayan. Relief was accompanied by an even more astringent heart. He really doesn't eat flying vinegar in this area. Not at all. Even if there was no Chen Xiao and only herself and Yu Huayan were in the box, she didn't think he would care too much. Is it trust or do you just not care at all? Trying to rationalize herself, she went over the inspection. Zhou Yi, you use your brain to think. You a big celebrity factory. Your grandfather was a big leader. What kind of person will come over to pick a fight? Also readily available multi-departmental joint. He came also coincidentally. Once he came to solve the trouble. How simple is the Bureau of Human Affairs? Do not see through? Fong Nan, I'm wary of him, and I'm mainly afraid of getting you into trouble. The people have all been found, so just simply deal with it. I'll turn around and have the security guard stop letting him in. Zhou Yi lifted his wrist to look at the time, a meal for more than 20 minutes. What are you talking about? Fong Nan wondered. You spied on me? Zhou Yi was speechless for a moment. Did I give you the only bodyguard I had with me because I was worried about your safety these days? That's the bodyguard I paid for. Isn't it normal for him to tell me about you? Talk to me can be better tone of voice not. I did not invite you to provoke you. You let me even you stroll nightclubs do not care. I did not care WeChat did not send you. You pass out that kind of dishonorable gossip. I also did not get angry with you. Shono interrupted. First you, then me. Fong Nan's eyes burned at the sting of his attitude. Why can't we talk about you first? Zhou Yi, I don't have much to say. In short, if you can listen in and believe Yu Huayan's words, then I'm willing to call you a genius. On the phone I talked to you plainly. He did approach me to discuss getting money to get me to leave you. I thought you were joking. No more unqualified person would ask to buy someone's girlfriend. Zhou Yi added, the two of us even fought that night, and the next day my company was terminated. If it wasn't for my aunt, I don't know how long it would have taken for the people in my company to get out of trouble. I've been working on this all day, and the company is a mess. I can only tell you that Yu Huayan is narrow-minded and can't tolerate a single incident. We are now enemies, opposing enemies. The reason why I held back and didn't have an attack is because I have no evidence, and because I don't want to cause trouble for my aunt, and I don't want to cause all this myself. Fong Nan, does fighting mean you're really jealous? Because of that escort named Tang Si-lin? Zhou Yi fixed his eyes on her. You're brainstorming and being smart about something. Fong Nan was irritated by his look and her eyes quickly crystallized. Why are you always so overbearing towards me? I don't have a heart for Yu Huayan, and I don't want to eat with him. Even if I know that he is deliberately setting up a situation to solve it, I still have to deal with him. He's at the factory, talking to me in a nice voice. What can I do? His father is Yu Qingfeng. Zhou Yi, you are right. I have a small heart. So small that since the age of 18 I have only contained you. Even after I died once, I still want to love you. I'm beside you. Stupid and dumb in your eyes. So dumb that even when I want to say something you're impatient to hear the end of it. Who is Yu Huayan? Who is he to me? He's just a dude I can't even hide from. Worth letting you raise hell as soon as you enter the office? Fong Nan choked. Broken, which you so bully people. I with you every day with you are afraid of which point is not good to provoke you. Every day work so tired. Back then take you as a grandpa for. You heartache me? Even with the object you are pua me? Always take the trial period to say things. Shono opened his mouth. The brain was stuffed with her string of words, frozen and spinning. He also no longer wanted to talk to people caught up in their ego world. Saying no would be even more aggravating. He looked into her fading red eyes, turned and slammed the door. Chapter 150. Where is everybody? Outside. The rain came down suddenly. Chen Xiao was drenched all over his head and body for walking Yu Huai into the door. Sprinting just back, he saw Zhou Yi rubbing his shoulders with a sullen face. She swallowed back the greeting that had reached her lips. He even forgot to remind him to take his umbrella, only to see his back quickly blending into the rainy night. Soon, the lights came on and the car slowly disappeared. Chen Xiao froze. Then he met Fan Nan, who came out after him at a fast pace. Where is he? Fong Nan asked sharply. Chen Xiao just drove away. Fuanan looked at the world covered by a curtain of rain. Stunned, he stood in place for a long time. Chen Xiao asked her softly, had a fight? Fan Nan just took his cell phone and sent messages and made phone calls. No one answered the messages. No one answered the phone. She dared not harass too much, knowing full well that if she did this again, she would be blackballed by him again. Only sent a string of texts telling him to drive slow and be safe. The rain connected in the field of vision. It was like Fong Nan had filled his heart with all this cold rainwater as well. She didn't want to fight, stung by his impatience, and thinking of the occasion he was at in the video. Sanity slowly went out the window. Temperatures become cooler due to rain. Fong Nan's voice was frozen and shook a little, mocking himself and whispering, he doesn't care about me at all, and has never taken half a step back for me. The sound of rain, the rattling of machines working overtime merged into one. Chen Xiao hugged her for a bit, fearing that the employees would see something different, and loosened his arm before saying, go to the office. Fong Nan's tears were sharper than the rain. Keeping his head down, he walked away quickly. Chen Xiao and her had just become friends though, but no her. Fan Nan would have been easy to get to know. The cons are many and the pros are obvious. She is at least emotionally single-minded, is going to think of many things for him, is going to ramble on about not being secure enough. This mixture of strengths and weaknesses makes her more chaotic and disorganized the more she cares about someone. Other people, lazy to care more. I do what I want. I think how to deal with. In other words, they are not in her heart, and it doesn't matter what they do. Chen Xiao actually felt that Zhou Yi was also a person that could rarely be encountered. Fong Nan always spits on him for being a womanizer and a macho man. Chen Xiao didn't see it at all. The company so many female employees, there are also beautiful. Even if he has half a distraction will not be so Buddhist. The bottom of the eye like no gender distinction. Chauvinism is also the position of Fong Nan to see. Chen Xiao seems to Zhou Yi on the spontaneity of the heart to live a more relaxed just to make people feel that he is very relaxed. In fact, Chen Xiao felt that he was tired. How can a character that thinks about things so meticulously be so relaxed on the surface? A lot of details can be seen. Zhou Ye's heart is extremely delicate. Lazy to say, there were only 2 people in the office, and Fan Nan cried out all her heart in one breath. Can't control it, can't hold on to it, can't get along with it, can't get away from it. Chen Xiao handed over Kleenex. I could tell he wasn't in the right mood when he first arrived. Fan Nan calmed down a bit. I really don't know how to interact with him down the line. When he talks he's full of educational tone. Chen Xiao, fatherly flavor? Neither. Listen to the uncomfortable. Obviously I didn't do anything wrong. Afraid of great trouble to him. He still think I trouble. Chen Xiao, he's wrong. Ha, didn't you realize long ago that there is no equality in love? 100% of love. You cannot wait to give him 120 points. If he gives you 20 points back, you still think it's too little. The problem is that this 20 points is his limit. Since the childhood pampered and star-crossed young master, expect him to be brainwashed to love you regardless of everything. Is it possible? It's not right, and both sides are tired as hell. Fong Nan, if you really love someone, would you be afraid to marry her? Would you be impatient to even coax her carefully? What I'm most afraid of is that he's like this, habitually afraid. Chen Xiao, is he easy to coax? Fan Nan, so coaxing, not easily given to coaxing, like just now, slamming the door and leaving. Chen Xiao, you still need to keep yourself really busy and open your heart. During your relationship, you suspected him of cheating countless times, or are willing to deal with waiting. The most important thing is to think of the worst, as if he has already cheated on you in the bar. It's useless to think of anything else. If you can't control yourself, you have to control yourself. The state you're in just now is depressing even to me, really for the money, with an agenda. It's all good. You are for him as a person. Should give him enough space, should let him have their own things. The future who cannot say. Always love to think of the future in case others do not want you. He also left the factory more than a day. You with a change of person. He also has a job, friends, family, a lot of things. If I were you, I'd laugh every day if I met someone like you. How favorable, how open. You're the one who has too much to do all day. Either you're looking for trouble for him, or you're looking for trouble for yourself. Fan Nan, you don't understand. Shin Xiao, my parents especially loved me when I was a child, but I was too tightly wound. The same inevitable beatings. Be disliked. People are individuals. More love will not always like to be swayed by the time. Once, twice, countless times. There will always be intolerable time. The thing about Yu Huayan, which you are sure he is not jealous? I'm not sure he's jealous, but I'm sure he's in a hurry. If he is not afraid of you being compelled, it is hard not to be afraid of you in their own factory accident. People should know you and know each other. You don't even know who you are. You don't even know your own man. You just cry. Fuanan was silent. Chen Xiao, it's just that the 8 characters aren't right, so why don't we separate for a while? I never dare to persuade you so, because persuade points is very easy, not like a friend. But you two now I really do not look forward to. For any man by you so wholeheartedly treated to be happy crazy. Change any female. Encounter Zhou Yi, this kind of super big handsome man, also will be happy crazy. The result is only you in a piece of tragedy. Fan Nan, what if he gets a girlfriend during the Cold War and gets flash mobbed? Shin Xiao, you all said that he got married for the sake of passing on the family name. Life was forced upon him, and he was mindful of his elders. With all the factors out of the way, how could he possibly reconsider marriage so soon? Fang Nan's mind was busy. You go about your business. I'll be fine after a nap. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded as he watched her suffocating. You sleep. Zhou Yi didn't go home and went to the office again. Du Yu Zheng is back? The main legal entity of the company is all her. To chat about bringing in money and get legal to come over and sign an authorization for her. The time passed in the early hours of the morning. He followed and sent Du Yu Zheng back to his home and called Guan Yao to get ready. He went over to pick up Guan Yao and drove to the entrance of the highway in the rain. Zhou Yi didn't have the energy to think about what happened to Fang Nan. Love it how it is. I want to get the hospital thing in order first, and then I'll go see my aunt and mom. Guan Yao is sleepy, but also afraid of Zhou Yi sleepy. Strong spirit, you are crazy. In the middle of the night have to go to Tianhe City. Zhou Yi, tired of staying in Forest City. Guan Yao patted her red lips. Fang Nan. Zhou Yi, don't let me hear those 2 words. Sensitive. Affect the mood. Guan Yao laughed. Why are you acting like a negative little daughter-in-law? Like you'll leave home to go back to your mother's house whenever you have a fight. Zhou Yi, sleep on yours. I'll drive slower and switch to you for the rest of the night. Okay? Remember to wake me up. Chapter 151, Rainy Night. Rainy night. The car doesn't go fast. Working windshield wipers, like rapidly overlapping moods. Zhou Yi suddenly remembered the song, I'll wait for you at the finish line. He probed for it, and the carriage lilted around it. The cell phone resumed ringing. Zhou Yi scanned the incoming call, connected, and slowed down to call Sister Ning Ning. Pei Si Ning, you like this song too? Zhou Yi, Fang Nan likes it. Listen to it and feel it. On the way to Tianhe City, ready to loop all the way. Pei Si Ning said, this is not a good habit. From my experience, good songs are hard to find. Even fewer have good lyrics in music. Listen to one less. Listening to fewer, you can listen to them for a longer period of time, and consistently will feel it. Shouno, not resting this late. Pei Si Ning, just finished shooting. The emotions have not calmed down. Cannot sleep. It so happened that I accidentally brushed your short video online. Looking for you to talk. What drama? Travel Diary. The title of the play? Well, I wrote the script. Remember, you're the one who actually came from the literature department. So help your sister write one sometime. It's so hard to get a good script. It's all lovey-dovey. Mary Sue. Positionalism. Zhou Yi, fine, as long as you don't mind my lousy writing. Pei Si Ning, your creative ability has always been much better than mine. This I know well. There are people who support what I write, and there's even less to say about what you write. The mental layer of diaphragm Zhou Yi knocked down after he met up with her last time. Ignore her dazzling appearance. A very warm and natural sort of person. The rare kind of soul. Zhou Yi, my mom wanted me to major in business at first, but my dad let me choose freely according to my hobbies. My aunt's personality is a bit like his. No matter what I do, she will try to understand me and find the truth in it. I said I wanted to choose the literature department. He said yes, said more books, more understanding of the reasoning, eyes wider, thoughts will be richer. Pei Shining, missing uncle again. Zhou Yi, long ago I did not want to. Think of useless things will only be internal depletion. A travel diary should be a journey of the heart, right? Pei Shining, it's still you who knows me. Listening to the title of the play, I can think of the plot. I'm guessing it's your personal interpretation of women. Growing up, going through it. It's a good subject. The times are changing. It's important to have new perceptions, new representational pieces. Pei Shining, where are you going to drive in the middle of the night? Zhou Yi, Tianhe City to see 2 moms go. It's not safe to drive and answer the phone. Zhou Yi, plugged headphones, car speed is slow. Forest City rainstorm. Unfortunately, A highway wanna go back again cannot. A moment to see find a service area to temporarily stop. Pei Xining touched a bit of his mood. Making trouble again? Chono, who are you referring to as a hullabaloo? Pei Xining, you two still have to rub it in. One grew up in love. Lacking everything, not lacking love. One grew up in thorns. Seemingly lacking nothing but love. Zhou Yi, then you still persuaded me to get back together with her. Pei Xining laughed. I am a woman I hope that so poor and admirable girl's request can be successful. I am also your sister Xining See that you care about her. Have feelings. Zhou Yi, begged to get back together coyly. To the hand of the heavy fist, acted half a month virtuous wife and mother did not. Acted to go, and began to look for the existence of the sense. Pei Xining's stomach hurt when he teased him with his words. You two are really a pair of living treasures. Write out the process. I'll film it for you. Zhou Yi, I'm telling you, you just write. I'm not like you calm and quiet. I can't be quiet for a while. I have to make money. Since the reunion, since I know by the mother cheated, since my aunt back, since I met you, met more things, the mood of special tension, anxiety, too much, definitely anxiety. Zhou Yi, it was only when I unintentionally mentioned the Forest Park project last time that I realized that there might be a hidden agenda in my dad's case, or else I wouldn't be so sensitive. My mom and my aunt definitely know more than I do, and never reveal a word to me. They know that I'm incapable, afraid that I'm irrational, and don't want me to be burdened. I'm the only man left in our family. I want to protect them, and I don't want to always be protected by them. Pei Xining gentle, resources are all accumulated. It's impossible to achieve them overnight, and there aren't that many geniuses that come out of nowhere. A big reason for your aunt's achievement is that your grandfather lifted her up first, and your father's achievement is also because of this. The flame is passed on. What protection is not? The word manhood itself is one of the biggest mental burdens one can put on oneself. In my eyes, to some extent your grandparents, parents, including your aunt, their very existence is you. People are everything. Without people there is nothing. You are them, they're everything. This is the kind of concept that we have in Forest City, where the elders work for the younger generation, and the younger generation works for the younger generation, all for the sake of the next generation, and the next generation gets better and better. Unity and mutual help. This concept is quite good, born with a sense of responsibility, a sense of mission. Sister as a child because of Linchang people, can be proud, so I chew the old nibble logical. I also logically accept the next generation to nibble me. Know how much money I've made your uncle pay from the end of my education until now? Less than a dozen small goals. I don't even open my mouth to ask for it now. The financial fund under his name will give me money every month. Choono, how did you spend it? You how to spend my how to spend not by you to influence out of this kind of spending concept. Am I that influential? Pei Xining, yes. Sometimes a lot of things in oneself that one does not take for granted may be remembered clearly by others. Zhou Yi, I only spend more on picking up girls and dashing around. Pei Xining, the same. I also can't see the chicks around me to buy a cell phone, buy a bag or hesitant to buy a whole bunch of them, and give them away one by one. Ha ha, how happy I am to work beside you, taking my Pei's hard-earned money to save the fated. Pei Xining, your uncle's realm of money is a few levels higher than mine. His understanding of money is that money is like fresh water. When it's full it must overflow, the natural order of things. Yes, a few days ago your eldest mother even talked to me about that video you responded to, and was full of praise, saying that you're smart and even better looking than before, and that she especially wants to meet you. Zhou Yi, when I'm done with this side of Tianhe, I'll see if I can find the time to make a trip to Sioux City. Pei Xining, I'm waiting to hear your story with Fangnan. Zhou Yi, there can be what story? The whole year is young and frivolous to see color. There is no opportunity even if there is an opportunity not to seize is certainly a light of regret in youth. Seriously, to get so easy I do have the idea of belittling her. Mature point to know is not to get easy, is that she is willing to be my get? Sister Ning, you have not seen the Fang Nan at that time. The temperament is too special. In addition to you, I have not encountered so beautiful people. Other people try to make up to be beautiful, she tries to cover it up. This personality is rare and valuable. It's only normal when you have the ability to protect yourself in college. Poor the beginning of the poor fresh, and then others in order to give her adoptive father pressure. The school gate flyers to discredit her, forcing her to pay for her father's debt, but also known as the poor ding ding. The family also rotten through. This time to chase her people surge. Rich and poor are throwing out olive branches want to save her. I am also observing well, to see if it is the kind of easy to be destroyed by materialism type. This kind of person, even if she is heavenly fairy I also avoided. Pei Xining summarized. A group of small bosses as cannon fodder to be the touchstone, and in the end, you, the big boss, will step in and take the person down. Zhou Yi, at that time, I thought there was no one I couldn't handle, whether you use money or people. You are as impetuous as a stupid ex. When you enter the society, you realize that it is youth, and the people around you are in their adolescence. Into society to realize, that is the youth. The people around you are also in adolescence. When people emotional, impulsive, my mom pretending to have no money, I was hit into the trough. Talking down can also be talked about, but often first involved in the money. With this as a guideline to start a relationship, either they want to give me money, or they are looking for me to ask for money. The owner of the place where I work is over 50 and wants me to travel with her for a piece of time, and under the guise of a job, she asked me to drive for her. I saved her chat record and sent it to her husband. She may be afraid that I expose her to damage the image, froze and did not dare to retaliate against me. I want to disk her hotel as intentionally hit her face. There are two stinking money pretending to be in the sky like. Pei Si Ning, where was the turning point in your relationship with Fong Nan? It's the fact that sometimes you can't help but feel the heartache, miss it, and have a hard time looking at other women before you realize it might be like, maybe, people are like this, will not allow themselves to fall into the state of really like, too passive. You think children like a twino to please mom and dad to help to buy, to cry, to make trouble. If you like someone, you need to be coaxed, to be a licking dog. This is human nature, and is not right. Like is one thing, at the comfortable and is another. She makes me uncomfortable. I can immediately do not like. This is my lifelong pursuit of a realm. You family theory? My Aunt Yu's own love life is a mess. Single until now. Little Karami taught a really big boss, and I'm afraid she didn't expect it. Joyi, this goes back to the sentence you just said. Many people do not realize how much their words and actions affect others. I take her as the truth. The period of establishing 3 views cannot be affected. It's quite good. It's true that relationships swim in the water. Pei Si Ning, Natalie Aunt sees her through. Want to break her defense easily. But these few times we met I can see that Aunt Nico is heartbroken and doesn't even lift the bar with her basically. Joyi, she's just another Fong Nan. Hard work all for herself. Some people are satisfied with $1 million. Some people want to make $100 billion. Some people test grade top 10 have to be happy to jump up. Some people's starting point is grade top 10. I've read a lot of hard philosophical writings in the past few years. Medical writings, in order to my mom, in order to regulate their own. Pei Si Ning, how did the fight with Fong Nan go? Joyi, can also not need to quarrel. There is no need, but did not control. Heavenly things in her eyes then I cannot visit a nightclub once to the serious. This is a disease. I am to help her look bad. Did not say 2 words it. The eyes are red. Full of heart, full of eyes coaxing. Annoyance. She cried is stress. I am annoyed is also stress. How big a little thing. Not moving to cry. Talk about love or talk about life. Pei Si Ning, isn't it just a conversation that almost killed someone? Your way of avoiding when you can't afford it is not good, and it is easy to break people's psychological defenses. Listen, in the future, be more gentle. Cold War is also divided into temperature. Don't lower the temperature to the limit of human physiological tolerance. Joyi, you think she is also too fragile, climbing so many years. How much change have encountered? The parents have also found back. I really dumped her once again. Her wrist will not have another scar. She's changed, but she's changed too slowly. She's got a bodyguard I've arranged for her, and her mom's worried she won't get a chance to cling to her and show her motherly love and calm down for a while longer. Pei Si Ning, the internet speculated about her and Yu Huayan. Did you have any thoughts after reading it? The idea is definitely there. It's more of a nuisance. As for Yu Huayan, I'm not looking down on him. He'll be considered great if he can dip into Shangnan's clothes. Pei Si Ning, so trusting? Joyi, can you even be together if you don't even have trust and suspect your girlfriend of keeping fish every day? When you're together, trust comes naturally. Yu Huayan, that bastard is a real bastard. I guess he is the most skillful in the matter of harming others to the detriment of oneself. Ning, this kind of person, including those around him, should be avoided as far as possible. His friend asked me to inquire about you, saying that the elders in his family want to arrange a blind date between his brother and you. Pei Si Ning laughed. This matter my grandfather really asked me if I want to give each other face to meet. Motionless to give face, just a face, can give how many people how many times face. I let grandpa responses can add contact first contact, add, throw the corner, want to cope with a few words, do not want to cope with when there is no such person. He is not excessive. I am not excessive. He is excessive. Why can't I be more excessive? Right. The two talked for a long time and lost track of time. Joya's cell phone unknowingly reached the bottom of the battery. The power bottomed out, but the mood went up. Bad rainy night. It also becomes the landscape. Chapter 152. Zhou drove the car into Tianhe City at about 9 in the morning. His aunt's house is on the outskirts of the city and is in an unrestricted area on the number plate. Knew she had a big family. It was still a shock to see the villa tucked away on the banks of the lush green water from afar. Flat, clean, dedicated roads lead straight through, with gated guards to keep watch, and there is only one such set of large, three-story buildings in the entire area. Big, not to mention how much land the villa occupies. Just the piece of land on which it is built is too big. Guan Yao, who had woken up from her sleep in a daze, was also dumbfounded when she sat up straight. Where is this? Chouno, my aunt's house. Guan Yao is also from a rich family. The richness she understood was clearly different from the richness in front of her. How much would it cost to build a place like this? Just the single house? Is there money to build it? 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion? This is the city of Tianhe. The nation's best economy is in Tianhe. Guan Yao wanted to kneel and reached out to grab Zhou Yi's hand. Young master, what exactly does our aunt do? Does she still lack children? Zhou Yi, chairman of Point Capital. Guan Yao's throat moved. Does she hurt you? It's okay. She's the one who gave me the money in my hand to get the hospital. Is she home? Yes. I saw my tweet this morning. She and my mom are home. While chatting in front of the gate post, Guan Yao saw two figures appear in her line of sight. They all looked pretty young from a distance. The kind of nobility, the air of gravitas, that greeted you from a long distance away. The woman on the left side was gentle and sensible, while the woman on the right side was heroic, both extremely outstanding in appearance. Guan Yao, Auntie Nico, you is so young? Seeing Zhou Yi get off the bus, Guan Yao then followed suit. The distance was even closer, and Guan Yao's nervous little hands were sweating. She seldom understood why she was completely suppressed when facing some people, and now she knew it firsthand. Auntie Chouno in particular had an aura that was simply impossible to look at. A 45, a 55. None could tell the exact age of the two men from their appearance. Mostly walked the streets and say 20, 30, 30-something, not going any higher. Nico walked much faster when he saw his son. She hadn't been separated from him for that long since her son was born. Zhou Chengyu also had a smile on his face. Zhou Yi hugged them one by one. Auntie, this is my friend Guan Yao. The hospital is a partnership between the two of us. Very powerful and professional obstetrician. Previously worked on the 17th floor of Linshan Hospital. Guan Yao addressed along with Zhou Yi. Auntie, Zhou Chengyu teased. Be careful not to be cheated by this little scumbag. Long like this, it's easiest to confuse girls. Bottom line, Guan Yao pressure scattered invisible. People gradually natural, along with a piece of home. To the interior of the villa, Guan Yao sighed even more. The entire home staff is 20 or so. Housekeeper, cook, cleaning ants, nutritionist. Like the workplace, brilliantly atmospheric living room. Just some of the furnishings that Guan Yao could recognize. The drinks were difficult to value. Obviously, it can't be a replica. Zhou Yi smiled and looked at Zhou Chengyu. Last time you told me that the calligraphy and painting was a high imitation? I really believed it. Zhou Chengyu, like it or not, take it if you like it. My home is your home. Take whatever you want. She followed to look at a well-dressed middle-aged man. This is my own son. In the future at home. His words are more useful than my words. Remember the butler smiled and nodded, secretly wondering where Zhou Chengyu got his son. Nephew, I guess. The young man looked a little similar to Nico Yu. Nico was heartbroken that her son had driven all night. Go take a nap first. The room is ready for you. At night mom will take you to eat delicious food and stroll around. Zhou Chengyu, I'll let Li Jun find you a few places for the hospital site selection. If you are not satisfied, the hospital will be opened in the Golden Mansion. Privacy will not be a problem. Ready-made customers are still enough. Nico glared at her. A hospital in an office building. How dare you think of it? Zhou Chengyu, the Dotkin mansion was supposed to be a small world with an infirmary. Guan Yao couldn't get into the conversation and didn't dare to interrupt. Only when occasionally asked did she honestly answer a few sentences. Looked numb. Heart numb. People are so different from each other it's unimaginable. A few months ago she was confused about life. Feeling stuck in the workplace for the rest of her life. Digging her heels in and trying to make money and get rich. She was also a bit complacent after the hospital she had just built turned a profit. And thought she was a success story. Come here and think that a lifetime of hard work won't buy you a random piece of furnishings in someone else's room. The young master's family is so rich and still struggling. What qualifies her to swing for the fences? Residences are like that. How much money does Auntie Chono have to have? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Even more? It's not surprising how much money there is. The word Point Capital stands for money. One of the golden daddies of how many headline companies? A semi-official controlled capital group. Chono was really sleepy instead. Went into the bedroom to wash up and then slept through the night. When he woke up in the washroom, he saw his mom bring him clothes. Apparently she went to buy them while he was sleeping, all quite comfortable casual sports models. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at the little old lady in front of him for a while, now refreshed and very much in the workplace model of the old mother. Vaguely laughed. You came to the Tianhe at least looked 25 years younger. Natalie, I needed to color my hair before, and the other day I noticed that my black hair was growing out. Shono, the power of money cures all diseases. Nico, asthma also relieved. High immunity. Fat 10 pounds, mom is not looking fat? Joyi, another 10 pounds of fat won't be enough. I was too thin before. Nico scrutinized the side of his face for a moment. My son is so handsome. Much more handsome than a while ago. Less trouble. More handsome. Joyi guessed that she was referring to the fight with Yu Huayan. Explained, he was looking for a draw. Originally I did not dare to draw. Ant said casually I dared. He said in my face to spend $200 million to buy Fong Nan. Courtesy and politeness of the mouth of the, which who can tolerate? Natalie rolled her eyes. You can't put up with this. You can't put up with that. You'll only put up with it more. I see that Nan is a quite obedient girl. Hard on the mouth. Actually quite afraid of you. Care about you. A lot of things you should be able to make decisions for her. You should be able to make decisions for her on many things. If you don't need money anymore, let her quit the network and get married and have children earlier. The girl is too outstanding, and often show up. High visibility, which will have no trouble. Just look at the entertainment industry. Unless you have a backer like your sister Ningning, who can be alone in the body by a few. Shoyi, she's got you hooked. Natalie, that's not true. Just from time to time in WeChat to find me chatting. Even if she doesn't say anything, I can tell when you two are getting along and when you're messing around. Are you not messing around again? Last night and I gossiped most of the night. What Zhou Qingyu saw when he entered the room was the two mothers, one brushing her teeth and the other chattering. She chimed in, Cubby, there are some people you can listen to and some you can't. Your old mom's greatest pleasure is to see you repress your nature and become the good son in her heart. Nico screwed it up. Zhou Qingyu first stared, then smiled and shut up to change the topic. Go, eat at home. After eating auntie take you to go in style. Just the two of us. No one to bring. Chono was curious. Where to dash off to? Wherever you spend your money. Of course, and I'll take you around the office again tomorrow to get acquainted. Chono responded, shooing the two out and changing into the clothes he had just bought. Between meals, 4 people, opened the wine. Guan Yao, in order to avoid being nervous, ran upstairs to sleep in no time at all. Drunk. When Nico didn't drink, Zhou Yi proceeded to drink with Zhou Qingyu. Drinking, talking, mindset changing all the time. He has turned a lot of people away. Open the door and realize again that no one has changed much. And that all that has changed is the person you are after experiencing frustration. Zhou Qingyu, this time to live here for a while longer. A long time no sense of home. Today home like. Sister-in-law. You play on the side of the phone to go okay. I want to drink as much as I want to drink with the Cubs. Is not jealous of your son to talk to me more than you? Nico urged Zhou Yi. Don't let your aunt get drunk. She talks completely differently when she's drunk than when she's not. It's easy to affect her mood when you listen to her. Chono, so much for having to drink more and talk more. Zhou Qingyu, it's still the cub who understands me. Come on, touch another one. The wine is strong. The night is quiet. And the home is empty. Warmth is everywhere. Natalie accompanied him on one side, looking at her son, looking at her sister-in-law, and accompanying him with great interest. These two are more like friends or detractors. In a piece can talk from dust to the universe. Cognitive views are still surprisingly consistent. Reasoning logic is impeccable. It's easy to listen. From 6 to 10, Zhou Qingyu drank and forgot to take his nephew to play the matter. Went upstairs and dipped the bed to sleep. Broken pieces of no sign. Chono wasn't drunk. Seeing that mom was taking good care of her aunt, she too went to her room, ready to listen to music and fall asleep. It was only when I turned on my cell phone that I saw another hot search on the video platform. Yu Huayan openly admitted on a self-media platform that he was pursuing Fong Nan and pulled a pickup truck full of roses to show up in front of Fong Nan's company. Since Zhou Yi and Fong Nan's relationship was never known to many people, netizens commented blessings constantly. The live bounty thing heats up. A moment what Yu Huayan threw more than 6 million just to win the beauty of a smile and other flirtation topics surge. Even if Fanon's company issued a statement asking to stop the rumor, the watchers just took it as a cover-up and completely disbelieved it. Shouno didn't misunderstand Fuanan. After all, it was someone else's behavior to chase her, not hers. He's just refreshed by Yu Huayan's disgusting tactics. This kind of thing on the take girls to hype, to proliferate, is not for commercial purposes. It is difficult to comment. Do not know the inside story. The hilarious also thought that Fong Nan was his more than 6 million smashed bed. Zhou Yi initially thought that by ignoring Yu Huayan, the trouble would slowly stay away. Now thinks his aunt has a saying that is completely right. This kind of person, not letting him go around himself in the future, will always be a piece of trash sticking around and emitting a bad smell. Chapter 153, The Way of His People. In the following time, Zhou Yi temporarily resided in Tianhe City. He wasn't much out of sorts. Forest City or Tianhe City. There are people who are home. The most important family members are around. Half a month was a good time. The location of the hospital has been determined. and the subsequent renovation and recruitment matters have been handed over to Guan Yao. Zhou Yi initially worried about how to market, went to the point of gold building a few times, no longer consider this aspect, because the proportion of women in this building accounted for more than 60%, basically high-quality potential customers. It's the same as when a big leader opens a restaurant. For the same price, no one wants the leader to know that he or she has dined at another restaurant. Those who do, will let the leader know that they went to the restaurant and introduced people to the restaurant. In addition to business, Zhou Yi has almost played all over Tianhe with Zhou Qingyu in these days. He is familiar with the city and knows more about Point Capital. He would have just returned from the countryside with Zhou Qingyu. Li Jun was driving and the two sat in the back. On their way home, Chono took the time to look at his cell phone again. Recently, there are more hotspots and more things to pay attention to. Coincidentally, just after I opened my cell phone, I swiped to see that Fong Nan's company was on a live broadcast. This is her third live broadcast since her company has been in operation. The second sale was couples clothing. 2 pieces for men and women plus 1 for just over $30. 200,000 sets. Sold out. This one is still selling t-shirts. Women's tees, counting the end of the season as the last sale of summer clothes. In the video, Fan Nan may not have recruited the right anchor yet. Both modeling and introducing. The fabric, workmanship, design and so on will be extremely detailed. Soon after the broadcast, the number of people online was 100,000 plus. Radiant woman with clear explanations. Excellent clothes on the body. Fluent and standard Mandarin. $20 a piece. The last batch was snapped up. Then another and another. Of all the recent anchors, Fong Nan's popularity was considered second to none on the platform. In addition to being famous in his own right, there were various scandals that lingered on and topics that were constantly being discussed. Yu Huayan's high-profile pursuits, appearing at the entrance of Fong Nan's company from time to time, have made Little Savage Clothing a Netflix hit spot. The last live broadcast Yu Huayan even swiped an entire $10 million in cash in Fong Nan's live room. More than a few people all over the internet wanted to agree to the pursuit on Fong Nan's behalf and envied her. Because, Yu Huayan is all top-notch except for his height, and he's also a very dashing playmaster. He's never chased anyone so high-profile before. Others see it as showmanship and hype. Others are certain that the two are already together. If Zhou Yi hadn't known that Fong Nan had been avoiding Yu Huayan and only read the internet comments, he would have believed it when he said that the two had a 3-year-old child. True or false? True or false? Zhou Qingyu inclined his head to look over when he heard the sound. This girl is a gifted one in business, withstanding denigration and wind and waves. A truly strong person must first know clearly what to do at the right time. While Yu Huayan is doing the heat, she is able to ignore this to catch the heat. Quite surprising. Making money is the most important thing. Gossiping, money is enough, since it won't be tainted. Zhou Qingyu said and smiled. It's that girls are mostly more emotional. Being stalked like this, it's possible to change from your girlfriend to someone else's girlfriend. Zhou Yi, those who should go, never stay. I'm not bitter about this. Auntie, the recent news about Lin Yuan New City has something to do with you, right? Zhou Qingyu nodded. First turn over the reputation. The next step is ready to set up a special fund with Qinzi Yuan piece. I put out some. The province put out some. Forcing the third party to donate some more. Spit out some. First part of the building that should be capped to be capped. Everything slowly, and strive to wipe away this stain on your father. Zhou Yi, this project, in the end, who ruined the hands? Zhou Qingyu was surprised he asked that. She assumed her nephew wasn't old enough to think or know much about it. Zhou Qingyu hesitated slightly. It is certain that one of the masterminds is Zhang Mingyang, who is the biggest profiteer. Chouno was familiar with the name. From years ago, Zhang Zhan's father. Zhou Qingyu, cub, this is something Auntie is doing. You don't need to interfere. Auntie promises you that within 2 years, she will make the other party's whole family worse than death. Zhou Yi was not different. Only lit a cigarette and silently memorized the name. Zhou Qingyu pulled the topic back to Fong Nan. You're just going to stand by and watch other people chasing after your girlfriend, and you're not going to do anything about it? This is equivalent to telling you directly, even if I chase your girlfriend, you can't do anything about it. It's not a matter of whether he can chase it or not. It's that this person thinks he's got you. Zhou Yi, it's not a crime to pursue a woman, and it's not worth it to have a conflict. Zhou Qingyu, you Qingfeng, this person is not simple. Do not have to buy my account. Of course I do not need to buy his account. The banking industry, but also involved in having energy these business, quite powerful. Shuino, what does it mean to not buy each other's money? Zhou Qingyu, it's whoever does it first who is at a disadvantage. On a parallel line, with an overlap in their respective circles of contacts. Zhou Yi, understood. So what do you think I can do? I can't get mad at Fong Nan and blame her for attracting butterflies. It has nothing to do with her. Fong Nan is hiding from him like a ghost. Zhou Qingyu blinked and urged. His sister is in Tianhe City, in charge of the family's new energy business. I've met her once. She's quite pretty. Doesn't the bunny like to disgust people? He did the first day. You do 15. I don't believe that my cub this face value temperament can't die a little girl. Her name is Yu Mingzhu. From the name you can see how much Yu Qingfeng treasures this daughter. Yu Huayan belongs to the discarded type, the type that is raised to be wasted. Yu Mingzhu is the opposite of Yu Huayan, and is trained as a successor. Chono turned his head. Zhou Qingyu, I didn't say anything. It's just that Point Gold Capital will like to invest in some new projects, and it's normal to meet and talk routinely. If you're interested, I'll let you go over there on behalf of Point Gold Capital. Not interested when I didn't say. Also, this matter do not penetrate to your mom, no. She has a higher sense of morality. Zhou Yinyan moved. What if Yu Qingfeng finds you and fights for his life? Zhou Qingyu, why do you want to fight me? It's legal. It's okay for his son to go after my nephew-in-law. But what's wrong with my nephew going after his daughter? Besides, in a fight between two people, as long as I don't fight back, he's the one who'll go to jail. Zhou Yi, I actually have a high sense of morality, and I normally can't do this kind of thing, but I want to try. Zhang Zhan is so close to Yu Huayan, and I'm afraid there are more elder collusion. Zhou Qingyu, I'll arrange it for you, as soon as possible. Zhou Yi was about to say something more nuanced when his cell phone rang. It's Huanan. Apparently it was just after the live broadcast that he was called. Zhou Yi has been looking at her rather strangely lately, and it's hard to warm up without being cold. He did not take into account the side of Zhou Qingyuan. Press answer on the ear. Chapter 154, Love Yourself. Fong Nan, did you watch my live broadcast? Nearly 300,000 pieces of clothing were sold today. I thought it would take at least 2 shows to sell out, but I didn't expect it to be snatched up. Chono heard that she was in a good mood. Since he came to Tianhe City and was willing to take her calls, she was in a pretty good mood every time we chatted. Zhou Yi, you clothes sell cheap, quality and style are good, cost effective. Many of them are merchants buy to resell in offline stores. Fong Nan, Yu Huayan swiped me a few more millions today. Zhou Yi, let him swipe it if he has the money. It's his freedom. Fong Nan paused. I returned it to him the first 2 times, and I will return it this time as well. Just in case you misunderstand me, I haven't even met him. I only coincidentally bumped into him once at the door, and I didn't bother with him. Zhou Yi, heart clean on it. Do not have to explain too much. I understand you, believe you. Also do not need to take this person as a nuisance. He made so much heat. For him, for your own benefit. Anyway, in the eyes of the public you are single. Seize the opportunity to work well is the right thing. Fong Nan, besides avoiding him, I really can't tear my face off with him. I'm afraid that I'm not as powerful as others, and I'm afraid that I and the people around me will be retaliated against. I'm sure he doesn't have the patience to waste any more time, so he should be leaving Linchang soon. There is also something I want to ask your opinion. There are departments to see my account hotness, repeatedly invited me to let me help farmers, promote tourism, and want to invest in the meaning. Zhou Yi, good thing what is there to discuss? With the local to make good relations with the original is the road to business development. Heavy Rain Media is also talking about attracting capital. Are determined. Profits are divided away at the same time. Some dirty things people will automatically help you block down. Can save countless trouble. Fan Nan, then I'll listen to you. Her voice paused. I miss you. What time are you coming back to Forest City? Why don't I come and find you? The next live broadcast is another week away. I can spare some time. I was wrong about Tang Xilin. I shouldn't have suspected you. She took the initiative to contact me to make things clear. Chono sidetracked his eyes and turned to look out the window. Did she contact you? Or did you contact her? Of course she contacted me. Then she's a great one. With all that pressure on her, and she still has the heart to investigate our relationship. Didn't want to find a way to contact me? And ran to contact you. Fong Nan, does it make a difference who contacts who? I just want to find someone to confirm the conflict you had at the bar. It's not that I don't believe you, but I just want to know you better, which will be very beneficial for us to get along in the future. Shouno, anything else? Fong Nan, give me a location. I'll find you there. I haven't seen Auntie Unico for a long time. I want to see her. Zhou Yi, there are more things on this side. Don't come. Yu Zhang is just about to talk to someone soon. I'm going back to personally sign with someone in the next few days. Fong Nan held back. Your heart is not so small. Right, we cannot even be considered a quarrel. You slammed the door and ran to Tianhe. For so many days, every time I call you, desperately trying to say good things to cater to you, you take the initiative to give me a phone call? This has nothing to do with the probationary period. It's because you can't even do the basic respect. You don't put me in your heart. Zhou Yi, what do you mean by respect? You default to speculate with people gossip together to enhance visibility. I understand you. You because Tang Xilin speak conscience. Exposure was bullied when I defended some. Subjective rely on the relationship to contact Tang Xilin to seek confirmation. I understand you. You people in my eyes credible. Very positive. I will never suspect that you conceal me in people ambiguous pull. You never excessive constraints. Everything is reasonable. Fong Nan, you want to respect the specific point. You say it yourself? And, have you ever respected me? I just met you and you want to knock my dignity to pieces. Waste yourself. Find Jiang Su and their assistants. After recognizing my parents, you want to rely on your parents' uncle to pressure me. Do you want respect so that I have to obey you like a dog and wag my tail? Respect is all superficial, right? You think I was kidding you when I said probationary period? Why do you think I'm afraid to marry you? I think I like you enough to help you find a rational explanation for anything, to believe that it's just a more alternative way for you to love. Wanted to come see me. I said no. I'll be back in a few days because of work. Why don't you want to think that I really will go back in a few days and don't need to go back and forth again because of these days? Just think I don't care about you and don't want to see you? Pit of a brain, isn't it? Fong Nan was quiet for a long time, the words of the man echoing. She held back her tears. Zhou Yi, do you have a conscience when you say these things? You don't know how much I like you? My method is not good, but what kind of person do you think I am? The first time I reunited with you at the hotel, I didn't want you to leave that room, not because I like you. Is it because I lack a man? I have a grudge against you. I don't even dare to pin everything on you anymore as I did before. It'll kill me. I've already died once. What makes you think I'll dare to gamble on life and death so easily again? Yeah, I'm A. Are you A? You were enough to throw money at me in college, and you're enough to do everything I say at the reunion. Zhou Yi interrupted. You're right. I'm willing to be a simple relationship between a man and a woman, a little bit natural, but I can't be so cheap that I want to go to jail and drag my family somehow into this circle. If I find you worthless, I won't be cheap anymore. What? You think I'm not enough to be, and you think I'm bullying you if I'm not? You're a little too difficult to deal with, aren't you? Anyway, Fong Nan, truly liking someone would not be like you. I would have no complaints about giving you my life even if I could feel it slightly more clearly. Zhou Yi, it's my fault that you like me, and it's my fault that I like you and don't live up to the standards in your heart? Isn't this still characterization? There was never the slightest preparation for the cost to sink in. Fong Nam, are you still a child? I recognized your uncle's power over me, and I admit it in my heart. It's normal for people to be inferior in the real world. Either you step on me or I step on you. Why do you think like your uncle? You don't have the courage to admit it? You drill the bullseye on the bullseye. Other people want to save you out of the trap. The strength is not so big to pull out. Other people deserve to die, right? Fong Nan's voice trembled. I can't talk past you, not at any time, and you only use words to bully people who actually care about you. You're the same. You just say you care about me. In reality, it's the whole ing opposite. Fong Nan, are you breaking up with me again? On the grounds that I can't stay away from you. You repeatedly take this cheap way to PUA me. It works or it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yi, this time there is no need for you to fire me who was on probation. I resign. I don't want you, but if I take the initiative to contact you any time in the future, let me go to the 18 layers of hell deserve it. Fong Nan became more and more agitated. I'd been blind for years. I should have realized why each of your ex-girlfriends wanted to hammer you to death. You don't have a heart. You don't have the heart of a lover. You only love yourself. Toodaloo. Fuanan finished in one breath and hung up. Chapter 155 Theory. Zhou Chengyu originally couldn't hear exactly what the two were talking about. Take your time and just listen, because the voices are all getting out of control. It was the first time she had ever seen her nephew argue with someone, or on the phone. Blah 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 blah. It's quite a headache to listen to. Reasoning to this point shows how special this relationship is. It's also kind of rare and curious to have this kind of relationship. Zhou Chengyu lived in an environment where his adoptive parents respected each other. A very warm relationship. Brother and sister-in-law grew up together, and after marriage, they also understand each other, trust each other very much, and complement each other's character. These two are good. One to a cow, one out of context, pure venting useless barbs. Zhou Chengyu saw his nephew's face look like he had eaten a fly after hanging up the phone, and said to Li Jun, put on a song and listen to it. The music came on shortly afterward. My heart goes down the drain. Love is sadder than no love at all. Zhou Chengyu, do you have any sense of humor? Young master just fell out of love. Let's change the song to something more cheerful. Li Jun was busy cutting the song again. Happy breakup? You can find a better one. Li Jun didn't wait for Zhou Chengyu to speak this time, and changed several chart-topping songs in a row. Oddly enough, it's all lovey-dovey. He finally moved his eyes away from the manual input and clicked on the song I Love You Motherland. Zhou Chengyu hand patted Zhou Ye's shoulder. Life is divided and scattered. Walking and stumbling to the next station. It's okay, there's a bus at every stop. Although I still appreciate the girl Fong Nan, but auntie still cares more about your feelings. If you're comfortable, you can stay. If you're not comfortable, you can leave. No one is more important than yourself. Zhou Yi, I've been in so many relationships, and except for breaking up, I've had trouble with everyone. When I met Fong Nan, did I win the lottery or have bad luck? Either the dog jumped or the chicken flew. I've been treating her well, giving her money when she wants it, taking her wherever she wants to go, keeping herself clean, and having basic respect for her. She does not look at these. She has her own measure of unique standards. Moving is what I feel. I think. Zhou Qingyu, she's so bullish around you? Dare to say you're cheap? Zhou Yi, convergence where to go already. Just recognize the stage more cattle. I do something wrong. She punished herself, betting on my heartache not heartache. If it is not worried about her character, I can be with her for 3 years? Zhou Qingyu, is this a real score? Zhou Yi, all cursed to go to the 18 layers of hell. You say. Zhou Qingyu, it's fine. Auntie will drink with you again tonight. A piece of sorrow. What are you worried about? Zhou Qingyu, I worry that your mom knows the two of you again should complain about me. Saying that I teach you to even love or not properly talk about. Zhou Yi mood eased some. It's not a good talk. Maybe she feels good. I am not so love her. There is love. Everything is not a problem. Zhou Qingyu nodded in a rare moment. This I kinda agree with. True love is the ability to break through personal limitations and love more than you love yourself. Zhou Yi was curious. Do you have someone you want to marry? Zhou Qingyu, yes. It's okay to let me be the second wife without getting married. But it's a pity he can't see me. Which is so blind. Zhou Qingyu taught face. Expressionless interruption. Have you ever wanted to give all for a person? Wanted to give her all? Except for loved ones. No. Zhou Qingyu glanced at him. I feel like there is. You're quite a temperamental kid. I know. I said no. Zhou Qingyu, do you still like Pei Xining? No, what's the point of pulling her? Zhou Qingyu, it's not because you chased people's asses every day when you were a kid yelling that you wanted her to be your wife. Fascinated that you threw me, your aunt, aside. Zhou Yi was embarrassed. I don't know what to do. Zhou Qingyu, often it is the unintelligent likes that are the most genuine and unforgettable. Unless, of course, he or she will break up when you mature. That girl not only didn't break, but she was even more beautiful and attractive. Zhou Yi often took Zhou Qingyu as a relationship expert. As a child, thinks she's all-knowing and all-powerful. Now, just listen. In the left ear, out the right. A lot of her aunt's words made sense. Deeper without support. Mostly on paper. Chouno reviewed his own relationship experience. He concluded that if he wasn't handsome, didn't have any money, and went about getting along with girls the way she taught him, odds were he'd end up alone. His mom taught him right. Girls were supposed to be coaxed. You do not coax, there are people coaxed. Coaxed away. This coaxing is coaxing with principles. Judging each other's character, whether it is worth it or not. Zhou Qingyu, why the silence? Zhou Yi, sad, confused. Women are really complicated. Zhou Qingyu laughs, also the simplest. All the tedious winding in fact can be ignored. As long as she likes you, willing to think for you. Your mom is more shrewd, or a sensible, complete family education. I'm not sure if you've ever had a good time, but I'm sure you've had a good time. And I'm sure you've never had a good time. Your grandparents left her $8 or $9 billion in assets, but now there is only 100 million. If she hadn't remembered that she still had a good son, she probably wouldn't have left a penny, and she might still be in debt. This was all supposed to be your money. What your grandparents left you. Zhou Yi, don't you pick on me. My mom is always the most perfect in my heart. It's fine with me if she doesn't keep a single point for me. Zhou Qingyu, 3 years, no complaints at all? There may be later, I can't say, but now there is really no. Know that she pretends to be poor, also really do not blame her, but also very heartbroken her. How does she know that you are so rich, but also willing to help the family? In her eyes I'm waving money like dirt. The character is also too much sharpness, considered too much for her. Zhou Qingyu saw Li Jun drove the car to the home and parked. First got out of the car, waiting for Zhou Yi to follow. Then said, our personalities are completely different, with her by my side. Not to mention, the character is really much smoother. There are things that bother me to talk to her. Then what psychologists are useful? I can't even read you guys. Zhou Qingyu, people will always grow up. Some 8 years old like 18. Some 18 like 18. A lot of things look back. A person's character is clearer. Besides, you two are my last family members. Nothing is too much to cross. Put another way, brass becomes real gold. Chouno, tell me about your family history. Zhou Qingyu, your father and your grandfather gave me a total of 4 or 5 billion. From more than 20 years ago. Your aunt and I am not a stupid. Engaged in the most proficient in this profession. Contacts and so on are not lacking. Even a pig can jump a few times, let alone a person. Ability is important, but also unimportant. Have the ability to not have resources for nothing. No ability to have resources. Not tossing can live well. Putting aside the real meaning of the principle of the first bucket of gold is to invest in e-commerce. The most successful project, now turned hundreds of times, because of this project, attracted more people attention. attracted the partners who can support the field, slowly evolved to today. It's not the main thing to vote for anything anymore, to seek stability, to vote in all directions, to plug in everything. Chono, how much money do you personally have? Jo Chingyu, there is an investment I wholly invested, 600 million. After the listing has not been reduced, now the total value of more than 200 times, giving away, donating, keeping, losing, but more and more money. Add a piece of did not count. Anyway, enough for you to spend a few lifetimes, no problem. As long as not wave. Zhou Yi estimated in his mind. Not very sure. He looked at Zhou Qingyu. He knew his aunt was a man who didn't brag. But it's a little too legendary. Dare to invest $600 million in one go, and still hold back until it has doubled over 200 times. It's no wonder so many partners were recruited and chose to join the national team. Otherwise this amount of money is feared to be like a child strolling down the street with gold in his arms. Chapter 156. On the other hand, Fong Nan, who had hung up the phone in the office, was enveloped by a negative and peculiar emotion throughout. She's been extremely stressed lately. Changes in relationship with Zhou Yi, the spread of internet gossip, company trivia, and the multiple effects of increased popularity. The reasoning is fairly clear. The network found a balance with the offline supply, and the live heat peaked at more than 2 million people online, and she was in a good mood. How? Just because I missed him and wanted to visit him, I made a random phone call. Reason and emotion both poured out like an open floodgate. She found Zhou Yi WeChat want to delete, phone want to delete. Even he found her that driver want to immediately let get out. The more you taste it, the more wrong it gets. What's all the fuss about? Yu Huayan came to eat at her cafeteria and was bumped into by Zhou Yi face to face. He didn't react much. It can't be because of the scandal. Adults, for the sake of business, this kind of thing is not considered a matter of principle. Fuanan was persistently distracted, annoyed, and still familiar. It's a familiar feeling. This dead scumbag played PUA set after set, and would want to go out on the waves in college for fear of being disciplined. In advance, he would pick a fight, every time. She was half dead at home from internal exhaustion, and he was out on the streets, not knowing where to go. Fuanan didn't realize it at first. It was a few years before I figured it out and mulled it over. What's the plan? PUA her again in advance? Can't think straight, and it's annoying and a bit suffocating. Fuanan got up and went to the factory floor. She's been subconsciously admonishing herself since she was first dumped and does a lot of counseling. The second time you get broken up with, consciously use your strengths to deliberately cater to him and get someone back. Once again, when it came to this, Fong Nan thought that work was important. One more point of internal conflict because of the scum is not worth it. She counted on seeing through Zhouya's virtue as a person. It was more than enough to feel his obsession with her body. As long as she is stable, her temperament and character, including her business, are stable. I won't worry about that scumbag coming back to her with his ass on the line. She was passive everywhere. Only her control of her body was active. Bad-tempered? She was even more ill-tempered in college. Still not running back to the two of them every other day to look for her at the rental place. Fong Nan didn't believe that he was coaxing her because he felt sorry for her. And if he really felt sorry for her, he wouldn't not take her seriously. He had run out of food, or his favorite, and was starving before he coaxed her. The body, the face, the skin, the figure, is her biggest bargaining chip. Fuanan was sure of it. She's the face that gives Warren the heat he continues to bring. Now it's also possible to bring higher heat to a new company with a face. There was a knock on the door. Fuanan turned his head to look over. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged beautiful woman walked in with all sorts of high-grade fruit snacks in her hands. It's Mom Xia Danqing. Zhou Yi is not here. She comes to the office every day and sometimes stays here at night. Mom! Fuanan called out. Subconsciously the tear ducts get out of control. In the past, being bullied could only be tolerated by oneself. Feeling bullied now and having someone to talk to. Xia Danqing put her things down. What's wrong? Don't cry. Don't cry. Fuanan held her without letting go and finished crying. Xia Danqing was anxious. Is that Yu Huayan guy bullying you? I just saw his car at the door again. Fong Nan wiped her eyes. It has nothing to do with him, and he can't get into the company. Last time a security guard let him in and was fired by me. Now it's Zhang Long guarding the doorpost. He's not afraid of Yu Huayan. He's probably here to create a deep love persona. That's what's going on the internet. Seeing is basically not real. Xia Danqing, so it's because he's having trouble with Zhou? No, because he makes a scene too. He relies on me liking him to bully people all the time. Xia Danqing, see her talk a little better. Take the hand carefully, help her wipe down the eyes. Love marriage are similar. Just depends on your vision to stay where. The most important thing, never hold too much expectation for people. Your father and I are like this. The higher the hope, the more disappointment. I don't want to be a part of it, so I'm going to shift my focus to you, and I don't care what he does. In short, I want to love people first, love themselves. they do not love themselves, others will care. Boyfriend, this 3 words is not reliable. Really important words. Early with you married. But mom understand him this mentality. You have to understand. People just take you as one of the alternatives, not the only one. Try to make yourself lose first, before you can win yourself. Fan Nan nodded and followed up by asking, you really don't have feelings for my dad anymore? Xia Danqing, he was hit by the public opinion of the people. Disheveled finished. The door does not dare to go out. Every day to hide in the study to write things. I'm afraid that mentioning divorce at this juncture will make his state even worse. Let's make do. Regardless of temperament, people are still credible and reliable. Fang Nan poured a glass of water and sat on the sofa with her. Did you guys meet on a blind date or did you talk to each other? Blind date. Xia Danqing paused, did not want to talk about, consider that may be emotionally helpful to the daughter. No longer cover up, I had an object before with him. My college classmates. That is, a while ago public opinion with me a piece of dinner that, the same as the leadership of my work. The two of us relationship is very clean. All colleagues of the TV station can testify. Will avoid suspicion. Your father later heard from somewhere we have been in the matter. Began to consciously always go to pick me up from work. I saw something wrong. Plus at that stage I knew that Hu Qingqing was not biological. So I quit my job to find you. Mom can be very responsible to say. That relationship is just like a joke. There is no such thing as a room in that era. The family is strict. It is impossible to stay out at night. But your father just don't believe me. Always suspect me. Think I go to work in the TV station is to renew the relationship, but also to hide all the suspicion in the heart. Coupled with the netizens crowd, that classmate of mine is now starting to divorce. He called me these few times because he wanted me to find his wife to sit down and talk. Ugh, a bunch of rotten things, but also cannot blame others. If it is not me and your father first provoke Xiao Zhou, behind the scenes there will not be so much negative. It must be related to him, but regret to regret. I really don't hold any grudges. Asking for trouble. Mom is willing to see you happy now. Nothing else matters. When you smile, mom's whole world is bright. When looking for a significant other, you especially have to avoid your dad's type. He's not a problem, and he's even the perfect husband in other people's eyes. But his heart is also deep. I do not even know what the situation. He first arbitrarily began to distrust me. One thing, hidden for many years, not a trace can be seen. If he even asked me one more time about this, I still have a chance to explain. Now, not to mention that he does not believe. The internet do not believe that I did not cheat. Fang Nan had wanted to confide, listening to a bit of heartache for his old mom. There's no time to squeeze in trying to get to Chouno. Never thought of her. Mom, are there any interesting places around us? Just finished the live broadcast. It went pretty well. Tomorrow I'll take you out for a trip. Xia Danqing, I just watched you go off the air before I came to find you. My daughter is really great. More than 300,000 orders sold out in the blink of an eye. Fang Nan, mainly brand awareness. Cheap price, do or single product. A lot of people hoarding plus a little price to sell. Also do not worry about sales. There is money to be made. The business is sure to grab. I also do not intend to adjust the price for the strategy. There is a piece of money to earn is benign. As he was talking, Chen Xiao barged into the office in a hurry. Nan, Zhang Long is fighting with Yu Huayan's bodyguard. Fuanan frowned. And the reason? Chen Xiao panting, all the way jogging over. She slowed down. Yu Huayan want to enter the company. Zhang Long strong stop. And then the other side of the bodyguard first opened his mouth. Abusive provocation. One down. Waiting for the police to come over to deal with. Fan Nan asked as he walked. Who's down? Yu Huayan bodyguard. It looks like Zhang Long won't have a problem beating up 3 more of his opponents. He didn't suffer. Fuanan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big deal to fight, as long as you didn't suffer. Chapter 157, a slap. Xia Danqing followed closely behind the two, feeling progressively angrier. She often came to look for her daughter, and naturally, she often ran into Yu Huayan. Pretty smooth-looking young man who does extremely poorly. Chasing girls is right. Driving a girl to hide in the office and not dare to show her face. Affecting her life, her reputation, etc. Shows how bad this guy is. Xia Danqing knew that Yu Huayan had a big background and came from a big place. My daughter has a sense of helplessness to listen out of fear of offending. In this helplessness, she is forced to go for this grey traffic. Xia Danqing is not afraid. She and her husband just went through cyber violence a while back and her brother's position was jacked. I'm afraid it will take more than public opinion to discredit the person behind the scenes if they can get a hold of her and her husband. She positions herself purely as a mother these days. No lack of money, no lack of certain connections. The body is upright. No one is afraid, except for the fear of not protecting the daughter. There is nothing to be afraid of. Follow to the outside. Xia Danqing saw that Yu Huayan was standing in place with a sullen face as he confronted Zhang Long. At the feet of the two men lay a man who didn't know what he was doing. completely motionless. She blocked Fong Nan, who wanted to go over to communicate and negotiate, and walked to Yu Huayan first. Mr. Yu, it's not good for your reputation to do things like this, is it? Yu Huayan sized up Xie Danqing, who felt brighter every time he saw her, and tried to slow down his voice. Auntie, I just casually came to see Nan Nan. As a result, this person obstructed me in every possible way, and my bodyguard couldn't see past it before getting into a disagreement with him. Xie Danqing, so did you call the police? Yu Huayan politely, do you want me to call the police? Xie Danqing, this is your freedom. She paused and continued in a very measured manner. The freedom I'm talking about is your freedom to come and go. No one has the right to interfere. Otherwise a fair lady's speech pressed down can cover up hooliganism. My daughter also has the freedom to refuse. Not like your freedom. Stop harassing her, okay? Yu Huayan was a bit annoyed by her blunt words, and looked past her to the cold-faced, stunning and dazzling Fong Nan. Have I caused you a lot of trouble? Aren't we tacitly in a piece of hype? Xie Danshang moved to block her opponent from going to gaze at her. She had a height of 1.7 meters, and the heel of the shoes she wore today was also higher, not significantly lower than Yu Huayan. Yu Huayan was forced to withdraw his gaze. Then I'll call the police to deal with it. Xie Danqing, you wait first. When Yu Huayan was puzzled, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Snap! He was slapped solidly. It's Xie Danqing. The force wasn't heavy, and Yu Huayan was only hit incredulously. She dared to hit him. Xie Danqing, now call the police and arrest me. I'd like to see what the internet thinks of you for harassing people and arresting their mothers for coercion. Don't you want heat? Isn't this heat even bigger? Yu Huayan tried to counterattack and Zhang Long behind Xie Danqing took a step forward. Don't force me to make a move on you. If I dare to beat up your bodyguard, I dare to break your legs piece by piece. Yu Huayan clenched his fists, his eyes sullen to the core. This driver Zhou Yi found is indeed loyal. Most crucially, Yu Huayan saw a murderous aura in the other party's eyes. The other side is really daring to bite. Yu Huayan had never imagined that Zhou Noren was not even here, and that he could still be struggling and restricted everywhere in Linchang. Many people are looking this way. There may still be people in some of the roadside cars taking sneak peeks and videos. Yu Huayan squeezed out a smile. Okay, you guys are really good. Consider all the energy and money I spent, all fed to the dogs. Fan Nan added, didn't you feed yourself? Which of the money you swiped I didn't return as much as I should have. If you have a problem with the platform system, go to the platform. Don't bite the wrong person. She hadn't wanted it to come to this. Thinking of ducking, the other person's patience naturally runs out. It was the old mom who flipped first. Zhang Long a chauffeur who dared to flip. She has no reason not to completely flip. Seeing that Yu Huayan was annoyed, he went back to the car to make a phone call. Fong Nan said to Zhang Long, you don't have to be afraid. As long as it's in Linchang, calling the police is just detention. As long as you didn't beat anyone up, detain you for 1 day and I'll compensate you $20,000. Zhang Long casually thanked him and did not say much. He had it in his mind. It won't be much of a big deal. He wasn't afraid of the other side looking for something. He had not rushed Zhou Yi or Zhou Yi, that rich and powerful aunt, to be so obedient. Only used to listen to Li Jun. Believe in Li Jun. That is his idol. Yu Huayan in the car was almost furious. He didn't have the face to stay here for a minute after yelling something dramatic at the police on his cell phone. 1 foot on the gas and the roar drove the car away. He chased Fong Nan for many purposes. The company my sister handles has a new car coming out that needs marketing and wants to help her. Fong Nan itself all grew on his most demanding aesthetic, digging Zhou Yi corner and let him have an indescribable sense of pleasure. He swiped over $20 million and spent millions on marketing. Fans are growing dramatically daily and the conversation is hot. So even if Fong Nan didn't give him a chance, he still chose to stay in Linchang and continue to stalk him. Getting what you want and not getting what you want is a great marketing exercise. Yu Huayan has positioned himself well. He was just a dude ready to play for the rest of his life. It's very rewarding to do something for your family in passing. Try to call the field police to come and deal with it. Considering that he had been reprimanded by his father just last time, he just gave up. But if it's in Forest City, the beating of his bodyguard was a detention at best. The cell phone will ring. Yu Huayan stifled his anger and answered. Ming Zhu, looking for me? The voice on the other side was cool and light in tone, like a character. You'll help me with an advertisement tonight? This car is the first one that's been on the market since I've handled the company, so I can get the marketing department to start getting busy with it on my end. Yu Huayan, good. Yu Mingzhu, did you get Fong Nan? This woman has a high commercial value. It's not a bad idea to play around with her, but it's better to marry her. Just the fact that she's been adopted only makes her worthy of being a plaything. Yu Huayan's chest tightened as he listened. Having been adopted, couldn't even look at a rich young man like him. Love to save face and can't talk about it yet. He only vaguely said, I don't have much interest in her, mainly because I can't stand Zhou Yi, and I'm irritating and disgusting him in the meantime. It took Yu Mingju a while to react to who Zhou Yi was in her brother's words. That guy who was pretty hot online a while back. Fannin's ex-boyfriend. Impressively handsome and well-spoken. You had a problem with him? I think I heard our dad mention you had a problem with someone. Was it him? Didn't really care. Yu Huayan, yes. That's why it doesn't look good for him. What's his origin? The nephew of Chairman Qin. Outwardly her son. Yu Mingju, you two have a grudge? Tell me what's going on. Yu Huayan, mentioning him makes me sick. I'm too lazy to talk about it. Yu Mingju, if it's not a deep hatred in principle, don't make it so stiff. Our father is protective of his shortcomings, but other people's aunts may not be protective of their shortcomings. For a little bit of small potential offense, so big an enemy. Not cost effective. You do not always get into trouble. Crazy up who do not look at the eyes, but also more eye power. What people should be offended. What people should not be offended. Yu Huayan was still a bit scared of his sister. Dad was a daughter slave. He also values his sister the most. She's working too hard. He wasted, and she was forced to carry a lot of family responsibilities on her back. Sometimes it was a guilty pleasure to think about it. Yu Mingju, I always thought Fong Nan's ex-boyfriend was a minor character, but I didn't realize he was the Prince of Gold. Don't chase her anymore. If you can, apologize and try to keep the relationship alive. It's okay if you don't make friends, but don't hold a grudge, because you might get caught in the crossfire one day. In addition, I still have plans to cooperate with Point Gold. This is stirred up. How embarrassing. Yu Huayan, cooperation my ass. You like those 3 melons and 2 dates. Yu Mingju, you read more books. Point Gold is the wind vane. It into the capital. Other capital will be moved. Is an invisible signboard. Point Gold are invested. At least invested, certainly not a purse company. Is a reliable project. Hurry up and come to Tianhe City. Kind of miss you. Yu Huayan, there's a small matter over here. I'll go after I've dealt with it. Chapter 158, The Odd Girl and the Thin Man. Tianhe City, Qingfeng Group Branch, inside the general manager's office. After Yu Mingju finished talking to Yu Huayan on the phone, she sat and thought quietly for a moment and dialed another number. Make an appointment for me with the person in charge of Point Gold side. I'd like to meet. Okay, Mr. Yu. Yu Mingju followed up by contacting her father to ask for more specifics, not really believing her brother's words. Yu Qingfeng has always been serious and old-fashioned. Received a phone call from his daughter, but his voice is extremely gentle. Baby, the work goes well? Don't be too tired. Throw more things to the men. Qualified leaders focus on the use of people, not everything personally. Yu Mingju's white, cold and arrogant little face couldn't help but bring some smiles to her face. Dad, you and Chairman Jin contacted each other last time? Yu Qingfeng, you mean Zhou Qingyu? Her nephew's girlfriend seduced your brother, and the two of them had a bit of a jealousy fight. Your brother even had people arrest people in his company. Yu Mingju, sure she seduced my brother? Yu Qingfeng, are there fewer who seduce him? These netizens can have any bottom line. I owed Jin a favor, so I didn't get too serious with her, counting her as a face. Young people's affairs, as long as they don't make too much of a mess, all turn a blind eye. Yu Mingju breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she didn't flip out. Why did you suddenly remember to ask that? Doing this one car have spent all the money you gave me. The market is competitive and risky. Want to attract capital in, which does not consider the point of gold capital happens to be in the city of Tianhe. Talk about it with the meeting is convenient. Yu Qingfeng, business and private matters are two different things. Business is to contract. There are rules. Don't think about it too much. Talk about it how you want to talk about it. If you can't, Dad will introduce you to the capitalist and be your capitalist. Yu Mingju, what did you say about favors? In the early years of the Qingfeng Bank invariably offended a big man. Rumors spread more. The funds for a moment turnover. Fear of causing tension among depositors. Looking for the point of gold borrowing over 2070 billion. This is not much of a favor. Short lending cycle, high interest, but at that time can have the financial strength of the country cannot find a few. That's right. Then how much do you know about this person Zhou Qingyu? Crazy one, bold and famous. Currently the largest domestic that e-commerce site is she smashed the money to help up. No one looks favorably on the time. Personal contribution of 600 million. Is still the second largest shareholder of the platform, counting on her to become famous in one battle. Later is at all costs to block outsiders. Almost Point Gold directly play scrapped, but also therefore by the nobleman appreciation. Support, to her background to go to now, can only be said to be a miracle. I just didn't realize that she was siblings with Zhou Changjiang. Who is Zhou Changjiang? A big real estate developer from this province over in Forest City, passed away a few years ago. The father of the young man who clashed with your brother. Yu Qingfeng didn't say much, just barked a few more words and hung up. Yu Mingju then turned on the short video with it. Type in the name Zhou Yi. The entry is still that video of him responding to the public outcry from a while back, as well as some earlier images recorded by others, and some earlier photos of him in biker clothes. singing in bars, playing with his car, and so on. Once the number one son of Lin City, there are some connections, if any, to many famous people. Pei Si Ning, Fong Nan, Nan Changwan, Wu Qianyet and more. Except for Pei Si Ning, who had forwarded the video of the interview for him. Other than that, these were the ones who had talked to him. She didn't realize how long it had taken to turn it over. The man is all class. Not to mention that his appearance is actually superior to many male celebrities. According to online rumors, the real person is many times better looking than in the video. Yu Mingju doesn't have many people who can get into the picture, especially in reality. What a handsome star she wants to see. Someone else has to fly in overnight to meet her, and that's about it. That greasy, constricted feeling of a real person is a disgrace. She is usually to talk about endorsement rhetoric to call people. Enjoy that kind of being countless people like people in front of her lowly, holding the feeling of supply. As for the endorsement fee, that was for people who wanted to take it depending on how far they were willing to contractually cooperate. For example, willing to accompany some of her older friends to drink, gossip, more. Then she endorsement fee is also willing to give higher. Unlike his brother, she never spent money. She was raised that it's easier to control people by letting them know you have money than by giving it to them outright. Pei Si Ning. Yu Mingju suddenly remembered such a person. She'd seen each other once, at a charity dinner. Yu Mingju remembers very clearly. That day she wore a black high-fashion dress. Everyone was centered on her, and all the women did not dare to steal her limelight. Pei Si Ning grabbed it. He was dressed in a plain and unobtrusive outfit, as if it was just a thin and casual long-sleeve tee and a pair of casual suit pants. All the men, all the women, their eyes changed when they saw her. Many people also lined up around Pei Si Ning, waiting for a photo. A group of so-called celebrities who have never seen the world. Constrained and nervous face is lost. She also went over to find a chance to chat a few words and wanted to find her endorsement, because a person like Pei Si Ning had a potential value that was unimaginably large. Pei Si Ning didn't even think about it and didn't wait for her to say more. Smiled and politely declined. It was as if her Yu family Pearl's name was not worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. After that, Yu Mingju tried to collect Pei Si Ning black material. Did not find. Tried to rumor the other side of the net storm. The rhythm cannot be brought. Tried to make the other side of the TV series release blocked. Also does not work. It wouldn't be a person. It would be a human being who couldn't be that perfect. Pei Si Ning in her eyes is a dummy, disguised to the depths of the dummy. In private, not how rotten. It was during dinner that Zhou Yi learned of Zhang Long's arrest in a fight with someone. He approached Su Li to ask about the situation, and was much relieved to learn that the city council was handling the matter. Forest City is the old home. Stronger over the river dragon. You want to bypass Su Li's father. Injury identification who also dare not be false. At best, detain Zhang Long for 10 days and a half months. Zhou Qingyu refilled his wine. What's wrong? Zhou Yi, small matter. Or that Yu Huayan. The dog was in a hurry and didn't make it over the wall. Arresting Zhang Long. Su Li said he would look after it. I'll turn around and get some money for Zhang Long as compensation. Zhou Qingyu, who is Su Li? I remember you meeting her once and saying she kind of looked like some actress. One of the girlfriends? Friend. Zhou Qingyu, just now President Zhang sent me a WeChat, saying that Yu Mingju team contacted him wanting to make an appointment to talk about it. Are you going or not? Zhou Yi, go. Haven't experienced investment negotiation? Grow up. I'll push the old Zheng microblogging to you. You contact the preliminary understanding. Don't go to the place and talk like an illiterate. Lose our family. Nico was listening to the clouds. What are you guys talking about? Zhou Yi, my aunt wants to exercise me, and asked me to go with the group to talk about cooperation. Nico looked at Zhou Qingyu. Is there something you're hiding from me? Zhou Qingyu, there are a lot of things to hide. The temperament is different. Some things you know are also troublesome. Heavy-minded. A lot of thinking will be insomnia. The Cubs urged me not to tell you too much. How filial child. Natalie looked at her son again. Speak. Zhou Yi, I broke up with Nan Nan. That wasn't what Nico wanted to hear. She just couldn't help frowning. Split up again? Zhou Yi, I'll find you a better daughter-in-law in the future. She has too much to do. Nico rubbed the corner of her forehead. She does have a lot of things going on. I reckon that everyone around you, including your sister Xining, she will remember to greet and please often. I don't even want to say you. Can you get down to earth? Is not accounted for. Discuss with her to let her withdraw from the network. The two people down to earth holding the marriage purpose of the place. Zhou Yi, you only look at her good. You don't know anything about her. I know you just fine. I know what kind of person you are, just fine. You're just irresponsible. With your aunt and the two of you a strange woman and a thin-skinned little scum. Zhou Qingyu slanted a glance at her. Cubs, words don't come together. Ignore her. Drink. Get drunk. Adjust your mood tomorrow and get a new girlfriend. Change a few more. Angry at some holy mother. Natalie turned away and went to her room to rest. She was afraid that if she didn't leave again she would not be able to resist poking Zhou Qingyu's heart, poking and collapsing and taking the trouble to coax. Chapter 159, Thoughts. There were only 2 people left at the table. Zhou Qingyu swept his eyes at his sister-in-law's back as she went up the stairs, taking his hand to prop up his slightly sunken forehead. People get tired of being too terminal sometimes. It's not like there are many people who can get her to put her foot down without it. Life may seem colorful. He was regarded as a VIP in whichever country he went to, ate at the highest level banquets, had mansions in many big cities, and was seen as an upper-class person by countless people. But Zhou Qingyu didn't feel much of any of this. She remembered her early years clearly, had a home, depended on it, cherished it and loved her family. After the death of his parents he cared more about his brother, his nephew. Even the sister-in-law who looks down on her is only looking down on herself and can't stand it when others look down on her. 7 or 8 years away. When the time comes to come out of the world of ego, to let go of the stigma and have the face to go home, the road is broken. She spent the first few years drinking to work and to keep her brain clear, and trying to drink to control it. Now, there are hints of alcoholism. Zhou Yi inadvertently surveyed Zhou Qingyu, who was a different person outside and at home. Vegan, endowed, wearing only a custom-made white shirt. Outside of the house, she is intimidating, but at home, she is not as sharp as she should be. Noticing that she raised her gaze, Zhou Yi did not avoid meeting her eyes. Auntie, you haven't changed a bit in appearance from 7 or 8 years ago. Zhou Qingyu, the heart hasn't changed either. Shouno smiled. I know, it feels like it. Zhou Qingyu, the last time I went back to Linchang and talked to you in the car, it was quite unpleasant to see you distant from me. My nephew has grown up, with worldly distinctions between high and low. No longer that little loser child who yells for his aunt to help him get money when he lacks money. Zhou Yi took a sip of wine himself. I was under the impression that we were the same age. It felt like the same age, but it turns out that you are 45 years old this year. Zhou Qingyu also laughed. Your mom is even more of a little old lady's age. Zhou Yi, don't always be angry with her. She's just like that. She talks a lot. If you want to listen, she won't force you to listen if you don't want to listen. Are you hurt? Zhou Yi, if I don't feel sorry for her, who will? Zhou Qingyu, then I'll watch what I say to her from now on. Chono, is she under a lot of pressure at work? Zhou Qingyu, the status is the same as the emperor. Can do, cannot do not try to do. Interpersonal relations with good. No pressure. I see her quite happy to go to work. Her department staff also quite like her. Zhou Yi, did you see the old man last time you went to Xanadu City? I've seen it, and it's a temperamental old man. Originally, your mom and I planned to leave the same day. The old man had to let stay one more night. The next afternoon before leaving, you take the time to visit. The old man can remember you is also fate. Maybe someday when he gets into trouble again, he can give you a hand. What position did he retire from exactly? Zhou Qingyu did not ask, but his son used to be the driver. The one called Xia Baichuan can walk horizontally in Linchang. Think also can think of the status of that will be in office. Anyway, I see the old man take your mom as a child as casual attitude. Really something he will manage. Zhou Yi, drink less today. Last time you drank hard all morning. Zhou Qingyu, drinking is like life. It's all hard at first, just get used to it. Zhou Yi once again lost his smile. You that will hate to listen to my grandfather to talk about axiology. Life, for people, themselves to speak on? Zhou Qingyu, young eyes shallow, thought my father can really pretend, talking and doing a set of trouble. It's my turn to fight alone, and I've suffered a lot of losses in this area before I realize that it's wisdom. They hate not important. They do not lose anything under the premise of making others happy is the realm. I am lucky. I caught the explosion of the industry. The real big aspects of your grandfather is still 100,000 miles away. Do you know what kind of character I have? If I now have 500 billion in property, maybe a hot head, tomorrow the 500 billion will be gone. Gambling is relatively large. Eyes hard to rub sand. If it is not a few partners not low voice, help me to pressure my defects. Point of gold will not have today. Your father learned from your grandfather. They're the same in the world. The experience is different. The lack of that vigilance and stability of mind. Or an unlucky man. So big project, the result of his own accident. Like fate deliberately arranged. The missing link would be fine. But one link after another. He thought of a good way back for everyone. But he was not willing to leave a road for himself. Chouno, which part of all? Zhou Qingyu, accident, public opinion, broken loans, set up an investigation team. If it is just an accident, it can definitely be handled well. This is not to talk about doing the job. Is someone to follow the trend? Want to shoot the project to death? Your father is completely unmitigated disaster. The person behind the scenes has united several departments. Completely did not give the local response time. Zhou Yi was stunned and muffled his drink. Zhou Qingyu, this is a young plot. Not even a plot. We deal with these people also can only use young conspiracy. No matter which point, as long as it can burst open. Yu family and Zhang family relationship must be very close. Specifically close to what extent? There is no explosion point. First of all, to contact the two real core people, you and Yu Mingzhu, as friends or not, as a couple or not, nothing cannot be done. It does not matter. Holding a casual acquaintance with a girl like the same mentality. Just remember, don't let yourself fall in. Children raised by big families as the core are not simple. Zhou Yi pondered, nodding slightly. He was also getting drunk without realizing it. Zhou Qingyu's gaze is soft, don't have extra thoughts, and don't give yourself extra pressure. We are not revenge, because your father did something wrong. Management is not strict, resulting in this series of incidents. We have to use the same way. Also find what they did wrong. Let them go down to accompany your father to discuss the right and wrong to go. Get an early night and run with your aunt tomorrow. Shouno responded. Following her up piece by piece, each went back to his room. Zhou Yi Bath did not wash. Lying on the bed, his eyes generalized stagnation. For the first time, he knew so much about his father. The wine was strong and could not drive away the frequent thoughts in his head. Chapter 160, Zheng Hui. The next day, Shouno woke up around 7 in the morning. After washing up and going out, he bumped into Zhou Qingyu, who was also preparing for his morning run and wearing a sweatshirt. The morning air is pleasant. The heat is slowly receding and the temperature is comfortable. The two were not running fast. It was more like a walk, chatting mainly. Natalie got up a little late, watching the two figures from a distance in the doorway. He turned back and instructed the kitchen to make some of his son's favorite foods, and sat in the living room and pulled out his cell phone. There's new news. Fannan posted it last night. Nico went to bed early and just saw it. It was to ask her for her address, saying that it was time for the change of season and that there were clothes bought for her that she wanted to send. Natalie sighed softly and replied that it was not necessary. I didn't want to get another voice just after I replied. Say you've already bought it, and send some specialties from Forest City along with it. Nico saw that she was all talk, so she had to send the address of the company first. She hesitated to say thank you or make more small talk, slightly short of words. She'd been young enough to understand the tangled and stumbling emotions, but apart from silently spitting on her son for a few moments, she was powerless to control him. If she can control, grandchildren have long been embraced. The short video pop-up made her click back in momentarily. There's a blurry video with a title that looks like Yu Huayan getting slapped. It's coded, so you can't see what he looks like. Nico still identified Xia Danqing, Fong Nan and the others, as well as the bodyguard named Zhang Long, was watching. After running, Zhou Qingyu went back to the living room with Zhou Yi. Chouno snorted and went up to take a shower. Zhou Qingyu casually sat beside Nico and smoothly put his arm around her shoulder. What are you looking at? Natalie threw her arm away in disgust and handed over her cell phone. Zhou Qingyu took it and flipped through it. This is a breakup, and you're still concerned about your future mother-in-law. Nico, you say a girl with such a meticulous mind. Where can she be bad? Zhou Qingyu, you like her. You recognize a daughter is not enough. Between young people, it's not as if you think it's good. It must be suitable. This side with the cubs fierce, the other side of the mother-in-law. How entangled character. Chang Yu, look at others to see the accurate is not called ability. See clearly their own is powerful. You said Fong Nan has a tangled character. Are you tangled? At Fong Nan's age, I'd rather meet 10 Fong Nan than one of you. Zhou Qingyu, I'm happy to run into you. Ha, dark and hypocritical. Don't think I've forgotten all about it. I remember it clearly. I'm the top student in my school. Why do I need you to help me with my lessons in front of my family? I and my mother mixed 2 sentences of mouth. Would have been fine. You in the middle of a persuasion quasi-something. My brother to buy things you cannot use. Transferred to me. If not to see your son face. You think I want to take care of you Natalie, there are these things? Don't remember. Maybe you're misremembering too. Taking kindness for malice. Prejudice against me itself. She said, raising her hand to look at her wristwatch. I'm going to work. Breakfast will be at the office. Zhou Qingyu, take your son to work. I arranged for him to be an assistant to Lao Zhang, joining today. Nico was surprised. When did this happen? Trouble you to recognize your own identity. I'm the chairman of the board of directors. You're just an assistant manager of a department. What I say about work you do. Don't ask so many questions. Nico ignored her and was in no hurry to get to work. It's okay if she doesn't eat breakfast. Her son has to. Son, don't you have your own business? Why do you suddenly want to be an office worker? On her way to work, Nico turned her gaze quizzically. Zhou Yi, exercise, have not yet entered the big factory. Nico didn't think much of it and raised his hand to help him straighten his collar. How did you and Fong Nan split up? Quarrel, a fight and a split? It's not the first time we've split up, so don't always square off. I don't even forget well. You always remind me to remember. Nico glared. You haven't talked to many people, but none of them are capable of marrying into the family. You're 26 years old, and your mind is still as immature as ever. Chono, she contacted you? Natalie didn't contact me just so you could give her a leg up. Yi, the noise is too fierce. Give her steps, she will not go down. Besides, she may have been influenced by your charisma and simply like you as an elder. Nico was helpless. People fall in love with each other and the rain is sweet and sweet. But you guys are always in a state of shock. My heart can't even stand it, let alone both parties involved. Yi, this time it's a real score. Don't mention her again. Natalie, you've never been a real score. I'm going to get back together with her again so I can't touch true love for the rest of my life. Nico, why are you swearing at me? If you can't find true love, I can't have grandchildren. Yi turned his head out the window. Mom, do you have any pretty girls in your department? Introduce me to someone better than Fong Nan. As the saying goes, the beginning of a new relationship officially means the end of the last one. If you sleep, there will be prettier ones than Fong Nan in your dreams. To say that the girl Fong Nan which are all good, is to look at the man's vision is quite poor. Choice of a wide range, their own famous. The family has a head and face. The ability to appearance are outstanding. How to look at you? Yi interrupted. Do I still need to go to the personnel office to do the entry procedures? Forget it. I'll see Lao Zhang first when I get to the company. You know him? Yi, yesterday added have WeChat. In advance of the idle chat. Estimated that this will be in front of the company waiting to pick me up. Nico was dumbfounded. Zhou Qingyu said that he was letting his son be an assistant to the other party. Who dared to really take him as an assistant? This is not going to work? Experiencing life is more like it. As expected, the car just arrived at the car park of the Point Gold building. Far away from Nico you saw a bald head very eye-catching standing in front of the door. He was dressed in a suit and had a shiny bald head. Who else could it be if it wasn't Vice President Zheng Hui? And as soon as he saw this car of his, Zheng Hui immediately rushed over at a fast pace. A long way off, the other's bright laughter rang out first. Nico briefly introduced both parties, and after exhorting Yi to say a few words, he went into the company first. Yi dealt with the overly enthusiastic Zheng Hui and casually asked, "Did you make an appointment with the people from Qingfeng Group?" Zheng Hui, appointment made, 6 o'clock in the evening. Originally, I don't even need to talk about this in person, but the identity of the other party is not simple, and it's not good to be too slow to cooperate. Let's go to my office to talk in detail. Chapter 161. In the office, Yi chatted with Zheng Hui while looking over some detailed information about Qingfeng Group. Yu Mingzhu took over this company, strictly speaking belongs to the group separated from the new company, hanging Qingfeng signboard. In fact, only a certain amount of shares associated. There are a total of 2 major businesses under the Green Peak umbrella, the bank, and the car company. Yu Mingzhu did this business positioning as women's new energy vehicles. The total investment is now nearly $10 billion. The first new car to be introduced to the market node. Choosing this time to talk about attracting investment is interesting. If the car does not sell, the capitalist is a premium to the shares. If the car sells out, Yu Mingzhu loss, because the valuation will certainly further increase. Personal point of view, Yi is quite optimistic about this company. Positioning is relatively special, only for female car owners. Backed by the Qingfeng Group, whether it is technology or detail control will not have too many problems. Publicity gimmick is also relatively easy to create. Zheng Hui said at this point with flirtation. Young master, coffee or drink? Yi called Xiaozhou. You don't have to think too much. I won't affect your work including decision making. Looking at Yu Mingzhu, get together. Understand the work is trying to have a topic can talk. Zheng Hui understood for a second, and his taut mood slackened. He was really afraid of following a prince around as an assistant. I might be offended if I don't pay attention, and then I'll have to leave with a few words in front of my aunt. It's good to pick up girls, the background is enough, and the outside is still so handsome and clean-cut. Zheng Hui took a bottle of mineral water and carefully unscrewed the cap. Yi looks more casual and informal. Under the transformation of his mentality, he also relaxed. Mr. Zhou explained to me, the cooperation as much as possible to talk about. The other party must also have the intention in this regard. I strive to work hard to create opportunities for you. Yi, is this level of investment considered a big investment? Not counting. Just look at the amount of capital contribution is only less than $10 billion. At the top of the day to estimate 2 or 3 billion. With the investment style of the Point of Gold generally hold 20% of the shares. Shouno, what do you personally think of this company? I've never seen Yu Mingzhu. I heard it's quite powerful. Yu Qingfeng favors his daughter, everyone knows. Even if it's a false name, someone is peddling. Yi, I don't have much experience in picking up girls. Uncle Zheng teach me. Zheng Hui was unconsciously given to chatting in the gutter. There was something really special about this man's temperament. It had only been a short time since they first met, and Zheng Hui had the illusion that he was treating himself as one of his own. The people who bring him this illusion are usually the easiest to screw him over. Zheng Hui deliberated. Why don't I find a way to get her to drink some wine? This woman. Ah, as long as she is willing to dip into alcohol, everything is not a problem. Joey, don't come up with such bad ideas, just give me some presents. What can be negotiated today is delayed until tomorrow, and what you want to make the decision implies that I can make the decision. Business people see through this. Surely won't mind sitting with me for a while longer, chatting a bit more. Zheng Hui laughed nervously. That's no problem. To say that you two identity is quite a match made in heaven. Joey, go about your business. I'll take a break in your office here. Okay, feel free to tweet me if you need anything. Zhou Yi and the others left, picked up the mineral water and took a sip, looking for information about Yu Mingzhu. Unlike Yu Huayan, Yu Mingzhu isn't an internet celebrity, or hasn't intentionally marketed herself as such. There are only a few brief descriptions and a handful of photos online. The clearest is a photo like at a charity dinner with a couple of actresses. From the height data disclosed by those few, Yu Mingzhu is about 1.7 meters or so tall. Black evening dress, lonely and proud like a peacock. Face value is not inferior to several actresses in the same frame. Temperament is more outstanding. Young and worldly, haughty and sympathetic with a very low profile. If the face value in Zhou Ye's eyes was 100 points, Yu Mingzhu could get 95 just by her temperament. Appearance does not belong to the top beauty in Zhou Ye's eyes, but it is not far from it. Pretty special. Slightly similar to Yu Huayan's eyebrow contour. Looking more than Yu Huayan's eyes. One day, it seems to pass in a leisurely and busy way. Zhou Yi got into the same car as Zheng Hui at around 5 in the afternoon, driven by Zheng Hui's female assistant. For the first interview, a verbal interest only, to keep it simple. The dinner date was at the Lingjian business restaurant on the outskirts of Tianhe City. Zhou Yi initially thought of approaching Yu Mingzhu purely for the sake of reverse nausea Yu Huayan. Approaching purpose isn't as strong now. He allowed himself to put some distracting thoughts aside for a while, and only thought of Yu Mingzhu as a simple woman. Almost to the location, Zhou Yi flipped through his cell phone, selectively returned a few WeChat messages, resting the screen into his pocket. It's the outer suburbs that have arrived. Someone respectfully guided the assistant to the parking lot. As you walk down, the setting sun, the breeze and freshness of the breeze is extraordinarily refreshing. In the distance is a view of the river that is not yet lit. Nearby is a well laid out and partitioned modern cloth canopy. There are very few guests, but the service is attentive to a fault. The three didn't get more than a few steps out. Two men came face to face in the distance. The left side is Yu Mingzhu, can be recognized, with the photo in addition to wearing different, no distortion, dressed casually casual, full of white sports, ball cap, like just finished a game of golf. Directly diverted over here. Skin on the cold white skin. Eyebrows extremely clear handsome. Height and Zhou Yi judgment of the big difference. Plus travel shoes 1.7 meters or so. The other person was dressed more properly. A suit with a black shirt. Middle-aged man. Should be the company's leadership? Looks like he knows Zheng Hui. Yu Mingzhu did not expect to see Zhou Yi in a normal business talk. The moment the line of sight touched. Fixed. Video is video. I am indeed myself. Can tell it's him. The view is completely different. Clothes wearing formal wear. Buttons did not finish. The video does not show high. The reality only noticed that the net height of this person at least 1.83 meters. The video also does not show the temperament and sense of view. The reality is close. The kind of handsome and proud sense of instinctive impact on the line of sight. I've seen a lot of handsome men. Never seen this type that is handsome at first glance and gets more handsome the more you look at it. Mr. Zhang, the last time we met I remember it was 3 months ago. The city meeting well. Then wanted to ask Mr. Zhang dinner, did not find the opportunity. Zheng Hui shook hands with him and introduced himself first. This handsome man is my assistant, also my leader, the nephew of Mr. Zhou. He is engaged in literature, and follows me to experience some work that is relatively new to him. This is the real assistant, Shuning. Yu Mingzhu didn't wait for Zhang Mingshan to introduce himself, and took the initiative to say first, I've brushed up on Mr. Zhou on the internet. I didn't realize that he's still a great writer. I worship the literati the most. Zhou Yi extended his hand to shake it. Coincidentally, I've also brushed up against MS. You, a charity dinner. Yu Mingzhu joked. It's not a picture that Mr. Zhou deliberately sought out, is it? I'm not famous. Zhou Yi, it's true. I'm here for Mr. Yu. There's a bit of a misunderstanding with your brother, and I want to ask Mr. Yu to mediate in the middle. Zheng Hui laughed and said, in that case you always has to open 2 tables. One for business and one for personal grudges, so we don't delay each. Yu Mingzhu had no choice but to do so, calling the waiter to make arrangements before looking at Zhou Yi. I also meant in this regard, wanting to apologize for my brother yet. Since this is the case, choosing a day is better than crashing it. I'll treat Mr. Zhou to a meal first. Zhou Yi, call each other by name well. I am a fake literary scholar, not real. Mr. Zheng in order to please my aunt deliberately take the words to me to package the high and mighty. but in fact the literary so chat. How hard. Yu Mingju spread her face and had a smile. We are really in the same boat. I am also badly packaged by my dad, carrying idle baggage everywhere. It's really quite tiring. Zheng Hui saw the two people chatting smoothly and naturally, and his heart was free of worries, and he took Zheng Mingshan to change the table. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, along with Yu Mingju, sat at the table that was closer to the riverside. After being seated, he symbolically took the menu and ordered 2 dishes, heartily praising, "This is a great setting." Yu Mingju raised her eyes at the sound. "A friend's restaurant. I'll have the boss take a few VIP cards later. When brother Zhou Yi helps give them away. Publicize this place." Zhou Yi wasn't polite. "Good." Yu Mingju handed the menu back to the waiter. "I'm a very shallow drinker. There's no way I can drink with brother Zhou Yi. If you want to drink, you'll have to pour your own, and you're not allowed to blame me for not entertaining you well." "Zhou Yi, isn't the main thing here tea? Drinking tea is good. Strong tea is also intoxicating." "Yes, homemade cinnamon tea is quite a specialty." Yu Mingju got up and politely poured a cup and said, "I don't believe half of what my brother's man said, and I want to hear you personally say what happened, so I can have a judgment." Zhou Yi picked up the cinnamon tea that was said to be tea, but in reality it was similar to a drink and took a sip. "You can believe him, my fault is more. My friend came all the way here and didn't take good care of him, even if he didn't, but he also got into a conflict." "You knew each other before?" "No, Zhangzhan. I know Cham too. Not a good guy." "Zhou Yi, you mean near the ink is black? All 3 of us are not good people?" Yu Mingju laughed. "I didn't say you. Near the ink may not be all black. I said my brother and brother Zhan. As long as there is a conflict, it must be the fault of the 2 of them. Fox and dog friends are just like the 2 of them." Chapter 162, Simplicity. Evening has come and gone, and guests are still few and far between. The lights were coming on, and in the distance was a neon-hanging river of stars. The origin of the city of Tianhe is the river that runs nearly halfway around the city, and at night, it looks exactly like a river in the sky when viewed from a distance. Yu Mingju followed his line of sight and retracted it. Crossing her fingers, she interrupted the momentary shift into silence with her words. "You haven't told me the whole story." Zhou Yi looked at the waiter to the dishes come up one after another. "Will be some of her point pushed in front of her. I and Zhang Zhan is a few years ago on the racetrack to meet one side. Your brother is coming to travel. The 2 people in the evening, I invited me to go over the. Fong Nan is my ex-girlfriend. They are afraid of misunderstanding to say hello to me in advance." After drinking a few words did not say the right thing, about the wrestling hall, with protective gear to fight. Yu Mingju, so is she your ex-girlfriend or your current girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend. Later on, maybe your brother was more forceful and had to chase after him. More specifically I'm not sure, since it's not in Forest City. Yu Mingju, I didn't catch up and was slapped by Fong Nan's mother. That I don't know? Yu Mingju, this should be the most lousy time for Comrade Yu Huayan to chase a woman. Zhou Yi changed the topic. "You do this car I have paid attention to, has opened the reservation?" Yu Mingju said. "Well, the marketing has just begun, and I don't know exactly what the results will be yet." "Zhou Yi, I don't know much about this piece, but a few days ago I accidentally swiped a live bandwagon is quite interesting. An ordinary snack. Take the words of the audience stupid. Had to buy. Sincerity. Sincerity. Absolute flavor. As if not to taste it is a regret in life." Yu Mingju elegantly moved her chopsticks. "Don't just talk. Try the steamed Madaka fish." Zhou Yi followed the instructions and chucked a piece. "Not bad. Haven't really eaten one this tender." Yu Mingju followed up on his words. "Do you have any thoughts on marketing yet?" Zhou Yi, I personally believe that whether you sell cars or sell other, the most basic and effective marketing is to make customers feel that value for money. Buy to earn. The door of your car is quite interesting. The material of the interior. Anyway, introduce more advantages. The more complicated the more sincere. Yu Mingju, that's really what it is when you think about it. What specifically are you working on now? Yu Sheng came that account I don't know if you've ever swiped it. It's kind of what I got. That's all I'm busy with at the moment. Yu Mingju, this number has been so hot lately. No wonder your first clarification was through it. It doesn't seem like it's been long, and it has almost 30 million fans I noticed. Let's help with an advertisement. If the money goes according to the normal price, it's not a big problem to go a little higher. Zhou Yi leaned against the back of the chair quite comfortable. That price is lower naturally no problem. Do not charge you money. When making friends with the advance investment money, I left the matrix number of the big rain media advertising all to you to arrange on. You need to invest in making friends. Ha, is that how Wu Chia and the others make friends? Zhou Yi was unapologetic. I gave them the final payment. Yu Mingju's gaze was different. Did you really talk about all of them? Zhou Yi, is it possible? These women who look like heavenly fairies get one is luck. Really talk about which will not die to catch. Can only say that is small. Dare not easily step into the river of love. The Dora foot scared back. You as a joke to listen to. In fact, I'm this person's emotional outlook is quite positive. Not sure to give a girl the future. I will not step out of that step. You like South Chingwon, delicate with a small white flower. I see the poor, really in love who want to dump. I'm afraid that I'm in love with her. Afraid that I can't give her what she wants. That's why I'm afraid to dump her. Besides, I was only 18 or 19, immature, too childish, and had made a lot of jokes. Yu Mingju, that sounds so new to you. That can only be because no one told you that. How do you know no one has said anything? Joey, I like the beauty of the pile of growing up and the boys at first glance to see you are nervous. Shortness of breath. Do not believe that there are a few people can be immune to your charm. Normal close to you. Yu Mingju stifled a laugh and sipped her tea. Didn't feel you were nervous. Choono spread his palms. It's all sweaty. Yu Mingju, isn't it because it's hot and you drink too much tea? Joey guffawed. What a meticulous observation. Yu Mingju, I'm a little afraid of you. Usually can talk with me and let me have a good feeling of people I'm quite afraid. I can talk with me so freely, and it's even easier for me to get hold of some people who haven't seen the world before. Besides, you don't have a lot of truth in your mouth. Joey looked into her eyes, both smart looking and not smart. Mind if the man smokes? I mind if I'm my man. What do I mind if I'm not my man? Joey put the cigarette case on the table without smoking. Did you just say you have a crush on me? Yu Mingju, don't you know that you are very handsome? There is no hatred and no grudges, but also can chat comfortably. No good feeling is strange, right? She took his cigarettes over and looked at the box. Why do you still want to smoke when it says smoking is bad for your health? I don't really understand. Joey, emotionally there is a very special state I don't know if you have ever experienced. Is a clear perception that it reached the bottom, just 1 foot away from death. When there is a ladder to climb up, even if it is full of thorns and your hands will be drenched in blood, you will still choose to grab it, because compared to falling to the bottom of the valley of death, this little injury is nothing. Smoking, drinking, all sorts of behaviors you can't understand are essentially these ladders you can grab onto, depending on how hard you're willing to grab and how much pain you can endure. That's a funny thing to say, but it shouldn't come from you. Either way, you're too superior. Choono, which aspect means what? Family, financial resources, men and women, etc., etc. Choono, I worked in a hotel, when I was desperate. Yu Mingju, experience life? Choono, to survive. Not really. Joey, my aunt and I have only gotten along recently. Before that I didn't even know she had money and never contacted each other. She's my grandparents' adopted daughter. And since adopting her, the family has spent at least $6 or $7 billion on her. She got rid of the family that raised her and loved her over some petty. Probably had a guilty conscience and remembered that there was a nephew who could barely afford to eat. I have the best relationship with my dad in the whole family. He took the blame for someone and jumped off the building. He was divorced from my mom. And all the money my mom had was left to me by my grandparents, which had nothing to do with my dad, the law, morality, or even my mom, who took it upon herself to pay off the debt for him. The rest of the money was left over, and she hid it from me, telling me that the family had no money left, and that I had to start from scratch in order to make a living. It's been a tangled couple of years, heaven to earth to heaven again, pulling back and forth like a spring. Can you imagine all the money that my grandparents left me? All the money that was taken away from me by my aunt on one side, and squandered by my mom on the other side for the sake of moral righteousness in her eyes. I, on the other hand, mentally struggled for who knows how long every day to make those thousands of dollars a month, and the feeling of being left behind was too severe. And Fong Nam, she's the only girl I've ever been true to. Think about it, she was carried by the wrong life. How miserable. I seriously with her. Give her money. As a result of my father's accident that stage because I do not want to get her involved in the breakup. She was mentally unhealthy, slit her wrists and blamed it on me, and instigated cyber violence against me. What's even more bizarre? A bit of power the first time you want to let me go to jail. Repeatedly framed. I can't wait for your brother to hurry to chase her away, so that she doesn't keep staring at trying to make me pay for my life. Yu Mingju was depressing to hear him talk about it, let alone the other party experiencing it firsthand. The father who loved him best committed suicide, surrounded by potholes. A young master, reduced to a service industry that requires a constant smile. It's all so bad, and the ex-girlfriend doesn't let it go. Yu Mingju half suspected the truth in his words. These words are backed up by public opinion, including reality, including Zhou Qingyu's current achievements. Not only did she believe it, but the netizens also believed in Choya. Otherwise there's no way Netstorm could have completely flipped on one video a while back. He's literally provided countless pieces of evidence to back it up. Do you hate it? Joey, if you hate someone, will you still fight with your brother? What's the point of hating? It's only meaningful if hating others makes you happier. The more you hate, the more you get burned out, so you might as well let it go. If I were you, I'd find a way to get back at them. Joey, if I were you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. I am a simple-minded person. Believe in a person to go all out. 8 Too many losses in this regard. Besides, revenge on them is not revenge on oneself. The own people are no longer like their own people. Then outsiders always have to care about me some. Nowadays are quite good. Chapter 163, 3 hours. Making small talk. Chouno slowly fell into a self-constructed mood. He spoke more, taking an onlooker's perspective. Plain puts into words many of the key points from childhood to adulthood. The night is getting deeper and the wind is slightly cooler. Joey said to the majority of control, in my perception, consider a piece of openly chat is already a friend. Cooperation. I try to persuade the gold, and strive to complete in recent days. The matter of your car I also try to persuade Pei Xining. You let someone to the Point Gold parking lot to send I help you to send her. Let her test drive. Yu Mingzhu returned to her senses. Chouno's generosity and friendliness is unbelievable. But then again, it seems like it's just simply a matter of character. She took her fingers and pushed the loose hair from her forehead behind her ear, and gave him another serious look. Dim and bright light. His features were both blurry and piercingly good-looking. There's something really paradoxical about this guy. Open-minded and melancholic. Sharp and introspective. Yu Mingzhu emotionally moved closer towards him and spoke unintentionally much more sincerely. Are you on good terms with Pei Xining? Former neighbor. Haven't had much contact in years. Give face or not. Let's wait until we deliver the car to her. If she doesn't, I'll have someone bring it back. This isn't exactly to help you. If you and Jin reach a partnership before then, I'm also counting it as helping Jin. Yu Mingzhu, I think Pei Xining is a difficult person. It might not work. Don't look for her. I'm already thankful that you have this in mind. Joey, talking about you, my understanding of you is only limited to the rich and white stage. Yet you've already practically seen through me. Yu Mingzhu hands propped up the snow-white jaw. Sitting posture or loose a few points. Since childhood is also considered the family's regimental favorites. My parents, elders, relatives, and brother, held me in their hands and cared for me. It wasn't as much fun as when you were growing up, and it was boring. You know what my brother is like. He has such a personality that my parents gave up no matter how much they tried to discipline him. They therefore began to nurture me, finding me all kinds of tutors and exposing me to all kinds of interests. I'm an okay person with a sense of responsibility to my family, knowing that they love me, and I'm willing to try to love them too. Before high school is almost so over, the rebellious period is very short. Short to my parents and I talked to a knight. There is no rebellious period. University is read abroad. This is not just graduated home to take the money to me to open this company. Do not do well then grind. Do well next step will be the Qingfeng group to me to manage. There are more home affairs. Joey, how much of Qingfeng Bank does your family own? The family shareholding plus a piece of more than 20%. The major shareholder has been changed to the province. These years are going downhill. The economy, competition. The Qingfeng group on the new energy response is still a little slow. Initially did not as a focus to do. It's quite enlightened of your parents to be willing to train you. Yu Mingzhu, everything is conditional. Even if my parents don't say so, I don't get married unless I don't. And if I do, it's not up to me, whether it's parental pressure or my own sense of responsibility. Joey, do you have a date? Yu Mingzhu, not telling you. Joey, definitely single like me. A gut feeling. A girl as proud and sober as you are who is still responsible to her parents will either not look for one, or if she does, she will get married. Yu Mingzhu, you really got your intuition right. Joey, similar personalities will always have more sense. I think the same as you. No longer looking for it, find it and get married. Just as a way to leave an offspring for those 4 old people who really love me. Yu Mingzhu took out her cell phone. Add a WeChat. Communicate about work at any time. Joey, if adding microblogging is for work, there is no need you find Lao Zhang on it. Yu Mingzhu rolled her eyes. I took the initiative to add you on WeChat, and you even ended up. Joey opened his cell phone and scanned her QR code. Joking. Is it okay to throw you in that category of workmates? You don't say I'm your friend. Is a friend something WeChat can ask out? Can it ask you out? Why did you ask me out? Talking about work. Yu Mingzhu, why don't we just have some wine? It's not often I meet someone as interesting as you. Joey glanced at his surroundings, as well as the middle-aged man not far away who observed himself and Yu Mingzhu from time to time. Next time, they look like they're almost done with work. If the two of us drink now, the business will be delayed. Joey easily rebuffed, and then continued. Your current state is only like your age. Yes, still don't know how old you are. A girl's age is a secret. Okay, Joey, I wouldn't ask if you were older than me. 23 or 24 at the most. And you can't ask a question? Yu Mingzhu, 01. Joey, you this talk, temperament, emotional intelligence, like 9 years. You're only in your 9th year. Joey, I'm 2 years older than you, barely counting the 90s. Yu Mingzhu, old man all. Joey, you must not say to your brother that we have met. We had a misunderstanding. I'm afraid of him in advance and thus think more. The contradiction is even more. Waiting for him to come to Tianhe City. You set up a bureau, we sit together. I apologize to him. Yes. Zhou Yi simply got up. That's all for today. Lao Zhang and Mr. Zhang are waiting for us. Surprised that the time was so fast, Yu Mingzhu followed and stood up. It still bothered her before she sat down to talk to Chouno alone. Identity status is about the same. There may be cooperation in the future. The way to talk, what to talk about, need to think about. Not wanting to talk casually. 3 hours had passed. Chapter 164, a car. Send off Chouno. Yu Mingzhu still has a sense of not having finished. Socializing was nothing but business for her to deal with, or condescendingly handing out a few bones to those who wanted to get close. She had rarely felt this way. Yu Mingzhu guessed that Zhou Yi should send himself a tweet and got into the driver's car. On the way, the microphone vibrated. She immediately flipped the screen over. It's not Chouno, it's Dad. Ask her about attracting capital. Yu Mingzhu patiently returned a few sentences, uncontrollably searching for Fong Nan, the only girlfriend Chao Ye personally admitted to. I've swiped it before and just felt pretty on the other side. It's still beautifully impeccable when you look at it with a critical eye. See her. Yu Mingzhu just felt that any man would like this kind of woman. White skin and beautiful body. Temperament is also on the cold and detached. She searched again for those who had rumors with him. Nan Qingwan, Wu Qianya and the like. Showbiz people. Among them a new generation of hottest. Not as good as Fong Nan overall, but let's just say it's not the same type. Nan Qingwan was indeed a delicate little white flower. The type that boys probably wanted to hold in their hearts. Girls can hate the ones they hate to death, but the ones they love can also love them to death. The good thing is that the outstanding is outstanding. The flaws are too big. Zhou Yi, such a big young master, is unlikely to marry this type of woman. It was almost 11 o'clock when I reached home. Yu Mingzhu wanted to ask if Zhou Yi had gotten home yet. Hesitation never sent the message. She pondered whether she wanted to take the opportunity to find something to say hello to, or just ask casually out of politeness. Suddenly it's annoying. So active between meals, and then silent once we parted. Not even a normal greeting. Zhou Yi will be home by now. A change of exercise led to the upstairs gym. He rarely took the initiative in pursuing women. I should say none of them, and tended to take that one-upmanship approach. But he's been exposed to quite a few women. He knows how to chase. This time plan for next time. Next time plan for next time. Not too fast, not too slow, and stay on track. More dates for the reserved. One for the not so reserved, depending on the situation. Haven't worked out in a long time. He had only been coordinated to hit the muffling sandbags for half an hour, and the man was getting a little tired. Dropping his gloves and sitting cross-legged on the floor, Zhou Yi took out his cell phone. Heavy Rain Media and the local have reached an agreement on capitalization, and the next step is to plan to bring in the goods. First, we will gain experience in helping farmers in Forest City, sell the local area a face, and organize some interactions other than money. Zhou Yi has 80% of the shares left, more than 40%. Only a solid sigh of relief. In the future, as long as the company has value, it is no longer afraid of being subpoenaed away by a person like Yu Huayan who finds a reason to say subpoena. There was a thump on the door. It was Zhou Qingyu who walked in wearing a set of loungewear, glanced at Zhou Yi because of too many sweat stains and faded off the upper half of the jacket. Take a towel to help him by hand to wipe the side of the neck. You, this body to bury the little girl should not be difficult. Then those professional have aesthetics much more. Zhou Yi took the towel. You're still awake? Came to ask about your progress in picking up girls. Chouno, just had a meal. What progress can there be? I thought you weren't coming back tonight? Chouno, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Zhou Qingyu, when you're a kid, attract little girls. Going to school, to attract the schoolgirls. Go to my company a trip. I do not know how many people inquiring about wanting your contact information. You have charm, this is the obvious fact, okay? Zhou Yi took a towel and wiped it on his face. I'll hang her out to dry for 3 days first. There's the company's business. There's her car's business, and there's the promised next drink. I don't believe that she'll refuse to show up for the appointment after 3 days. Zhou Qingyu, how are you going to check? Zhou Yi, first let her owe me more. I see that although her outlook is not very positive, but probably because I have value to her, as long as she owes me, she should be happy to pay back. Step by step. Zhou Qingyu, well, I'm keeping an eye on the Zhang family, and I've already arrested a minion. Little by little. Looking for evidence, waiting for the right time. Zhou Yi exhaled, picked up the cigarettes on the floor and lit one, and got up. I'll try my best to check on Yu's family, so I'll take a shower and go to bed first. Zhou Qingyu with him side by side. Chicks are almost pickled. Why the mood is not good. It doesn't matter if there are clues or not. It's important to be happy. Zhou Yi, I'm quite happy. You don't forget to urge the decision makers to hurry up and finalize the cooperation. A word. I'll go rest then. Zhou Qingyu nodded and stood in place for a while after watching him enter the bedroom. She had probed her sister-in-law many times in advance about her brother. Natalie meant that she didn't want to cause too much trouble, didn't want to take revenge, just want her son to be safe and happy. Digging deeper into that young conspiracy doesn't matter. She understood Nico, but couldn't let go herself. Whether those people were intentional or not, they indirectly caused their brother to jump. Everyone involved in it. She wanted to dig up. After Zhou took a shower and lay down on the bed, he couldn't sleep. Quiet is better for thinking and reasoning. He approached Yu Mingzhu without a purpose, and without being together with a clear purpose, figuring out where to open a breakthrough. To think thoroughly is to have an unclean heart. Zhou picked up his cell phone and dialed. Sister Ning Ning, busy yet? Pei Si Ning, I'll be idle if you're idle. Say it. Chono, missed you. Wanted to visit you. Pei Si Ning laughed softly. True missing is never in actions, not in words. Chono, is Auntie with you? Pei Si Ning, afraid of others bullying me. She's been following me since studying abroad. As long as I'm working, wherever I am, she's there. Zhou Yi, let me give you a ride. Pei Xining slightly quiet. Tang laughed out loud. Is it who entrusted you to find me to help advertise? Endorsements are exempt from these rights and wrongs. Get the car to me to drive a period of no problem. Do not be too troublesome. Zhou Yi sighed. Why don't you want? I really want to give you a car. Pei Xining, you send something, won't call this number in advance. New energy fights every day. And you're not the first to come to me to advertise. Zhou Yi, in a few days, I'll drive the car over to you. Pei Xining, what's your relationship with the car dealer? Friend, male or female? If it's a female, I'm not helping. Men, talk when you see them. I'm going to bed now. Good night. Zhou Yi finished hanging up, put the phone rest screen, closed his eyes gradually into the quiet. Chapter 165, Pulling. 3 days later in the evening, after Zhou Yi went to check the progress of the hospital's renovation, he sat in the car and sent a tweet to Yu Mingzhu. It was the first time he'd contacted each other since that dinner. Text message sent. Dinner date. After a few minutes of not receiving a response, Chouno didn't care if she intentionally hung him out to dry and pulled. Directly dialed the phone. Yu Mingzhu was busy and seemed a bit distracted. Brother Zhou Yi, are you looking for me? Her voice was crisp, cool, and nice. Zhou Yi only heard some sense of familiarity. Are all girls so pretentious? He smiled and said, I haven't had the pleasure of contacting you in the last few days. Why? Not following through on what I promised you feels unworthy of the word friend. Yu Mingzhu had wondered if she was being fished, being treated so coldly and hotly on purpose. At that she froze. So did it materialize? Implemented. Point Goldside promised to pay first on Monday. More details of the contract to be added later. My side contacted Pei Xining. She promised to drive your new one. Marketing, you can use her as a center to do it. Yu Mingzhu, I have said. Pei Xining, that person is difficult to deal with. Do not go to her. How did you make her agree? At first she was reluctant. Did not take my call. I really don't know where such a strong sense of superiority comes from. Go to look for her, also do not meet with me. And then I let my mom contact the Pei Xining elders. Counted to get it done. Yu Mingzhu froze again, feeling a sense of guilt for being a small-minded person. There was more of an indescribable flavor spreading in his heart. Turns out he'd been too busy running around for the past 3 days ignoring her to fulfill a promise she thought he'd made as a joke. He really is what he says he is, with simple ideas and taking heart for people. Pei Xining, how high and proud. Think of Zhou Yi, beg her have to be humble to what extent? Such a nice boy, so gullible, and indeed surrounded by those who lie to him and trap him. Real moms, aunts, ex-girlfriends, other people. It's amazing that he's still able to maintain this sincerity. Yu Mingzhu suppressed her mood. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Zhou Yi, I'm not familiar with Tianhe City and I'm not picky about food. You pick the place. I'll go straight over here. Yu Mingzhu, how about still going to the place where we ate last time? Yes, Shouno responded, putting down his cell phone to head to the outer suburbs. There's no such thing as cheating guilt. He had spent the past 3 days not only working on a bit of hospital business, but also getting to know Yu Mingzhu as a person on a deeper level. Many people have poked and prodded Yu Mingzhu, pointing to her. What with saving up to get male celebrities to drink with her rich friends and using contract traps to make those people miserable? What bullying a girl from the same school while studying abroad? They were all not so good rumors, and Zhou Yi basically concluded that they were true. Face to face with Yu Mingzhu, the person's identity in all aspects. Of course, even without all this research and understanding, Zhou Yi never believed in what others outwardly showed. He grew up in a circle where some people were vicious, but looked friendly and civilized. Some people are bossy, but have the eyes to bully only those who can be bullied. Some people have an innocent appearance, privately nicknamed Bus. People are good at disguises, and the higher their status, the better they are at it. The richer you are, the more you know, the more human you are. Hook, line and sinker. The fact that he could now ask Yu Mingzhu out for dinner and drinks was not an indication that the man was a good date. It's that he doesn't have a clear goal and does things that leave Yu Mingzhu with no trace. Yu Mingzhu can only passively believe that he likes her or that he wants to take her as a true friend. The cell phone rang again. It was Guan Yao calling. Zhou Yi casually connected the carload and connected. Young master, what about fitting it to that standard you mentioned? And getting the equipment for it, when there's nowhere near enough money to do it? Zhou Yi, when the city is upgraded, all aspects naturally need to be upgraded as well. Don't worry about the money. I'll advance it all out for you. Just remember, you want to be the best women's hospital in the country, or even the world, and aim to move up to that. Guan Yao, you don't say you don't have much money left either? Shouno was still a bit fretful. His aunt gave him that 100 million. Throw the hospital to hit the water like inconspicuous. The key he also moved out part of the capital chasing big rain media for development. It's embarrassing to ask your elders for money, and you won't be able to find many people who can borrow such a large amount. He had an idea. You go now and fetch the paintings hanging in my aunt's living room. I'll talk to the housekeeper in advance. So modern living room, calligraphy and painting is too obtrusive. Do not match. On my side, I told my aunt that it was picked up to give to the elders in the upper city. You contact the auction house and find a way to realize it. What the hell? Now, Guan Yao laughed. Fong Nan went live again today. Did you see it? The number of people online in the live broadcast room is more than 2 million. The platform is really pushing her to the top stream. The platform is really pushing her to the top of the stream. And now the whole country knows that the clothes she sells are not profitable. And the style and quality are especially good. This is not simply a sinking market. I see a few celebrities are wearing her company $10-20 of clothing. Zhou Yi, the star effect, capturing a certain emotional point. People who buy clothes will have a feeling. I'm ing $3,000 to $5,000 a month, and billionaires wear the same. You're sick, always chatting about what Fong Nan. The two of us broke up a few days. Guan Yao, chat not chat you cannot forget. Every day a open short video is her live slice. Every day stick face open big. That is to say, you run so fast to go. Treat me to a meal I'm this 2 places to run around hard to death. Zhou Yi, Suli is not also into the shares. Take her, let her also busy. I'm not used to her always want a good and do not want to do something virtuous. Her father said that again mixed life. Ready to drive her out of the police force. You always spoiled. Guan Yao, the aunt you found for me. I can't help it if I don't spoil her. Besides, his father is the director. My father is just a dean. Or vice. There's something that I still have to count on Suli to step in and help. Zhou Yi, do not talk to you? Pick up girls ask someone to dinner. Guan Yao was helpless. Come on, you hurry up and greet your aunt's housekeeper. I'll steal something for you. Zhou Yi smiled and put down his cell phone to contact them one by one. Then he pulled into the parking lot of the suburban restaurant and headed first to the table where he had last dined with Yu Mingzhu. Chapter 166, A Mixed Bag. Shouno waited for less than 10 minutes. In the distance as a limousine entered, a delicate figure walked in his direction, carrying a bag, women's suit pants, shirt, and stylish tailored jacket. One looks like he's coming from the office. The long hair was scattered and rippled with the wind. Wearing a pair of large black rimless glasses, adding to the dry simplicity, looked like a rich white woman with a successful career. Every woman's beauty is different, and again, he always finds the beauty of the opposite sex very easily. Fragrant wind near. Zhou Yi smiled and stood up to say hello. Yu Mingzhu took her seat, removed her jacket in passing, and smoothly took the menu from the waiter's hand, saying, later, go and talk to your boss. Take out his private stash of good wine, and say I want it. She turned and asked Zhou Yi with a smile, do you like to drink red wine or white wine? The red wine is ready. He took the proffered menu and handed it back with a random addition. You seemed busy when you called? Yu Mingzhu, yes. This bout will be quite busy. The critical period of the new car into the market. Really thank you so much. I was worried about marketing no way to find the explosive point. You helped me to invite Pei Xining. Zhou Yi, it is also considered to be helping yourself. Why do you always say that Pei Xining is a difficult person to deal with? Ever dealt with it? Yu Mingzhu said, tried and tested. As if how much money cannot smash the kind of people. Do you think there are really such perfect people in reality? Even the personality seems to be rich and perfect. Shouno, that depends on how you define perfection. Yu Mingzhu, outwardly and inwardly, one like you is perfect in my eyes. Tall, handsome, male tension is particularly outstanding, but also particularly talented and connotation. I've been following a lot of old news about you, and I've said that you're less of a decathlete. Car, music, guitar, wrestling, shooting, skiing, more than N country's language proficiency. Shouno, I didn't realize I had so many good qualities myself. Yu Mingzhu quite liked to see him being praised by her somewhat uncomfortable look. Said heartily, however, this is not your biggest advantage. Your biggest advantage in my opinion is that you are obviously very bull, but can do half of it is not proud of it. Everything seems to be logical, low-key and sincere. Chono, going to start blowing each other up? Yu Mingzhu, isn't what I said the truth? Zhou, I just love to play, and I have an enlightened father at home, so practice makes perfect. I didn't learn English by heart, but after I was born, I was naturally influenced by foreign countries, and then some languages of similar countries have something in common, so I can understand everything. In fact, I still think our own country's language is the most difficult. Some dialects I still do not understand. The food came up as we spoke, and the wine was carefully poured in advance into a sobering vessel. Seeing her go to get the wine, Zhou Yi followed suit. The hand accidentally touched it. He withdrew his hand like an electric shock. We're not being too polite if we're even grabbing for a pour. Yu Mingzhu's movements also paused, not suspecting for a second that Zhou Yi was doing it on purpose. She picked up the sobering vessel and bent down to help Zhou Yi refill his wine first. It's you who are too polite to me. I invited you to this meal as an expression of gratitude. I'm hosting your guest. Zhou Yi gazed at her long, white fingers, the knuckles clear and even as she gripped them together with force. You, look at what? Yu Mingzhu asked offhandedly as her psyche rose and fell a bit. Zhou Yi, a look at your hands is a little touch. Really beautiful, luxuriant catkins. Compared to this, my hands can only be called claws. Yu Mingzhu has been praised a lot, but listening to it still makes her mood rise. She subconsciously smiles. Only the hands are beautiful? The face I don't really dare to look at either. The beauty is too harsh. Quite a frivolous compliment. Yu Mingzhu heard him say it with extra sincerity. She sat back and took the initiative to raise her wine glass. Brother Zhou Yi, let me toast to you. Thank you for helping me to facilitate the cooperation as soon as possible and take care of Pei Xining. Two things, shall not honor two ah. Yu Mingzhu snapped. Don't always pick on me. I'll only honor one. Zhou Yi smiled and raised his glass with her. How much can I drink? Yu Mingzhu, why are you asking? Trying to get me drunk? Zhou Yi, the lesbians I've run into who actively dare to drink with me are generally better drinkers than me. Can't get drunk at all. Ha ha, that's quite a bunch of weird straight girls you have around you. How can you have a chance if you don't get drunk and he doesn't? Yeah, I heard you got a hospital in Tianhe City. Zhou Yi, is a headache money. I did not realize that the top equipment is so expensive, often hundreds of millions of dollars. The decoration also spent old nose money. You're short of money? Zhou Yi, mainly do not want my ants. You also know that the two of us on the surface of the relationship, the actual psychological stigma is very deep. My mom can't even count on. She can watch her son suffer 3 years of poverty without doing anything. Yu Mingzhu, how much is missing? I'll lend it to you. Zhou Yi, all down is estimated to be another 100 million big several. Equipment is good. Medical professional level corresponds to be good. The environment and so on. Yu Mingzhu, not a big problem. Leave it to me. Zhou Yi, how can I ask for your money? It's looking for a bank. Lend more. The development period is like a bottomless pit. Yu Mingzhu pondered a little. I'll push a bank manager's WeChat for you. It's definitely good for you to find him. Zhou Yi, Jingfeng Bank? Is it troublesome? Yu Mingzhu, you did me a big favor. How can I let you do things that are too troublesome? Recently the bank's policy is better. Like you, this kind of high-quality customers I estimate to take 100 million or 200 million do not even need to use the mortgage. Zhou Yi, it's not like asking you for a loan. Yu Mingzhu, the bank wants interest. And you borrowing money from Qingfeng Bank is tantamount to holding out. It's you helping me, not counting me helping you. Zhou Yi, that sounds good. I'll toast you too. Let's push WeChat to you first. Yu Mingzhu took out her cell phone and edited a few sentences before laughing. Brother Zhou Yi, I see that Fang Nan is quite hot on the internet lately. What do you think makes this kind of person who is so envious of others worthy of others' favor? Her fans are also all extra hostile to you and have nothing good to say when you're mentioned. Zhou Yi, selling a miserable persona, coupled with the fact that she is really pretty. Catch up with the wind. There are platforms to support. Favored by the unidentified people normal. Other than that, it's hard to say. How's that for a word? Zhou Yi was full of helplessness. Do not like to judge others too much behind the back. Do not say her. The moment I say the mood is not good. Anyway, her kind of people dip a little. Enough to grow a lifetime of lessons. Yu Mingzhu, I can't stand those types who want to die because of the opposite sex. The world is as big as their eyes are. If you can't even love yourself, you're not qualified to love or be loved. Zhou Yi, the environment leads to a fixed character. It's also my fault. Back then, I looked at the opposite sex too superficially. As soon as she chased me, she hastily agreed out of sympathy and eye contact. Doesn't the internet say you're the one chasing her? What about setting up a persona? It doesn't affect me. Too lazy to tear her down. Yu Mingzhu, does your heart still fluctuate when you brush up against her videos? Set like a rock. Regarded as a red powder skeleton. I really shunned her, but the platform is still always pushing her messages to me. I can't even finish blocking them. So annoying that I uninstalled the short video. Yu Mingzhu, a lot of people say you can never forget your first love. Joey, she is not my first love. My first love is Pei Xining, young unrequited love. So you're Fanon's first love? Joey, not really. Her first love was herself. Narcissistic as hell. Yu Mingju was first dumbfounded, then happy, and raised her glass. Chapter 167, A Night of Drinking. The night is thick and the wine is deep. A thin blush slowly drifted across Yu Mingju's face. She had a driver with her, but was looking for an opportunity to message the driver to leave first. This man, Choono, had skewed her view of males. Yu Mingju never imagined that she would one day entertain the idea of unconditionally, gratuitously wanting to help a member of the opposite sex. Totally contrary to education, character, and all. The wine, which made her defenses weak, also made her more intuitively appreciative of the person across from her. The appearance is carved and the eyes are starry. A single black sweatshirt. The depth again set off his face more and more clearly. Seeing his gaze sweeping over, she naturally moved her eyes away. Brother Zhou Yi, I'm getting drunk. Zhou Yi supported the side of his face. I'm already drunk. Can I have a cigarette? Yu Mingju, are you a heavy smoker? Choono, you smoke a lot when you're nervous. Nervous about what? Being socially sharpened over the past few years is a bit sociopathic, and I get uncontrollably nervous when I'm alone with people. Yu Mingju almost laughed out loud. You're socially terrified? Joey, my brain revs to the max before I say every word to you. This is not social terrorism. Real socializing does not need to rack your brain. It can be very relaxed. Even if we play with each other's cell phones, just words without words, the atmosphere will be very good, very natural. Yu Mingju, you can play with your cell phone. Smoke less. Zhou Yi looked at the charming riverbank in the distance. Go for a walk? Yu Mingju, yes. Zhou Yi got up first, and when she did, he casually picked up the clothes she had folded and put aside. Put them on. It's getting cooler and cooler at night. Yu Mingju obediently put her clothes on first, side by side. She carried her bag in both hands and glanced at the side of his face with her head slightly raised. I've got someone to get you a car in the parking lot. The keys are at the front desk, so don't forget to give me some advice. Zhou Yi, you were definitely involved in the design, and many of the details show off high-end taste. Yu Mingju couldn't tell if he was complimenting her or if he really understood her. Because she was really involved in the design, she especially valued the first business she personally handled. A sudden touch. Yu Mingju was visibly restrained and tense. Thoughts are messy. People are messy. There's no one in front of or behind him. Will he do something out of the ordinary? What about finding her and confessing? Do you see her as a friend or do you want to chase her? Is there a simple friendship between a man and a woman? In the middle of the mess, his hand was touched. Yu Mingju's heart skipped a beat, and the next moment she heard Zhou Yi say, I'll hold your bag for you. Yu Mingju was busy letting go and giving him the bag, hands behind his back, 10 fingers tangled and entwined. She understood Zhou Yi's words just now, and it turned out that social terrorism really needed to rack her brain to find something to say. Brother Choono, have you ever really liked someone? What's it like? 1,000 colors flashed through Zhou Yi's mind. Liking is an emotion, and emotions can be of several kinds. For example, eye contact, seeing her and feeling pretty, that must be a prerequisite. For example, feeling, listening to her talk is very happy, want to pamper, want to fulfill all her requirements, do anything together is very happy, as long as together, and then like 3 views, cognition and so on. These are all things that can be spoken of, but true liking I personally think is actually an esoteric stirring. It is too mysterious to describe. It will be full of being occupied. It will be thinking and pondering for her. You know better than that. Who has ever occupied your heart and eyes? Zhou Yi, at present there is no one, is my own guess, plus reference to some love around me derived from the understanding. My dad and my mom's relationship is the kind of love I fantasize about. The kind of love where if you look at anyone else but each other more than once, you have the indignity of dishonoring your other half, and being pulled by each other. My mom tells me this all the time, that she wants me to be like my dad. That relationships can be focused and marriages can be long and rich and happy. She was a very empathetic person, and decades ago someone like her would have been a role model and praised by countless people. That kind of character put into today would have people calling her a saintly, hypocritical, egoistic atmosphere so severe that it's impossible to tell if it's evolving or regressing. Yu Mingju, you're also good at empathy, always being able to go deeper and understand someone from someone else's point of view. Zhou Yi, tired of walking? Yu Mingju was not tired, but when he asked, he was too tired to walk. She's also wearing high heels, and as soon as she turned her head to look at him, and with some wine, her body stumbled and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Zhou Yi quickly grabbed her arm to assist her. What's wrong? No, it's fine. Yu Mingju screwed up her little face, barely standing straight and stopping her steps. So bloody. It turns out that wearing a high heel to walk at night is really easy to twist your foot. Zhou Yi didn't hold back his laughter. Blame me for walking so fast when I knew you were wearing high heels. It's you who's to blame. I'm just following your steps. Zhou Yi, can you still walk? Yes. Zhou Yi, look at her limp. Look at all the effort. Instincts kicked in, and he picked up the person in a princess embrace. Yu Mingzhu exclaimed half a sentence and quickly shut up, a series of question marks in his head. If breaking his foot is a dogma drama, shouldn't it be more dogma that he's carrying himself? What the hell is carrying? Why don't you say hello? Are you so uninhibited? She blushed to be hidden by the wine, uncomfortable to open her eyes, too deliberate to close them. Hands down on the chest is too obvious. Not down, he hugged, too tired, trying to get him to let go. The words were swallowed. It was kinda special to be held. He wasn't looking at her either. He was looking at the road. She was able to look at him from that angle with impunity. Chat interrupted. Yu Mingzhu's heart thumped. She wanted to put her ear closer to hear his heartbeat, to wrap her arms around him for balance. Short trip. Yu Mingzhu's heart path has traveled 100,000 miles. It was only when we got to the parking lot that Zhou Yi asked, "Where's your car?" Yu Mingzhu smoothed being gently put down. "My driver is helping me with something, so I'll call him to come and pick him up." "Zhou Yi, I'll give you a ride. Wait for me to call a chauffeur." Yu Mingzhu nodded slightly. The light here is darker, and the light of his cell phone appears more obvious. The look of concentration with his head bowed is also like tinted light. Yu Mingzhu looked for words. "Brother Zhou Yi, will you be in Tianhe City these days?" "Shouno, if you have something to say, I can be there or not." Yu Mingzhu's reaction slowed as she was wound up. "Can you be present, meaning you can stay because of her? Can you not be there, meaning you can leave because of her?" My brother is coming to Tianhe City soon. You don't want to see him. Don't apologize to him. You were right in the first place. I'll let him apologize to you." Zhou Yi, called a good chauffeur, smiled. "Don't worry. I won't have another conflict with him to make it difficult for you in the middle." Owners really slapped a few slaps. As long as each other, it's okay. Yu Mingzhu, he's really several notches behind you in terms of human pattern. No wonder you can give up face and actively want to find him to apologize. Zhou Yi eyes a chauffeur over. Smooth hand holding her hand. As natural as an assist. Yu Mingzhu's body lurched again. Silent. Lowered her eyes and lifted her steps to slowly tail. The man's hands were not at all clawed, as he claimed. Instead, the 10 fingers were long and white. The temperature of his hand was warm and strong. Chapter 168. In the car, Yu Mingzhu points out the way to go back to her house first. In a villa area on the edge of the city center. Yu Mingzhu didn't really want to go home, because it's not very late, plus a bit of wine and a temptation to hang out a bit longer. She hadn't had a drink alone with the opposite sex, much less experienced this feeling of not wanting to go home for the first time. But Chono doesn't invite. She didn't volunteer where she wanted to go either. Enter the neighborhood. Yu Mingzhu waved her small hand at Zhou Yi, who got out of the car to see her off, and went back to the house at a lumbering pace. The first thing she did was to go upstairs and look out from a room with a window. Chuno's car could still see the taillights at this point. The lights that come on with the brakes are brilliantly colored like neon. She clasped her small hands together, recalling the entirety of the evening, and her heart seemed to be tugged by some invisible force. After leaving a message for Chouno to report back home, she called her brother. "Can you get to Tianhe City tomorrow?" "Yu Huayan, the driver is on his way with me. I'll be there by midnight. I won't be picking you up then. I'm not staying at your house either. There are hotels booked in advance." "Yu Mingzhu, Zhou Yi said for me to form a bureau. He wants to apologize to you." Yu Huayan didn't get the meaning of this sentence for a long time, then asked sharply, "You two know each other?" "Business is a bit of a crossroads, and he did me a big favor, so he's a friend." "Brother, he gave you a step. You have to give him a step. Originally there is no deep hatred. You listen to me, posture lower, or do not blame me to find our father to report that you stir up my business." "Yu Huayan, you're friends with him? When was that?" "Just for a couple days." Yu Huayan had picked up countless girls and clearly noticed that his sister was not right. He couldn't control himself any longer and said angrily, "You stay away from him." Yu Mingzhu furrowed her brows. "You're sick. Aren't my words clear enough? We are business partners, and now because of you we have an awkward relationship." Saying that he looked for you to apologize is entirely to give you face. You really think he sees a dude like you who only spends his time drinking? Someone else, an outsider, is willing to give me face, and you're my own brother, coming to tear me down. Yu Huayan's chest exploded with anger. How could he not hear his sister's approval, defense, and opinion of Zhou Yi between her words? "A few days. My sister and Shouno hadn't met a few days ago. That's familiar enough to lecture yourself as a brother for the sake of the other?" Yu Huayan's teeth clenched together and he broke his guard and yelled, "Just remember to stay away from him for me. That is not a good thing. He must have a purpose for approaching you." He didn't finish yelling. Yu Mingzhu couldn't listen and hung up. Yu Huayan called again and his sister stopped answering. His blood rushed to the top, and after messing around for a while, he remembered what Zhou Yi had once said like a joke. "You go after Fong Nan. I'll go after your sister." "Definitely." The other man chose to approach his sister in order to gamble on this. The problem itself is that it doesn't even touch Phantom's side. The sister over here seemed to have taken a liking to Zhou Yi to a degree that more than he dared to think about. Yu Huayan's hands trembled, and his eyes flushed slightly. His sister wasn't just his backbone, she was the whole family's. Yu Huayan understood her character and didn't dare to be overly aggressive, only sending the ins and outs honestly, including the relationship between Zhou Yi and Feng Nan. His tone has been so calm. Microsoft text words earnest and solemn. The result was a delay in waiting for a reply. Yu Huayan told the driver to drive faster. Separately, Feng Nan and Zhou Yi were contacted again. The former didn't answer her calls and the latter didn't either. Yu Huayan wanted to tweet Feng Nan to inform her of all this, or at least to let her know what her boyfriend was, but the tweets were also deleted by the other party long ago. Zhou Yi arrived at home, accompanied the old mom and aunt to chat for a while, just went back upstairs to the gym. He drinks. Only that little bit of wine didn't even make two drunks. Natalie looked at her son's back and wondered, is he on a date? It smells like perfume. Zhou Qingyu, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't worry about him in this regard. Pups want a find, hook finger thing. Money or no money are not worried about girls. You hold grandchildren only need to hold a kind of natural, water to the canal mentality on the line. Nico, finding is finding. Isn't it seamless? I don't know if it's real or fake with Feng Nan, and even if it is, finding the next one so soon, taking others for what they are. Zhou Qingyu repeated a phrase that Nico often hung on to, children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. Nico was frustrated, feeling that she couldn't talk to Zhou Qingyu about anything, and turned her eyes to realize that there was something missing in the house. Where are the paintings hanging in the living room? Zhou Qingyu, your son said he wanted to send it to Elder Chen, so I asked him to find someone to pick it up. Nico, he's giving it away. He's probably looking for a place to sell it for money. I know my calligraphy and painting. I am happy to be sold by him. It's okay if he sells my house. Where to live is not to live. Natalie was still in a strong family position back then and couldn't do anything about Zhou Qingyu, not to mention now. She held her tongue. How much is the painting and calligraphy worth? Zhou Qingyu, a set of $3.6 million, taken at a foreign auction. He can sell how much I'm not sure. Did not pay too much attention to this aspect of the market. Nico, why don't you tell him the actual price? In case millions and millions of dollars are sold to you. Zhou Qingyu, my great-nephew is not stupid. You often think he is just stupid. When it comes to strangers, he'll take a loss only if he wants to, and he won't take a loss if he doesn't want to. Nico, why do I feel like you two are a couple of sinkholes? Do antiques and paintings have any real value? How many formal channels can sell them? Zhou Qingyu, who introduced me to buy? I introduced the contact information of the person unintentionally through to him. The other side has a few guts dare to pit my nephew. Old comrades, IQ is not as good as in previous years on the recognition of it. More than 50 years old are, every day in front of the two of us to find presents. Even your son cannot control, still want to control me. Nico watched her for a moment. You know what our father said about you? Don't want to know. He told me himself that his daughter is negative in every way except for her positive IQ. His biggest worry is that his eldest grandson, who already had an IQ of 202, will increase it by another 30 as soon as he is influenced by you. And our mom. Zhou Qingyu interrupted. Only the weak in reality would take those stale matters. Nico, I know you're a strong man, but you're so strong that you spend every day drinking and reminiscing about the past. I didn't even know what was going on back then. I just came home and saw someone stomping out the door. The tears floating in the air have not even crashed to the ground. The person has disappeared. A run on 7 or 8 years. Zhou Qingyu stared at her, not waiting to finish, and got up to go upstairs. Nico followed. Don't you like to talk? Come on, let's sleep together tonight. I'll talk with you all night. It's been so many years. Don't make me guess all the time. Just talk. Zhou Qingyu's steps were faster, and he slammed the door after entering to keep Nico out of the room. Chapter 169 Video. Gym. After Zhou Yi let out his excess strength, he opened WeChat to chat on the treadmill while watching the tree in front of the window that was rustling and being blown in the night. Reported to Yu Mingzhu that he had arrived home safely. She didn't get back to him. Zhou Yi didn't really care. He just retreated back to the window and proceeded to chat with others. It's normal for girls to have a bit of a pulling mentality. Odds are that he went to bed early last night and woke up only to see a tweet from him to kick off a new day of pulling. Zhou Yi found the WeChat that Yu Mingzhu had pushed. It was quite a surprise that the other party was an executive at the head office of the Qingfeng Bank. The voice of reply was also polite and respectful. Zhou Yi briefly talked to him about the loan. Meaning Zhou Yi have time to personally go over to do. No time to find someone to go over to do. In short, within 500 million casually do. Shouno coped, thinking slightly. The other party just like to treat him as Yu Mingzhu boyfriend, but it is necessary to share a few more times. The best relationship can get closer and closer. Green Peak Bank is the foundation of the Green Peak Group. There are any number of clues that breakthroughs in this area are much easier. Intercommunication. There's a news pop-up. Click on it. And it's still about Fan Nan. She's been too hot for a while. There should be some kind of deal with the local forest city as well. And the news is talking about a special live broadcast to help farmers in a few days. There are recent photos of her, wearing the same clothes designed by her company. Slightly slimming gray tee. The pants are black biased sports tight casual pants. Flexible and slender legs are outlined to the fullest. And that white, godly face, looking like a noble, unassuming, big, walking ice cube. At this point, there are video invitations. Zhou Yi hesitated for several seconds when he saw the WeChat avatar. He remembered that someone had sworn a few days ago that they would go to 18 layers of hell if they ever reached out to him again. Gaslighting. Chouno didn't take it completely seriously, but was surprised that she would send him a video invitation in the middle of the night. He tapped to connect. The image just flashed and there was endless snow in front of me. Skin like snow, racing snow under loose pajamas, beneath the long, well-proportioned neck. The picture was so deep it was fast to code. Her pajamas were camisole style. Look in the background, it's the bedroom in her office cubicle, just by herself. Chouno couldn't help but remember the time he had spent working with her. After a busy day, a busy night, all sorts of absurdity out of control on both sides. Zhou Yi looked physically and mentally abnormal, gazing at the abyss at the same time. The abyss like it was also gazing at him. Fuanan was looking at him, at the thin layer of sweat stains on his firm skin. Zhou Yi first said, I seem to remember that I pulled the blackout on you? Yes, it's the last time I pulled the blackout. I forgot this time. Fong Nan, Yu Huayan sent a message to someone close to me, saying that you and his sister have been getting very close these days. Is that true? Chouno, in what capacity are you asking this? Fong Nan, I'm afraid you'll be chopped up. Whoever you dare to move. Little cute. All know how much the Yu family values her. Zhou Yi, business a little involved, just talk about not moving. Something no? Fong Nan, yes. There's business. I've clashed with your company's live broadcast time, and some of the products that I brought with me also collided. I hope that we can not have any changes in the price, and keep it consistent, so that it is good for both sides. If it is possible, it would be better to move back the time of Big Rain Media. On the heat I exploded your company a few streets. Afraid of the same day if you rob your traffic clean. Zhou Nashan, her heat is relatively high. Not many fans. Live broadcast are belong to be in a windfall. Do you Zhang main account live estimated number of people online can break through 7 or 800,000 is good. Fong Nan cannot move on 2 million popularity. What's more, this Big Rain Media's live broadcast was still being prepared by some matrix numbers, and Du Yu Zheng wasn't involved at all? You came to show me superiority. Ha, Fong Nan, do you know how to speak properly? I'm such a big anchor looking for you to discuss with you the same price. Kindly remind you not to hit the schedule. You bit back. Chouno, just be yourself. Fong Nan, you're not really in love. Are you? Zhou Yi, I know a woman and I have to talk about it. You can't wait for a storm when someone tells you something? Besides, so what if I do? In college, didn't you think I was cheating on you during our relationship? I didn't have the status to say anything, but now that I'm in a better position, it's gotten worse. Besides, we do not break up. You said, you dumped me. Fong Nan stared, her other small hand gripping the corner of the quilt with a death grip. You don't take it seriously when it should be true, and you bite off more than you can chew when it shouldn't be. Aren't you deliberately quarreling with me and using a pretext to hang me out? Chouno interrupts. Really hungover, tired from working out, want to rest. Fan Nan, you give me an address. What do you need an address for when your company is so busy? I'm going to go check on Auntie Natalie Yu. Zhou Yi, don't be sick again. It's not easy to bump into some luck as a company, so get busy with your own first. Give me the address. I'll come to you now. Zhou Yi looked at the seriousness of her words, and the hope in his heart had just risen and was forcibly snuffed out. He likes her and he doesn't like her, loves everything about her on the outside, the occasional foul stupidity, the sexiness and generosity, the pampering and dependence, but he didn't like being controlled, being watched and grabbed at every turn, having no lightness of touch when it mattered, being unsure, insecure, and simply emotional. Fong Nan asked herself if she didn't want to lose her face and offered to go over to him overnight. Still waiting for a response, she gradually shamed, your deed of sale is still in my hands. If I sue you, the company you made, the hospital can't run away from trouble. She was angry, and it was hard for Chouno to be angry. He has a strong sense of emotions. He sensed that she wasn't trying to sue him, that she was just out of her mind and impulsively stupid again, to the point of threatening him with such tactics that she couldn't even threaten him with in the first place. Zhou Yi silent for a moment, split on the split. The most difficult 3 years you have survived. Do not care too much about me. Don't threaten me. My aunt can block your account once, but she can do it again. Wait for your wings to get a little stiffer and reach an agreement on capitalization with the province. Then you can say the hard words again. Fong Nan was disheveled. Why do you have to make me so undignified every time? Zhou Yi, character will affect people. I do not like to carry too much negative energy. Full of question marks in the head of the people together. Fong Nan, we've been on and off for 6 or 7 years. Like we've been living on a dog. Fong Nan interrupted. It's you who lives to be a dog. You never want to compromise and tolerate for others. Chono, it's a question to ask yourself. Why are you someone else? Fong Nan rushed. Are you hiding something from me? Did you deliberately approach Yu Huaiyan's sister in order to get back at him? Don't gamble. He took a slap from my mom and completely died to me. People should no longer be in Linchang. Chono, good night. Fuanan was lost in thought and was about to speak again when the video had gone black. Chapter 170 The Long Night. Fuanan looked at the screen fixedly. To dial again, hover your finger. Nights are always kinda hard to get through. The first 2 days were quite lively with Mom there and Chen Xiao living next door. Today is too busy. Chen Xiao is still working overtime. Mom also because there are relatives to see her. Go home to entertain. Fan Nan turned off the lights and turned on his cell phone again. She had thousands of photos saved on her cell phone, 3/5 of which were of him and 2/5 of which were of the two of them together. There were very few of herself, and most of them were selfies she had taken for him, which her phone had saved automatically. Fuanan flipped up from the top. Images come to mind with each one. There was the first night the two were together. A sneaky shot of him asleep after she woke up first. There's the group photo of the first time he took her on a trip to Asia, on a cruise ship where the two of them were tired of playing in the water and laying down under a parasol to rest. She photographed with enthusiasm. He was only curious to see the head of the glasses. There's him buying his first locomotive, in his biker suit with his helmet off. There's him fiddling with his race car, hunched over the hood. There was quite a bit of beauty, throbbing, and delight. The intense despair of the breakup wiped it all away. Fuanan sometimes thought about it. If it was an ordinary girl with him back then, I'm afraid that any more love wouldn't have the luxury of asking him to marry her. The status gap is out of reach. In the eyes of others and in the eyes of the self-aware, Fan Nan was equally afraid at first to fantasize that she could marry him. Slowly is just too much to send away. She didn't have the same idea of seeing someone as more important than herself now. And as he had said, after 3 years apart, what should have been honed had been honed long ago. It just doesn't seem to have gotten along with him as well as it used to. That would be angry. Not thinking that far ahead. Now when you are angry, you think about the past and the future, and you have the mentality of once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Fan Nan photo turned over very slowly. Big brain squeezed in many other things besides the picture. How is she going to get along with him? How can you be good together and not be good together? Life is full of sweet and sour. Can relationships be only sweet? Fuanan lifted his wrist. On the tattoo was a beautifully compiled bracelet with a very special transit bead. She was both despondent and didn't hold back a laugh. Little cutie. The most big-hearted person who believes in this. But it seemed to actually work. Works for the cause. She's been having one good thing after another with her career going well lately. There was no good marketing method. A fan spontaneously helped her find a good marketing method. Clothes positioning unique. Unintentionally opened up a live track. Worried about Yu Huaiyan kind of villain revenge. The province immediately have departments to pay attention to her company. Take the initiative to have the intention of wanting to enter the stock. This time to help the farmers is the cooperation of the first bridge. Work. If you can't catch that end, you have to take care of this end. Workers are recruited a lot more for a short period of time. Everyone is very busy. And the design department side has invited one of the most famous clothing designers in China to come over to train the staff. Fan Nan would not have been able to invite the other party. Coincidentally, her mom had dealt with her when she worked at the TV station. An acquaintance. Fong Nan habitually combed his brain and pulled up the thin quilt over his head. Sooner or later, she's going to have to make something of her career. At that point, it must be prudent for her to play her cards again. It was supposed to be an opening with a king bomb, and the skill was so poor that it hit the ground running. When you can get married, you are so arrogant that you want to hang him out to dry again, and get used to being the master of the house. Want to get married. People are afraid of her. Chouno sleeps fast, sleepy from fitness exhaustion. Wake up fast too, dreaming, a long-lost dream. The time was 4 a.m., and could no longer sleep. He simply changed into a sport and washed up, then went out and wandered around. Stayed in a detached house and it was unbelievably quiet all around. Only the post had people working all night in 3 shifts. Joey followed the dimly lit street lamps and unknowingly arrived at the gate post. Casually glancing at the window, he realized that it was surprisingly night June. Joey threw the cigarettes in his pocket. How did you, the head of the Jinui, start working the night shift? Li Jun had long seen him through the surveillance and smiled nervously. Someone took a vacation, so I was responsible for coming to cover a shift. Chono, take a walk and talk. Li Jun hesitated. This villa is too remote a location to leave. Still, he walked away from the security booth. This big young master even held the boss. He did not need to take the principal in these trivial matters. The villa itself lives in a dozen or 2 dozen. Walking is also certainly not far away, just nearby. Joey waited for him to come over and casually asked, "How old is Knight?" ID 36, actual 32. Married yet? The children are 2. Twins, in elementary school. I was a school on into the army. Could have stayed at most 2 or 3 years, but also coincidence, too bad temper, coupled with a bit of talent for fighting. Just joined the army soon after the 2 leaders a piece of beat up. More coincidentally, one of the leaders was found out something. I was therefore rewarded and transferred to the special forces. Unsurprisingly, I'll probably go home with my discharge money to join the fire department or be a regional leader in another department. And that's it for this life. I'm very grateful to Mrs. Joe, who was looking for a driver when I was about to be discharged from the army, and didn't pick on me. The year before last, my oldest was seriously ill, and I really couldn't find a good hospital. So when Mrs. Joe found out about it, she sent my child to the Tianhe General Hospital, where she found one of the world's leading specialists to come over to see him. The moment I saw my child recover, I thought to myself that this life would not be my own. Chono kind of admires him, the most trusted man around the boss, covering the night shift for the regular security. How much others do for him is someone else's business, and this man is clearly the type of person who is willing to do his best to return the favor. Is it hard on the troops? You have to fight. 10 points of strength to take out 12 points to not call it a mix-up. Simmering are numb. Think about it again is the most unforgettable thing in life. What's the difference between the grappling you learn and grappling of a sporting nature? Those of us who take up grappling do so for one purpose, to have one more skill to kill the enemy. Since it's one of them, it's definitely not comparable to a professional when you walk into the ring. I'm not being modest. I can't even win if I stand across from you with gloves on. Taking off the gloves and street fighting, you may have less experience. Ever been in a real battle? I've been out of the country many times, not really close to real combat, ideological combat mostly, because there's a real mindset of losing one's life. Practice tomorrow. Li Jun, don't make it difficult for me. In ancient times I would be a vassal here. You are the crown prince. With this status gap, what can you practice with me? If you're interested in the fighting I've learned, I can find someone similar to me and show you a show. Zhou Yi laughed. I've always wondered if my master had let me off the hook back then. Every time I was in the ring I had him in my arms. Li Jun, this will not. The world champion retired. Not to exaggerate to this. You look at it as not the type that is particularly difficult to deal with. Most likely it is really the front wave was padded to death on the beach. Zhou Yi, there's no point in chatting with you. You only hold people up. Li Jun, just don't get sick of me. Once you get sick of me, I'll lose my job and will never be able to find such a good job. And my dolls will have to be transferred from an aristocratic school to an ordinary school. Zhou Yi laughed again and patted him on the shoulder. I'll run a few laps. You go back and continue your shift. Chapter 171, Death to the Heart. Chawano finished his walk and run. The house is ready for breakfast. 2. He went over to the bathroom to briefly rinse off and sat down at the table. Natalie pushed the milk in front of him. Are you still working today? Zhou Yi, there's something I want to do. I want to make a trip to Sioux City. Traveling or looking for your sister Ning Ning? Send her a car. Nico guessed that it should be advertisements these. Did not ask much. His eyes turned to Zhou Qingyu. Are you going to the company? Not going. I have a mahjong appointment in the morning. Nico ignored the 2 leisurely breakfasters again, got up, changed his shoes, grabbed his bag, and headed out the door for work. Young people have time to relax. Her memory was deteriorating at her age, and she had to grab the last of it to work on it. Zhou Qingyu retracted his gaze from Nico's back and couldn't help but laugh. Do you feel your mom's resentment towards us? Laughing, all 3 of us work in the company, and she's the only one who comes to work on time every day. Zhou Yi, busy is better than idle. Rich and cumbersome people are especially not suitable for idle. I didn't dare to let her be busy before because I was worried about her health, but her health is fine now, so she should be busy. Save up more money for your grandchildren in the future. Zhou Qingyu, I see you're not in a good mood these days. Zhou Yi, is a little idea. You said that in case the Yu family has nothing to do with my father's business. What am I doing? At first I was able to comfort myself that I was getting back at Yu Huayan. This reasoning doesn't make sense. Both want Yu Mingzhu to like me, but also afraid that she really likes me. Zhou Qingyu, I told you earlier, come and go freely. Don't check if you don't want to. Don't think too cumbersome, just as normal in chasing girls. Further marriage is considered to be a door-to-door match. One step back she is an enemy. Simpler. Chono, the situation you're talking about is based on me liking her. Zhou Qingyu, so do you like it? Zhou Yi, beauty is definitely like, but I'm not the kind of person who has to get his hands on it when he sees it. Zhou Qingyu, are you still getting less? How young and unintelligent that would be. Zhou Qingyu, still haven't let go of Fong Nan. Zhou Yi was slightly distracted. Auntie, have you ever been in love? Zhou Chengyu was dumbfounded by the question. She talks. I didn't meet anyone better than my brother before I was 30. And after I was 30 my courage was drummed up and dispersed unceremoniously. And after that the years went by with nothing to do but make money. But how could she say she hadn't talked about it? Talked about a couple of them. Any of them particularly impressive? Zhou Qingyu, yes. Just the man who didn't even want me as a second wife. Zhou Yi, no matter how much you like it, you can't have the mind to be the second house. My aunt is so good. He is worthy of it. Who is it? What's the story? I'll take it out for you sometime in the future. Zhou Qingyu, you two will never cross paths. Don't ask. Big man? Zhou Qingyu, why are you asking me if I've ever been in love? Chono, find a standard. At least know what it means to like it. I've been emotionally messed up all these years and it's confused me. Zhou Qingyu, if you like someone, you are willing to be his second wife. Any unwillingness is not enough to like. It's okay to say that I have a morbid view. That's how I see it. Having him is enough. The rest doesn't matter. Zhou Yi, then it's a waste of time to ask. There's no reference. I can't share with anyone I like anymore. Yeah? I don't believe so. Suppose a woman you're particularly enamored of, even if she's married, turns around and seduces you. Can she handle it? Chono was stuck at the question. Then who carries it? Still, he said, true seduction. I might have a moral grounding. Zhou Qingyu, you think the seduction is she wrapped around your arm daintily shouting brother. I said the seduction is she wrapped around your arm really take you as a brother. The former will make people vigilant. The latter noiselessly spring rain. Still carry it? Zhou Yi, auntie, publish a book. I'll be your reader. Zhou Qingyu laughed. She made up a few random phrases, but she was able to bluff her nephew, the relationship expert. She added some more milk to Zhou Yi. If you really don't want to hurt people, you shouldn't get involved in the Yu family's affairs. It's too hard to investigate, unless you and Yu Mingzhu at least get to the stage of engagement and become half of the Yu family first. Zhou Yi, I'm just going to lament a few things. I'll look into it. That's my dad. Without those people, he wouldn't have jumped off the building. If I can help him take revenge, I'd be willing to die. Not to mention doing this little thing. Zhou Chengyu, got a plan yet? Zhou Yi, I've hooked up with the people at Qingfeng Bank to make a good relationship and get the big client information first. Your side is also investigating? Common company. Contacts. Both sides of the clues meet. New clues will come out. And Qingfeng Bank is definitely connected to Zhang Mingyang. It's headquartered in the area where he worked before. Even if the Yu family has nothing to do with my dad's business, they're definitely involved with Zhang Mingyang. It's much easier to look into it than if you were to go it alone. Zhou Qingyu settled down. She'd never underestimated her nephew. She just wouldn't have guessed that it had only been a few days. Took half of the Yu family's first lady and hung on to the Green Peak Bank. Zhou Yi, you'll introduce me to a reliable media person that I can trust. I'll send a car to Pei Xining and ask him to shoot me in a humbler light. Slightly hype me up. Just hype me up until Yu Mingzhu can see it. Zhou Qingyu again sensed the different look at him. Punishing IU. Zhou Yi, it's too cheap to coax someone into bed, even though it's the quickest way. But Yu Mingzhu is obviously not the kind of love brain that can be coaxed into a daze with a few words. It's better to be sincere, and put your heart and soul into doing her good. It doesn't matter if we can't be a couple. She trusts me and owes me. Zhou Chengyu added, and then let Pei Xining act a little bit more unimpressed. No, it would hurt her reputation. I just need to wait a little longer at her theater set so she doesn't come out to pick me up. How artistic and impactful to go from sunrise to sunset. Zhou Qingyu, the literati are so bad. You taught me well. Zhou Qingyu, you're a naturally bad kid. Auntie has been helping you take the blame for decades. Like our old man. So bad that people think he's a good guy. Zhou Yi, make a full set of theater. You grab the money to Yu Mingzhu Company. Her car is doing well, coupled with Pei Xining's marketing. Even if the market value is now inflated, it's time to enter. Zhou Qingyu, do you know what degree of her market value is not? 10 billion made a car. Her company in the new energy industry is similar to the purse company. There is a production line under construction. There is a fake office building. The rest is to rely on the support of the Qingfeng Group. However, if her car really sells well, the investment won't overflow too much. Okay, the money will be here by night. By the way, I seem to have seen Yu Huayan come to Tianhe. You two have a grudge. Will it affect you and Yu Mingzhu? Zhou Yi, he will only be a catalyst. In Yu Mingzhu's eyes, her brother, although he is a close brother. Very close. Very close. At heart, she can't see him as anything other than a kindred spirit. In this regard, she is clear. Work is work. Her brother has to stand aside even if he comes. Zhou Qingyu, marrying her is actually not bad. Maybe the Yu family will fall back a piece against Zhang Mingyang. Zhou Yi, I think the two of us are not all the way people. She does things I cannot do. Not used to seeing. I do things she may not see. Can understand. Three views are not quite the same. Zhou Qingyu, you and Fang Nan share the same views? More inconsistent, but she's what you'd call a relatively extreme view of relationships. No matter how many twists and turns there are in between, she'll do anything for you and never have to worry that she'll actually get you killed. That's where the kinks come in. She might unintentionally get you killed, but she's willing to die with you, so you'd be kinky if you were her. Besides, really don't want her to die. Also don't want to be killed. Zhou Qingyu, two gods. Zhou Yi finally took a sip. I'll drive to Suzhou City first. You don't forget to arrange for reliable media personnel to rush to me. Forget it, I'll arrange this small matter. I almost forgot that I'm in the media business. Zhou Qingyu rolled his eyes. Get lost. Chapter 172, Nanqing 1. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Yi drove the red new energy sent by Yu Mingzhu and drove himself to Suzhou City. The car is pretty good overall and is relatively trouble-free to drive. Smart Drive opens. Zhou Yi felt much more comfortable than the Bentley seat Zhou Qingyu drove a few years ago that he is now driving. It's the interior that's on the feminine side. What with vanity mirrors, beauty mirrors and the like. Pricing for the car is $180,000 for now, and the space is similar to a B-segment car. The plan for the next one is to do the mini type, the 4-seat max kind. Su City is about 400 kilometers from Tianhe City. Zhou Yi had informed Liu Zhang on the way to send a more trustworthy person over, and the two of them met in Su City. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yi received the staff in charge of filming at the Su City airport, and then went to Pei Xining's filming location, the ancient city shopping street. The name of the drama Pei Xining is filming is called Travel Diary. The script Chono had read. There were 4 set locations, and this was one of them. Personally, Chono found this to be a very meaningful and extremely informative show. The script is about a young girl suffering from depression, sick of the city flurry and ready to end it alone after walking all the places she wants to go. There is growth, release, redemption, philosophy and not tragedy in the process. Pei Xining likes to shoot this. In her words, even if she can enrich the heart of an audience member, her profession is meaningful. The employee was a young girl in her 20s. It's Du Yameng, Liu Zhang's cousin, who has just joined the team. This was the first time she had seen the boss that many sisters in the company had been talking about in private, and she only felt that the appearance was a bit more solid than they said, and she didn't quite dare to look at him more. Plain long-sleeved white tee. The fingers holding the steering wheel were long and distinct. New car. The car seemed to have that cool, fresh smell of him. Du Yameng was apprehensively wondering what to say or ask. The small hand was grabbed coldly. She lowered her eyes incredulously. A raging heart? Is it a subterfuge? The boss wants to subvert her? The mind was just getting up, and the temperature that had just come between his hands went cold. Chono shifted gears between loose hands, like he had caught her unintentionally while looking for a gear. But if it was unintentional, how come he still pinched it? Du Yameng moved suddenly up and down. Pay attention to him and the side of the smile before oil relief. Tension suddenly went a lot. Zhou Yi, when you get to the set, make me look like a mess and create an atmosphere. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a good look, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a good look. And I'm sure I'll be able to get a good look. Look, something like this. He handed over his cell phone. Du Yameng understood and answered in a low voice. Zhou Yi, you look a bit like Du Yuzheng. Relative. She is my cousin. But I didn't get into our company through connections. I got in through a fair interview. Zhou Yi, just remember not to talk nonsense. After filming me, record a video of Pei Xining before and after she gets into the car. Don't record me, just her and the car. Du Yameng nodded in agreement. She had been told ahead of time by her cousin that she was good to shoot, and would cut. Between the exchanges, the car approached the commercial street of the old city. The entrance was blocked off. There was a theater crew filming inside and they wouldn't let them in. Zhou Yi did not immediately call Pei Xining, got off the car and lit a cigarette to naturally survey the surrounding. Very moody old city with old buildings. Temperatures are a bit more comfortable than in the city of Sky River. The breeze is comfortable, with the thick loftiness of the ancient city in front of you, and the fresh scent of the greenery spreading around the ancient city in the wind. Du Yameng, on the other hand, stayed honestly in the car and kept capturing video footage. The sun was high in the sky on a hot afternoon. The figure in front of the ancient city was set off with extra special clarity. The boss wouldn't let her show her face, so she selectively captured only her back for most of the clips. Record 1 clip. Send 1 clip to the company. She can edit. It's too much of a waste of time for fear of holding up the boss. The minutes ticked by. In the evening, shortly after recording, the edited video was transmitted to Du Yumeng's cell phone, including the accompanying text. Du Yumeng trotted over to Zhou Yi. Boss, it's done. Look at it again. There's only half of the face with the back. Zhou Yi confirmed that there is not much problem. Urged, now send online. By streams by Tianhe City, fixed area. At this time, Zhou Ye's cell phone rang. Yu Mingzhu called. Zhou Yi was just about to pick it up when a few more familiar figures appeared at the end of his line of sight. Even though the light wasn't very good, he instantly recognized Pei Xining, who shone like a star. Besides her, there was another instantly recognizable girl, Nan Qingwan. What's she doing here? Also a crew member? Chouno instinctively tried to withdraw. He had half a mind to run into those ex-girlfriends who were long past tense, especially Nan Qingwan. This woman's character is so much better than Fong Nan's, which can be seen from that time when she broke the defense and spoke to help Fong Nan prove that he is a scum. The first tier of the popular little flower girl, on impulse, even publicly on the internet to help Fong Nan condemn him, almost ruined their own future. Zhou Yi was not as good as thinking too much, and first connected to turn around. Hearing that Yu Mingzhu was setting herself up for dinner with Yu Huayan, Zhou Yi apologized and said, I came to Suzhou City to give Pei Xining a car and forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. Apologize for me and brother Huayan. Yu Mingzhu inquired with concern, so what time will you be back? Taking care of a little business on the way, tomorrow and the next 2 days. I'll be the first to contact you when I get to Tianhe. Okay, thank you brother Chouno. Let's not talk about it yet. We haven't waited for Pei Xining yet. I'll find someone to ask her again how long she'll be busy. Pei Xining naturally saw Zhou Yi, who was answering the phone. She settled down a little. She knew that Zhou Yi was coming to drop off the car, and she didn't know that he was already here and didn't tell her in advance. Nan Qingwan also saw that back. After a long time of recognizing, the expression on the clear and beautiful little face changed slightly, and the extraordinarily large eyes were filled with complexity. Turned into ashes, Nan Qingwan remembers him, her first love, in the true sense of the word. I remember a few years ago when I was in a hot relationship and the other person said they hadn't seen her since the breakup and couldn't get in touch with anyone. Under the disappointment and loss of Nan Qingwan, she even had the urge to go to his house to find someone. I don't know where his house is. I only found out Zhou Ye's mother's number. She couldn't slow down at the time, grew up with pride, talked to someone for less than a month, and was dumped without a second thought. That kind of blow left her with no self-confidence for a while, questioning your own charisma. Showbiz mix for a long time. Cohesion of countless fans after the South Qingwan realized that not their own no charm. Is Zhou Yi no heart? His principle of friendship. Chasing the hand is not far from the breakup. Chasing the hand may not be lazy to chase more. So she sympathized with Fong Nan. Saw Yan Xining guest being interviewed when mentioning Zhou Yi. Emotions fell several times. All kinds of unthinking words appeared in the social account. Hate is hate. Had hated it. Bitchy is also. He said a few good words for her in the video, and Nan Qingwan realized she didn't hate it as much. Pei Xining asked Chu Jing to invite the cast and crew to dinner instead of herself. Waiting for the crowd to leave, she looked at Zhou Yi, who had turned around and said, You're sneaky. What are you playing at? You didn't know to call me when you came. Come here. I'll introduce you to a beautiful woman, the main character of this drama. I'm giving her a role as a chaperone in the drama. Nan Qingwan's small face stiffened into a smile. Sister Xining, do you still need an introduction? Any girl in Lin City who stands out? Who doesn't know young Master Zhou? Pei Xining, the Cubs are so famous? Nan Qingwan, the reputation of slagging out is just as bad as not delaying girls from flying into moths. Pei Xining knew the two must have talked, then laughed. Moths? Yes, the moths, headed for the light and all died in the flames. Zhou Yi, embarrassed, was revealed the old bottom but did not have the strange constraints of just met. Sister Ning Ning? Wan, I invite you two to have a meal. Pei Xining saw since that Nan Qingwan was a bit out of sorts. Then I'll have to slaughter you once and for all. The more expensive the better. Come on, get in the car and talk. Chapter 173, The Other Side. Yu Mingzhu was in the same car as Yu Huayan and stopped in front of an upscale restaurant. Walking into the pre-booked box, Yu Huayan ordered his food and then looked at his sister, whose mood had been a bit off since the phone call, and only felt annoyed. His sister doesn't have a good temper. Not at home, not at work, not in front of a lot of people with that tone just now. Very polite and reasonable looking. Growing up, she was a little pepper, and I've never seen her speak so carefully and thoughtfully in front of any member of the opposite sex. Saying bad things about Zhou Yi she cannot hear. Not to say fast suffocated himself. When the food came up, Yu Huayan ordered beer and drank a few mouthfuls first. Yu Mingzhu glanced at him and played with her phone, taking a bite of her meal every now and then. Brother and sister, it doesn't matter if we talk or not. I pushed through all the client appointments today and convinced my brother to come over. It turned out that Chou Ya had missed his appointment, obviously driving a couple hours to help her go on an errand. Chouno still seems to feel a little guilty for blowing off the appointment. There was a ding. There's movement on WeChat. Yu Mingzhu received several videos, photos, from Chouno. Some of them are Pei Xining driving, some of them are group photos standing with the car, and some of them are a few casual compliments from Pei Xining. Yu Mingzhu was surprised, pleasantly surprised. The number of male fans of this person, Pei Xining, is not to say. but it is still a god in the hearts of many girls. She thought it would be nice to get a picture together, and she actually opened her mouth to compliment the car. With the right marketing, it's obvious what kind of impact it can have. Yu Mingju thanked Zhou Yi and immediately sent the video to the marketing department and called to start explaining the work. It's a surprise. It wasn't long before more good news came through. The money invested by Point Capital came in first before all the details of the contract were finalized. 5 billion. The whole 5 billion. This money could well be spent on raising the number of vehicles first and laying out the next car. Yu Mingju's biggest headache is that if Jin refuses to pitch in, then she'll have to go to her dad for help. She didn't want to find him. First career and keen to prove myself as much as possible. Now that a bit of gold is on board, it will undoubtedly be easier to follow up and attract investment, she mused, and before she could finish digesting the good news, she swiped on a video. The accompanying text is presumably a suspected chance encounter with Zhou Yi chasing a star being blocked. The video music is on the soft side, and the video shows a well-built figure standing in the sunlight for a long time, trying to get in. I don't think I can, so I just wait at the entrance. The sneak peek was recorded for a long time, and the interface progress was edited. 3 hours. In just under a minute of video, the man waited at the entrance for 3 hours. The person in the video is Choono. His back was familiar to her. Yu Mingju stared blankly for a long time, unable to move her gaze. Repeatedly, where did Choono go to catch up with the stars? He was begging Pei Si-ning for her to do an advertisement to promote the new car. Obviously, Pei Si-ning, that fake noble woman, arrogant to not take him seriously. If taken seriously, Zhou Yi would not have humbled himself and waited for 3 hours at the entrance, waiting for the sun to set before waiting for the videos that he had just sent. So a big young master. Pei Si-ning, what right to treat him like that? Why doesn't he have some temper? How dare the janitor stop him? Yu Mingju's eyes couldn't help but heat up and raised her hand to wipe them. Wanted to send a message to Zhou Yi to tell Pei Si-ning to get out of the way and not to have her advertise. Fingers trembled a few times, failing to type the full word. He'd humbled himself and begged for it, and she couldn't waste his efforts. Pei Si-ning. Yu Mingju silently pronounced the name. Yu Huaiyan saw that her eyes seemed to be red, and was both puzzled and a little distressed. Why are you crying? For a good reason. Yu Mingju looked up. It's okay, I listened to a rather sad music and felt something. Yu Huaiyan downed a few glasses of wine and didn't hold back. Mingju, Zhou Yi and Fong Nan are still lovers. Do you know that? Yu Mingju, didn't you tell our dad that the person you're chasing has nothing to do with Zhou Yi? I was afraid of getting a lecture and deliberately said a lot of things the other way around. Fong Nan and Zhou Yi even kissed in the cafeteria, and many people can testify to that. Yu Mingju, do you have a picture? Besides, it's not like it's my business if he kisses or not. Yu Huaiyan saw that she didn't believe and didn't listen, and said anxiously, he must have a purpose for approaching you. We talked about the stalemate. He threatened me that if I dared to chase Fong Nan, he would chase you. He must be preparing to play with your feelings for this purpose. Yu Mingju frowned. Lies don't even come close to being reliable. Who will, because of this personal grudge, really come to retaliation? She and Zhou Yi, although only sat twice, but early to see each other, chest Qiankuan. Not to be petty, it's impossible to have the same dark mentality as your brother. He was different from any member of the opposite sex she knew. Do you think Zhou Yi is you? He's not afraid of offending people on all sides for a little dispensable personal matter. You say he has a purpose? What purpose could he have? My company even cooperates with Gold. Not with him. He not only facilitated the cooperation in advance, but also helped me get rid of that Pei Si-ning by all means. Or is he chasing me? Is it rare for men to chase women? You've chased less. Yu Huaiyan couldn't get a breath. In short, you just can't get too close to him. You believe me. I couldn't possibly harm you. Yu Mingju, I'm not saying you're harming me either. I just want you to be less prejudiced and suspicious of him. He is my friend. A real friend. The kind of friend I most want to make. Yu Huaiyan clenched his fist. What kind of ecstasy have you been put in? Yu Mingju, I think you're jealous of him. Of all the ex-girlfriends he's dumped that you can't chase. You've had enough. Yu Mingju was a little scorned by his glare, but did not budge an inch. You are also enough. Apologize as much as you like. Don't delay things in Tianhe. Go on and wave your way. Yu Huaiyan's face was grim as he drank. He really wanted to leave, but he didn't dare. Seeing his sister being compelled in this state, Yu Huaiyan was worried that if he left before him, his sister would easily be coaxed into bed after him. He's a man and understands men. He also understands women. How smart and strong women can't touch love. Once they do, their judgment is gone, but it obviously doesn't make sense. Plus all have to flip out and quarrel. With my sister's temperament, if you fall out, you won't even meet with yourself. It's even more troublesome. Yu Huaiyan's bowels were green with regret at the moment. He was so horny that he started to chase after some Fong Nan. I didn't get the girl, but I got into a lot of trouble. Horizontal others are not afraid. Also began to chase his sister normally. Chapter 174, Minding and Not Minding. It's not fun to eat. Yu Huayan's murderous heart went through the roof for a moment. He looked at his sister again. The features were exquisite, the style was outstanding, and the looks would have been home, including the reason he favored her more. His sister is also extremely intelligent. It is not too much to say that she is a genius. She skipped a grade in school and got a master's degree from a famous foreign university at a young age based on her strength. The complexity of the situation was dismantled effortlessly, and in a short time it was possible to coordinate the resources of all parties and make a car complete. Preferably, simple male-female relationships are imperceptible. It's impossible for someone like Zhou Yi, who has countless ex-girlfriends, to be in true love. The probability of his sister moving to true love is high because Yu Huayan has never seen her move. Not daring to say anything else, Yu Huayan dialed Zhang Zhan's number and handed his cell phone over without a second thought. Yu Mingzhu didn't understand. Yu Huayan, let Brother Zhan repeat to you what happened that night, and see if there's any discrepancy with what I said. Yu Mingzhu was impatient. Zhang Zhan, this person, in addition to a good father, were not in the eyes of Yu Mingzhu. There was just a certain amount of kinship and the elders got by and had to socialize. In Yu Mingzhu's eyes, the other party was much more dangerous than her own brother. Her brother chases women on merit, on his face, on his family, on his own emotional intelligence. Zhang Zhan is not necessarily. It was evident in his brother's reminder not to be alone with him. Yu Mingzhu stayed polite and took the phone for a brief chat, and as a result, the man Zhou Yi was held in higher regard. 3 men looking for a woman to accompany alcohol. People favor not to hate Zhou Yi. Exposed out of the video although there is no heat. Yu Mingzhu also due to attention to see over. People girls only to Zhou Yi code. As for Zhou Ye's personal admission that Fong Nan was the object, Yu Mingzhu prefers that Zhou Yi doesn't want Fong Nan to be targeted by the 2 scumbags. Zhou Yi himself said that his ex-girlfriend, even if she harmed him, he still hoped that the other person is living well, not to live up to once. Yu Huayan saw how his sister did not even take Zhang Zhan's words seriously, getting desperate in thinking about one thing at the same time. What did Zhou Yi do to make his sister trust him so much in a short period of time? Face? Body? Temperament? Emotional intelligence? Emotional value? Yes, it would be the emotional value. Money or not, help or not, sister is not the most care at all. Zhou Yi has what she has. The most agonizing thing in Yu Huayan's life was that the women who liked his money and could be impressed by power and money he didn't take seriously deep down. He was always easily impressed by Fong Nan, and other women who didn't care about what he himself had, and he had a hard time impressing them. Positional equality. People want emotional value. Yu Huayan was repeatedly frustrated and realized this long ago. The problem is that with a research project, there is a delay in researching it. Zhou Yi has undoubtedly studied this aspect long ago, because none of the people he's looking for seem to care the most about money. At least Fan Nan doesn't. Yu Huayan molded over, temporarily laying his mind flat, holding inquisitive to ask, what did you guys talk about the first time you met? Yu Mingzhu returned the phone and said, it's very common. Respective experiences, careers. Yu Huayan, what about the second time? Yu Mingzhu couldn't remember much, only all the feeling. She didn't twist her foot on purpose. He hugged like he meant to. The suffocating feeling of being confined in your arms, the feeling of power, really makes you a little breathless and powerless to struggle. She couldn't possibly describe this to her brother either, and asked him rhetorically, why did you go after Fong Nan when you knew she was Zhou Ye's ex-girlfriend? Yu Huayan, I do know this, but I didn't know at first that his aunt was the boss of Point Gold. If I knew, I wouldn't have had the brainwave to mess with this kind of thing even if I liked it. When there is a conflict, I am afraid that my family will reprimand me, so I can only describe it in the opposite direction. Enmity, can't swallow that breath. You didn't beat him? Yu Huayan, I just had a momentary lapse. Yu Mingzhu, he's really good at wrestling. Ha? Yu Huayan was depressed. He can't even say whether it's awesome or not. He had no counter-attacking ability. None at all. The most stifling fight he'd ever had in his life. If it was a street fight, 80% of them would have been KO'd in the face. Yu Mingzhu, is Fong Nan pretty in person? Yu Huayan, prettier than you, with better skin and a better body. So you have no advantage over her, even if she is Zhou Ye's ex-girlfriend. Yu Mingzhu interrupted. Don't PUA me. People Zhou Yi speak much more level than you. Even if I'm not as good as others, people will only say that every woman's beauty is different. Even if they know in their heart that I am not as beautiful as others, they will say that I have a good temperament. They will say that I have a high IQ, and they will say that I have a high EQ. Yu Huayan, she's really pretty. Don't say she's been someone's girlfriend. I don't mind even if she's divorced. Mainly people mind you. You don't understand girls. Like sweet talkers, those who can't talk are ruled out first. Like tall, short first will be ruled out. Like strong, thin first will be ruled out. As long as she doesn't like your money and power, you just can't chase her without some underhanded means. Yu Huayan muffled. Anti-PUA huh? But what I said is all true. Her skin is so good it's rare, and I don't really dare to look at her when I hit her. Yu Mingzhu, if I'm not your sister, the two of us peace. 10 points. How many points do you score respectively? Yu Huayan, she has 9 points, and the 1 point she lost is emotional intelligence. Damn, coping without even bringing coping. You're also 9 points, and the -1 point is external. Yu Mingzhu listened with displeasure. No one likes to be judged to their face that they are outwardly inferior to others. How many points for Pei Xin? 12 out of 12. With the extra 2 points being added to her by me personally. Not many people can be so beautiful that girls marvel at them, want to marry them, and bend a bunch of people with ease. Yu Mingzhu, your eyes are really blind. You can't even see that Pei Xining is a pseudo-purist. Yu Huayan, she is not noble. That kind of person. The man holding a hand is probably excited to show off everywhere. You see who is shown off? People are really noble. Something is not possible without the wind. Can be hidden from people outside the circle can be hidden? Zhang Jifan fan of her are fascinated out of the bewitchment. Everywhere looking for relations want to match. Marriage. Busy months. The face has not seen. The brothers want to fart to eat it. Yu Huayan asked rhetorically. The same 10 points. How many points do Zhou Yi and I have in your eyes? Yu Mingzhu was sincere. Zhou Yi 8 points. Only 8 points? It was supposed to be 12 points. And the lesser 4 points people gave to you in charity. The kind of upstart like you who rushed to provoke. He was willing to return the favor and took the initiative to try to find you to apologize. The heart is too soft, too saintly. He apologized to play to you. Yu Mingzhu, everyone is an actor. Who cares if he acts or not after a lifetime of acting? He's perfect in your mind? Yu Mingzhu, he puts me at ease. In my case is the perfect choice of spouse. If he doesn't put me at ease, does perfection have anything to do with me? You feel like he's got you at ease? Yu Mingzhu, you don't understand even if you say it. If you understand girls, not to mention Fangnan, it's easy to chase anyone. Women are sensual. Most of them are sensual. Easy to be touched and touched by the moment. Self-involved and confused. You always say that you are a master of love. But in reality, it is a joke. You can easily chase those others can easily chase. Accept your money. Will also accept other people's money. You do not want to admit it. Always think that they are conquered by charisma. As for the deep love is not deep love. The girl's deep love can be performed. Acting themselves to believe. You more believe that people are really love you. Be attracted to you. Be conquered by you. I don't entirely believe a lot of what Zhou Yi says, but I ask myself to see people a bit more accurately than you do. And that's a very interesting and charismatic person. And I base my assessment of him on what I've seen, the information I have, my personal contacts, etc. Your opinion is so biased that your starting point is that people are playing with my emotions. That's your starting point as a man. You think you know men. It's mostly about me. Whether I feel used and emotionally toyed with, or even if I don't mind being emotionally toyed with. Actually, I don't mind. Some people are just lucky to meet in their lifetime. So who has the qualification and energy to mind? And, speaking of purpose, you put aside your prejudices and say again, would a man of his caliber approach me with a deadly grudge and play with it because of a little personal grudge against you? Yu Huayan was silent. Yu Mingzhu said, he has no motive, no purpose. His only purpose can only be to like me, or to be a person with such a character. Those are all good purposes. Ha! Yu Huayan proceeded to drink. It's so damn reasonable. The more sense he made the more bored he listened. Chapter 175. Chono was also at the restaurant at this time. In a relatively remote farmhouse in Sioux City. There are landscapes in the distance and pleasant views close by. It's a restaurant and a bed and breakfast. The place where Pei Xining was looking for. Chono drank a little wine between meals to lighten the mood. He was already under pressure to be with Pei Xining, and there was an additional ex-girlfriend on the table. Not too comfortable anywhere. And what's even more uncomfortable is that Nan Qingwan really does look a bit like Pei Xining. Temperamentally. You two play sisters in this play? Nan Qingwan, yes. Sister Ning acted as my sister. Pei Xining saw that there was no one else. Her gaze could not hide her curiosity as she swept over the two faces. Wan, how did the cubs chase you in the first place? Nan Qingwan and red wine sip. Voice line Qingqing soft. By through my roommate to invite us both a piece of dinner. My roommate pretending to be drunk. He sent me. Zhou Yi interrupted. You are also too truthful. Ask you what you say. Nan Qingwan was slightly tipsy. I'm afraid to drink more, but I want to. To be precise, she was the one who chased after Choya. Zhou Yi tried every possible way to ask her out, and she saw that Zhou Yi was not good at confessing and took the initiative to confess. Sweet, 28 days of all the precious memories coming together. It wasn't a full month. He said it wasn't right and wanted to break up. Nan Qingwan would have hated him so much that she wanted to expose him on the campus for him. Wanting all the girls to know the face of Zhou Yi. Fearful of his family's power, he didn't dare. Coincidentally, a director came to the campus for casting and jumped at the chance to get into acting. Speaking of which, she was really lucky. The director was a decent person and would protect her. Once the drama exploded, she smoothly joined the director's studio until today. Nan Xingwan glanced at Zhou Yi, who was more confusing on the outside than back then. As if flirting, when I don't want to stay in the circle one day, sooner or later I'll expose you to avoid more sisters being victimized. Pei Si Ning quirky. How many years has it been? Nan Xingwan's mood still fluctuates so much, so you can imagine how hard it hurts. I'm afraid it's going to hurt my body and my mind. Otherwise it's not memorized so well. Pei Xining probingly went to ask Zhou Yi, are all men's love cycles so short? Zhou Yi, the main thing is that I am afraid that if I continue to be in a relationship, I will not be able to help it. Wan, how excellent. Nan Xingwan summarized for him. The fear of me pestering you and influencing you to chase a whole forest is the right solution. How popular young Master Zhou is. I don't know how many people are lining up to be slagged. Pei Si Ning, stamp collecting? Nan Xingwan, Sister Ning, I dare to make a guarantee that those girls who came out to step on him online a while ago are all good girls. Surely what others want most is not money. He always takes money to send people off. Others have to settle for the second best choice. Really for the money. Will not come so much resentment. Chouno regretted eating with the two of them. He should have withdrawn as soon as Pei Si Ning helped the car advertise and record the video. I thought that Nan Xingwan is at least a big star. Surely will not talk about these old times. Who wants to chat without fear? Chatting away his image in front of Pei Si Ning. Nan Xingwan seemed to be a little afraid that he had the intention of staring at Pei Xining, and deliberately said bluntly to give Pei Xining a wake-up call. He was silent, reflective. He was really completely egotistical when he was 18 and didn't give much thought to how other people were doing. You can be with whoever you want to be with, play whatever you want to play, dump whoever you want to dump, flip whoever you want to flip. It took 3 years of integration into reality to have empathy, sympathy, and more sense. Nan Xingwan was speaking with alacrity. Suddenly, he saw Pei Xining helping Zhou Yi with some food, used chopsticks that clipped naturally. Nan Xingwan suddenly realized that Pei Xining's relationship with Zhou Yi was much better than she thought. Pei Xining then also helped Nan Xingwan clip some, said with a smile, cubs are quite good. Flirtatious is not much of a problem. Not nasty on it. People are not correct. Do not look at his time of great splendor. Easy to be dazzled by all the influence of his low period. Willing to nod and smile in the hotel to entertain guests to get a few $1,000s in wages. Did not think of using you people's popularity to make money? To touch the porcelain to rub heat. With his character, he should have never taken credit for helping you find a director. Not that video response. You may never know that you can go well in the entertainment industry. It's not that the director is good. It's that his family makes the director not dare to be bad. Nan Xingwan hadn't really thought about it from this perspective. And the cured hatred was all the emotions towards this person Zhou Yi. Really look at it from that perspective. Not only could she not complain about Zhou Yi, she might have to kowtow to one. She came from an ordinary family, and not surprisingly, she graduated from college, got an ordinary job, and married an ordinary man. Now she is surrounded by honor and glory. Her parents, her sister, and everyone else has benefited accordingly. Zhou Yi didn't want to talk about this anymore. Sister Ning, sing a song. It just so happens that there's a guitar here. Pei Xining, recording and passing it to Du Yuzheng again? Zhou Yi, how am I so utilitarian? Pei Xining, not utilitarian to come to a trip, how not to see me, but instead to find me to advertise? I have not yet come to ask you, and hit who idea it, take me as a bargaining chip for you to fill the scene? I have never doubted you. You always lie to me. I just checked. The head of the company that produces the vehicles is Yu Mingzhu. Are you chasing someone else? Tell me the boss is a man. Zhou Yi was even more embarrassed. You know Yu Mingzhu well? Pei Xining, have seen. Does not look like a good deal. You be careful not to stir up the fire. I have refused her to find me endorsement. The internet has followed up on a lot of black material about me. Although lazy to find out who it is. 80% is her. Nan Xingwan heard the name and followed. I've also heard of this person. Using endorsement contracts to get traps, forcing a few male stars in my circle to go to chaperones to entertain. Pei Xining, this is a bit of a pitch. The heart is wild enough. Chouno, seriously? Nan Xingwan, there's a male star I know, and he even reminded me not to take endorsements that are related to her. One person may be exaggerating, but if several people say so, can it still be fake? Zhou Yi thought of another level. Awesome. So wouldn't both of these parties she set up have handles in her hands? Pei Xining was helpless. The two of us are warning you to be careful of such people. Zhou Yi, I don't have a clear goal for her. I don't have a clear want, and I can't suffer a big loss if she's a god. Pei Xining, then why are you so close to her? Zhou Yi did not answer. Vaguely said business has cooperation. Pei Xining was slightly saddened. I really feel sorry for Aunt Nico. There are only 2 family members around. One you and one Aunt Yu. One's heart is deeper than the other, and one's character is stronger than the other. Aunt Nico's character is smooth, and she must be constantly on edge because of you guys. Other people couldn't understand these words of Pei Xining, but Zhou Yi could. But there's really nothing to talk about. He turned to him and asked, are there any fun places in Sioux City? Pei Xining, how many days are you going to stay? Zhou Yi, there's the loan thing to run tomorrow. Pei Xining, loan? She was surprised first and didn't ask many questions. Meaning stay up at night and let me take you to play? Zhou Yi, how many days did I entertain you when you went to Forest City? What's wrong with you entertaining me for one night? Pei Xining didn't hesitate. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 176 Attractions. Nan Xingwan saw that the two of them were going to go out for a trip together. The heart is anxious. Anxious for Pei Xining. She was not familiar with Pei Xining. Or this drama just had a crossover. Only a short contact fell into the Pei Xining charm. She was afraid that Zhou Yi was looking for an opportunity to raid Pei Xining. The scumbag is too demonic in appearance to be able to disguise an attack. She was the one who got in over her head back in the day, and was lied to cleanly, and was worse than dead. Know that the two were close and familiar, but the more so, the less alert Pei Xining was. Man, Nan Xingwan will find it hard to believe half a word in her life. Watch as Chouno leaves to find the restroom. Nan Xingwan hurriedly said, Sister Ning, you must be careful of him. This person has one set on the surface and another set in his heart. Pei Xining didn't hold back her laughter. Nan Xingwan was suspicious. You seem to trust him quite a bit? Pei Xining, there weren't many people I could completely trust in these 30 years. He is one of them. The cub looks like he has no pulse, but he is quite principled, righteous and affectionate. You don't know him as well as I do. Nan Xingwan, I'll accompany you. I'm not shooting at night. Pei Xining didn't finish listening and casually interrupted. Don't think nonsense. Borrow his 10 guts, he won't have any crooked thoughts about me. Nan Xingwan, where are the 11 guts? Pei Xining pinched her small face. Shoot, well, this drama has explosive potential. Nan Xingwan sniffed the scent of her body and was almost mesmerized silly by the close impact her face gave her. She's a big beauty herself. A quick glance with Pei Xining gave a new perception of beauty. Absolute appearance. Absolute soul. Wait for Chouno to come back. Pei Xining asked Du Yumeng to be the driver to send Nan Xingwan to the theater group, and she personally drove in the direction of the city. It wasn't Zhouya's first time in the city, but the night view from the window made him realize for the first time that the city was really beautiful. A Sioux City, half of the poetry of Jiangnan. Pei Xining, there are still quite a lot of tourist attractions and more people. Do you want to go to a crowded place or a less crowded one? Somewhere quiet, where you won't be easily recognized. Pei Xining, why don't I take you for a massage? No go. KTV? Bar? Zhou Yi, I stopped dabbling in these places a long time ago. The scenery is nice. Look at the view. Pei Xining, what's the view at night? First, casually walk around the city. Wherever there is Sister Ning itself is scenery. Pei Xining, you contacted Yu Mingzhu about your father? Zhou Yi is not surprised that she will guess, and is not prepared to hide her. He Ning's sister was originally the most suitable for the character of the listener. Words into her ears. Should not say a word will not say. Pei Xining, I guess you're not that shallow. Only pursuing others for the sake of pursuing others. Never pay attention to the proportion. Yu Mingzhu is not Nan Xingwan, a soft bun, who can still not hold a grudge after being hurt and harmed by you. Zhou Yi turned his head and asked, how did you get her here? Supporting roles are more challenging for me with the right persona. They say Nan Xingwan is little Pei Xining, and on a whim, I played a sister for once. Zhou Yi was busy changing the topic. Didn't you say my aunt was with you? How come I didn't see anyone? Pei Xining, her blood pressure is a little high these days. 50 or 60 people. Let her go back and get well for a few days. How's my eldest's health? He's in good health. When Pei Xining's car turned the corner, she looked sideways. Be more stable in the future. You're an adult. Chouno, you say I'm an adult, but you actually treat me like a child. Pei Xining, how many things have you done that adults would do? Feelings like a house. Character a little bit on it. Like to grab. Do not like to throw. Only from the heart with the heart. Which are not all children's mentality. Not Nan Xingwan, I do not dare to believe that you were so ridiculous some years ago. Play non-mainstream it. Talk about a blow one. Zhou Yi, I'm serious about every one of them. I'm not playing around with them. I can't help it if I don't get along, so I'm not going to do anything about it. It's better than being in the same place and spending time with others. So you're still a good guy? How is not it? I all give them help. Lack of money I give money. Lack of relationship I help find a relationship. Want to do something I give pave the way. That I do not like, but also cannot be committed to their own non-marriage of people home it. Don't like to talk about what? Just starting to like it. Pei Xining was amused by his rightful tone and resumed laughing. Do you know that you're near Yu Mingzhu Fongnan? Zhou Yi, I know. I thought I was gambling with Yu Huayan, but I couldn't talk to her about it. Don't trust her? People I trust, not her temper. When the temper comes, the brain goes down when the brain is hot and the emotions are overpowering. How aggravating for her then. Zhou, temporary breakup. Aggravation is better than a bad thing. And not together both of our careers are high-speed development, you do not find it? One in a piece will become a stumbling block to each other. I wish I could beat you up for her. She did not want to beat me. You for a what? The first reunion forced me to wash her feet, bent a little bit, and heartache on that. Cannot bear to see me being sharpened by the reality into this. All of her grievances are self-inflicted. She is good to her she made. Not good to her she also made. Is to make fine. Things fine. Pei Si Ning was a little burned by the winding. Know her so well? No one understands it better than I do. Sometimes I just can't stand it. Yeah, what's the deal with that blind date of yours? It took Pei Xining half a day to remember who Zhou was talking about. Troublesome people I have always not dealt with. The other day also came to the theater group to find me. In the name of visiting the attractions, the city leaders accompanied over. I am in advance of the news. Go out to travel for a few days to disperse, and wait for the plague to go before coming back. I all in WeChat clearly told him that there is a boyfriend, but also take the two family origins to say things, pestering not to let go. Nasty dead. Chono, you really have a boyfriend? Pei Xining, where to find a boyfriend to go born without a man. Too much vision. Pei Xining, not high. Chatting, 3 views of the same. Look good enough. Do we share the same views? Do we get along? Do we see eye to eye? Pei Xining was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Say it again. Chono shut up. Pei Xining swept him a glance. Climb the mountain to go well. Stand taller. Blow the cool wind. Blow away all the problems of impetuous mouth flowery. Yeah, Zhou Yi subconsciously agreed. Chapter 177, The past is like the wind. The mountains of Sioux City were different from what Zhou Yi had imagined. Mostly small hills of 200 meters or less, with unverifiable local legends circulating. Fewer people at night. Zhou Yi went to buy the ticket, and when he saw that Pei Xining had already put on a mask, his mood opened up a lot. As long as he didn't have to look at that face of hers, he was comfortable enough to talk to her and be with her. Pei Xining said as she walked, this mountain is called West King Mountain, and it was on fire for a while on short videos. Many of the older ones in the area regard it as a sacred mountain, and Shiwang is both the belief of some people and symbolizes hope. Shouno listened to her attentively. He, Sister Xining, was erudite, loved to read, had traveled to many places, and was extremely knowledgeable. Having a subdued heart makes her unique in her views on many things and many people. That is, Shouno didn't want to listen to her tour guide-like presentation of the sights and give him lessons. Does this count as a big graveyard? Pei Xining glared at him. Watch what you say. The older ones will probably want to educate you if they hear you. However, count on it. Now there are still robber holes on the mountain. There are also on the top of the mountain. It is surrounded and protected. Zhou Yi noticed a couple coming down holding hands. The third pair he had seen. The sour stench of love overpowered the fresh, crisp scent wafting through the air. Zhou Yi asked again, are there many snakes in Sioux City? Pei Xining instinctively cold. She just cannot think of a certain animal. The brat is really bad. Ever since I was a kid, I loved to give her a hard time, and I still do. Zhou Yi looked around, suddenly remembered a word of Master Xian's words, water nympho moving green waves, a pool of snakes silent frogs. Just come on the road to see a lot of pools, but no frogs, snakes must be a lot of. Hiss. Before the words were finished, the pain of having his ear almost ripped off made Zhou Yi quickly shut his mouth. Pei Xining doesn't relieve her hatred. What a great mood for a trip. Ruined by a few words from him. There was a wind that swirled the dead leaves. It all looks like snakes. The heart of the night view is all turned against snakes. Zhou Yi rubbed his ears. Actually, it's not safe to climb the mountain at night. There might be some critters rushing out. Pei Xining stopped walking. Go home. Don't play. Don't. I won't. Shouno quickly tugged on her small hand. Holding hands often as a child feels different again. Warm, soft and tactile beyond words. Pei Xining gazed down with lowered eyes. Zhou Yi did not let go, but also held tight. Ning Ning sister. Remember the scene in the past after school? The most envied boy in the whole school is me. Every day by you holding hands a piece of after school. You hold me small. I hold you big. In the future I hold you. Protect you. Pei Xining thoughts were quickly taken far away. Eyes with a smile. A group of small girls are also envious of me who do not want to hold a piece of the small group with the people love it. Shouno, I miss those days. Pei Xining, the time to grow up in a hurry is always expensive. Zhou Yi distracted her. Does this person, Wu Shihai, still ring a bell? Pei Xining, yes, the senior, quite bad. He stopped me on campus, pestered me. Only 6 or 7 years old, you like a small adult in front of me. A little kid. Small mouth blatting the people to squeeze the angry and out of line pushed you a little. I see he dared to do it. Instinctively a school bag smashed up. Not coincidentally, the stationery box is too hard. The person smashed confused. I was scared. Thought smashed dead people. You are half afraid. Take the opportunity to also make a few feet in the face of the person. Zhou Yi. Later his father escorted him to my home to apologize. Wu Shihai received a few more feet. His father kicked in my home. The child was beaten almost like a human being, or my mom could not see past to stop. After that Wu Shihai in front of me to be more good behavior. Almost become my hitter. Pei Xining, you've been a mongrel since you were a child. A little asshole. Bad from the bottom of your heart. Zhou Yi, it's really not my fault. My aunt loves to play pranks on me, and I'm influenced by her to play pranks too. He screwed me. I screwed you. I thought it was a way to express good feelings in intimacy. Pei Xining, Anshu has been taking the blame for you for how many years? When you do something wrong, your grandparents, mom and dad all blame her. Ha ha, she is really wrong, because human character is very difficult to teach. If you're born timid, you'll only have a limited amount of courage no matter how much you're taught. Only I'm pretty sure that the building of your character has not much to do with her. You're most like Uncle Chang Jiang in temperament, and like Anshu in pretense. Uncle Chang Jiang just has that kind of charm that can make people unconditionally easy to trust him. Chono, am I attractive? Pei Xining, frankly, since childhood, I have been charming. Not afraid of the sky, not afraid of the ground, looking at the big grin of the bully, the actual and very careful, the size with a small potato, come across things to my front, one stop, the people touched by trying to find ways to want to hurt you. Zhou Yi, this I did not think much, on instinct, who can not bully my sister Ning Ning? You left the day before, did not tell me. Many days later I want to find you to play when I realized that you moved. Lost heart is like a missing piece, a long time cannot beat the spirit. Pei Xining, I don't dare to say goodbye to you, afraid that you will see my embarrassing appearance. I cried most of the night. I can only comfort myself by saying that the separation is for a better reunion. Life is like this, all flavors, sweet and sour, bitter and spicy. I made Auntie Ming's movie because I want to remember the beginning and not forget the way. Chono, what kind of feelings do you have for my mom? An elder and confidant worthy of honor and respect. Aunt Natalie is the most beautiful and wise person I've ever met. She understands me. She can see what's bothering me when I frown. I understood her too. I do now. I'll never forget the night it thundered and rained. My parents weren't home and I wasn't used to sleeping with a babysitter. She took you to my house in the middle of the night with an umbrella. She was afraid that I was afraid, but also afraid that you woke up and couldn't find her scared. The scene at that moment was too clear. She had an umbrella with her and dragged me under it as well. She's so nice that she does everything just naturally. So nice that she doesn't even remember how many things she's done for others. It was especially hard for me to see her during the time Uncle Naru died. My Aunt Nicole's hair was gray, and I hadn't been able to do anything to help her, to repay her, where I couldn't see. Zhou Yi, you help her a lot. Not you often gossip with her on WeChat. She life I do not know how boring and uninteresting it will be. Pei Xining inadvertently wiped the corner of her eyes. Let go. Obediently. Chono let go and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Pei Xining was helplessly pestered by him. How can you still be like a little rascal? Zhou Yi, I'm not a hooligan, and I don't play hooligans. I'm a good person, and I simply want to get our lost years back. Ning Ning's sister, you small pattern. Our relationship is not male and female at all. If you want to be close, you can be close. It's instinctive, not intentional. Pei Xining, that's a beautiful use of the art. Worthy of being the QS who has scourged the pretty little girls of Lingchang for an unknown number of times. Chono, lover or beast? Self-enlightenment. Pei Xining removed his paw from her shoulder and ascended first. The mountain wind is not strong either. Only slightly cooler temperatures. Pei Xining gripped the railing and looked out at the stars in the distance. Zhou Yi went along beside him. The city is so nice. In the future, if I have the conditions, I'll come here to settle down, and we'll still be neighbors. Pei Xining, it's not good to be close. They're all big, not pure and sincere anymore. Chono removed an extra sport coat he was wearing and casually draped it over her. It was silent for the moment, yet self-conscious. As he tries to ruffle someone's feathers, he is first and foremost the one being ruffled. The past is like the wind, brushing against the face. Chapter 178. The moon is bright and the people are holy. There will always be people who will be beautiful to look up to at some point. No need to look at her cheeks under the mask. Her face comes up clearly, casually dressed. The aura of breezy warmth can easily dispel the cool air of the mountain tops. Zhou now felt frustrated. Not the usual kind of frustration. He really was a brat to her, saying and doing whatever she thought was playful and naughty. She might be able to see through him too, pretending not to. This perception made it difficult for Zhou as always to fully open up and put his heart at ease. At this point, another person had come up the hill and was frequently looking in the direction of the two. The light is not bright. It was impossible for others to recognize Pei Xining by her back. It was the simple fact of being attracted to her back, as it should be. Pei Xining was not sensitive to the gaze, and her mind sank into her world. For no apparent reason, There was an extra sense of the character that was being played. She's been guilty of worrying about how she has to portray it to be a living, breathing person and not just a mere screen image, trying to substitute over. Something is always missing. Figured it out. It's the lack of a human touch. The characters are just interpreted for the sake of interpretation without the most basic of emotions. How can one be redeemed without entering the human race? Pei Si-ning returned to her senses, her gaze turning to the most agreeable-looking brat beside her. I temporarily wanted to add a scene for you, and after helping you n number of times, you have to help me for once, Chono, but I don't know how to act. No need to act, just be in character. I know how to portray you. Chono scratched his hair. He's a bit repulsed by life on camera. Not letting Fannan make an official announcement is for that reason. Fire once, blow up a bunch of ex-girlfriends, a bunch of right and wrong. It's been hard to stop, and it's gradually been ignored by the internet. But Pei Si-ning said it so seriously. It wasn't like he could say no. Who could refuse to help her? Cho-ya, let me play your boyfriend? Pei Si-ning, not sure yet. I have to write it first. Cho-uno, pay up? No. Jo-yi, then you write slowly. I'll act after writing. It's best to add some kissing scenes or something. Don't play platonic. It's not practical. Pei Si-ning, you know who you're going to kiss? Just think about adding a kissing scene. Saying this, she tried to grab his ears again. Jo-yi took half a step back. I'm not acting without a kissing scene anyway. Pei Si-ning glanced at him. You dare to act when there's a kissing scene? Aren't you afraid that my fans will tear you apart? Aren't you afraid that Fong Nan will tear you apart? Cho-uno thought about it. He is a little-known person. Take away Pei Si-ning's screen first kiss. Not be hated. Jo-yi, you shoot too vegetarian. The presentation must be presented. Do not see the famous books or not deliberately avoid these? Love only hold hands. This is not a child's game. The level of the plot simply does not match the quality of your shooting and acting. Pei Si-ning, when I add the character, send you the script and help me fix it. The current shooting schedule is less than a tenth of the way. It's not too late. Cho-uno wanted to slap himself. Mao-fi, found something to do again, and it's particularly bad. Pei Si-ning, don't shirk. If you want to be lazy about this favor, we'll cut ties in the future. Everything should be mutual. I always help you. You have to help me. Jo-yi, what a great script master you can't find. Find me. Not afraid to give you a mess. Pei Si-ning, you are different in my eyes. You have an interesting mind. Jo-ya's blood was a little hot and confused by his compliments. It was a straight up yes. It's only after you say yes that you start to regret it. It is difficult to write well, and I am afraid that Pei Si-ning will be disappointed if it is not written well. The key, this thing's consumption of energy is something he knows well. Cho-ya has manipulated the script of that account that Yu Zheng came, racking my brain, thinking hard, gawking at the ocean for half an hour, and writing with a foggy head. It was already more than 3 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the B&B that was chartered by Pei Si-ning. Cho-uno had just fallen asleep shortly afterward and had another dream. One moment he dreamed of his deceased relatives, one moment he dreamed of Fong Nan, and the next moment he dreamed of many chats with Pei Si-ning. He was tossed around with only 3 hours of sleep. Just get up, wash up and go feel the morning in Sioux City. The B&B is a bit of a garden. Green bricks and red tiles, stone roads. The morning birds are singing and the air is like penetrating the heart. While Lin Chang has produced beautiful women since ancient times, Su Chang has. This kind of climate, air quality, rays also raise people out. Cho-uno took a casual stroll, reloaded the uninstalled short videos back into the phone. It's not to see Fan Nan, it's to check the quality of filming and the direction of the plot in time for Yu Zheng's arrival. Only, once the cell phone was turned on, all of them were Fong Nan, crossed over many videos in a row and still have her every now and then. Explosive fire. The company is also being watched by the province and is ready to invest in it, so it will only get hotter in the future. Repeated live slices of unrepeated beauty. Cho-uno remembered the last time she had taken the initiative to send a video invitation over. Stinky woman. Intentionally wearing so little. See his nightly dreams. Disturbing his sleep quality plummeted. Joey rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers and put it back on his cell phone screen to send a voiceover. Only after sending it did he realize that he had sent it by mistake, and that the one sent to Yu Zheng had been sent to Fong Nan by mistake. Fan Nan didn't ignore his messages, knowing full well that the man was arrogant and rarely approached her directly if he wanted to talk to her. She returned the question mark. Cho-uno, sent an error. Fong Nan, did you miss me? Cho-uno, you probably couldn't ask that question if you didn't think about me a lot. Fan Nan, I think I recognize that I'm human and can express it. Certain ones that aren't human can't express themselves even if they want to. Joey, breakups should be talked about in the same way as breakups. Don't talk about East and West. Fong Nan, I don't deserve to be broken up with by you. I was fired and didn't even pass my probation. What? I was fired and realized that I've cut the aorta. I can't get it right. I can't play anymore. I don't want to play with you if I can't, so don't harass me. and let's part ways from now on. The upward rush is not a deal. I counted to see. You people quite cheap. In the side do not cherish. Not in the side want to cherish. Zhou Yi, did you dream too? You're still talking in your sleep. Fan Nan, what did you dream about? Shouno, dreamed of a woman. But unfortunately it wasn't you. Fong Nan, I also did not think it would be me. Surrounded by colorful. Yellow is not the most conspicuous at all. Zhou Yi brother? Actually FQ period is very easy to understand. You and not FQ simply cannot think of me. Zhou Yi, talk like that again. Pull the black. I just sent a message to the wrong person. What is the brain? It's unhealthy. Fan Nan, where are you? I'm in Suzhou City today. Coming to find Sister Xining. Tomorrow, I'll go to Jiangcheng in the neighboring province. To do a loan. And I'll probably stay for 10 days and a half months. Fan Nan, loan more. I am also short of money. When people invest, I have to follow them. Otherwise the shareholding is too low. With Yan Xinin's previous experience, I must be the major shareholder of my company. And I can keep my word. Zhou Yi, afraid I'll ask you to borrow money? Block me with words first. That's not true. Lending it to you is a meat bag. I'd be too embarrassed to say no if you asked. Zhou Yi, no more bull asterisk. It's not bad luck enough in the morning. Fong Nan, who wants to get involved with you? Every time you get me half dead. From now on, my life is all about business. No feelings. Don't harass me anymore. You can do whatever you like. You don't listen to me anyway. Yes, if you dare to threaten to pull the plug on me again, I'll pull the plug on you first and keep you on my blacklist forever. Zhou Yi didn't reply to her again. Wondering if Fong Nan's career has taken off a bit and she's starting to float again. Talk tough enough. The chat is as changeable as the Sioux City sky. Zhou Yi looked up and realized that it was really drizzling. He didn't dare stay out much longer and hurried back to the BNB. Chapter 179, A Cup of Tea. Just got into the BNB. Zhou Yi ran into Nan Qingwan head-on. This BNB houses the core cast of all the participants. The rest of the cast and crew were either staying in the old city's shopping streets or elsewhere. Shouno remembers that she filmed last night. You could tell by a pair of somewhat tired eyes that it hadn't been rested either. Zhou Yi was quite impressed with Nan Qingwan, a small white flower. From the university to meet now reunion look did not change much. The skin is not the best kind, but it is also clean. The dancing was awesome and made her form extremely impressive as well. Nan Qingwan was up and ready to eat breakfast. Once he saw Zhou Yi hurriedly ran back to the virtues of the heart. How did not drench him? What are you looking at? Zhou Yi looked like he had received a code word. What are you looking at? Nan Qingwan, where did you guys go to play last night? It doesn't matter where you go. It's who's around you on the way. Nan Qingwan's heart was a bit weak as she was stared straight at by him. This big young man's background, blocking her for fun. There are evil words to be endured. Nan Qingwan asked, do you want to eat breakfast together? No, being photographed will spread gossip. Nan Qingwan, I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Afraid it'll affect my ability to pick up girls. Nan Qingwan's small fists clenched up, and there were knives everywhere in her eyes, lowering his eyes so he wouldn't see. She still remembered when Zhou Yi coaxed her when flowery words, philosophical words, the sex can be described as sublimated soul. She all cheated away. Cheated willingly for him to pay all the time. People patted the ass and said to go. Talk is no longer when she is the matter. Leaving her alone in the wind messy. Play with a contrasting heartbeat. Good is really good. Bad is off the charts. Sometimes it really doesn't give hope. She still has points in her mind and is mentally prepared. He was whetting people's appetites completely and spreading his legs. Nan Qingwan's feelings for Zhou Yi are basically gone now. Just unforgettable and unforgettable. Trying to find a chance to cripple someone, even though you may not find it in this lifetime. Ordinary people, by the time they reached her point, they had basically reached the top. All of her next tasks besides filming were to protect Pei Xining. She's also going to befriend Fan Nan and teach her to defend herself against scumbags. That one was cheated even worse. Both slit their wrists. He doesn't even deserve to have been given that much heart. Zhou Yi had no idea what she was thinking. When she passed Pei Xining's room and wanted to knock on the door, she realized that she was blocked by Nan Qingwan who had jumped ahead of her. Shouno wondered. Nan Qingwan's large eyes were also filled with doubt. You have something to look for, Sister Ning? Zhou Yi, what's it got to do with you? Nan Qingwan, she came back late yesterday. I was afraid that you would disturb her rest. Sister Ning is most concerned about sleep. Zhou Yi looked down at the 6'5" carrot head in front of him. Nan Qingwan also innocently tilted her head slightly to meet her eyes. Shouno blinked. Why do I feel like you're a bit underpunched? Nan Qingwan was aggrieved. Why did you beat me up? Where did I offend you? Tell me. I'll apologize. Her voice was thin and soft, like a cup of the clearest and most pleasant green tea. Zhou Yi, I'm here to say goodbye to Sister Ning. I have some serious business to attend to and have to go. Nan Qingwan talked to him each. Keep your voice down. Don't wake up Sister Ning. She's working very hard. She has to be a director. She has to act. she has to write scripts. You don't even know how deadly it is for a girl to stay up all night. By the way, do you have Fong Nan's Weibo? Can you push it to me? I have something to find her. Chouno, what is it? Alumni A, have the fate to brush to meet. Contact to enhance feelings. Maybe in the future can help each other. Joey thought of her mouth to say that year's virtues. Straight, we two split up. Know her WeChat. Oh, I'll ask Sister Ning for it. Chouno, don't you pick on me. Nan Xingwan, why are you looking at me with such eyes? It's weirdly scary. People have loved you. True love is not malicious. It seems that the big young master on their own charm how much heart are not counted. I really is very simple to appreciate and like Fong Nan. Besides, you all broke up why still think so much? Joey, can you open your voice when you speak? Don't pin it. People talk like this all the time. Joey, it's true. I dumped you because I couldn't stand to hear you talk like that. Nan Xingwan's eyes reddened. You're exposing people's scars again. It was so hard for me to forget that unpleasant memory and look down. Chouno was made to feel a little guilty by her, and it flickered away. He understands Nan Xingwan, born to eat the meal of an actor, acting like anything. Her tears are a weapon that can be used at any time. Joey, I can give you Fong Nan's WeChat. If you dare to talk nonsense in front of her, your career as an actor will end early. Nan Xingwan, you always move to threaten me and scare me. I didn't pester you back then, and I'm even less likely to pester you now. Joey brother, the two of us a month of feelings it. I because of that relationship or a little began to like women. You ruined my life, but also continue to ruin my acting career. Chouno was stuck in her conversation. Looking at the time, Du Yuming sent a Weibo message that she had also arrived at the door of the BNB. Zhou Yi, faced with Nan Xingwan who did not budge an inch and kept stirring up the blind conversation, did not have the heart to dwell on it. He probed and snatched the umbrella from Nan Xingwan's hand. Nan Xingwan was startled by his sudden movement, her back resting against the door, biting her red lips, her timid gaze averted, a look of being bullied but not daring to resist. Chouno convinced the playwright, opened his umbrella, didn't even eat breakfast, and headed out to meet up with Du Yumeng. Nan Xingwan followed her to the door. Brother Zhou Yi, drive slower on the road. Pay attention to slippery rainy days. Next time I have a chance I'll treat you to a meal with Fong Nan. Zhou Yi's footsteps paused. His head did not return. Ignoring, Nan Xingwan stood on her tiptoes to watch him walk away and disappear. Only then did she quickly go back to Pei Xining's door again and gently knocked. Sister Ning, Zhou Yi asked me to tell you that he had to leave beforehand. Pei Xining was wearing her pajamas and opened the door after a while. When was that? Just now. How rude to leave without knowing to meet and greet in person. Pei Xining looked at her with a smile. What are you always resenting him for? You don't dare to take revenge. You only poke and prod and bury. Nan Xingwan wrapped her arm around her, along with into her room. Then I just don't see him right. Can't afford to mess with him, and he doesn't move and says he wants to block me. Pei Xining, scare you. Nan Xingwan, I'm not afraid of him if you're my backer. Pei Xining drew her hand and went forward to wash up. Okay, I'll be your backer to make sure he doesn't block you. Nan Xingwan followed suit. Sister Ning is really the best person in the world. If only you were my own sister. Pei Xining turned her head in disgust. Don't talk as sticky as gummy candy. Go to the side. Nan Xingwan obeyed. I'll go have the kitchen prepare your favorite breakfast. Chapter 180, Enlightenment. Had breakfast. Pei Xining communicated with Zhou Yi in WeChat for a few sentences on the way to the crew by car before putting away her cell phone. The heroine of this drama is Nan Xingwan. Pei Xining is just a supporting role. Helping Zhou Yi to add a role is more like adding a scene for himself, and out of politeness he has to ask Nan Xingwan's opinion. Wan, I'm going to add another role. Nan Xingwan just added Fong Nan WeChat. Ready to make small talk first contact. Sniffing suddenly anxious. You wanna play a couple with him? Pei Xining flirted and asked. Then why don't you act with him? Nan Xingwan hesitated. Hesitating? Okay. Pei Xining, he may not be willing to act with you. He doesn't like to show his face in the first place. Nan Xingwan deflated. You speak so hurtfully. Oh, not the Sister Ning I know anymore. Pei Xining sat with her legs folded, her eyes turning to the car window. Nan Xingwan stole glances, and with each glance, she was fast becoming a retard by her perfect side profile. Good-looking people, regardless of gender at all, are just good-looking. Brin skin. The lip line all carried a captivating sensuality. Pei Xining, tell me how he chased you. I refer to reference. His words I have a hard time believing half a word. Just met and said to me that he only played platonic with you, and all those ex-girlfriends were just to rub it in. Almost believed him. Nan Xingwan was righteously indignant. How can it be rubbing heat? Like Wu Qianya and their kind of celebrities, gossip are afraid to admit, will rub this kind of negative heat. He is too bad. Give people youth knife. You think, 18 or 19 years old girl, full of longing in love with a person. As a result, people from the initial purpose of knowing you are only interested in your body. The emotional value is only provided to want to coax you to go to the hotel before. You can't even imagine how bad and ruthless he is. Breaking up on a cliff, with a buffer stage that he doesn't even bring. Pei Si-ning rationalized. His angle is given, isn't it? Nan Xingwan opened her mouth and was voiceless. Anyone, including netizens, felt that Zhou Yi gave more. Only the people involved know that he gives very, very little. 100,000, 200,000, even 1,000,000. How many girls who can go to Forest City University and make a name for themselves out of the circle lack money? 2 out of 10 do. It's all about getting paid off. He gave money and took away the heart that at least that little money couldn't buy. Nan Shangwan fell into the past and was quiet for a moment. Sister Ning, he's the best at detecting and chasing girls and creating false impressions. If he likes to be gentle, he can pretend to be gentle. Like to play, he can bring people to play crazy. Status is so high, long so handsome. Obviously, he took the initiative. But many girls are easy to be his fishing impatient. Nonsense. I don't know if all rich people are so smart and play with people's hearts like they're born with it. I'm just worried that you'll be confused by him. You treat him like a neighboring brother, but he may not treat you like a neighboring sister. Pei Si-ning felt that she had grown a bit. However, he still only laughed off Nan Xingwan's kind reminder. It doesn't matter who he thinks she is. It was enough that she knew him. Getting along is just getting along. Thinking about everything is too trivial and unhelpful. Looking at the line without looking into the heart. Pei Si-ning, don't you pick on his relationship with Feng Nan. Nan Xingwan had her own little plans in her heart. She would never pick a fight, not bothering to play intrigue. She equally, empathetically hearts every girl who's ever been with Chono. She plays all yang and impresses with sincerity. She has to look up to Chono, making bad all clear and morally unimpeachable. To the crew, Pei Si-ning was just about to get out of the car. An unfamiliar A8 made her brow furrow. Nan Xingwan went along for the ride, not daring to comment too much. It seems like it's another suitor named Zhang Jifan. Last time to visit the scenic area are accompanied by the city's big leaders over. Look at the leadership of his attitude can be associated with the identity of Zhang Jifan. Pei Si-ning glanced at the WeChat message, tolerated it and blacklisted one of the WeChats. And with that, he told Chu Jing to turn around. Didn't even want to go into the theater and was ready to go back to writing the script. This man is the plague. The security guards didn't dare to stop them, and no one on the crew dared to offend them. It's more of a hassle to hit the face. Impatient to socialize anymore. Going between the loss of the crew stopping filming and my own mood. It doesn't matter if we stop filming. The script needs to be refined a bit more anyway. And the schedule doesn't matter for now. The phone rang at that moment. Pei Si-ning was slightly puzzled when she saw that it was Feng Nan calling. Usually all WeChat occasionally have communication. The phone rarely call. She retracted the line of sight placed in the rearview mirror and picked up the cell phone. Nan. Feng Nan was polite. Sister Ning, I just found out that Zhou Yi went to your place. It didn't cause you any trouble. Pei Si-ning's mood affected by Zhang Jifan disappeared and wanted to laugh. He stayed just one night and had work to go to Forest City in the morning. Feng Nan suddenly realized, I thought you guys were still together. I just tweeted him and he didn't reply. So I'm just asking. Didn't get enough sleep, probably resting. Come over here when you're free and show you the old Sioux City days. I'll have time when I'm done with this broadcast. Good luck in advance. Just let me know if you need any help. Feng Nan, then. Sister Ning, can you help me publicize it on the work number in the next couple of days? I should, to help farmers live. I am also a Lincheng people. Should do something for the old family? Pei Si-ning joked. It's just a little bit of control over the commission. Farmers are not easy, and those who buy agricultural products are also ordinary people. Look at the long term. Don't be easily compelled by some people. Feng Nan, I know Sister Ning, this live broadcast is not profitable. That is, the province has the intention of wanting to see the sales capacity of the live broadcast, and is talking about cooperation. So, this live broadcast is more important. Nan Xingwan's small head came over and took the initiative to answer. Feng Nan, do you remember me? We just passed WeChat. Of course Fuanan remembered her. Wannabe douchebag in the campus forums back in the day. In every way, Feng Nan was overpowering her. Pei Si-ning simply handed her cell phone to Nan Xingwan and let the two of them talk. Little girls have too much on their minds. One has a tryst. The other has no idea what the purpose is. It has something to do with Choya, not her. Pei Si-ning listened to the conversation. Her long, white 5 fingers slightly knocking on the car window. What is the magic in men and women? Casually can make people change their temperament. Hundreds of kilometers away. Can still smell the sour smell. Sour sad face. Still gritting teeth and then drink vinegar. Full of little girl posture. Pei Si-ning was enlightened. She was always prone to perceive more in the occasional, peculiar little moods of some people, and furthermore to see love accurately. Chapter 181 Director General. Fan Nan is ready for a meeting. Live streaming. Design. adding office space, and other things need to be finalized. After the meeting, I have to go and talk to the people from the capital committee to further discuss the details of the cooperation. She'd worked before, not with the kind of emotion and responsibility she had now. The factory was further expanded, and the factory, which could accommodate 2,000 people, was mostly full. The higher-ups look up, the employees eat, and the ideals of the heart make her quietly change her mindset. She responded to Nan Xingwan for a few more sentences, and without too much extra thought, ended the call and headed to the conference room. People arrived first. In addition to the old faces, many new ones have been added. The new design director Lu Qi, the country's leading clothing designer, belongs to the temporary workers, has not been formally inducted, invited to come over mainly to the company designers to do training. Having a meeting is sort of the normal way of accounting for your work. In about half an hour or so, what needed to be said was pretty much said succinctly. Chen Xiao took the opportunity to ask before the meeting was adjourned. Mr. Feng, should we take the opportunity to prepare for the live broadcast base? An employee chimed in. Now that live streaming traffic is so high, I also think it's time to think about developing that aspect. Crosstown's Heavy Rain Media is already doing that piece. If the sale of agricultural products goes well this time, I agree with Mr. Chen's proposal. Fong Nan listened to the discussion and pondered for a moment. What do you think is the core of the company's attention? Is it the style and price of our clothes, or something else? It's the clothes that others buy into the idea that the price is conscientious and worth it, before choosing to repurchase and leave a relatively good reputation. This next broadcast is not for profit, and word of mouth will not be a problem before I make preparations. Carrying goods. This market is not completely standardized at present. Not to say that it cannot be developed, but right now we have to focus on clothing. Cannot put the cart before the horse. As for the city's Rain Media, they do as the matrix number. The main account has never considered entering the field of goods. This matter will be discussed later. At the moment we still hope that everyone will put their energy into their own work. Fong Nan said and instructed Chen Xiao to proceed to preside over the meeting as she went ahead and walked out with her newly recruited assistant. She had other things she needed to take care of. Noticing that someone had followed him out, Fong Nan turned his head to look. It's Lu Qi. Fong Nan's perception of her was still quite good, both externally and in terms of talent. It's just that the man doesn't really like being tied down and has no intention of officially joining the company. Fuanan was thinking about what kind of treatment to give and on what could attract the other person to stay. She waited in place for a few steps, waiting for Lu Qi to come over and walk alongside her. Is Sister Qi free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Lu Qi laughed. Mr. Fong's treat. You have to be free even if you're not. You can call me by my first name. Don't Fonzie. It sounds quite awkward. Lu Qi nodded. Ready to go where? Go check out the preparations on the produce side and go over and sample some more in person. Lu Qi lamented. Compared to Mr. Fong, I'm like a juggler. It's really humbling that someone better than me is still busier than me. Fong Nan, Sister Qi is too modest. I knew Sister Qi's name before I joined the industry. She came from the British Academy of Design, and has been the CEO and design director of Longyao Garment. At the age of 30, her achievements are already legendary in my eyes. I've been thinking about what kind of treatment I should give Sister Qi to make her heart move to join Little Wild Man. Good words are loved by anyone, especially coming from the mouth of someone like Fong Nan, who was looking at the distance. Lu Qi, why is the company called Little Savage? Fong Nan, casual, middle of the road. Sounds kinda friendly, right? Lu Qi was puzzled. I thought it had something to do with your ex-boyfriend's name. Fong Nan hesitated. Not really an ex-boyfriend. Still coupled up. You know him? I've brushed up to it, and heard Auntie Xia mention it unintentionally. How about this? Tonight I'll be the host and invite you to sit with Auntie Xia for a piece. Fan Nan agreed, as if in jest. Want to talk about the remuneration package by the way? Lu Qi, okay, let's talk. Fong Nan was first shocked and then delighted. She casually tried to test the waters, not wanting the other party to respond so dryly. Lu Qi is too rare a person. During the period of doing Warring Yin Simin tried every means to invite each other to join. The remuneration package opened to the top. Shares are willing to give. Did not please move. With Lu Qi on board, Fan Nan can have one less peace of mind to worry about. The Fan Nan advantage was not supposed to be in management. Chen Zhao's ability is also limited. The work can be done well. With the development of faster and faster, gradually feel the strain. Saying no to Lu Qi, Fong Nan was also inevitably forced to recruit a new general manager recently. Fong Nan stopped at the entrance of the factory. Full of sincerity, Sister Qi, you can rest assured that the salary and treatment will only be higher than those large companies. When the shareholding structure is stabilized, and we talk with the province, I'm willing to give you a part of my shareholding for free. Lu Qi was really amused this time. She probably thought it was pie in the sky when people said that. Fuanan doesn't look like he loves pie. It's sincere and honest, not even bent. and full of a thirst for talent. Pretty good. General benefits of this type of boss. Fong Nan, how did Sister Chi suddenly change her mind? Lu Chi, I think Little Wild Man is a company that has some room for creativity, and it's completely different from the traditional clothing industry, which can tickle some of my ideas. Then again, the owner is quite open and real. She hit a sentence that she didn't say. She was also a trafficked from childhood, and she instinctively felt a sense of affinity when she saw Fong Nan, seeing some of the qualities she accidentally displayed in her speech as a person. It was very empathetic. In the evening, Fong Nan picked up Lu Chi at the first time after she finished her work and went to her home for dinner. It's so famous that Fan Nan rarely wants to go out to eat again. Then again, with Mom's relationship with Lu Chi, a family dinner seems more appropriate. It's livable, drinkable and relaxing to chat. Hua Jingzhou initially slowed down from the negative public opinion, saw his wife and daughter in the living room waiting for guests, and personally went down to the kitchen to help prepare dinner with the nanny. He felt like everything was gone a while ago, been hiding at home and not wanting to go out. Either you're suing, or you're suing, toss and turn, but see a lot of things. He now has a similar mentality to Xia Danqing. As long as the daughter is willing to go home, then the daughter is the boss of the whole family. The kind that says one is not two. Don't dare interfere with her in anything anymore. Lu Chi sees Hua Jingzhou carrying the dishes over and busily gets up. Mr. Hua, if you continue to be so polite, I won't be able to eat this meal comfortably. Hua Jingzhou put down the dishes and smiled as he sat down next to his wife. Opposite his daughter and Lu Chi, Xia Danqing opened the wine. Chi, how can I have some wine today? Drink it and rest at home as your own home. Lu Chi smiled and nodded. That is naturally to drink, but also to drink a few more with Auntie. Think about quite emotional. A few years ago you were looking for Nan Nan. I am looking for my parents. The same end of the world, lonely guest. Like a family. More special destiny, but also each get what they want. When Xia Danqing thought of those days, her eyes burned a bit uncontrollably. Let's not talk about that. Fong Nan hadn't heard his mom talk about Lu Chi too much and couldn't help but ask. Sister Chi was also carried by mistake? Lu Chi, abducted, is considered to be abducted in the more fortunate kind. Adoptive parents than the real parents have some money. After finding my real parents, belonging to two more relatives, the relationship between elders are also good. Fong Nan gloomy, quickly smiled again. Dishes did not eat the first end of the wineglass. The past is the past. Do not look at the past. Only look at the present. Let's drink a first. Chapter 182. 5 flavors in the dish and 3 decades of wine. Fannin's heart also opened early. After talking about the entry, her eyes turned to her parents. The company expansion is more. In the hoarding of the subsequent life to sell clothes, the last time you two gave the money to Advance Indiana, Lu Chi couldn't tense up. This boss is a boss. She has just approached her about joining the company and has made no secret of the fact that the company is short of money. Hua Jingzhou, I still have more than $70 million in cash left in my hand, so I'll hit your card tomorrow. Xia Danqing, daughter, give me a number for how much you'll use, and I'll get you the rest. Fong Nan thought about what Zhou said about the loan and wondered if it was true or not. She didn't use much herself, and this time, with the capitalization of the committee, she needed to follow and make up some of it, or else she'd be too passive. Selling that villa in Tianhe City will be enough. Xia Danqing nodded with a smile. Sell wherever my daughter tells me to. Lu Chi listened even more tautly. This parent, what money doesn't matter at all. Eyes full of children. But it's not surprising when you think about Fong Nan's life experiences since she was a child. It's more like a redemption. For yourself. When there is a chance to make amends and the child is willing to ask for it, the parents are afraid that they will only be happy and joyful. Lu Chi watched Hua Jingzhou smoke, and followed him to light a lady's cigarette. After drinking, her personality is slightly relaxed, but she is still rational and clear. You want to saturate the sinking market now, right? Initial goal. Fong Nan nodded. The price is already low. The volume of the walk. Sales will always be tired one day. I am headache follow-up. Lu Chi, only clothing this category is too rich. Spring, summer, fall and winter, landscape workwear and so on. You want to make this category saturated. Some do it. First, do not have to think so far. Mainly repurchase rate, brand power. Want a long-term entity cannot be ignored. Fannan, with this money coming in from the capital committee this time I'm going to start with a few branded stores in a few cities. Lu Chi, the main choice of small cities. Big cities are only temporarily used to increase the impact of exposure on the line. Fong Nan, discuss it at the meeting. Sister Chi presides. Lu Chi, will my parachuting and make the original managers feel uncomfortable? Don't worry about this. Chen Xiao is my friend. She knows that her abilities are limited. Giving the position to you will only make her happy and relaxed. She is more suitable to be a department management, not a general manager. Sister Chi doesn't need to have concerns. I'm still afraid of tiring you out. The general manager also has to double as the design director. Lu Chi, it's good to be tired. Tiredness doesn't bother me as much. Is Sister Chi married? Lu Chi, divorced. Son 3 years old, left to ex-husband. She laughed, I am a colleague with him. The beginning of the development of some better than him. Only busy career ignored the family. And so back to God only to find that the feelings have long deteriorated. Son he brought more, close to him, plus the grandparents are quite good. We'll leave the child to him. Fong Nan was a little angry at what he heard. Lu Chi said it lightly. The reality is that she earns the money to support the family and her husband eats and lives with her and cheats on her. Fuanan, you don't hate him? Lu Chi, at first there must be thoughts in my heart, but he is the father of my child. I hate him as revenge on my child. There is no need. There is no destiny to say goodbye and let each other go. Fannan, and what if you can't get away from it? Lu Chi glanced at the exquisite tattoo on her snow-white wrist, green and white intertwined in a bewitching beauty. There's no one who can't leave, only if they want to. I don't like to dwell on these things. You also less to dwell on. When one day you realize that your heart is so full that it can hold a myriad of emotions, then casually stripped love away, the heart is just missing a piece of it. The impact is not great. Quite agree with a saying my teacher told me. The more you have, the less you will lose. Xia Danqing, what's your teacher's name? Ellie, a foreigner, is in my eyes the greatest costume designer in the world. Fong Nan was slightly distracted by what she was listening to, and looked down to check her cell phone without thinking. Nothing else but work news. With that somewhat nervous Nan Qingwan, there's a WeChat request with the note Yu Huayan, wanting to talk about Zhou Yi and her sister. Fuanan didn't click yes because there was nothing to talk about. She had nothing to talk to Yu Huayan about, and she didn't want to know what was going on between Zhou Yi and his sister. If she knew, it would be troublesome in vain, and she might not be able to believe it. Think about it. Only the immersed mind ripples upon seeing his avatar. Sneaky, what the hell are you doing? A hammer in the east and a mallet in the west. One moment in Sioux City, one moment in Jiangcheng. She was a bit drunk and sent Lu Chi to her packed bedroom to rest first, and went back to her bedroom herself. Missing the suddenness, the drunkenness became more and more out of control. Fong Nan pursed her red lips, washed up, lay on her side in bed and edited a message. Have you arrived in Jiangcheng yet? Zhou Yi, just arrived. Accompanied someone to dinner. Ready to rest. Fannan, how much are you going to loan? 1 or 200 million. I'll lend it to you. You'll pay more interest and not be rushed to pay it back. Chono doesn't lack money and can't go into detail. The follow-up could be $1 billion and $2 billion. And you can borrow that too? Do you have money? Will you stop hurting people with your mouth? Chono, sleep. Sleep. Fong Nan hesitated, raised his hand to change a more stylish kind of light, and held up his cell phone with both hands to take a few selfies and send them over. For your dreaming pleasure, I'll sacrifice a few photos. Zhou Yi didn't reply for a long time. Fong Nan sent a voice. Her voice with the soft frivolity of alcohol. Hubby, you also take some pictures for me over here. I miss you. She followed up with a video invitation and was hung up in seconds. Chono, are you drinking again? How do you know? You sound like you smell like booze. Fong Nan, I've nailed a big name in the clothing industry today, and with her joining me, I'll have a much easier time in the future. Her teacher turned out to be Ellie, the legendary designer who causes the circle to scramble to follow her every time she puts out a design. Why don't you pick up my video? Is there a woman next to you? Zhou Yi was stirred up by her. Where are you? At home. The designer who recruited the man and the woman? Don't be fooled. Male. Female such a big head which will look at me this small company. I estimate that he will lie to me it. Said half of the words. Fong Nan realized that it is not right. The second goat, female, in kidding with you, she has the experience of being trafficked. She has the experience of being trafficked. So it's more of a fate, right? Drinking is drinking in my house. I will be in the bedroom. What's the point of explaining so clearly? Fong Nan, I'm afraid that someone who is prone to short-circuiting will pull the plug without waiting for me to finish. Chono, good night, don't drink so much. No good night okay, let's talk. Talk about what? Nan Qingwan added my WeChat, and told me a lot. Is she sick? Words and words say bad things about you. Sounds like it is still for my good look. She when everyone is like her. Cerebellum is not so developed it. Zhou Yi, don't believe her for a single word. It's not even a thing. Just loves pranks. Fong Nan, you don't even know what she said. And you're all but certain it's a prank. Brother Zhou Yi, your reflexes are too admirable. Why don't you just confess and be lenient, so that I don't have to have your ex-girlfriends coming to eyeball me from time to time? Zhou Yi, we can't talk about this topic. Fan Nan, take pictures, I'll look at you. Chono shoots as he goes. Fong Nan see others really in bed. The environment is too dark. In addition to the cell phone light reflecting the face, nothing else can not be seen. Fan Nan, is there someone next to you? Zhou Yi, a room full of people floating around. Can't you see? Fong Nan rolled her eyes and saw that he had a tired face. You sleep. Zhou Yi, you take a few more sexy ones too, I'll use them tonight. Fong Nan's face heated up. Get lost. Nasty. Zhou Yi, you're upwardly mobile. You're noble. Take this kind of photo to show me at night. Female Bodhisattva IU. Scram. First pull black you for a few days, then add it back after 10 days. Fuanan thought he was joking. Once I sent the message, it was a red exclamation point. She was stunned at first, and then she almost exploded with anger. He really doesn't take her seriously. He's in the middle of a conversation. He had a fit and said he'd pull the plug on her.